Chapter 1: The Red Ridges. Jorvig sat in the shade of a gravel embankment, Striper curled on his lap purring like a drill wheel. He buried his fingers in her thick fur. At this time of the summer the stream bed was dry, the spring melts were long past and the sun was harsh. He liked to sleep through the heat of the days, rather than sweat and burn. In the mountains there weren't as many direct hours of sunshine, but around noon the bright light and heat could be oppressive. For weeks he'd been following the cave runes carved into trees and chiseled on exposed rock along the river left there to guide him. Striper was a long-haired mine runner, a breed of cat raised by dwarves to keep pests away from their workings and supplies. In Dwarvish, the phrase was Uln Rinler, but oftentimes people called the cats the Uln Rinlin, a play on words meaning mine captain, for the cats seemed to view the dwarves as the interlopers. Some said that the dwarves had learned to keep cats from the humans, but Jorvig didn't care about the distant past. The cat had birthed a litter in the spring and now he carried the kittens on his back in a wooden cage. Striper ran free, keeping close to him as he trudged, but he couldn't trust the kittens to do the same. Carrying 8 kittens was an awful hassle, but Jorvig's mother had bred these cats and he liked them. The cats in his family's hold had always curled up on them when they slept, purring and kneading with their paws. They made Jorvig feel less alone, so far from anything, so isolated in the wilderness for weeks on end. He had expected to find the claim 50 miles ago or more, but still the runes led on. Thankfully he'd come prepared. His gear weighed over 200 pounds and for the first 2 months it was all he could do to make 10 miles a day. Already miner strong, he had hardened even more as the summer wore on. He could hear the river water swirling around boulders not far away. It was low ebb in the summer, but still it made a din. "Oi!" someone shouted. Jorvig sprang from his warm stupor. Striper yowled as her claws came out, trying to cling to Jorvig's pants but failing as he spun, reaching reflexively to the knife at his belt. Then he saw the figure on the gravel embankment, a dwarf carrying deep wooden buckets in each hand. It was Saviarm. "Sav!" Jorvig shouted, spreading his arms wide. Saviarm laughed loud, then looked over his shoulder. He set the buckets down and slid down the gravel on his buttocks. The 2 dwarves embraced, slapping each other's backs. Dust rose from their clothes. "You nearly missed us," Saviarm said, extending his arms to hold Jorvig where he could look at him. "How? I saw no markers." "None. There is a waystone not 100 yards yonder." Saviarm nodded toward the river. Jorvig had followed the dry creek away from the river seeking shelter for a rest. It might have caused him to miss the claim entirely if Saviarm hadn't stumbled upon him. "Where are the others?" Saviarm asked. "They did not come." "What?" Saviarm's smile faltered. "You came alone." "Ah, yes." That was not. His friend paused. Jorvig knew what he would have said, a wise choice. "At least you're here safely," Saviarm finished. "I'm sure you'll hear about it." From his brother, Jorvig knew. He'd hear it from his eldest brother who would not hold his words like Saviarm. Jorvig glanced at the buckets on the embankment. "Do you not have mine water?" "Oh, yes we do, but well, look." The 2 scrambled up the embankment and Jorvig realized his confusion as soon as he looked in the bucket. There were fish swimming inside, quite a few fish, both silver skins and rillies. "Ah, do you have a fishery already?" "No, we're not that far along, but there's a stream anyway. It's why we picked it. Come along." Saviarm picked up his buckets, his biceps barely flexing. At the top of the gravel bank, Jorvig could see the worn footpath running along the top. How close he'd been to missing it. Such a mistake would be easy so far into the wilderness. He would have gone until he realized the runes had stopped, then had to backtrack. He wondered how long he would have wandered. Saviarm led them on a quarter-mile trek from the river, following the dry creek, except that as they went the creek looked less and less dry. Here a dell opened in the mountain, or rather a hollow sank into the ridge. On the north side of the hollow rose a sheer rock face. There was a trickle of water now at the bottom of the creek bed, but Jorvig could hear running water ahead. The mountain rose high above the dell. In truth, it was not a massive mountain. It was more of an extended ridge, rising only 5,000 feet or so. Yet along the crests of the ridges rose hard cluster spires, balds, and pinnacles of ancient stone where the rain of the ages had washed away the sandstone and left only the jagged teeth of intrusive basalt cones and vents and the odd granite jaw. Such interplays of disparate rock were attractive to prospectors, for it showed that during the cataclysm, mighty forces were at work there forging different materials, the kind of forces and materials that also created ores and crystals and precious gems. It was this composition of folded ridges and valleys, cut through with rivers full of trout, silver skins, rillies and other species that made up the landscape for scores upon scores of miles. And the rivers were full of banks of tiny garnets and plenty of color in the pan. There were loads in the mountains and no mistake. The dwarves had taken to calling this range the Red Ridges for the garnets, but it could as well be called the Green Ridges, for the range was covered in dense forest in the heart of an otherwise sparse and dry country where elves and men had yet to assert dominion, and the foul beasts of the firmament were sparser than some places at least. They came up a short rise where narrow smooth steps were carved into the stone to make the climb easy. A mountain brook flowed down a short run of sluices and into a tailings pond. From further up the dell another stream trickled down over a path of boulders. The near side of the dell was dammed with tailings and a pool had backed up behind. Tree trunks rose from the dark, still water. Only a small trickle escaped over the dam to continue down the gravel creek bed. A few yards above the sluices, the brook flowed out of a channel carved in the middle of a narrow mine adit. Another dwarf stepped from the mine, carrying a heavy sack over each shoulder obscuring his peripheral vision. Without looking around he walked to the sluices. The dwarf emptied a sack of crushed rock into the top of the first sluice box. Jorvig didn't miss the long punch dagger hanging ready at the dwarf's belt. It was long enough almost to be one of the human short swords. Punch daggers were dwarven sidearms made of a triangular blade with 3 sharpened sides, mostly meant for stabbing in tight spaces. Jorvig had a similar though shorter version tucked against his lower back. His rock pick and wood axe had doubled as his other weapons during the long trek. Jorvig knew the third dwarf as he would know each of the dwarves at the claim. It was Hobblefoot, Jorvig's eldest cousin. Saviarm was not a relative but a good friend of Hobblefoot's from their apprentice days. There were 5 other dwarves here already, or should be. "Oi!" Saviarm shouted again. Hobblefoot turned and looked and his gaze snapped to Jorvig. "Chargrim!" Hobblefoot shouted. Jorvig grinned. Chargrim was Jorvig's common name. Dwarves were given hidden names by their parents, but these were not shared or known except to a husband and wife or perhaps close siblings. Instead, common names were given for daily use, often due to some characteristic or event. Jorvig had earned his moniker after falling into a pit of powdered charcoal the year before his roundel, his coming of age, and not enjoying the laughter of his companions when he climbed back out. Hobblefoot had been there for it. Hobblefoot and Jorvig met halfway and embraced, slapping each other on the back. Hobblefoot was a broad dwarf built like the miner he was, and he wore a thick leather apron. "Your brother will be relieved to see you." Hobblefoot glanced down the path. "Where are the others?" "He came alone," Saviarm said. "What?" Jorvig sighed. "They wouldn't come, not yet, but I was not about to remain. Have you all been well?" Hobblefoot looked a stone lighter than he had before. "Alone." Hobblefoot ignored Jorvig's question. "Alone. Your brother will have words about that. It was not a wise choice. But you're all well." "Ah yes," Hobblefoot said. "The winters are harder here than the flats, but we were able to scrape by. It's not the Carriendal." "It's not the Carriendal," both Jorvig and Saviarm intoned in standard response. The Carriendal mountain range lay at least 1,000 miles and many generations of dwarves away. None of them or their great-great-grandparents had ever seen them, not since the beginning of the Age of Tourmaline. Still, it was a common saying if anything was ever less than ideal or was, paradoxically, easy. There was a meow and Hobblefoot looked down at his leg as Striper rubbed against his shin, her tail arched. "Well, would you look at this?" Hobblefoot said. "Why am I not surprised?" He looked back to Jorvig. "Come, let's take you to your brother." The smell of sandstone flowed out of the mine adit, along with the cool sense of underground mineral-laden water, mixing with the smell of fish rising from Saviarm's buckets. As soon as Jorvig stepped into the comforting security of the dim adit, he could hear the grind and rumble of a water wheel ahead. The adit continued 20 yards into the mountain before doors opened on each side. Beyond one was a storeroom, and in the other spun a water wheel 10 feet in diameter with a small pond behind it. Savvy was right, it was not suitable for a fishery. It was too small and the fish could escape through the stream that flowed over the water wheel. The stream itself bubbled out of a gap in a granite vein in the chamber wall. Thankfully, the gap appeared to angle upward rather than down. Better to have the water source up than down, though it may still be an artesian well drawing on a lower aquifer. Or the water above could have carved out chambers or weakened the stone. Wet mines were poor places to live, as necessary as water was. Hopefully it was not extensive. This was a typical adit for a new mine claim, with the opposing rooms and, when a stream was available, the water wheel. The wheel could be used for powering machinery, pumping air, and even draining water from any lower levels. It was odd that there was no machinery yet, and Jorvig wasn't sure why they had built the wheel so soon. At the junction of the chambers, Savvy set down his buckets and Jorvig lowered his pack to the stone. Striper meowed, asking to be rubbed, but Jorvig ignored her. He checked on the kittens in the cage, looked around, and shrugged. He untwisted the little latch and opened the gate. The kittens were curled in a heap in the corner of the cage. They made it here, they may as well explore. At first, none of the kittens made to move towards the opening, and so Jorvig left them there to figure it out. They had all made it here. What a relief! Dwarves didn't keep pets, at least not just for the sake of having them. These cats would live 25 years at best, and for dwarves who could live to 10 times that age, animals were transient. But if an animal had a use, the dwarves would keep them, and Jorvig had come to enjoy having the little beasts around. The three dwarves continued on down the drift, past 4 sleeping alcoves carved into the rock walls. Up ahead, the stratified sandstone was braced with rough-hewn timbers where a seam creased the rock, showing mineral crystallizations and yellow sulfides where water and oxygen must have weathered the stone. A shaft opened at the end of the drift, and the top of a ladder protruded next to block and tackles for raising loads from below. He could hear the sounds of mining rising up. We decided to follow this seam down, Hobblefoot said. That made sense. At the angle it was moving through the rock, it would head towards the surface of the mountainside above after a few hundred feet if it continued. They climbed down the ladder, passing 50 feet further into the stone. At the bottom, an oil wick burned in a clay dish, casting a pale yellow light. Jorvig crinkled his nose at the rancid smell of the lamp. They were burning animal oil made from boiled fat. It almost overpowered the smell of disturbed minerals. Jorvig's eyes were still adjusting from the harsh surface light, but already he could see well enough. There was a hopper attached by an iron hook to the pulley system above. The hopper was half full of broken rock. Oi! Sledgefist, Hobblefoot yelled. The sound of pick and shovel stopped. The three dwarves, well-dusted, looked up from the back of the drift where they had exposed the load-bearing seam. Jorvig's brother Sledgefist turned, his face dripping with the sweat and grime of toil. He saw his little brother and his teeth shone in a smile. "Ha!" he called, dropping his shovel and striding over. The other two dwarves followed behind, and embraces went round. "Where are the others?" Sledgefist asked. He grabbed Jorvig by the shoulder, a brotherly gesture but one that displayed Sledgefist's mighty grip. Sledgefist had gained his moniker in his youth back in deep cut for his propensity for brawls. That impulse, though not the capability, had mostly left him as he grew toward his prime. They didn't come. "What do you mean they didn't come?" Sledgefist's smile faded. "They said it was too early, and if they were going to venture this far, they would like to see specimens first." "That's not what they said to me before we left," Sledgefist snapped. "I know," Jorvig said, "but sometimes folk prefer to disagree with me than with you." Sledgefist stared at Jorvig blankly for a moment and then grinned, pulling Jorvig back into a hug before pushing him to arm's length again. "Then who came with you?" "I came alone." "You half-witted mine grub," Sledgefist said. "You could have died and no one would have known it. I would never have allowed it." "I'm here and you weren't there." Sledgefist squinted. "Is that limonite?" Jorvig asked. Sledgefist looked back over his shoulder. Yes, a plentiful load for what it's worth." "Is that what you're after?" "No, not specifically. We'll see better, but at least there will be plenty of use for it ourselves. This ridge slope is cut through with seams and folds and indicator minerals all the way to the top." Sledgefist motioned with his finger. "Lots of activity here. It's the best spot we saw since we left." "Plenty of color in the pan moving up the creek," Hobblefoot said. "The most promising we've seen." "Don't worry, cousin," Shineboot said. It was Hobblefoot's younger brother. "This is the spot, we know that already." Jorvig nodded and grinned. He had no reason not to trust them. "I fish above," Savjarm cut in. "Let us have a welcome feast. We'll use the last of the salt." Chapter 2, The Weir. They ate every fish that Savjarm had caught with some snared rabbit mixed in. The fifth dwarf was Warmcoat, whose apprenticeship as a miner had overlapped with both Hobblefoot and Sledgefist. All of the dwarves in the claim, including Jorvig, had finished apprenticeships as miners. Jorvig was the youngest, and he had only finished his apprenticeship in the spring, a year after the others had decided to depart to stake their own claim. Sledgefist and the others had finished their apprenticeships 16 years before. The idea to venture off and start their own claim had been led by Hobblefoot and Sledgefist together, cousins and friends. Warmcoat was the quietest of the group, and while he had greeted Jorvig with honest welcome, he ate in silence as the others told stories of their year at the new claim. There was relatively little to tell that Jorvig couldn't have figured out, but they did their best. Hobblefoot went into great detail, interesting enough for dwarf miners, in the decision on just how to grade the adit entrance in relation to the plans for sluices. Jorvig's brother Sledgefist spent most of his words telling of the selection of the particular claim itself. "And if it doesn't pay out?" Jorvig asked. it will pay out. But how long if it does? We have to give it 3 or 5 years at least, Sledgefist said. There are intersecting seams of quartz and we've already gotten half an ounce of gold from crushing and sluicing. I swear there will be plenty of iron, there's pyrite in some of the upper seams. Iron was fine and good, but it wasn't scarce enough to be valuable in trade to other dwarves. Any beryl? The whole range was known for beryl. Not yet, but there were whole banks of the stuff in the creek below, as well as gold in the pan, serpentine, and even jade cobbles, lapis lazuli, and traces. It had to all come from this rock face somewhere. Or further up the ridge, Hobblefoot said. Maybe carried down that vernal spring if it isn't here. Staking a claim there had given them, by dwarvish custom, ownership of the descending ridges and valleys below the nearest peak on the ridge above them, a gnarled thing of weathered granite. When dwarves searched for a claim, they looked at a number of signs. One was trace minerals in creeks and rivers. Simple panning along a waterway could indicate what minerals were weathering out of nearby rock and how much. Rains and melts carried the minerals down from the ridges, and it was in that hard rock that the true lodes hid. Properly gauging the location of the source was tricky at best, so dwarves followed streams, swishing water and dirty gravel in wide shallow pans at regular intervals, looking for indicator minerals and hoping to zone in on a valuable lode. Dwarves knew that eons before, the great cataclysm had fractured the surface of the land, raising up hills, shattering rock like a hammer to ice, sending vents of molten stone and gases surging upward. Some places had been touched by greater force than others, and it was signs of such activity that dwarves especially sought. Veins, seams, lodes, old vents, and caverns. In those places, the conditions were right for mineralizations and wealth, and the dell had obvious indications of significant activity in the cataclysm. The rock was fractured, almost rent in places, letting water and dissolved minerals seep in to form crystals or other precious stones. The cliff face itself showed that the mountain had been sheared. No doubt they would find ancient vents full of igneous rock. Once this has been a place of heat and power beyond comprehending. Now it was frozen in place, awaiting their arrival. Millennia of rain and snow and wind had smoothed and contoured the dell, but the keen observation of the dwarves looked at the rock and saw deep history. It was a smart claim. I'm surprised that you came alone, Sledgefist said, circling back again. It was a damn foolish thing. We saw wolves on our way, though they stayed clear of us, and a mountain lion. I'm here, Jorvig said. You're lucky is what I'm saying. Jorvig knew that the journey would be dangerous, but he had decided to take his chances rather than be left behind in the worked-out mines of Deep Cut, waiting to hear something from the prospectors who had left him to finish his apprenticeship. He was supposed to join with the Hardfell brothers on the journey. Jorvig was only 40 years old, and he knew that folks would say he was just acting out of the impetuosity of youth. Maybe he was. Did you see any sign of goblins or? He asked. The dwarvish word for goblin was uasi. Jorvig wasn't even willing to mention the fouler creatures said to sometimes prod into the Red Ridge's hunting game. There had been no such in the country when Tourmaline and Salt had led the dwarves into the waste, but the humans kept expanding and pushing the foul creatures into the empty spaces between their lands, just like they'd pushed the dwarves. No, Sledgefist said, chewing on a last piece of fish and wiping his greasy fingers on his blonde beard. Thankfully, no uasi. Jorvig saw that a year in a wilderness had done nothing for any of their hygiene. What was more, they were all far leaner than Jorvig had remembered. His brother, always one with a big appetite, looked practically gaunt. What did you bring with you? Shineboot asked. He was bald, but his beard made up for the lack of hair on his head. His beard was so thick it jutted out in front, and he was a bit vain of it. It was the only beard present still oiled, though how he had kept enough beard oil about for a year in the wilderness, Jorvig didn't know. Unless he was making it. Jorvig consulted his dwarvish nose, and he did detect an unusual amount of a pine scent. Besides mine runners, Hobblefoot added, smirking and gently booting a kitten away from the fire. I brought 5 pounds of salt, Jorvig said. My tools? The others knew exactly what tools a dwarf brought into the wilds to prospect. They consisted of a rock pick, a shovel, a wood axe with a secondary pick on the reverse, a wide pan, a hammer, a case of chisels, a crowbar, and sharpening stones. And a coil of rope. One never ventured into the wilderness without rope. The weight was significant, but dwarven shoulders were broad and thick, especially after 10 years of mining in the granite seams of Deep Cut. I tried to bring miner's eye, but it didn't make it. The luminescent fungi was notoriously hard to transport. Don't worry, one of ours made it, Sledgefist said. There's a colony starting to take root in a cut we made for it. We hope, Warmcoat mumbled, let's just hope it spores. I also brought hand grinders in case we had specimens, Jorvig continued. That was all I could carry besides my food. And he had reached the tail end of his food. Even so, the load had amounted to over 200 pounds spread over his body, all he could manage. The burden had slowed him. Good, Sledgefist said. Grinders we could use when we strike. The others nodded. Warmcoat nodded too, but it was in a drowse, drifting to sleep. Are our folk well? Shineboot asked. Your sister and mother and father are well, Jorvig said. All are well, and in truth little enough happened. Old Krajai went to his father's. No one said anything at that news. It was hardly surprising. After a moment, Jorvig added. And Scuttle's daughter is accepting offers, he said. This spring. That caused all eyes but the sleeping Warmcoats to rise and gleam in the light of the foul-smelling oil lamp. Ah, Hobblefoot said, shaking his head. I wish we'd struck already. Jorvig slept in the storeroom that night. Striper jumped up on his chest, kneading and purring before she nestled down in his beard. Her kittens, now nearing half-grown, nestled against his legs. He would carve a sleeping alcove next to the others starting in the morning, he told himself. The 5 dwarves who had come to the claim first had decided that each week one of them would be responsible for hunting, trapping, and fishing. Judging from the flesh missing from their bones, it was not enough. Besides the forager, another one would be responsible for breaking rock and sluicing it, and the others would mine. In some ways, Jorvig was impressed with how much they had accomplished in the 10 months or so since they'd arrived at the claim. But in other ways, he felt for the first time the weight of how much they had yet to do if they wanted to make this work. He had expected that there would be a working smithy at least, but the dwarves had been sharpening and repairing their tools under an awning made of pine branches in the dell. They had no vents yet drilled into the mountain to allow for forge fires within. They had no vents drilled because they had no drills capable of the purpose. Carrying the long metal shafts used to drill vents was hardly feasible over such a distance from deep cut. They could not make a drill because they had no smelter for the ore, and any smelting would have to be done in a bloomery outside of the mountain. Why had the others built a working water wheel before they even had machinery to drive or pumps to blow? Sledgefist was eager and headstrong, he knew, and Hobblefoot loved machines and moving parts, but it was premature, wasn't it? Why had they made such choices? There was simply so much to do. Who was to say Jorvig knew better? He had only just arrived. He fell asleep thinking about it all. The next morning, he found Savvy preparing to venture out on foraging duty. The dwarf was tying up his thick hobnailed boots with laces that had been broken, retied, and spliced many times. Savvy grinned up at Jorvig. Hobblefoot was already hauling sacks of crushed quartz to the sluices. No one had thought to assign Jorvig a job. Going to check the weirs? Jorvig asked. He thought he might come and lend a hand. No weirs, just a pole and fly, Savvy answered, standing up. The pale light of dawn was just brightening the entrance to the adit. Why haven't you made weirs on the river? Well, we talked of it, but if the forager spends a whole week or more trying to build them, what will the others eat in the meantime? It's hard enough to find food day by day. Then more than one should forage or build it. No one wants to stop mining, that's why we came. You can't have a claim without food. And Jorvig knew by observation that they had been using valuable animal fat to make oil so they could keep mining, rather than eating it to keep from slowly starving. We've got to tighten our belts until we can strike, Saviarm replied. Then we can send back to Deep Cut. It was possible, though far from ideal, to travel the red ridges in the winter. It snowed at these elevations. Still, winter would make foraging many times harder, and if they didn't strike before the weather turned, based on how the miners already looked, they would be skeletal come spring. Jorvig was a little disappointed to find the claim poorly organized, but he was not entirely surprised. He'd known his older brother and eldest cousin his whole life after all. Those two avoided fighting by avoiding decisions whenever possible, choosing their areas of influence apart. It was true they were friends, but both were granite-headed. I'll work on weirs, he said. Look, Chargrim, if it was easy, we'd have done it, but the river is in a cut and the current is rapid. It's no Cariandal. We're dwarves, Jorvig said with a grin, trying to make light of the difficulty. I'll take a look anyway. Savvy walked with Jorvig along the path above the dried-up creek that led back to the river. The dwarves of Deep Cut had named the river Kithlug on maps, which just meant east because the maps of the area showed it turning to head east of the ridges another 30 miles below them. That wasn't true. The maps were less than reliable in this section of the Red Ridges. As far as they knew, there were no other claims this far. It was why Jorvig had grown more and more concerned during his weeks of following runes through passes and then along the river. Why so far? Enthusiasm, he now realized. Savvy had told the truth about the river cut. Sheer weathered and cracked rock dropped down 10 or 15 feet to the rushing water, white foam flecking the jumbled boulders in the river course. The dried creek joined through a deep gouge out of the rock. But Jorvig could see upstream another 100 yards where the cut lessened to something more like 5 feet and the river widened. There were gaps where he knew he could make a way down to the water. With the current rushing through this cut, weirs just above these rapids should prove effective. Right there, Jorvig said, pointing. Savvy shrugged. I fish below the cut, there are pools there. He nodded downstream. Jorvig nodded in return, but they parted ways, Savvy carrying his pole and buckets. Jorvig had brought his tools and rope with him and he picked his way upstream instead. There wasn't even much of a beaten path there, but it was not hard going between the pines that clustered along the river. As he'd seen, the river widened and the banks became less a sheer drop and more a mass of boulders. There was even a game trail leading down to the edge, and it only took half an hour to form rough steps and move some awkward stones to create a crude stairway to the water. Shoals of gravel lay beneath the water's surface, and he saw the prints of deer, raccoons, weasels, and other creatures of the forest in the dried silt just above the waterline. He set his tools down, took his axe, and walked a short distance into the forest. Pine was not ideal for a weir, but he found a few cedars and stripped the lower branches, cut the branches into lengths, and sharpened the ends for stakes. He carried a few bundles back to the water's edge. One branch he kept long as a staff, then he stripped naked. Jorvig had never built a fish weir before. He, like the others, had apprenticed as a miner, starting in the coal mines of Deep Cut. Hobblefoot, the eldest by some 10 years, had additional apprenticeship as a mine engineer, working with pumps and water wheels and even steam. Despite never having built a weir before, Jorvig knew the basics. The young dwarves had interrogated every current or former prospector and hunter they could find, long before they'd made solid plans to come to the Red Ridges. Jorvig had perhaps been more enthusiastic about those interviews than the others, and he had continued when they lost interest. Jorvig tied the rope about his waist and secured it to a tree, then took the staff and ventured into the frigid mountain waters. Swimming was not a particular gift of the dwarves, they tended to sink. He had to make sure to keep his feet under him. He used the staff to test the riverbed for holes. The current in the center was strong, but at that point the river was nearly 40 yards wide, narrowing downstream to barely 10 yards at the cut, rushing and noisy. 2/3 across, the river bottom sunk away into a deep, fast-flowing trench. He would only be able to make a weir on the near side. After thoroughly exploring the river bottom and tripping a few times, he climbed shivering back onto the near bank and let himself warm in the sun. It would be a cold day, surely. The first step to building the weir was to drive a close line of stakes into the stony river bottom, forming a long U shape facing upstream with the tops of the U curled inwards, leaving a relatively small entrance. The near side was comprised in part by the shore. Driving the stakes took him all morning. Even with his hammer, it was difficult to drive the stakes deep enough to hold. He used longer branches intertwining between the stakes to hold them steadier. Always he kept the rope tied to himself, and often he had to climb from the water to warm up, even though dwarves do not easily grow cold or hot. The mountain water was frigid. Once the stakes were in place and secure, he began the true labor, stacking a barrier of rock to reinforce the stakes. Thankfully, there was no shortage of boulders and cobbles and all size of loose stone along the river. It took him a week of days working alone. Dwarves are no swimmers, dense and prone to sinking as they are, and they do not love to be in the water. Yet Jorvig pushed himself until at last the weir was complete. Now, a fish seeking calm waters would swim inside the weir and yet find it more than difficult to find a means of escape. The weir would gather fish for them even when the dwarves were elsewhere. With only a net on a long pole, they could gather sustenance from the wilds. He hoped it worked. It was his first contribution to establishing the claim and attempt to prove his value. Though none had spoken to him about it, the other dwarves all knew that Jorvig was building a weir. They let him, nor did they tell him what to do after he finished. He wasn't sure if that was because he was the youngest and a latecomer or for some other reason, but they did not press him into the cycle of working that they had decided upon for themselves before the winter. Jorvig didn't question it. He would have loved to swing the pick, but there were pressing matters. Starvation was not how he wanted to die. He did let himself stand and stare at his finished work after he'd gotten dressed from the last wade. Even before it was fully finished, it had begun to trap fish, and that encouraged him. Now it was done. He saw the dark, lurking form of a rilli beneath the surface. After wringing the water from his beard, Jorvig headed back to the mine. The tailings pond had backed up even further into the dell after the rain that had fallen the day before last. Pine trees rose from within the still water, their needles turning yellow as they drowned. The trees would die and their wood would rot. They should have been cut before the dell was flooded. Now the pond would have to be drained in order to cut them. It was a waste of wood. His brother and the others had been too eager, too ahead of themselves. Gilkwise, an old dwarf might have said. Gilk was the dwarvish word for a dwarf before their coming of age, or rundel. Too eager, Chapter 3, The Cliff. Jorvig remembered sitting with the Hardfell brothers in a miner's stew hall in Deep Cut. "We're not going," the eldest, Greel Hardfell, said. Greel was an adherent to that scandalous sect of young dwarves who insisted on using their hidden names in public, causing outrage among the older dwarves of Deep Cut. Despite that, he was a competent miner and a skilled gem cutter. What's more, the sect referred to themselves as the Named of Strength, believing in the power of their true names to guide them in life, but for some reason only if they claimed their names by being open about them. It was strange to Jorvig, but they had grown up together in the same old deep-cut drift with Sledgefist and Hobblefoot and the rest, and they had not forsworn their friendship when the two Hardfell brothers took to the new fad. "What do you mean?" Jorvig asked. "They were supposed to leave in just 3 weeks. "Yet at least," Khlif, the younger brother, said. "If we delay, we risk the onset of winter. We don't know how far up the river they staked the claim." "Look," Greel said, wiping his mouth after the drink he'd just taken from his pewter mug. "We may still come, but not until we see some shine." "But you promised Sledgefist." "No," Greel said. "I told him that if the Enterprise was producing quality gems, I'd come and cut on site for a share. I never said I'd come before then." "That's not how he said it to me," Jorvig answered. "I know, but I did not feel like arguing with him. You know how he can be when he gets an idea." Jorvig stared at Greel. The dark-featured dwarf was hardly one to complain about a stubborn idea, adherent as he was to the Named of Strength. "They will have struck, between them they'll have struck. There's ore and gems in the Red Ridges." The Hardfell brothers glanced at each other, sharing a wordless thought. "There is no Rinlin," Khlif said. It was the dwarvish word for captain. Jorvig made a confused face, scrunching his forehead. "They have both Sledgefist and Hobblefoot." "2 Rinlin are not better than 1, Greel said. "You know the saying," Khlif added. Jorvig did know the saying, many miners but one captain. "Let them bring us a sample this summer or in the fall, we can go together next spring then." "But they won't, they'll wait for you this year." Greel shrugged. "Next then." Jorvig leaned back, his drink forgotten. That meant it could be 2 years before they departed for the mine. He'd have to hire himself out to mine coal or salt until then, but who would take a journeyman miner on a 2-year oath? 5 was considered short. "I'm going," he said. "Don't be daft," Khlif answered, and there he was, lost in thought, staring at a tailings pond full of rotting pines. They hadn't struck yet. If Greel had come, he'd have found no cutting to do. Sledgefist and Hobblefoot had been so eager, so sure they could find a good seam near the surface. They'd have a pile waiting for Greel by spring, they'd said. Greel's skepticism was not unfounded, but Jorvig had eaten up the older dwarf's assurance. He sighed and headed into the adit for the night. He hadn't even begun to dig a sleeping alcove. There were so many things to do. They needed to be able to cut chimneys and vents, which meant they needed drill bits, long sharpened rods of iron with the steeled bit heads used to punch through the rock with sledgehammers. But to make bits and drills they needed to smelt ore in a bloomery, then forge it, then dig out new passageways and chambers to relocate their forge and smeltery inside. And all that was far too much work for a claim that had not yet struck. The next morning, Jorvig stepped out of the storeroom where he'd been sleeping on the stone and met Hobblefoot in the adit. "Good waking," the dwarf said. Hobblefoot had what they called early streaks, which meant that lines of dirty gray had begun to grow through his beard at a young age. He was only 56 or 57 years old. This week, Hobblefoot was responsible for foraging. "Good waking," Jorvig answered. He noticed Hobblefoot was carrying a fishing net on a long pole. No one had said anything to him directly about the weir, but when Jorvig and Hobblefoot stepped out of the adit, the older dwarf headed to the southwest, following a shortcut to the weir Jorvig had beaten during his labors there. Jorvig didn't much mind that no one had said anything about the weir. The dwarves had a saying, and it translated roughly to, "Best is the praise of another in absence." It wasn't the way of dwarves to speak praise directly, but no doubt the others had spoken of it together if they thought of Jorvig's labors as worthy. "Let another's lips praise you," was another saying his father had often repeated. In other words, don't talk about your own work. As happy as he was with the improvement, it would in no way supply all their needs. 5 working dwarves required a huge amount of food, and hunting and trapping and gathering from the surrounding forest would always be a constant necessity, growing harder the more they depleted the local wildlife. If they did strike there and decided to stay, they would have to cultivate another huge labor. Jorvik had his tools and rope with him, harnessed to his otherwise empty pack. Since the others hadn't yet approached him about assigning tasks, he wanted to take advantage of the day and inspect the dell himself. Sledgefist and Hobblefoot were certain that this was an ideal location. He wanted to be certain too before he poured out his sweat in delving. It wasn't that he didn't trust them. Jorvik stopped himself from finishing that thought. He didn't want to think of the implications. He thought of them anyway. They'd never try to trick him, he knew, but they might trick themselves. The dell was formed around a vernal spring that flowed with meltwater or rainfall down the side of the mountain. It joined the artesian well there in the basin of the dell and flowed toward the river. At this time of the summer, the exposed cobbles and rock of the vernal stream were dry. The dell grew narrower further up the ridge until it disappeared into the wooded face of the mountain. At its widest point near the river, the dell was a little shy of 500 yards across. The mine at it was located against the curve of the dell's northern edge, where exposed sandstone was too steep even for gnarled pine to grasp. There was a seam there, 2 folds of rock joining with a line of mineralizations at the confluence. Without doubt, it was the same seam that the others were mining below. There was a clatter from behind as Warmcoat shook the top sluice, moving the sediment from beneath the larger bits of stone he had just dumped there. The flowing water would carry the lighter materials down into the next sluice and the next, stratifying it. The heavier minerals like gold would fall to the bottom, caught in the slats in the wood. It was the same concept as panning for gold flakes and dust, just bigger, using the flowing water for the bulk of the labor. Having an active true spring was a boon to the claim, but it didn't matter if there wasn't anything to strike but quartz and iron alone. The tailings pond had backed up right to the edge of the rock face north of the adit, so Jorvik had to go all the way around, then begin climbing higher up the dell. He scrambled through the pine trees that clung more to the rock than the thin layer of loam on the slope. He pulled himself up with his hands by branches and exposed stone as much as walked. At a few points, he pulled his pick out and used it to help drag himself upward. The dell grew steep quickly. A few times he stopped to dislodge some of the surface scree and loam to get a look at the true rock below. It was still mostly sandstone, but there were intrusions here and there, mostly quartz, but he also saw an igneous shaft running at an angle through the slope, nearly black. Such were the remains of the great cataclysm that had lifted and bent these hills. A few hundred yards up the slope, something on the western wall of the dell caught his eye, a dark streak in the rock. When he managed to shuffle over to investigate, he saw that the rock wasn't truly discolored. In fact, it was lighter than the surrounding stone. It was just an inward vertical fold looking darker to the eye by the shadow of it. He tore away some of the moss with the end of his pick. A glint of quartz caught his eye. More quartz. Quartz of itself was not too exciting, but some veins of quartz contained gold, silver, copper, and they already knew from the trace deposits in the stream that there was gold somewhere along this ridge. He used hammer and round chisel to break off a chunk of the quartz that he could fit comfortably in his palm. He picked it up and examined it closer. There were no telltale inclusions, though he saw sand imperfections, which is about what he'd expect from quartz picked from a sandstone wall. His eyes drifted upward along the seam in the cliff, and about 50 feet above he noticed something else. From a distance, the tops of the conifers had blocked the view, but here he could see a second seam, a horizontal one crossing the vertical seam. Where the horizontal seam ran, the stone just beneath it jutted out, making a narrow shelf. This was the advantage of exposed rock faces like the western wall of the dell. It showed veins and seams and all the frozen movement of the rock. But greater things could always lurk unseen beneath a thin layer of loam or moss. Jorvik headed further up the dell, hoping to find the seam where the slope rose to meet it. He had to make his way another 30 yards before he found where it met the slope. He wanted to reach the junction of the two seams. Who knew what confluence of minerals and ancient energy had joined there during the cataclysm? While Jorvik's folk knew that eons ago a great cataclysm had rent the world, they did not know much more except that it must have been hot and powerful beyond imagining. Reaching the joint was not possible. The stone beneath the horizontal seam jutted out a few inches, but not enough to walk upon. Above the joint, the rock face continued up, broken only by occasional, crumbling shelves, then sloping up as a steep pine-covered arm of the ridge above. Jorvik sighed. It took him another hour before he managed to position himself on that tree-covered slope over the location of the joint. He'd secured the end of his rope on the sturdiest pine available, with the other hitched in a familiar miner's harness of square knots and loops that secured him from shoulders to hips. He walked backward to the edge and looked down. The pine he'd chosen was a couple yards to the side of the joint. Though he couldn't see the joint itself, he had stripped branches from a tree in front of it and peeled away the bark, leaving a white streak of inner tree flesh to gauge the location at a distance. Stepping back, he released the rope through his hands and slowly let himself begin the walk down the near vertical rock face. He was able to pause and rest on a few of the shelves between himself and the joint, but it took less than 10 minutes to lower himself parallel to the joint itself and then walk sideways across the rock face. He planted the toes of his hobnailed boots on the narrow ledge, then secured the rest of the rope in a few neat coils around himself. There wasn't much left over. He could have alerted the others and had someone else spot for him, but he didn't think they would have stopped from their labor. Sledgefist would try to discourage it or outright forbid it, saying they'd already surveyed the dell. Yet dwarves in the mines were used to such dangers, and if he died, at least he wouldn't have to listen to the others berate him for his adventure. He didn't come out to the wilderness without intending to risk. There was less moss on the rock this high up, but the tops of some of the pines still rose above him. A crow cawed angrily. He took a moment to look around. He could see almost the whole dell, here looking less like a great dimple in the ridge than two great protective arms of stone reaching down toward the river. A breeze blew against his face and he took a deep breath, smelling the strong scents of loam and sandstone and moisture. The seam glinted with hints of quartz, and he steadied himself against the rope and slid his hammer and a round chisel out from a satchel at his side. After considering, he placed his chisel and struck, releasing the sharp tang of quartz smell as the old weathered face flaked to reveal the brighter stone beneath. It wasn't long before he dislodged a chunk of stone from the seam. It was a conglomerate sample, varied faces of quartz against the sandstone matrix, but there were other mineralizations there. He held the sample up to the light. Like a dusting across the quartz, speckles of color glinted there. He tasted it, smelled it, and picked at it with a fingernail. Some of it was pyrite, he could tell. But maybe not all of it, and pyrite was an indicator mineral itself. No matter where he saw such a sample, he'd want to mine the spot further. Had the others not come to this place to test during their survey of the dell, there was no sign of previous work. The spring flowed out at their chosen adit, sure, so it made sense to dig there, but he hadn't seen anything in the seam they'd dug quite as promising as this. It was an easier place to dig, the bottom of the dell at the base of the cliff, certainly easier than here, 50 feet above a steep slope. Sure, make a base camp at the water. It would also take a lot of effort just to start the mining process here. Someone eager to begin may not be so eager to try this site. An access would have to be created before any serious work could be done. Jorvig worked late into the night. He wanted to avoid running into the others, though anyone could have heard the strikes of chisel and pick anywhere in the dell if they'd stepped out. He didn't know how long the others' tolerance of him pursuing his own designs would last. Sleep came almost instantly when he did lie down in the storeroom and left just as fast. When his eyes opened, he was already thinking about the work. He de-slept in his clothes and he rose fast, grabbing his tools and stepping out into the dim adit drift. Chapter 4, Day of Deliverance. "Good waking, little cousin," Hobblefoot said. The dwarf was leaning against the drift wall, smoking a pipe. He must have been rationing his hill smoke fiercely to have any left. Jorvig had smoked the last of his halfway through his trek to the claim. As if hearing Jorvig's thoughts, Hobblefoot explained. "I saved the last bit just for this morning." "Why this morning?" Hobblefoot pulled the pipe from his mouth and smiled. "Have you forgotten the day, little cousin?" Jorvig did not like being called little cousin. No matter how kindly it was meant, there was something patronizing about it. Still, it was a common phrase and there was no use trying to change the familial expressions of their folk, and going against them could only cause trouble. One did not want such trouble in a mine, especially not a claim in the wilderness. Why, what day? It's Day of Deliverance. Centuries ago, Auntie Tourmalin and Uncle Salt led their folk out from slavery to the humans and into the waste where neither Uasi nor human dwelt. They called them Auntie and Uncle out of affection, for they were great leaders. The humans pursued them, of course, hunting the dwarves as they fled through those low dune-like ridges of multi-hued sands. The landscape undulated with color, as if painted by a feather in variegated strokes. Neither the dwarves nor the pursuing men fared well in that inhospitable place where the sun bore down like hot lead and the ground burned their feet. Then the dwarves found Deep Cut, a dry canyon opening in the waste. With the humans on their heels, they fled down over rough sandstone and shale. There they found fissures into the deeps where the humans dared not follow. Down they climbed through passages of sandstone until they came at last to the vast underground lakes, as if all the moisture of the world had sunk down, away from the sun, carving its way through the sandstone until it came to rest on a bed of granite in aquifer lakes. On those deep, cool shores the dwarves rested, given sight by the miner's eye that grew of its own there, tracing up the cavern walls with its blue-green light. As if by a miracle, the lakes were full of the eyeless fish of the dark, and they ate and rested beneath the desert waste. Their folk had found salvation beneath a land no one else wanted, but water and fish were not all they found. Though few precious metals were to be had near Deep Cut, huge swaths of anthracite coal lay buried there and beds of salt hundreds of feet deep. After digging a shaft through the granite, they found something else, an oil of the earth bottled up as if under pressure, spraying out from beneath the rock, black and rich. Alas for those who first found out that it could burn. With those gifts of the deep, the dwarves had harnessed steam, and so cultivated the land again in the folds and terraces of the canyon, pumping water to irrigate. In Deep Cut their folk thrived and replenished their numbers over the centuries, where Auntie Tourmaline and Uncle Salt closed their eyes and lay entombed. And on this day, the day they reached the underground lake and ate their fill of fish, they celebrated their exodus year after year. They celebrated with fried fish and pipe smoke and beer, ale, mead, or whatever liquor was at hand. Except for Hobblefoot's last hill smoke, their group of prospectors had only one of those elements: fish. Jorvig and the others gave up work for the day and headed out to the river, first to net from the weir, and then to use hooks and lines and worms to see what they could catch as the morning wore on. Perhaps the memory of their folk smiled on them, for by the time the sun glared down from on high with its garish light, they had enough fish to each feast their fill, including an eel that had found its way into the weir. The dwarves had set a wide, flat piece of sandstone outside the adit and used it as a base for their cookfire, but they ate inside the adit to stay out of the sun, leaning against the rough stone walls, facing each other in two lines, their legs crossed beneath them. They ate from carved wooden trenchers, picking the flesh off the bone with their fingers and sucking the juice from ring slices of the eel. They used some of Jorvig's salt, for they had no other seasoning and nothing but spring water to drink. The night before, Warmcoat had soaked needles of white pine in a bucket of water to give it a little tang, a little extra flavor. They closed their eyes and pretended that they drank ale, the froth flecking their beards as the sound of the stone flutes and bronze-stringed harps undergirded the songs of their folk in a home far away and full of their kin. "What are we going to name our claim?" Saviarm asked as he sucked the juice off of his thumb and then his forefinger. "Name it," Sledgefist asked. "Shouldn't we strike first?" Shineboot asked. "Should we?" Saviarm asked back. "Well, aren't claims and mines often named after what they produce? Like Ironhold and Bronzepes." "We don't call Deep Cut the Salt Cut," Saviarm said. "No. And then there's Spindle's Gulch." All right. "Quartz Dell," Warmcoat said. The others looked over at him. "Where's Quartz Dell?" Hobblefoot asked. "Here. We should call it Quartz Dell." The dwarves looked around at each other. Shineboot shrugged. "Quartz Dell," Saviarm said quietly. "There is an awful lot of quartz." "Once we strike," Shineboot said, "will we go back to Deep Cut, do you think? I mean, once we've enough." "I hear that East Spire is nearly grown to a colony now," Hobblefoot answered. "Deep Cut is mined out but for coal and salt." "It's home though," Shineboot said, "but the air is often foul," Sledgefist said. It was true. The smoke of the coal fires and burning oil could be seen for tens of miles across the waste, rising from vents and shafts cut for circulation. Let the tillers and the tinkers have it. "I like these mountains, it's good stone and there's good air here. It's no Carindal but it's good rock and good air." "It's no Carindal," the others muttered under their breath. "I supposed it matters where the maids are," Hobblefoot said. Yes," Sledgefist answered. "It matters that." "We could stay here," Warmcoat said, lending a few more of his few words. "What, and start a colony?" Hobblefoot squinted at the dwarf. Warmcoat shrugged. "I don't know about a colony," Saviarm cut in, "but Sledgefist is right. The air is good here, above and below the rock." They did not mine for the rest of that day. It was tradition not to mine on the day of deliverance. Even so, dwarves do not sit still and rest easily, and lacking intoxicating drink or enough food to eat themselves to bursting for hours on end, the dwarves took to mending and honing and sharpening. Even for Jorvig, who had only just arrived, clothes needed needle and thread, tool blades needed attention, boots needed cleaned and oiled. If they did not strike in another year, they would have to return to Deep Cut empty-handed, if only to resupply. But they had pooled their wages for a whole year just to afford the supplies they already had. If this claim didn't pay, it would be years before they could realistically look for another. They all knew it. How could they not? Yet no one would breathe the possibility. Not at least until they'd endured a long winter to come. Until then they would hope that they found enough food to give themselves enough strength to mine, to find something of worth, something that they could take back to Deep Cut. They worked with their hands in companionable silence, leaning against the sides of the drift, letting only the comforting sound of whetstone or stropping leather reach their ears. No doubt, they all had their own thoughts about what was to come. Jorvig was thinking of the seam high in the rock face only a few hundred yards away. Chapter 5: A New Adit. The next day, Jorvig stepped out of the storeroom at the same moment that Sledgefist rolled out of his sleeping alcove. He looked up. Jorvig couldn't make out his brother's face as it was still dark outside and only a small amount of light made it this far into the adit. "You are still sleeping in there?" Sledgefist asked. It was an unnecessary question. Sledgefist already knew the answer. "I haven't dug an alcove yet." "Where are you digging out there?" "On the north rock face." Sledgefist nodded as he twisted the thick rawhide laces around his boots. "Do the others mind?" Jorvig asked. His brother shrugged. "No one has said anything." "I'm sure they'd appreciate your efforts, but of course if you're busy." It was a stinging rebuke from his brother. Jorvig grimaced, though Sledgefist couldn't have seen it, yet his brother must have felt the reaction. "The weir gave us fish for yesterday," he added. The simple fact was as close to a compliment as could be expected. "If I do not strike by the end of this week, I will join below." "So be it." Jorvig's time of self-determination was running out. He knew Sledgefist wouldn't be pleased with him taking another week away from the rhythms of the claim, but he couldn't get the upper vein out of his thoughts. He wanted to look into it just a short distance further. The brothers parted and Jorvig made his way back up the hillside. He'd been planning to dig a rude stepway into the rock face so he wouldn't have to lower himself from the cliff again, but he wouldn't have time now. He'd use the rope alone, and if he found nothing this week, he'd forget about it if he could. It was not in the nature of dwarves to forget a seam when they still believed it could pay. By the time the sky had paled with the dawn, Jorvig was securing his rope above the rock face, checking it for any sign of fraying or wear. During the day of deliverance, he had woven a thick pad of river grasses to keep the rope from damage where it held the weight against the edge of the rock face. As he stepped carefully backward, he made sure to position the pad as best he could. Then he was over the edge, walking backwards down to the seam. He reached it without incident. 50 feet below, on the slope of the mountain, fresh-cut stakes of wood were set at close intervals in a half-circle from the rock face, each carved with a mine rune, the symbol for falling rock. He'd carved a few more into trees nearby, just to be safe. The odds that one of the other dwarves would come up the hillside and not notice him mining above were slim, but such precautions were engraved into him through years of apprenticeship in the mines. Even far in the wilderness, he would have felt uneasy ignoring the precaution. In his first year as an apprentice in the salt mines, he'd watched a Rinland slap another apprentice across the face and hurl such speech that even Jorvig's face was red at the end, even though he'd had nothing to do with the offense. It was over a forgotten mine rune. In dwarven society, such a strike to the face could have led to bloodshed, but no one would question it in such a case between a new apprentice and a Rinland. No one would forget the lesson, either. Salt mining used the Rumand pillar method or smaller stopings where the rock was not sufficiently safe. Large hauls were dug out of the salt-laden rock, leaving pillars at intervals to support the overburden. That would not be the case here at the claim. They may stope some areas of the sandstone, in other words, dig out a pocket, resulting in a wide open space in the rock, but the primary work would be in sinking shafts and cutting drifts to follow veins until they paid out. If they hit a big enough pocket, they'd have to consider whether to pillar with stone or use square-set wood bracings for a stope. Wood bracing was sufficient when the intent was to abandon the working when it had paid out, or until permanent stone supports were built by masons. But first things first. The strike of the pick shocked the dell out of early dawn stillness, the familiar sound of steel on quartz. A crow cawed in response. Jorvig struck again and again. He had set himself aggressive goals for the day, beginning with dislodging a solid chunk of quartz with his pick. If it came out of the sandstone hole as he expected, it would give him angles to work more ably with his chisels. Flakes of matrix caught in his beard and he struck on. How far an experienced dwarf miner could dig in a single shift? Dwarves did not reckon it as days, as they only loosely followed the turnings of sun and moon, depended on the tools, the methods, and most importantly, the rock itself. To dig through granite was many times slower than digging through sandstone. Where he may have expected to move 2 cubic yards of material in a 16-hour stretch, he far exceeded it that day. Jorvig was aided by how easily the vein of quartz broke away from the sandstone seams. In addition, the rock simply fell away down the rock face, and even when he formed a foothold, he could simply slide the stone off the edge with his foot. There was no need to take turns between pick and shovel. He looked at the stone often enough as he dug, following the flecks of mineralization on the quartz, but he would give the ore below a more careful examination at a later time. The important thing to do was to make a landing in the rock face, And he did. The sun had already set by the time he walked back up the cliff, but he had accomplished his goal and more. The next day Jorvig did not have to scale the mountainside and trek back down the arm-like ridge above the cliff. He had carved an anchor point at the top of his shallow adit 50 feet above the dell's slope, and he had secured the remaining length of his rope there before climbing back up. Thankfully, he had brought a 100-foot coil of rope, one of the best things to bring on a prospecting expedition, and the cliff itself stretched only 110 feet from slope to slope. Thankfully, he had dumped enough of the broken rock over the edge of the rock face that he was able to pile it as a footing for a fallen log and reach the hanging bottom of the rope. The rope was of woven fiber, capable of holding at least 1 ton but relatively thin and light. Traveling dwarves often wore it wrapped around their torsos, as it served both for protection and an easy method of carrying. It was still the dark of morning as Jorvig worked his way up, chiseling shallow footholds as he went. That would make it easier in future. Given more time, he would have carved a stair, but this would do for now. The sun had just risen by the time he reached the narrow adit in the cliff face. He could have made the adit both narrower and lower, but he needed room to swing pick and hammer. As it was, he could now stand safely within 50 feet above the slope of the dell. Soon rock fell again, landing in the pile of broken stone beneath the opening. Some of it skipped and rolled down the slope, smashing into tree or boulder with a resounding clatter that echoed through the otherwise quiet dell. Even the crows grew tired of the racket and flew away. The sun had ascended on high, though Jorvig was sheltered in his cut, when a voice called up from the dell below. "Oi Chargrim." Jorvig stopped and turned toward the opening. He squinted in the sunlight as he peered over the edge. It was Savyarm, standing well back from the ring of stakes with the cave rune carvings. He had a big grin on his face. "Come on, we've struck," he yelled. "What mineral?" Jorvig called down. "Come see for yourself." He didn't need telling twice. He secured his tools on his pack and harness and grabbed hold of the rope, making a quick descent, the rope sliding through his calloused palms. He barely felt the heat. He landed on the pile of broken rock and ore, pieces clattered away under his hobnail boots. "Sure did pick an easy spot," Savyarm said, glancing back up at the adit above. "I was just curious." Savvy shrugged, still looking up. Jorvig knew he was marking the confluence of the two seams. "We saw that when we surveyed, but he trailed off, then he remembered his errand. Come on." Chapter 6, Strike Division. They hurried down the slope, circled the tailings pond, rushed down the adit and down the chute ladder, Jorvig first. He heard the excited voices of the other dwarves as he reached the bottom of the shaft. "There's my brother," Sledgefist shouted. "Oi, look at this." Sledgefist held up a deep, dark crystal to the smoky light of the rancid oil lamp. At first it looked black, but Jorvig's eyes were quickly adjusting. In only another 2 heartbeats he perceived the color. Dark, deep purple. It was a crystal amethyst point as long as Sledgefist's forearm, the base still embedded in matrix that showed flecks of pyrite and maybe a vein of hematite too. Jorvig stepped up close, staring into the depths of the crystal. Yes, there was hematite in the matrix. The others had grown quiet, enjoying as Jorvig saw it for the first time. "We struck a wider part of the igneous intrusion last night," Sledgefist explained. "We hit pyrite and hematite, but now—" Sledgefist motioned Jorvig's attention to the drift wall. There was more color there, whole crystal points embedded in matrix. He shook his head, lost for words. Sledgefist slapped his shoulder, sending dust flying. I told you." Jorvig had seen amethyst before and plenty of crystal points, but it was rare to find a pocket of such size and depth of color. Amethysts ranged from pale with barely any color to the rare deep hues that he saw before him. The pocket wouldn't likely make them all wealthy, not unless it went far and deep, but these stones were valuable. Lapidarists, setters, jewelers, and purveyors back in Deep Cut would wage war with their bids for such fine specimens. They'd end up as pieces for the rich back in Deep Cut, set in headdresses, circlets, warhelms, necklaces, breastpieces. "There's a bit of jasper here too," Hobblefoot said, pointing at the drift wall. "Worth getting out as well." "We'll have to separate it all out," Sledgefist said. "We'll need you now," he added in a lower tone to Jorvig. Jorvig nodded. He was happy, he truly was. He also couldn't help but wonder what could be found where 2 similar seams crossed. It took 2 weeks to reach the end of the pocket of amethyst. Whether it was because of distraction on the part of the foragers or simply the approach of fall and overhunting the area in and around the dell, they also ate poorly. Warmcoat brought down a wild turkey with a stone from his sling, and that was the best meal they ate in that time, but among 6 dwarves it did not go far. Jorvig sucked marrow out of a bone, all he had for a whole day. The mining distracted them somewhat. They had amassed a collection of fine amethyst crystal points, some clustered in multiples. They would need further cleaning and polishing, but it was astounding what clarity they already possessed. There were varying qualities, but many were of the deep purple color, others smoky. An abundance of smaller, gravel-like amethyst gems also filled a sack next to a pile of hematite ore in the storeroom. But the pocket ended, though the quartz lode split into two separate, somewhat smaller veins and diverted, one following a seam in the sandstone and heading upward and north, while the other filled an ancient, igneous vent rising to their level from below. "There will be more," Sledgefist said as they leaned on their picks and stared at the drift wall. They had expanded the drift into a small stope twice the height of a dwarf and a few times as wide. They left a couple sandstone pillars on either side for support. "I am weary to the bone," Saviarm said. "I think I haven't slept in a time and half a time." "Nor I," Hobblefoot answered. "Let us take a short rest and then make our plans." The dwarves afforded themselves the luxury of roughly 6 hours of unbroken sleep before they gathered back together with empty stomachs. There was no food to break their fast, though by the light that entered the adit, it was late afternoon. The amethyst crystals lay in a triple line along the floor of the storeroom. "Well, now the Hardfells should feel their necks itching," Sledgefist said. "They'll feel right foolish when they don't get the chance to cut them," Hobblefoot said. "What do you mean?" Sledgefist asked, his brows furrowing. "When we sell them to the highest bidder." "We're not going to sell them in the rough." Hobblefoot frowned. "We need to send this lot back and trade them for supplies. We'll get half of what they're worth if we sell them rough. Even if we send someone back for the Hardfells now, they likely won't return until spring, and it could take moons more to shape these." Jorvig saw the truth in what Hobblefoot said. They needed supplies to get through the winter. "I could use some hill smoke," Shineboot said in obvious support of his brother Hobblefoot. "And salt, we need loads of salt or else we can't preserve anything." Jorvig had a craving for honey, but he didn't mention it. He saw Sledgefist's face growing red. "Cut fine, this could be enough. This could be enough for a bride price," Sledgefist said. "Maybe for one dwarf." "Not for 6, Hobblefoot said. "So you think we must wait until we have enough for all of us?" "Obviously we will start with the eldest." Sledgefist frowned now. Hobblefoot was eldest by 11 months, but this lot must be enough to keep the claim going. "It would be a rich claim to pay 6 bride prices," Saviarm said. He was older only than Jorvig. "All the more reason to trade for the best price," Sledgefist said. "But if the Hardfells join, it's 8 dwarves." "It's obvious we will have to divide in shares," Hobblefoot said. "But the eldest should receive a double portion as is right, but so that there is peace, the eldest of each of the brothers, myself and Sledgefist, should both get a double portion. That way each family has hope of a bride price to continue our legacy." Warmcoat and Saviarm looked at each other. Jorvig saw it plain. Neither were related to the 4 cousins by blood. It was Saviarm who broached the topic. "Why should you and Sledgefist gain a greater portion than Warmcoat and I? We have shared the same labors." Hobblefoot stared as if surprised by the obvious question. "But this is the claim of the brothers and I am eldest." "We are equal here," Sledgefist said, but he was only speaking to Hobblefoot. "Both the first scions of our holds." Warmcoat crossed his arms. "I did not come here to be a servant," Saviarm said. "That was never spoken." "Come now, friend," Hobblefoot said, holding out his hands palm up. "Our intentions have always been clear. I and Sledgefist thought up this venture and we invited you to join in. And as eldest, it makes sense that I should be Rinlin." "We never agreed to that," Sledgefist said. "This was a joint claim between cousin holds. Which is why I say we each gain a double portion, but that is in the division, not in the operation of the mine. Everyone knows a mine needs a Rinlin. 2 are not better than 1. Jorvig had never told them about his conversation with the Hardfell brothers, just that they had backed out of the deal despite his pleading. He wasn't sure they were wrong, and he was less sure they would come even presented with fine amethyst. "That was yet to be seen. I will not work for a lesser portion when my labor is free as a partner in this claim." Saviarm looked at Warmcoat for support. Warmcoat stood with his arms folded and his eyes down at the stone beneath their feet. He sighed. "Nor I." "Surely you are friends in the claim," Hobblefoot said. Jorvig caught Saviarm watching him and Shineboot trying to size up the feelings of the 2 younger brothers. Jorvig avoided his gaze, finding it difficult even to be in the same chamber as the rest. Sledgefist stood with his hands curled tight, his face red above his beard. For a few moments there was tense silence. Jorvig spoke, trying to pacify the older cousins. Surely we could send half back to Deep Cut and trade for supplies, show some to the Hardfells and retain the best to Cut. We have enough to get necessities even by half, do we not? The Hardfells will come when they see the crystal, Sledgefist said, considering. They can help bring back the supplies. Jorvig feared that it wasn't true, or if they would come they would wait until spring. There was no guarantee that they would make the slog in the winter. The others considered Jorvig's proposal for a time. So be it. Since Hobblefoot is eldest, he and Shineboot can take the half and go make the trades, Sledgefist pronounced. I will not leave the mine, Hobblefoot said flatly. Send Saviarm, his uncle is a purveyor, and Chargrim can go with him. Saviarm was already frowning, and he kept silent. Jorvig sighed. He had only just arrived. Making the months-long trek back to Deep Cut was not an appealing prospect, especially as they would have to forage for food along the way. It would take even longer than the trip there. My brother will not go, Sledgefist said. I will go, Warmcoat said, and with that he walked out of the storeroom. That's it then, Jorvig said. He left too, wanting to get away from the others. The weir needed checked for fish anyway. No doubt they were all as hungry as he. I'll divide the halves, what to keep and what to send, Hobblefoot said. We'll do it together, Sledgefist replied. We should keep the finest pieces for cutting. We have to send some fine, to prove the quality. Jorvig was gone before he heard any more. Chapter 7, The Lift. The next morning, Jorvig awoke to find Saviarm and Warmcoat preparing for their departure. Striper the cat was nowhere to be seen, but two of her half-grown kittens sat nearby, swishing their tails as they watched the preparations with glinting eyes. Jorvig had been sleeping in the storeroom, and even though Saviarm and Warmcoat were moving quietly for what it was worth, they woke him as they filled sacks with the chosen portion of the amethyst crystals. There was little else to take, but the two dwarves were packing the crystals into wool sacks with old leaves jammed between them to try to prevent chipping or shattering. Jorvig rose to his feet. Good waking, he said. The others nodded. Their expressions were subdued. Warmcoat mumbled something that might have been good waking. Jorvig sighed. He did not envy the two envoys. He was still tired from his long journey to the claim. Winter was mild enough in the waste around Deep Cut, but in the Red Ridges snow would likely be falling long before Savvy and Warmcoat could hope to return. At least they could get some good meals, beer and hill smoke in their family stoneholds before returning. Jorvig prepared his harness and tools and headed into the adit drift and toward the mine shaft. When he reached the top of the ladder, he heard angry voices below. The amethyst was from the vent, not the seam, Hobblefoot snapped. The vent is barely 2 feet in diameter, Sledgefist yelled back. That pocket left a 15-foot stope. The quartz could only form in gaps from a vent. The same with quartz. The quartz is not in crystal points. Both of the dwarves were yelling. Jorvig knew why. Obviously, Sledgefist wanted to follow the quartz seam upward, while Hobblefoot wanted to mine downwards along the vent which had filled and solidified as a mineral intrusion ages ago. Either way could produce a variety of minerals or open into a lode, or neither. What Jorvig was sure about was that he didn't want to step in between Hobblefoot and Sledgefist. Sledgefist did not get his name in vain, though Hobblefoot was the broader and perhaps stronger of the two, yet to strike kin would be beyond a travesty. Jorvig didn't think it would come to that. The arguing would go on until one of them gave in. The problem was he'd never known either to give in, and if he was there with them, Sledgefist would expect Jorvig to take his side. So instead, Jorvig backed away from the shaft. He met Warmcoat and Saviarm coming out of the storeroom. Warmcoat must have read Jorvig's face, for the dwarf raised his thick eyebrows and gave the slightest smirk. Good fortune, he said. Good fortune, Jorvig replied. It was midday and Jorvig was up on the cliff face mining in his new adit when he heard Sledgefist calling. Chargrim, Chargrim. Jorvig poked his head out of the adit, his beard full of chips of sandstone and quartz. His brother stood within the warning zone of cave rune stakes near the pile of broken ore and stone at the base of the cliff. Chargrim, would you get down here and help already? We need you in the mine, not hiding up there. Sledgefist looked as irritated as his words. Without arguing, Jorvig readied his tools and rappelled down the rock, landing on the broken ore. Sledgefist was already striding down the slope toward the tailings pond. By the time Jorvig entered the adit, Sledgefist had made it to the bottom of the shaft ladder. Shineboot was at the top of the shaft, pulling on the rope of the block and tackle, raising up sacks of ore. He was cussing under his breath. Jorvig hurried to help him unload, setting the sacks against the adit wall, but Shineboot fell silent as soon as Jorvig rushed up. The sound of rapidly striking picks rose from below. "Which way did they choose?" Jorvig asked. "They chose nothing, each is mining their own drift." Jorvig sighed. "Maybe it was for the better. Is there more to lift?" "More than I can manage," Shineboot said. "I think they're trying to outdo each other." The dwarf looked at Jorvig appraisingly. "I know he's your brother, but Hobblefoot is the eldest." "He is that," Jorvig said, not wanting to get into it. It didn't matter to him if Hobblefoot became Rinlin of the mine, though the demand for a double portion was not fair to Warmcoat or Savyarm, and Jorvig doubted there was any way that Sledgefist would give in. It was true that no one had come there with an agreement on who was Rinlin. No one had taken oath, but they were all present at the staking of the claim. That made them partners and owners. If Hobblefoot could carry the argument, it would take a nearly unanimous decision by all the stakeholders. Sledgefist was Jorvig's brother. To go against him in something like this, Sledgefist would never forgive it. Jorvig climbed down the ladder, and what he found surprised him. Hobblefoot and Sledgefist must have been mining with all the strength they had, for already yards of material was piled waiting to be removed from the drifts. Having to load it, raise it 50 feet by hand pulley up the shaft, and then carry it down the adit for sorting, sluicing, dumping. It was a hopelessly inefficient way of dealing with it. They still needed to eat, but no one was even foraging. They would go to sleep hungry. With only 4 dwarves left in the claim, they needed a better way. They needed many better ways. After allowing himself little sleep, it was still dark when Jorvig awoke. Dwarves kept only loosely to the patterns of sun and moon, keeping more to their own rhythms of working, and there was much to do. Jorvig pulled the straps of his harness through the buckles, tightening them. The tool harness was a standard bit of mining kit for dwarves, more a series of interlocking belts with loops and clips for tools. This was the second time that Jorvig had to tighten his harness since he'd arrived at the claim. This time he had to tighten the thigh straps as well. He was losing weight. Dwarves loved belts in general, not just the miners. Many dwarf maids and whiffs also wore belts, often many at once, encrusted or gilded or stamped or tooled, colorful, woven or engraved. Though it went beyond practicality, it was never entirely devoid of it. And in this case his belts were telling him that they needed food or else winter would go ill for them. Stubborn, foolish determination had come over both Sledgefist and Hobblefoot. Neither would switch mining with Shineboot or Jorvig, or discuss again the plans for the claim. Shineboot could not keep up with the ore and stone alone, and Hobblefoot had yelled at Shineboot the day before for helping Sledgefist at all. "You're my brother," he'd shouted, not even stopping his hammer blows to berate his brother. Sledgefist and Hobblefoot had both rolled into their alcoves to sleep after 20 or more hours of digging, but still begrudging the pause. Dwarven male children were called Gilk and females called Gilna until they reached 30 years of age and underwent their Rundle ceremony. Sledgefist and Hobblefoot were acting like Gilk, had that strike so addled their heads. Jorvig was certain now that the Hardfell brothers were right not to come. He'd been naive, maybe, to come himself. But what else could he do? He had little other family left and no desire to mine salt for the rest of his life. Back in Deep Cut, everyone knew precisely their place. In the mine, everyone had their rank and discipline was unbroken from the Rinlin down to the least apprentice miner. The Council of Elders ruled all major decisions for the colony, and within the dwarven families, everything was determined in unyielding order of heredity and birth, each stonehold a small kingdom. If the 4 dwarves left in the mine had been brothers, they would defer to Hobblefoot without question, not because he was always right, but because deferring to the elder in the family was always right. The problem was extra complicated by the fact that Hobblefoot and Shineboot were their cousins, and though Hobblefoot was older than Sledgefist, Sledgefist and Jorvig's father was older than Hobblefoot's and Shineboot's father. Hobblefoot was the eldest in the mine, but of the second line of their grandbeards' hold. In such situations of dispute, it was best to split apart and form separate stoneholds, claims, workshops, or whatever else was at stake. Then the family leaders could interact as independent lords of their own rock. But Sledgefist and Hobblefoot had always been friends, close almost like brothers. Until now they had directed their hot-headed, stubborn ways at the world around them, not at each other. Jorvig didn't know how to fix it. So he set about something he could fix. He went out of the claim. The woods in the dell were quiet. He heard the flow of water over the tailings dam. A few crickets sounded, but already the woods were growing quiet with the hushed approach of autumn. It took only 5 minutes to fell a straight cedar along the path to the weir. He limbed it and used hammer, chisels, and axe to split it into long strips. The process would be easier with a draw knife, but he could use his axe well enough to rough-hew what he needed. He did this with 3 trees. He'd counted out what he needed of boards and pegs as he'd lain on the stone before sleep. Once finished, he carried his new lumber back to the adit. The dwarves had built a water wheel inside. It was Hobblefoot's initiative, no doubt, but they hadn't followed through, most likely too eager and distracted looking for a strike. Jorvig didn't understand that. There was so much that could have been improved in their lives with only a few days' labor. Had no one taken initiative? Had these problems been brewing since the start? He wondered what the long winter had been like there, this water wheel left alone while they hauled ore up the shaft by hand. That would stop. It had to stop. One of the others had brought a corkscrew drill with them to the mine, thankfully. Jorvig used that to drill the holes in the lumber where he needed them after carefully measuring with line and charcoal. Striper meowed and rubbed against his boot as he worked, and he paused only long enough to scratch behind her ears now and then. "Where are your kittens, eh?" he asked absently. He'd seen one or two, but they had started to hunt on their own now, and they'd be prowling. Dawn had not yet come. Shineboot rose first. Jorvig was surprised he hadn't woken anyone else with the sound of his work, but Sledgefist and Hobblefoot had fallen into deep sleep after their labor. Shineboot entered the water wheel chamber and found Jorvig fitting some arms to the mechanism. "Ah yes, we meant to do that, but They wanted to strike as soon as possible. It wouldn't have sped things up." "Maybe not if you had two dwarves working the pulley system. This won't take more than a day, I reckon," Jorvig said. Shineboot nodded. It looked like he wanted to talk, but he hesitated, then sighed. "I better get a head start," he said and walked out of the chamber. Jorvig didn't look after him. The best thing he could do for Shineboot was to get this mechanism functioning so he could hope to keep up with Hobblefoot and Sledgefist while Jorvig went hunting. Because hunting was what mattered most now. He wished that Shineboot would aid him instead of going back to the shaft, but he doubted he could convince him to go against Hobblefoot. It may be better not to try. Jorvig had to go back out and cut some more timber. The system would have to lift tons of rock and do so again and again. When he returned, he noticed that Sledgefist and Hobblefoot were gone from their alcoves. He could hear the sound of picks echoing up the shaft. He wasn't sorry that he'd missed them. By then, he'd already attached the wooden shaft to the hub of the wheel. With more time and care, he would have used a pit wheel in the same chamber as the water wheel, fitted to a wallower and then a spur wheel system. These were mechanisms every dwarven gilk knew from childhood. They even made miniature toys of wood or brass for teaching such things. Jorvig didn't have enough time. Instead, he fitted a spur wheel onto the end of the wooden shaft where it stuck out into the adit drift. He was just fixing the spur wheel securely by driving pins when Sledgefist climbed up the ladder shaft and approached him. His brother had a broad visage above his thick curly blonde beard, a face that flushed red easily with excitement, anger, joy, or beer. It was a face that was easy to like, easy to put confidence in. Right now, it was a sandy gray with dust, as were his bare arms where the sweat had not streaked and mudded them. "I need you hauling my ore." "What we need is to get a lift working. We'll starve hauling your ore if all four of us are working the drifts." "We wouldn't starve if Hobblefoot wasn't so stubborn. I could have used your aid in the argument." "I'm giving what aid I can give here and now, unless you both want to stop mining and make sure we don't starve this winter." "We won't starve. But we came here to mine, not run about the forest." "Someone needs to run about the forest or we won't live to see the Hardfell brothers again, if they even come. It won't be me, not yet. I'm close to another strike, I feel that in my bones." "I can see your bones," Jorvig said, "and that's all anyone will find in the spring unless we prepare. We can hunt after we strike. The stone won't go anywhere." "Go ahead then," Sledgefist snapped. "Do as you wish." With that he turned and left. Chapter 8 Goldstrike. Jorvig tried not to think about the conversation with his brother. More and more he regretted coming to the claim. He may have been better off to go it alone as a prospector. But no. That was beyond dangerous. Only someone truly desperate would go off prospecting alone. He focused on his work on the lift, connecting a smaller spur wheel fitted onto the end of a winch. By that afternoon, a lever allowed the two spur wheels to be disengaged at need, and a stop catch held the winch still when the spur wheels were disengaged. From the winch, a rope ran to a reconfigured block and tackle hanging from new anchors over the shaft down to the drifts, connected to the crude wooden platform below. He called Shineboot up to witness the first test use. The two dwarves lifted the sluice gate together, letting the stream flow into the wheel race, and the water wheel groaned into movement. The wooden shaft began to turn. They entered the adit and Jorvig pushed the lever forward. The gears caught. He'd carved the teeth to be angled rather than squared to lessen the abrasion of frequent separations and meetings. Still, they'd wear, but until they could build from something more durable than wood, it must suffice. Cedar was a good wood for the purpose, strong and not prone to rotting. The winch began to turn, winding the rope. By connecting a larger wheel to a smaller, they gained a bit of speed in the gear mechanism, but still, the platform had to rise 50 feet up the shaft. It took a few minutes and that was empty. It needs grease, Shineboot said. Yes, and we might have some if we'd been hunting. You'll be out of oil for the lamps tomorrow, too. Shineboot fell silent for a few moments. How many tons do you think it will lift? He asked at last. Jorvig had wondered that himself. I'd start with a half and go up from there, he said. Aren't you going to help? I'm going to make you barrows. Shineboot sighed, then nodded. The platform arrived and Jorvig pulled back the lever and pressed the lock forward at the same time to keep the winch from rapidly unwinding, even though the platform was empty. He leaned on a simple friction brake on the far side of the winch and let go the lock. The platform slowly descended. Shineboot turned to head back to the shaft and started down the ladder. Shineboot, Jorvig said. The dwarf looked up at him, only head and shoulders left in sight. Load for both of them, please. It's hard enough to keep up with Hobblefoot, Shineboot answered, his brow furrowed. I'm making this for all of us, we can't survive any other way. Shineboot glanced down. I'll do what I can, he said. It had taken Jorvig more than 20 hours of work to get the lift system functioning. He allowed himself 4 or 5 hours of sleep before waking in the dark and heading back into the woods with his axe to fell trees. It took Jorvig half that day to fashion 2 strong wheelbarrows. He split wide enough planks to allow him to fashion wheels out of 4 or 5 pieces pinned together with fitted joints. It took more time to sharpen his tools to the fine hone he needed than to do the actual work of shaving them until they had smooth curves. The trick is to let the tool do the work, his father had said. It was common wisdom, but it made a difference to him that his father had repeated it so often. The barrows were certainly not the labor of a master woodworker, but he hoped they would function at least for a while. Maybe things would improve. With the tools, Shineboot's rate of moving ore should increase. All of this should have been done already. The more he thought about it, the more it irritated Jorvig that it was. He wished that old Rinlin Cobblegear was there. He'd been the Rinlin of the salt mine where Jorvig had apprenticed. That Whitebeard brooked no nonsense and ran a mine with strict efficiency. No one had loved him overmuch, and yet the mine moved. They mined with deep songs rather than angry silence. By the time he'd finished the second barrow, Jorvig's annoyance had peaked. He thought of going to help Shineboot for the rest of the day, but he didn't want to be anywhere near Hobblefoot or Sledgefist. It was late afternoon and the sun had already dipped below the ridge, bathing the dell in shadow even though dark would not truly fall for hours yet. Jorvig was sick of working wood. It may be lighter and easier stuff than stone, but he did not love it the same. He replaced his tools in his mining harness and followed his feet out of the adit and into the dell, around the tailings pond, and up the slope. Mostly it was solitude that he sought in his own adit high in the cliff face. He climbed the broken pile of rock, up the half-buried tree trunk and grasped his rope, hauling himself upward. It was no problem for most dwarves, especially those who worked in the mines, to pull themselves up with their arms alone, but Jorvig walked up the rock with his feet, using the niches he'd carved for the purpose. Once he reached the adit opening, he sat and dangled his legs over the edge, staring away into the tops of the pine trees and breathing in the mountain air. There was a hint of chill in it. Already a waxing crescent moon floated in the sky above, the 9th moon of the year. Jorvig unplugged his water skin and took a long drink. He turned and looked at the back wall of rock where he'd stopped digging. There was a large protrusion of quartz he'd been working to break away when Sledgefist had interrupted him. His hand was on his hammer before he even stood up. He prepared a chisel, fingering the edge to test the sharpness. This chunk should fracture without too much more work. He was right, he'd only given a dozen blows, repositioned his chisel, and struck a half-dozen times more when the quartz popped and a slab of rock the breadth of his chest fractured away, clattering onto the floor of the short tunnel. Jorvig's whole world focused in on one spot, one vein, one color. It was gold. There was a vein of bright gold or the width of his little finger, but the quartz all around was flecked with hard rock gold flakes the size of a fingernail. He'd exposed a narrow section, but it continued into the rock. This could be the edge of a lode that could make them all rich, that could send this claim from being profitable to being 1 in 100 or 1,000. It depended on how big the lode truly was. All this hit him in one overwhelming moment of color and quartz. Jorvig went to take a step back and nearly fell. The edge of the fallen chunk of quartz had landed on the side of his boot, pinching it. It had missed his foot, but it pinned the edge of his boot when he went to move. He hadn't even noticed the pressure. This wealth eclipsed the amethyst. Sledgefist and Hobblefoot could not deny they should mine it. This would solve their fight. They'd have to abandon their opposing drifts and move the labor here. With so much to be gained, the argument about shares could hardly be maintained. Jorvig's stomach sank, and he felt momentarily dizzy as another realization came. With so much more at stake, the argument could become worse than ever. This strike could put such a strain on their tenuous companionship that separating would be unavoidable. But who would abandon the claim? Who could? This was a chance at real wealth, the kind that could make the fathers of dwarf maids court them instead of the other way around, seeking husbands for their daughters. And why else were they out here in the wilds except to establish their lines for the next generation? If they already had an agreement, if oaths were sworn to a Rinlin, they could all abide if a new strike was made, even a strike of surpassing worth. But there was no agreement, telling them could send everything over a precipice. Jorvig got to work. First he had to hollow out above and below the vein itself just enough to make an inset for the rock. It took him 2 hours, but he managed to fit a slab of the quartz over the vein. It looked like the rock wall was cracked, but unless someone came and began to work the drift, they'd never know that Jorvig had put rock back in place there. And what were the odds anyone was going to come here besides himself? He untied the rope he used to climb and replaced it with the longer section of rope he still kept. He let both ends dangle to the slope below and descended, holding both sections of the rope together. Once at the bottom, he pulled one end of the rope until the other end slipped through the anchor loop of rock and fell down to the ground. He coiled it up. There, anyone who wanted to reach the adit would have to work for it now. Sledgefist and Hobblefoot would have to hammer out their disagreement soon. They couldn't go on like this. When they did, shares would have to be settled. Then he could reveal the strike, pretend as if it was a new discovery. Until then, he couldn't risk it. Chapter 9: The Wild's Delight in Cruelty. Jorvig strode down the slope, hurrying away from the cliff adit as if his mere presence would alert the others. If worse came to worse, one or the other set of brothers would leave the claim. That seemed likely. He paused. What if it was Sledgefist who decided to leave and not Hobblefoot? Was Jorvig going to walk away knowing what wealth the cliff contained? That dilemma would come later. It may not even come to pass. There was still a chance they could resolve their problems. Jorvig woke early and hungry. Angry voices rose up the shaft as he stepped into the adit drift. He hadn't planned on mining that day. They needed food. Shineboot had gathered some fish from the weir the night before, but it wasn't enough for dwarves who were working so long and hard. They needed meat and lots of it if they wanted to survive the coming winter. Amethyst and Gold could not feed them in the wilds. There was large game in the Red Ridges, but none of them were hunters. It didn't matter, they had no choice. Whether or not the others wanted to help him, Jorvig would do what he needed to survive, and if he could save the others, he would. They would not drag him down with their stubbornness. He tried to help Shineboot with a better system to transport ore and waste, but that was all, not without a full belly. Sledgefist and Hobblefoot could argue themselves into a grave. Jorvig wasn't going to help them dig it. He didn't bother to tell anyone he was going. If he succeeded, he'd return. They weren't going to help him. They could slowly starve fishing the river for weeks, maybe months yet. There was nothing else left in the dell. The foragers had been setting snares, but they had stopped catching anything before Warmcoat and Saviarm left. After walking to the river Kithlug, Jorvig paused and looked upstream and down. Either way was as good as another as far as he knew. He'd come here from downstream, and if he had to range a field, he may as well see something new. So he headed upstream. Passing a young cedar sapling, he cut it down and stripped its branches and bark. He hated to cut rope, but he sliced a foot off the end of his rope and reknotted it. Then he pulled apart the twists of the short piece and tied them together into a length of twine. He cut grooves into the end of the cedar branch, and then wrapped his dagger handle to the end of the shaft with the twine, knotting it off securely. He tested it against another tree, both a thrust and a slash, and it held. It would be better if he had time to melt some pine resin and coat the twine, but he wanted to be able to recover his dagger from the spear without a mess. There were plenty of animal tracks near the river, but most were old, baked into hardened clay near the river's edge. He had no experience as a tracker, and he could tell little about the tracks themselves, but he knew nothing had left those imprints in dried clay. The river wound through a narrow gap between two ridges, and then a vale widened out nearly a mile longer than it was wide. He still saw nothing besides birds high above. Something large crashed through the undergrowth, fleeing from him before he even knew it was there. He flinched, startled. Whatever it was big and afraid of him. He felt foolish. Already the realization was rapidly dawning on him that he had no hope of sneaking up on an animal and spearing it. The vale eventually narrowed, and the river passed through another gap between narrow slopes. On the far side of the river, a 30-foot rock face dropped abruptly down from a ridge where the flowing water had gouged it over the ages, or where the cataclysm had broken it apart. On the near side, there was enough room for a game trail to lead between the broken slopes of the ridge and the flowing water. Driftwood further up the slope told Jorvig that the river must overflow its course in the springtime or during heavy rain. Something snorted. He'd been distracted looking at the silty soil as he walked, but he jerked his head up just in time to see 5 massive beasts leap away up the trail ahead of him. They'd been heading toward him down the trail. One had antlers nearly as tall as Jorvig and spreading 5 feet across. He knew there were creatures called deer or elk in these forests, though he wasn't sure of the difference. They looked kind of like goats in a way. He'd seen smaller ones from time to time on his trip to the claim, but he had not seen any this size. A single one could feed them for weeks, maybe a month on tight rations. And there was no way that he could catch one. They had loped away faster than Jorvig could ever dream of running, and he felt sure they had barely tried. He set the butt of his makeshift spear on the silt and leaned against it. The ground along the game trail was well trampled. Some of the tracks must belong to these creatures. Most of the tracks looked like they had been made by something like a goat, a cloven hoof. This must be the easiest way from whatever lay beyond this narrows to the vale he'd left behind. This was the problem with prospecting. You had to figure out everything. In a colony like Deep Cut, all a miner had to do was mine. There were cultivators and planters and goat herds and shepherds working below and above ground. The branching canyons around Deep Cut were carved and honeycombed with houses and stoneholds, terraced with gardens, cultivated with water pumped from underground by giant wheels and engines driven by steam. You could stand on the surface above the canyons of Deep Cut and see only painted sand and cracked clay, a windswept waste haunted by jackals and snakes, but peer over the edge and life thrived. Variegated colors like a prism shone from polished minerals in exposed layers, and the hanging flowers grown to feed the teeming honeybees. The bees themselves were cultivated in hundreds and thousands of skeps so that the air hummed with energy. Vining vegetables of many varieties hung down the sides of the canyon. There was no shortage of food in Deep Cut. They even raised sheep and goats in pens and pastures, and the pigs they had learned to keep from the humans. Fungus and fish were farmed in the deeps below the canyons. Each dwarf did what each dwarf did normally as their fathers had done before, and purchased or traded for food and other necessities. No one admired the goat herds or planters for their labor, but they were needed, and without them the many workings of the deep would grind to a halt. Of this anti-tourmaline had reminded their folk from the lessons of the crippled king, the ancient father. The dwarves had at first thought the barren landscape on the surface of the waste was a problem. Now they knew it was a blessing. Not only was the land they mined unwanted by the various human kingdoms, even the Uasi could not survive there. And though Deep Cut was now fabled as wealthy among the caravans that came to trade with them, no one had ever attempted to march an army against them in the harsh conditions, and if they did they would find only pits of death. Jorvig straightened up. Pits of death, it was true, he was no human or accursed elf to run in chase of these beasts on the surface of the land. He was a dwarf. This could be solved with the tools of a dwarf, and like a dwarf he needed to plan and prepare, for once he did this, time would become critical. The stew hall in Deep Cut was full of smoke and the thick scent of sour ale. The old prospector sat across from Jorvig at a nice table. The sleeves of his shirt were patched, a different type of cloth on each side. It was the middle of the previous winter, months before Jorvig set out to join his brother's new claim in the Red Ridges. He wasn't even due to formally finish his apprenticeship for 2 more months as it was. The old prospector, his beard white and curling down to his waist, puffed on a long-stemmed pipe of hill smoke. "Course, we didn't go to the Red Ridges, not in my day," he said. "That was before the humans pushed the Uasi southward, back when we could still mine in the long downs." It was the 3rd time the prospector had told him that, but Jorvig ignored the repetition. He'd bought the prospector his stone mug of stew and a bag of hill smoke in exchange for the interrogation. "You've got to do things in lots," the prospector went on. "Focus on food until you've a good store, warmth then, light then. Don't leave off any task until you've enough to make it through the hard months at least, and do that before you dig anything more than shelter." "It wastes work to change work," Jorvig said, repeating the old dwarvish adage. Yes, that's it." "And you think my list is good?" Jorvig asked. "More fishing line and hooks, I reckon, if you're going to the ridges. I hear the streams are plentiful there. Hooks would be time-consuming to fashion when you're hungry, and hook and line are light to carry. Take more than you think you need." Jorvig nodded. "All right." "Oh, and take clean cloth for bandages and patches," the prospector added, and then he stiffened, his shoulders squaring. He set his jaw, staring past Jorvig as if a sudden memory had come to him. When he spoke, his voice had a sterner tone. 50 years seemed to melt away from him. "Neglect your necessities at your peril. Even for a little while, death watches for an opportunity. The wilds delight in cruelty, and don't be impulsive." Jorvig looked into his empty beer mug, wishing there was any left to drink. He'd spoken to everyone with prospecting experience he could find in Deep Cut months ago. This old dwarf had come with a trade caravan from East Spire. They all said a variation of the same thing: food, drink, clothes, shelter, the staples of life. It took supreme effort and skill to both survive and have time left over for prospecting and mining. The wilds had claimed many lives. He hoped that Sledgefist and the others were all right and that he did not find disaster awaiting him in the Red Ridges. Chapter 10: The Hunt. The preparations took Jorvig 2 days, and that with only a couple short naps. He was famished, having eaten only a single fish he'd managed to hook from the river in that time. Sometimes as he worked, dizziness would come upon him. He drank as much as he could, more to feel like his belly was full than from need. When he'd finished the preparations, he stared up at the ridge above him. He could not follow the river up into the next vale where the beasts had fled. The harder way must be taken for this to work. Using his makeshift spear as a walking stick, Jorvig climbed up the broken ridge above the river, often bending over to brace his thigh with his free hand. Fatigue was setting in. Though he was only a day's hike away from the claim, he was truly on his own. It had already been days. If something happened to him, the odds of his body ever being found were slim. It was likely that no one would look for him either. He knew the risks of going off alone, even though he did it for all of them. The trees blanketed the ridges all the way up to their undulating crests, a mix of conifers and birches, beeches, and maple mostly. Only the bare balds and spires of exposed granite and basalt rose above that cover of trees. Some of the deciduous varieties were showing the first hints of color. He did not intend to climb all the way up to the top of the ridge, but only enough to get into the next vale without disturbing the animal trail. The narrow gap where he'd seen the beasts did indeed open out into another small valley following the river course. It took him close to 2 hours to descend along the far side. He had not been able to even see the river for most of the journey. The trees were so thick, so he had to rely on the undulations of the landscape to pick his route. Eventually he reached the game trail along the riverbank near another narrows. He drank cold water from the river at a gap in the rock of the bank. Plentiful beast tracks revealed it to be a regular watering spot. After slaking his thirst, he climbed back up the bank and stared downstream. It was evening and the sun was already well below the ridgeline. He wasn't looking forward to this part. It made him feel foolish just thinking about it. Still, there was nothing for it. Dignity mattered not in the wild. He cut a stout branch and stripped it, then held his spear in one hand and the stick in the other. Tapping into what wells of strength he still had, he took a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs. He jogged forward, whacking trees as he passed by, cracking the branch against the trunks as he yelled and jogged forward. The vale was only a bit longer than half a mile and significantly narrower. His voice echoed over the river. This might all be for nothing. What with making so much racket, he couldn't tell if there was even anything else alive and moving in the valley. Even as he ran, he started to plan on fishing. This was a stupid waste of effort, and he'd squandered days and energy for nothing. At length, sweating and huffing for breath, he approached the narrow gap between the mountain spurs. The trees grew less thick and tall here on account of the exposed rock, but just on the far side of the choke point there was deep silty loam washed up by years of river floods at a low bend. His voice felt raw and he stopped shouting and slowed to a walk. If it hadn't worked by now, it wasn't going to work at all. When he grew quiet and stopped gasping for breath, he heard it, a grunting sound ahead. He broke into a jog again. Up ahead, the covering of the pit was broken and collapsed. Across the game trail where the silt lay deep, he had dug a long pit, covering it with a crisscross of thin scrub willow branches, then a layer of grasses and a thin cover of silt. He'd made it wider, he hoped, than the beasts could easily leap. He doubted any animal would be fooled if approaching cautiously, so he had to scare them toward it. Stepping up to the edge of the pit, he looked down, froze for a moment, and then laughed out loud. At the bottom of the pit were 2 of the beasts. They must have been running together. The pit was only 4 feet deep, and that had been done only at great labor as he'd hit a mix of gravel, clay, and bedrock beneath the silt. The depth wasn't the killer, though. It was full of sharpened stakes. One beast had been impaled multiple times through the abdomen, but the second, a specimen with great sweeping antlers, struggled and groaned, a sharp stake protruding bloody through its right shoulder as it tried to rise and free itself. Jorvig dropped the branch and grasped his spear in both hands. With a firm thrust, he drove the dagger blade into the creature's throat and yanked outwards, parting windpipe and arteries. Its struggle was over soon. Jorvig's heart pounded. This was sweet victory, but there was no time to waste. If he didn't act quickly, the meat would spoil, even though the days and nights were growing cooler. The first thing was to light the fire, then he would haul out the carcasses and begin to butcher them. This would all be so much easier with salt, but even if he still had the full 5 pounds of salt he'd brought, it wouldn't be enough. So instead, he had to use smoke. It would take days. Only 10 yards away on the far side of a boulder, Jorvig had carefully stacked a semicircle wall of stone against the natural rock, situated over a small hole and sealed with clay and mud taken from the pit trap. The concept was similar in a way to how they sometimes smelted ore in the wild, but in this case, the fire would be kept low and smoky. He already had a supply of green wood and kindling ready to be lit, the shaved bark of a birch tree, and with a few strikes of his flint and steel he had a fire going. With so much birch bark to hand, he had no fear the fire would take even with the green wood. He returned to the beasts and tied his rope around the neck of the one he'd stabbed, but he soon found that it weighed many hundreds of pounds. Dwarves were hardy, used to carrying weight, but in the end he had to butcher it in the hole. He was sweating, more from a sense of urgency than from heat or exercise. It was awkward to part out the massive beast in the pit. He had to remove his dagger from the branch, but he got it done. First, he skinned it out and spread the hide flesh side up onto the ground. Then he butchered both animals, leaving the meat on the bones, piling the divisions on the upturned hide to keep them clean. He divided into hips, shoulders, spine, sides of rib, and neck. He would have to build a second smoker. The first would only fit one of the creatures, but he would get it started. The top of the smoker kiln was open, and he drove greenwood branches through the portions of meat and lay the branches over top the opening in the kiln. The meat hung inside, spaced so as not to touch, and he carefully sealed the top with more stone and clay. Smoke would fill the chamber, slowly forming a preservative coating on the meat, but he would have to tend the fire for many days, as many as he could manage, keeping it smoky and not too hot. Still, there was a risk it could foul, but if he managed it well, the meat could last for months. In Deep Cut, the folk still smoked meat, despite the plentiful salt, and they did it for the flavor. Some of the older dwarves swore by the flavor of coal-smoked goat in particular. Flavoring meat only took a couple days. Preserving it with smoke took far, far longer. It took Jorvig hours to build another smoker kiln, get a fire started, and hang the meat from the second beast. He'd covered the meat in the second hide to keep flies and other insects away in the meantime, and he hoped it had not taken him too long. Once both fires were burning steadily enough, Jorvig returned to the carcasses. There was plenty still piled on the hides that he could not reasonably smoke: liver, kidney, heart, and the head meats. Dwarves did not eat brain, but the tender flesh around the head was sought after, as well as the eyes. He wrapped all this in the hides and carried it back besides the smokers. Last, he threw the offal in the river. He did not want any visits from scavengers. At last, he started a cookfire for himself, setting flat stones around the edges and laying the organ meat to sizzle there. With his pick, he broke open the skulls to extract the creature's brains, not to eat. The hides were valuable, and it was one of the true wonders of the world that each creature carried enough brains to preserve its own hide. Jorvig figured the same must be true of dwarves, but he doubted it, considering the behavior of his companions back at the claim. He used the edge of a chisel to shave and peel the flesh off the inside of the hide, taking it down to the translucent skin layer. Then he warmed the brains over the cookfire and mashed them into a paste, added water, and spread it across the flesh side of both hides, folding them over themselves. They would stay like that as the brain paste absorbed. Jorvig didn't know why it worked, no one did, and it wasn't the only way to preserve the leather, but it was the surest way in the wilds. The hides would dry hard, and it would take hours of work later to break the fibers apart until they became pliable again, and they would need smoked as well, but now at least they would not rot. It was the middle of the night. The stars shone above. The cool wind swayed the treetops, and Jorvig sat at his small cookfire near his two smokers. The Lord of Three Fires, he dubbed himself as he glutted on head meat and rich organs. It had been so long since he'd felt truly full, stuffed, and sated. He was determined to let none of it go to waste, and he didn't finish eating or let himself take a short nap until the eastern sky lightened. The sensation was similar to intoxication. Still, much of the organ meat would go to waste. It had already been many hours, there was just too much. After a nap, Jorvig awoke to the crass morning sun and tended the fires, then spent a few more hours cutting and splitting wood. As he worked, he tried to calculate how long it would take him to get back to the dell. On his trip upstream, he had walked slowly and quietly, taking hours to reach this point. Dwarves were not known for speed, but he was pretty sure that if he jogged the whole way, he could make it back to the dell in little more than an hour. Allowing only a short time to inform the others of what had transpired, he'd have to jog back straight away to tend the fires. The problem with keeping a fire smoldering low was that there was a delicate balance between letting it flame up too rapidly or burn out altogether. Leaving the fires for nearly 3 hours would be hard, as he would not be able to regulate the heat and smoke, and he risked the meat if the stone smoke hives were not kept full of smoke. Still, the process could take weeks, and he needed to let the others know. Jorvig would have preferred to be under stone. Being out on the surface like this was dangerous, but he couldn't smoke meat in an unventilated mine, and it would have taken him at least 2 trips to get the meat back to the dell. Alone, he would have had to carry it against his body, soiling it, unless he wasted more time going back for help. Meat could start to turn within hours. It was not yet cool enough outside to make it last. He had to deal with it there. He'd leave his tools behind to lighten his load and hope for the best. The fire needed banked well, so he built up a deep bed of embers, laid atop some greenwood maple cross-stacked, and then placed large flat chunks of river shale in front of the fire holes, partially sealing them with clay to limit airflow. That should help the fire burn slowly and smolder while he was away. The folded hides he placed on top of a boulder to keep small rodents away from them. Then he drank his fill of water from the river and started off at a jog with only his dagger tucked into its sheath at the back of his belt. Chapter 11, Smoke and Blood. He had come a bit further than he remembered, and the terrain was rough, game trail or no, but he turned into the opening of the dell in little more than his estimated hour. Nothing had changed. Bent over his knees breathing hard, he finally stood before the adit. Water bubbled out of the ground and he took another long drink, which only made him start sweating again. The sounds of mining below reached him as soon as he stepped into the adit. The larger spur gear of the lift mechanism spun alone, the rest of the mechanism disconnected, which meant Shineboot was likely below loading. He continued to the ladder and climbed down. Shineboot saw him first. "Chargrim," he said, "glad to see you." The dwarf looked haggard. His skin was covered in more than one day's grit and dust, which was unusual as dwarf miners tended to bathe religiously in their case out in the tailings pond. Shineboot's eyes looked unusually luminous in his face. "Did you find any food?" Yes," Jorvig answered. The relief on his friend's face was clear. "I have brought down 2 beasts of some size. There are hundreds of pounds of meat smoking not far." "Hammer and tongs, that's good news," Shineboot said. "It won't be ready for some time, but if you all come, we could remove a piece from the smoke hive for you to eat." Shineboot looked over his shoulder at the 2 drifts, one running along a downward slope and one jutting off at an upward angle. They had dug far already. "Has aught changed here?" "Nothing of great purpose. Listen, Chargrim, if you supported Hobblefoot." Jorvig raised his hand. "I am supporting you all. There is meat, and I will be gone to tend it for weeks. But when I am done, if all goes well, it will give us a foundation for the winter." Shineboot stared at Jorvig, not responding. "I have little time," Jorvig went on. "I must return to tend the fires. Follow the river upstream and within 3 miles you will find me. Follow your nose. We can risk opening the smoke hive for a moment. You must all eat. With just a few fish between you, working like this, you will collapse soon. We will go and speak with them." "You must speak with them," Jorvig said. "I've no time, I must return. They don't listen to me." "If they don't, tell them where to go and come alone and eat. Let them shovel their ore if they are so stubborn, but I think stomachs may win out by now." Jorvig had already started to climb back up the ladder. He drank again from the stream flowing out of the adit and started back at a jog. Since he'd gorged the night before, he felt a great resurgence of strength and at times a woozy lightheadedness. The few miles slipped by. The day was cool and the air felt clear and fresh. There really was nothing like mountain air laden with the clean scent of limestone, sandstone, and 1,000 other minerals and fragrances. Deep cut smelled always of coal and salt and fish and steam. Jorvig hadn't ever known what he was missing. The breeze was at his back, blowing upstream, so he didn't smell the smoke and meat until he was nearly back. He recognized the trail. Coming through a low stand of young birch, he saw his pit trap ahead, still broken apart. He angled through some tall river grasses, cutting across to his smoke hives. He stopped in his tracks just 5 feet away from the boulder. His stomach clenched and a horrid tingling traveled up and down his spine, even before his mind could catch up. The 2 creatures stared at him with bulbous eyes. One crouched on top of the boulder above the smoke hives and the other was on the ground. It had been prodding at the shale slab over the opening of the smoke hive with a short javelin, but when Jorvig burst through the tall grass, they both froze. A few dreadful heartbeats passed and no one moved. Something smelled vile. No clear thought moved in Jorvig, but his mind took in the situation in quick bursts. He'd never seen one before, but millennia of dwarven lore ensured he'd know them. Uasi. The creature atop the boulder sprang like a frog, jutting its javelin at Jorvig's chest. Jorvig stepped to the side, raised a hand to push aside the blade, and grasped behind his back for his dagger with the other. The javelin blade sliced across his palm and tore into the side of his ribs, but he managed to catch the Uasi by the throat with his torn hand as the second Uasi rushed him. Jorvig turned, putting the struggling Uasi in his grasp between him and the other Uasi, even as he freed his dagger and plunged it into the creature's gut 2 times. The second Uasi jabbed low beneath its companion. The thin, narrow blade parted Jorvig's calf muscle from his shin as it pierced. Jorvig felt himself weaken at once. and before his grip failed, he pushed the Usi back into its companion and bowled forward after him, stabbing frantically with his dagger. He felt the resistance of leather give way beneath the force of one of his blows. He struggled to push himself up with his slashed hand. Both Usi were below him, and he stabbed and stabbed again even as his vision seemed to darken, and specks of white light burst before him like sparks from hot scale at the forge. He rolled away, trying to distance himself from the creatures, but they did not rise. He heard ragged breaths but was not sure at first if it was his own or one of the beasts. There had been no cries, no sounds during the fight that he heard. It had been nothing like battles and song. It was over in moments, leaving his heart beating and blood pouring from his wounds. As he lay on his back, he felt like his strength fled and his head lolled to one side, but the fit passed after a moment and he looked up. The Usi were still not moving, those creatures of horror from old stories. Jorvig didn't think the Usi had ever seen a dwarf before either, and that short delay of uncertainty had likely saved his life. He'd blundered into them with no sense of danger. As his wits returned and his thoughts began to jumble together in something of a line, he knew he had to act. He was bleeding badly. Where was his dagger? It was still in his hand, covered in dark blood. There was a horrid stench unlike anything he'd ever encountered. He gagged and wiped the blade on the mossy ground, but the blood was all over his hands as well. "Oh, and take clean cloth for bandages and patches," the old prospector had said. Jorvig looked over. The creatures had rifled through his pack and dumped it. His tools were in a pile, but he saw the roll of wool cloth he'd kept at the bottom of the pack lying in the dirt a few feet away. He dragged himself toward it on his fists and one knee. He tore away the leg of his pant, then wrapped the wound, staining the dressing with his own flowing blood. He tied it off as tight as he could. Using one hand, he pulled his shirt over his head, wincing as he did so. The slice along his ribs had hit the bone, but it hadn't penetrated between the ribs or hit his lung. It stung fiercely, but it wasn't bleeding like his leg. He wrapped it as best he could, tying the strip of cloth over his chest. His hand throbbed and burned, and he wrapped it and used his teeth to tie the bandage along with his good hand. It was only then that he realized he was gasping for breath, and tears of pain and other inexpressible emotion were running down his face. He lay back and tried to get control of his breathing. If he had felt lightheaded before, now the sky seemed to spin. It was the horrific stench that brought him back to the present at last. The sun was behind the ridges and he lay in shadow. The first thing he knew was that the fires were low, maybe already out. He sat up slowly, feeling his body complain. The toes below his injured leg felt numb and cold, but oddly enough the greatest pain came from his hand. He'd stacked wood next to the smoke hives before going back to the claim. In that moment, all he could manage to care about was saving the meat. He crawled over and yanked the shale slab from the front of the first hive. There was still some heat in the coals. He stacked some birch atop the embers, then maple atop that. There was more heat in the second smoke hive, the charred ends of some of the greenwood still smoldering. He added more fuel. He felt exhausted and lay on his unhurt side for some time, feeling nauseous. If there were more Uasi about, they would be able to kill him with ease. He glanced at the foul, motionless bodies. He was worth two, at least. Isn't that what it said in the old story? A dwarf must be worth many, for the foe is many, but a dwarf is strong. The stench was awful. Saliva filled his mouth from the nausea. He should throw the bodies in the river, but he was many yards away. He would do it as soon as he regained his strength. Chapter 12, Wounds in Darkness. Jorvig startled awake. "Blast, if that's what the meat smells like, I don't want any," he heard Hobblefoot say with disgust. Jorvig lifted his head just as the others came into view around the side of the boulder. He raised his bandaged hand in greeting. His throat was parched and his tongue felt swollen and stuck in his mouth. How much blood had he lost? "Chargrim!" Sledgefist exclaimed, the first of the three to regain their composure. He rushed to Jorvig, kneeling next to him and staring, unsure of what to do. "Are those?" Hobblefoot asked. "Shit." Jorvig ignored them and looked to Sledgefist. "Water, please." "Shineboot, fill up the skin." Shineboot hurried off. Hobblefoot approached the bodies of the Uasi, covering his nose with his hand. With the river so near, Shineboot returned in moments, handing a water skin to Sledgefist, who looked at Jorvig awkwardly and then pushed the skin into his uninjured hand. Jorvig filled his mouth, swished, spit, then drank the cold draft in great gulps. "Are there more about?" Hobblefoot asked. "Hundreds," Jorvig said, "but they're scared of me." It was an unusual fit of sarcasm, but he didn't feel like answering questions. "Is that true?" Shineboot asked. "No," Jorvig shook his head, "just those so far." "Slag, they stink, drop them in the river," Sledgefist said to the other two over his shoulder. "Give me a hand," Hobblefoot answered. Sledgefist frowned but stood and took one of the dead Uasi by the foot, as if he didn't want to get any closer than he must. He and Hobblefoot dragged the Uasi away toward the river. Shineboot frowned, wrinkling his nose. The goblins were a bit shorter than the dwarves, perhaps 3.5 feet, sinewy in frame. Their gray skin was suppurated and shone as if oily. They wore scraps of leather and hide. The short spears they'd wielded were solid, with iron heads. "Gah," Shineboot said, "I knew they were supposed to stink, but that's foul." Hobblefoot and Sledgefist returned, their hands wet where they'd washed them in the river. "We've got to get you back to the claim," Sledgefist said, looking at Jorvig's hurt leg. "Could you walk with a crutch?" "I can try. Here." Jorvig reached out his good hand and Sledgefist took it, helping him to his feet. He felt dizzy again. He tried to put some weight down on his injured leg, but the pain seared worse than when he'd been stabbed. Sledgefist steadied him. "We'll make a litter," Hobblefoot said, picking up Jorvig's axe from the ground and heading into the trees. They sacrificed a bit more of Jorvig's rope, but the dwarves had a litter built with speed. Hobblefoot and Sledgefist placed Jorvig atop it and bore him up, heading back to the claim. "The fires," Jorvig said, "tend the fires." "We'll take care of it," Sledgefist answered. Shineboot hurried to place more wood on the fires and followed after. At the claim, Sledgefist bathed Jorvig's wounds again and rewrapped them with fresh wool, as the dressings Jorvig had tied were stained with Uasi blood and stank. That done, Sledgefist put Jorvig in his own sleeping alcove. That night the pain became intense, far worse than at first. His leg and hand throbbed, and the slice on his ribs tore open if he moved. So Jorvig lay in silence, wincing and clenching his teeth, trying not to move. Sleep eluded him. He saw the glow of daylight arrive down the adit drift. Soon he heard tools, the sounds of saw and axe, then the blows of hammer and chisel on stone. He couldn't see, but he tried to imagine what was happening based on the sounds, anything to distract him from the pain and the nausea that was growing in his belly. Striper the cat kept jumping up to lay atop him, and he kept swatting her away. It seemed every time he came to himself she was there, a furnace of heat. Then the light of day vanished. They had made a door. He heard Sledgefist, Hobblefoot and Shineboot speaking in low tones. Their words sounded strange. Sledgefist came and gave Jorvig a drink and laid a full water skin next to him. "Hobblefoot and I are going out. Shineboot will stay here and bar the door until we return." Jorvig managed a nod. Exhausted, he drifted for a while between waking and sleeping, brought out of jumbled dreams by spasms of pain. Shineboot came to check on him like floating eyes in the dim light of a pine resin candle. The smell of the pine was overpowering. Jorvig rolled and vomited bile over the edge of the alcove. Shineboot lurched backward. Jorvig lay back, his brow damp. It seemed only the next moment that Sledgefist was there, saying something and pushing something towards Jorvig's face. Here, Char, you have to eat." It was a thin-sliced piece of meat. The smell was nauseating. "What the meat?" "It's from the beasts you killed. We brought it back to finish smoking here." It could have ruined it. He'd worked so hard for that meat. For a moment the horrible thought came to him that they were smoking the dead Uasi, but he realized it was an insane thought. "Hobblefoot and I brought it back in one trip on a pole between us. It will be fine. We'd already built the smoke hives here in the dell. It may bring more of that." Jorvig retched again over the edge of the alcove. Sledgefist stepped back, grimacing, but he did not flee like Shineboot. Instead, he brought water in a rough wooden bowl and cleaned Jorvig's beard, then forced him to drink clean water from the flask. After, Sledgefist stayed a while with his rough miner's hand on his brother's shoulder. Sledgefist was often there during the times when Jorvig woke from wherever it was he went. Always there was the stiff throbbing of pain. He heard Sledgefist and Hobblefoot speaking in hushed tones further down the adit. "I'm sure the blades were vile," Hobblefoot said. "He will come through." Jorvig felt like he had heard that last bit many times over. "He will come through," yet he heard it as one far off and disinterested. His leg was throbbing. His hand and side had faded to a dull ache except when he moved, but his leg felt afire. Striper was on his stomach again. A sense of stir-craziness came on him, a trembling unease and an urgency to rise. He had to get up and get up now. It was a matter of life and death. He swung his legs out of the alcove and sat up. Striper yowled and leapt away. He was lightheaded. Sledgefist was there in a moment. "Lay back down, brother," he said, putting a hand on his chest. "No," Jorvig snapped. "No, help me up." He was struggling to rise. "What is it?" "My leg, we have to unwrap it now." "Sit down then, I'll do it." Dwarves carved their sleeping alcoves just high enough to allow them to sit up with their legs over the side. Sledgefist took out his knife and cut away the knot of the bandage, then began to unwrap. The cloth was stained and the last couple wraps clung together and to the wound. Jorvig gritted his teeth at the pain as it peeled away. There was a smell. He saw the strength of it pass over Sledgefist's face. His brother looked up at him. Jorvig tried to lean over and raise his leg so he could get a good look. It was a struggle. "It's fouled," Sledgefist said. It was unusual for dwarves to suffer fever or infection, but the oozy blades must have been filthy. His calf was swollen, the skin looking like some kind of damp, scaled fish flesh. The wound itself was closed with thick, moist clots. "Give me your blade," Jorvig said. He was breathing hard. "Why?" "You've got to stab it." "You're not thinking right, Chargrim. Let's lay you back down." No, all Jorvig knew was that his leg was going to pop, and he needed it to pop. He reached down, grasped the swollen side of his calf with his thick calloused palms, and squeezed with what minor strength yet remained to him. The wound split apart and white pus drained, squirting and then flowing down his shin. Sledgefist recoiled back as Jorvig squeezed again and again, moving his grip around his leg. It hurt, but the throbbing pressure was relieved, and it no longer felt like his leg would burst. "Bring water," he said. Sledgefist hurried away. Jorvig pressed the wound until some blood came mixed with a clearer liquid. His brother returned with a bucket of cold spring water and Jorvig bathed the wound, wiping away the clots and film. It was open deep into the flesh, but now he could see the red meat of his leg. His toes tingled and he wriggled them, making sure they still moved. At last, exhaustion caught up with him and his burst of energy departed. He lay back in the alcove. "A cold cloth," he said. His brother came back again with a clean rag wet from the spring. He tried to lay it on Jorvig's forehead, but Jorvig took the cloth from him and instead draped it over the wound on his leg. The cold felt good. In minutes he was asleep, and he slept longer and deeper than he had in a long time. When he awoke, he knew he had actually rested. His mind felt clearer and there was hunger again. He reached up and petted Striper where she lay curled on his belly. One of her kittens, now practically full grown, had wedged itself between his left arm and the stone. Striper purred as he stroked her thick fur. The fur had grown thicker since he'd noticed it last, a sure sign of the approach of cool weather. There is no time under the stone. There are only things and doings. There's waking and sleeping, working and celebrating, giving birth and dying, building and looking upon beauty, and preparing to destroy. If they must, the dwarves counted the time by the passage of the new moons. Many preferred the night sky with its jewel-like stars to the brazen light of day when they walked the surface at all. Dwarven eyes needed little enough light, especially when given days, weeks, months, or years to adjust to the dark beneath rock. As it was, Jorvig had no sense of how long he lay there in the alcove. Chapter 13. There must be order beneath the stone. A flash of light entered the drift, then vanished again. The sound of a bar slipping into place followed. Someone had entered the adit. Jorvig sat up. The pain was mostly gone from his ribs and his hand. He swung his legs carefully over the edge of the alcove. Footsteps approached down the drift, Shineboot carrying a lit pine tar taper. The smell reached Jorvig first, but this time the strong scent of pine did not nauseate him. "Chargrim," Shineboot said, "how do you feel?" "Better." Jorvig looked at Shineboot for a moment. The dwarf did not look as pale as he had. Jorvig suspected they had eaten well off the meat. "So you made pine sap tapers. They work well enough for now." The properties of pine tar were not unknown to the dwarves. Many pines grew in the dry uplands above the wastes and the western side of the Red Ridges. Every few decades fires would kindle in those hills, leaving a swath of blackened destruction which would spring again to new life in a matter of a few years. Hunters said the best game ranged after those fires, and the meat. "Still smoking. I just unloaded a barrow and replenished the wood." "Any sign of uasi, the smell of the smoke?" "None yet, but we've a solid door and a grate to look out before we go." Jorvig nodded. "That's good. I'm hungry. Is there?" He stopped. From up the mine shaft he heard the sudden exclamations of two dwarves yelling angrily. In his waking, he had not yet remembered their quarrel. A surge of his own anger rose. Are they still at each other? "Ah yes," Shineboot said, sighing and shaking his head. "Send them to me." "What?" "Bring them to me." "Why?" "Just do it." Shineboot's eyes widened for a moment, but he decided not to argue and tramped down the drift to the ladder instead. The sounds of argument still continued up the shaft. Jorvig wondered what there was to say. In tradition, he should say nothing, they were his elders, but the flare of anger rose again, they were acting like fools. Kith na mimim, the old dwarvish saying went. Mining with their skulls. The shouting below ended. It wasn't long before the creak of the ladder warned of their approach. Jorvig wasn't certain what he'd say or if it wasn't a terrible idea, but he waited, banking his anger like hot coals, protecting it, not letting it go out. He didn't turn to look as they approached up the drift. Shineboot said you needed us, Sledgefist said when he arrived. It's good to see you up. Jorvig glanced at Shineboot, who pursed his lips. Well, he'd gotten them here anyway. Sledgefist and Hobblefoot appeared side by side in the drift, their faces red. Those faces used to be flushed instead with mirth and ale as they had carried on side by side in the stew halls of Deep Cut. Jorvig remained seated on the edge of the sleeping alcove, not yet ready to trust his legs unaided. He would need a crutch. It was a bizarre feeling, for by custom younger dwarves did not sit in the presence of a standing elder nor presume to berate them. Jorvig blew on the embers of his anger, letting it rise. He had to remember the anger and not lose it, cowed in the face of the two older dwarves. So he rehearsed. I go off into the wilds in search of food to feed your starved bones, nearly get killed and eaten by Uasi, nearly die of a festering wound just to come back here and listen to you two arguing like fools without sense. Watch how you speak to us, Sledgefist said, more surprised than angry. Really, because you act like fatherless gilk. That's enough, Chargrim. Now Sledgefist curled his hands into the fists where he got his name, but he kept them clenched at his side. You must still be fevered to speak to me like this. I'll talk how I want. I'm in a mine with no Rinlin in the middle of the wilds with two rock-skulled fools who think that arguing over drifts and starving to death is why we all came out here. I may have managed to feed you, but I'll regret it if I have to put up with this shit for one more shift. If you can't quiet your brother, how do you expect to rule a mine? Hobblefoot asked Sledgefist. Oh, save it, Hobblefoot, Jorvig said, turning to him. You knew when you came out here there was no agreement. Did you just think you'd have your way, claiming a double portion as if the rest came out to serve you, some friend? Your opinion is of little account. We'll see, but it's not just me, it's Shineboot too. Shineboot actually jerked his head up, eyes widened again. Or am I wrong? Jorvig asked. Shineboot opened his mouth but failed to speak. But if you think my word of little account, you will find that my labor is not. Come to an agreement, determine the shares as friends among equals, and swear an oath to abide. If not, I will take the meat I hunted and I will wait and watch. It is mine by rights, and Shineboot will join me if he's half the sense. We will not haul your ore, we will not clear your drifts, we will not share our provision. If you do not want to be one mine, then you can look after yourselves alone. Jorvig saw that Hobblefoot's hands had formed fists as well as Sledgefist, and they both stared at him, their faces seeming to pulse with fire. Good. Go ahead, strike a wounded dwarf, finish what the Uasi failed to do, show me your worth. Neither of them moved, neither of them spoke. I see, then let my word stand. I give you 3 days. If you cannot reach peace by that time, I will go to Deep Cut, though it take me 2 winters and I break a crutch every week, and the tale I will bear will not be to your praise. You're sick, Sledgefist said at last, but not of my wounds. Not anymore, 3 days, and that is more than you deserve. I am ashamed for you. The 4 of them stood there for a time, unmoving and unspeaking. Sweat beaded on Jorvig's brow and a sense of panic began to rise where anger had been. What if he'd blundered? Go, he said, he just wanted them gone. Leave me to rest, go on. Dismissing an elder dwarf in such a way would be scandalous in Deep Cut and possibly result in a beating. Such custom was drilled deep into young Gilk by the older Gilk, who still demanded to be respected as elders even though they had not passed Rundle. The only difference was, Gilk would beat the juniors without fear of a deadly feud, so long as no true injuries were given. By the time the Gilk reached the age of Rundle at 3 decades and the stakes rose, such customs of respect were well learned. Whether chastened or in shock, Sledgefist and Hobblefoot walked away toward the shaft. Shineboot remained a moment longer, his eyebrows nearly raised to his greasy hair, but he too left. Jorvig felt tired after his outburst, but he also felt a weight lifted. Would he actually go back to Deep Cut? He hadn't planned on saying that, but the idea of staying here with the 2 of them refusing to work in peace it was unbearable. Dwarves either worked together in harmony and order, such words were practically the same thing, or they parted. In parting there was no shame. The state of this claim, though, it was shameful and they should know better. The strike had addled them. And in the rough attic cut into the rock face higher in the dell, a stone hid a vein of gold that could make them all wealthy enough for bride prices. Wealthy enough to prove themselves beyond doubt, to each have posterity beneath the stone and not just the eldest of the families. He hadn't thought of that strike in days. The thought had not been in his fevered dreams, but it returned now like a great weight. At least it made him more confident in the words he'd spoken. They must come to agreement, sworn agreement, before such a strike could be revealed. There must be order beneath the stone. Chapter 14: The Problem of a Dwarf Maid. Jorvig sat carving on a piece of pine. He was cutting out the fitting on the underarm rest for his crutch, preparing it to fit atop the peg he'd carved on the end of the pine staff. Pine was not the ideal wood, but at least it was light, and hopefully it was just until he healed. He wiggled his toes. He'd been doing that a lot. They still felt numb, though he could feel them. It was more like a persistent cold and the occasional uncomfortable tingling. He'd taken off his boot and examined his foot. The toes had a slight dusky color and they felt cooler to the touch than the other foot. In the back of his mind, he'd been listening to the sounds of pick and hammer rising up the mine shaft. One of the picks had stopped and the ladder behind him creaked. Jorvig sat on a three-legged stool, also carved of pine, near the open attic door. He was keeping an eye out for anything that might come around the tailings pond and disturb the hive smokers that nested against the rock face to the left of the attic. Occasionally, a drift of smoke floated across the opening. Before Sledgefist even spoke, Jorvig knew it was his brother who came and stood still beside him, even though he didn't look up from his carving. He tried to fit the peg into the hole. It needed a bit more reamed away. It would have been easier with a small spiral drill, but then they didn't even have stone drills yet. "It's no Cariandal, but it's a good life prospecting," Sledgefist said, his tone calm and observational. "What makes it a good life?" Jorvig asked. "What makes it a good life?" Jorvig knew he was being difficult, but he also wondered it, or why his brother thought so. To work for yourself and your kin alone, to forge your own stonehold, to labor beneath the stone for treasures never seen before. This is what Anti-Tourmalin taught, you know this. And is that enough? When we go to meet our fathers and stand before the judgment of the Creator, is that enough? Of course it's enough. What else is there? That's what I'm asking. What has come over you, Char? His brother asked. Jorvig didn't answer. He didn't know. Jorvig had gone through his life always moving on to the next obvious thing, starting a formal apprenticeship, following his brother in prospecting. These had been obvious choices that in truth Sledgefist had made for him more than not. That wasn't Sledgefist's fault. The older dwarf had always tried to include his younger brother in his life, without ever questioning that Jorvig should be a part of his life and not vice versa. But Jorvig had never gone against him or stepped out into his own. That had changed. He no longer saw his brother as a pillar of strength. Strong he was, but some of that strength was foolish stubbornness. "I'll tell you this, Chargrim," Sledgefist said, his tone darkening. "I did not come here to be lorded over. It would not be a good life then." Jorvig finally looked up at him, and the glint in Sledgefist's eye was a glint of fear and anger mixed. It was the first time Jorvig had ever realized that his older brother feared, mighty in build and unshakable in purpose. "Chargrim, won't you be reasonable?" Sledgefist went on. "If you can reach no agreement, then you must part ways. The claim is mine as much as his. In Warmcoats and Saviarm s. Eh?" Sledgefist sighed and leaned his back against the rock, his body toward Jorvig and his arms crossed. But his head was turned to look out into the dell. "I may be able to use that. If I promise that all shares will be equal, the others might support me." Still Jorvig didn't answer. "This is our chance at something great, something worth our labor," Sledgefist pleaded. "It makes no difference to me where. But this is the spot, I feel it, and I'm your elder brother. And I'm the younger, and while we're stating facts, you can't work with Hobblefoot unless you reach agreement. Have you ever been to the Hardfell Hold?" "No," Jorvig answered, wary at the sudden change in topic. He knew the Hardfells, of course, but he was not close to them like his brother and Hobblefoot were. In truth, he found the named of Strength sect to be a bit off-putting. You never met any of their kin. Jorvig shook his head. Sledgefist hesitated and sighed again, staring out at the passing smoke. "You may as well say it," Jorvig said at length. "They've a sister." Jorvig looked up from his knife work again. Sledgefist was still staring determinedly out into the dell, but his face had flushed. "Ah." They were both quiet for a time. "Their mother is old and unsound. It took long for her womb to open." Their father was older and has passed already. And I take it the maid seeks no trade. No. Well then. Except. I. Hobblefoot. This time Jorvig leaned back against the stone, leaving off carving. Shit, have either of you made known? No. I don't think so. And you still joined together on this claim? Was his brother daft? I learned only since we've been here. I didn't know. We never spoke of it. And does Hobblefoot know that you? Number I couldn't. And she? She doesn't know about either of you. I said I don't think so. Jorvig had heard the answer before. It was just, he shook his head, then perhaps she has already married. She is 3 years past Rundle. That was odd indeed. Only 1 out of every 3 or 4 dwarves were born a Gilna, a girl, which meant that only 1 of every 3 or 4 dwarves who reached Rundle, the age of accountability, the age of adulthood, the age of marriageability, was a dwarf maid, and some of those maids chose to forego marriage to pursue a craft. There was a saying for it, Gluschnafen. It meant whiff of craft. The plain numbers of it meant that most dwarves would never marry, never have children, never have posterity. That alone meant that often dwarves thought poorly of maids who chose to dedicate themselves to their craft and not to bearing babes, even though some did. Even widows could hardly remarry, for it was said that dwarfwiffs who became widows carried their lost dwarf seed in them for years, even decades. The patronage of a gilk or gilna could not be assured. This was not so much based on any whiffs falling pregnant after the deaths of their dwarfs as it was on tradition, yet that tradition was heeded. The number imbalance meant that maids could choose to their great advantage. Centuries or millennia before, a bride price would have to be paid to the parents. That went out of practice during the years of human subjugation, as maids and whiffs led the caravans while dwarves were forced into servitude for the human king of Leith. The practice had returned to some extent, except instead of a payment to the maid's parents, the maids looked out for dwarves of exceptional quality, the finest crafters, the most skilled, and often the wealthiest. Mostly, it was the eldest dwarf of a stonehold who commanded the wealth of the family to gain a bride. Nothing in this world was more important to their folk than children. It felt selfish for Jorvig to think that he should be one of those blessed few to have posterity. Most dwarves resigned themselves early in life, born as second or third sons in a family without great wealth or status, or even first sons of poorer holds in many cases. Sledgefist and he, like Shineboot and Hobblefoot and the Hardfells, came from smaller families that did not have great means. This meant that they needed to venture out if they wanted to make anything of themselves. That is what drew them together for such a venture. Saviarm and Warmcoat were simply younger sons of expansive families, far from first in line for bride prices or other rights of lineage. And 3 years past Rundle, most maids were inundated with offers within months. Looks didn't matter much. A dwarf wanted posterity. Beauty could be found in the jewels of the deep if needed. You've met her. Twice, I saw her twice in the Hardfell hold. No doubt heavily veiled and robed. Though some maids still kept to Tourmalin's practice of leaving the face exposed, many more veiled, preferring to avoid the scrutiny of many strange eyes. So your fight with Hobblefoot, you hope to win her by having Rinlin? The Rinlin of the claim, her brother's work. Who else would she choose, and a wealthy claim? Chargrim, I need your support, not your animosity. Jorvig met his brother's eyes. Never before had Sledgefist entreated him, certainly not with such a look and air of need. A year ago, if his brother had made such an entreaty, nothing could have hindered Jorvig from lending aid however he might. Yet since he'd come to this claim, since his battle with the Uasi and since his sickness, something had gone out of Jorvig. He felt different, though it was hard to know how. One thing he did know, if he was going to die, it would not be because of foolish arguments or because his brother and cousin wished to vie for the same maid. I will think on a solution, Jorvig said. Striper jumped up on his lap, digging her claws into the pine that lay forgotten in Jorvig's hands. Jorvig hadn't even seen her approach. Sledgefist sighed, but then he nodded and headed back down the drift. Now that the problem was presented to him, Jorvig realized how tricky the situation truly was. Again and again over the next 2 days, he mulled over the problem while sitting at the end of the adit and watching over the smoking of the meat. He returned to the same traditional options. Select a Rinlin and maintain order, which was what Hobblefoot and Sledgefist couldn't manage, or part ways. It had taken centuries for the dwarven population to return to its current levels after the exodus from the Leith and the other human kingdoms. Most of the remaining tribes and caravans had gathered to anti-Tourmalin in Deep Cut, and slowly they had grown as one folk. Murder and bloodshed was not totally unheard of among the dwarves, but blood guilt was brutally recompensed, the horror of it deep among those who still carried the memory of when their folk had nearly ceased to be. So parting ways to avoid conflict was not seen as dishonorable or cowardly. On the contrary, starting off to make one's own fortune in the wilds was a noble thing. For these reasons, the West and to a lesser extent the western parts of the Red Ridges were full of hundreds, if not thousands of small claims and stoneholds varying in size from single families to some that could almost be called colonies. There would have been even more, if humans or Usi or worse did not cling to all the arable lands, making hunger a perennial problem. The tailings pond had grown even deeper, with many more cubic yards of material hauled out of the drifts and added to the dam. Yet that did not change that someone, an Uasi for example, could have hugged the rock face and slunk up to the adit from the side where someone sitting within could not have seen. And there was no reason to believe that Uasi could not swim. So Jorvik sat with his dagger handy. Over the next days he also sat just outside of the adit where he could observe the whole approach. Shineboot had told him that he should just leave the door shut and stay within, but Jorvik felt he needed to guard the meat. They had eaten some, but the majority still smoked, as it had been for nearly a week and a half now. Sledgefist and Hobblefoot had not argued, at least not that Jorvik had heard. Neither had they come up with a solution. Jorvik hadn't sought out Sledgefist because all he could think was that one set of the brothers must part from the claim. But there was something else. A load of gold just up the rock face that only Jorvik knew about. To try to persuade Hobblefoot and Shineboot to leave without knowing of its existence felt like rank treachery. Thievery, but to leave it willingly felt like madness. Surely there was enough there for more than one bride price. If only they didn't have their hearts set on one maid, perhaps Hobblefoot would forswear a claim to the maid in exchange for being named Rinlin. But Jorvik's gut told him trouble lay along that drift, or they would agree to part, but only after they had mined out that gold lode. This could be the best answer, though what if the lode was extensive? What if this whole dell was rich, or maybe one of them could pursue a different maid? He needed them bound by oath before he revealed the gold's presence. To reveal it now before any decision was made would set the claim afire. To reveal he had hidden it would be thought treachery. So Jorvik sat with his dagger watching the smoke fires and staring back and forth across the dell, half expecting the approach of Uasi and all the time ruminating on problems. Chapter 15, The Beach. Something was buzzing. A small bee with darker yellow and deeper black body coloring than those at Deep Cut hovered about Jorvik's forearm. It darted away in a straight line eastward across the tailings pond and into the trees. That was good to know. There were honeybees in the area. His mouth watered. That was good to know indeed, but seeing just one meant little. The little beauties could fly for miles. Near the far side of the tailings pond where they had cut a few pines and allowed sunlight to descend, some late-season purple asters bloomed. It was a warm fall day when the sunlight seemed to take a golden hue. No doubt the honeybee sought out the asters. Jorvik's leg wound was still inflamed and raw-looking, but maybe. He rose, sticking his crutch under his arm, and started to make the first halting steps on the broken rock outside the adit. "Where are you going?" Shineboot asked from behind before he'd gone 10 feet. Shineboot was pushing the wheelbarrow, twice repaired since it had been built, out of the adit with a load of broken rock. "To those asters." Shineboot frowned. "You shouldn't. If an Uasi came while you were there, you'd never get back in time." "I saw a honeybee." Shineboot's frown deepened, but his eyes flitted to the asters. "I'll come with you," he said after hesitating for a moment. Shineboot followed after Jorvik's slow pace as they made their way to the far side of the tailings pond. The pines left uncut in the pond rose above the surface to display hanging needles wilted and brown. But elsewhere in the dell, the pines seemed unusually emerald in the fall light. A few yards from the clump of asters they stopped and waited. The asters were delicate flowers with little yellow suns within the purple fur-like petals. At first, Jorvik saw no sign of insects, but then he caught the movement of a small plump body of a honeybee crawling on one of the blooms on the far side of the clump. A breath later it rose into the air, turned east and flew away in a straight line. East. If the bee was leaving the dell it should turn south. But then, bees could fly. The eastern arm of the ridge was not as sheer and impassable as the side they'd dug into, but it was rough enough. Maybe the bee was going up and over. "There's another," Shineboot said, pointing. A second honeybee darted in amongst the flowers and it was followed closely by a third. "Three," Jorvik said. He met Shineboot's gaze. Shineboot had a broad, somewhat flat nose but an open, friendly countenance. He always wore his mousy hair pulled back, exposing his sloping forehead. At that moment, Jorvik could see in Shineboot's expression the same hunger he felt, months and months without the taste of sweetness and barely even the tang of salt. There's definitely a hive, Shineboot said. Of course there was a hive, it was just a matter of how close. Jorvig took a step forward with his crutch. No, Shineboot said, we're not just going off into the woods now. We're not prepared and the others don't know. The words were wise, but even though Jorvig's leg complained and agreed with Shineboot, it was hard to turn away. Don't be impulsive, Jorvig remembered. Fine, tomorrow, at midday then. Agreed. Sledgefist tried to dissuade Jorvig from the attempt, but Jorvig insisted. The thought of just sitting for another day grated on him. But they only tried to convince Jorvig, not Shineboot, not when the thought of a beehive watered their mouths. The day dawned cloudy with spitting rain and they thought they had lost the chance that day, but a high breeze moved the clouds, and before high morning the sky had cleared. Shineboot insisted on carrying the few items of gear they anticipated needing. At the last minute, Sledgefist decided to come along. I don't need Usi coming down on you all out there and not knowing where you're going. Hearing that, Hobblefoot decided to come too. He and Sledgefist grabbed their picks and followed. They did not bring the picks for digging. The four dwarves skirted the tailings pond and came within a few yards of the asters, close enough to see any bees but far enough not to scare them. They had waited until midday, the warmest time of day, when the bees should be most active. The ground was still damp, but the air had freshened since the morning. Perhaps the bees were taking advantage of the warmer spell of weather in a last-ditch effort to bolster their larder for winter. A few bees were among the asters, as well as some other pollen-seeking insects. They waited until the first flew off in a line straight east. The four of them moved without need of command, skirting the asters and hurrying after the bee. But the others hesitated, waiting for Jorvig, who limped along with his crutch. Don't wait, go, I'll catch up. So the others hurried along, but they only made it about 30 yards before they had to stop. A small margin of error over a long distance could result in missing the hive, and they could come quite close and still miss it. Jorvig caught up and they stood facing back toward the asters, waiting. They all seemed to see it at the same time. The bee passed 5 yards to the south and they hurried after it, again leaving Jorvig to struggle after. They managed to keep it in sight for another 20 yards or so. Now they couldn't see the asters through the pines, but dwarves rarely lost their sense of direction, even deep underground. Iron in our noses, the old one said. They got better at sprinting after the bees, but it took 6 bees to make their way all the way across the dell. When Jorvig caught up, determined not to show how sore his wound had become during the trek, the 3 others were talking in low voices. It went up the ridge, Shineboot said, pointing. It's probably on the other side. The ridge where Shineboot had pointed was a shelved ascent of broken rocks and clinging conifers. He would not be able to climb that yet. You'll have to go on without me, he said. I'll stay with you, Sledgefist responded. With no more words, they turned back to face west, waiting. Minutes passed, and more. A cloud rolled in front of the sun and the air felt immediately cooler, even though they were already beneath the shade of the pines. The first cloud was followed by more and heavier, and far away Jorvig felt as much as heard a low rumble of thunder. Sledgefist growled low in his throat as he let out a breath in frustration. We'll get nowhere in poor weather, I'd rather go back to mining. We can try again another warm day, Hobblefoot said, turning to go. Shineboot shrugged, but as he went to follow, he stopped. There, he pointed south now. At first Jorvig didn't see it, but Shineboot tracked it with his finger. An insect, yes, a bee flying up to the ridge from the south. It disappeared into some low hemlock on the ridgeside. It's definitely going up, Hobblefoot said. Who knows how far beyond? It's not beyond, Jorvig said. How do you know? It came from the south, he said. The other bees came from the west. Ah yes, Shineboot said, catching on. If these are from the same hive, their lines would never intersect far from the hive. Jorvig had never been a beekeeper, but beekeeping was well known in Deep Cut. Human children may learn the keeping of cattle and the hunting of the stag, but the dwarves knew bees. They felt a close affinity for the colony-building, regimented, hard-working creatures, and for sweet honey and the mead it made. Some dwarves even carved their holds in mimicry of the honeycomb's elegant simplicity. Jorvig scanned the ridge above and something caught his eye. Amidst all the pine and hemlock and twisted spruce, a single beech tree rose with sparse leaves flushed yellow and its trunk leaning. There, he said, climb to that tree with the yellow leaves. Shineboot started to scramble through the low hemlock and up the rocky slope. The beech tree was up 30 feet of rough ridge, but Shineboot was a hale dwarf. I can hear them, he called from the base of the beech. But I don't see. Wait, I do, it's here. It's a small hole about 10 feet up. They're going in and out and they're loud. Go up and help him, Jorvig said to Sledgefist and Hobblefoot. You'll have to smoke the entrance, dead leaves, damp moss, then open the trunk. We'll have to cut it down, Hobblefoot said. Yes. Just make sure there's smoke. We know, Hobblefoot said. They only had 2 wood axes at the claim, but Shineboot had brought them both, and Sledgefist and Hobblefoot hurried up the ridge. Damp though the ground was, Shineboot and Jorvig had planned ahead, bringing rolls of flame-loving birch bark. The first scent of flame reached Jorvig in minutes. They waited till they had a good blaze of broken branches before they started to pile on wet leaves from beneath the beech tree along with pine needles. The smoke rose in a heavy white plume following the beach upward. There was little breeze on the west face of the ridge. Smoke, for whatever reason, put bees in a trance-like stupor, so much so that the beekeepers in the gorges of Deep Cut had long ago beseeched the council to forbid any forge, kiln, or smelter vents from being drilled out into the canyon. It was law to this day. Smoke rose from the flat of the waste instead, rising up chimneys from deep beneath the surface rock. That smoke could be seen many miles from Deep Cut, rising in column in those clear, waterless skies. Cut it close to the ground, Jorvig called. Moments later, the sound of axe blows rang in the woods. Sledgefist notched out the trunk, setting the angle where he wanted the tree to fall. Then he and Hobblefoot stood on opposite sides of the tree and began trading swings in close rhythm. The tree was old and thick, but it held for mere minutes under the storm of blows. The trunk cracked, the 3 dwarves sprang away. Beech branches scraped down, snapping the weaker pines as it fell. The trunk kicked up as the tree hit the ridge side, twisted, and lodged against 2 pines just below it. Even from where he stood, Jorvig could hear the hum of riled bees. More smoke, Sledgefist yelled, holding his arm across his face. Shineboot hurried to heap more leaves and needles on the flame. Don't smother it, Hobblefoot snapped. Now what? Shineboot asked, hopping away from the fire and the angry bees. Sledgefist and Hobblefoot looked at him, but they didn't speak. Shineboot stared down at Jorvig, who still leaned heavily against his crutch, watching. Does the hollow come all the way to the stump? Jorvig called. To the stump. Can you see into the hollow where they cut it? No, only that hole further down. Plug the hole. Easy for you to say from down there, Sledgefist called back. Help me up and I'll do it. No, you stay there, Sledgefist answered. He looked around for a moment, then hefted his axe and walked towards a low hemlock shrub. He began hacking away at the base, and in a few minutes he had part of the root bulb. Setting down his axe, he pulled his knife and began trimming the chunk of wood, eyeing the hole in the side of the bee tree. Soon, he held the tapered peg up in front of him, pursed his lips, and shrugged. Don't run, Jorvig called up. Like hot slag, I'm not gonna run, Sledgefist answered. If you go slow, they're less likely to sting. Sledgefist muttered under his breath, but he grabbed his axe and approached the tree at a slow walk. Jorvig could see the dark, blurry motion of the swarming insects. Sledgefist held the plug in both hands. Jorvig couldn't see the opening in the tree, but he saw his brother reach the trunk, hesitate, and then slam the plug down. There was a flat stake hammer on the back of his axe, and he struck 2 quick blows onto the plug, and then he ran, or rather hopped away, swatting with his free hand and trailing a line of bees and curses. Do you see them coming out anywhere else? Jorvig called. Shineboot carefully worked his way around the tree at a distance until he reached the upper branches. I don't think so. Fine. Now move the fire under the hole and limb the tree. Jorvig continued to give the others directions from below, and for whatever reason they followed them. They smoked the swarm caught outside the hive, stripped the branches off the tree, and then slowly cut away the bottom and tops of the log, putting their ears against the trunk from time to time to make sure they hadn't neared the hive within. The blows of the axes kept the hive agitated within the tree, but the smoke kept those trapped outside at least somewhat tamer. Before long, they had a 10-foot section of the tree cut away. An axe blow at the bottom had pulled away with a smear of honey, and at the top Shineboot swore he heard buzzing close. Now what? Shineboot asked. We drag it back. And by we you mean us? Hobblefoot asked. Jorvig grinned. By we I mean you. This has to weigh a mine-ton still. No, not that much, it's hollow after all. And full of honeycomb. If we leave it here, the skunks and weasels may get into it, Jorvig said. No one liked that idea, judging by their frowns. This would go easier with rope, Sledgefist said. I'll go back and get some. And I will go see to the smoker fires, Jorvig added. It was pouring chill rain in the evening dim when the 3 dwarves finally dragged the tree trunk around the tailings pond and to the adit. Jorvig watched from his 3-legged stool. His own leg ached, but he was happy. If even half of that 10-foot length had comb in it, they could eat a pound of honey every day all winter, and there would be wax for candles. They left the log in the adit drift just inside the closed door, up against the stacks of firewood they kept for the smoke hives. They all were stung except for Jorvig, but Sledgefist had the worst of it. His neck especially was angry red. Tired from the exertions of the day, the three went to sleep in their alcoves while Jorvik sat up. He told the others he wanted to break the fibers of the now hardened pelts that the others had saved from the beasts he'd killed. Ideally, they would have been worked to break apart the fibers as they slowly dried and then smoked. Now they were hard, folded lumps ignored during Jorvik's plight. But he was just happy the others had recovered them. It would take work to loosen them now, but that was all right. The busy work for his hands was to allow him to think more clearly, so he worked and stared off into the dark drift, pondering many things. Chapter 16, The Rinlin. The next day, Shineboot pulled 3 large river carp out of the weir, and the 4 dwarves sat together in the middle of the day, the carp roasting on hot banked coals near the edge of the tailing pond. They could smell the sweet juices and their mouths watered. "I would speak," Jorvik said. "Then speak," Hobblefoot answered. "Yesterday was 3 days, but we hunted the bees instead. It is day 4. Have you come to an agreement?" Hobblefoot and Sledgefist were silent, and they both stared down at the coals, not lifting their eyes. Shineboot sighed and pursed his lips. "Are 2 dwarves, both who seek the honor of Rinlin, unable to come to some agreement?" Jorvik asked. Hobblefoot furrowed his brow and his jaw flexed, but he didn't respond. Sledgefist looked up at Jorvik and then away. "Hobblefoot and Sledgefist both wish to marry the Hardfell maid," Jorvik said. "Chargrim," Sledgefist snapped. That was in confidence. Hobblefoot looked at Sledgefist, eyes wide in surprise. Shineboot's eyebrows rose and he poked at one of the fish with a char-ended stick, not looking at the others. "I only promise to think on a solution. You have failed to come to an agreement, so I will attempt it before all is abandoned," Jorvik said. "I do not suppose either of you would swear an oath not to pursue the Hardfell maid in exchange for being Rinlin." Neither spoke. "No, I didn't think you would, though there are more maids in Deep Cut than one, but I suppose it's not so much about her now." Jorvik paused. "So here is what I say. If neither of you will forswear the maid, there are only 2 ways to settle this. The first is to part ways. Admit that though you set out as friends, you cannot remain so in the same claim." "But who will take the claim? I am eldest," Hobblefoot said. "I have put too much of my labor into this rock to abandon it, and my father was eldest," Sledgefist said. "Then forswear being Rinlin," Jorvik said. Hobblefoot looked up at Jorvik with some surprise. "No," Sledgefist said. "Then let the rest choose their Rinlin in the spring." "Rinlins are not chosen, they are by right," Hobblefoot said. Which was true and would have been in that case if they had done the sensible thing and sworn oaths before coming out to the wilderness. "If Hobblefoot is chosen, I would part. As would I if Sledgefist were chosen." Jorvik had expected that, but the others did not know what he did. A thick load of gold lay in that rock face, and to part or let part in ignorance would be foolishness or treachery, and to reveal its presence before an oath was reached could be to burst the boiler. Then let it be thus. "When the others arrive, we choose between Shineboot, Savyarm, and Warmcoat to be Rinlin, but no one takes a double portion. Each of those who are in the claim when the Rinlin is chosen shall receive the same equal portion of ownership. Any who may come later will receive according to wages unless the owners agree. In the meantime, Shineboot will act as Rinlin until then." Shineboot's eyes widened. "I do not want it," he said. "I am most experienced," Hobblefoot said. "I've mine no less by any count that matters," Sledgefist replied. "You 2 have forfeit the right of decision if you do not wish to part ways. The Rinlin will share as the rest, and neither of you will have more honor or wealth. You can strut for the Hardfell maid on level rock. If Shineboot is Rinlin, it still strengthens their hold as kin," Sledgefist said. "I don't want to be Rinlin," Shineboot said again. "It's only until the rest return we can choose from Warmcoat or Savyarm." "Then you do it till then." Hobblefoot and Sledgefist looked at Jorvik with narrowed eyes. "Maybe you want the Hardfell maid," Hobblefoot said. "Among all equals, Rinlin is the only thing to set apart. Whether it is you, or Warmcoat or Savyarm." What made them think the maid must choose just from this claim? For all they knew, she had accepted an offer months ago. Was it the maid or the fight that mattered? "I've never met the maid," Jorvik answered. "She means nothing to me, and I do not seek to be Rinlin. Let it be Shineboot for now until another is chosen." "Let it be Chargrim," Shineboot answered. Jorvik sighed. "I am not satisfied," Hobblefoot said. "And what would satisfy you, besides having everything your own way?" Jorvik asked. Hobblefoot squinted, eyes locked on Jorvik. Swear an oath by the spirit and horde of the crippled king that you will never pursue the hardfell maid as Rinlin, and let the Rinlin chosen in the spring do the same. Let Sledgefist and I pursue as equals, and I will be satisfied. Even if he win her, so long as it be as equals, I will be satisfied. Will you swear such an oath? Sledgefist asked Jorvig. I will. Then do it now, Hobblefoot said. Jorvig was still unable to put much weight on his injured leg, but he was able to rise without his crutch. He stretched his arm northward. I hereby swear by the spirit and horde of the crippled king that I will not pursue the hardfell maid as Rinlin. Jorvig sat down heavily on his stool. The others looked around at each other. Shineboot rose first and then the other two followed. We swear to uphold the duties of Culhin to you as Rinlin. It was a formulaic oath sworn by all those who joined a mine or claim, Culhin being dwarvish for a subordinate. Fine, Jorvig said, heaving a sigh of relief. Then let's put this foolishness behind us. Fish is done, Shineboot said. He lay awake that night trying to plan. He still needed his crutch to get around, though a sense of warmth had begun to return to his foot and the pain was subsiding. Still, he couldn't reveal the presence of the upper strike yet for fear that the others would know he had been hiding it. The guilt weighed on him. Nothing about the deception felt good, and he reminded himself constantly that he only hid the strike in order to preserve peace. He needed enough strength and an opportunity to feign making a fresh strike. Any dwarf who saw his cliffside at it as it was would know the load had already been discovered. Chapter 17, If Your Oaths Mean Anything. Striper wound her way between Jorvig's legs and the legs of the stool as he sat, brushing her long coat against him. It was the day after he had become Rinlin and he was meeting with the others. We should smoke the meat for 2 more weeks, I think, he said. It might be more than necessary, but he didn't want to risk it. And we need to deal with the bees. They could hear the low hum of the bees still trapped within the section of log that sat inside the adit. Sledgefist's neck was still pocked with angry red lumps. We could drown them out, Shineboot said. It'd spoil the honey too, Jorvig answered. I don't think there's another way. We have to open up the hive with plenty of smoke and scoop out the comb, but we'll need something to store it in. If that log is full of comb from top to bottom, we need ewers to hold at least 30 gallons along with the comb, so we need to make them. We could hollow out lengths of cedar maybe. It'll take time, Hobblefoot said. It will be less time than we'd spend hunting for food to replace the honey. That is what we do today and tomorrow if need be. If they let the bees remain inside the log, they would slowly eat the honey, and if they sealed it completely to suffocate them, their brood would rot inside and foul it. When dwarves put their minds to it, they are capable of incredible progress even in heavy labor. Sledgefist and Hobblefoot took axes and brought down 2 thick cedar trees which they cut into 3-foot lengths. They brought the first 2 sections to Shineboot and Jorvig before the adit door, and Shineboot and Jorvig set at them with hammers and sharpened chisels. Cedar was a strong wood and good for making vessels as it resisted rot and repelled insects, but it was not so tough as stone, and Jorvig and Shineboot made rapid progress. Still, the carving took longer than the cutting, and soon they had enough lengths and Sledgefist and Hobblefoot joined in on the carving. They worked for 20 hours, but by the end they had 8 tall cedar pots with fitted lids, each able to hold gallons of comb and honey. The next day they dragged the log out of the adit and mounded smoking leaves and needles just upwind of a weak breeze. They let the smoke drift over them, then they set to the labor. They did not use axes. Chisels for wedges hammered on opposing sides were the tools for the job. Wrong tool, wrong result, the dwarves said. The goal was to pop off the upper portion of the tree trunk, enough to expose the hive within but not enough to let the honey run out. It was easier than it should have been due to the hollow. With a few well-placed wedges running down opposite sides, the tree trunk gave a crack and the top broke away. With each hammer strike, the hum of the bees had risen in volume. When Hobblefoot kicked the top section away, breaking comb as he did, the bees rose only to be inundated with the thick drifting smoke. The pots were lined up and ready, and all 4 dwarves reached inside, lifting out comb laden and dripping with the bee gold and the swarm horde, as the dwarves called it. They laughed, even despite the stings from the handful of bees not sufficiently drowsed by the smoke. Hardly would a strike of jewels have been more welcome to them there in the wilds. They ended up filling the 7th pot almost to the brim by the time the inside of the log was scraped clean. They sealed the lids with bits of melted comb out of which they had sucked the honey, licking sticky fingers and palms. 7 jars of honey lined the store chamber wall. It would come in handy, not only because it was food itself, but because any meat or fruit submerged in the raw honey would be preserved for longer even than smoking would preserve meat. When the smoking was ended, they would submerge even the smoked meat in honey, confident in a supply of food for the winter ahead. Already the dwarves could see their breath in the cool mornings, and yellow leaves were falling from the birch trees. "Can we mine again now?" Hobblefoot asked in the morning. There was an edge of sarcasm in his tone, but Jorvig ignored it. It was unnatural, being Rinlin and yet the youngest and least experienced, but they could all put up with the farce until they chose Warmcoat or Saviarm, either of whom would stand a better chance at gaining the respect of Hobblefoot and Sledgefist, being unrelated and closer in age and experience. But they'd sworn an oath, and for this winter at least Jorvig would hold them to it. "Not yet," he said. "We need more light. We've got oil. Enough for 2 weeks maybe, but not enough for later." He continued on before either Hobblefoot or Sledgefist could comment. "How many times have you had to stop working to make more candles? And how long do the fir candles last? 15 minutes if you cut them long. That's 72 candles for a long shift." Fir or pine resin candles were made by cutting off the branches of conifer trees close to the trunk and slicing out the resin-infused heartwood of the branch. The resin in the wood burned well, and a long slice of the resin wood could burn slowly by itself, casting off an aromatic, smoky light. They were lightweight and easy, but a single conifer might only produce a few hundred decent candles worth of resin wood in the branches. There was more resin in the heartwood of the trunk, especially once it had lain and dried, but it was painstaking to get to it. "We have oil," Hobblefoot said again. "And how long will you have it once the river freezes and you have to dig through ice and sit there for hours hoping for a fish?" Since Jorvig had constructed the weir, their supply of fish oil had grown. Thankfully, they had a small cast-iron cauldron, which was one of the most important supplies they'd brought to the claim. Whenever they cooked a fish, they also double-boiled all its offal and organs and strained the oil into wooden vessels. This was a far better oil for light than animal fat. Reeds or thick grasses from near the stream and river were stripped for the inner pith to use as wicks in stone-carved oil lamps. The wicks lasted much longer this way, but with winter coming they needed to put up more light sources than that in case the river froze and fishing became more difficult. They could use animal fats to supplement the oil, and even spare the honeycomb for wax, but it would be wise to have a supply of fir candles. The winter months were not short, and they would need the light. "Wait, is the river going to freeze?" Shineboot asked. He, like Jorvig, had rarely seen ice. Sometimes in the dead of winter any water left in a pail in the sky-facing canyons of Deep Cut may have a film of ice atop it, but not any underground. "We are farther and higher here," Jorvig said. "We know it snows here." Those in Deep Cut knew this from the word of traders from claims in the western Red Ridges. "So it might happen," Hobblefoot said with more than enough edge in his voice. "Easy, he's Rinlin for now, like it or not," Sledgefist grumbled, a protest more to jibe at Hobblefoot than to support Jorvig. "Each time we have to stop and go prepare lights, we waste time and energy," Jorvig said. "Today we prepare enough light to last the winter." It was nearly impossible to transport a sample of the luminescent fungi that lit the halls and holds of Deep Cut with the varied hues that tinged stone with color and glinted in gem and jewel, and it took long to cultivate it. They had tried to propagate a carried specimen in the storeroom, but it would take a long time to even know if it survived. Even in Deep Cut, miner's eye did not grow well where the dust and disturbance of new mining choked it out. For the next 2 days they felled fir and pine and cedar, limbed them and sliced the resin wood into long slivers. Each long sliver would provide light in the dark winter, a single flickering flame smelling of pine tar to illuminate ore and fissure and fault in the mine as snow fell on the surface above. In the storeroom, the stack of resin candles grew, rising nearly to the ceiling along one wall. And as the days went on, Jorvig put more and more weight onto his leg, walking back at regular intervals to tend the smoker fires. A feeling of pins and needles often tormented his foot, especially at night, but it was lessening. "I go to check the weir," Shineboot said as evening arrived, carrying the long net down the now well-trodden path towards the weir. Jorvig nodded at him where he sat with hammer and chisel splitting lengths of resin wood into small slivers. Sledgefist and Hobblefoot were lost to sight in the trees, but he could hear the fall of their axes. Limbed trunks lay about the edges of the tailings pond, and the dell seemed a lighter place without their shade. The rest of the trees could be used for making charcoal the next spring. The dwarves would need little firewood. They were not overly susceptible to heat or cold so long as they had shelter from rain and wind. Temperatures varied little beneath the stone. After a time, Jorvig heard thudding footfalls behind him. He turned and saw Shineboot running through the trees, his eyes wide and his mouth open. "Uasi," he said in winded terror when he saw Jorvig. Jorvig looked back down the trail, expecting to see the beasts on Shineboot's heels. The dwarf reached him and bent over, puffing. "They're at the river, but they smell us." "Us or the smoke, they're looking this way. I think one started to come up the creek." "Did they see you?" I don't think so, I ducked when I heard them by the weir. How many? I counted 5 hunters, I think. They had a beast on a pole. Sledgefist and Hobblefoot, get them now, have them cut 3 sapling poles fast. Shineboot ran into the woods and Jorvik rose, bearing most of his weight on his good leg, ignoring his crutch. He stared south into the trees. It was too late to put out the fires. Of course they could smell the smoke, maybe the meat too. He should have put the meat into the honey as soon as they'd gotten it into the jars. That might have been enough to survive the winter unless the Uasi could smell the dwarves themselves. The Uasi could probably hear the echo of the axes. The dell was like an amphitheater pointing toward the river. He should have known better. He heard Sledgefist's voice in the trees exclaiming something that he couldn't make out. A moment later his brother crashed through the dried ferns and discarded branches at the edge of the pond. "Chargrim, get inside," he said far too loudly. "Do you have the saplings?" Jorvik asked. "Get inside." "Get the saplings now," Jorvik snapped, drawing his dagger from behind his back. They didn't have time for this. "Oath," he said. That word was enough to at least get Sledgefist into action. Jorvik didn't know how much time they had. He set to work with his dagger. The Uasi may come cautiously and slow or rush like ravenous beasts after trapped prey. Shineboot and Hobblefoot brought the saplings, Sledgefist tailing behind, red in the face. "Limb them," Jorvik said, grabbing one of the 3 poles and slicing away with his dagger. "Then sharpen the ends." They would have no time for affixing blades or even fire hardening. This would have to be quick and ugly. The saplings were soft, but they had them pointed in moments, each spear about 5 feet long. Though the Uasi that Jorvik had encountered had not worn armor, some of their scraps of hide might resist a thrust from an unhardened stake, but the dwarves had strong arms. "Now inside," Sledgefist said, "we can hold them." "Not all of us," Jorvik said. "What? This is no game, Char. If your oaths mean anything, then you will listen now and not argue." Chapter 18, Devious. They had constructed the smoke hives against the side of the cliff face just north of the sluices at the adit door. There was only about a 10-foot gap between rock and the water of the tailings pond. The tailings pond curved around north and east before ending in a mire of mud and pine needles and sodden-limbed pine branches. Jorvik sat on his 3-legged stool just at the water's edge at the far end of the smoke hives. From there he would be visible to anything that came through the trees or up the tailings embankment from the south. The smoke from the hives meandered upward before spreading over the dell in a thin fog. The breeze did not reach down between the arms of the mountain that day. Jorvik acted as if he was dozing, but his senses were alert. He tested the air with his nose, scanned the woodline for movement from beneath slitted lids, and he listened for any sound of stick cracking or branch rustling. The sun was well below the ridge, the dell in shadow. He flinched when he saw it. One of the Uasi was crouched down near the south side of the tailings pond, its arms resting on its knees. Dangling from its clawed hand was a thick carved handle with a black iron spike driven through the end. It stared straight at Jorvik. He hadn't seen it emerge. A tingling chill ran throughout Jorvik's body. He still saw the Uasi faces from his last meeting when he slept, but the horror of them had started to fade. This one brought that all back. Why was there just one? It crouched, staring at him alone. He scanned the tree line south of the pond and the top of the berm of mining debris that had blocked the flow of water. Nothing. They were supposed to come towards him by the easiest and quickest route past the adit door, and they were supposed to come as a group. Why had only one come and exposed itself alone? The beasts were clever. In Jorvik's foolishness he had assumed they were brutish and stupid. Vile and filthy they may be, but they must be clever. This could be nothing but a ruse. Jorvik glanced behind himself as nonchalantly as he could. He had misjudged. Heat flushed his face. All the stories told of the horrors of Uasi raiding. Even in the memory of older dwarves still living, the Uasi had pushed their folk out of the long downs. No stupid brute could do that, even with vastly greater numbers. A sense of panic gripped the pit of his stomach, but he had to remain in control. Think. Shineboot had seen 5. Jorvik had expected them to come up the side of the pond past the adit in a group, and as soon as they'd passed, Sledgefist and Shineboot would rush out of the adit with their spears behind them. Hobblefoot lay concealed beneath a pile of discarded pine branches just behind Jorvik. They would have had them from both sides. Jorvik was just bait to lure them into the trap. A trap which they weren't springing. Surely this one wasn't here in the open alone for no purpose. The rest must be circling around behind, coming from the north, while this one drew their attention on the bank of the pond. That would mean at least 4 coming from behind, and Hobblefoot in a poor position to spring. "They're going to come from behind us," he said low but loud enough for Hobblefoot to hear. Jorvig leaned on his crutch as he stood from the stool. The very air felt heavy and tense, tinctured by smoke and the smell of moldering pine needles. He looked over his shoulder into the trees. The water parted as the lurid form of an Uasi surged up from the pond. Out of instinct, Jorvig twisted and flung himself backward, raising the end of his crutch just in time. The end of the crutch took the Uasi just below its chest, its flesh popping over the point. Jorvig had sharpened it. 2 more Uasi burst from the water even before the first had landed. Jorvig scrambled to pull his dagger from its sheath at his back. He knew in that moment he would not be fast enough. The Uasi had swum beneath the surface, and they held curved blades hooked onto short wooden handles. Hobblefoot roared as he rose from beneath the pine branches and charged forward, spear held before him, a brown cluster of needles clinging to his beard. The Uasi turned towards this new threat, a threat with a weapon much longer than theirs. Hobblefoot stabbed forward at one of the Uasi who tried to block with his sickle-like dagger, but Hobblefoot's attack was a feint, and he twisted his spearpoint aside and thrust it beneath the second Uasi's armpit. Jorvig rolled toward the other Uasi, ramming into its legs and toppling it halfway into the water. He stabbed at its leg, ramming the dagger in as the beast struggled to get away, but the blade caught in the tendon, holding it back. Jorvig grabbed the other leg with his free hand and held on as the Uasi splashed desperately. Hobblefoot's spear pierced through its back. The stench hit Jorvig like a hammer to his face. Dizziness and nausea washed over him, and he retched into his mouth, some of the vomit spilling into his beard. How could such a horrid reek exist? Thudding footfalls brought Jorvig back, and he saw Hobblefoot running toward the adit. Another combat had unfolded, and Jorvig hadn't even noticed. Shineboot was on the ground, and Sledgefist was breathing heavily, his dagger in one hand stained with dark blood, and in the other he held something dark and fleshy. 2 Uasi lay dead, or one dead and one nearly so, its chest rising and falling with a flailing motion and a sucking sound. Jorvig barely caught a glimpse of yet another Uasi disappearing over the tailing's embankment. "Shineboot!" Hobblefoot yelled. Shineboot sat up, blood staining his forehead. "I'm all right," he said, sounding almost drunken and looking around as if he couldn't tell who was talking to him. Hobblefoot knelt beside him. "Did you see that?" Sledgefist said, his voice bellowing. "I took the shit's ear off." Who he was speaking to, or whether it was to the whole world, Jorvig wasn't sure. He managed to climb to his feet, pushing up from the damp ground with muddy hands. He didn't bother trying to retrieve his crutch. There was an Uasi impaled on it still. 6, there had been at least 6. "Stay alert," he shouted, "there might be more." Already he knew they had failed in at least one purpose. They had let one of the beasts escape. No doubt these things could communicate, and who knew how many roamed the ridges? The dwarves couldn't pursue it. Jorvig could barely walk. Shineboot was injured, how badly he didn't know. Sending 1 or 2 away alone was foolish. The odds of catching it already fading to nothing. "Do you see that?" Sledgefist asked as Jorvig limped up to the others. "Aye," Jorvig lied. "It was the one that was sitting at the edge. I saw it through the gate." "I got his ear." Sledgefist held up the ear, but the smell must have struck him, and his elated expression turned to disgust. He chucked the foul thing toward the woods where the Uasi had fled. "It can have it back if it wants," Sledgefist said, heading towards the pond to scrub his hands with loam and water. "Are you all right?" Jorvig asked, kneeling next to Shineboot. There was already a lump growing on the side of his temple. "It hit me with a club," Shineboot said, looking down. There was a nasty bulbous root there, so polished it shone. "We came out the door too close for spearwork." Jorvig saw the spears on the ground, not just Sledgefist's and Shineboot's, but one of the short javelin-like things that had given him his leg wound before. "Better to get hit with the club, I think," Jorvig said, then looked to Hobblefoot. "Get him inside and clean it with fresh water and honey." "Aye," Hobblefoot said, already lifting Shineboot to his feet. By the disturbance in the gravel, they had grappled together on the ground, the 4 of them. Wiry though the Uasi were, few could match a dwarf's strength when once in his clutches. How had they gotten into the pond unseen? Jorvig scanned the edge, and his eye came to rest on the spot where the water overflowed the dike of debris and ran down into the original creek. Probably there, slithering on their bellies as like as not. Ferns grew there, brown now but still providing some cover. They'd come with their close-quarters weapons, swimming toward him as he sat clueless, distracted by the figure on the shore at the opposite end of the pond. He'd known it was a distraction, and it had almost killed him anyway. "Devious. Are you well?" Sledgefist asked. "Aye, well enough." His leg hurt. "We gave what for we did, but it was a risk we could have holed up. Considering that one of them got away, it may have been just as well to hole up under stone. Here were 5 fewer Uasi and maybe a message sent." The question was, what would the message be? Maybe, but how could we ever know it was safe? I don't think we're going to, Sledgefist answered, pursing his lips. But we gave em what for, didn't we? His older brother put a hand on Jorvig's shoulder and grasped it. It was the most brotherly moment they'd had in a while, like in younger days. We did. Chapter 19, Living Steel. Thankfully, Shineboot's injury was not severe. He had a duck's egg on his forehead, but dwarf noggins were hard to crack. On top of that, the Uasi hadn't managed a full swing in the close confusion. After they were sure they were all right, Jorvig ordered the smoke hives emptied of meat. The chunks of beast had developed a thick, dry crust of blackened red, leathery flesh, but Jorvig knew that the meat within would still be tender. They distributed the meat into the ewers of honey, weighing the meat down with clean rocks to keep it submerged. The deep beds of coal in the bottom of the smokers would go cold. Jorvig had retrieved his crutch from the pond shore, his brother dutifully following for security. They scrunched their noses at the stench of the dead Uasi. The one hobblefoot had impaled through the back still floated face down near the edge of the pond. Thankfully, they had the spring of water in the adit and didn't have to rely on pond water. After this work, the four of them sat in the storeroom on their carved stools. I would have bolted the adit door and waited em out, Hobblefoot said, but damn if it didn't feel good to kill those filthy Kulker. Kulker was dwarvish for dross, the impurities removed during metal refinery, but it also served as a curse in their tongue. Jorvig knew the comment was both a censure and a compliment. It was a bold move, Sledgefist muttered, as if compelled to say it yet loath to do so. Jorvig decided to accept the compliments for what they were. Striper hopped onto Jorvig's lap, purring. He placed his hand in her fur. The sensation was such a stark contrast to the moments of horror he'd just experienced mere yards away. Jorvig hadn't tried to be bold. When the moment came, his mind went to plans and solutions first. He didn't think that made him brave. The Uasi were problems, and when presented with a problem, he sought to solve it and solve it quickly. The horror of it felt somehow like an unpleasant surprise. Each of the dwarves found something to occupy their hands as they indulged in the use of an oil lamp. Shineboot sharpened chisels. Sledgefist carved at a piece of bone, determined to make a better spearhead than mere sharpened sapwood. Hobblefoot was carving a new pick handle of cedar, and Jorvig was cleaning his dagger and sheath. He had stabbed the Uasi with it, and like a fool had resheathed his dagger without thinking. Now it stank. He wasn't sure he could salvage the leather, but he must at least try. Wasting a still usable piece of kit in the wilds was foolish. The ignorant among humans said that every dwarf in Deep Cut was rich, their most neglected possessions encrusted in jewels. This was nonsense, of course. Many dwarves had just enough possessions to serve them in their daily labors. That said, the dwarves took great care of what they did have, and poor quality was not tolerated. Most dwarves felt almost compelled to ensure that what they had was functional, durable, and if possible, pleasing to hand and eye. Yet what was pleasing to dwarven eyes was not always gaudy. There could be poor work encrusted with jewels, or truly fine craftsmanship of simple iron or burnished bronze. As a folk, the dwarves knew the difference between quality and show. In the wilds, there was even less luxury than normal, and an even more meticulous care of what little they had. Well did Jorvig remember the music of the bronze harps, the fine ring of resonant metal, the shine of jewels sewn into a maid's fine hem. Such things he had taken for granted before. Jorvig must not have been the only one thinking on such things, for Shineboot spoke. Imagine what it must have been like in a Lenfioner, it meant ice cloak in Dwarvish, when all was made of the living steel. Living steel is a myth, Sledgefist said absently. No, the hammer and the medallion are still locked in the treasury vault. I saw them, I had my lot drawn on the day of deliverance to see them 20 years ago. They're real. The hammer and medallion brought by Auntie Tourmaline and her companions from Lenfioner itself were the most treasured artifacts of their folk. I'm sure there's a hammer and a medallion of some alloy and cleverness, but living steel is a myth. I told you I saw them, a metal unlike any I've ever beheld. Shineboot stared upward as he said it, seeing in memory and not in the moment. And let me guess, they walked you under armed guard in single file through the treasury gallery, and you saw them through steel bars as they lay in embroidered pillows, and you weren't allowed to stop shuffling forward as you passed, let alone touch them. That's how it always is, Hobblefoot said, to let the most folk see. They don't want you looking too closely and finding out, Sledgefist retorted. Who's they? Shineboot asked. The folk with the power who want everything to stay the way it is. It's always about power. Power and wealth, hoards and holds. I don't see how a hammer and a medallion give anyone wealth and power. Sledgefist sighed, rolling his eyes. That's because you're still blind to it. Jorvig interceded before the dark storm gathering on Shineboot's brow could burst forth in hasty speech. Enough, enough, he said. Maybe there's living steel, maybe not. But we're a long way from deep cut. And it's no Kariandal, Hobblefoot muttered. It's no Kariandal, the others chimed. A few minutes of silent work passed. I just like to think what it would have been like in the days of the crippled king. The crippled king wasn't a real person, Sledgefist said, taking up the argument again. He's an idea, a way of living and thinking like true dwarves. It's a story Auntie Tourmalin used to teach us. Sledgefist, leave off, Jorvig said. I'm still your elder, Sledgefist retorted. There they were arguing about ancient history mere hours after fighting for their lives. Jorvig could have kicked his brother. Who cares if there really was a dwarf by that name anyway, Sledgefist added. Does it really matter? It does to me, Shineboot said, his voice low. Those stories are to teach us for the future. I came out here to strike my own wealth like Auntie Tourmalin taught, whether or not the crippled king ever dimmed an adit. Here I have power over my own piece of stone. Our own, Hobblefoot said. Sledgefist paused. Of course, our own, he nodded. Jorvig sighed. All 4 dwarves walked down to the weir the next day as heavily armed as they had yet managed to be. Sledgefist had his new bone-tipped spear while the others carried an assortment of mining tools. Jorvig limped along on his pointed crutch. They had brought the net and managed to snag a carp from the weir, but they had truly gone to scout for Uasi. There was no sign of any. They rooted around in the area for the carcass of the beast that Shineboot had seen them carrying, but with no success. There were a few tracks where the Uasi claws had dug into loam or silt, but nothing more. Jorvig didn't say anything about it yet, but he was worried by the description of the beast. By Shineboot's report, the Uasi had trusted on a pole and were carrying it between them. Upon questioning Shineboot more, Jorvig found that it was probably a fairly fresh kill. Where were they taking it? Uasi might not mind spoiled meat as much as dwarves, but they hadn't devoured it on the spot. They meant to transport it, and they'd been heading downstream, most likely. Jorvig didn't like that either. Any dwarves coming from Deep Cut would be traveling upstream. There weren't any good options for doing anything about it either. A flock of geese flew overhead, stragglers in the migration south. It was time to hole up in their claim. They'd make regular visits to the weir so long as the water didn't freeze, but never alone. Not anymore. Satisfied that there were no Uasi in the immediate vicinity, they dragged their dead foes to the river and dumped the bodies, letting them float downstream. The dwarves washed their hands and forearms vigorously after the bodies had floated away. Sledgefist had suggested impaling the bodies on sharpened stakes and leaving them there at the riverside as a warning, but Jorvig did not want to draw any more attention to the dell than need be. It still felt uncomfortable to gainsay his elder brother, but Hobblefoot agreed with Jorvig. Jorvig was never fully certain when it was agreement in truth or merely to goad their rival. At least he could use it. Chapter 20, A False Strike. There was one place that Jorvig needed to go alone, and he didn't want to delay any longer. As they returned to the adit, he said, "Cook the fish, I need to go up the dell for a moment." "Not alone," Sledgefist said. "I'll only be a moment. We've been traipsing out to the mouth of the dell and back. I'm confident we're alone for now." "Why do you need to go there?" Shineboot asked. "I think I left my rasp up where I was digging." "Leaving tools?" Sledgefist said, the elder brother full in his voice. "It's all I can think. Since," he motioned to his leg, meaning since his injury, "I can't find it, unless I lost it upriver, that's all I can think." The mention of Jorvig's injury quieted Sledgefist's censure. It was fortunate that Jorvig hadn't dug or had his mining tools out since then. It was a gamble to hope none of them remembered what he'd carried with him on his foraging trip. One of them had carried back his harness when they'd found him. There was a lot happening then that was more pressing than a rasp. He hoped they wouldn't remember and it might have dropped along the way. "I'll go with you," Shineboot said. Jorvig tried not to react, but he didn't see a way around it. With a disapproving look from Sledgefist, they headed off. Jorvig actually wore his harness that day, but it only contained his hammer and chisels, his small pick, and the coil of rope. He also carried an axe. He knew the others wouldn't question it on their venture to the weir, thinking he was bringing the tools as potential weapons, and the rope coiled around his abdomen as protection. And at least for the axe, that was partially true. With Shineboot at his side, Jorvig limped up the rough rising ground of the dell. He had his crutch under one arm and the axe in his free hand, often using it as a sort of cane to steady himself. The feeling had mostly returned to his foot, though sometimes he felt pins and needles. He still felt off balance sometimes when walking, like the back of his leg had stiffened. The inflexibility gave him a faltering gait, so it took him longer than before to reach the pile of broken rock beneath his rough-cut adit. His shallow footholds cut into the rock led upward, but they were meant to be used as aids with a rope which he'd taken down, and Jorvig couldn't climb that way. Nor did he think he could scale the ridge and lower himself down like he'd done at first. Instead, he had another idea. Tall pines grew close up to the rock face, some easily reaching 100 feet. There was one he had in mind. Jorvig walked to the trunk and dropped his crutch. He unwrapped the rope from his middle and handed it off to Shineboot. Pine was a soft wood. It wouldn't take long. He braced himself with a wide stance and put a deep notch in the back of the trunk, angling for how he wanted the tree to fall. Moving to the front of the trunk, he cut it away with downward angled strokes. Jorvig was no expert at felling trees, but the general principle was simple enough and he didn't have to be too precise. He cut so that the fibers of the wood would give way and drop the pine toward the adit, hoping the flexible upper branches would hook it into the opening in the rock. Shineboot stood at a safe distance, watching and sometimes glancing upward at the adit, but he didn't speak. The trunk cracked. The tree leaned, slowly at first and then faster. The trunk parted from the stump, thudding into the ground. The upper branches hit the rock face, completely covering the adit. It gave a half turn and came to rest. Jorvig pushed on the trunk, but it didn't budge. "The rope," he said. Shineboot looked up along the tree trunk. "Do you want me to go up instead?" "No," Jorvig said. "But don't fight me on this, I am not an invalid." Jorvig wasn't entirely sure he shouldn't be an invalid for some time longer, or at least when it came to scrabbling up trees. But acting insulted or defensive would hopefully cause the least questioning. Shineboot sighed and handed Jorvig the rope. Jorvig put his arm and head through the coil. "Well, do you need to take your harness?" "I may need the tools." Jorvig stared up. The trunk rose at a steep slant. He'd chosen a tree that could reach the rock face unimpeded. He would have liked an even milder slope, but the further, taller trees would have snagged on other trees between. The hardest part of the climb was the first 20 feet where the branches had died and fallen away, leaving the trunk bare. Jorvig used his small pick in one hand and the axe in the other, swinging one and sinking it into the wood, pulling himself forward with the tool to steady himself, then swinging the other, and so on. Once he got to the branches, he lopped them away a few feet up, using the stubs as handholds. His leg ached, but he took it slow, trying to ignore the slight bouncing of the trunk as he got higher. At length, he reached the level of the adit. The trunk of the tree rested at least 5 feet from the opening of the adit and the cliff. This was the trickiest part. Jorvig took off the loop of rope and tied it fast to his harness and again to a lopped stub branch of the tree, leaving only a few feet of slack between himself and the knot. Then, he took the axe, got as steady of a stance as he could, and cutting at the trunk above. Each swing bounced the trunk, lurching his stomach. The tree was much thinner there, and after about 15 minutes of his meager, unbalanced strokes it cracked, and the top of the tree bent upwards from the fracture as the lower trunk lowered itself down into the adit. Some of the thin branches against the rock face snapped. Jorvig lopped at others, then broke away the last tenacious fibers of the upper trunk. The top swung backward and fell away. Pine branches scraped and clawed at him as the top fell away, but he clung to the trunk. If it wasn't for the rope, he might have followed the top down. But as soon as the log steadied, he climbed down into the adit, setting foot upon good stone with relief. Climbing the ridge and letting himself down by rope might have been easier in the end. His leg throbbed, but at least he'd done it. He peered down at Shineboot. The dwarf shook his head up at him. He was near the pile of broken stone beneath the adit, tossing a rock up and catching it again. "Really worth a file?" Shineboot called. "Where am I going to get another?" Jorvig yelled back. This would have been much easier if Shineboot wasn't there. He slipped his pick out of his harness and walked to the back wall of the short drift. He hooked the blade onto the false stone that covered the load and pulled it away, catching it and lowering it down to the rock quietly. The gold gleamed. Jorvig turned to another section, one without sign of ore, and began to strike the rock. This part he could have made up if Shineboot hadn't come, but now he needed to make noise. One blow turned to 2 to 3, and soon 5 minutes had passed. "Oi!" Shineboot shouted from below. "Oi!" Jorvig stepped away and looked down out of the adit. "What are you doing?" he called up. "Haven't swung a pick in a while." "Feels good. I never got to finish digging this seam I was looking at." He stepped back out of sight and continued on. Another few minutes passed. He could almost feel Shineboot's irritation, though he didn't call again and Jorvig didn't look. Judging at last there was farce enough, he stopped swinging. After letting a few more moments pass, he mustered his energy and shouted. "Shineboot, Shineboot. What? Get up here now." Chapter 21, Winter Working. Shineboot didn't ask why. The tree shook and in minutes Shineboot dropped into the adit. Jorvig tried to look as surprised and excited as he could. Mostly he felt stupid trying to act. But Shineboot wasn't looking at Jorvig's face, he was looking at the driftback. He approached it carefully, not taking his eyes away from the color. Gently he touched the oar with his fingertips. When at last he turned to Jorvig, he looked far more dumbstruck than excited, his jaw hanging slightly ajar. "Go bring the others," Jorvig said, putting his back against the rock and sliding down to sit. He needed to get off his leg. Shineboot hesitated for a moment, looking down at Jorvig as if confused, then scrambled back out of the adit and down the tree. It was Sledgefist who scrambled up the tree first. He barely glanced at Jorvig as he stepped over his legs and rushed to the back wall. Sledgefist stared agape at the vein of gold. A few moments later, Hobblefoot squeezed shoulder to shoulder next to Sledgefist in the narrow opening. Shineboot returned last and stood near the adit opening. There was no room left further inside. There was hardly room for all four of them at all in the shallow drift Jorvig had mined. Sledgefist turned toward Jorvig, his eyes wide and face slack. Jorvig smiled and hoped the bedazzlement of the strike would blind them to his awkwardness. It was Hobblefoot who broke the silence. "This changes things," he said. This is. Our dreams come to life," Sledgefist muttered. "We must build real ladders." "No," Jorvig said. "We dig a passage to the main adit. We cannot come and go through the dell all winter with Uasi about, and we have to keep our wits when we're outside." Shineboot looked over his shoulder down into the dell, as if just remembering the threat of Uasi. "It will take so long," Sledgefist said. "The gold will keep." "He's right," Hobblefoot added and nodded at Jorvig. "Best to come through the rock. I'll take measurements. Should we connect to the storeroom, do you think, or the back of the drift?" "What about bringing it right down above the waterwheel chamber?" Shineboot suggested. Jorvig hadn't thought of it, but it certainly had merits. It would allow them to more easily put the engine to good use. It might be premature to expect to need a vent bellows or a rail system, but it didn't hurt to allow for the possibility in future. Yes, slope from above the wheel chamber. "What do you think for a gap thickness, Hobblefoot?" Jorvig may be their chosen Rinlin, but Hobblefoot had more experience with machines than any of them. It would be foolish for Jorvig to ignore the others' knowledge. "Better thicker than weaker," he said. "Let it be 10 foot of rock braced from below, and we can drill from each side for a vertical axle shaft." "So be it. We can start with a ladder chute to the lower adit drift." "I see it." "I will measure," Hobblefoot said, and hauled himself back out onto the tree and started down. The next days were a flurry. They stopped only to eat and to take short naps. They left the adit door closed and barricaded except when they needed to dump rock. Using the measurements Hobblefoot took with rope and charcoal markings on stone, double-checked by Sledgefist of course, they were able to determine the grade and distance, and they rechecked the trajectory of their delvings frequently. They worked up from below, starting at the lower adit and heading to the rock face above, planning to reach the right level 30 feet deeper into the cliff than Jorvig had dug the high adit, as they'd already begun calling it. The work would take months with all of them working. Jorvig was still not much use in hauling rock loads by barrow, dumping them down the ladder chute into the adit drift below, but he could stand and swing a pick. If he walked far, he still used his crutch, which was now closer to a cane since he'd sawed away the sharpened point. The last of the leaves fell from the trees, dry and crackling. One morning, Jorvig and Shineboot left the adit to go check the weir for fish. They sought oil as much as meat. When they peered out of the adit scanning for Uasi, they saw a thin film of ice on the pond. It was the first time Jorvig or Shineboot had seen ice. They broke it by throwing rocks onto the pond, then by pushing their hands through at the edge, picking up shards of the clear, cold stuff. They shattered it against the ground and heard it sound, fascinated by the idea of water growing solid. Those were hard but happy days, fed on smoked meat and honey, and the odd fish as winter closed its grip over the dell and the red ridges. There was little to disagree with about their current plan and little to argue over. They worked in tandem, as was fit for dwarves in a mine, and what few choices must be made they let Jorvig make without complaint or second-guessing. With such hard labor, their supply of food would still not last the winter, even though they kept themselves on hard rations. They would have to hunt again in a couple months, and it would be wise to begin hunting sooner than necessary. But even Jorvig was happy to throw himself into days and weeks of laboring at the stone, letting himself forget for a time the desperate despotism of the wilds. Beards tucked into the necks of their belted long shirts, their skin covered in stone dust and streaked from sweat, it was a good life. The snows came. The river flowed swiftly, deeper now than in the summer. While the center remained open to the sky with its dark flowing water, a thick crust of ice grew out from the edges, covering the weir. They could not trust it with their weight, and even if they could, the higher water meant that many fish would escape the trap. Their supply of oil dwindled. They used fir candles in plenty, and all were glad Jorvig had forced them to set in such a store. So long as their dwarven eyes had remained in the dark for a few days, a single fir candle was more than enough light to mine by. They supplemented with reed pips soaked in the grease of the smoked meat they cooked in their prospecting pans. When they hauled ore to and from the active drift, they did so in the dark, but dwarven feet did not need sight to walk a familiar tunnel. They knew the distances and steps by heart, navigating their claim in the dark with ease. Nor did the dark weigh on their spirits. Better dark beneath than light above, the old saying went. By Hobblefoot's measurements, they had to dig 283 yards and 2 feet before they reached the right level and alignment of the high adit. They had chosen to dig a single drift, which to the dwarves of Deep Cut meant a tunnel 3 feet wide, 4.5 feet high, with alcoves for passing every 30 yards. This allowed a single dwarf to push a barrow down the tunnel. As they got into a groove with their labor, they estimated that with 2 dwarves digging and 2 hauling, they were averaging 5 cubic yards of removal in a day, leaving the drift sides rough, and they expected a total removal of just over 425 cubic yards for the whole drift. Because there was room only for one to swing the pick at a time, they worked in 2 shifts, 16 hours at a time. The drift never rested. Jorvig made sure that he worked with Hobblefoot and Shineboot with Sledgefist, dividing the brothers, though he wondered at times if maybe through congenial work Hobblefoot and Sledgefist may find some peace. With 6 hours of sleep, that left time for the dwarves not digging to sharpen tools, patch clothes, and try a little fishing if the ice allowed. The days were regimented, duties clear, and that lifted their spirits as well. At this pace they'd reach their goal in a little shy of 3 months. Such calculations were second nature to experienced dwarven miners. All in the claim had completed their apprenticeship, being called Orleg, which meant something like able miner in Dwarvish. They had all the essential skills and knowledge, but they were not masters. Most mines only had 1 or 2 masters, even in Deep Cut. The Rinlin was normally one. They were expected to guide the cutting of a drift over huge distances with the precision of inches or less. Jorvig still hadn't dug a sleeping alcove. He lay atop one of the pelts he'd hunted, sleeping in the storeroom. Wormcoat and Saviorm had left their sleeping alcoves unused, but Jorvig wouldn't take them over even though they'd be gone for months. The dwarves of Deep Cut lived in close quarters with their kin, and where folk lived in close quarters, practices about space could grow strict. Sleeping alcoves were little more than shelves cut into the stone to accommodate the length and width of a dwarf, padded with rugs or pelts, the opening covered with a tapestry or thick curtain when available. For many a dwarf, only the sleeping alcove was truly private space. It was sleeping on padded stone regardless, but the dwarves liked the confines of the alcoves. 2 months passed and Jorvig watched their supply of food dwindle. They only made one significant strike in the digging, a thin vein of galena, an ore containing silver and lead both, but they ignored it. In the summer it would have excited them, but not now. When they opened the final jar of honeymeat, Jorvig knew they had to stop and hunt, even though the snows fell. Their destination was only a couple weeks of labor away, but they'd already tightened their belts too many times. The faces of the 3 dwarves now passing their second hungry winter looked gaunt indeed. Jorvig suspected he wasn't too far behind them. As he swung his pick, Jorvig found himself fantasizing about fried mushrooms and goat stew and the sweet meat of Deep Cut. Then Shineboot woke Jorvig and Hobblefoot out of their sleep. "We've struck," he said. In minutes all 4 were squeezed into the end of the upward drift, looking at another flash of gold under the light of a smoky fir candle. "I reckon it's part of the same vein," Hobblefoot said, pointing. "Look at the angle as it slopes." "If that's the same vein," Sledgefist said, and paused to do sums in his head. Though it could take a moment to do the actual sums, they all knew what it meant. It meant the vein extended deep. It meant there was a great distance of gold-bearing quartz running from their current location at least to the high adit. "This may be even bigger than we hoped," Jorvig said. That meant the potential for wealth beyond precedent in Deep Cut. There was no gold mined in Deep Cut. What there was from trade with humans. The claims of the western Red Ridges sometimes produced small amounts of gold, but they mostly mined galena, copper, and iron. Not all of the quartz in this vein would be gold-laden, and it would take work to extract it. But in at least some places there were nugget-sized deposits of the yellow ore shining in the small candle flame. Ah yes, such wealth was beyond hope, but they realized what kind of practical considerations lay before them: to extract it, to smelt and refine it, to trade it. This was not a respectable strike that a few dwarves could pack back to Deep Cut, hoping to trade for a stonehold and maybe win the eye of a maid. This was the kind of strike that turned claims into something else entirely. Jorvig wasn't sure what to compare it to. The closest example might be the galena of East Spire. Yet East Spire was much closer to Deep Cut, whereas they were in the far Red Ridges hundreds of miles away. The question is, do we continue as we planned, Hobblefoot said, or do we start to mine this vein? It looks to continue further down and in as well as up and out. I think we mine as we go, but not yet. We have to replenish our food if we can. The disappointment was clear on their faces. Jorvig was disappointed too, but he knew it was the right call. He was also concerned that they needed to build new tools. Their picks were worn, the hardened steel edges long filed and sharpened away. They also needed drills. By drilling long holes into the stone, they could sample the rock and ore beyond and so guide their efforts. Before Jorvig's arrival, the others had built a small wooden lean-to against the cliff in the dell. It had been their first shelter and later their improvised forge. But they needed new iron, a quenching tank, eventually a better anvil than the piece of granite they'd used. All this meant they needed to smelt some of the hematite ore they'd struck in the lower drifts in a bloomery, and for that they would need charcoal, and to get charcoal they would need to make a mound kiln. Hopefully they would have enough hematite. They could heat and pound the plentiful limonite for iron as well, but that would take even greater amounts of coal and time. Regardless, the process represented weeks of work still ahead of them, but Jorvig didn't mention any of that, not yet. Let them secure food first. Even as they stared with gleaming eyes at the vein of gold, Jorvig knew it would be long before they could return to it with undivided attention. Chapter 22, A Whiff of Foe. The last time Jorvig went to the weir, a thin layer of snow had rested upon the land, and he and Hobblefoot had seen the tracks of beasts, cloven-hoofed beasts on the river trail. They knew the beasts were passing, and so Jorvig hoped to make another pitfall trap as he had done before. When dawn came, they took their tools to the river. They walked a short distance upstream to where the animal trail passed through a narrow gap between a heaped shelf of exposed stone and the river. With 4 of them, they were able to dig a much better pit, even breaking up the rock layer beneath the thin loam. The rock there was already fractured from the freezing and thawing of water. By that evening, the pit was 5 feet deep, full of sharpened stakes, and there was a narrow entrance with steps closed off and secured by a split wall of timber that could be dismantled from the outside. Across the top, they laid a weak framework of sticks and leaves and pine branches to hold up any snow. "It looks a right mess," Sledgefist said as the winter sky above them flushed with hues of peach from a sunset they couldn't see beyond the ridges. It did look a mess. They had trampled the trail, turning the thin snow into a brown slush. They tossed the burden of rock from the pit into the river to get it out of the way, but Jorvig doubted any beast would fall for this trap yet. "We hope for snow," Jorvig said. "Snow would remove their traces better than anything." "Is that it then?" Sledgefist asked. "Maybe we should make another downstream," Shineboot suggested. "To catch the hardfells," Hobblefoot said, chuckling. "That would make sure they don't pass us by on accident." "That's a good point," Jorvig said. "Let's carve danger runes." They carved some runes on the rock shelf and into the bark of nearby trees, a triad of the cave runes for danger, hidden, and pitfall, plus directional marks. All dwarves knew cave runes, not just the miners. Cave runes were used to guide movement, warn, or inform, such as whether the rock door was to a stew hall or a smeltery, or whether there was the risk of a cave-in ahead. Speaking runes were another thing. There was some crossover, but speaking runes could be used to read and write, to store ideas. Such runes were inscribed on stones as memorials or written with chalk on slate for a quick message between traders. But not all dwarves knew the secrets of speaking runes, certainly none of those present. With the runes carved, they headed back to the dell and the adit. The winter sun had already sunk and the dim of twilight had come. The days were short in the winter. Though the dark of night did not disturb the dwarves much, they did not like being exposed on the surface. Even in the dead of night they could see what was close to them with little trouble, even glimmers of color, but beyond 15 or so yards the darkness held sway. Still, their eyes were not their strongest sense. Dwarven noses drew in the world. They could smell the loam, even the temperature of it. They could smell the decaying leaves, the sandstone of the ridges, the water, and its distinct mineral load. Something spooked in the trees to their right, rushing off further into the woods. They couldn't see it, but they heard the crunch of snow beneath its feet. "There goes dinner," Hobblefoot said, supposed to run toward the pit. And then the smell hit them. Few dwarves who have once smelled uasi ever get the stench truly out of their nostrils. Some smell it again in their dreams. All 4 of the dwarves crouched instinctively, gripping their tools-turned weapons. "Shit," Sledgefist said. "What do we do?" Shineboot asked, staring around into the dim woods. "Why did it run?" Hobblefoot whispered. "It could have stayed there and we wouldn't have seen it." "We smelled it," Sledgefist said. "We smell something," Jorvig said, "but whether it's the same as what we heard is another question." "Shit," Sledgefist said. "Hobblefoot, you look left." Sledgefist watched behind, Shineboot right, I'll take the front. Jorvik stood, holding a shovel like a walking staff, using it for support as he moved forward. The smell hung on the air, but it diminished somewhat as they reached the dell, and when they opened the attic door, only the sandstone-laden air met them. They quickly braced the door, dropping a thick maple bar into grooves. Sledgefist peered out of the door's small slat window. Nothing, he said, and the mine is clear unless they've learned to bathe. What was it doing? Hobblefoot asked. Spying, I think, Jorvik said. If it meant to attack, it would have. There were plenty of times we didn't pay enough attention while we were digging today. Shit, Sledgefist said again, I hate those Kulker. They were all silent a moment. Jorvik felt certain he was right. It must have been a spy, or the one-eared Uasi returning maybe. But why would it? If it was a spy, then it meant there were more Uasi and they knew where the dwarves were. We aren't soldiers, Shineboot said. There's nothing we can do about that, Jorvik answered. To leave would be more dangerous than to stay, especially this time of year. So we just wait until they attack again. No, we prepare. How? Both Sledgefist and Hobblefoot asked together. Images flashed in Jorvik's mind, somehow his thoughts moving faster in pictures than words could run. We cut down the dell. The dell. The trees, every one of them, we cut them and stack them. We make it clear so we can see from one side to the other all the way down to the river. First, we cut a stone door to this attic. We should have already done that. The wooden door they had first made would slow an attack but not stop it. The door, aye, but the trees, that will take many days, Hobblefoot said. It must be done, at least that way they won't be able to sneak up on us, and we need new tools anyway, ours are badly worn. The Hardfells and the rest will bring new tools. Not enough, we can't rely on deep cut for our tools, we know that. We'd have to make charcoal sooner or later, it will be sooner. Sledgefist sighed, we're doomed to make the richest of strikes and never to work them. Let's just make sure we're not doomed to die. Dwarves had long ago refined the art of hanging stone doors, so much that there were stone carvers in deep cut who specialized in only the carving of doors and hinges and locks from the rock. None of those specialists would have considered carving a door from sandstone, but the four dwarves in the dell were more interested in speed, and they had not time or safety to go searching for a big enough slab of granite or any harder stone. They cut the road hinges in the attic rock and hung the 16-inch slab of sandstone on the third day, with levers and pry bars and cursing. But at last it hung. They carved a grate in the middle of the door to allow the dwarves to peer outside. At the bottom they carved 3 small channels for the water of the spring to pass through. They divided the flow into 3 to allow for excess water to flow out but still keep the channels small enough so nothing bigger than a rat could squeeze through the course. Maybe the sandstone could be broken, but they felt certain no Uasi could do it and hoped to catch the dwarves unprepared. They were going to need a lookout higher up the ridge. Even with the grate in the door they could not see enough of the dell to ensure it was clear before they stepped out, and they could not see directly to the left or right of the doorway. Each time they left the attic would be a risk, but with the stone door braced, they could sleep secure knowing nothing would come upon them suddenly. Sledgefist tried to dissuade Jorvik once more from insisting they clear-cut the dell. We can hold on till the Hardfells get here. Our friends could be walking into an ambush coming here and I don't see a way to stop them. Even if they all left now to try to make it to deep cut in the winter, it was more likely to get everyone killed. And if we don't walk the surface, we'll be starved and dead by spring. We clear the dell. Jorvik paused, thinking. Except for the mature birch and maple for the sap in the spring, we'll cut their lower boughs. The dwarves had learned of sap from the humans. At least one small colony from the western ridges dealt in birch syrup to deep cut, it being a richer resource than the worked-out copper of their claim. The next morning it snowed. They all went warily to the riverside, but nothing had fallen into the pit. They stayed a distance from it, creeping just close enough to see. They knew beasts could smell well and they didn't want to leave their scent. At least the pit was indistinguishable from the rest of the trail under the few inches of white powder. The snow had even covered the ice on the edges of the river, leaving only a narrow strip of dark water flowing in the center. They returned to the dell. The pond was a white field too, but the ice would not have supported their weight. They only had 2 axes, so 2 would stand watch with spears for now, rotating at intervals. They began, and Jorvik quickly realized just how many trees were in the dell. With their sharp axes and broad shoulders, the dwarves could make quick work of the soft pines, but it still took time for so many, and unless they limbed the trees, dropping them to the ground only made more cover for the foe. Sledgefist was quick to point it out. We need the trees for charcoal anyway, Jorvik answered. These pines weigh 10 tons on average, I'd say. Sledgefist squinted upward and jutted out his jaw, a sure sign he was doing sums. Pine isn't a good wood for coal. There is cedar here and fir and spruce. With a mound kiln, that's maybe 1 ton of charcoal a tree. Maybe less, and the wood will need to sit for many months, far less coal burning them green. How many tons do you want? Fine, we stack the first 100 trunks and cover them. We let the rest lay where they fall and we burn them. You will scorch your birches and maples that way. So be it. Chapter 23, Labors of Flame. Tree after tree they felled until the winter sky was bare above them. Sledgefist devised a canthok to roll the limbed logs, and a bonfire burned as they worked into the night, two always watching, armed with bone-tipped spears. Each morning they checked the pit trap from a distance, hoping. Even this labor of clearing the dell must stop soon if the trap failed them. Jorvig feared having to venture further from the safety of the claim to hunt. The prospectors of the Long Downs had fled before the Uasi 100 and more years before. Who could tell him how to work a claim in spite of the foe? Jorvig's leg continued to bother him. Instead of pain, it mostly felt weak, as if it might give way beneath him at a moment's notice, and sometimes he did stumble without warning, once falling to his knee. On the second day, Jorvig found a cedar sapling, its root bulb growing atop a flat stone, long tendrils of roots stretching out into the loam to either side of the rock. He tore it up and lopped off the tendrils and the bushy top, but he did not throw away the sapling staff. With his dagger he stripped the bark. It was not so long as a full spear staff, more gnarled where many small branches had grown. Something about the thing attracted his eye, maybe the way the root bulb looked like a hooked, deformed beak. At any case, his crutch had become a nuisance, but this he could keep by his side for support when he needed it, and in a pinch the bulb at the end could give a wicked blow. Limbing and rolling the first 100 logs into a pile was a greater task than felling them. It was on the 5th day that they heard a great scream from the river. Cautiously, the four approached. The screams came from the pit, and at first they feared the horrible sounds, unsure of what creature could make them. It turned out to be a great wild pig, wounded by falling on one of the pit spikes. Jorvig hadn't even realized such beasts roamed the woods. He knew they could be dangerous. The massive pig must have weighed 400 or more pounds. They dispatched it with spear thrusts to the throat, then butchered it in the pit, keeping to their rule of having two on guard at all times. It took 3 trips to carry the meat and organs back to the adit. They couldn't help but smile and quip. They feasted on organs that night and the smokers burned again. The honey was too depleted to preserve any meat. With renewed energy they worked on. They covered the stacked logs with dirt enough to keep them from burning when they lit the rest. They'd have to uncover the logs later to let them dry before they could turn them to charcoal, and they worked on. At the end of the 2nd week, even Jorvig hesitated to continue cutting the dell. The trees that lay on their sides were dense, blocking all sight. The smell of the sap and needles was overpowering to the nose. In amidst the branches, they could barely see a few yards in any direction. The trees lay upon one another, some propped up, zigzagging so that going in any direction became difficult. If the foe came upon them within that tangle, it would go ill. The snow had melted away under a strong southwest wind blowing up the dell, and the ground was damp, but the pine was full of tar and some of it was already drying. It would burn if set, and so Jorvig called for the making of fires. They set the fallen timber alight in 3 places, then retreated into the adit, closing the door behind. Smoke followed them. They placed a wet piece of bandage cloth over the grating in the door. They still needed fresh air. They could see the glow of the fire even through the cloth, and soon it sounded like the wind outside had redoubled. It grew into a roar, and the rag over the grate grew warm to the touch. If they hadn't have put in a stone door, no doubt the old wooden one would have burned. Rag or no, the smell of smoke was overpowering. "How long do you think this will take?" Shineboot asked. "I don't know, but I suggest we sleep in the lower drifts tonight." So they climbed down the 50-foot chute into the long unworked drifts where the amethyst had been found, and there they spent the night, still smelling the burning in the dell. For a short time Jorvig feared he'd endangered them. The dwarves knew about ventilation and air movement, and they knew that fire devoured it and that gases could interact with flames. The dwarven miners watched the color of their candles carefully, for gases burned in different hues. The dwarves were not so fragile as humans when it came to such things, which is part of why the human kings of Lathe had enslaved them long ago. But care had to be taken, for pockets of deadly poisonous vapors could be found in the deeps, and while their sensitive noses could detect most vapors, sometimes drafts of evil air could move quickly. They awoke in the morning, or in Jorvig's case multiple times throughout the night. The smell of smoke was thick, but they could breathe the air even as they ascended the ladder to the adit drift. Jorvig pulled away the now dry cloth from the grate and peered out. Smoke filled the dell like a haze, and he could not see more than 20 or 30 yards. What he did see was blackened earth beneath the haze. The branches of those trees they'd felled were burned away, leaving only charred husk-like trunks and in cases where they'd been piled thick. Not even that. Embers still glowed on stub ends. A swirl of breeze lifted the pall and showed him the edge of the clearing they'd cut. A few trees jutted up to burnt ends 10 feet into the air, and some towered higher, stripped of green needles and branch and left blackened. The ferns and bushes and other undergrowth were gone. Shineboot wet the rag again and put it over his face as he went out to check on the smoke hives. He replenished the fires within with wood from inside the adit, then he returned. Jorvig hoped the smoke hives hadn't turned into ovens charring the meat. He should have thought of that before. Thankfully, Shineboot reported that he didn't think the meat was lost since the hives were near the pond and away from the greater flames. "What do we do now?" Sledgefist asked. "We mine ore," Hobblefoot said, a note of satisfaction in his voice. "We continue the drift until the smoke clears," Jorvig answered. "Why continue the drift?" "Because if the fire worked, we'll be able to see the whole dell and the lower ridges from the high adit. It'll be the safest way for us to come and go." "We'll need a new ladder," Shineboot said. Jorvig thought of the leaning tree he'd cut. "It's not going to be a ladder." If the weather had been drier, the dwarves might have burned hundreds of square miles. As it was, the fire had ascended up the sides of the arms of the dell but had not burned downward on the other sides. Near the river, the fire crept outward for a short ways up and downstream. A flaming tree had crashed down into their pit trap, but the trees were less dense along the rocky riverside and the ground was wet. The fire had burned out. With the pig flesh and the odd fish to feed them, they mined onward. The year had long turned, but the winter still held sway. One day, Hobblefoot stood at the end of the working drift, going over his calculations again. "That's it, we turn here," he said, and in another week they broke through, daylight streaming in as they squinted at the brightness. Hobblefoot's calculations were around 20 inches off and Sledgefist jibed. "You checked my sums," Hobblefoot said, "and made no changes." That quieted Sledgefist. Jorvig walked to the edge of the high adit and looked out at the dell. The smoke had long cleared. Black jutting remains of trees rose up. The birch hadn't made it through the fire, but he could see a few maples near the far side of the dell that might survive. More importantly, he could see all the way from the steep top of the dell down to the river, and it would have been hard for any Uasi to hide, or at least hard for any number of them to hide, except just beyond the embankment of tailings that formed the berm of the pond. The berm was bigger than ever after their winter of work, stretching most of the way across the dell. The pond had expanded with it. "Now we can work the load," Sledgefist said. "No," Jorvig said. "What now?" "Charcoal. The wood is still green." "The wood we covered is green," Jorvig said, and pointed out at the blackened wood in the dell. "All of that not so much." The fires had left many trunks and logs heavily charred. It would not produce as much charcoal as it should, but it may produce enough to get started. They needed drills and pick blades and more chisels and wedges if they were going to make much progress. Sledgefist groaned. He knew Jorvig was right. He just didn't like it. Now that they could see further, only one of them stood on guard as they worked in the dell, chopping down the stubs of conifers and rolling logs into 3 great heaps in the center of the dell. After days of labor, they piled the soil thick upon the heaps. Each heap had an access at one end opposite a small clay air inlet. The loam in the dell was not deep, and they had to scrape a swath of the dell down to the bare rock in order to cover the heaps of timber with thick soil. They kindled fires in each of the buried piles of wood, then covered the access over with more soil, leaving only a narrow clay chimney. Slowly over the next days, the mounds sunk in on themselves as smoke rose from the small chimneys and leaked through the piled soil. The key was to keep the airflow within slow so that the wood smoldered and in doing so turned to charcoal. It took 5 days before they reckoned the work of the fire was done. They broke open the mounds, feeling the heat wash upwards. While it was not what was to be expected of truly seasoned wood, they had charcoal and some tons of it. They hoped for far more after they broke open the mound of greenwood they'd made before the fire and let it season, but this would give them a start. They shoveled the charcoal into a great heap near the lower adit. Their next step was to build a mud brick bloomery. The design they used was the simplest. It was a 5-foot round open-top tower made of mud brick and spread and sealed with another layer of clay. It looked like a tall mud pot as much as anything, narrowing towards the top. At the bottom were 2 narrow openings, one bigger than the other. After construction, it had to be dried with a fire, then resealed. Next, they brought out hematite ore from within the claim, ore they had struck before they'd even found the amethyst. They all knew the basic operations of these tasks. No dwarf with half a whit of sense would have gone into the wilds without such knowledge, though more experienced practitioners of wilderness smelting could have no doubt pointed out more than a few errors in execution. They began by heating the ore in a regular fire until it began to warm, the hints of color seeping in. Fissures opened in the ore, and they used hammers on stone to break it. They started a wood fire in the bloomery, and once it was burning they added charcoal until the narrow opening at the bottom glowed bright orange. They ensured the air was sucking in through the back. Then they began slowly adding more charcoal into the top of the bloomery, followed by a layer of the broken warmed ore, then more charcoal, and so on until they reached the top. As space opened, they shoveled in more coal at top and bottom, carefully watching the color of the flames, for the color was heat and gradations of heat. They knew the shifting colors of different metals in the forge and those of flames and embers. Each had a different meaning, appropriate for different times and different labors. But within the bloomery they wanted hot white flame. Thankfully they saw the color they sought. Once the side of the bloomery cracked and began sucking air, but they smeared on more wet clay. The cool clay protected their hands as they sealed the crack, but even so the heat flowed over them, threatening to singe their beards. This was primitive indeed, and they could only hope for a rudimentary smelting. Much better smelters could be constructed, but they had to start with a bloomery, seeking the basics. It felt good to feel the heat on a cold winter day though, and they stood together, watching the color of the flame. "If the Hardfells bring drills, I'll weep," Sledgefist said with a chuckle. "They won't bring drills," Hobblefoot said. Jorvig suspected Hobblefoot was correct. Drills were heavy, long, and cumbersome to travel with. Trekking through the wilds of the far red ridges, the Hardfells' Warmcoat and Saviarm could bring many other practical items with the strength and energy one drill would require. That is, if the Hardfells even came. Jorvig still wasn't sure. After the bloomery had burned from sunrise to sunset, they went inside to rest and slake their thirst in the safety of the stone. They wished for ale or beer after such labor, but all they had was spring water. Chapter 24, Forging the Drill. Winter was not long for the world. The next morning, Jorvig smelled the tang of thaw in the air as they went out to test the bloomery. Already winter's greatest strength had passed. Jorvig did not hate the winter. He had never known one like it, raised in deep cut as he was. The cold was not so bothersome, but he missed the easier food of the weir and the fish oil light. The bloomery had cracked during the night and they tore it apart. Such clay bloomeries often needed rebuilt after each use. What mattered was that they found what they were looking for, a large boulder of congealed metal. It was still hot when they pulled it out of the bottom of the bloomery using one of their picks. There was a thick crust of slag and cast iron, but they hoped that within they would find workable stuff, enough maybe for 2 drills. They would have to repeat the whole process over again if they wanted to make other tools or an anvil, which would be difficult. Stone was a poor replacement for an anvil, but they would make do. Drills were the first priority. Once they had drills, they could cut air shafts to make a smithy within the rock, but for now they needed the ventilation of the open dell. Jorvig and the others met outside the lower adit to discuss the plan for the day. There was a scattering of birdsong. After the absence of winter, the chirps and trills came like heralds of change. Jorvig was confident they were all wondering how long it would take their friends to arrive, whether they had started already in the warmer climes of the waste, and whether they would make it unharmed. Should they have tried to warn them of the Uasi somehow? How? Were they just jumping at shadows? There was at least one Uasi out there somewhere, an Uasi with a missing ear. Jorvig shook himself out of the questions and back to the present. "I will begin forging," he said. "Shineboot will stand watch in the dell. Sledgefist and Hobblefoot uncover some of the green logs and take them up the dell to the high adit." "Why?" Sledgefist asked. "Aren't those for charcoal?" Hobblefoot asked at the same time. "You'll make a post and beam tower 20 feet away from the high adit." "Why build a 50-foot tower?" Sledgefist asked. Jorvig had come up with the idea while staring at the flames within the bloomery. "You know the gate bridge in Deep Cut?" "Of course. Once the tower is complete, give it a floor at the top and build a ladder up to it. Then make a wooden bridge to the high adit, one we can raise from the cliff." "A defense then." "Right." Hobblefoot stuck his jaw out to the side, thinking, "There are some logs up the dell that barely burned." "Use whatever is best," Jorvig said. They nodded, took the axes and headed up the dell. Shineboot sighed. "And I get to stand here watching. I could aid you in forging. We can see anything coming now. We can trade off if you like, but one must always stand apart and watch. If we get distracted with the labor, then we are most at risk." And Jorvig remembered just how sly the Uasi had been. Shineboot nodded, then walked toward the edge of the tailings pond. There was still a layer of ice, but it was now covered by a few inches of dark water. The lean-to the dwarves had used as a first shelter had succumbed to the flames of the fire in the dell. So Jorvig chose a split boulder in the dell and broke away enough stone to make a space for a forge fire where he wouldn't have to bend over. Within that space he prepared a fire of charcoal, starting at first with wood to get a bed of embers. He found a suitable flat but thick stone nearby but had to ask Shineboot to carry it. Jorvig's leg was still giving out when he lifted any significant weight. He brought out the makeshift bellows made from the worked and threaded skin of the pig. It was not entirely airtight at the threading, but it would do for now. With his fire built and burning a nice orange, Jorvig managed to get the lump of bloom into the flames, half burying it in the burning coals and then pumping the pigskin bellows. The heat washed over him. No gilk in deep cut grew to his rundle without learning at least the basics of working hot metal, but Jorvig had always had better smelted stuff in his lessons and practice. Much on the outside of the bloom was slag and impurity and even cast iron, none of which he wanted for his purpose, and there were fissures. The bloom was too big to work as well. They had steel tongs, one of the simplest and most vital of implements to the forging process, but there was no way they could have carried a full smithy's worth of tools, as well as mining tools, food, and the other necessities of survival into the wilds. The problem was, the tongs were nowhere near big enough to handle the full lump of bloom. He used a shovel to lift the hot bloom from the fire and slid it onto the stone that served as his anvil. Then, he pressed the tip of his pick into a fissure of the hot bloom and struck the first blows with his hammer, nearly sending the bloom jolting off the stone. It was an improvisation he couldn't manage. He needed more hands. He risked it and called Shineboot, who rushed over and held the bloom steady with the pick. The color on the outside of the bloom dulled rapidly, but there was still heat within. Moving with speed, Jorvig took a chisel and slotted it into a fissure, then worked it with his hammer. Sparks and flakes of slag broke away. The bloom fractured into 3 pieces. He took the smaller of the pieces and put it back into the fire and knocked the other 2 pieces off the stone anvil. Once the piece of bloom was hot, he pulled it back out and attacked it with his hammer. This time he could get purchase with the tongs to hold it steady, and Shineboot returned to the watch. The process now was to see if he could consolidate the bloom into a true lump of iron, working away slag and fractures, and drawing it out in length as he did. Again and again the lump of metal went into the fire, growing lighter each time as bad material was beaten away, but also growing longer. There was no way he could get a full drill out of just this piece, but he hoped he had enough with all 3 of the broken lumps of bloom. It took an hour to draw this lump out into an 18-inch rod. Then he worked the 2 larger pieces. He managed to heat them and beat a hold for his tongs, and he elongated each of them in turn until he had 3 sections of equal diameter but unequal length. The next step was forge welding. He heated the ends of 2 of the rods until they were nearly white hot, and then beat the ends together on the anvil, joining the heated metal. It took him 3 attempts to get the forge weld true, and then he did it again with the 3rd piece. It was an unwieldy process, but in the end he had a 6-foot length of iron. For the next 2 hours he heated up section by section and beat pentagonal sides into the rod. It was 2 inches in diameter at all points, and at the end the drill came to a flat, sharp-angled bit blade. In truth, a drill was just that, a great rod. One dwarf would hold it against the stone while another would pound it with a sledge, and between each strike the holding dwarf would give it a partial turn and so drive a hole through rock. Now came the last and most delicate part, and a part that would be repeated many times in the useful life of a great drill. It was the quenching of the bit blade. Jorvig had no oil, but water from the stream must suffice. He brought out one of the tall, now empty honey pots they'd carved and filled it with clear water. Then he set the end of his drill bit in the burning coals until it glowed. He waited till it gleamed, then pulled the bit from the coals. Hardening a pick or a drill was not like hardening a blade. He dipped just the very tip into the water, letting it go dark but leaving a reservoir of bright heat behind it. Pulling the tip from the water, he waited, watching as the heat traveled back into the metal from the hot reservoir behind. He waited for the change of color. The color would tell him the right hardness the bit would have after the quench. Purple to blue. He waited. It was important for the quench to come at just the right temperature. A tinge of yellow for cutting stone. He plunged the end of the drill into the water. Steam bubbled up. He withdrew it, then took a file and tested the edge. It skipped along the iron, not biting. It was hardened. Shineboot was there, observing. Jorvig hadn't noticed him approach. "It will cut," Jorvig said. "I suppose we'll find out." Chapter 25, Sap. The thaw strengthened the next day. Over the sheet of ice on the tailings pond, the water deepened. Birds sang with greater courage. Jorvig had lost count of the calendar. "What is the month and day?" he asked. The others squinted as they did sums. "The 2nd and 21, Hobblefoot said. "I have the 2nd and 22, Sledgefist said. The months had other names, but dwarves found numbers to be suitably plain and simple for daily use. "As do I 22, Shineboot said, not looking at his brother. That was close to what Jorvig thought. Then we will say 22 and be corrected when the others arrive, Jorvig said. Hobblefoot stayed quiet and Jorvig continued. This may be a true spring thaw or not, I don't know. When did the winter begin to break last year? I was mining, Sledgefist said hesitantly. It was not far. I do not recall for sure, but the end of the second or start of the third, Shineboot said. Then it is time to tap the trees. Sledgefist heaved his shoulders in a sigh. We come to these mountains to mine, not to play at cultivation. I know well your feelings, but there is great energy in the sap of birch and maple, and when the others come, such labors can be spread out among more hands. And, Shineboot said with a smirk, and it would be nice to taste a drink other than water, Hobblefoot conceded reluctantly. It may be worth the effort, Sledgefist said. Did we have the equipment? What will we use to boil, what to ferment? I will forge us a kettle, Jorvig said. How close are you to finishing the tower and bridge? It will be done tomorrow if we work today. Fine, then work today and finish tomorrow. Shineboot and I will carve tree taps of charred wood today, and we will use the empty honey ewers to gather. Along with mead, the birch and maple beers made from Red Ridge's sap had become a staple of life in Deep Cut. Though there was ample water in the caverns below the canyon, it did not move or flow, and still water could not always be trusted. With so many thousands of dwarves living there, any fermented drink was perhaps the safest choice, especially for the young or old. Some even liked the thicker boiled sap to dress their food. 2 days later they all went together to tap the trees. They went together for safety, not because it was difficult labor. The taps were just a pointed piece of wood with a channel carved into it, hammered into the sapwood of the trees. There were a handful of scorched old maple trees in the dell that they tapped a few times each, but no birch survived the blaze. They had to go down to the river and a little southward to find a grove of birch to tap. They had carved more wooden vessels, smaller than those they'd made for the honey, and they placed one underneath each tap. The sap dripped out at first, but after 2 more days of warmer weather it flowed from the taps like so many springs. Hobblefoot and Sledgefist had finished the tower and bridge at the high adit, and now they went in and out by it instead, able to survey the whole dell before climbing down the ladder. They reinforced the low adit with extra bracings of wood since they no longer needed to use it regularly. Shineboot had requested he be the one to forge the kettle while Jorvig watched for Uasi, and so it was that they smelted another bloom of ore, and then Shineboot forged it out. Shineboot worked with vigor, sweating at the fire, hammer in hand. The effort did not produce terrible results. It wasn't easy to get the metal thinned and regular on the stone anvil, but Shineboot managed and even affixed a hanger handle to suspend it above the fire. Soon, the sugary smell of foaming, boiling sap filled the dell as they stirred with a long cedar branch. The smell became another constant companion. They took turns in pairs, 2 watching over the kettle in the dell and 2 beginning to break into the seam of ore in the high adit, much to Sledgefist's relief, though only after they finished a set of barrels using some of the bloomery iron for bands. So the first batches of sap were poured into new cedar barrels and stirred for a time to catch the natural yeasts from the air before being sealed with a hammered-down lid and placed in the adit. And then on a sunny day, when the smell of thawing loam was strong, the 4 dwarves walked down to the river to change out the catch vessels for the sap. The river ice had melted, and spring rivulets poured into it all up and down its length. The water flowed with great force, so deep and dark that the remains of the weir could not be seen. The rushing water threatened to rise above the banks and spread amongst the tree trunks alongside. The weir would need to be reconstructed after the flooding. They headed along the trail they had already beaten through the trees along the river to the birch grove. Sledgefist and Shineboot were chatting about making new boot soles from leftover leather they had tanned from the wild pig, as their own boots were wearing gravely thin despite their best efforts at repairs and hobnailing. Sh. Jorvig hissed, raising his arm with his cedar walking staff with the beak-like root ball on top. The others snapped into readiness, gripping axe or pick that they never left behind. Ahead they could see the first 2 tapped birch trees in the grove, but the wooden vessels lay smashed apart on the ground. They scanned the area, but they saw no movement, and there was little undergrowth there to hide in at that time of year. Jorvig advanced to the birch trees, flanked by the others. As they stepped into the grove, they smelled it. Sledgefist said and cursed. Well, they're still around, Hobblefoot said. The other vessels had been broken as well, and the taps cut from the trees. Many of the trees themselves were brutally hacked and slashed, leaking already congealing sap from the wounds. I think we get no more birch sap, Jorvig said. It's not worth remaking if we can't keep them from doing it again. The sap only ran for a matter of weeks anyway from what he knew. He looked down at the ground. There were impressions in the damp moss and old leaves, but the dwarves had thoroughly trampled the area in their comings and goings already. There were 1 or 2 prints that Jorvig was sure were from the Uasi, but he did not have the skill to know how many, or anything he couldn't tell from the signs of destruction. Sledgefist had a more sensible approach than reading the ground. "This tree was chopped with a short blade," he said. "And these were slashed with knives, I think. And this was stabbed but with an irregular blade, nothing forged with any consistency." Shineboot pointed at the bleeding tree. All in all, they suspected at least 3 weapons had been used in the marring of the trees, but then one Uasi could have 3 such weapons, Jorvig thought back. "Did the Uasi we've killed carry more than 1 weapon?" "The ones you killed had knives of flint in belts," Shineboot said. "Flint?" Hobblefoot asked. "I have not seen flint in these valleys." "Nor I." Sledgefist folded his arms. That was concerning. It meant that the Uasi either traveled far or there was communication and trade between them. And the Uasi who had done this damage meant for it to be found by the dwarves. They were not hiding their presence. Jorvig looked around, wondering if they lurked nearby. "Those we killed at the adit had knives, but those were iron," Shineboot added. "We should have kept their metal," Jorvig said. Sledgefist frowned. "Foul things best given to the river." "It didn't matter now, let's get back," Jorvig said. "We should check the pit trap while we're here," Hobblefoot suggested. Jorvig's stomach fell. Sure enough, when they reached the pit trap, they found it uncovered, the ground torn and the sharpened stakes cut down or pulled from the ground and missing. Worse was the smell. "They shit in it," Sledgefist said. "The Kulker shit in it." He was right, there was filth smeared all around the edges of the pit and the ground nearby. Jorvig sighed, then gagged at the taste of the air. The dwarves didn't bother to stay and try to repair the trap. No animal would walk there unwary for a long time, not with that smell. How did the Uasi hunt anyway? Surely the beasts could smell them for a great distance. Maybe they could smell the dwarves too. Jorvig wondered at that. They ate slices of fried pork that night, sitting in the mouth of the high adit around a fire. Sledgefist and Hobblefoot had used some of their precious rope to devise a winch mechanism, anchored in stone, that let them raise and lower the narrow bridge, but they had left the bridge down to ventilate the fire. Nothing could approach or climb the ladder without them knowing, and when the bridge was up, it covered the mouth of the adit. Hobblefoot had devised a clever slat opening in the bridge that would allow them to see out even when the bridge was raised. "There can't be many of them or else they would attack in force," Hobblefoot said. "I think we are dealing with few." "They must have some kind of camp, how else could they survive?" Shineboot asked. "What worries me is if they could go get more. Maybe a bigger tribe," Sledgefist said. Jorvig noticed that they were watching for his reaction as they spoke. That had been happening more and more. In truth, nothing they said was new to him. He'd thought the same things again and again. He'd even considered whether they could take the fight to the Uasi. Yet that would mean going out into the wilderness with no clear idea where the Uasi might be found and with everything to lose. The Uasi were likely to be far more familiar with the Red Ridges than they were. Must they accept that the Uasi were an unavoidable presence? They could never grow lazy or careless. The Uasi might come in greater numbers. The odds that they could take the mine by force except with great surprise was low, but hunger was ever the truest danger. The thin, pallid-looking faces of the others kept that in his mind. Jorvig realized Sledgefist was still staring at him, waiting. "I'm afraid you aren't going to like it," he said. "Let me guess, we won't be mining ore." Jorvig grinned. "Maybe when the smithy is done." Striper, who had finally ventured up to the high adit, rubbed against Jorvig's leg while one of her kittens, now a full-grown tabby, nestled into Shineboot's lap. Shineboot stroked the mine runner's fur. "Don't get too comfortable," he muttered. "I'd eat you before the end." Hobblefoot snorted. "I hope Warmcoat brings the hill smoke I asked for," Sledgefist said, his hand twisted as if he held his pipe. Chapter 26, Smoke on the Hunt. By the time the smithy was done, buds were swelling on the scorched maples of the dell and the sap had stopped running. The dwarves had dug a short tunnel south from the high adit, then a chamber with 10 feet of rock between it and the open air of the cliff face. With a scaffold along the cliff counterbalanced across the gate tower, they'd used Jorvig's drill to drive air shafts into the chamber. With masonry in the new chamber, they constructed a small but superior smelter, a forge, and a spacious meat-smoking closet like the ones in many a family's stone-holed back in deep cut. Ventilation shafts were cut to provide for each of these necessary functions. Jorvig sacrificed the pelts on which he'd slept all winter for new simple slippers as their boots were falling apart. No longer would they need to smelt ore, forge tools, and smoke meat in the danger of the open dell. But meat was in short supply. Only a few strictly rationed pounds remained, and the river was still high from the spring meltwater rushing down the mountainsides. When it rained, it was still snow on the ridge crests. The vernal spring roared down the boulders of the upper dell, swelling the tailings pond and carrying away some of the embankment. They had 4 barrels of weak sap beer left, and yet another few of the birch and maple syrup. It gave them short bursts of energy, but not enough. They needed meat. Jorvik had woken up one morning to find his body bruised in many places, though he did not remember the blows. What's more, he noticed bruises on the others as well, as if they had all been in some kind of brawl. These worried Jorvik more than the Uasi, who had not made themselves known since the destruction in the birch grove. Their own bodies were weakening. Jorvik spent the morning working in the smithy. The draw from the vents with the power of bellows made the work far easier. They had smelted the last of their hematite ore, creating 2 thick billets of iron. Now Jorvik was collecting and working the scraps that remained. He had already fashioned a narrow spike, and he was beating out some other scraps into sheets. Even as he did so, his mind wandered, planning. They had checked the pit trap, and even after all the spring rains, it still stank. They could build another, but it could be destroyed just as easily, wasting their valuable energy. They needed a more active method of hunting. They needed crossbows. That was why they had smelted the last of their hematite into billets. Human bows had done great injury to the dwarves during their flight from the kingdom of Lath. In response, the dwarves had forged compact steel crossbows, much easier for dwarven frames to manage than the long bows of the humans. After Jorvik had beaten out the scraps, he heated them again in the blazing coals and worked the bellows. His walking stick leaned against the stone wall. He had chiseled out a setting in the top of the root bulb, and there he affixed the spike, securing it with a shim and some pine tar. Next, he encased the root bulb, using a hammer to wrap the iron around the bulb and its projecting root beak. Next came the chisel to press the iron into the grooves and deformities of the root, reheating the metal as needed, careful to spare the root within. He wrapped a few inches of the neck below the bulb in iron as well, filed the seams, reheated, and quenched it in spring water. The last touches were a butt plate at the base of the handle and rasping away any rough edges that remained. The end of the beak he filed down to a point of hardened iron. At last he hefted the stick weapon. It most resembled a deformed and elongated version of the warhammers that the guards of Deep Cut wielded with their flat heads and spiked backs, except this had a spike at the top, the sharpened beak, the bulbous club, and a longer handle. It was something between spear and hammer, but it did not just serve the purpose of combat. It was a walking hammer. Over the months his leg had knit together, leaving a puckered scar, but never had the intermittent sense of weakness departed. He could not fully trust the leg. Now at least his support doubled as a vicious weapon. The craftsmanship was only adequate, but he was no master smith, and he had only scraps of leftover iron from the making of the billets. Mayhap in days to come he could improve upon it. For now it would serve. The walking hammer was a mere warm-up. Jorvik hoped it would steady his hands. His hands felt weaker than they ought. The hunger pangs had gone away, but the weakness was coming. The 2 billets of iron should provide for 2 crossbows, but then that was it. Whether they would find more hematite in the claim was another problem for a later time. He hoped so. Extracting ore from limonite took more energy than they had to spare. The hammer rang within the stone. "So how do we go about this?" Hobblefoot asked. "I'm no hunter." Jorvik wasn't a hunter either. None of them were. Jorvik ignored the veiled complaint and the look of disdain on Hobblefoot's face. Sledgefist wore the same expression, though he kept his mouth shut, maybe because he didn't feel like supporting Hobblefoot. What, did they just want to come out here to mine until they fell over dead of starvation, or expect others to take care of them? Jorvik had just about had it. He was no longer strong enough for tolerance. At least Shineboot's face remained flat. Worse, they were looking to him for some kind of plan, and like them, he wasn't a hunter. It was an effort to keep his voice steady and even. "We need to go up higher on the ridge, away from the river. We'll head south, all of us. Shineboot and Sledgefist will carry the crossbows." "Are you sure you can manage it?" Sledgefist asked, glancing at Jorvik's leg. Jorvik ignored the comment. This was not a matter of choice. "I remember there was a wide valley a few miles downriver. We come to that and we descend and move toward the river. That way we don't leave a scent trail up or downstream. The wind has been from the southwest now for days, and that should aid us. We find cover and we wait for something to move up and down the game trails along the river. That's an awful lot of effort just to move downstream." "The beasts smell as well as we do," Jorvik said. "I'm certain of that. And we hunt as we go, quietly." Hobblefoot wasn't wrong. It was an awful lot of effort. But they were out of food and the river was still high. Though buds had burst on the birches and maples along the river, the streams and rills flowing down the ridges still ran heavy from spring rains and the melts from the higher elevations. The white burden of snow had slowly crept up the mountains, only seen now in patches along the highest promontories and ridges, even as spring had advanced in force along the river. Dwarves were a hardy folk, but they needed food to work. Otherwise their strength would fade, and every day it would be harder to go in search of sustenance. Carrying only their weapons, empty packs, and any tools they might need for butchering, the four dwarves headed up the dell and the steeply rising ridgeline. It was difficult to make their way up out of the dell. The sides of the mountain were sheer to the west and narrowed dangerously around the vernal stream at the north end. But they picked their way up east and north, sometimes using the trees themselves to pull themselves forward and up. It was difficult for Jorvig, but he used his walking hammer to good effect, sometimes hooking branches and rocks above to pull himself onward. By afternoon they had crossed over the eastern arm of the dell and halfway up the mountain slopes. Here there were more game trails running along the sides of the mountain, though they must have been made by hardy beasts. Jorvig was surprised, as he hadn't thought beasts would wander so far up. The mountain sides were a jumble of hardy conifers mixed with some hardwoods, all broken up by projecting rock and open patches of scree. Folds of the ridges hid dense thickets of rhododendron and open groves of old pines, their bases sheltered from the winds. In some of those deep shadows, beds of snow or ice remained untouched by the sun or warmer spring breezes. Jorvig was trying to calculate their progress and compare it to his memory of his trip upriver the previous year when Shineboot flinched and stopped. Jorvig looked up and saw it too. There, halfway up a pine tree, clung a massive black beast. It stared at the four dwarves as if curious at their coming. It was nearly the size of all four of them put together. "What is that?" Sledgefist whispered, crouching. Jorvig didn't answer. He had no clue what it was. The beast seemed to grow bored staring at them and began licking at the tree trunk to which it clung with heavy clawed paws. "What's it doing?" Shineboot asked. "Looks like it's eating something." "I'd rather we were eating it," Hobblefoot said. "We might not know its name, but I'm sure it cooks well." Shineboot hefted his crossbow. Sledgefist carried the other. They were made from heavy tillers of cedar affixed with prods of iron with iron stirrups at the fore, strung with thick twisted sinew from the dead pig. The bolts were fletched and pointed with iron. They knew the crossbows fired true as they had tested them. They also knew that, unpracticed as they were, they could not hope to hit the beast from such a distance with any accuracy. "Hobblefoot moves forward with the spear, a crossbow to either side," Jorvig said. He would come behind with his walking hammer. The beast turned back to them as they moved. At first it just stared. Then, as if they had crossed a line they couldn't see, it scampered further up the tree just below the upper branches. It stared down at them in silence. They reached the base of the tree. The beast clung about 50 feet above them. "Hobblefoot, be ready in case it drops." Hobblefoot spread his feet for purchase and raised his spear above his head. It was a well-paired cedar haft with an iron-forged head he'd made himself, 2 wing lugs at the base. "I think it was eating those insects." Shineboot pointed to a swarm of what may have been large ants on the side of the tree where they had first seen the creature. "A small meal for a big beast if it were so." "All right," Jorvig said, looking at Sledgefist and Shineboot. "When you're ready." Shineboot and Sledgefist looked at each other. They had yet to shoot at something living, and they seemed nervous. "You first," Sledgefist said. Shineboot sighed, raised the butt of the tiller to his shoulder and pointed it upward at the rump of the beast. "Try to hit its chest," Jorvig said. "Ruptured intestines could foul the meat, but not the sternum." Shineboot squinted over at Jorvig. "Right, like I'm going to choose," he muttered. A few moments later he released the catch and the iron prods sprang. The bolt glanced off a branch 20 feet up and flew wide. The beast twisted around to the far side of the tree trunk. Shineboot cursed and lowered the crossbow, putting his foot in the stirrup and placing another bolt. "Your turn," Jorvig said to Sledgefist. His brother grunted and walked to the other side of the tree, stepping back a ways. "I'll need to aim at its back from here. I'll try for behind the shoulder." A few moments later he pulled the catch. "Oh," Sledgefist said. The beast lurched and sprang around the tree trunk, climbing even higher and groaning, hiding among the thick topmost branches. "Did you hit it?" Jorvig couldn't see. "I think I got its neck." As if in answer, drops of frothy blood landed on the pine needles at their feet. "Shineboot, can you hit it again?" Shineboot had loaded another bolt. "I don't think so." "It's bleeding pretty heavily," said Hobblefoot, stepping a few feet back out of the way of the drops of blood. Even from so high, Jorvik could hear huffing gurgles and groans. I think we wait, Sledgefist said. They had to wait a long time as blood ran down the tree trunk and congealed among the brown pine needles below. At last, the beast seemed to lose its grip on the trunk. It scrabbled and grasped with its claws at the bark, holding for a little longer. Then its arms went rigid. It fell, breaking off thin branches as it plummeted to the ground and landed with a thud. Hobblefoot prodded it with the end of the spear, but it did not move, nor did its sides rise with breath. The gurgling had ended. The fur around its neck was matted and red. They all stared at the beast. Jorvik felt pity and triumph mixed. They would eat again, and judging by the size of the beast, they would have hundreds of pounds of meat. Should I start a fire? Sledgefist asked. No, we quarter it and carry it back to the claim on a pole. We can be there by dark and put it into the smoker. I could fill my belly with its liver and kidneys right now and raw, Hobblefoot said. We all could, but we'll quarter it and carry it back. They argued no further, and using their knives together, they opened up the beast's hide. It had long fangs and claws, which they also took, as well as its sinews. They would even take the bones. They could boil them or crack them and suck the marrow. The bolt they found entirely embedded within the beast's neck. They had hung the quarters of meat on a pine pole for transport and had filled and tied off the pelt full of organs and bones and other savings when Hobblefoot raised his head and sniffed at the air. Jorvik looked at him and tried to taste the air as well, but his nose was full of the smell of blood and offal. What is it? He asked, fearing the worst. Smoke, Hobblefoot said, frowning. Chapter 27, Rescue and Remorse. Jorvik stood up and backed away from the carcass. A bit of breeze came from the west and he tested it again. I smell it too, Shineboot said. Jorvik blew his nose onto the pine needles and sniffed again. Ah yes, there it was, smoke. Do Uasi make fires? Sledgefist asked. They must. Right, Shineboot said. They have tools, they don't freeze in the winter. They wouldn't build a fire if they knew we were about, Hobblefoot said. They were silent for a time, considering the implications. I say we owe them retribution, Sledgefist said, a hard note in his voice. Hobblefoot answered, that we do. Jorvik couldn't see westward, but he knew that the ridge would slope down toward the river. They had come perhaps 2 miles south. Why would the Uasi build a fire so close to their claim? Were they always so close? We could at least go see, Sledgefist said. Maybe we surprise them this time. This time the others did not look to Jorvik for an answer. They stared down the western slope with a hungry look far removed from the pity with which they'd watched the fall of the beast. Jorvik wasn't sure what to do. He hated the Uasi too, but what was more important? To ensure they returned to the claim safe with the meat, or to pursue a battle of unknown risk in the hopes of revenge. I think we. A long, rich note sounded, rising up from the valley below. That's a horn, Shineboot said, shocked. A dwarven horn if I've heard one, Hobblefoot said, but why is it blown? They looked at each other. No one with any sense would make such a sound in the wilds without need. Let's go, Jorvik said, leave the meat. He hesitated. They didn't know what they were heading into or if they could easily return. We take it. The horn sounded again, long and full, though Jorvik knew it came from some distance. They couldn't abandon the meat. They needed it. The slope down toward the river was not so steep and broken as the climb up the back of the dell. Still, Jorvik had difficulty going with speed, relying on his walking hammer with every step. Sledgefist and Hobblefoot had the pole between them, carrying it over their shoulders with one hand and their weapons in another. Shineboot had slung the raw pelt sack over his shoulder, and so they made their way downhill, dodging between trees and screes. To them the progress felt painstaking, but they were aided in speed by downward momentum and the fact they had unintentionally drifted lower in elevation as they had come south, so that in truth they were only 1,000 feet above the river valley. The smell of the smoke grew stronger. Once more the horn sounded 3 clear blasts. Jorvik knew the guards of Deep Cut, there were only a few hundred retained by the council, could send signals and messages through horn blasts, but he did not know what they meant. All right, leave it here, Jorvik said in a strained whisper. Shineboot dropped the pelt sack onto a flat bit of exposed stone while Sledgefist and Hobblefoot suspended the pole between 2 branches to keep the meat off the ground. Load, Jorvik told his brother, but Sledgefist was already drawing the string back with both hands, bent over with his foot in the iron stirrup of the crossbow. It caught and he pulled an iron-tip bolt from his belt and fitted it. Hobblefoot's grip tightened on his spear. Judging by the smell of the smoke, they were close, likely within 100 yards. The trees thinned ahead, giving glimpses of open sky. Their elevation remained above the trees of the narrow valley, but not by much. There must be some exposed rock ahead, some area where the trees did not grow so thick. As they crept forward, they found it to be true. There were jumbles of stone piled together as if from an old landslide. Little or no loam covered the rock. Only short, straggly trees clung there with exposed roots or dead husks that had grown too fast with too little nourishment. Down to their left, water flowed in a deep cut. They could see the smoke rising ahead, but the fire was hidden among rocks. There, Hobblefoot strained a whisper, pointing with one hand even as he stopped and crouched. They all lowered themselves. An Uasi crawled across the flat top of the rock, pulling a javelin with him in one hand. It was facing away from them, obviously stalking something. "Can you hit it?" Jorvig asked Shineboot. The dwarf bared his teeth but shook his head. "I need to get closer," he breathed and crept forward in a crouch. Thankfully there was little atop the rock to make a sound, and the soft hide slippers they had made to replace their worn boots were quiet. The Uasi's attention was fixed forward, the breeze was light and they were downwind. Jorvig wasn't sure if he actually smelled the Uasi or if it was the memory of their stench that returned. Shineboot closed the distance and took a knee on the rock, raising the crossbow to his shoulder. Time felt slow as Shineboot trained the bolt. The Uasi raised itself up to a crouch, trying to peer over the edge of a rock. At that moment, another Uasi clambered up the stone from the direction of the creek. It looked up and saw the dwarves. Even as it opened its mouth to screech, Shineboot released the catch and the bolt flew. At such a close distance, his aim was true enough. It caught the Uasi behind the ribs, sending the creature forward over the edge of the stone with a cry that mixed with the screech of the second Uasi. Jorvig, Sledgefist, and Hobblefoot rushed to join Shineboot even as he tried to fit another bolt. Sledgefist ran right past Shineboot, heading for the second Uasi, but the creature fled back down the cut toward the creek. Jorvig cautiously moved to the edge of the rock where the Uasi had fallen. About 20 yards beyond and below them was a small promontory of mostly exposed stone jutting from the slope. Beyond the promontory, the trees rose high again, but between it and Jorvig, the old rockslide had buried the slope. It looked like the promontory had stopped the landslide. Atop it, in a jumble of broken stones and a few scraggly junipers, there were dwarves. Flames licked up one of the junipers with lit wood piled at its base. Jorvig could see two dwarves clearly, and he recognized Greel Hardfell, the elder of the Hardfell brothers. The other had his back turned, but Jorvig thought it might be Warmcoat. Greel held a sling dangling from his hand, a stone fitted into the pouch. He saw Jorvig's outline and twirled the sling around. Jorvig held up his hands and shouted, "Friends!" Greel stopped his arm, the sling nearly spinning into his own head. The look of astonishment on his face gave way to one of joy, and he shouted unintelligibly. A few yards below Jorvig, the first Uasi lay sprawled in a hollow, a bolt in his back, but Greel could not have seen it from his position. The others stepped up to Jorvig's side. "Uasi!" Greel shouted, mastering his excitement. The other dwarf turned. It was Warmcoat. "How many?" Jorvig asked. "I'm not sure, maybe 8-10, he said. "They're circling us." "Not anymore," Sledgefist yelled. "Should we go down to them?" Shineboot asked. "Best if they come up," Jorvig said, and then he saw movement on the right amongst the edges of the scree and the trees. Uasi, at least 5, no 6, and one of them near the 4 was missing an ear. It was crouched, sniffing at the air. The Uasi already saw the 4 dwarves standing on the rocks. They bared fangs at them. Sledgefist raised his crossbow, then lowered it. They were too far to waste a bolt. They only had a dozen bolts between Sledgefist and Shineboot when they'd set off. The Uasi grunted and guttered amongst themselves for a few moments, then turned and trotted into the shadows of the trees. "Come," Jorvig said. "We go down to them now. I don't think they'll attack us with so few, but let's hurry." They were able to slide down between 2 boulders and come to the level of the rock promontory. As they approached, Greel stretched out his arms. "Where are the others?" Hobblefoot asked. They could only see Warmcoat and Greel. "They're here," Greel said, "at least." He paused, looking unsure or upset or both. From between the junipers stepped Khlif, the younger Hardfell. Behind him came a dwarf maid. It was obvious she was a dwarf maid and not a whiff, for her wraps were vibrant orange with blue lapis-dyed embroidery, and her half-veil was ornamented with threads of silver on yellow ochre-dyed cloth of fine weave. Her hair was covered and wrapped for travel, but as she looked at them, Jorvig saw that her piercing gray eyes had purple in them, as if the irises were ringed by a band of amethyst, as if the flame of a beeswax candle shone through agate. She held a long dagger and her brow was furrowed. They stared at her in shock. "Your sister," Sledgefist gasped. "Shit," Jorvig thought. "Shit. Shit, keep alert," he snapped instead, anger in his tone. "We don't know if they're gone." "Where is Savjarm?" Shineboot asked. "He's dead," Greel said. We saw two trailing us for days, but then, he passed his hand over his forehead. This morning, he was hit in the guts with a dart, badly. He wouldn't get up. You left him? Sledgefist asked. We didn't have a choice, Greel snapped. They started to close in, he wouldn't let me pull it out, he told us to go. Why did you come so far from the river? Hobblefoot demanded. We haven't, Greel pointed. They followed his gesture. Between the trees beyond the promontory, they saw glints of flowing water not 50 yards away. Jorvig realized they had descended much further down the slope than he'd thought. The undergrowth had not yet filled out in full summer foliage. He had likely passed during the summer without seeing these rocks on his trip upriver. He hadn't expected the Hardfells to come for another month at least. They were throwing darts at us, we needed stone at our backs, high ground. Enough talk, Jorvig said, feeling a wave of fatigue. They could not stand there and share news or dwell on Saviarm, not with Uasi near and the safety of the claim far. There would be time for that, time to regret he had done nothing more for Saviarm. For now, action was needed, not remorse. He told himself this even as his stomach fell like stone. We need to get the meat from the hill, then we go back along the river. It will be quickest. Jorvig glanced back. They had left the meat out of sight, if the Uasi smelled it. What if the Uasi go back to the claim? Shineboot asked. We'll know to be careful, Jorvig answered. We must hurry. Sledgefist and Shineboot can go get the meat, Hobblefoot said. Sledgefist shot Hobblefoot a dirty look. No, we go get the meat all together. I'm confused, said Greel, looking from Jorvig to the others. Why are you? There's no time for explanations, Jorvig said, cutting him off. He turned and headed back toward the meat. He had noticed Greel, Khlif, and Warmcoat's confused expressions when he'd started giving orders. For a moment he thought no one would follow, but Shineboot, Sledgefist, and Hobblefoot came behind him, perhaps as much from fear of losing food as obedience. The others, seeing their deference, came along. Shit. Shit, Jorvig shouted as he climbed up over the rock. The meat was gone, the sack was gone. The pole they had hung it from lay discarded on the rock. Memory of the one-eared Uasi crouched and sniffing at the air filled his mind. This was Jorvig's fault. He had told them to set it down. He had risked it. The others cursed as they arrived. The smell of Uasi was thick. They should have eaten the meat raw like Hobblefoot had suggested. Their stomachs were empty. What a Rinlin he was. They could not trust to luck. Luck would betray them. How had the Uasi known? The dwarves had come from downwind. They had even snuck up on one of them. Shit, he scanned the trees near them, half expecting to see a one-eared Uasi lurking there. His heart pounded and he bent over, clutching his knees. What is it? Greel asked, seeing their distress. We left our meat here, Sledgefist said. Can we trace them? Shineboot asked, drawing his fingers through his beard. They searched the ground and smelled at the breeze. There was smoke and blood and Uasi and still the scent of meat. Jorvig considered it. There were at least 6 of the foe. They could have divided up the meat and still moved quickly. Which way? Sledgefist asked. They looked at each other, unsure. We have some salt jerk, Khlif said. Enough at least for tonight. We jerked and salted it 3 days ago, Greel said. I think that's what brought the Uasi. Jorvig highly doubted the Uasi needed the smell of meat or salt to know a group of dwarves was passing by. He straightened. They needed to keep moving. How far is Saviarm's? Is Saviarm? He asked Greel. Maybe 100 yards downstream, Warmcoat said, but they started. I saw them, I don't think. He couldn't finish. Jorvig understood Warmcoat's hesitation. He understood the value of meat. We will check the spot where Saviarm was just in case, then we return. Jorvig glanced at the dwarf maid, hesitating. I don't know your name, he said. I am Onyx Hardfell's daughter. He had expected a frightened voice, but it was not. If anything, she sounded annoyed, and he had expected a true name instead of a mind name, as her brothers kept to the named of strength sect. Are you Wells? Are you? She asked. He shrugged. Let's go. Chapter 28, Newcomers. They saw no Uasi as they backtracked to where Saviarm had fallen. There was a blood stain, but no more. Pack and tools were gone as well. It took them only an hour to make it back to the dell. Warmcoat gaped as he saw the burnt clearing stretching up the dell from the river. They climbed up the tailings pond embankment and the tower standing near the high adit came into view. The weary hunters led their friends toward the tower. What has happened? Where are we going? Warmcoat asked as they bypassed the lower adit. Jorvig just pointed up the dell. He wasn't in a mood to explain things, and there would need to be much explaining. The Hardfells and Warmcoat had strapped on their packs. Even Onyx carried a significant load. Sledgefist and Hobblefoot had argued about carrying her pack for her. Rather than let them go on arguing, Jorvig had ordered them to take their weapons and guard the flanks. He thought it would allow them to act the warrior while also keeping them clear of the Hardfell maid. Instead, they both ended up clutching their weapons and walking on either side of her, even though the narrow game trail often only accommodated one. It annoyed Jorvig beyond reason. He stumbled on his bad leg twice. Shineboot carried his crossbow at ready, bringing up the rear. Hammer and tongs, Warmcoat said as they reached the bridge tower at the high adit. Later, Jorvig said, let's everyone get under stone first. Hobblefoot hurried up the ladder to the top and moved toward the edge of the platform, holding his spear at the ready. They had left the bridge raised using a pulley mechanism Hobblefoot had devised. Doesn't look disturbed, he called down, staring at the pull rope that ran to the bridge release catch. They had wrapped the rope in such a way that only an impossibly observant foe could have replaced it as they'd left it. Then lower it and go in, Jorvig yelled, and smell for them. The Hardfells and Warmcoat continued to exchange glances as Jorvig gave directions, but Onyx stared straight ahead. Hobblefoot called the all clear. Jorvig motioned for Onyx to climb. As she took hold of the ladder, he and the other dwarves still on the ground turned their backs out of propriety. It was custom for dwarf maids and whiffs to wear trousers beneath loose high-slit skirts or wraps when engaged in any labor, but no self-respecting dwarf would have watched her ascend. They didn't turn until they heard her footsteps on the bridge. Go ahead, Jorvig said. The rest ascended and Jorvig followed at the rear. He'd gotten used to climbing the ladder with his walking hammer, using the hooked beak like a hand so that he could climb without having to stow it. The others had already proceeded across the bridge when he reached the top. He stopped to look back out over the dell. It was quiet and he saw no movement. The breeze had died with the coming of evening. Even the birds seemed hushed. He turned his back and crossed the bridge. Sledgefist winched it closed. Striper was there, meowing and brushing against Jorvig's leg. Why the fire? Hobblefoot asked Greel. It might have just drawn more uasi. We figured it was over, and better to die on stone with a fire to our back. And you brought your sister out here? Hobblefoot asked, an edge to his voice. Into the wilds. Our mother went to the halls of the crippled king last fall, Greel said. We could not leave Onyx alone. There is no other close kin and she has accepted no offers. That last bit had an edge in it too, Jorvig noticed. Onyx stood nearby in the adit and her eyes glinted as Shineboot lit a candle. I'm weary, she said flatly. Sledgefist and Hobblefoot sprang into action. We will make you a bed in the storeroom tonight, Sledgefist said. I will carve you a chamber, Hobblefoot added. We will, Sledgefist corrected. Jorvig winced. The first thing we do, Jorvig said, is eat, and I suppose we need to talk. I will make a stew, Onyx said to Jorvig. It will go farther. He looked at her for a moment, considering. He'd gotten used to giving direction to Sledgefist, Hobblefoot, and Shineboot over the winter, but he didn't know what to make of her. He didn't have to say anything, though. There is a forge hearth in here, Sledgefist said and brushed past them into the smithy. Onyx followed, as did Hobblefoot. Shineboot, would you get water? Ah yes, he said, grabbing a wooden bucket and heading toward the lower tunnels. That left Jorvig with Warmcoat and the Hardfell brothers. I take it a lot has happened, Warmcoat said. More than, Jorvig answered. Then he grinned. He truly was happy to see Warmcoat, though they'd never been overly close. What should have been a warm greeting had been marred worst of all by Saviarm's death. Jorvig had liked Saviarm the most back in Deep Cut. He was a kind dwarf, strong in friendship, in labor, and in joy in the stew halls. They would carve his name above the arch of the adit. Jorvig's grin faded and his throat constricted as tears came. Seeing this, Warmcoat embraced Jorvig and the two wept and Khlif and Greel stared down at the rock. They shouldn't have stayed at the claim over the winter. They should have left, gold or no. They should have tried to make it back to Deep Cut and warn the others of the Uasi. Saviarm would still be alive. Why had they chosen to stay? They might not have made it back. There was a good chance they wouldn't have. Had they traded their friend for gold, protected themselves while they let him walk into death? The smell of burning charcoal and smoke came from the smithy when Warmcoat extended his arms, holding Jorvig by the shoulders. Have the Uasi pressed you hard that you dug and added up so high? He asked. That is not why, Jorvig said, but we've had to fortify it. Twice we have fought the Uasi, and every day we are on guard. He didn't bother clarifying that he had fought them twice, the others only once. This is a foul place then, Griel said. Best we abandon it. Amethyst was not worth Saviarm's life or any of ours. Nothing was worth Saviarm's life, Jorvig said, and then he sighed. He may as well show them right away. Come with me. Jorvig took the nearly extinguished fir candle and lit a smoky grease oil lamp, rendered pig oil the fuel. They had made a small stock of oil from pig fat, but they had been considering drinking it. With the lamp, he led them down the adit and toward the most recent workings. It was not far, for they had not been able to dig for ore nearly as much as they wanted. He lifted the lamp and let the light fall on the vein. Khlif cursed. Griel stared with mouth agape. No, Warmcoat said no. Ah yes, Jorvig answered. And it continues on down into the mountain. How far we don't yet know, but it is a mighty load. Khlif kept cursing at intervals as Griel ran his hands over the gold-laden quartz. This, he said, this is beyond. Griel turned and stared at Jorvig, squinting. Striper had followed and swatted at Jorvig's leg. He picked her up, holding her in one pouched arm. How why? Griel began but stopped and shook his head. Much has happened today, Warmcoat said. Too much, Jorvig replied. Together they ate of boiled salted jerk meat and even opened one of the casks of sap beer. The Hardfells and Warmcoat recounted fully their journey, the death of Saviarm, and their fears of a final stand on the promontory. Onyx remained quiet and mostly staring at the flames of the forge or into her own carven soup bowl. They had started their trek early in the year, expecting to reach the red ridges when snow still clung to the slopes. It had been a mild enough winter above deep cut in the waste. Jorvig questioned them closely about the contents of their packs. The loss of Saviarm's pack was a great blow, though it felt awful to think so considering the loss of the dwarf himself. The pack had contained many new chisels, hammer heads, axe heads, and a few new pick heads, all without hafts to make for easier carrying. Saviarm had trudged on the journey for months, making light of the great weight by recounting to the others how they would empty the mountain of amethysts and forget their burdens in joy. There was still much to be thankful for that the others had carried through. Jorvig was thankful that they hadn't dropped their packs in despair during the pursuit by the Uasi. Even Onyx had packed much of value and worth. She had brought seeds and bulbs for garlic, onions, wurzels, radishes, and turnips, as well as many varieties of mushroom spores. She even had a ceramic jar full of seeds for hill smoke, though they had smoked all their actual leaf on the journey. Griel had brought yeast for brewing. There were many rolls of fine wick, a luxury that would save them time from peeling river reeds, new bundles of scrap cloth, extra shirts and trousers, and each had brought their own sets of personal tools. The Hardfell brothers had brought stone cutting and lapidary tools, and as Jorvig learned, Onyx had brought a wide array of her smithing tools, but they were small and fine, for she had practiced the working of delicate wire, foil, plating, and metal lace. It was her work that provided the settings for many stones that Griel cut. Khlif himself was a miner, and he had labored with Sledgefist and the others, the source of their friendship. They had eaten the whole kettle of stew, and Jorvig was staring at his empty bowl, thinking about just how much more food they needed now that 4 additional dwarves had arrived when Griel spoke. I can't help but notice, he said, that Chargrim has taken an active role in the ordering of the claim. Shineboot glanced at Jorvig. Well, Sledgefist began, waving the topic away with his hand, it was a temporary agreement. Food was scarce and we agreed to make Chargrim Rinlin until you all arrived, Shineboot interrupted. Sledgefist looked surprised that he'd been cut off. I'm sure Chargrim has done nobly, Griel said, not even looking at Jorvig, but it's unusual to choose a junior dwarf. Sledgefist and I, Hobblefoot glanced at Onyx as he spoke, were not willing to choose between ourselves as Rinlin. We thought this temporary measure best. By the faces of Warmcoat and the Hardfell brothers, they did not find this explanation satisfactory. They'd have to be fools not to know there was more to it. Above her half-veil, Onyx's amethyst-rimmed eyes gave little clue as to her thoughts or feelings. Auntie Tourmaline had never veiled, saying veiling was of no need with the humans far away. But her custom had not held. Veiling became even more prevalent in the caverns of Deep Cut over the years. Apparently, Griel decided to leave the past in exchange for the present. So who was to be Rinlin now? What Warmcoat and Saviarm had told them about the conflicts in the claim, Jorvig didn't know, but they must have thought it a minor enough problem to still venture into the wilds. That was something Jorvig had not been certain they would do. That is to be chosen among us, Shineboot said. Jorvig was thankful he was doing so much of the talking, it was uncharacteristic of him. Chosen. How? By vote. K.H. actually guffawed once but caught himself when he realized it was serious. There was a gap in the conversation that no one wished to enter. The dwarves of Deep Cut avoided a vote at all costs. There was an old adage. Chosen once, chosen twice. When miners or soldiers chose their own leader, they began to get a sense that they had the power and they could withdraw it. Once folks started to choose their leaders, they could do it again, and to keep a mine running amidst disagreements and conflict, only the Rinlin could have power. So the Rinlin was normally entitled by rights, an appointee by the council or the true claim holder. Such things could not be gainsaid by irritated subordinates. It has been a long day. Jorvig stood up. He had enough. Tomorrow, he started to say, but cut himself. He was going to say that tomorrow they needed to split up, some to hunt or fish and some to work on planting seeds and cultivating fungi. But he realized he would not be Rinlin any longer. Such problems would no longer be his to command. He would have to decide whether he could follow the new Rinlin. Tomorrow is a new day, he said instead. Leaving the others, he headed down to the low adit to find a new nook to sleep in, since Sledgefist had already given the storeroom to Onyx. Over the winter, he had lost faith in Sledgefist and Hobblefoot's ability to lead the claim, even if they could set aside their differences. They were good miners and they had courage, for only those with courage would have journeyed so far. Either of them would make a fine Rinlin of a mine, but this was more than a mine. Far more. This was life or death in the wilds, where food and safety held primacy over gold or amethysts. Mining the gold could lure them to distraction and death. Was staying in this claim with its gold and crystals worth it? He could make a run for it back to Deep Cut, but that came with its own risks. He'd avoid the river, following the ridge crests. Now that they'd seen the gold, the others would likely stay. Already that gold had cost Saviarm his life. Jorvig felt the emotion rising again. Even if he could win his way back to Deep Cut, could he leave them all behind, leave his kith and kin to their fate? Chapter 29, A New Vote. Jorvig woke with that heavy and uncomfortable feeling that he had slept too long. Striper lay on his chest, curled into his beard. Considering it was near complete darkness, it was only his body telling him he'd overslept. He rose to his feet and headed toward the adit stream. There was a bad taste in his mouth. The only light snuck in through the brook grates at the bottom of the stone door of the low adit. That, at least, showed it was daytime outside. He drank from the cold water of the brook and realized that he should not have left the newcomers without seeing that they were settled to sleep. It was inhospitable. Warmcoat had his own alcove. It felt wrong to so quickly give over Saviarm's. What of Onyx? No doubt Sledgefist and Hobblefoot would have fought for the honor of making sure she had whatever meager comforts might be afforded her. The thought was irritating. At least, as of today, it was no longer his responsibility to keep the claim running. Climbing up to the high adit, he heard voices and saw Hobblefoot, Sledgefist, and K.H. standing at one of the ore seams talking and pointing. When Jorvig approached, they hushed and avoided his gaze. "Good waking," he said. They murmured in answer, but he didn't stop for further conversation. He glanced in the doorway of the smithy and saw Greel and Onyx speaking in whispers at the forge. She'd laid her tools out on the slab of sandstone that served as their workbench, but the fire was cold. They glanced up as Jorvig walked by, but he didn't stop. The drawbridge was down and light flooded inside. Shineboot and Warmcoat stood on the tower platform, their arms folded over their beards as they looked out across the dell toward the southeast. They turned when they heard Jorvig's footfalls on the plank bridge. "Good waking," Warmcoat said. "Good waking." Jorvig squinted and took a deep breath of air. The morning was well progressed and the spring chill was rapidly dissipating from the air, leaving a heavy scent of plants and damp earth. Birds sang and frog music chorused loudly from the tailings pond further down the dell. They should jig for frogs, Jorvig thought, feeling hungry again. Some dwarves in Deep Cut raised the creatures in cavern pools, feeding them worms and maggots from the middens and compost heaps. "What for today?" Shineboot asked. Jorvig shrugged. "I don't know." Shineboot and Warmcoat shared a glance and Warmcoat stretched, yawning. "Well, I'd like a better look at that ore." He turned and walked across the bridge and into the adit. Warmcoat looked as if he had eaten especially well during his winter home. That was good. He would need that fat. Jorvig and Shineboot stood in silence for a time as the wind ruffled their beards. Then Shineboot tossed a rock up into the air and caught it. And again, and again. Jorvig couldn't help but catch the glint of the rock in the daylight. He gave in and looked. Shineboot held it up for him to see. It was a bit of quartz with sandstone matrix at the edge. The quartz was flecked with specks of hard rock gold. I found this in the rockpool beneath the high adit. He held it out for Jorvig to take, and so he took it, mostly not to appear rude. There was a heap of such dumped below the high adit at the base of the cliff for later crushing and sluicing once the richer ore was mined. He turned it in his fingers, letting the quartz and small flecks of gold catch the light. "It'll be worth the effort," he said, "and many more like it below." "Oh, yes," Shineboot said, then paused, looking at Jorvig with the hint of a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "What?" Jorvig asked. "I took it the day you told us about the strike." The implications of that statement hit Jorvig in waves and reverberations. Shineboot watched him, apparently enjoying the moment. Jorvig felt the flush coming to his face. Shineboot grinned and continued. "In truth, I found it while you were cutting the tree. I've held on to it." He plucked the rock out of Jorvig's hand and tossed it again. "It would take an incompetent miner to dump this not knowing he was onto something big. And if anything, this winter has proven to me that you're not incompetent. Somewhat surly, harsh on occasion. Actually, sometimes you're downright irritable." "All right," Jorvig said. "But not incompetent. I could have pissed in your ale when I found it, but I thought about it for a while. You knew about the gold before you became Rinlin, before you even got hurt. Am I wrong?" One lie was heavy enough. Jorvig wasn't going to double down, not now. "You are not wrong. Like I said, I was angry, but then I wondered what would have happened if you'd told us." Jorvig pursed his lips. "It would have been a mess, I think," Shineboot said. "So I feared," Jorvig replied, nodding. "I would never have done that. I wouldn't have kept it secret. I would have told you all straight away because we were partners. I would have come running. Slag, I never would have mined up here to begin with, not with the others mining down there." "I wish." Jorvig trailed away. What did he wish that he'd have done differently? "No," Shineboot said, "no wishes. I think it was a bad choice." And here Shineboot turned to face Jorvig, locking eyes. "It was the best choice too, maybe. I couldn't have made it. I wouldn't have thought about it. That's why you're going to stay Rinlin." "I'm not going to be Rinlin." Maybe if he hadn't been Rinlin, they would have fled the claim from starvation, made it back to Deep Cut, and somehow kept Saviarm from death. How could he know his decisions wouldn't mean the deaths of the rest of them as well? "I talked to Warmcoat and the Hardfells. I told them everything that happened." Jorvig was silent. "I don't know how the Hardfells will go," Shineboot continued. "But then, it might not matter. Warmcoat is with us. He knows what it was like before. You'll vote for yourself and that will make 3. That would make it a tie if Greel and Khlif are of one mind, and I don't want to vote for myself. I'm not even sure we should stay here. It's already cost us Saviarm." "Saviarm would tell you to stay. It's not every dwarf who gets a chance like this. We all knew the risks when we came. We knew there could be Uasi this far east." "Hobblefoot is your brother. Won't he know if you don't vote for him?" Shineboot squinted up at the mountainside. "If this were Deep Cut, I'd vote for him, but you didn't support your brother before. I think things are different here in the wilds. I'm not entirely sure how yet. But I think so." Jorvig didn't respond. Shineboot put his hand on his shoulder. "We're having the vote at noon at the forge," he said. "It's already been discussed." With that, he left Jorvig alone on the tower platform. The hours felt interminable, but at noon, they gathered into the workshop. Onyx had cleared her tools away, and now atop the slab of sandstone sat one of the wooden ewers they had used to catch sap in the spring. 3 names have been put forward for Rinlin," Shineboot said, standing beside the table. It seemed he had set himself up as arbiter. "Sledgefist, Hobblefoot, and Chargrim. We swore oaths to abide by this plan before. But do we all now swear to abide by this vote, that whoever is chosen will be Rinlin by right, not choice, never to be gainsaid and given the proper oaths?" "We do," the rest chorused. "We do," Shineboot said back. "Good, now each of you come here and take a chip of quartz, amethyst, and iron. Iron for Sledgefist, amethyst for Hobblefoot, and quartz for Chargrim. You'll put the stone of your choice in the ewer, understood?" Yes," they chimed. "All right, here are the stones." They each approached Shineboot and took 3 stone chips. Jorvig was mildly surprised when he saw Onyx take hers, but he couldn't think of any reason why she shouldn't, and Shineboot had obviously prepared the correct number of chips. Aglushnafen even sat on the Deep Cut Council. It meant whiff of craft, a dwarvish phrase for a dwarf maid who married a trade rather than a dwarf. Many believed that foregoing a family was necessary for a maid to become a true master. It was nearly impossible to rise to the highest levels of skill when many decades of one's life was spent in the care of babes. Out of love for it, a whiff might return to her craft in earnest after her bearing years, but she could hardly hope to attain the skill of those who had apprenticed and practiced long. Most such whiffs turned their hand to the care of grandbabes and the working of their craft merely to supply their own family's needs. It could take years after marriage before a dwarf whiff became pregnant, or before the quickening of the womb, as they called it. But once she began to bear, she could go on for 60, 70, and sometimes even 80 years, bearing multiple children over the decades. These whiffs were called blessed, for they carried the hope of dwarven future. As such, dwarven families were often large, where accident or wasting illness did not strike. Networks of cousins, uncles, and aunts could become the business of extensive genealogy. The mother of such a troop need never fear want. Jorvig's mother had been a whiff of craft, a weaver, until she lost the dexterity of her fingers. It was the beginnings of the wasting that would eventually take her life, but to be supported to the end, she married a willing older dwarf and bore 2 children. She died at barely 130 years. Jorvig tried to figure out how Onyx's vote might affect things. "All right," Shineboot said, seeming unsure for the first time since this had begun. "Go ahead." For a few moments, no one moved. A few of them glanced down at their hands to arrange their chips. Onyx stepped forward first, putting her fist over the mouth of the ewer and letting a chip drop within. They all followed to the ewer, dodging around each other to let fall their chips. Jorvig went also and returned to his spot. "All right," Shineboot said, tipping the ewer and carefully shaking the chips onto the sandstone tabletop. Sledgefist and Hobblefoot stepped closer to watch his hands, which Jorvig thought was disrespectful, but then the fact that they were in this situation was already ridiculous. The whole thing felt profane, like some kind of stewhall gambling. Shineboot was quick with his count, separating the chips into like stone. "That's 3 votes for Hobblefoot and 3 for Chargrim and 1 for Sledgefist," Shineboot said, sounding perplexed. Jorvig knew that meant the Hardfell brothers had chosen Hobblefoot. Jorvig had to work not to look over at Sledgefist. Instead, he focused his eyes on the table as if the chips were fascinating. "That's a tie," Greel sounded surprised. "Someone didn't vote," Onyx said. They looked at her. She stood aside near the forge, her arms folded. She still wore the vibrant orange and blue high-slit dress over a pair of gray trousers. "Right," Shineboot said, looking down at the chips. "Who didn't vote?" They all glanced around except Jorvig. "I didn't," he said after a moment. He'd hoped in the moment it wouldn't be noticed. It was the tie that brought extra attention. He didn't think Hobblefoot or Sledgefist capable of the job, but voting for himself felt wrong regardless of whether Hobblefoot and Sledgefist had done the same. "You swore to vote," Shineboot said. "No, I swore to abide by the vote." "Chargrim," Shineboot shook his head in frustration, lifting up a palm. "It's a tie," Greel said. "Chargrim can break the tie. If he doesn't want to be Rinlin, then let him cast his vote for Hobblefoot." "I could cast it for Sledgefist," Jorvig said, feeling annoyed. "That would make no difference." Greel sounded irritated as well. Jorvig realized that his companion's arms were all held stiff at their sides, a bad sign. "Let Sledgefist break the tie," Onyx said. "He was one of the choices, but he has not the votes. If he voted for himself, let him recast it." They all looked from Onyx to Sledgefist, whose face was red and hands clenched. "But he has voted," Hobblefoot shouted. "Chargrim must vote." "Then I vote for Sledgefist," he said. Hobblefoot threw up his hands and turned away. "This is why we should not vote for a Rinlin," Greel said. "Let it be decided by who is elder." "I vote for Chargrim," Sledgefist exclaimed. Jorvig raised his eyebrows. In his anger, Jorvig had merely wanted to lash out at something, and the vote was that something. Sledgefist's vote took the fire out of his forge. "No," Hobblefoot said. "You've already voted. The vote is a tie and void." "I yield to Chargrim," Sledgefist said. We can vote again." "No, it's void." "Wait," Shineboot shouted, but Hobblefoot and Sledgefist had squared up to each other. Shineboot cast Jorvig a withering look, and in truth Jorvig regretted what he'd done. "I'm sorry," he said, raising his palms. Hobblefoot and Sledgefist stared as if waiting for the other to make the first move. The Hardfell brothers looked on aghast. Had Saviarm and Warmcoat not explained? Warmcoat stared at the floor. Quiet. Silence fell. The voice had cut the chamber like a well-honed axe. It was Onyx. She waited a moment, holding all their gazes. "I will choose," she said, "if you dwarves cannot." They looked at each other unsure and silent. But you voted already, Greel said, and I already know your vote. I rue the day I agreed to follow you here, she said. What did you bring me to? A hole without a Rinlin and a few half-starved wilder dwarves. How dare you not tell me there was no Rinlin, that there was conflict? Jorvig raised his eyebrows. Such disorder, she said. Her eyes were narrow above her veil. Better alone in deep cut. She looked from her eldest brother to the rest of them. You have deceived me and as such have dishonored yourselves. We said nothing that was false, Greel said. You withheld the truth. We were looking for what was best for you. Spare me, she snapped. You all came into this by your own foolishness. I alone was deceived. The decision is mine. What little of her face they could see was flushed. Hobblefoot and Sledgefist, will you show yourselves of quality in this? She asked. I will let you decide, Sledgefist said. I did not know they deceived you. Onyx's gaze shifted to Hobblefoot. I am sorry, I had no idea they would bring you. I will let you decide, Hobblefoot said. And the rest? Onyx asked. They murmured assent. Chargrim has seen you through the winter at least, though you be bone and sinew, were it not for his own fool attempts to throw the vote and cause chaos. At this she gave Jorvig a chilling glance through narrowed eyes. He would have carried the vote and avoided this scene. Perhaps that makes him unfit. None of you have told me truthfully what has brought this stupid argument to pass, as if I were a Gilna. She sighed. Maybe I should be Rinlin. Just for a moment there was a glimmer of enjoyment in the slope of her eyes and the wrinkle of her brow. She let the moment hang as Jorvig realized in shock just how she had put them at her mercy. But the moment passed. Let Chargrim continue as Rinlin. At least while we're still alive, and be done with it. If Chargrim remembers his oath, Hobblefoot said. He caught Jorvig's eye. Jorvig needed no reminder. The oath had come to his memory more than once since Yesterev. But this foolishness needed to end. He made sure not to look toward Onyx. I regret my part in this madness, Jorvig said. I am sorry. I will keep my oath. Very well, Hobblefoot said. Then I consent. And so it was, the traditional oaths were sworn. Well, Jorvig said after an awkward pause, there is time left for work today. Chapter 30, Garlic and Onions. What are we going to do? Shineboot asked. He didn't look as eager for Jorvig to be Rinlin as he had before the vote debacle. Jorvig rubbed his eyes with this thumb and forefinger. Even thinking was hard lately, especially thinking. We need food. He waited for someone to complain, but no one did. There are spring roots by the river, Onyx said with a flat tone. There are what now? Spring roots, garlic, leeks, onions. The dwarves looked at each other. They knew of these things, had eaten them plenty of times in stews. Garlic was especially loved by the dwarves, but none of them were canyon cultivators back in Deep Cut. They were miners. Haven't you smelled them? Onyx asked. Jorvig had smelled many plants growing in the dell and along the river. In truth, the surface was overwhelming to his nose, a muddle of rot and growth and soil and water. He didn't know what garlic or onions were supposed to look like as they grew, and he certainly didn't know what might be poisonous and what wasn't. All dwarves knew that plants could be poisonous, one more danger of the surface world. They were probably treading upon potential food all the time, but how to know? They'd grown up in caverns and mines. She's been making us eat them for weeks now, Greel said. Onyx flipped her head toward her brother and squinted in annoyance, then turned back to Jorvig. I found them, she said. I always bought them at the market for our mother. Onyx put a bit of an edge in that last part. Greel pressed his lips together. How long can these feed us? Jorvig asked. A couple days at most. We'll be sweating them, Greel said. It's better than starving, she answered. And I brought seed and spore. Jorvig had thought about that. He knew vegetables took time and warmth and sunlight, and the sooner they were growing the better. Sledgefist, Hobblefoot, move whatever's left in the low-attic storeroom up here, and then make beds of soil in the storeroom for fungi. Hobblefoot and Sledgefist would need to work together if they both intended to stay at the claim, and it may as well start now. Most fungi were for flavoring, not sustenance. A dwarf could fill his belly with mushrooms and slowly starve. There was a kind of fungus that they called bread fungus, though, because the dwarves ground it in mortar and pestle, mixed it with fat and fried it in oil. It served as a staple of dwarven meals. Onyx had brought plenty of those spores. He looked around at the others. Greel and Khlif, go to the top of the dell and mound soil in rows. We'll need to plant the seeds and bulbs. The higher the beds, the more sunlight they would receive. His mind was flooded with all they needed to do and the sense of impossibility of it all. I don't know anything about planting, Khlif said. Neither did Jorvig. You put the seeds an inch or two beneath the soil, Onyx said, and then water them. Doesn't the rain do that? Shineboot asked. Water them if the soil is dry. Shineboot shrugged and spread the seeds out, let there be a couple inches between each. They all stared at her. I had a friend who was a canyon cultivator, she said by way of explanation. Maids, being fewer, were far more likely to have friends and social contacts beyond the confines of their own trades and districts. They had all grown up in the tunnels and caverns beneath the canyons around the aquifer lakes, salt mines, and coal seams. None of the dwarves present had grown a plant before. Shineboot and I will gather these. Spring roots, Jorvig said. What about me? Onyx asked. You. Me, what am I to do? Jorvig felt his face flushing. What? For some reason, telling a maid what to do mortified him. Would you please show us these plants? He managed. I will show you, she said, then I will work with Hobblefoot and Sledgefist. The spores will need my attention. Jorvig nodded, though he felt conflicted about that plan. Perhaps their attentions were more annoying to him than they were unwelcome to her. He realized he was squinting. Let's begin, he said. They finished their projects. Spores and seeds and bulbs were planted in their beds both beneath the stone and in the open dell by the time darkness fell. The days had already lengthened considerably. Jorvig hoped the Uasi wouldn't desecrate the garden beds in the dell as they had done the birch grove, but he had plans for that as well. Onyx showed Jorvig and Shineboot the leeks, onions, and garlic growing wild by the river. Jorvig would never have known passing by that the little green shoots were edible or their roots. Once pulled from the ground and held close, he could detect the familiar scents and see the shape of the root bulb, though they were smaller and tougher than what could be procured in deep cut. The plants grew in little patches here and there in the valley. The next day they also accomplished much, for they all went down armed to the river. The water level had receded somewhat. Onyx did not go in the water, that would have been unthinkable, but she insisted on holding one of the crossbows and keeping watch. The footings of the previous year's weir remained, and to Jorvig's surprise even some of the stakes were still stuck in the rocks. Working together with muttered curses and ropes tied around their waists, they rebuilt and expanded the weir, adding branching levels and circles to better contain any fish who made their way inside. They would need a great store of oil for the winter, but the river was wide. Small fish darted about them even as they labored and shivered in the frigid water, their lips blue. That night Jorvig lay repeating sums in his head when he should have been sleeping. For 8 dwarves doing strenuous labor, a strict ration required at least 30 pounds of meat or other strong food in a day between them by Jorvig's estimation. They had filled their bellies with garlic and onion soup for 2 days, clearing most of the patches of the root vegetables from the dell and riverside. Greel was right, their sweat stank of it. It was warm and it filled in the moment, but it didn't last. The beast they had killed on the mountainside would have lasted them less than 2 weeks, not even long enough to fully smoke it, but that didn't matter. Jorvig had lost it. How could they do this? How did other claims survive? Herds, flocks. The claims of the western Red Ridges had such, even the smaller claims. Uasi had been known to occasionally harry the flocks there, but that was decades ago and the Uasi were few. Their expedition had opted not to bring any livestock because they were heading far to the eastern stretches of the ridges, into wildlands not yet prospected due to the difficulty. They barely knew the first thing about herding. Trying to drive stock that far would have been almost as foolish as coming without. Jorvig had long ago come to see their former selves just 2 years before as hopelessly naive, but no one had been there to stop them or speak wisdom. They had no one. They were but a handful of dwarves entering youthful prime, dwarves with few kin and no true distinction in deep cut, nameless among many. Dwarves forged their legacies by setting out and cutting their own holds. He stared up into the dark, stretched out in the lower adit with Striper curled up on his legs. The sound of flowing water never ceased there, his jaw clenched. They would survive, they would carve their legacy in this ridge, legacy. Jorvig shook away the thought of those amethyst-rimmed eyes. He had apprenticed and worked in a different mine than the others. The Hardfells had been his brothers' and cousins' companions, not his own. He had met them during planning, but he had never met her. Would it have been different if he had? It felt hot in the adit somehow. He sat up abruptly and Striper hissed and leapt away as he shook his head as if he could shake the thoughts out. It was no use. Onyx's words and tone during the vote kept replaying in his mind. Jorvig had never been spoken to like that by a whiff, let alone a maid. Then again, he had interacted with precious few, not unusual for a dwarf who had no sisters. Dwarves about their usual labor did not interact with maids and whiffs. Jorvig's mother was not well for most of his life. He and Sledgefist were both late gilk and there was a wasting affliction of the bone in her. It was nearly the same story as the Hardfells. They were all just the sorts to try such a venture as this. Certainly maids and whiffs worked, but they tended to keep to their own society, working among themselves. Those dwarf maids who chose to never marry a dwarf but marry a craft usually learned from others like them. Working with dwarves was an unnecessary complication. It was an unnecessary complication here too. He could already feel it in himself. Jorvig had been uneasy since her arrival, and maybe it made it worse that he knew he didn't like it. She was a problem the likes of which he could not fix with tools or work, and after the scene during the vote he suspected she knew it as well. Jorvig did not sleep that night. Instead, he went and retrieved some scrap cloth, needle, and thread the newcomers had brought and patched his clothes, working in the dark by feel, working and thinking. Chapter 31, A New Working. Radishes, mangel-wurzels, beets, turnips, all these things the dwarves of Deep Cut ate in plenty, cultivated in the terraced gardens of the canyons nearly year-round below the desolate surface of the waste. There the sunlight still reached and the pumps carried water from the deeps. Jorvig knew they could not rely on hunting only, and with no flocks and herds their only other options were the seeds and bulbs. They had not planted half of what Onyx had brought. The more he thought on it, the more vital he knew those plants were, and he was thankful that Onyx had decided to bring such a store even though he grudged her presence. The next morning at the first flush of gray light, they were all up and assembled at the high adit. "We start a new work," Jorvig said, "so that we can survive even if the Uasi besiege us." And he laid out his plan. Based on the canyon terraces of Deep Cut, they would carve wide channels in the cliff in 3 tiers above the high adit, each facing south and a little east as necessitated by the rock face. The terraces must be open to the sun enough for plants to grow, so they would be cut with roofs sloping upward and out, and they would only be 15 feet deep into the rock. A path down the center would allow for raised beds to each side for soil. First, they had to cut a spiral stair to the proper level. In truth, they were not true terraces like in the canyons of Deep Cut, for they would still have an overburden of stone above, but at least these would keep their food safe, he hoped. When completed, the plan should allow them to garden twice the space they had prepared in the dell. He wasn't sure how much space they would need to feed themselves, so he took his best guesses and exceeded them in his design. He should have asked Onyx for ideas first, but he was trying to avoid speaking with her. After he presented the idea, the dwarves discussed it, pointing out potential problems, fixes, and adjustments until they were satisfied. Onyx remained mostly quiet. If she had criticism of the design, she kept it to herself. In the end, Jorvig made the final decision, and still to his surprise, they all acquiesced without much argument. The terraces would be accessed through a spiral stair 20 yards into the adit. It would rise to the level of the first terrace and join it through a thick stone door. A separate stair would join the 3 terraces together. This way, even if the Uasi lowered themselves from above by ropes like Jorvig had done, they would face a single door if they wanted to breach the rest of the claim. "That will take many days," Griel said after the design was settled. "I am no miner, I came to cut gems, shouldn't I begin on the amethysts?" "We can't eat the amethysts," Jorvig said. He didn't want to fight these battles again with the newcomers, but he would if it came to it. The rock will need shoveled and moved, there is no great need of skill in that. "There may be ore there too," Sledgefist said, brushing off Griel's complaint. "We may be cutting into some of the seam above." "We'll keep what we find," Jorvig answered, stating the obvious. "What about food?" Scheinboot asked. Jorvig grinned. Something was funny about someone else asking that, but his smile faded when he considered Scheinboot's gaunt face. There was a waxiness to his skin and his beard could no longer hide his cheekbones. "It's not like you to mine first and hunt later," Hobblefoot said. "We will check the weir first and then some will stay to work and some will hunt." They were too many now to hunt altogether. They would make a hopeless racket in the woods if they tried. But then they were at risk of attack. How to balance the need for safety and the need for food? Digging the terraces was for food too. He didn't want to talk about Uasi with the others, but if they planted only down in the dell, they had no way of protecting the crop. "Let's tuck our beards and go," he said. The following 3 days proceeded to be disheartening. 4 dwarves ventured each day, twice up the ridge, once lurking a few miles south. They saw nothing except the odd little bushy-tailed beasts that leapt from branch to branch or scurried among dry leaves, sounding far bigger than they were. Rilla and carp from the weir kept their bellies from pain, boiled with leeks and onions that truly did grow up and down the river, but they were going further and further looking for patches. The fish and plants might slow their starvation, but they did not reverse it. On the second of those 3 nights, Jorvig awoke in the dark to Striper pawing at his beard. He reached up to stroke her head. "What is it?" he said groggily, but when his hand reached her face, she turned into his rough palm and dropped something from her mouth. It felt soft as it slid off his hand and landed in his beard. He picked it up, feeling the warm, lumpy, damp thing. Tired and confused, it took him a few moments to identify it in the dark. Realizing what it was, he recoiled and tossed the dead rodent away. Striper meowed angrily and leapt across the drift. She returned a moment later, hopped onto his chest and dropped it back into his beard. "Striper," he said, sitting up. He picked up the rodent, intending to throw it farther, but he was awake now. She had never done this before. The mine runners ate their prey. They weren't fed enough to survive without hunting, and they'd been fed nothing at all of late. They'd made just enough of a gap along one of the stream channels for the cats to squeeze in and out of the adit to hunt. Jorvik hesitated, the rodent held in his hand. She was feeding him. He lowered his hand from the throw, and with the other he stroked her fur. "Thank you, Striper," he said with sincerity. He had never felt grateful to an animal before. For an animal, yes. He'd been immensely grateful for each of the beasts they'd managed to hunt and slay, but not to one. Striper jumped away as he climbed to his feet, the lump of rodent in his hand. It was mostly skin and viscera and bones. "But I'm not eating this." He paused. "Not yet anyway." He wasn't about to throw it away in front of her either, so he climbed up the ladder to the upper adit and disposed of it out of her sight. The fourth hungry day, Jorvik had chosen to leave Onyx, Khlif, and Greel at the claim. They would keep digging while the rest of them ventured back into the woods. 5 were too many for hunting, yet the more days went by tramping in the woods, the more he worried about running into Uasi. Jorvik had gone with the hunters each of the days, though his leg ached by evening. He would not send anyone else in his place for such risk. The others were more than competent enough to manage the simple design of the stair without him. It was palest daybreak when the 5 dwarves made their way out of the high adit and down the tower ladder. Sledgefist and Shineboot carried the crossbows, having the most practice. They made a few extra bolts using sharpened rock, but not many. They needed more hematite or time to work limonite. They made their way to the river, ignoring the weir and heading upstream. Jorvik's plan was to make for the opening of the next valley, cut away from the river, then circle back again so that their scent did not mar the game trail that ran near the water. Circling in the valley was easier than climbing up the back of the dell, but he hoped it would still work to lessen their scent. Climbing so high had been a great expenditure of energy, and he was learning that they needed to spend their energy with care. Within a few hours they were in place. The morning sun had not yet grown old. Sledgefist and Shineboot hid by a rock shelf downwind of the western breeze and within shot of the thin hoof trail along the river. Well behind them in a low copse of hemlock, the others waited in silence. Sledgefist and Shineboot were truly the hunters, the others were just there in case of attack. They were prepared to stay the night or longer. They could not return empty-handed again. "What's that?" Hobblefoot asked under his breath. It was now the warmth of the afternoon and Jorvik had grown sleepy. He had been leaning against a hemlock trunk, but now he sat forward. Hobblefoot pointed with his thumb back eastward, deeper into the valley the way they'd come. They listened for a time before they heard a stick snap. Then there was a snuffling sound. They couldn't see it yet, but they heard the beast coming. No, beasts. There was too much noise for just one, and then something squealed and Jorvik knew they were wild pigs. He gripped his walking hammer and wished he had a spear. Hobblefoot and Warmcoat had spears. Warmcoat had finished his the evening before, a stout cedar haft with a napped stone head made from a bit of igneous rock they'd mined from an ancient intrusion. The boars came into view, a great sow with a litter of 7 half-grown piglets. "What do we do?" Warmcoat whispered. If only they had the crossbows. If they sprang out, the pigs might all scatter in different directions or simply straight back as they'd come. The dwarves were under deep cover, but they were sure to make plenty of noise getting out of the hemlocks. Even standing up to throw a spear would alert the beasts. If the swine ran, there was no hope the dwarves could catch them. Beyond the hemlocks, the sow waddled into a small opening in the woods. There was a bare spot there without pine needles, dusty and dry. The sow approached, snuffling at the air, her head erect and small eyes alert. She must smell them. She came on anyway until she reached the patch of dirt where she stood looking around as her piglets scampered. All at once she fell onto her side, rolled in the dust and lay panting, watching her piglets nose around her. She was a massive beast, bigger than any of the dwarves. One of the piglets snuffled its way closer and closer to the hemlocks. Jorvik's heart raced. He had an idea, but it would all depend on that piglet. He leaned forward slowly. He was the closest. He made it to a crouch, his hands on the ground in front of him. He felt his leg tremble as he readied himself for a spring. "Let it hold. Let it come." So quietly it was barely audible he spoke. "Stay still until I call," he said. He wasn't sure the others heard. A few more steps, he leapt as hard as he could, and while he wasn't even tall for a dwarf, it was enough. The piglet startled, but it was too late. Jorvig burst through the hemlock branches and landed atop it. It squealed and tore at the ground with its hooves. He grabbed its front legs and flipped the piglet up in front of him and struggled to his knees. The thing might be young, but it was still closer to 100 pounds than 50. The sow lurched up as the piglet squealed and scattered and tried to regroup behind their matron. With his miner's arms, Jorvig dangled the squealing little beast in front of himself, dancing it back and forth for the sow's gaze. "Come on," he growled. The sow screamed and charged. At that instant, Jorvig thought he'd killed himself. She had tusks and weight. He knew she was dangerous, it's just he was focusing on food. "Help!" he shouted as he rolled, clinging to the piglet as a shield in front of his torso as the sow swerved to get at him, screaming. Through the branches, Hobblefoot and Warmcoat were there, their spears ramming into the sow's side. The shriek cut through the forest as she tried to writhe away, the spearpoints buried deep as the dwarves pressed their hafts. She twisted, so strong she pulled the two dwarves with her, but they held onto their spears. She tried to run but fell. Jorvig drew his dagger and slit the piglet's throat, dropping it onto the pine needles where it thrashed and wheezed. The sow was trying to run on its side, then twisted, trying to stand again. Jorvig sprang for her and slashed her throat as well. He stepped away, warm blood on his hand, up his arm and in his beard. Only then did he look around. Across the little opening, two of the piglets darted back and forth, looking back at their mother's body and squealing. They made to run off, paused, and rushed back toward their mother, only to see the dwarves and repeat it again. Jorvig's heart was hammering. He didn't see any way they could get them, but Sledgefist and Shineboot came crashing through the woods. The two rounded the hemlocks, crossbows raised and eyes wide. Jorvig pointed at the two piglets. The little beasts backed off further at the new arrivals but did not flee into the forest, still reluctant to leave their dam. The sow still kicked in the dirt, though she had fallen silent. "Can you shoot together?" he asked. Sledgefist and Shineboot readied themselves. "Wait till they're still," Sledgefist said, then held his breath. "Now." They both released. Two bolts slammed into one of the piglets. The other fled squealing and unharmed. They listened to the fading sound of it crashing away through the woods. Sledgefist bent over, breathing hard. "I suppose we should have said which one," Shineboot said, looking at the dying piglet with bolts stuck in chest and shoulder. "I suppose so," Sledgefist answered. Then he looked up at Jorvig. "Hammer and tongs, I thought you were being eaten alive." Jorvig let Sledgefist and Shineboot catch their breath while Warmcoat and Hobblefoot tried to yank their spears out of the sow. "It's warm," Jorvig said at length. "Let's get this back to the claim before it starts to turn." Even as they butchered the animals, Jorvig was doing sums. A hunt more successful than they could have hoped for, and yet it only gave them about 2 weeks' worth of meat, not including the bones for boiling. If they hunted every few days so successfully, they could lay up enough meat to last the winter. Such hope seemed a wild fantasy. They carried the meat toward the claim on poles. They approached the back or northward side of the ridge. On the opposite side was the cliff where they had dug their adits. Something shook Jorvig out of his sums and planning. This side of the ridge had a gentler rise. There was no cliff, though some areas were broken and showed exposed rock. It was this exposed rock that caught his attention. An idea came to him, but it was not for today. Chapter 32, Mine Runners. The smoking closet in the upper adit workshop was finally put to new use, smoking the butchered pigs. They had feasted on organs that night, and they felt a warm sensation not unlike drunkenness as the rich food strengthened their blood. The next morning, Jorvig was standing at the base of the new stair, triple-checking the angle of the spiral to ensure that they would be facing the correct direction at the agreed-upon height, when Onyx approached and interrupted his thoughts. "I wish to carve myself a chamber," she said. "I will not continue to sleep in this open smithy where any dwarf could walk by and see me." Jorvig lost track of his sums. "What? Yes. All right." Honestly, it was frustrating that she slept there in the workshop because none of them would approach it while she slept. "I suppose I can lend you my tools. There won't be room for all of us to swing on the stair." "I have my own," Onyx said. That surprised Jorvig too. He hadn't noticed. "You do?" Wait, he had noticed they had brought 4 picks and chisel satchels. He just thought it was an extra, or that maybe it was Saviarm's. "Would I come to a prospecting claim in the wilds without tools at least?" "Right," Jorvig said. He found himself staring to try to read her emotion and manner. It was difficult with most of her face hidden. She still wore her hair tightly wrapped as if she was traveling. In deep cut, maids often displayed their hair above the half-veil, wearing intricate braids, bangles, and delicate meshes and ornaments of precious metal and stone. For the more lowly, copper, bronze, and agate were not uncommon. But no dwarf maid needed to be lowly for long if she wished to marry. Why had this one not? How old are you? Jorvig asked. He thought Sledgefist might have told him once, but he couldn't remember. What has that to do with mining a chamber? She said in a flat tone. Nothing, Jorvig said, deciding not to make excuse for the impertinent question. But it would make more sense to stay in deep cut if she wished to marry dwarf or trade. Maybe she had been deceived about the situation in the claim, but it still didn't make much sense to come here without a purpose in mind. So about my chamber, she asked. You are free to dig. Where? Jorvig raised his eyebrows. Where should I dig? She asked. I never apprenticed in the mines, but my understanding is that the Rinland chooses where to dig. Jorvig sighed. He did not need this. He turned to look down the adit, thinking living quarters had not been on his mind. At the end of this drift, he said. The drift passes out of the seam. There is a left corner there. Continue straight on 10 feet, then you may have a hold of 50 on the right with the regular passway. A hold of 50 square feet was a generous space in deep cut, larger than most families had. The regular passway was 7 feet of stone between the hold and the drift passage. By deep cut law, the outer 3.5 feet belonged to the passage and the inner counted against the cubic 50. By tradition, the hold possessed the stone 20 feet up from the horizontal plane. Jorvig did not expect to care much about the specifications here. It was simply a way to outline location. Dealing with such things as private chambers felt foolish to him, but at least it could be done sensibly. That will take me a time, she said. Even the drift, I do not require a 50, I seek only a chamber. You can have it though, minus any ore that could be taken. I will send KH-Lift to help you until the drift is cut. There are too many to work the spiral anyway. It was better to keep holds to regular cuts like 50s, 30s, and 10s. Irregularity caused problems as a mine expanded. Thank you, she said. Jorvig shrugged, and thinking of nothing else, he walked away. It would keep her occupied and away from the work. Over a week passed in relative camaraderie. The dwarves were slowly learning not to track Onyx's every movement with their eyes, but the end of the meat and the need to hunt again approached. Every morning they had gone to the weir, and most mornings they found at least one fish, but beside the oil for burning it was no significant gain to their food stores. A single fish sufficed for one meal for one dwarf at labor. Jorvig was sleeping the night before the hunting expedition when he woke to a nightmare. Striper must have been near, for when he sat up she meowed and came to brush against his foot, purring. Jorvig's clothes were wet with sweat, though he'd been laying directly on the cool stone of the low adit drift. It was odd. He hadn't had that dream for many years. He picked up Striper and set her in his lap, stroking her fur. It relaxed him. One of her kittens, now a grown cat, had taken a liking to Shineboot and could often be found hanging around his heels. Another curled up on Sledgefist's legs once he fell asleep. If the cat approached Sledgefist while he was awake, he would shoo her away, so she waited until he was asleep. 2 of the kittens had disappeared, or at least he hadn't seen them in a long time. 3 others lurked about inside the claim or in the dell, though they were standoffish. It was lore among the dwarves that before they learned the keeping of cats from the humans, rats and mice sometimes infested colonies and mines. Rodents were evasive, difficult to exterminate, and small enough to squeeze through tight spaces. Sometimes it seemed there was no explanation for how the creatures could get into sealed stone containers. Some said rats had powers beyond the natural. Nonsense, but it made for chilling stories for the Gilk and Gilna. One story always gave Jorvig shivers as a Gilk. The story said that before cats were brought into the mines, if an infestation became so terrible, the dwarves would dig a pit and throw a group of rats within, keeping it covered until only one rat remained, devouring the others rather than starve. Then they would throw in more rats and more and more and more, always until just one rat remained. Soon, it would always be the same rat who survived. Then they would release that rat, and the rats in the mine would vanish. The last rat, it was called, and it had given him the same nightmare as a Gilk as had woken him that night. Jorvig shivered just thinking about it. Striper turned her neck and bit at his hand. His grip had become too firm without him even being aware of it. Her teeth did not pierce his calluses. Tusk, Jorvig said, tapping Striper on the nose. She snapped at him again, but he pulled his finger away, then stroked her fur. She purred like a rumbling water wheel. It might be a foolish, childish thing, but he had started feeding his mother's mine runners when he was a Gilk to get them to stay with him as he slept. No last rat would come near him then. Striper's nose turned toward the lower adit door not 10 yards away, and the scruff of her neck bristled. A low hiss replaced the purr. "Easy," Jorvig said, stroking her back and staring toward the stone door through the pitch dark. "Easy, Gilna." Jorvig was still doing sums the next day when he went with Shineboot to inspect the garden beds. They had just returned from the weir, which they had found empty. The sight of rows of little green shoots rising from the moist soil at least gave Jorvig some encouragement. "How long do you think it will take?" Shineboot asked. "I'm not sure. Maybe we should ask Onyx." "Maybe." They were still standing there, arms folded, staring at the life barely shooting up from the ground, when Jorvig looked over to the far end of one of the beds. He saw tracks. At first he was annoyed, thinking that one of the dwarves had carelessly walked in the garden bed, but as he approached he realized what it was and stopped. "Shineboot," he said. The dwarf hurried over, and when he saw, he drew in his breath. "More than one," he said. Jorvig looked down the dell. The Uasi tracks were heading south toward the tower. He couldn't see any tracks on the harder ground. They had just shown up in the softer garden bed, and much of the dell around the garden beds had been scraped free of loam. Thankfully, it did not seem that the Uasi had taken much notice of the little plants. They headed towards the tower, and once there, Jorvig searched the ground for any evidence of Uasi. But the ground there was trampled down or covered with heaping mullock piles of waste rock dumped from the edge of the bridge, the results of their mining. "Do you think they tried to climb up?" Shineboot asked. "They were headed this way." Jorvig looked down toward the lower adit. The ground around the tailings pond was damp and may hold a track. So rather than climb up the tower, he went back down the dell, checking around the pond. Sure enough, there were marks from claws, and plenty of them. He moved to check the stone door of the lower adit. Here, too, the ground was packed down and hard, but he could see prints near the pond only a couple yards away. They had been here at the lower adit. "Look at this," Shineboot said, pointing down at one set of the tracks. Jorvig walked over and looked down. "What?" he asked. "There's water in them in the bottom," he said. It was true. But Jorvig wasn't following the meaning. "It hasn't rained for 2 days," Shineboot said, "and these ones, they're empty, no water." You think they've come here more than once?" Jorvig asked. "Well, I'm just saying, they must be coming here at night." The thought lit a fire of rage in Jorvig. He grasped his walking hammer hard. The foul Kulker were coming into their dell. And for all the dwarves knew, they might be there every night looking for opportunity. The dwarves had kept to a routine of sleeping during the night time merely for convenience. They wanted to see further when they left the mine to make sure no Uasi were near. It was safer with enemies about. They kept the bridge shut when they slept. The dwarves could see well in the dark, but not well and far both. Their eyes were best in close spaces. The stories said the Uasi were creatures of the night. Another reason they had chosen to align their waking with the daylight at the claim. Such patterns of sun and moon had little bearing on the miners in Deep Cut, but here it mattered. That night they began a watch. One at a time they would stay awake, keeping half-night watches. They'd peer out from the narrow opening they built into the bottom of the bridge so that when it was closed, they could still see across the dell. They couldn't see the lower adit without going out, but in the dark it would be difficult to see much more than movement at that distance unless the moon shone. Even so, if anything came near the tower or passed down the dell top to bottom, they'd know it. This was not so much a hardship as an annoyance. The dwarves rarely slept longer than 6 hours at a time anyway. It was simply valuable working time lost. Jorvig had left Onyx out of the watch rotation, but in annoyance she had cornered him in the drift and asked why. He had no answer, and so she joined the rotation. Jorvig would have preferred to live as if she weren't even at the claim. Hobblefoot and Sledgefist barely spoke to each other, except for what was necessary to complete a task, and it seemed they often disagreed in what was necessary. Nothing was seen for 2 nights, but the next day they broke through to the open air on the level of the first terrace. Working hard, they had constructed the spiral stair, the landing chamber, a thick door of stone, and even excavated a bit of gold-bearing quartz. The sunlight burst through the rock as they broke through, and stone clattered down the cliff and landed in the dell. The work would speed up, now with more space for multiple dwarves to swing picks as they cut the terraces into the cliff. Jorvig decided that he would watch from the new terrace opening that night. He made sure the stone door was shut behind him and that Khlif knew where to find him for his watch. Jorvig didn't think the Uasi would be ready to rappel down the cliff from above at any rate. It was his night to begin the watch at sunset, so he climbed up and settled in on his belly at the ledge. From there he could watch south toward the tailings pond. He wanted to be able to see the lower dell. 2 hours dripped by. Meow. The sound was faint, coming from the other side of the stone door 25 feet behind him. Meow, Striper. Why she had come up after him he didn't know, but he wasn't going to get up and let her out here on the ledge. Meow meow. Maybe he pushed himself up with his hands to go get her. When he glanced south again, he dropped back to his belly. There, figures moving around the far end of the pond. 3 of them, 5, 7 maybe, some of them didn't come closer, crouching next to the water and drinking maybe. He wished the thin clouds would part and let the moon shine, but then it was only a crescent. With a full moon he might have counted their fingers or ears. A smaller cluster of 3 Uasi moved toward the lower attic door, hunched over. They appeared to sniff around the door, then crouch in a tight circle and gesticulate. One kept pointing up the dell. Whatever their meaning, they moved back around the far side of the pond and disappeared over the edge of the berm of broken rock. If they lay there peering up over the edge and waiting, there was no way to see. The meowing had stopped, and though the sound of his own breathing seemed terribly loud, he could hear a faint feline hissing behind the door. Chapter 33, Setting the Trap. The others looked grim when he told them the next day, but what were they to do about it? No one had any ideas. In the meantime, work continued on the terrace cuts. Despite the threat, Jorvig wanted to satisfy a curiosity, so he asked Warmcoat and Shineboot to accompany him. They took the crossbows and Jorvig carried his walking hammer. They climbed eastward up the dell and retraced Jorvig's route to the top of the ridge above the high adit. It was much harder for Jorvig than it had been when he'd first climbed it and lowered himself down by rope. In some ways he was hardier than he had been, but not his leg. This time they had no intention of rappelling and kept going, across the ridge and down the other side. It was easier to see the areas with exposed rock from a distance than when they were among the trees on the ridge itself, but sure enough they found a space where the rock was too steep to hold any soil for even the hardiest seedling to root. "Look at that," Jorvig said, pointing as they approached the rock. It was a seam of the same type of quartz they'd found on the other side. They could only see the top of the seam before it dipped below the level of loam and scree, but it was there. Jorvig had brought a hammer and chisels, and they cleared away enough debris to get a purchase and work a fracture line. Shineboot picked up the chunk of rock when it cracked free. He held it to the light close to his eye. Well, he tossed the rock to Jorvig. Jorvig did the same, holding it up close, and then he grinned and tossed it to Warmcoat. Soon, Warmcoat shook his head. "I never imagined," he said, "this whole ridge could be just full of gold." "It's not as rich as the other side," Shineboot said. "Just a few flecks." "The richer stuff was deeper in than this," Jorvig answered. "This was on a surface fracture, much of it will be weathering out. That's how you traced it in the stream coming up the dell. There's no way we could extract all this ore in our lifetime, not and crush the quartz for sluicing the finer gold. Dwarves could work prodigiously, and they often lived in excess of 250 years when blessed with strength and hardihood. Still, this was greater than their strength. It was nearly half a mile south through rock to the dell. Together the dwarves could have carved a tunnel straight to this spot in a year through harder rock than sandstone and quartz, but following the right seams in the right directions, let alone crushing and smelting and sluicing, was more complicated than simply cutting a path through soft stone. And this was just one narrow arm jutting out from the true ridge that towered thousands of feet above them to the east. "No," Jorvig agreed. "Not alone." To excuse their expedition, they tried to hunt their way back up the ridge and home to the dell, but there was no indication of living thing. Even the cry of crows sounded distant. They returned by midday, and with the others as reinforcements they went to check the weir. Thankfully it produced 2 large silverskin carp and a long rilleye that they pulled out with their net woven of beard hair. They also found oozy tracks in the soft silt at the river's edge, between 2 stones by the weir. "Same as you told us," Greel said in the morning as they drank fishbone broth. "They were hanging about the lower attic door, whole cluster of them." "Why are they so interested in the lower attic?" Sledgefist asked. "Did they try to get in?" "They sniffed around, but they didn't do anything else." "How many?" Jorvig asked. "Counted only 3, but it was hard." "Low clouds." There was silence apart from slurps from stone-carved mugs. Sledgefist shrugged. "What do we even do?" he asked. It was a refrain grown common among them, but an idea was forming in Jorvig's gut. He didn't like the idea, but what else? The thought of the Uasi tramping around the dell in the night grated like chewing gravel. It was their claim, and he finally knew why Striper hissed at the door in the dark. It was 2 more days before Jorvig could no longer deny his plan had taken shape, only awaiting the doing. He still didn't like it, but they needed to take the initiative and gain some advantage. They needed to hunt. The little plants in the garden beds were getting taller, but they needed more tending, and Jorvig had been limiting their visits in case the Uasi were watching or might catch on. If they realized the plants had value, they'd destroy them. Still, it might only be a matter of time. The direness of the sums grew as they ate through their meat. So in their morning work huddle, he took a breath and changed the subject from whether to use a single angle on the terrace roofs or two to go from a steeper pitch to shallower at the halfway point. Onyx was present but rarely spoke, retreating back to her own delving after the morning meetings. With Lift's help, the short drift was cut, and she had opened into her chamber rock. It would not now be long until she had a small, sleeping space of her own. "We're not digging today," he said. The others fell silent. "We all know about the Uasi." They had been a point of discussion each morning, as each morning the watchers reported they had been seen around the pool and the low attic door. The numbers changed. There was only one seen the night before last, but that morning 3 came a few hours before dawn briefly, as if they were stopping in only to check before moving on to other business. Jorvik had tried to imagine what he would do if he were trying to attack creatures he did not understand. As of yet, they did not seem to anticipate when the dwarves would leave the dell. Intentionally, the dwarves varied their routines, never checking the weir at the same time or now even daily. They always went armed and as a group. Their hunting expeditions must also have seemed unpredictable to the Uasi, and if the Uasi preferred to hunt at night, it would be difficult for them to keep perfect track of the dwarves during the day unless they posted watchers of their own. And maybe they did. They were all in danger, untenable danger. If Jorvik was one of the Uasi, he would watch and wait for a mistake. Maybe a dwarf who ventured out alone or an entrance to the mine left ajar. It would be easy to tell just stepping over the embankment of the tailings pond that the bridge was drawn up. But the lower attic door, what if it had been left open a crack or left unbraced? They would have to check it. The Uasi must be camped within a few miles, and so they checked each night, biding and waiting for an opportunity to strike, for the dwarves to be careless and leave a way open into the mine. "We're going to trap the Uasi," he said. A few eyebrows rose, but no one spoke. "We cut doors for the water wheel and fungi chambers and seal them with a drop bolt. They shouldn't be able to figure that out if they've never seen one. I hope," he thought. He didn't want the fungi ruined or the water wheel destroyed. "We draw up the ladder to the upper drift and build a hatch that we can secure. They won't be able to climb up and get in the high attic tunnels." The others stared off, imagining the steps. "Then we leave the lower attic door ajar. Not all the way, just a crack." "You want them to go in?" "I do." "And we shut the door behind them," Hobblefoot said, squinting. There was a bit of a smirk at the edges of his mouth, twitching the hairs of his mustache. "Serves the Kulker right." He laughed and slapped his leg. "We could kill them all," Sledgefist said. "We'll try." Chapter 34, A Blocked Attic. The prospect of striking back against the Uasi stirred them to eager labor, and what Jorvik feared might have been the work of 2 days proved only the labors of one, so that at sundown all was prepared. Even Onyx ceased her labor on her chamber and chiseled a cover for the chute to the lower attic with Lift, while the rest prepared the new chamber doors. From inside, Jorvik undid the bracings of the lower attic door and pushed it ajar, enough that he hoped it would be noticed, but only just. They drew up their ladder behind them, slid the cover in place over the chute, and ladened it with stones. Until now, the Uasi had always approached from riverwards or from up the dell, so there was no way the dwarves could conceal themselves near the tower. On the southern slope of the dell, not far from where they had once found the beehive, there remained a half-charred old pine trunk lying on its side atop a mound of soil. Arrayed in a row behind it, clutching their weapons, the dwarves could not be seen except if the Uasi came over the ridge behind them. There was a gap between the log and stone that would allow one of the dwarves to peer through and spy the low attic. They hoped for a cloudless night, but it was not so, not quite. High rags of cloud scudded across the sky, bringing with them shadows that passed over the dell in quick succession. But if the Uasi came, they would know. The minutes drew on with excruciating slowness. It was not easy for a group of 6 dwarves to lie still and silent without work for hands or labor to focus their minds. They had to elbow first Lift and then Sledgefist awake to stop their snoring. 6 of them waited, not the 8 that had first wanted to come on this attack. Onyx and Greel remained in the high attic tunnels. Jorvik had overheard Greel and Onyx arguing in her unfinished chamber. They had gotten loud enough that their voices carried to him as he passed through the main drift. "You need to stay here," Greel said with an edge. Jorvik slowed to a halt. "Am I not stronger than an Uasi?" It was Onyx. "It is not for you to decide. I am telling you to stay. You are not my husband. I'm your eldest brother." "The claim of eldest does not seem to have much weight in this claim," Onyx retorted. Greel was silent, but Jorvik felt like he could hear his red face from out in the attic. With a few quick strides, he came to the edge of the chamber entrance and found that there was no actual door yet for him to knock on. "Chargrim," he said, announcing himself. There was a moment of silence before Onyx responded. "Enter." Chargrim rounded the corner of the gap and passed into Onyx's chamber. He looked around at the work. She'd gotten quite close. He had never checked before, leaving her to her privacy. He didn't want to be there now. "What is it, Chargrim?" Greel asked. His face was flushed indeed. "I was looking for you both," Jorvig asked. "You're both staying to hold the high adit. We need to make sure we can retreat if anything goes awry, and we can't leave the bridge down or it may make the Uasi suspicious. You have to be ready to let us back in if we need to flee or to hold come what may." "Why us?" Onyx asked. "Everyone wants to strike a blow," Jorvig said. "Everyone wishes to revenge, and so we will, all of us, by fulfilling our duties." "And you pick those duties," Greel muttered. "I do." "Why us?" Onyx asked. There was steel in that tone and in those eyes. Jorvig forced himself to meet her gaze and hold it. He felt like a rank gilk play-acting a hero of old in his family's stonehold. He knew what she was asking and why. The answer was as she thought. It was because of her. He wouldn't deny it. Nor would he answer her plainly. There was no use in an argument. "Why not? Are you not a maid of this claim to carry out duties as given?" He forced himself to raise an eyebrow and yet hold her gaze. There was a slight movement behind her veil as if she was setting her jaw, but she did not reply. Jorvig broke the tension by turning to Greel. "We will leave shortly. Be ready to close the bridge after us." With that he left. Though he would not say it, he was leaving Onyx precisely because she was a maid, not that she could not crush an Uasi's skull. A dwarf maid was stronger than most human men, for dwarven sinew was built of sterner stuff. In contest with an Uasi, though they were wiry and strong after their fashion, it came more to speed, aim, numbers, to skill and swiftness in battle, and none of them had trained skill at arms. It was not for that reason at all that she stayed. The real reason was because if Onyx was with them, he would be thinking about her. He would think about her as they rushed across the dell. He would think about her if they fought skull to skull with the foul beasts. If he grappled for his life, he would wonder after her safety. And so would the rest of them. It was not her fault, but he could not have it. They must go into this battle with her safe above, unable to be a distraction. As for Greel, it was just his sad luck. Minutes turned into hours. Based on their observations over the previous nights, the Uasi seemed to come around either early after sundown or late before dawn. It seemed it would be late that night, if ever. Lift chewed on his gnarled fingernail. Shineboot had the best eyes and kept watch through the gap. Hobblefoot kept watch behind them in case the Uasi circled, and Jorvig waited, lying on his back, staring up at the clouds racing across the night sky. There was no wind in the dell, but there must have been up there in that region of vapors beneath the jeweled stars. Shineboot's whole body stiffened, and Jorvig knew they'd come even before the dwarf grabbed his shoulder. Jorvig twisted around and only barely kept himself from poking his head up over the log and looking down the dell. The others, also aware of the sudden motion in Shineboot and Jorvig, fought the same urge. "How many?" Jorvig whispered. Shineboot held up 2 fingers. He peered through the gap, not speaking as the others waited in agonizing silence for any news at all. "Well?" Sledgefist asked. Shineboot waved his hand at him to be patient. At length he spoke. "They've gone," he said. "What?" "They went up to the door, motioned at each other, and then they left. At least I think so. They went over the embankment." "Shit on them," Sledgefist said. "At least we can go back and sleep now." "No," Jorvig said, "we wait." "Why?" "There were only 2 of them." "Right. So if I were them, I'd go back and get others." Sledgefist thought about it, then shrugged. "So we wait. If they're not back by dawn, we go sleep." They each went back to their solitary waiting, but it was less than an hour later, still a full hour before dawn, when the Uasi returned. Shineboot waved to them and rolled onto his side so he could use his 2 hands to hold up 8 fingers. Shineboot looked back through the gap. Their whole bodies were taut as harp strings. "They're going in," Shineboot hissed. Wait. One of them stayed out. It's waiting by the door, crouched down." "Shit," Jorvig thought. He'd have done the same, leaving one out as a watcher in case something happened. The watcher could call the others back. "Let's go," Sledgefist said and started to rise, but Jorvig grabbed his shoulder and held him down. "No." "Why not?" "Let them get further in." The minutes had dragged before, but now seconds felt like torture. Jorvig's heart pounded. The others watched him, barely blinking. How long to wait? He imagined the adit. They'd come to the closed stone doors first. They'd check them somehow. Maybe they wouldn't pay much attention to the hatch over their heads. They'd continue on slowly and come to the chute with the ladder down to the lower diggings. Would they climb down? Would they be there by now? He hesitated one more minute, feeling inexplicably like he had to pee. Go, he said. He didn't remember leaping over the log. They were all charging down the dell. Jorvik had told them before not to shout, and somehow they kept their mouths shut, even him. With a shudder up his calf, his leg gave out and he scraped his knee as he went down on it, but he planted the end of his walking hammer and pulled himself back up, only a few paces behind the others. It felt long and short all at once, but they reached the adit. Warmcoat and Khlif put their shoulders to the stone door and pushed it shut with a thud. Dwarves always made their doors open outward if any sense of defense was on their minds. They set their doors into a stone frame so that it could not swing further inward, leaving grooves for the passage of air as desired. This meant an enemy had to pry it outward to enter, which was much harder than ramming inward. If it was blockaded from without, dwarves inside could always break it or dig another way. Where did the Kulker go? Sledgefist asked, looking around outside the door. I think it ran away, Shineboot said. They were all breathing heavily after their sprint. Ran inside or ran away. I'm not sure. It was right here before. Keep an eye out, Jorvik said. Shineboot and Sledgefist go to the embankment and make sure nothing comes up. Gah, I smell it, Sledgefist said as he hurried on. They all could, the foul stench lingering in the night air. The dwarves had not prepared anything with which to barricade the door, for they did not want to change anything to raise the Uasi's suspicions, but now, as Jorvik and Khlif leaned against the door in case the Uasi pressed it from within, Hobblefoot and Warmcoat lifted stones and began to pile them up. After a time, Khlif and Jorvik were able to join, and before the gray dawn broke they had a pile of rock before the door such that nothing could force it open from within. Jorvik made sure water could still escape beneath the rocks. If the spring backed up to the chute, the whole lower workings would flood. Pumping a mine like that was difficult and often led to collapses. Do you think that they could get it off its hinges? Khlif asked. Not without the right tools, Warmcoat said, not with double-slot hinges like that. Getting the door off its hinges meant they might be able to tip the top of the door outward. Let's pile more just to be safe, Jorvik said, and keep an eye out. They covered the door to the very top in loose rock and added even more in the spirit of safety before they all went back to the tower. Onyx and Greel lowered the bridge at their approach. They tramped across the rough timber, weary yet proud. Chapter 35, Names and Claims. A few times the next day they thought they heard Uasi shrieks echoing up the drift from the lower adit tunnels, but nothing disturbed the braced stone hatch to the sloping drift to the high adit, or attempted to, so far as they could tell. They could see the low adit door from the tower. It was still blocked with its rockball barricade, so they knew nothing had escaped. The Uasi were trapped within. Part of Jorvik hated the idea of starving them, no matter how vile the beast. Slaying in a fight was one thing. This felt different. But it was not worth trying to enter to kill them by violence and so risk themselves. The Uasi would eat the dwarves if they had it the other way around. If it wasn't for needing to keep the channels for the water escape clear, they might have sealed the lower adit enough to limit or stop air, even attempted smoke, but that was labor for no certain result. Maybe it was justice for Savium that the beasts died by starvation. In the following days, Jorvik saw Striper sitting for hours at the top of the sloping drift down to the hatch. The fur on her neck bristled high, her tail lashing back and forth. Sometimes she let out a low hiss. It was a shame that the Uasi might foul the water of the brook. The vernal stream flowing down the dell from the mountain had turned to a bare trickle now that the spring thaws were passing. They had to drip-fill wooden buckets with water daily. Even so, they felt lighter of spirit, for they did not think the one Uasi who escaped posed much of a threat. Jorvik even felt secure enough to send out hunting parties comprised of just 3 at a time, keeping the others to work. Jorvik did not even go with them. This continued for 2 weeks, and while not every hunt was successful, the smoke closet began to fill with hanging meat faster than it emptied for the first time. Jorvik and Warmcoat walked out to the garden beds one day. There, peeping up from the soil, was the pink round top of a radish. Warmcoat plucked it from the ground and laughed, taking a bite of it before he'd even wiped the soil away. Ah, isn't that good after so long, he said, tossing Jorvik the other half. Jorvik ate it, even the leaves. It was sharp and sweet. We better go get baskets for the rest, he said. Baskets, like buckets and casks and mugs, were the kind of crafts the dwarves were always making to keep their hands busy in those hours when they were not set upon greater tasks. Onyx had woven baskets out of peeled bark. She was in the workshop where they also stored most of their tools and supplies and saw them taking the baskets from the stack in the back of the chamber. What are you doing? She asked, curious. We go to pick the radishes and whatever else is ready, Jorvik said. I dare say we will fill a few baskets. Be sure to leave some, she said, turning back to the forge. It was burning, though they were running close to the end of their charcoal. That was another thing they had to do, another charcoaling. It looked like she was melting some bit of gold ore. Why, they're ready now, Warmcoat said. She turned around, squinting at them, because we need more seeds. It seemed their blank expressions spoke plainly for them. You have to let some go to seed or you won't be able to grow more, she watched their expressions. Where do you think seeds come from? Warmcoat looked at Jorvig. You are in charge of gardening now, Onyx, Jorvig said. I'm afraid it will take you away from the forge, but you know the most about these plants. What aid or labor you need, just say it. She sighed, then scattered the hot coals across the forge to let them die. Fine, she said, and took a basket from Warmcoat. Come with me. They harvested 4 basket loads of radishes and turnips that day, and left many more that Onyx deemed unready or wanted to go to seed. From that day she watched the garden closely. Jorvig still did not allow anyone to venture out alone, so either he or one of the others would go with her when she checked on the garden, watering as she deemed necessary, pulling out weeds and gathering what was ready. She did not speak much as she worked, and Jorvig kept his eyes averted as she kneeled or bent over the beds. Sometimes as they knelt on the ground plucking weeds from around their plant, she looked up at the broken rock far above on the ridgetop, and it seemed she was at least that far away. Jorvig wondered where exactly. Another 2 weeks passed as summer came to the eastern red ridges. They lit a great charcoal mound kiln of the logs they'd cut the previous year. Smoke leaked from it, hazing the dell. The river lowered even more as the rains grew less frequent, and now the weir produced fish almost daily. Their store of oil grew, and for the first time Jorvig began to think they may just succeed at this thing. They had mined little more ore, but the terraces were nearing completion. Onyx said that soon she would harvest seeds from the radishes and turnips in the garden bed in the dell, and then they would plant the next crop in the safety of the terraces above. It was that week that Sledgefist shot a great beast with flat antlers that he came upon as it waded in a shallows at the edge of the river. It had taken all 8 of them to pull and push it up the riverbank, part it out, and carry it back to the claim. All in all, they estimated 800 pounds of meat came from that one animal, most of an entire month's meat for the dwarves. And so, they opened another cask of sap beer and feasted on rich organs that night around a fire at the mouth of the high adit. Sledgefist was happier than Jorvig had seen him in a long time, recounting 2 and 3 times the moment he first saw the beast, how he had crept close, aimed, and fired a bolt behind its shoulder, how the beast had blared a horn-like call and come rushing toward the bank, looking about with wrath before foundering in the shallow water, staining it red. They drank to him, though they needed no excuse to drink even this poor bitter brew, taking pleasure in the first true feeling of plenty they had known in many long hard months. Ah yes, Sledgefist laughed when he caught Warmcoat chewing the warm liverandradish fry with his eyes closed. Eat the prosperity of Sledgefist, slayer of the beast, prosper from my hunt. He was laughing and feeling the slightest effect of brew. It reminded Jorvig of the stew halls of home. We would prosper more if we all embraced the strength of our true names, Greel said. Oh, will you shut up about that shit, Sledgefist answered, annoyed at the interruption of mirth. We didn't invite you here to proselytize. Easy, Sledgefist, we're friends here, said Warmcoat. I can be his friend and still think he's full of shit. Is that so? Warmcoat asked with a chuckle. Who better? Sledgefist blared. I merely seek your good, Greel said calmly, our collective good. So if you believe that shit, why does your sister not go by her true name? Sledgefist asked. Jorvig noticed Khlif stop chewing, his limbs tensing. Onyx too was still. A maid and a whiff are not a dwarf, theirs is not to show their secrets bold to the world, Greel said. Onyx stared down at her plate of liverandradish. Are you saying that Auntie Tourmalin did not need strength, did she not strive with the world? In the days when our folk sojourned among the humans, it was maids and whiffs that led our folk, Shineboot said. Our days of captivity do not rule our freedom. If dwarves had led then, we would not have spent centuries under the thumb of human kings, but we were forced to labor in their mines. Dwarves let themselves be made slaves, Jorvig said, and it is the fault of the whiffs. Is this why you cultists preach against maids following a trade? Sledgefist asked, before Greel could answer Jorvig. The question surprised Jorvig, he hadn't heard of that. That's, Greel hesitated, glancing at his sister. I do not follow their way, Onyx said, her eyebrows furrowed. I keep the ways of the crippled king as well, Hobblefoot put in. "We speak no ill of the crippled king, but we do not wish to go to his hall," Greel said. "Why not? Who with a better hoard?" Sledgefist asked. "We wish to delve our own. It is in keeping with the spirit of Anti-Tourmalin." "Anti-Tourmalin held with the crippled king," Hobblefoot said. It was a common belief that the dwarves contributed to the hoard of each of their forebeards, back to the beginning. If a dwarf brought forth a child into the world and that child did grave evil, the evil was accounted to the father as well, even if the father had gone to sleep with his fathers. If there were two sons, one good and one evil, they did not cancel out, but such things both went into the store of their ancestors, either shaming or honoring them. Each dwarf had a duty to his folk, both past and future, to act with righteousness. No one succeeded in all things. So mothers told their sons when they were caught stealing cave bread from the larder, "You have added dishonor to your forebeards." Or a grown dwarf caught in petty theft would be flogged and publicly shamed, trudged through the stew halls of their district and declaimed, a stain on their legacy. It was thought that somehow those ancient ones gone beyond memory had gathered all the good and evil of their folk and were responsible for it, adding it to their hoard along with the souls of their descendants. And who more than the crippled king? The keeping of a true name was not just a custom, it was an impulse. Dwarves loved to keep and hide, and so they kept and hid their very selves in the true name. It was shared only between bride or groom on their wedding night. Parents knew it, and maybe a close brother or sister, rarely a deep friend. But the named of strength believed that by claiming their true names they started over, disconnected from the past, each the master of their own life claims as if they were the first in their line. Jorvig thought it foolishness. There was no escaping the past any more than the future. They lived on the dagger's edge, taking from the future with one hand and placing in the past with the other. That was not an image of his devising, it was engraved on many lintels in deep cut. How this all would end the dwarves did not know, but they knew they would come to account someday. They would go to the halls of their forebeards or to the crippled king or somewhere and stand before the maker. For dwarves were makers themselves, and they knew intrinsically that there was nothing that was not made, whether above stone or below it. And like their own craftings, they knew that the character and power of the maker was displayed in that which was made in order. And so, living packed together in tunnels and caverns and holds, their love of order took the shape of law, often brutal in its application. Crimes such as theft were the most nuanced and varied in punishment, but blood was shed for blood. Rape and adultery were barely heard of, and almost inevitably ended with deaths. Such jealousy and violation led to violence, and so bands of dwarves scattered themselves to new claims to find isolation and forgetting. "Ah, shit on you all and your philosophizing," Hobblefoot said, wiping his beard with his sleeve. "I have no use for it." "I have use for this," Warmcoat said, lifting up a piece of liver and taking a bite. "There is more to life than eating and drinking," Greel said, "and that, my friend, is why we're mining." Sledgefist laughed and drank at the same time. Greel frowned, not finding Sledgefist's jollity to his liking. "Speak of Anti-Tourmalin, speak of Uncle Salt," Warmcoat said, filling the awkward silence. "I believe with absolute certainty that Uncle Salt would have asked for more." He held out his wooden plate. Judging by the laughter that exceeded the quality of the jest, it was not just Jorvig who was grateful to leave behind the line of conversation. He may be Rinlin, but there were some things no Rinlin commanded. "Who else wants more?" he asked. Chapter 36, Mines Are Not About Fair. The terraces were finished, the dwarves were moving soil into the terrace beds, and Onyx had harvested seeds from radish and turnip. They had to build a bigger barrel for fish oil. No new sign of Uasi was seen. As Jorvig hauled a basket of soil toward the spiral stair, he saw Striper ahead, staring down the long sloping drift toward the hatch, her tail twitching in her rough standing. Dark thoughts and dark questions lay that way. He turned to the stair. That night they went to sleep with new crops of radishes and turnips planted in the terrace beds. In the weeks to come they cut a new storeroom behind the smithy. Jorvig divvied out stone for each of them to have a hold of 50 down the new drift that Onyx had begun if they wished to cut new alcoves, but the dwarves were not as eager for that as for digging ore. Greel began the cutting of amethysts. From the drift, the miners began a stope, cutting away a wide swath of rock around the ore vein as it branched off in gold-bearing arms in multiple directions. To speed their process, they drilled holes in the rock, testing the chips and dust for gold and ores to ensure they were moving in the best direction. Into the holes they could also tightly slot seasoned or dried wood, then soak it with water. The expansion could shatter rock, speeding their progress. Through the groove they poured water, letting the wood absorb it and expand. If done correctly, the expanding wood would shatter the rock around the drill hole, making it much easier to mine. Of course, there was always the risk that the cap would shoot out of the end of the hole like a crossbow bolt and ricochet off the wall of the stope, so they leaned a slab of rock against it once they'd poured the water. Greel cut amethyst after amethyst, varying the angles and facets according to his judgment of the stone. Jorvig was impressed by his work. He'd never seen any of Greel's stonecutting before, but he did the crystals some justice. The color was so dark and pure, they would fetch a fine price back in deep cut. But that wealth paled in comparison to the gold ore that Onyx had begun to smelt into small ingots. Already she had taken a portion of gold to work into lace and fine wire that shone with a red luster. The red meant there was copper in it, alloying the gold. Jorvig wasn't surprised by that. It could always be assayed and purified, burning off other metals or separating them, but for purposes of crafting, a little copper in the gold gave it fire. Nearly every day Jorvig sent hunting parties out, often going himself. The stope they dug followed the vein. Lodes in rock rarely chose perfect angles and level paths. The stope they dug that summer was wide and deep, following as the vein dove down, passing beneath the area where the sloping drift had met the high adit. It was an irregular delving. They had left pillars at even intervals to hold up the stope back. Sometime later, they might smooth out the walls and use the space for some purpose if the ore held true long enough to warrant more permanence. Jorvig thought it would. They were merely scratching the surface. And so, in the late summer, he gathered them all into the workshop to discuss what had grown in his mind. The smithy had so far served as their meeting place. "We all know there is gold even on the far side of this ridge," Jorvig said. "And the ore just in this lode branches and forks into the mountain. Already we have smelted. Well, Onyx, how much is it after today?" 7 pounds 8 yoth as of the last smelt, but there is more ore every day. I can't keep up. "That's just the best ore," Sledgefist said. "If we crushed and sluiced the rest, there's no telling, and we've only begun to mine." "That's why I'm sending 3 of us back," Jorvig said. "What?" Hobblefoot asked. 3, carrying all the gold and cut amethysts so far. "One of us could carry it all," Sledgefist said. "I will not send one alone. We know it is not safe. There have been no UAC. Not in this dell, but we don't know what might be 5 miles downriver." "I don't want to leave the claim," Hobblefoot said. "I've left and returned already," Warmcoat muttered. Jorvig raised his hand, asking for quiet. "We need to bring back laborers and herds." "Why, we can mine it as we wish and go back to trade for supplies when we will. The smoke closet is full. We are doing it," Sledgefist said. "For now, but the beasts will grow fewer and fewer, I fear," Jorvig said. "And even with the cloth brought this spring, our clothes wear thin. Will we travel for supplies every spring? It takes months." "What do you wish to bring back?" "We need goatherds with flocks. A cultivator, more than one, a skilled smelter, a mine smith if one can be convinced, more miners." "You wish to make this a company. This claim can sustain it and more. We could take on 50 laborers and still grow rich beyond our hopes, and we do not know how deep this goes. We are merely on the surface. What lies below us?" "Or into the mountain itself," Onyx said. Jorvig looked at her. The expression of her eyes seemed far away, as if she looked beyond them and deep into the stone. She caught his gaze and he looked away. "We would all keep owners' shares of the mine," Jorvig said, "and pay the rest wages as agreed." "We will have to be generous to lure them so far," Warmcoat said. "With this kind of gold," Hobblefoot added, "whole families may come." There was a pause as they thought of the possibility. "Whoever goes should." Sledgefist glanced at Onyx and he seemed flustered for a moment. "We will be mine owners by rights," he went on. "There may be families that would consider us." Warmcoat grinned. "And bring us maids," he said and laughed. Jorvig was surprised by Warmcoat's free talk in front of Onyx, but she just snorted and shook her head, looking more amused than offended. "It would be welcome," Hobblefoot said. "I thought we'd have to mine here for years and go back to Deep Cut in search, but it may be otherwise. At least for some," he added with a nod to Shineboot, followed by a flicker of a glance in Onyx's direction. Why were Hobblefoot and Sledgefist talking about maids from Deep Cut? He looked at Sledgefist's blush and Hobblefoot's squint and back to Onyx's stare into distant rock. What did Hobblefoot mean by "at least some"? Had they made their proposals and been denied, or accepted? How had Jorvig known nothing of it? But then, he was often occupied and nothing of that sort would have been done for an audience. Had she so rebuffed their hopes that they looked elsewhere, or was something else afoot? "So what is the plan? We just go back and show folk the gold?" Shineboot asked, bringing Jorvig back to the present. He felt his face flushing, but the awareness of it only made it worse. I suppose show it to folk in the stew halls, they will spread word for us. Enlist the aid of as many as are willing. Bring a brewer, a tanner, a clothier, whoever, but most importantly we need flocks and herds and cultivators, perhaps beekeepers. Do you honestly think beekeepers will come? Hobblefoot asked, and would clothiers and tanners be necessary? Jorvig knew it might just be a flight of fancy. I wouldn't mind a taste of mead, Sledgefist said. Are you volunteering to go back to Deepcut? Warmcoat asked, because I have already gone once. I will have you choose stones, Jorvig said, but not Warmcoat. Warmcoat visibly relaxed. And not you? Hobblefoot asked. Thankfully, Shineboot spoke up for Jorvig even to his own brother. The Rinland should not go. No one carried the argument further. We have meat smoked for a month, Jorvig said. Portions of it will carry those who go far on their way, at least to the claims in the western ridges where they can trade for more supplies. That will let them make speed without having to forage. So when do we choose for who goes? Sledgefist asked. I have the stones prepared. Jorvig walked to the worktable, picked up a bowl full of small pebbles and stirred them with his fingers before lifting the bowl over his head. Choose now. No one moved at first, then Onyx stepped up. Not you, Jorvig said. He'd been hoping she would exclude herself. He should have known better by now. Why not me? Because you are staying to work the garden. Thankfully, Jorvig had thought of this answer in advance. I should draw like everyone else. Do not argue, Jorvig said flatly, trying to return her gaze. He could see a twitch at the corner of her left eye and her forehead was flushed as red as he felt his own must be. The others were silent as Onyx stepped away. Her hands were clenched at her sides. Then Greel stepped up and Khlif followed. They reached and took a stone as did the others. Sledgefist was last and slid the final stone from the bowl. Warmcoat remained where he was standing, arms folded. If you have a jasper you go, Jorvig said. They all opened their palms and looked down. Knew it the moment I took it, Khlif said with a sigh. The other two jaspers belonged to Shineboot and Sledgefist, whose scowl only deepened as the moments passed. We could work the mine ourselves, he said, though his weak tone made it clear that he did not expect to carry the argument. I slew the great beast in the river, we have meat aplenty. Jorvig had been thinking long on this and honestly he had expected more resistance than they gave. Think of it, brother, he said. Once we return to Deep Cut to make use of this gold, word will spread like fire that such can be found here in the east. Others will come anyway, but not to help us. They will divvy up this whole range into claims. We will have to go back at some point, unless we wish to wear rags and animal hides and never have a pipe or a bit of salt again. We could trade with the amethysts, Sledgefist said, and we don't have to tell where our claim is. The amethyst might last for a time, Jorvig acknowledged. But we cannot hope to carry enough supplies on just a few backs over such distance. That is no option, Hobblefoot muttered. It is too far, we cannot go back every year. So we expect more prospectors, we expect them to come, wouldn't we, for gold? And when they come, they will find themselves in the same troubles that we have had so far from Deep Cut. They will lack clothing and food and salt and ale and hill smoke and all the rest. Hobblefoot's eyes darted up. He may have warmed to the idea since he was not chosen to go, but now he caught Jorvig's true drift. Unless there is a trading depot, he said. You want us to bring all these back to establish a trading depot? A mining company and a trading depot. With a company we can claim this mountain by rights, the ridge from valley to valley, pass to pass, but by trade we could have wealth from the entire range. We don't even know where the next pass north is. No, but there are many miles of ridges here and many peaks and valleys. The claims will spring up and they will need food, clothes. And we will be rich, Hobblefoot laughed and clapped his hands together. When do they go? Greel has said he will finish the last of the amethysts tomorrow, Jorvig said. The next day then. So be it, Shineboot said, his effect flat. Then he perked up for a moment. I can't say as I couldn't use a proper deep-cut draft. Or 3, Khlif said with a grin, for starters. After a couple more details of business were settled, they filed out of the workshop. As Jorvig was leaving, Onyx called after him, Chargrim, I would speak with you. He sighed. This was not a confrontation he wanted and he'd hoped she would let it go. This maid's presence occupied his mind, and yet more and more he wanted to avoid her. He wished it weren't so. At the same time, he wanted to sit in her presence and watch everything she did. But he had an oath on him to not pursue her, and he had no right of kindred to be in her private presence. What was worse, every time they interacted it seemed he must grow fouler in her sight. Stepping beside the door, he waited. Liff glanced back at him but left the smithy and headed down the drift. "You have no right to exclude me from the perils and duties of this claim," Onyx said. Jorvig smirked. He couldn't help it. No one who had once worked in a deep-cut mine under the strict, unbending authority of a Rinlin could have said such a foolish thing. A Rinlin could not order death or injury, but so long as a dwarf remained pledged to a mine as apprentice or rightful miner, the Rinlin could command waking and sleeping, eating and drinking, labor and rest, and endure no disagreement. Jorvig had to remember that Onyx was no miner and had never apprenticed. "I have every right to exclude you in whatever way I see fit. I heard you swear the Rinlin oath with the rest." "I have an owner's stake in this mine by rights," she said. "As much as my brothers, I will have my portion." "No one is denying you your portion, and if they tried, I would support you. But you have no right to choose your duties here so long as you remain to work the claim. You are always free to sell your stake." "You know I won't do that." "I know it. Or at least I suspect it. It is not right to coddle me because I am a maid." "I am not coddling you," Jorvig said. "It's about the claim. It's about letting us have peace of mind that we did not put a maid in danger." "Put a maid in danger?" Onyx laughed. "Was Tourmaline not in danger when she led our folk from captivity? My brothers tricked me here. There are dangers that can be helped and those that cannot. But did you not know you were coming to the Red Ridges?" "I did not know we were coming so far. There are mines and outposts in the ridges established for 100 years, but we are many scores of miles from them. You could have stayed in Deep Cut." She was silent but her eyes narrowed. "Without kin." "You could have had kin for the asking, nor do you seem close to those you have. You did not choose to apprentice. Yet you did not marry. Do not blame your brothers for that." "You are an insufferable dwarf," Onyx snapped. "It is not my task to cater to the feelings of a maid who would have her way," Jorvig shouted and then regretted it. Any hope, but he had no hope. He never did. This was about running the claim, not vying for a maid. Maybe he should have sent her away with the others to Deep Cut, at least to be rid of the constant nagging of her presence for a time. She stared at him. It was clear she was trying to control her breathing and she shuddered. He tried to think of something to soften that last blow. He remembered the worn and lined face of his mining master during his apprenticeship back in Deep Cut. He had been assigned to a drudgery for months, hauling broken rock and not once swinging a pick. Like a fool, he had complained to his master. "I could haul it faster and better," his master said, "and complain less. Why should you get to do more? I am the only apprentice who has been assigned this so long." "Is it not fair?" his master had asked, raising an eyebrow. "Good. In the meantime, load your carts with the weight balanced over the axles. Pay attention, you can improve even this." "I see how it is," Onyx said, bringing Jorvig back to the present. She started to move past him toward the door. "Each one in this claim is different," Jorvig offered with a quieter tone. "Greel has mined the least, instead cutting gems. You have smelted. I have sent Sledgefist and Shineboot hunting most because they are best with the crossbows. My leg will not support the weight it should, not like it used to, so I swing a pick more than I haul. You are the only maid here. Why do you think I allowed you to spend time digging a chamber for yourself rather than sleeping in the drifts like the rest? And I let your brother help you. I would not have permitted the others to spend their days in that labor. We are not alike. You are alone here, and for that I am sorry, but you cannot change what you are any more than I can fix my leg. Accept it or grow bitter, but do not clamor for fair. Mines are not about fair." "Then I will know not to ask for it," she said, her shoulders tight. At that, she left the chamber. It had taken Jorvig a long time during his apprenticeship to understand his old master, if understand him he did. They were not easy lessons, purchased with sweat and a little blood and many patched knees in his trousers. He'd been so eager to finish his apprenticeship. Now he wished he could talk to his old master again. This Rinlin business was another kind of trouble entirely. Chapter 37, A Dwarf of His Word. 2 days later, the 3 dwarves left, carrying amethysts, gold, smoked meat, and their weapons. Sledgefist carried his crossbow. Jorvig was loath to send it from the mine, but he felt the travelers would be safer with it. He kept the other back for hunting. Jorvig and Warmcoat watched them depart from the vantage of the adit tower until Shineboot in the rear slid down the embankment beyond the tailings pond and was gone from sight. "Good speed," Warmcoat said, and turned to go back into the mine. Jorvig stared a little longer, doing sums in his head again. This time he was trying to figure out how soon they could expect the reinforcements. He didn't doubt the gold would lure some. He may have overstated the case to the others, but then they were more experienced dwarves than he, and they could assess the risks and benefits themselves. On the other hand, it had been that concern that they couldn't or weren't assessing the risks that had led Jorvig to this mad position of Rinlin in the first place. The next week passed with mining, and Jorvig even let them refrain from hunting that week. As with the others gone, the supply of fish from the weir was supplying them better. The autumn chill had just started to tinge the evenings, reminding Jorvig they needed to prepare, but they all wished to focus on the gold for at least a short time. They would want a hoard of it mined and smelted to pay any newcomers that arrived, and they would also need to dig a treasure hold with a locked and secure door. He trusted these dwarves to deal honestly, but newcomers. They would sink the treasury at the end of their drift of private stoneholds, though only Onyx had done any digging there. Jorvig would have to decide where to portion out rock for the newcomers to delve their own chambers. He thought on these things as he swung his pick. When the dwarves first arrived in the caverns of Deep Cut, exuberance had outpaced wisdom. The folk had dug wherever they wished, however they could. It had resulted in collapses and a hopelessly convoluted system of drifts and chutes and halls. They needed to avoid such errors in their claim. It must be ordained ahead of time. Everyone kept quiet and steady that week and into the next, but he did not know what occupied Onyx except it be gardening. She had not even smelted. He hadn't checked in on the terrace plots. Onyx had been managing it, and Jorvig was happy to let her and concern himself with other things, yet he had not seen more than a glimpse of her in days. She had taken to spending more and more time in the terraces. Gardening must be demanding, but that demanding. He needed to know how it went and what they could expect the yield to be for winter. So on the 9th day since the expedition set out for Deep Cut and after he had mined for a 16-hour shift, Jorvig drank a ladle of water from the drinking cask of river water, unwilling to drink from the brook outside the low adit so long as the Uasi remained there. For all they knew, they were rotting dead in the stream inside. Refreshed, he headed toward the spiral stair. Part of him knew he was just going to see Onyx, and part of him asserted the need to check on the garden beds. Both were true. It mattered for the sums, and the last conversation they'd had kept replaying in his mind. Had he been pompous, he walked into the first terrace. The two long raised garden beds stretched out to either hand, sporting many rows of little turnip and radish plants. No one was there. He climbed to the next terrace where he knew he would find cabbages growing from seeds Onyx had kept back from the first planting. She was hoping these would ripen in time. More cabbage grew in the dell below alongside the leafy hill smoke bushes that would be ready to harvest and hang to dry soon. Had Onyx planted the third terrace, he climbed up the next turn of the stair, and as soon as he reached the top he saw her. She was standing on the terrace at the end of the drift, her arms folded beneath her chest, staring up at the mountain ridge above the dell and the gnarled cap of the rocky peak. From the perspective of the dell, it was difficult to see the peak above them, so steep was its rise. Only a narrow chunk of the conglomerate spire rose above the trees that furred the mountainside. The pink hues of the dying sunset stained the rock, even as dusk settled on the dell below. To the west, the next ridgeline gave much grander vistas, wide swaths of undulating ridges and jagged outcrops, the tops still bearing the light, but then those weren't their mountains. Their mountain sheltered them, wrapped its arm-like lower ridges around them, even though they could not see it well for closeness. Jorvig let his footfalls sound heavily as he approached, out of courtesy. Onyx glanced over her shoulder, then looked back out across the dell. The garden beds on this terrace were empty. At Onyx's direction, they had piled up the soil atop small sticks and leaves and pine needles to keep it from packing down too much. "Nothing up here yet then," Jorvig said. "No," Onyx answered, not looking over. "What can we count on for a harvest?" "I hope for 6 or 7 bushels of radishes and turnips together and maybe 50 heads of cabbage." They had grown more radishes and turnips than that, but they had eaten many throughout the summer. "In the terraces or altogether?" "Altogether, the hill smoke has done best of all, but it will not feed us. There are mints for teas. The mangelwurzels did not do well in the dell. I fear the soil was too shallow. I will keep what seeds we have until next spring. The onions too are small. Garlic will not be ready until next spring." He looked out across the dell. It was a struggle to be optimistic. The vegetables were better than nothing. He wasn't sure how long they would keep in the cool dark of the mine. They had no salt to brine or ferment them. They may not be able to eat the hill smoke, but a pipe would be nice after so long. They stood in silence for a time. "I'm sorry if you wanted to go home and not return," he said. I wasn't thinking that. As soon as the newcomers arrive, we can arrange for your return. I don't want to go back, she said. That stumped him. After their conversation, it had occurred to him that maybe she wanted a one-way journey. She had complained that her brothers had tricked her. He couldn't wrap his mind around her. What do you want? He asked. Onyx sighed. I wanted to see mountains, she said after a moment. In my life, I wanted to see mountains. That didn't answer his question exactly. You can see the brown hills from Deep Cut, Jorvig said. She shot him a sharp glance. I think I know that. Of course she does. They're no Kariandal, he said, trying to recover. It was true, they were low, brown, coarse hills veined with iron but little else. So little rain fell there that the rock felt coarse even on the surface. They're no Kariandal, she answered. This is as close as I'm going to get. They say the Kariandal are 10,000 feet high, with glaciers and valleys no one has seen, not even in the days of the crippled king. So they say. I don't know why Tourmaline didn't lead us back there. Striper yowled and bolted from alongside the garden bed, fleeing to the stairwell. They watched her run. Jorvig hadn't even realized she'd padded up there with them. The north is brutal, he said, turning back to the conversation. We never would have made it there, not with trolls and Uasi and worse, and our folks so few. Auntie Tourmaline and Uncle Salt knew better than anyone. They'd been there. I know why, she said. I just don't know why it all had to happen like that. This makes no sense, he just said why. They say the kingdom of Laith has reached the southern foothills, she went on. The downs are good for flocks, I hear, but the Uasi and trolls still have the Kariandal. Ah yes. You didn't answer me, he said. About what? About what you want now. You've seen the mountains. He gestured vaguely toward the ridge. What makes you think you're entitled to know? She looked over at him, her eyes piercing above her yellow veil. She still wore her hair covered as if traveling. It wasn't usual for a maid to hide the glory of her hair. Not entitled, just asking. That response seemed to take a little of the bite out of her gaze, and she hesitated. I will see what becomes of this claim. I will look at these mountains and wonder what lies beneath. I will see these mountains swathed in snow and think of the days of Ice Cloak. For all your days. One day I will marry. Most willing maids are wed within a couple years of Rundle. You have a talent for telling me what I know, she said, then tell me what I don't know. The right dwarf has never asked. Something tells me that so far no one could be the right dwarf, regardless. You're not made as much of granite as you seem, she said with a chuckle, tapping her temple once. It irritated him, but he chose not to bite at the insult paired to the compliment. I will tell you this, she said. I know now that my brothers knew of Sledgefist's and Hobblefoot's intentions and they did not tell me. I have also learned what you swore. Know that I value a dwarf of his word. Jorvig's muscles stiffened and his jaw clamped together. She stood there, staring at the fading light on the high ridges for a time. Then she sighed and turned away. Are you staying here? It was an invitation to walk with her. No, he said, turning, but for some reason, even as he took the first step to follow, he glanced back out at the dell and flinched. There were Uasi cresting the low ridge across the dell. Onyx followed his gaze. Let the Kulker burn, she cursed, looking past him. They came swarming down toward the dell and at the same time more scrambled up the pond embankment. None turned aside to the low adit, still blocked by a mound of heaped stone. Instead, they came straight for the high adit tower. Chapter 38, Adit Assault. Go, Jorvig yelled, sweeping Onyx toward the drift and the stairway with an outstretched arm. They spun down the turns of the outer stair, then through the door that led to the terraces. Like always when he had to move fast, his leg trembled. Keep going, warn them, he yelled, leaning back to push close the stone door that led out to the terraces. He slid the thick bolts into place, then followed Onyx down the next stair. She was already in the main adit and he heard shouting. As he came out into the drift, Greel barreled past him, holding his pick. Uasi, Greel shouted as he ran. Onyx emerged into the drift from the stope, Hobblefoot and Warmcoat behind her with their hammers and picks. Jorvig pounded to the adit and pushed Greel away from the slat. Uasi clung to the tower ladder, passing up a long section of a wooden plank, just a portion of a split tree trunk. Other Uasi stood atop the tower to receive it. Hobblefoot and Warmcoat rushed back out of the storeroom, carrying spears, Jorvig's walking hammer and the remaining crossbow. They had 21 bolts. Jorvig knew that sum. They should have made more, so many more. He tried to count the Uasi as they passed up another length of split plank. He counted 12 just on the ladder and the platform. Others swarmed around the base of the tower. What's happening? Hobblefoot asked. They're building a bridge. How many? Jorvik glanced back. He connected with Onyx's gaze first, though she stood behind the others holding a spear with a blade of sharpened igneous rock. Her eyes were wide, but she stood stock still. Hobblefoot, Warmcoat, and Greel looked no less startled. Many, he said. Darkness was falling in the dell, but he could see their orb-like eyes and the details of their faces, if the snouted visages could be called faces. The Uasi on the tower laid the first length of split log down on the platform and slid it forward, thumping it against the bridge gate. Jorvik flinched. The Uasi had judged well. They left enough length for some of the Uasi to stand on the far end and hold the plank in place over open space like a cantilever. The second plank drove into place with a thud. Shit, that was too intelligent. 21 bolts. There were more than 21 Uasi, by far, but it was the need of the moment and the Uasi didn't know how limited their arsenal was. Greel, Jorvik said, shoot through the slat. May. You've shot it before. Once on a hunting trip and I missed, Greel said. Hobblefoot peered over Jorvik's shoulder. This will not be a hard shot, he said. Shut up and shoot, Jorvik snapped. Greel took the crossbow and the bundle of bolts and stepped up to the small eye-level opening in the bridge. Oh shit, he said, looking out. Make the bolts count, Jorvik said. Greel swallowed and nodded. He put his foot in the stirrup and drew back the string until it snagged the catch. Then he fitted a bolt. Another plank knocked against the outside of the bridge gate. Greel raised the crossbow to the slat. They're coming across, he said and released. The foe had remained quiet up until then, but with that bolt came a shriek, followed by a cacophony of shrieks and gibbers that did not cease. Greel was already pulling back the string again as blows landed on the outside of the gate. Why had they not built a stone door here? There was only wood between them and the Uasi now. The bridge was stout, but some of the Uasi had axes, or at least axe-like blades of flint or obsidian, and the wood wouldn't resist long. Had Jorvik thought this bridge would be enough to defend them, but he had never dared to imagine the Uasi coming in such numbers. Fear had kept him from dwelling on the possibility, and so fear had kept him from preparing for it. He saw it all in that moment and he swore under his breath if they lived through this madness and it didn't look good, he would not make the same mistake again. He would not let fear limit his imagination. Greel fired again and again, even as blows struck the wooden bridge like hail. Onyx, Jorvik said. Go put your ear to the low adit hatch and tell me what you hear. He didn't even turn to see if she obeyed. A javelin thrust in through the slat, nearly impaling Greel's face, but he jerked to the side. Stand back further, Hobblefoot shouted. Greel retreated a couple paces and raised the crossbow, aiming through the slat. He fired again and swore. Jorvik could hear the blades biting into the wood. How long did they have? The adit opening was wide enough for two dwarves to stand shoulder to shoulder and use spears, but the Uasi could stand back and riddle them with javelins and rocks. They had no shields. Greel fired again, sweat dripping down his forehead now, though not from the labor. Are you hitting them? Hobblefoot asked. Shut up, I'm hitting them, he shouted, pulling the thick sinew string. Jorvik's eyes drifted to the small winch that raised and lowered the bridge, two separate ropes attached to each end of the winch drum. It was a simple bidirectional turning device with intersecting teeth angles to allow it to be raised and lowered by a crank, but if they wrenched the gear out of place, the bridge would fall and bring all its weight with it. A rusty blade pierced between two of the bridge planks, sending a chip of wood flying inward. Onyx rushed back up the drift. Nothing, she said. Silent. Let's hope it stays that way, Jorvik said. Onyx, we're going to open the bridge. We're going to what? Hobblefoot asked. When the bridge lands, the tension will be off the winch. You'll need to put it back in alignment as fast as you can. All right, she nodded. We're going to what now? Hobblefoot asked. Greel shot again and the bolt sped out into the chaos of shrieks. The outrageous smell struck Jorvik all at once, watering his eyes. We're going to drop the bridge, charge out and clear the platform, he said. Then what? Then we run back in. If we're alive, Warmcoat said. If we're dead, Jorvik countered. We won't have to make any more decisions. Greel, take a spear. He looked around, grasping his walking hammer. He didn't even remember taking it from Hobblefoot. Ready. Aye, they chorused. Jorvik grabbed one of the ropes and pulled, giving the winch some slack. Do it, Jorvik said, nodding to the gear drum. Warmcoat understood and he kicked the end of the drum with a solid blow, knocking the gear teeth free of each other. The winch spun with a rattle and the heavy bridge fell hard. It did not land flat onto the tower. Writhing Uasi were trapped beneath, pinned between the bridge and their planks. Jorvik charged, not looking back to see if the others followed. This was what must be done. This was their task, the only task at the moment, to clear the Uasi from that platform. They had little to do. The sudden crushing descent of the bridge startled the Uasi. The bridge bucked as trapped Uasi tried to push it up from beneath, but then the dwarves came thudding across it. Some of the Uasi on the platform fled toward the ladder, but others already clung to it. Some of the Uasi stood as if dumbstruck, staring at the rushing dwarves, unprepared to form a resistance. Jorvik gripped his walking hammer in both hands and rammed forward with the spike. An Uasi brushed it aside and made to draw back for a strike with its hatchet, but Jorvik's momentum carried him on, slamming the haft of the hammer into the beast before it could strike. Jorvik pulled back and stabbed low, piercing it in the gut just as a second Uasi lunged forward with some kind of sharpened jawbone on a stick, carving into Jorvik's side. Warmcoat's spear took the foe in the chest and drove it back over the edge of the platform. A few others stood to fight, but the dwarven spears were longer. Two of the Uasi on the platform actually leapt from the tower. Warmcoat shouted in pain next to Jorvik and his hand shot up to the side of his head. Something sharp glanced off Jorvik's right shoulder. The platform was clear and the ends of the loose tree planks jutted up, pinned between the bridge and the tower, no longer held down by the counterbalancing weight of the Uasi on the platform. "Run!" Jorvik said. They turned and fled. It had only been moments. They thudded across the bridge, which had far more bounce to it than before. "Get the bridge up!" Jorvik shouted to Onyx as they re-entered the stone. She stood beside the refitted mechanism, her hands already on the crank. Good, she'd managed. He turned to see if they were pursued, but the Uasi who had been on the ladder still clung there uselessly. A smooth round rock hit the top of the adit and fell at Jorvik's feet, spinning. Slings, Hobblefoot and Greel crowded Onyx aside and cranked at the mechanism. The gate lurched and rose. With the pressure of the bridge gone, the planks slid from the edge of the platform and fell. Jorvik wondered how many Uasi had been trapped beneath the bridge. The fall might not be certain death, but it was certain maiming. Unless the Uasi swarmed too thickly beneath to cushion their fall. He glanced down out of the adit toward the ground. The dell was thick with movement and he jerked back just in time for the stones that flew to miss him and ricochet off the stone. In a minute, the bridge closed against the adit. Jorvik looked out from the slat. "They're climbing down," he said. It was true, the Uasi on the ladder were retreating downwards. "Gave em more than they expected," Hobblefoot said, grim but satisfied. He nodded at Jorvik. "It was a good plan." Jorvik felt the affirmation but didn't have time to dwell on it. Warmcoat was holding his right ear. Blood flowed down his face and neck. "Are you all right?" Glancing, he muttered with a grimace, "A blasted slingstone. Think it cut my ear in two by the feel of it." "Let me see." Warmcoat removed his hand for a moment. The ear and the flesh on the head behind it was already swelling and there was a clear notch split into the top of the lobes, but the bleeding was worse than the wound itself. Jorvik looked at Hobblefoot and Greel. "Are you both well?" "As can be," Greel said. "It felt good to stab that kulker." "I am well," Hobblefoot said. He walked up to the slat in the bridge gate and looked outward. "I don't see them," he said. It had grown quieter too, though intermittent shrieks echoed in the dell. He wrinkled his nose and looked away. "Och, but their blood is foul." "Let's get you bound up," Jorvik said to Warmcoat, putting a hand on his shoulder and leading him toward the storeroom. They still had a bit of extra cloth to tie about him. "And you," Onyx said, pointing at Jorvik. He remembered his side and looked down. His shirt was torn and blood had stained from the laceration down nearly to his hip. It burned, but he had managed to ignore it somehow. "Don't worry," Hobblefoot said, "we'll keep watch here." Onyx brought a basin of clean water from the storeroom. Jorvik insisted she attend to Warmcoat first, so she bathed the ear and the side of his head and wrapped a length of cloth tight about it. Warmcoat grimaced but said nothing. Jorvik lifted up his shirt. Though long, the laceration had cut at an angle across his ribs and not between them, and it had done little more than part his flesh below the greater muscles of his chest, thankfully. It stung worse than salt when Onyx cleaned it, but then she bound it tight with the last of their cloth and he stood up. "You should take a moment," Onyx said. "There is much to do. And others to do it. What must be done? We must cut a stone door for the adit. Now." Then you and Warmcoat can watch at the entrance and we others can manage the door, she said. They returned to the adit, Warmcoat holding the side of his head and Jorvig keeping his arm tight against his side. All is still, Hobblefoot said. We will watch, you three cut a door. We do not rest until there is stone here. I then, Hobblefoot answered, that we can do. Let it have a view slot, Jorvig said, and be as thick as you can manage. With Onyx, Hobblefoot and Greel working together, they were able to bring the door to the adit on rollers before dawn, using levers and pulleys and rope. It was 14 inches of solid sandstone, rough cut and hurried, but fitting the dimensions. When making the bridge, Sledgefist and Hobblefoot had thankfully squared the rock just inside the adit. Go sleep now, Onyx said to Jorvig and Warmcoat. We can work here and keep watch. It was a sensible thing, so Warmcoat and Jorvig stepped inside the smithy and lay down on the stone, exhausted. It was Hobblefoot who woke them. Jorvig knew they had slept for hours. The work is done, Hobblefoot said. His eyes were red and weary. Take your rest then, Jorvig rose, feeling Klotz pull at the wound. I will watch. He did not wake Warmcoat, who lay asleep still clutching the side of his head. Chapter 39, Down in the Dark. Hobblefoot and Greel lay down in the smithy near the adit, but Onyx must have gone back to her own chamber. The stone door sat just behind the bridge, hinged to open outward. They had given it massive braces of timber from cedar they'd brought in for temporary mine supports. It would take immense force to pull the door open from the outside, an impossible task without machines. But the presence and construction of the door meant Jorvig couldn't see much of anything in the dell. Daylight shone in, passing through the slat in the bridge and the slat in the stone door, but it meant looking through both rock and wood with a gap between. He could only see a small patch of the opposite ridge straight across the dell. Nothing moved on it. There were 3 entrances into the claim, one for the terraces, one for the low adit, and there at the high adit. All 3 were now guarded by stone. It would be hard for well-equipped dwarves to break in without making plenty of noise. Still, it was best one of them remained awake. Jorvig walked to the storeroom and looked into the cask of river water. It was 3/4 full. Thankfully, they'd filled it the day before the attack. They should have kept more on hand, enough for a siege. It was fear again? Fear had kept him from thinking of the worst and so kept him from readiness. Some of the meat in the smoke closet was not yet fully cured, and much of their supply of wood and charcoal were yet out in the dell. They had only enough for a week inside. In an extended siege, some of the newer meat might spoil. They must never make these mistakes again, that is, if they got an opportunity to make any mistakes again. He started doing the sums and he didn't like what they said. As he mulled them over, a nagging grew in his mind. He tried to figure out what it was, and then terror hit him like a thump to the chest, spreading out in waves of heat and panic. The Uasi had come over the south ridge. Sledgefist, Shineboot, and Khlif had gone south. In the midst of the confusion and onslaught, he'd had no time to think of it. Even when he lay down, his mind had remained fixed on the fight and the immediate threat. The expedition had gone south 9 full days ahead of the Uasi's arrival. How many eastern mountain gaps had they skirted in that time? 3. Jorvig couldn't remember each pass he'd seen on his trek to the claim over a year before. And why did he assume the Uasi came into the river valley from the east? He did more sums. Sums and fears together. He returned to the new stone door where Striper sat, staring as if she could see through the rock, her tail lashing back and forth. It was early evening when Hobblefoot emerged from the smithy. He looked at the new door as if inspecting to see whether he was still satisfied after having rested. Well, he said. That ought to hold them. Anything new today? Nothing, Jorvig said. I want to go to the terraces to look down into the dell. Best wait till the others are up for that, just in case. I best. They stood in silence for a few moments, until Hobblefoot nodded and said, well, and ambled down the drift toward the storeroom. He was getting a drink of water, no doubt. A few gulps less in the cask. Warmcoat came out of the smithy looking sullen. There was a bulge beneath the wrap of his bandage, showing the swelling. He too went to the storeroom. They had returned to Jorvig at the door when Greel emerged, didn't even make eye contact, and walked to the storeroom. Onyx appeared far down the drift, and Jorvig knew she was heading to the storeroom for a drink. Even with only the fading light entering through the narrow slat in the door, they needed no lamp or candle. He waited until Greel and Onyx approached before speaking. I'm going to the terraces, he said. Arm yourselves. While Warmcoat and Hobblefoot took up spears, Jorvig headed down the drift to the stair. He already had his walking hammer and he wanted it for more than just a weapon. His leg was bothering him today even more than his side. Odd, he didn't remember anything that would have caused it hurt, though he had sprinted across the bridge and the fight itself was patchy in his memory. They arrived at the door to the terraces. Jorvig put his nose to the edges of the door and sniffed. Dwarven doors were carved with channels on the outer edges to allow airflow, unless they had a reason otherwise, which was rare. They had carved the terrace doors to allow plenty of ventilation. Jorvig stepped back and Onyx put her nose to the opposite side, inhaling. She shook her head. With that, Jorvig and Onyx drew the bolts and swung the door back as the others held their spears at the ready. The short drift to the first terrace was empty. They stepped past the door. The opening to the second stairwell was just past. "Stay here," Jorvig said, pointing to Warmcoat and Greel. The rest of them proceeded to the first terrace. It was empty of Uasi. He could see the far half of the dell over the wide garden bed and there were Uasi there, lounging in loose circles. "Let's check the other two," Jorvig said. Those terraces were clear as well. At the top terrace, Jorvig stepped up onto the garden bed and to the edge of the cliff. Onyx and Hobblefoot stepped up with him. The dell was full of scattered bands of Uasi. Onyx made a distressed noise and Jorvig followed her gaze. The garden beds down in the dell were destroyed. The plants had been trampled and torn. It must have been obvious to the Uasi that the dwarves had tended them, whether or not they knew why. "There goes the hill smoke," he said. "So close too." In another week they would have harvested enough to last them through the winter. "Look there," Hobblefoot said, pointing across the dell. On a small promontory on the far ridge there was a cluster of Uasi. They were big Uasi, or at least bigger than the ones they had seen. By the look of it, these would stand eye to eye with the dwarves, if not a bit taller. There was a fire burning on the promontory. In fact, there were multiple fires smoldering throughout the dell, around which the Uasi were gathered, the smoke rising and joining in a haze not far above. One of the big Uasi on the ridge seemed to see them. It stepped forward. It wore a thick ruff of long yellow feathers around its shoulders, atop what looked like old rusted mail armor. With one hand, it pointed at them, and with the other it raised a spear into the air. If it was a dwarf, Jorvig would have thought it a salute of some kind. Some of the other Uasi around the dell had noticed the dwarves now. They were rising to their feet, clutching their weapons and staring up in silence. "I see 63, Onyx said. Jorvig hadn't even counted, but he was glad for the number. "How many do you think we killed last night?" Hobblefoot asked. Jorvig leaned over. The ground beneath the tower was bare of dead Uasi, although the rock piles showed stains of dark blood. Blood had darkened the tower platform too, but he saw no bodies there either. He thought they had left some. The Uasi must have moved them at some point, but Jorvig wasn't sure when. As soon as the stone door went up, their view was so restricted that they couldn't even see the tower platform. He looked down the dell. An Uasi lapped water from the tailings pond, but they seemed thinner in numbers down there. Most were gathered in a wide arc around the high adit tower. The pile of stones remained undisturbed in front of the low adit. If the Uasi knew how the dwarves had trapped the others within, they did not seem to think it worth exploring. "We have to go into the low adit," Jorvig said. "Why?" Hobblefoot asked. "We'll need water very soon." Hobblefoot thought about it for a moment. "I don't like having only one way out anyway." "We left the Uasi down there," Onyx said. "It has been a long time," Jorvig answered. "Gah, it'll smell." Hobblefoot shook his head. "We may have to smoke all the tunnels down there for a month to make it bearable, though we don't have the wood for it." What if they're in the water?" Onyx asked. "We move them. The spring has never stopped flowing as long as we've been here. It will renew, come on." The others had the same conversation, more or less. This was why Jorvig preferred to state his plans when they were all gathered together. Regardless, within half an hour they were arrayed around the hatch to the low adit. Even Striper had followed Jorvig there. They removed the stones weighing down the hatch. The ladder had been cut in two so they could fit it up into the drift. They would hang half of it down, then one would climb to the bottom, hang and drop so they could hand down the ladder. "Ready?" Hobblefoot asked. He and Greel crouched to either side of the hatch. Jorvig nodded. "Go ahead." There was a sucking sound as the air changed. The stench hit them instantly. Jorvig wrinkled his nose. Striper bolted away. "Foul," muttered Warmcoat. Jorvig looked down the hatch. He didn't see anything in the light of the fish oil lamp that Warmcoat held. "Ladder," he said. They fed the ladder down and attached the top to its two hangers carved in the rock. "Who first?" Hobblefoot asked. Jorvig listened and watched down the hatch for a time, but there was no sign of movement below. There were other foul smells wafting up, not just the regular reek of oozy. He didn't want to send anyone else down there first, nor did he want to go, but it was necessary. "Cover me with the crossbow," he told Greel. Greel had a bolt ready and Jorvig turned to step down onto the ladder, holding his walking hammer with one hand. Slowly he descended. The first half of the ladder brought him through the overburden of rock and within 6 feet of the bottom of the drift. There was a nerve-wracking bit when his lower body was exposed in the drift below, but his head was still in the narrow chute, restricting his vision, but nothing happened. He let himself hang from the bottom of the ladder, then dropped the couple feet to the stone, trying to land with the bulk of the force on his good leg. The adit was dim. The flicker of the lamp came down from above, but the rocks piled over the adit door blocked any daylight from entering through the door slat. The sound of flowing water was the same as ever, but the air was foul. "All right," he called up faintly. Greel came next, handing down the rest of the ladder to Jorvig from above. Then Hobblefoot passed Greel his spear and Greel descended the rest of the way. Warmcoat came next with the light, then Hobblefoot. Onyx came too. Jorvig glanced at her, but he decided against sending her back. She had done her part in the assault after all. Her eyes were watering from the smell, the moisture glinting in the lamplight. She was not alone in that. The 2 doors to either side of the drift remained closed. Hobblefoot approached and confirmed they hadn't been opened. Dwarves had many methods for determining that. In this case, they had placed quartz grit into the top of the hinges so that if they were open, the grit would be displaced. A dwarf might be able to redo and leave no sign, but they did not think an oozy would detect the subterfuge. "Looks like they've been scraping around them," Hobblefoot said, looking from one door to the next. "Haven't been open, though they've chipped some rock away." He nudged a broken club with his foot. Jorvig walked up next to Hobblefoot. He saw claw marks on the stone as well. They went to the main adit door and saw more of the same. The dwarves had spoken to each other about hearing sounds in the early days after they'd trapped the oozy, but there was no way the oozy could have escaped without tools and knowledge. "Where are they?" Onyx asked. The stream flowed out from the blocked waterwheel room, down its channel and into a little pool that had backed up behind the adit door. The stones piled on the other side had inhibited its outflow, but not by much. There was no sign of any oozy bodies. "The delvings," Hobblefoot said, nodding back toward the ladder and the chute at the back of the drift. Standing as they were in the light of the oil lamp, it was difficult to see far down the passage. Slowly and with spears lowered, they approached the ladder. Their caution was mostly nerves. Jorvig did not expect to find any threats after so long. They reached the ladder leading down into the darkness. "I'll go first this time. Follow me with the light, Warmcoat," Hobblefoot said. Chapter 40, The Last Rat. Jorvig didn't mind letting Hobblefoot go first. Holding his spear point down, Hobblefoot turned onto the ladder and started climbing. Warmcoat followed close behind, then Jorvig began. Greel and Onyx came last. It was the longest chute in the entire claim, and it opened onto a wide and high stope. The smell grew fouler as they descended. "Here they are," Hobblefoot said from below. Stepping onto the rock at the bottom of the chute, Jorvig saw what Hobblefoot meant. There were bones piled together a few yards to the right. Scraps of clothing were mixed in and a few stone knives. There were other weapons, clubs and few broken javelins scattered on the floor of the stope. Jorvig frowned. It wasn't right. He approached the stinking pile and pushed a bone away from the top with his foot. The bones were jumbled, broken, and cracked. Maybe they'd jumped or fallen from above, but they wouldn't be piled over there. "Something's wrong," he said. "Here's another," but Warmcoat trailed off. He stood a bit further into the stope, staring down in the light of the lamp. Onyx and Greel looked around at the stope from the foot of the ladder with wary expressions. Jorvig and Hobblefoot joined Warmcoat, though the smell nearly pushed them away. In front of Warmcoat lay a fresher body, or what was left of one. It had been stripped of much of the flesh and organs, though not completely. What remained had started to rot, and one of the legs was missing entirely. They ate each other. The memory of a nightmare returned to him. "Be careful," he hissed, raising his walking hammer. "What?" "There's still one alive, at least one." "How is that possible?" Onyx said, hurriedly walking toward them. Hobblefoot held out his hand and turned away from the body. "No reason to come see," he said. Jorvig stared into the dark of the drift ahead, his heart pounding. "What is it?" Warmcoat asked. "There's one in here." Greel and Hobblefoot heard the cold edge to Jorvig's tone and turned, looking into the dark. "We can go back up the ladder," Warmcoat suggested. "No," Jorvig said, "we can't leave this thing down here." "I don't understand," Onyx said, staring down with squinted eyes at the body of the oozy. You should go back up, Jorvig told her. I'm not going anywhere in here alone. That was a good point. Jorvig also didn't want to send anyone else with her. They would stay together. Surely they were a match for one or two Ursi. There were enough bones that there could hardly be more. Follow me, he said, forcing himself to walk forward further into the stope. The darkness receded in front of the oil lamp. The light irritated him. Standing so close made it hard to see into the darkness. But would he rather do this in total blackness? This is where the amethyst came from, Warmcoat whispered to Greel. Greel looked around and nodded. You showed me before. Jorvig couldn't believe they cared about amethysts right now. They halted at the split between the two drifts. This was the history of Hobblefoot and Sledgefist's feud, each digging a different direction. Jorvig's nose was useless in here. Nothing got through the pall of rot. He forced himself to pick. He would go right. Warmcoat, Onyx, and Greel, stay here and be ready. Put the lamp down on the ground behind you. Hobblefoot with me. Jorvig moved to the right toward Hobblefoot's old drift. He heard the other dwarf's footfalls with him. The drift was too narrow for them both to stand side by side. Let me go, Hobblefoot said, pushing past with his long spear. They moved up the drift close together bit by bit. As they distanced themselves from the lamp, their eyes slowly adjusted. They came to the end. No Ursi. The other drift, Jorvig said. They did the same thing in the other drift even slower. Jorvig's heart pounded. Something moved ahead. There was a clicking like a fast gear moving but somehow also sounding wet. Hobblefoot crouched low, his feet spread wide. Nothing moved toward them out of the dark. Jorvig patted Hobblefoot's shoulder and they inched forward. A couple more yards and they could see it, crouched at the end of the drift. It was naked and it held a club with what looked like a great rusted iron nail hammered through it. It made the strange clicking noise again deep in its throat. There was what looked like an old suppurating wound on its shoulder. And it was missing an ear. That wound was not new. It was a clean cut and long-healed, judging by the pale ridge of scar against the Uasi's gray skin. Hobblefoot made to advance on it with the spear, but Jorvig held him by the shoulder. What? He asked. Wait, Jorvig said. He was looking at the creature. Its orb-like eyes blinked sideways, its body trembled, but it didn't look like fear. It looked like it was ready to pounce. What? Hobblefoot said. Back up. I can kill it. No, back up. What are you talking about? It's the last one, he said. I know, that's why I was going to kill it. It's killed all the others. They've eaten each other to survive. I realize that. Like a rat. Hobblefoot tensed, not taking his eyes off the beast. You're saying you better tell me yourself. It can't get out, we need to talk with the others. The Uasi was staring at them and it started weaving its upper body back and forth. Slowly, they inched back down the drift. The Uasi made no attempt to follow. Nothing there, Greel asked as they emerged back into the junction. No, it was there, Hobblefoot said, at the end of the tunnel. Dead or alive? Alive. You got it then. Hobblefoot looked to Jorvig. No, Jorvig answered. Why? We're going back to capture it. What? Onyx asked incredulous. Why would you capture it? So we can let it go. It was a long argument. They all knew the legend, but it didn't sway the others. Onyx kept silent, but Greel thought Jorvig had lost his mind. Warmcoat lost his temper and yelled that it was a worthless effort to handle the vile thing rather than kill it or seal off the whole area. Jorvig countered that there was hematite and limonite down there among other resources and they would have to clear the dead anyway. It was plain that Hobblefoot did not like the plan, but for whatever reason he kept mostly quiet. Hammer and tongs, Chargrim, Warmcoat said. It is a Gilk story. They'll just feed it and send it back after us. They killed Saviarm, Hobblefoot said at last, but Jorvig could not shake the idea. Something in his gut told him it was what they were meant to do, like an old Rinlin who dreamed of the right spot to dig even though there was no other sign. He knew it and he trembled. I am Rinlin, he said. Is this beast worth breaking your oaths? I rue that vote, Warmcoat sneered. Shit on the whole claim if you want, Jorvig answered. Will you break your oath? This is superstition, Greel said. To Jorvig it felt like an irresistible impulse, a gut feeling that insisted it was right and logic be damned. Maybe that was superstition, but there was no other choice he could make. You've lost your mind, Warmcoat said. But I will not break faith, let there be 64 against us then. What difference did that really make? Jorvig sent Warmcoat back for rope and the fishing net. They left Onyx behind while the four dwarves moved back down Hobblefoot's old drift, and she did not complain. The Uasi remained crouched at the end, naked, looking more like a wild animal even than the beasts normally did. Jorvig watched it for a time, making double sure it did not conceal another weapon somehow. Satisfied at length, he gave the order. Now, using the butt of his spear, Hobblefoot rammed the Ursi hard in the stomach, slamming it against the back of the drift. It shrieked and squirmed away, but Hobblefoot caught it again in the side, pushing hard. Jorvig squeezed beneath Hobblefoot's arm. He would take this part himself because it was his idea. Swallowing down the nausea at the thought of grappling with it, he lurched forward. It twisted and raised its club, but Hobblefoot slammed the butt into it again, pushing it against the stone. Jorvig dropped the fishing net over the club and yanked. The iron spike caught. The Uasi released its club, twisted away from the spear and leapt forward hissing, fangs wide and claws toward Jorvig's neck. Wiry and desperate as it was, it did not have the raw strength of one dwarf, let alone four. Jorvig slammed a fist against it, knocking it into the drift wall, then grabbed its arms. The beast tried to claw and twist, but before it could get at Jorvig with its feet, Hobblefoot had its legs. Greel moved in with the rope. The dwarves cursed and spat, but soon the Uasi was bound tight and helpless and trussed on a spear haft. "This is mad," Hobblefoot said, but he whispered it under his breath with his back turned to the others. Greel was cursing loudly about how he had to scrub his whole body and his clothes thrice 3 times and again. But Hobblefoot and Greel lifted the spear haft over their shoulders and carried the Uasi out of the drift. Onyx's eyes widened as it appeared, and she stared at it as they passed. It was the closest she'd ever come to one, Jorvig realized. It was trouble getting the beast up the ladders and into the high adit. Striper and the other mine runners were nowhere to be seen. They took it straight to the stone door and opened it. Through the bridge slat, he saw that the tower was clear. He and Warmcoat manned the crank for the bridge. It was already growing dark outside. They lowered the bridge partway, leaving it a good 4 feet above the tower platform. They heard yips and guttering down in the dell. They brought the trussed Uasi forward onto the bridge. Jorvig and Hobblefoot remained while the others went back through the stone door. Down in the dell, they saw the Uasi ringed around, watching. They had tied the Uasi's hands and feet together with one rope. "On 3, Jorvig said. Hobblefoot nodded. He slid a knife in between the rope loops, counted, and slashed, springing away from the Uasi. It didn't rise as they rushed back into the adit. Warmcoat already had a spear raised in case it came at them, but it didn't. At first it didn't even move, staring at them with its black orb eyes. The dwarves swung the stone door shut and Jorvig peered through the slat. With a sudden snap, the Uasi flipped into a crouch and turned to face them. It stayed there, staring motionless for what felt a long time. Then it slowly backed up to the end of the bridge. It opened its mouth, showing fangs, and it jumped the gap to the tower. "Raise it," Jorvig said. The winch turned as Warmcoat and Greel worked the jack. Before it was even closed, they heard a chorus of short yips and high-pitched keens from the Uasi in the dell. The bridge touched stone. Chapter 41, They Are Strange Beasts. Greel might have kept his promise of scrubbing thrice times 3. Jorvig scrubbed his fair share, too. They brought up bucket after bucket from the low adit, not feeling like they could get clean down below even though the water bubbled up from the artesian well there. Onyx hadn't touched the Uasi, but she took a bucket away to her own chamber. Just being in those old delvings was enough to foul the clothes and leave a lingering scent in beard and hair, and dwarven noses were easily offended by foulness. They could detect the unique aromas of different minerals and types of matrix rock, and they could identify each other and their relative locations in the pitch darkness. The world was a constant thrum of scents. Even being above ground could be overwhelming at times, with the winds and breezes carrying so many different smells. But nothing had Jorvig ever encountered like the rotting corpse of an Uasi. The nausea of it remained with him for a day, and even the memory could trigger the smell. They ate a meal of radish and smoked great antler, which was what the dwarves had started to call the massive beast Sledgefist had killed. Then they separated to find something to occupy their hands. Hobblefoot and Greel were to stand the first watch, taking turns patrolling to the low adit and the terrace doors, listening for any sound of activity. Warmcoat had unwrapped his head to bathe. His wound had stopped bleeding but was swollen around his split ear to the size of half an onion. He settled down to whetstones and stropping leather to sharpen weapons, one after another until their edges were razors. What Onyx worked in her own chamber, Jorvig didn't know. He labored to break the fibers and hardened tan furs from their hunting trips. They'd been soaked with brain then smoked, and now he rubbed the pelts over a wooden plank held in place by 2 legs slotted into the stone. It was made specifically for this purpose. Back and forth he stretched and pulled and scraped the hide across the wood as the fibers in the hide loosened and softened. It was a mindless task, though a necessary one to turn the pelt into anything but dried rawhide. Ideally, the pelts would have been broken over days as they slowly dried, but it was just one more task he could not prioritize at the time. Besides, he did not begrudge a mindless task to allow him to wander in his own thoughts. He mostly wondered about the expedition back to Deep Cut. Had he sent them to their deaths? Thankfully, no one had spoken of it yet, but he feared that was only because they did not want to make it real or deal with the fears in the open. Neither of the night watches resulted in anything to relate. All was quiet within and without. Before dawn the next morning, Jorvig let Hobblefoot and Greel mine while Onyx and Warmcoat kept an eye, and more importantly an ear out for Uasi. The labor at least provided distraction. Jorvig even pitched in a bit himself. Warmcoat was feeling too dizzy for heavy labor, and Onyx could work on her links of fine gold chain while also keeping an eye on the high adit door and making rounds elsewhere. Jorvig had forbidden her to smelt, as the coal must be kept for smoking the meat when the last of the wood ran out. It was barely an hour later when Onyx found Jorvig in the stope. "I smell Uasi at the terrace door." Jorvig grimaced and followed her up the stone. He smelled it too when he put his nose to the edge of the door, not strong but there. "Let's hope they don't ruin the beds," he said, though he had little hope. Onyx squinted. "Did you hear anything?" he asked. "No, just the smell." What a waste, all that work in the gardens. At least they had enjoyed radish and turnip in the summer, but Onyx said she hadn't heard anything. Maybe they had just come to scout the door, dropping from above by rope or somehow managing to scale the cliff face. Hours passed in sewing patches of animal pelt over torn knees and elbows in clothing or filing burrs off the edges of chisels, and all the time Jorvig tried to come up with any kind of plan. In the evening, Hobblefoot and Greel took first watch again. Jorvig sat in the smithy not far away, examining his walking hammer and wishing he had some metal other than gold, as mad as that was when Hobblefoot stepped into the smithy. Warmcoat was also there, using hammer and chisel to carve a mug, and Onyx was staring down at her tools laid out on the stone worktable. "Something is happening," Hobblefoot said. They followed him to the stone door. They could hear Uasi in the dell. There were yips and gibberings. Then a high piercing shriek cut the night, and the gibbering and yips and howls rose like a wave before receding. "They were quiet last night," Greel said, "after we let it go." This was only the third night since the attack. It felt longer. "Should we go up to the terraces and look?" Warmcoat asked. "No. Let's not draw attention. If anything is happening, it's happening without us." He also feared that the Uasi might try to lure them out onto the terraces to ambush them. "We'll keep watch on the adits, otherwise we rest." Through the night, the same noises continued in the dell. During his watch, Jorvig sat at the high adit door and occasionally thumped through the drifts with his walking hammer, checking down the hatch or spiraling up the stairway to listen at the terrace door. There was no sound of anything, and the smell of Uasi had faded. Clean air filtered through, even the sounds faded by morning. "Are we going to do anything?" Hobblefoot asked. "We have more than a month of food if we ration well," Jorvig answered, though by well he meant something more akin to only starving slowly. "And plenty of clean water. We can let them sit and think for a while. They may grow tired of this. We can't meet them in the open anyway. I'm not sure what else we could do. It's hard to wait knowing they're out there defiling the dell." "You have ideas, so I thought maybe." Hobblefoot shrugged and carried his tools off to the stope. Jorvig watched him go. "We will make it," Warmcoat said to Jorvig with a grimace he meant as a smile before following Hobblefoot. Warmcoat had been angrier than any of them about releasing the Uasi, but he never managed to stay that way long. Jorvig worked with them. They'd begun following one of the branching veins deeper into the rock on a downward slope. Hobblefoot muttered when he acknowledged it, but he thought that it may eventually cross paths with the trajectory of Sledgefist's lower drift. That made Jorvig think, too, if Sledgefist would have come across the gold anyway. Jorvig could have just supported him as Rinlin, and none of this would be his responsibility. At the same time, they might have starved by now, but maybe not. He might have influenced Sledgefist somehow. What would have happened if different choices had been made? He shook his head. Events had proceeded from one to another, and it felt inexorable. The claim was carved in stone now in more than one way. A few hours after darkfall, the sounds returned. They huddled around the slat in the door listening. "They're more agitated tonight," Hobblefoot said. "Maybe this is normal, though." Warmcoat leaned away from the slat, shaking his head. "Maybe this is just Uasi." Maybe, Greel acknowledged. Jorvik didn't believe it. The Uasi must exist by hunting. He couldn't imagine them tending gardens or flocks, and creatures that hunted needed to be quiet unless this was some kind of wartime behavior. All right, Jorvik said, let's go up top. They didn't smell anything at the terrace door, so with weapons in hand, they unbolted it and swung it outward. They could hear the sounds clearer as soon as the door opened, as if the echoes were being drawn into the terrace cuts and down the drift. Stay here, Jorvik told Greel and Warmcoat, motioning to the door. Then he went with Hobblefoot into the first terrace, dodging carefully past the second stairwell. Onyx followed them. Jorvik realized he hadn't bothered to tell her to stay behind, and he wasn't going to do it now. Scattered fires burned throughout the dell, but some of the campfires looked like they'd been scattered, embers glowing like a spray of orange stars. The light they cast illumined much of the dell to his dwarven eyes. There were Uasi gathered near the far ridge, beneath that slight promontory from whence the Uasi had pointed at him days before. The Uasi seemed agitated, hopping, sinking into crouches and rising up as if too excited to remain still. Something was happening, but Jorvik couldn't make it out. Perhaps 15 of the beasts clustered near the promontory, yipping and shrieking in sudden outbursts before falling quiet again. They are fewer, Onyx said. Maybe the others are hunting, Hobblefoot suggested. Maybe, it certainly could be. 2 Uasi came running from the top of the dell, sprinting west toward the tailings pond. The Uasi clustered around the ridge watched the two, howling and shrieking as they ran. The running Uasi skirted around the pond and slid down the embankment and out of sight. They are strange beasts, Hobblefoot muttered. Jorvik wanted to look down the cliff, so he stepped up onto the garden bed. Careful, Onyx whispered. Jorvik looked at her, wondering why she should say so, but noticed she was looking at the garden bed. He realized then that the rows of plants were still there. It was a relief, but why hadn't the foe destroyed them if they'd truly come up there? Or maybe they had just smelled the wind over the dell, laden with their stench, or they didn't want the dwarves to know they could reach the terraces. Jorvik hated not understanding things. He hated that these beasts mystified him. They watched for nearly an hour, but besides seeing a few more Uasi break from a parent hiding around the dell and flee, if that was indeed their purpose, little changed in that time. Jorvik sent Hobblefoot to watch the stair so Greel and Warmcoat could take a look. At last they returned and shut fast the terrace door. Jorvik went back up in the morning together with the others, following the same precautions as before. When he looked out over the dell, he saw that all was deserted. Smoke trailed from a few of the campfires, but otherwise there was nothing left. What do we do? Hobblefoot asked. It could be a trap, Onyx said. Maybe, Jorvik replied. I don't know, but they can't have gone far yet even if they were leaving. So we wait. One thing Jorvik saw that he didn't mention, a body lying still on the opposing promontory, larger than the usual Uasi. There was a glint as of metal. Chapter 42, A Change of Season. 3 days Jorvik waited, mining and mending with the others. Each day he climbed to the terrace to view the dell. The carrion came, vultures, crows, ravens. All the sorts of creatures that scoured the waste as well, though no jackals. He hated the jackals that prowled the waste. He'd never heard them until he ventured out of Deep Cut on his way to the claim, but their howling and yipping had filled the nights with dread. Folk had told him that jackals didn't attack dwarves except in dire need, but he hadn't thought to ask what constituted dire need. He smirked at the memory. From jackals to Uasi. Back then, Uasi had just been an idea, something from stories. On the 4th day, Jorvik ventured out. As they were lowering the gate, Striper and 2 of her offspring came running to the door. Where have you been? He asked. She and the others have been in my chamber for days, Onyx said. In your chamber? Yes, I kept water there for them. It made some sense. That was about as far from the Uasi as they could get. Now the mine runners were hungry, begging to be let down to hunt. Jorvik went back and got a basket, putting them inside to be carried down the tower. They could climb up, but for whatever reason they never wanted to climb down. He left Warmcoat and Onyx atop the tower platform, warning them to watch above as well as below. He feared a possible assault by rope down from the cliff, as unlikely as that might be. Greel carried the crossbow, Hobblefoot his spear, and Jorvik trod the dell with his walking hammer, making a straight line for the promontory. The ground in the dell stank. There was filth all across it. The loam was pressed with Uasi clawprints. But atop the promontory Jorvik found what he more or less expected. It was the remains of one of the large Uasi. Its gnawed and cleaned skull lay a few yards away, but the parts of the body still within the rusted old mail shirt were largely untouched. Clumps of dark hair were scattered around, matted and damp. Mail, Greel said. I haven't seen that on an Uasi before. We saw it, Hobblefoot said. On a big one that was standing here with a spear and a bunch of yellow feathers. There was no sign of spear or mantle of feathers, but for whatever reason the mail remained so decayed that in places it had fused. There was a tear in one spot where the rivets had been broken, maybe from the blow that had killed the original wearer. Judging by the size and the rivet work, it was human in origin. Most Uasi would not have been able to reasonably wear it. It had still fallen down to this one's knees, though knees it had no longer. "Do you think it was deposed?" Hobblefoot asked. Jorvig shrugged. "I do not know what these beasts do." Somehow, deposed felt too civilized a word if that could be. His thoughts dwelt more on rats. There are more here. Greel had walked a few yards further. There were the remains of two more of the larger Uasi, judging by the size of the eviscerated and torn pieces that remained. They had been hidden behind low rock. "Well," Hobblefoot said, then shook his head and turned away. They left the bodies to be finished by the vultures, though Jorvig was surprised even they would eat the foul creatures. They saw no sign of Uasi that week. They brought all the charcoal inside the mine. The Uasi had burned much of their remaining store of wood for their own fires. The second week they ventured to the weir. It was unharmed and full of fish. They ate some and smoked more. During this time they mined and smelted, for Jorvig did not trust the foe was truly gone. Still there was no sign. The third week they cleared the door to the low adit and lit fires in the old stope where the Uasi had died, tossing their bones in the forest and letting smoke cleanse the drifts. Hobblefoot knew where more of the vein of hematite could be mined, and so they focused on that while Onyx smelted the ore. They needed iron much more than gold. It felt backwards. In Deep Cut, iron was common and gold so rare. No gold had been found in Deep Cut itself. What there was came from trade. The smell of Uasi faded in the dell and rain washed their tracks. The fourth week there was a chill in the air and cool spitting rain. Jorvig stood in the first terrace alone at dawn. The clouds above were flushed pink from the east, but the ridge never revealed the sunrise beyond. They must hunt again whether or not the Uasi were truly gone. The summer drew to a close and they still needed to survive. That reality never left. While it was hard to trust that an ambush wasn't waiting for them, they could not survive indefinitely without venturing beyond the bounds of the dell and the path to the weir. The pockmarks of the old Uasi campfires could still be seen in the dell, little charred circles of fresh ashes amidst the fading remains of the great burn. In the spring and summer, new growth had reached upward, reveling in the open sunshine. Much had been trampled now. How? They should be dead, he should be dead. All it would have taken was the merest change in the trajectory of a sling stone or an Uasi fainting rather than striking. One of the dwarves could have stepped right rather than left. But it was more than just the battle and siege or the mad idea of letting One Ear go. Why had Hobblefoot and Sledgefist fancied the same maid? Why had any of this happened? How was Jorvig standing there as Rinlin, still drawing breath? How could life be anything but a thread in a tapestry woven by purpose? How else could such odds prevail? Jorvig's hands trembled and a flush of heat had risen to his face. Though his eyes stared out across the dell, his mind grappled with questions about 100 happenstances leading to this moment. There was a footfall behind him and he spun around, half expecting to see the hungry orb-like eyes that so haunted his mind. Instead it was Onyx, wearing a yellow wrap dress, a blue half veil and a scarf of silver around her hair. The fineness of it seemed so out of place here. Before he knew it, he looked down at her shoulders but kept his eyes moving to the ground as if the glance had been part of the movement. He ran his fingers through his beard. She must be here to tend the garden beds. The radishes looked ready. "Are you well?" Onyx asked. Yes," he said, "just planning a hunt." "I want to come this time," she said flatly. "Why?" "If you won't treat me like the rest, why should I act like them?" She raised an eyebrow, perfectly arched over the deep jewel of her eye. Jorvig's gut stirred, but he managed something resembling a snort of amusement. "Do not make this difficult," he said. "I'm not making things difficult simply by being a maid." That was plainly not true, Jorvig thought. There was a reason why maids and whiffs worked together in Deep Cut and dwarves with dwarves, but he supposed it was more the fault of Greel and Khlif. Would Jorvig have left a sister alone in Deep Cut, though? Better not to come if there was kin to look after, yet dwarf maids who chose to marry their trades often kept their own stoneholds. They looked after themselves. No, this wasn't about Onyx being weak or incapable of hunting. This was about the fear of something happening to her. He couldn't help it. It just did not seem the same for a dwarf to die and for a maid to die or even be injured. Maybe there was a way to keep her safer. "Can you handle a crossbow?" he asked. "I could learn." "Greel will take our crossbow." "We don't have a spare, but you have smelted hematite. I can delay the hunt for one day. We need to make more crossbows anyway. Jorvig looked over his shoulder, but she was already hurrying down the drift toward the stair. Onyx completed her crossbow before morning. Jorvig had to admit, it was far more elegant in design than the ones the dwarves had forged and carved. Onyx was a better smith than the rest of them. Even though her practice had been in delicate and fine metals, she knew the way of hammer and fire beyond their simple minerly skill, the kind all Gilk were taught. She chose cedar for the stock, as they had some kept from their felling of the dell, being a strong wood and resistant to rot and insects. With oil it would have come to a lovely red sheen, but they had no such oil to spare. Though only the work of a single day, Onyx's crossbow was pleasing to the eye and the hand, lighter yet the power remained. She had made a strap of hide to hang it from her shoulder. "You must make us more," Jorvig said, handing it back to Onyx after looking it over. "Each of us should have one." "I will start after the hunt," she answered, and her eyes crinkled in such a way that Jorvig suspected she smiled. He smirked in return. Yes, after the hunt then." Jorvig walked with Greel and Onyx down to the river, leaving Hobblefoot and Warmcoat to hold the claim safe. Having Onyx along made Jorvig feel exposed. There was a sense of fear, and he took especial care to move slowly and watch for any sign of trouble. Jorvig had his walking hammer, which he preferred even over a longer spear. Despite his nerves, he led them south along the river, following the game trail. He suspected that the Usi came from the south, and he wanted to see if there was any fresh sign of them. There was plenty of sign of Usi tracks, but they were full of water or half washed away, none looking new. The cold rain of the day before had turned to a heavy pall of gray cloud that obscured the tops of the mountains. By midday they had passed a few miles downstream, seeing little of anything living. Jorvig was crouched, squinting at a stand of trees ahead where the undergrowth was thin when Onyx tapped his arm. "Look," she whispered, winding through the browned ferns to their right along the riverside were hairy green vines. Onyx reached down and tapped on some kind of gourd lying amid the large, broad leaves. "What is it?" "It looks like some kind of squash." Greel leaned over, looking at it. "I don't recognize it," he said. "The cultivators at Deep Cut grow these or something like them. They make pies and bakes and stews of them." "Are we sure it's the same thing?" Jorvig asked. He didn't want to be poisoned. He had heard that great care should be taken in eating any plants one found. Onyx was crouched, the high split of her wrap dress revealing one leg of her dark brown trousers. She reached into her wrap and drew a dagger. It surprised Jorvig because he had never seen her carrying a dagger, but she had somehow produced one from a fold in the loose garment. Dwarves love pockets in their clothes, and it occurred to Jorvig that a maid's wraps could hide all sorts of pockets and pouches for the concealing of things. Onyx sliced the gourd in half, revealing a stringy center full of broad, flat seeds. She lifted one half to her nose and smelled. Why that was necessary, Jorvig didn't know. He could smell it from there, strong and sweet. "Ah," Onyx said with a sigh. "My friend once baked this with honey and cave bread. That did sound good." Anything sweet sounded good. "Salt too, there are more of them," she said, moving aside more of the broad leaves. "Are you sure?" Greel asked. Onyx rolled her eyes. "I have not forgotten what my hands held." "Is it worth carrying some back?" Jorvig asked, ignoring the sibling hostility. "It's worth carrying them all back, and we can plant the seeds in the spring and let the vines grow over the edges of the terraces." Her eyes crinkled again as she looked at him, as if she was smiling beneath the veil. A gift for next year. That was when he admitted it to himself. He knew it was the way of things between dwarves and maids. He knew it was a complication, something best ignored and forgotten, but it didn't matter. He wanted her despite how much he wanted to not want her. "I value a dwarf of his word," she had said, knowing the oath he swore. He'd run that through his head many times, hoping it meant something other than the flat obvious. How much clearer could she be that she did not want his pursuit? Jorvig shook the thoughts away and stood up. "Then let's take them." They found many growing along the river. They had to build a litter of branches to haul the heaping mound of them back to the claim. Over the coming days, they ate many of them, keeping bags of the seeds in storage while roasting more of the seeds for eating at Onyx's suggestion. From that day, Jorvig put Onyx in the hunting rotations, though he did not always go with her. The hunting was not so good as it had been in the summer, but the hunting parties did bring in a few beasts of size that increased their larder by hundredweights. They found that one of the best methods was to wait in silence a couple dozen yards from a game trail, especially near dawn or dusk, waiting with crossbows and hoping something came by. Life seemed to return to some kind of normalcy as the weather turned. The maples and birch trees flared with their autumn colors, and the first flurries of snow fell around the mountain peaks. They mined and smelted and hunted, and they thought of what the spring might bring. Onyx worked at the forge and smelter. She built more crossbows, not just for the 4 of the remaining dwarves but for the others who had gone back to Deep Cut. The smithy was always hot even as the cold air seeped in through the adit drifts. Cold did not bother dwarves overmuch, but they also loved the heat of a forge. Onyx was working on the heads for crossbow bolts one evening when Jorvig stamped into the workshop and sat down near the smelter on a 3-legged stool, letting the warmth of the fires wash over him. Onyx's presence was also a warmth to him, but he let himself hold onto the lie that it was the fire that brought him so often there between his shifts of mining. He'd even begun to dig himself a chamber in his allotted stonehold to give himself something extra to do through the winter. Greel, Hobblefoot, and Warmcoat were doing likewise. It was customary for dwarves to mine for 14 or 16-hour shifts in Deep Cut, 16 hours on and 16 hours off as shifts changed and others took their places. They paid little heed to daylight above. Here at the claim they had kept close to the turning of day and night, what with the uasi and hunting and gardening. So they had taken to sleeping in the middle of the night for their 5 or 6 hours and rising again to work. Now with winter's grip closing, the hours of light had shortened. The ore piled up faster than it could be smelted. In truth, they could have kept a few smelters occupied, but they would run out of charcoal. With the summer being as it was, they had not cut more timber for the burning of another mound kiln. They would use up their supply of charcoal before winter's end. "Do you think?" Onyx asked and hesitated. Jorvig had been so lost in thought, running sums on charcoal, that he was startled by the question. She had stopped her work at the forge and was looking over at him, hammer in one hand and tongs in the other, while a bit of iron reheated in the coals. "Think what?" Jorvig asked. "That they made it before the uasi." She was the first to ask him that. It had occupied his thoughts much since then. "I hope," he said, a frown tugged at the corners of his mouth. "I hope and I fear." She turned back and drew the iron out of the fire with the tongs, setting to work with her hammer, flattening 3 surfaces, narrowing to a point for the bolt tip. Jorvig watched the sure and precise strokes until the iron had cooled and she plunged the billet back into the coals. Such a small amount of iron did not hold heat long. Jorvig noticed that she had made more lanterns from thin pounded iron sheets. There were 8 now standing in a row on the stone table. The angles and curves were uniform. It was practical work. Onyx turned back to him, but then her eyes flicked beside him. "Leave that," she said. "What?" She nodded at the walking hammer leaning next to him. "That. My hammers." Yes." "Why?" "Because I said so," she said and laughed, her eyes crinkling. Jorvig folded his arms and frowned. "I can improve it," she said. "How?" "If you don't want it, don't leave it, but leave my forge anyway. I don't like an audience while I work." Jorvig sighed, grabbed his walking hammer, and then thought better of it. He leaned it back against the stone. It didn't feel good to walk out of the smithy without it. He knew it was in his head. He could go without it in the mine, but he just didn't trust his leg anymore, and he didn't like to be unarmed. He glanced back. Onyx was standing, staring into the fire, waiting for the billet to glow the right color. Her forge, she should know better than that. Was she being funny? Was that humor? He shouldn't be sitting in her presence alone anyway. He shook his head and walked to the rough beginnings of his own stonehold. Chapter 43, Treadfoot. Jorvig avoided the forge for a couple days, but in the morning of the 3rd day he gathered them all together for a meeting. "We have more ore to smelt than we have charcoal to burn it with," he said. By focusing their energies on mining ore with hunting trips 2 or 3 times a week, they had made progress. "We will need to burn another mound kiln when we run out," Hobblefoot said. "There is little snow yet, but if we wait until our charcoal is gone, we may have feet of the stuff to dig through, then our work would be even more difficult." "So you wanted charcoal now?" "Aye, for the next 2 weeks. Then we can get back to mining," Hobblefoot said. The dwarf had been in glory working the drifts and stopes as they pursued the ore deeper into the ridge. He had over a decade more experience than Jorvig, so often Jorvig sought his counsel and deferred to him in mining decisions. Being Rinland didn't make it wise for Jorvig to disregard such experience. At other times, though. "No," Jorvig said. "What no?" "We need to prepare for the arrival of the company in early summer." "We can't feed them all ourselves," Warmcoat said. The lump on the side of his head had gone. All that was left was a scabbed split in his ear. "Aren't they bringing flocks anyway?" I'm not talking about feeding them, Jorvik said. I'm talking about accommodations. We need to divide up the stone and prepare tunnels for stoneholds. You're not going to give them all 50s, are you? Hobblefoot asked. I think the regular miners' 10s will do and 25s for families. So we need to make tunnels for divisions. All right, Warmcoat said, that should not take all winter. There are also storerooms, a new and greater smeltery, workshops and a vault. And compost pits. The dwarves each kept a small bucket for their own waste, and with few in number it was not difficult to dispose of it in the dell. With the possibility of more arrivals they needed to dig pits. In deep cut, lime was scattered atop the dung to keep down the smell, but they had been using charcoal and wood ash for lack of lime. Pits were rotated to allow the composted dung to be used as fertilizer after a time. Hobblefoot raised his palms and looked around. I do not wish to say it, but are we sure they will return? Here it was, no one answered. Jorvik waited to see if Hobblefoot would follow through on the thought. Well, Hobblefoot said at length, we don't know there will be a company this summer. Again no one replied. Hobblefoot looked at Jorvik, eyebrow raised. You know it, he said, his face was flushed red. Both are brothers. I know that we don't know. They were only gone 9 days, the pass westward that we took, it must be 90 miles or more away. They did not have overheavy burdens, Warmcoat said, they could have made such a distance in good time. Aye, but if the Uasi were coming north while they were going south. We have all done our sums, Jorvik said, his voice a little raised. The others fell quiet. But we do not know. Onyx had remained silent for the whole discussion, watching and listening. It seems an awful lot of labor for an uncertainty, Hobblefoot went on. By mining, if we must abandon this place because of Uasi, then we could go back to Deep Cut beyond Wealthy and organize a new expedition, more dwarves and more supplies. Jorvik couldn't deny there was some sense in that might be. And if no one comes in the summer, it may be that we have our answer and should prepare to return to Deep Cut. Until then, let us hope for the best. That was it, the choice was hope. He looked around, waiting for more protest, but none came. It still felt strange to him being Rinlin of these dwarves, but the longer it lasted, the easier they capitulated to his decisions, even hard ones. He spent long hours thinking about these conversations before they happened, considering how each one might react. They still surprised him from time to time, but it helped him prepare. Now, as for the charcoaling, I wish to, Onyx began, but Jorvik had already raised his hand to cut her off. He'd seen her leaning forward to speak. No, he said to her, you will not be smelting and working at your forge during this labor. We need all hands, you will work like the rest of us and I will hear no complaints. Greel snorted with laughter. Onyx leaned back, her eyes wide in surprise. Jorvik went on. 2 will remain at the claim at all times, it will be done by daily rotation. Greel and Onyx will be together. Jorvik saw a flash of disappointment cross Hobblefoot's face at this, but no one could gainsay the propriety of it. Hobblefoot and Warmcoat together, and I will stay with the labor until the charcoaling is done. Those left in the mine will delve according to our plans for the company. Jorvik looked around, but no one spoke. So be it, now this is what I have been thinking. Jorvik pulled out a wide piece of rolled-up birch bark and spread it out. It was marked with a map of the claim drawn in charcoal, in keeping with the methods of deep-cut miners. For the next hour, Jorvik considered suggestions for the best way to lay out the needed additions to their claim. Most considerations they agreed upon, and by the end they all felt the revised map represented the best option for both the immediate future and expansion. They all rose to leave. Onyx stood, folded her arms, and stared at Jorvik hard. He knew she wished to speak with him, and so he held back as the others filed out of the smithy, heading to prepare for their respective labors. You're a Branna, Chargrim Rinlin, Onyx said. Branna was a word used for an irritating young gilk. Don't let anyone hear you calling the Rinlin Branna, that cannot be tolerated in a mine, Jorvik said, but couldn't help a smirk. Apprentice miners were known to mutter plenty of names under their breath, but not to the Rinlin's face. I was going to ask to join the labor, you made me a spectacle. Nothing is hidden in a mine like this, it is all a spectacle. Onyx laughed, so you think, Rinlin, so you think. Jorvik shrugged and turned to leave. Wait, she said and walked over to the stone worktable. You may need this outside. There was a pelt lying there, he hadn't thought much of it. She pulled it away. Lying upon the stone was his walking hammer, but it had been reworked. The cedar remained, but much finer working of steel had been fitted to it, both upon the head and in banding down the handle, culminating in a cap at the end. The steel upon the length of the handle had been inset, leaving ridges enough to give a solid grip. A new three-spine spike protruded from the top and the beak was hooked and wicked. Jorvig picked it up, feeling the slight change in weight and balance. It was surely better. The hammerhead was gilded with fine etchings of gold and speaking runes. "I cannot read the runes," he whispered. He knew cave runes just fine. There was some overlap, but speaking runes were known more among merchants and fine crafters, not miners. "On this side Rinlin," Onyx said, pointing. "And on this side Branna." Onyx broke into fresh laughter when she saw his expression. "No, no," she said, "it says Treadfoot and may it tread down many foes. I have few runes, but enough for that." "Thank you." Onyx nodded. He stared at the weapon as she watched him. "Well," she said, "I must prepare for charcoaling." They extended the charcoal burning for an additional week, until swirling snow flurries turned to a heavy pack and their breath spewed into the cold air, blown by harsh winds. Smoke rose from mud brick chimneys and they smelled wood smoke even when they lay down to sleep in the claim. Because they had no dry wood, they searched out fallen trees in the valley just to the north of the ridge, and it was great labor cutting and hauling them to the earthen mound. They scrounged more than a dozen full fallen logs, and some more wood left in tangles by the river floods. They added countless broken limbs to that pile. In all, they estimated they had at least 30 tons of wood. At best, it would produce 6 tons of charcoal, probably less. But as soon as it was burning, they cut down many trees above the flood lines along the river to let them dry for next year. They hauled the charcoal up the dell, an awful toil on wooden sledges, but at last they lifted it in buckets to the high adit. "We need a room just for storing coal," Hobblefoot said. "We need to add that to the plans." "As close to the smithy as possible," Onyx said. There was a smudge of black soot up her nose between her eyes. "And we need a decent hoist," Warmcoat added, drinking from a stone-carved flagon of water heated over the fire, a clutch of rillai they'd taken from the weir boiled there. "Maybe something powered by the water wheel." "Ah yes, we need all this and more," Jorvig said. The snow came heavy that year and the cold was deeper. The river froze over except for a dark streak in the center where the water flowed fast. All the while the dwarves worked within their mine, only venturing out to hunt or to cut more firewood. They cut a new drift running parallel with the cliff face, with marked spots for workshops and smelters on the cliffside, so they could drive vents to open air. Onyx's lanterns burned with the fish oil they'd made from the summer's weir catches as they broke rock and drilled vents, and sent the beginnings of drifts reaching into the ridge. There were more sections marked for storerooms on the inner side of the new drift. Behind, they began 2 more drifts for living quarters. In the wide stope that they had emptied of gold ore, they carved steps leading up to the high adit drift, and they squared off the floor and the support pillars. It would serve as a gathering hall. New snow fell on old, packing down and forming a dense crust. Then a melt came, leaving only ridges of icy debris and sending the river into flood above a sheet of ice. The temperature plummeted and it snowed again. It did not worry them. At most, it fatigued them sooner when they hunted. Yet in hunting they were fortunate, able to see in the snow what trails the beasts were using and so lie in wait nearby. Jorvig felt that they were reaching a point where they could balance survival with labor in the mine, even with just the 4 of them. At least until their clothes fell apart and they must go about in hides. Still, they needed to get as far ahead as they could for when the company arrived. In his few spare hours, Jorvig finished his own small chamber, enough to keep his meager personal effects with an alcove to sleep between pelts. Striper claimed it as her own. Chapter 44, Guests for Tonight. During a heavy snowfall long before they had finished the last drift, let alone dug out the chambers for the workshops and storerooms, Onyx came running down the drift to where the others were mining. She'd been sharpening and requenching picks at the forge. Now, her eyes were wide with alarm. "The gate," she shouted. "Something s at the gate." They ran. Crossbows and spears were prepared behind the stone door, a precaution they had taken after the siege. They were armed as soon as they pounded up. Something thumped against the wood of the bridge outside. Jorvig peered through the small opening in the stone door just as a second thump sounded as snow hit the edge of the wooden slat. Snow sprayed his face and beard. He blew it away from his lips and looked again. He saw nothing but the snowy ridge in the distance. Then, Sledgefist appeared as if he'd just straightened up, his head framed through the second slat as he stood atop the tower platform. He was looking down and then he drew back his arm and threw another snowball at the wooden bridge. "What is it?" Hobblefoot said. "It's my..." Jorvig restrained himself from adding fool of a and just said brother. "What?" "Sledgefist is on the tower." There was another thump of a snowball. Jorvig heard voices outside. They pulled the bolts and opened the door, and Jorvig moved to the slat in the wooden gate bridge. Sledgefist saw the movement then. "Oi," he said, "is that you, Chargrim? Lower the gate." Jorvig stepped back so Hobblefoot could look out. "What's he doing back?" "Lower the gate for him," Jorvig said, looking back to the others. Soon the gate touched down on the platform. Jorvig thumped out to meet Sledgefist, but as he did, he glanced down. Dozens of dwarves stood below in the snow, and among them were many sleds laden with wrapped burdens. They stared up at him as he crossed the bridge. Jorvig faltered. Little brother," Sledgefist said, grinning, "I've brought your company." "Already?" "I'll explain," Sledgefist said, "but we've had a long, cold journey. Let's get these dwarves warm inside and fill their bellies. I've told them of the great horn, finer meat you couldn't find in all Deep Cut." Sledgefist walked forward as he said this, and then in a quieter voice he asked, "There's some left, isn't there?" Jorvig gaped down at the dwarves and stammered. He hadn't expected them for months, at least 4 months, maybe 5 by his reckoning. They hadn't finished their preparations. Where were they to go? "Come on up," Sledgefist shouted. No, you 5 with Frykiln in the front bring ropes we'll need to hoist, then you lot form a chain on the ladder. We'll have this up in no time." "Sledgefist," Jorvig said, "let's get this done and then we can talk," he said in a lower tone. "There's a lot to say." Sledgefist glanced at Jorvig and a furrow came to his brow. "By the way," he asked, "what did you do to the bridge?" The underside of the bridge was still hacked and scored. They'd reinforced a few planks, but the marks left by the Uasi assault could be clearly seen when the bridge was up. Sledgefist could not have missed the signs when he'd been throwing snowballs. "Later," Jorvig said. Sledgefist nodded, pressing his lips into a thin line. The storeroom was overflowing and bundles of supplies wrapped in wool blankets lined the high adit drift. The Stopetern meeting hall was full of dwarves eating smoked meat warmed over the forge fire. Sledgefist had carried in the first basket of greasy meat himself, and the dwarves had cheered him as he came down the steps. Jorvig held back, still feeling flummoxed. "I'm sorry, Bannock, for the lack of drink," Sledgefist said in his booming baritone. Bannock meant companions or drinking friends, a common term in the stew halls. "But hey, that's why we brought you, Masher A." Jorvig counted. There were 53 strangers. His mind was a whirl with sums. Most of all, he was disturbed that there were no flocks or herds. These looked like miners. Many already wore their tool harnesses. "Sledgefist, we need to talk," Jorvig said as his brother approached. I know. "Follow me." "Eat up," Sledgefist called back over his shoulder. There was a surprisingly hearty cheer. Snow and ice were melting out of the dwarves' beards. They were happy to be underground and eating warm food. Hobblefoot, Warmcoat, Greel, and Onyx moved to follow Sledgefist and Jorvig to the steps out of the meeting hall. More than a few eyes followed Onyx's movements. It irritated Jorvig, but there was nothing he could do about that. He pushed it from his mind as best he could. He led them to his new small chamber, just enough room for them to stand in a circle. Striper fled as they arrived, her hair out at all the commotion. He hadn't invited Warmcoat, Greel, Hobblefoot, or Onyx, but they had a right to be there as shared owners of the claim, he supposed. "Where are the flocks?" Jorvig asked. "Where is my brother?" Hobblefoot cut in. "Still in Deep Cut both, they can't come until the spring." "Why?" Warmcoat asked. "That's what the herders kept saying, said the beasts had to graze on their way. It'll take them through the summer to get here. Shineboot will lead them." "What of Khlif?" Greel asked. "Well, one of them had to lead the herders, but both stayed. They wish to spend a bit more time in the stew hall, I think. They'll be coming as soon as there's something growing in the ridges." "Couldn't they just bring fodder for the beasts?" "Grain?" Hobblefoot asked. "I asked, but they said it wasn't possible, not without roads and wagons. They were full of reasons." Grain also came from the human lands, Jorvig knew. It was likely too expensive, even with the gold they'd sent back. "We will need a road anyway," Jorvig said. "I know we will," Sledgefist answered. "So I hired a few dwarves to go with the herders and clear a way. It won't be a wagon road, though." He looked at Jorvig as if trying to read his approval. It was an odd thing, but there was a frown on Jorvig's face and his forehead was furrowed. The route they knew to Deep Cut was far too rugged for wagons. A couple places would be a challenge for herds, he suspected, but that wasn't what he was troubled by. "We have to feed this lot until next fall then," Jorvig said. They were all quiet for a moment, but Sledgefist shrugged. "I knew you'd be able to figure it out, Chargrim. Think about how many more you can send hunting now. Thanks for your confidence, he said with an edge. Why didn't you come with the herds when the weather turned? It must have been a misery to get here, Hobblefoot asked. Jorvig was thankful for the question. He'd meant to ask the same, but his mind had run ahead to 100 other problems. Others were already setting out before us and more past us on the way. They are coming to prospect. In the middle of the winter. There will be even more come spring. I expected some, but that is foolish, Hobblefoot said, as soon as they saw the gold. You'd have thought we were kings. We barely had any peace the entire time. Even the council sent an inspector to ask us questions. It'll be a rush and we're at its heart. If we were not here, Warmcoat said, thinking aloud, then we would have come now as a certainty. Oh, Sledgefist said, a couple of the gardeners that came with me have families that will come later with the herders, but they said they needed to be here for the spring, and 2 of the herders have families. Sledgefist touched his nose and leaned toward Warmcoat and Greel. I understand there are 2 maids who will reach Rundle this year or next. How do we know that all these intend to stay on and not desert once they get the lay of the rock? Hobblefoot asked. We could never be sure, Sledgefist said. Most seem like good sorts, but we could never be sure. Jorvig frowned. Maybe this was too soon. Maybe they had bitten off more than they could chew. There was a fear in him that somehow their claim would be wrested from their grasp. And when he'd sent Sledgefist and the others, it was before the Uasi siege. How many dwarves would be wandering these mountains now? May they find safety and not Uasi, he said. Did you see any Uasi? Warmcoat asked. None. Even if the host that attacked before came again, we could deal with them openly now, Hobblefoot said. What's this? Sledgefist said. A host. It's why the bridge is scarred, Jorvig said. He was thinking of what Hobblefoot had said about the host. He didn't feel like recounting the siege, so he let the others do it. Even Onyx chimed in and Sledgefist listened to her with rapt attention. When they reached the part about releasing the trapped Uasi, he shouted in exasperation, but the others hushed him and finished the tale. At the end, he whistled a low note. Well, brother, from apprentice to Rinlin to warrior, father would be proud. Father would be pissed, Jorvig said. There's a reason you didn't set out while he was alive. Keep your nose to the stone and out of the wind. Sledgefist chuckled. Tell us more of what happened in Deep Cut, Greel demanded. As it turned out, Sledgefist was exactly the right person to send back to Deep Cut. His boisterous boasts might have meant little enough on their own, but he and Khlif and Shineboot had the gold and crystals to prove it true. By his own account, Sledgefist had hardly slept back home. Instead, he'd talked. He'd even given little time to eating, he said, though he admitted he could talk and drink at the same time and in fact considered that a boon to his powers of persuasion. We'd best get back to our guests, Onyx said as Sledgefist yawned on. Guests, they're our Culhin, Hobblefoot said. Let them be guests for tonight, Jorvig interjected. Otherwise they've already eaten more than their ration. Chapter 45, The Culhin. The next morning, well before the sun would rise at the horizon hidden behind ridges and many hours before its light would reach the dell, the dwarves assembled in the meeting hall. A single lantern glowed, hanging from a wooden spike driven into a drill hole at the top of the stairs. Its light was ample for their purpose. Jorvig surveyed the newcomers arrayed before him. He knew what to expect, and the reality mostly confirmed it. These were lower-rung miners, crafters, folk who had little to lose back in Deep Cut but much to gain from such a venture. They would be younger dwarves of poorer families or those who could not carve themselves more space in Deep Cut, whether that was rock or garden or pasture. They were the same sort of folk as Jorvig and the other claim owners. Good waking, Yaugen, Sledgefist said. It was dwarvish for hands, less formal than Culhin and also more appropriate, as oaths had not yet been sworn. As I told you, this is Chargrim, Rinlin of the claim by rights, hear him. Jorvig stepped forward. The assembled dwarves sat cross-legged on the stone, all eyes upon him. They wore their tool harnesses. Picks and shovels lay across their knees. There was a curious expectation as they tried to gauge what sort of Rinlin this might be. Good waking, we have much to do and we must rely on ourselves to do it. This is yet a young claim. There are few comforts here, but there is wealth here more than we yet know. The collective adjustment of all eyes was like the moving of a draft in the hall, as the dwarves went from watching Jorvig to looking up and behind him. Jorvig turned. Onyx was walking down the stairs into the hall, wearing her orange dress over dark brown trousers and no veil or headscarf. Her thick black braids formed a raised ridge in the center of her head, oiled and shining in the lamplight as they fell down her back. It was the first time Jorvig had ever seen her barefaced. Her jaw was strong, smooth muscle lines curving toward her ears, and her oiled and dusky skin gleamed in the lamplight. Her mouth was broad. They had not waited for her in order to begin. That was a mistake. All thought of what he intended to say seemed to flake away like scale beneath the hammer. Jorvig turned back to the dwarves. A few eyes returned to him, but more remained fixed on Onyx. Jorvig knew by the sound of her footsteps that she had come to stand amid the other mine owners. This was a choice. It was no accident that she descended those stairs with her face uncovered for the first time since she'd arrived at the claim, yet he had no idea what the strategy could be. It was bewildering enough trying to regain his own track. He felt a flush of heat and a quickening of his pulse. He decided to ignore her interruption. Before we begin our labor, we must settle oaths and terms. I know that Sledgefist negotiated wages. It was a shared 2/10 of the wealth of the mine, a generous portion, but they had all agreed they needed to lure and keep Culhane. But we have not discussed the term. Term meant how long a dwarf was sworn to work a mine. It was a disgrace to a dwarf to break oath before their term, and it was called desertion. Typical terms in Deep Cut were 10 years and the shortest 5. Yet it would also have been unnatural in Deep Cut for the youngest miner to be Rinlin. Many things might be a disgrace in Deep Cut that would be mere survival and fortune in the wilds. So Jorvig was prepared to do something unusual. To stay in this claim you must swear your oaths, Jorvig said. I know many of you came here to seek more than a Culhane wage in this claim, generous as we intend to be. So I offer you this. Keep your oaths here for 1 year and a day. If for 1 year and a day you remain true to your word, then you may leave as you wish to stake your own claims, or you may stay on. If you cannot keep your oath for such a short time, then what will any of us say of you? There were mumblings in the crowd, and dwarves looked from one to another in surprise. This at least seemed to interest them more than Onyx, at least most of them. No one had heard of a 1-year term before. Jorvig hadn't either. But he had a feeling that if he could keep them there for a year, the claim would be set to survive and more than survive. But he doubted whether their oaths mattered so much so far from Deep Cut, or if they would keep them. He'd been thinking much on oaths of late. Jorvig nodded to Sledgefist, who stepped forward. You have heard the terms of the Rinlin. If you would swear it, stand up. The hall filled with the sound of shuffling as the dwarves stood. Jorvig didn't really expect any different, considering how far they'd come, but there was always the chance some had merely wished to travel in company and set off on their own once here. None remained sitting. Sledgefist led them in the oath, and all their voices were raised together. It was an odd experience, but Jorvig took it without expression, or so he hoped. The dwarves ended the oath with a cheer. I must inform you of a few simple rules. There are uasi in these ridges. No one goes to the surface alone or without permission from myself or your cadre chief. If you have work on the surface, you ask. Now be seated and we will call you and divide you. Miners first, as we discussed, Sledgefist asked. Jorvig nodded and continued on. I understand that there is a brewer here, 3 cultivators, a beekeeper, 2 smelters, and a mine smith, Jorvig said. All this he had learned from Sledgefist. Stand. A few dwarves scattered throughout the others' rows. Move to the back of the hall, we will get to you last, I'm afraid. The dwarves moved toward the back, speaking together in low tones. Now who among the miners has completed an apprenticeship? Only 8 dwarves rose, but that was good, all things considering. Not all dwarves who wished to mine or go prospecting completed an apprenticeship. For one, there were only so many spots for apprentices in Deep Cut. Some were bought and others were traded as favors. Others had legacy spots, which was the case of Sledgefist and Jorvig. They apprenticed in the same company their father had worked for over 150 years. You 8, arrange yourselves in order of experience, right to left, Jorvig said. It took the dwarves longer to gather at the front than to figure out their order through a few muffled conversations. These dwarves will be the cadre chiefs, Jorvig said, pointing at Hobblefoot, Sledgefist, and Warmcoat. Divvy them, he said to the chiefs, and in moments the dwarves with apprenticeship were divided between the 3. Next they divvied up the rest of those who came as miners or unskilled labor. But as the Culhane milled about in the process, someone caught Jorvig's eye. He was an old dwarf, his skin furrowed and sun-parched. The fact his beard was more dirty gray than white had helped hide his age in the midst of the crowd. As the chiefs were dividing and speaking to the dwarves of their cadres, Jorvig caught the old dwarf's eye and motioned him over. What is your name? He asked when the dwarf stood before him. Tonkel, he said. Either he was a named of strength adherent or the name had meaning Jorvig didn't know. It could be insulting to inquire now, so Jorvig moved on. Why have you come, Tonkel? The same as the rest. I find that hard to believe. Why is that? You are old. And you are forward, Tonkel said with a laugh. It was more casual than a response should be upon meeting the Rinlin, but Jorvig also did not wish to play tough with such an elder. He was obviously the oldest in the claim by far, and though it was difficult to tell, he may be 100 years older than Jorvig. Uncle, I mean no disrespect, I've gotten used to the wilds. But I have a responsibility to know. Tonkel's mirth faded to a wry smile. That is good, he said. The wilds take many things and give many more. You've lost and gained already, but have no fear. Though older, I am harder than many young dwarves here. His eyes flickered toward the others. Jorvig had to admit his frame did not give the impression of idleness. You talk as one who knows the wilds. I've spent more years in the wilds than most of these have lived, he said, motioning behind him. After so long a life, do you have nothing to rest on that you would come here? I have no desire for rest. More I desire to see the inside of far mountains, smell the air of strange minds. I have been to the long downs, I have traveled to the human kingdoms by caravan, dug in the brown hills, and I have visited the western red ridges, all before you were born. For nearly 3 centuries after Tourmaline led their folk in exodus, the dwarves delved and hid within the caverns and canyons of Deep Cut, rarely emerging to the surface of the waste. Thought not rich in silver, gold, gems, or other precious stones, it held all needed for life. While in human kingdoms the memory of the traveling dwarves faded to something of a fireside tale, the folk of Deep Cut slowly multiplied. It was the grandchildren of those first refugees, with no memories save tales of the world beyond Deep Cut, who climbed again to the surface from the canyons of colored minerals, eroded pillars, and balanced boulders to search the waste and the fringe lands beyond. There they encountered humans again, but this time they had traded the humans wanted, salt and steel and coal mostly. And so the caravans began. As more dwarves found life in Deep Cut restricting, they spread to the long downs and even the red ridges. I meant no disrespect, Uncle, Jorvig said. I took none. I'm only answering your question, he said. Riches can make a dwarf poor if they keep him from delving or treading upon the mountains. This was the way of Tourmaline and of the crippled king. Jorvig nodded. It was a philosophy he'd been taught as a gilk, though few who had wealth seemed to take it seriously. It was always the scrappers who moved on, searching. Still, these are dangerous mountains, Jorvig said. Oh really? From what yonder golden tongue said, it is paradise. Tonkel gestured at Sledgefist, then leaned in closer. But you've had more trouble with Uasi than he told us. Why do you say? I saw the underside of the bridge. Did you do that yourselves? Sledgefist didn't know about that. It happened after he left. Tonkel nodded and leaned back. It started the same in the long downs, skirmishes here and there. They hate us like we hate them. How did they overcome the delvings there? There must have been thousands. Thousands there were, but they didn't overcome the delvings. We abandoned them. They starved us out and waited for us to surface. Many didn't make it back to Deep Cut. Jorvig squinted. This was not a comforting tale. He knew many hadn't made it back, but he'd always heard it spoken of as a battle where the Uasi simply overwhelmed the claims. But then he realized what else Tonkel had said. Us, do you speak of our folk or were you there? I was there, a young Rundila in my uncle's claim. I see. Chargrim, Sledgefist said, walking over. We're set. You know what to do, Jorvig said, loud enough that Warmcoat and Hobblefoot could hear as well. They nodded and called orders to their cadres of Culhin. All this they had planned for hours the previous night. They would begin by finishing the planned expansions. With so many miners, the basic delving should be complete in 2 weeks' time. Jorvig was not primarily concerned with the mining, but they needed to organize, and by getting the dwarves busy in cadres right away, he had a basis for giving orders. He still needed to know more about these new Culhin. Tonkel moved to go with the miners. Wait aside, Tonkel, he said. We may have other duties for you. In truth, Jorvig wasn't done speaking with him. Tonkel shrugged and stayed behind, stepping a few paces away and waiting. Of the owners, only Onyx remained, still standing near the foot of the stairs, her arms folded. As the other dwarves filed up the stair, many looked over at her. Jorvig motioned to the dwarves waiting at the back of the hall. They had split off into huddles, speaking quietly, but a few saw Jorvig's wave and soon all were arrayed in loose line before him. Cultivators, Jorvik said. 3 dwarves extended an arm forward, palms down. They all looked fairly young, but they could have been as old as Jorvik. How much time do you need before spring? The 3 dwarves exchanged glances. It took a few moments before one decided he would speak for them. We need all the time we can get, he said. We know you have some kind of terraces. We saw them from outside, but we have not seen them close. What is your name? I am Warnstock, he said. Warnstock, you will be the voice of the gardeners until I change my mind. What tasks do you need to accomplish? We must find the right soil and prepare it, he said. Spring should come in a month. More like 2 here, but go on, Jorvik said. The soil is thin atop the rock in these mountains. We need to move soil and create beds. We will need to grow in the dell as well as the terraces unless we can delve 5 times the number of terraces. The gardener's face was red. Jorvik could tell he was uncomfortable, but he'd already learned much from the dwarf. Onyx has looked to our gardening until now, Jorvik said, motioning to the maid. You will report to her and she will report to me. Onyx showed only the flicker of an eyebrow. Jorvik nodded to her. Go ahead. She motioned to the cultivators and they followed her up the stairs. Smelters, Jorvik said. 2 dwarves raised hands. Both were young, like most of those who had come. Sledgefist's cadre is beginning to delve 2 smelteries. Go help, and if anything needs changed, suggest it to Sledgefist. When it is finished, report to me. The 2 smelters inclined their heads and hurried for the stairs. Brewer, Jorvik asked. The dwarf who raised his hand was older than Jorvik, perhaps 100 years old, and he had narrow eyes that gave him an appraising look. I have no sources of sugar right now, Jorvik said, but the maple and birch sap will run before the spring truly arrives. The brewer hardly seemed to hear but started counting off on his fingers. I need casks. I brought enough iron for my still. I'll need the forge for that. I need to make taps for the trees and pails. I'll need a cauldron. I brought beet seeds for the gardeners. I'll need many planted. I'll need a workshop with a vent. You will have a workshop on the drift where Sledgefist delves. It will be carved this week if all goes aright. The brewer nodded, still looking at his fingers to count. And there is some cedar stacked in the low adit, Jorvik went on. Follow the main drift and go down the ladder, you'll see it. Start where you can. The dwarf nodded, and he too hurried away. Only 2 dwarves remained. One was surprisingly young, his face unlined. He had blonde hair and a beard that went somewhat to red at the roots, and he barely looked past Rundle. Most likely he was a youngest gilk hoping for a chance at something, and he would have had no time to claim the title of a mine smith, so Jorvik guessed he was from a family of beekeepers. The second dwarf stood with his beard already tucked down his shirt, and he wore a leather apron, another giveaway. He carried no pick or shovel, but he held a long folded canvas bag that no doubt was full of tools. I take it you've seen the smithy already? Jorvik asked him. He nodded. There will be tools to put in order, Jorvik said, nodding toward the stairs. Without another word, the dwarf headed on his way. That left the young dwarf waiting and Tonkel still standing to the side. There are bees in these woods, Jorvik said. We found a hive in the dell once. The dwarf stood there staring at him and not speaking. What do you need to do to keep bees here? Jorvik asked. Oh, the dwarf said, I'll need to make skeps, though the weather here is harsh, much harsher than deep cut. Maybe hives. I'll need to make traps too. Traps for bees. Swarm traps, the dwarf said. I brought black brood comb. Jorvik wasn't sure what that was. He would need to talk to this dwarf much more. Maybe when the young dwarf was calmer, he was sweating and looking quite flushed. How long will it take you? Well, they won't swarm till the warmer weather. How long to prepare? Jorvik asked. We cannot be idle and wait. Weeks, he said. And I'll need to scout for trap locations. Then you'll be in the hunting parties. That should help. The dwarf's eyes widened. What do you need in order to begin? Jorvik asked. Just wood. Jorvik realized they hadn't set aside enough lumber. Then again, they hadn't been prepared for all these newcomers, not yet. They would have to go out to cut more timber. We will go woodcutting today, Jorvik said. Wait for us at the high adit. The young dwarf scurried up the steps. Jorvik realized he hadn't asked the dwarf his name, nor had he asked the brewer or the smith or the gardeners. He sighed and looked at Tonkel. Have you fought? Jorvik asked. He suspected he knew the answer. Yes, I have done that. Jorvik nodded. Well, today we fight trees only. I hope. That night after their labors, Jorvig was sucking on a small piece of smoked meat in his private chamber when Sledgefist knocked and entered, interrupting the sums of food Jorvig was running in his mind. Sledgefist had slept in Jorvig's new chamber the night before, as he had not had time to dig his own chamber yet and didn't want to sleep in the drift now that the newcomers had arrived. Jorvig barely noticed his arrival. In a matter of 2 days, the numbers had grown to a size that completely changed all his plans for the winter. "A good day," Sledgefist said. "We'll be ahead of schedule, I think." The Culhin dig with gusto. "Good, good," Jorvig answered. "You should be coming during the day to check on the progress," Sledgefist said, "like the Rinlands back in Deep Cut." "Should I?" "And you shouldn't be leaving the claim to go cutting wood," Sledgefist said. "You're the Rinlan." "I didn't know there were so many rules, and I thought the Rinlan made them." In truth, mining Rinlan back in Deep Cut didn't need to worry about skeps and casks for brewing, Sledgefist snorted. "Not so much rules as expectations. Still, there's rules for everything, and where there's not, we'll make them." "That I believe," Jorvig said. He looked at his brother, his big, broad, open face, his shoulders wide-set. Sledgefist was unrolling his blankets atop a pelt, obviously pleased at the day. "They all seem to like you," Jorvig mentioned. Sledgefist's joviality faded a bit, and he leaned in to whisper, even though the stone door was shut. "Truth be told, Char, I wouldn't take Rinlan now if you tried to force me. It was a nightmare enough to plan this expedition, especially drunk. You may be my little brother, but I can admit I've not the mind for the grand schemes like you do. If I didn't have a few solid heads among the expedition, it might have gone poorly. It was one thing when it was just 4 of us. I'm a minor little brother. I don't like thinking about stockings and blankets. Today I directed the cadres digging and left the nuisances to you. That isn't so bad." Despite Sledgefist's self-deprecation, the expedition had brought many needed and useful supplies on their sleds, whole bundles of long drill bits, even some 15-footers and sacks of salt as well. "Oh, hey!" Sledgefist reached into his heavy jacket and pulled out a wrapped parcel. "For you," he said. The aroma hit Jorvig's nose as soon as it was in his hand. "Hill smoke." "Thank you," he said and meant it. "The trip gave me time to think too, as busy as I was. I'm not going to give up so easy yet, and I won't leave her to Hobblefoot uncontested. I'm not done trying for Onyx. I've whole new plans on that end." Sledgefist touched his nose and winked at Jorvig. Jorvig's stomach sank. "Oh, and I thought we'd share this." Sledgefist reached into his coat again and pulled out an engraved silver flask. "Honey liqueur," he said. Jorvig raised his eyebrows. That was a costly distillation. Sledgefist slapped Jorvig's shoulder. "We're rich now, remember?" He unscrewed the top and took a swig, passing it to Jorvig. Jorvig smelled it, the rich aromas rising up into his nasal passages, then he sipped. It was the best thing he'd tasted in a long, long time. Chapter 46, Many Labors. The next morning, Jorvig found Tonkel waiting for him at the opening to the private drift where the owners had their stoneholds. "Do you want me to join the miners now?" he asked. "Have you hunted?" "Many times," Tonkel said. "We must have constant hunting now." Tonkel nodded. "You said you had been in the Red Ridges. Do you know the beasts here?" "I've spent many years in the western parts," he said. "I had just returned to Deep Cut with a pack train from a Red Ridges claim when your brother made such a stir." "And you were not bound to go back?" "No. I worked for the merchant, not the claim. I only agree to one trip at a time, an old habit." "What kind of beast climbs trees, weigh a few 100 pounds, black with sharp teeth and wide paws?" Jorvig held up his hands as if he could somehow demonstrate the shape of paws. "Snout like this?" Tonkel made a cone around his face with his hands. Yes. "That's a bear." "I've heard of bears, but I did not know what they looked like. It was not so vicious as what the stories say." "They are small in these mountains," he said, "but they can account for you if they catch you unprepared or if you approach their young in springtime." "What are the beasts with the horns?" Jorvig asked. It turned out there were a few types of beasts with horns. Tonkel identified elk, moose, deer, and many other small creatures Jorvig had seen and could describe but had no names for. Jorvig felt a hesitation in asking the dwarf to do the hard duty he had in mind. Then again, Tonkel had come to a claim in the wilds and hard duty could be expected. To suggest he wasn't capable of it would be an insult. "You are going to lead the hunting parties," Jorvig said. Tonkel pursed his lips. "Is hunting distasteful to you?" Jorvig asked. No, not the hunting, Tonkel raked his fingers through his gray beard, it's that I don't like much to be in charge. Jorvig thought about it. He liked Tonkel even though he barely knew him, but he couldn't account for the personal inclinations of everyone in the claim. There was survival that came first, nor could Jorvig be out of the mine constantly to oversee the hunting. Sledgefist had a point there. You are now the hunt master, he said. What's the best way to go about it? Tonkel sighed, still running his fingers through his beard. We'll hunt out this area soon if you haven't already, he said. Best way then is to take salt and make a temporary camp for a few days at a time. We'll run out of salt eventually. You'll have to be getting regular trade in it. Smoking isn't as good or as quick as salt to keep the meat. How many Jaugen do you need? 5 is best, I think. You'll be checking the weir. If I were you, I'd get to the other side of the river, build a weir straight across with a bridge over top. Have stone footings, then we could hunt both sides of the river. Jorvig thought about it. They had the numbers to do it in good time now. He nodded. When we are done with the new drifts and chambers and the thaw comes, we will, Jorvig said. Go to each of the cadres and pick your dwarves from among those who have not apprenticed. You can tell the chiefs I sent you, there are crossbows you will have. The hunting must begin at once. Tonkel took a deep breath, nodded acknowledgement, and headed down the drift. Beyond Tonkel's retreating form, Jorvig saw the 3 gardeners following Onyx into the stairway alcove. She was wearing her veil again. He wondered how she was faring with her duties. Putting her in charge of the cultivators would give him an opportunity to speak with her. It was also the right choice, he reminded himself. It was best to keep everyone busy and occupied, especially the owners. That day Jorvig took stock of all they had, carrying around rolls of birch bark and tallying scores, using the mine runes that all miners were taught. Mine runes were sufficient for simple labeling of supplies if not for actual writing. With all this 2 months ago they would have been provisioned beyond hope. But 2 months ago they were only 8. Now they were 59 dwarves beneath the stone, which meant over 1,000 pounds of food a week to keep them in decent condition. Beyond doing sums and checking inventory, Jorvig toured the new delvings. By the end of the first week, Wormcoat's cadre had delved the treasury hold in the rock at the end of the owner's drift, and then hung an extra stone door at the end of the drift itself. They had also cut the 3rd new drift. Under close supervision they moved the smelted gold ingots within as well as other valuables, the salt in particular. The minesmith fashioned a simple lock for the door and gave Jorvig the key. It was nothing a dwarf could not reverse engineer given a short time, but it would deter theft of opportunity at least. These precautions were not unusual, nor would they make the other dwarves feel untrusted. No one in Deep Cut kept precious metals or gems in the open either. Sledgefist's crew had finished cutting the workshop drift and were working on the 4th actual workshop chamber. The smelters had requested to build their own smelters in the bare workshops and were busy at work. Likewise the brewer had kept busy, at one point arguing with the new smith over the use of forged tools, a disagreement Jorvig stamped out with little pleasure. When the smith refused to let the brewer use his own snips, Jorvig told the smith to make a new set of forged tools for claim use, and that until they had another forge built, the brewer could trade shifts with the smith as needed. Hobblefoot's crew dug the 2nd drift for private stoneholds, sectioning off miners 10 by 10 sections. The Culhin already started marking their sections of stone and working them after their 16-hour shifts. In their eagerness they made rapid progress, barely sleeping. Those were days of earnest labor among the dwarves. With his detachment of 4 hunters, Tonkel even brought in meat that week and set up snares and traps along the river for smaller creatures. Jorvig heard that Tonkel had refused to pick dwarves, instead asking for volunteers. It was somewhat surprising that 4 wished to walk the surface, but the more he thought of it, the more he suspected that they were taking advantage of the opportunity to scout the land for their own claims. Hopefully they kept their year-long oaths. He wondered what Tonkel meant to gain by coming to the claim. There could be layers of answers there beneath the one he'd already given. Tonkel assured Jorvig that adding more dwarves to the hunting party would not guarantee better results, not without splitting up and venturing much further. That was dangerous, but Jorvig knew it may yet come to that. At the end of that week, Jorvig felt a little restless. He hadn't swung a pick or a hammer, though axe and saw he had used. Jorvig refused to be idle or avoid labor just because of his leg. It bothered him, but he would not play the part of an invalid. It did take time to plan and direct the doings though, and he was constantly pulled between many needs. Part of his planning he spent with Tonkel, envisioning the bridge and Great Weir. Tonkel assured him they could manage it, even with the river partially covered by ice. Jorvig decided they would build their bridge over the narrow gorge in the river directly south of the dell, and then expand the weir in the wider portion upstream where their weir currently lay. There are fish that run up the river in autumn, Tonkel told him. You need to leave an avenue where fish can get through even if you catch many of them. Taking Tonkel's advice, they planned the weir accordingly. In all their mining through the winter, the mullock pile of rock below the adit entrance had grown deep and wide, heaping half as high as the adit tower and stretching down the dell slope. They would use the broken stone to build a causeway into the river with channels and whirlpools at intervals. They would likely have to repair it year by year, but such was the way of things when dealing with water and flooding. As the second week of work began, Jorvig put himself in the middle of it. Using the sleds that the expedition had brought, 2 cadres hauled stone to the river, broke the ice, and started the causeway, while another cadre laid stone footings at the side of the gorge and counterbalanced cut timber, working their way across the rushing narrows. With so many working, progress was swift. It took them only 4 days to settle the wooden bridge onto stone footings on the far side of the river. The bridge was at least 20 feet above the frigid water pouring through the gorge. Then all 3 cadres worked on the causeways, able now to extend from both shores. Jorvig did not make them wade into the cold waters to make the whirlpools, and he made sure those at the ends of the stone causeways were secured with ropes. One afternoon, Jorvig was crossing the bridge back to the near bank when he saw 2 dwarves approaching from downstream, staring at the Culhin coming and going across the bridge as they hauled stone for the causeway. The 2 dwarves were heavy laden with packs and tools. There was no question that they were prospectors. Jorvig waited as they approached, then hailed them. "Welcome to Quartz Dell," he said. "Quartz Dell?" one of them asked. The 2 dwarves looked like brothers with the same curly hair and beards hued toward rust. "That is the name of this claim." "Do you know where the Glintridge is?" "I have not heard of it." "It is the claim that Sledgefist spoke of." Jorvig smirked. "Glintridge, this is the claim, we call it Quartz Dell. Have you come to join us?" The 2 dwarves shared a quick glance. "No, we're going on, so this," they pointed up at the mountain ridge above the dell, "is the claim." "Aye, it is." The dwarf who had been speaking nodded. "We're going on then. That stone crop and its connecting shoulders and valleys belong to us by rights," Jorvig said, pointing at the rocky promontory atop the east ridge above the dell. The dwarves nodded. "Have you gone far upstream?" one asked. "A few miles only, we have been busy here." "We'll be off then." "Be wary," Jorvig said, "there are uasi in these ridges." The 2 dwarves looked at Jorvig, as if he had just warned them of a bogey from an old tale. Jorvig squinted. "If you are in need, come here and follow the trails up into the dell, you will find the adits there." They thanked Jorvig with customary half-bows and moved on. The water behind the causeways piled up and rose up the riverbanks, but they had left enough channels for foamy white water to flow through so that it did not flood. The weirs themselves would wait until after the spring floods, but at least the hunters could easily cross the bridge and use long nets to scoop fish as they came through the narrow gaps. That was good because they were barely feeding the dwarves a solid meal per day, mostly stews with too much water. But soon the sap would run. There were ample maples and birches on the far side of the river, and the brewer was out to inspect them. The gardeners crossed as well, filling up sleds with the undisturbed loam there. The next week the miners finished the workshops and storerooms. There was great excitement as they turned to delving for ore. The Culhin exclaimed as their picks opened the seams of gold-laden quartz for the first time. Laughter rang in the drifts that week, despite the poor rations. Jorvig returned to decision-making as they planned new stopes and drifts to follow the branching seams and veins. They hit a new pocket of hematite, which Hobblefoot suspected was just a continuation of the hematite pocket they'd struck in the low adit. They found a few amethysts, but more brown than purple at the current level. The smelters fired and new 5-yath ingots went into the vault daily, it seemed. It was a busy spring. On the 5th week, warmer weather came and the sap ran all at once. Jorvig detached 10 Culhin to aid the brewer, making sure they kept plenty to boil to syrup and didn't turn it all to beer and liquor. The sweet smells filled the dell and drifted into the mine. All this raised spirits, for even the raw sap was sweet and brought light to the eyes and new strength to the swing of pick and hammer. Jorvig saw little of Onyx. She wore her veil each time. He stopped in at the terraces once, but she was not there. He checked on the preparations of the cultivators, and Warnstock made requests for miners to aid them. They also confirmed, just by looking at the seeds, that the plants Onyx had found during the hunting expedition the previous fall were well known and cultivated in deep cut. The cultivators also had requests for the width and depth of new beds, holding back from openly criticizing those already there. Jorvig understood the correction, but he let it go. They knew better, he was no gardener. The cultivators he gave choice over the design of new terraces, forbidding only that they go closer to the clifftop or closer to the ground than the terraces that already existed. They must go east or west. He detached 10 miners to dig them, and still the ore delvings proceeded with speed and vigor. The ridge was being transformed so quickly after all their slow and painstaking labor. It was almost dizzying to watch it. After a warm spring day spent sap collecting with the brewer, Jorvig sat in his private chamber with Hobblefoot, Sledgefist, Warmcoat, and Greel clustered around him. During this time, Greel had been cutting the best specimens of amethyst, quartz crystal, and a few worthy garnets. He'd even worked with onyx to set some stones in simple gold rings of twisted wire, promising that doing so would increase the value beyond the gold or gems separately. The five ate their food away from the Culhin, taking the opportunity to relax and talk more as friends than as their respective roles in the mine. It was also a chance to plan and report. There was much to say about the relative skills and moods of the various dwarves now breathing abundant life into the ridge. "Does Onyx eat alone tonight?" Hobblefoot asked Greel. He shrugged. "My sister," he said, and then paused, looking for words. "My sister does as she will. I cannot direct her, she was always difficult, here it is impossible." "If she would consider my offer," Sledgefist began, obviously irritated at the mention of Onyx, but Greel raised a hand and cut him off. "I told you I will not discuss it more, I will not favor you or Hobblefoot. She has received 3 open offers of marriage already from the Culhin, just from those fool enough to ask. Compared to us they're paupers," Sledgefist snapped. "Doesn't she realize in 5 years' time if these seams continue we could be as rich as any dwarves in Deep Cut?" Hobblefoot's brow darkened and he'd stopped chewing even though Jorvig knew he had a mouthful of fish that he hadn't swallowed. Nevertheless, Hobblefoot held his tongue. "Only we fellow owners have a chance now," Sledgefist added. Then he glanced at Jorvig and his anger was broken by the flicker of a jest. "Well, except you." Jorvig didn't need reminding, but he too held his tongue. "She has accepted no offers from the Culhin," Greel said. "That I know of, she has thanked them for their ask, that is all." "It's the principle of it," Sledgefist said, chewing on a new bite. "What does she seek a member of the council? They are too old for her and all married as well." "Maybe you should look elsewhere," Jorvig said. "Both of you, like you said, brother, you could soon be a wealthy dwarf by any standards. Go and choose a maid who will not give you such fits." Sledgefist shrugged. "There's something to be said for a challenge, I'm not done yet." He grinned at Jorvig and Jorvig tried to grin back. It felt more like a grimace. In the past, he had pitied Onyx for being in some part tricked into coming to this claim in the wilds with Uasi and hardship aplenty. But for the first time he felt sorry for Onyx as a maid for having to deal with all of them. It was a new thought. Still, a dwarf had to forge his destiny in the world and a maid could to some degree select hers. It was easy for a maid to find apprenticeship with an honored trade whiff and spend her long years working with her hands. Or more likely, she could just marry into a rich hold and know no want. Few dwarves had such easy choices. "I saw 2 prospectors the other day," Jorvig said, seeking to change the topic, "while we worked on the weir." "There will be plenty more," Sledgefist said. "Maybe there already have been," Warmcoat added. "We're not always along the river, and not all would pass by this spot or stop in." They didn't seem to take my warning about Uasi seriously. Sledgefist grimaced and lowered his wooden bowl. "Some folk in Deep Cut, mostly the younger ones, some thought we were telling tales to keep away other prospectors," he said. "At least that's what Shineboot thought. I didn't notice it myself." "But there have been Uasi sightings in the west parts of the ridges," Jorvig said. "Not for many years and no one ever heard of fighting like we've had here," Hobblefoot said. "We didn't before we came." Jorvig thought about it. There could be scores, even hundreds of dwarves heading to the ridges without taking the situation seriously. "Honestly, I'm not sure we have much more to fear," Greel offered. "We made them bleed right enough when they attacked." Jorvig frowned. Had they, or had something else happened that the others wished to forget? He thought of Tonkel's words. It was not assault they must fear but starvation. Even if they were safe in Quartz Dell, scattered prospectors in the hills would be anything but. Chapter 47, A Fracture. Sledgefist leaned into Jorvig's chamber as he slept. "Chargrim," he said, his voice was stern. Jorvig rolled out of his alcove and landed in a crouch, grabbing for Treadfoot. His mind reeled to Uasi. "What is it?" "There's been an accident in the Culhin Drift, come." Jorvig left Treadfoot and followed, nearly hopping on his poor leg to keep up with his brother's quick pace. They entered the Culhin Drift and saw a cluster of dwarves down toward the end. They waited silently and parted as Sledgefist and Jorvig approached. Sledgefist led him to the new carved door of a miner's den, one of the allotments given to the new Culhin. The door passage was carved, and inside it opened into an unfinished chamber. Jorvig grimaced and had to fight the urge to turn away when he saw the scene inside. A facet of the ceiling had sundered and fallen. It had caught the young dwarf beneath and crumpled him down into what remained of a fetal position, bursting his innards behind him. There was a smell like a gutted animal, shit. He looked up at the ceiling looking for a reason. There was a fracture under stress, Sledgefist said. He should have recognized it. If he had done an apprenticeship, it wouldn't have happened. Jorvig could see the signs. There was the fracture, and it ran down through the new chamber at a downward angle from front to back. There was seeping moisture there. The dwarf had carved beneath it, not recognizing the stone above him was not held true. Judging by the facets of the break, it had popped suddenly, a few tons of stone. Had the dwarf been a foot further back, he might have lived. The cadres were under supervision when they were digging on their shifts, but they had free hand to carve their own chambers. Jorvig had not expected it to be an issue. Even a gilk in a miner's family would likely have recognized and mitigated the danger, especially with the leaking moisture. But was this dwarf even from a mining family? His father could have been a smelter or anything else. Eagerness likely played a part. 10 feet by 10 feet, it was the most stone this dwarf had ever had to himself, no doubt. Jorvig had heard the stories of what it was like when Tourmalin and Salt led the folk into the caverns of Deep Cut after so long above ground, so few of them experienced miners. Who knew him best? Jorvig asked, looking at the dwarves clustered around. Their faces were somber, but none looked grief-stricken. He called himself Yellow Kettle, one of the Culhin answered. It was his own fault, Hobblefoot said. Thankfully he was not a skilled miner. We will not feel his loss so dear. Jorvig stared at his cousin blankly for a moment, shocked. Then he turned to the Culhin. We will feel his loss, and when we find out who his family is, they will be paid his wages as if he had fulfilled the term of his oath. He will be interred under stone until his bones may be returned to them. Hobblefoot frowned, not liking the indirect censure, but it was necessary. They had all been unskilled at one time, and whose fault was it that so many unskilled dwarves were mining in their claim? Jorvig's mostly. He was in my cadre, Sledgefist said. An eager hand, my dwarves will clear it in the morning. No, Jorvig said, then spoke to the Culhin again. The rest of you go on your way. The owners will clear this now. There wasn't enough of Yellow Kettle's face left for Jorvig to know what he had looked like, and he didn't know all the Culhin well enough to miss a face out of the crowd either. It bothered him that he would never know what the dwarf had looked like, even though he must have seen him. It was unlikely that they had spoken to each other. Yellow Kettle had made the journey to the dell only to die like that. Spring strengthened, the snow atop the ridges receded higher and grew ragged, and Jorvig heard more reports of prospectors, mostly from Tonkel and his hunters. Thankfully, only 3 dwarves who had sworn their oaths to the claim were reported missing as the weather turned. They 3 had always stuck together in their free time, never started digging their own chambers like the others, and their tools and bedroll were all missing as well, so Jorvig did not bother to order a search. They had gone prospecting, using the safety of the expedition to get them there and waiting for better weather. Nor did Jorvig make a fuss over it before the other dwarves. They all knew. Jorvig hadn't known them well at all, but they had been split between Sledgefists and Warmcoat's cadres. If they showed up again, they would be recognized. Jorvig wasn't sure what he would do if they did show up again. There were penalties for such things in Deep Cut, but what did that matter here? Back in the waste above Deep Cut, the hot season would already have begun. Shineboot and KH-Lift should be underway with the herds and flocks, with dwarves cutting a footpath as they came snaking through the red ridges following streams and gaps and rivers. Buds swelled on the trees, and along the river grasses and other tender shoots displayed dark green already. The brewer had managed to direct the collection of a huge amount of sap along both sides of the river. Already the dwarves had ample rations of maple and birch beers, and the brewer was distilling liquor. Tonkel and his hunting party continued to bring in fish and game. They weren't keeping up with consumption yet, not to comfortable rations. They needed flocks and gardens, but if they could hold at this rate of hunting, Jorvig hoped that they could last a couple more months, long enough for the garden to begin to help with early radishes and turnips. Jorvig had given the gardeners a contingent of Culhin even as the brewer's need for them ended. The new terraces taking shape in the cliff, but the cultivators said it would take 10 such terraces to feed all the dwarves expected, and that would take much more time. So the upper reaches of the dell were carved into terraced garden beds using Mullockpow rock for retaining walls, and the gardeners planted there even as the new terraces were being carved into the cliff. One warm spring morning, Jorvig found himself standing in the upper terrace looking at the dell and the gardeners working below. The vernal stream rushed over its boulders and cobbles down from the heights, the tailings pond overflowing its banks in cascading sheets, and for a moment he felt good. He felt proud they had done this. He had done this? It was only for a moment. Then he thought of Saviarm and his mind blanked. It took him a few horrifying moments to remember it, Yellow Kettle. He had almost forgotten the dwarf's name. That was when he heard footsteps and turned to see Onyx. She wore a veil as she approached, but as she came to stand next to Jorvig, she unpinned the corner and let it hang to the side, revealing her face. Jorvig's stomach lurched. She took a long, deep breath of the air that smelled of thawing soil and mineral-laden water. "They say they could feed 200 with the plantings, as you asked," she said. "But it won't have the variety of deep cut. Some things won't grow well this high and cold. They can't wait for warmer weather to plant. It won't be warm long enough." Jorvig had asked that the gardeners plan to feed 200, both because he wanted to lay in stock of food, pickling in crocks if need be, and because he was worried about a siege. He mentioned that part to no one. He was also worried about all the prospectors flooding into the area. For every dwarf they saw coming to stake a claim, Jorvig suspected there were plenty of others either crossing the ridgeline to the south or passing undetected. They couldn't feed them all if they came begging, but after the experiences of these past 2 years, part of him wanted to, not that he wouldn't let them trade whatever gold or gem they'd found for food either. Jorvig looked at Onyx, squinting as if he was thinking about what she'd said. In truth, he was looking at her only to look at her. What was she doing, coming to stand beside him and take down her veil? And why had she done so before the whole mine that first day? "You have refused my brother and Hobblefoot," he said, more than once. "They are good dwarves and will be rich. I told you before, the right dwarf has not asked." By the sound of it, nearly every dwarf in this claim has asked. Not nearly. Jorvig's heart was pounding again. Was she playing with them? Was she just cruel, enjoying this to their torture? "I do not understand you. What part of what I've said don't you understand?" "It's not what you said, it's what you do. I look after my business." "Sometimes I wish you'd never come," he said. He was surprised he said such a thing, but he was angry, or at least he wanted to be. No matter what he accomplished, he felt no peace. The dead stayed dead, and besides the dead, she was the biggest splinter in his self-content. Onyx's brow darkened and she looked at him for the first time during the conversation. "Why?" Jorvig raised his hands in exasperation. "You are a problem I cannot solve." "Why can't you solve it?" "Because I swore an oath," Jorvig snapped. "You know this." He regretted it as soon as he'd said it. "I heard that you swore an oath not to pursue me as Rinlin. Is that not so?" "It is." "Then stop being Rinlin." Jorvig gaped at her. "You mean what?" "Stop being Rinlin and pursue me then, or convince the others to release you. You would have me abandon my position. If you wish to pursue me." Jorvig couldn't believe what he was hearing. The very idea was a struggle to understand. It went against everything he'd ever heard about why and how maids chose a dwarf. Was she mad? Was she trying to trick him to let another become Rinlin so she could marry them instead? He didn't even bother thinking of the second option. Even if Hobblefoot and Sledgefist settled for other maids, he believed they would enforce that oath. Better no one win than they lose. More than that, he couldn't help but feel that to ask release from the oath would be to break it. That makes no sense. "I own an eighth of this claim by rights. What care I for your position? For any dwarfs, I am as wealthy as you. I need make no decision from poverty. I could marry the poorest dwarf in deep cut by my choosing and still be rich. I could marry the wealthiest. So why don't you then?" "I may one day. But I won't be their ornament nor they mind." "You're infuriating," he said. Onyx smiled, but Jorvig couldn't tell what was behind it. She casually reached up to her veil and repinned it across her face with one hand, watching him all the while with those eyes. "Are you saying you would marry me if I abandoned my position?" he asked. "No," she said, beginning to turn away. "I said you could pursue me. Would you want me to?" "You are a dwarf of many qualities, Chargrim, but in this you lack sense. I make no promises, I am not bound. All I said was how you could be free of your oath." "You didn't answer me. Would you want me to?" He hesitated, then added, "Me more than others. Do you want me to pursue you?" She cocked her head to the side and looked at him. "You come dangerously close to pursuing me by that question," she said. "I told you I like a dwarf of his word." With that, she walked away. Jorvig barely held back a shout of rage and frustration as she entered the drift toward the stair. Chapter 48, Glintrit. The labor of the mine went apace, but Jorvig was in no mood for good or bad news, though he continued to stalk through the mine, adding and subtracting his sums, getting reports from the various chiefs and crafters. Some days he mined ore, others he helped carve the terraces, though he saw onyx in passing down drifts from time to time. Only once would their paths have crossed if he had not ducked down one of the new drifts, pretending to examine how the Kulhan were doing carving their private chambers. Many of the Kulhan had taken to the chambers with gusto, using up their allotted tens. Others simply cut themselves sleeping shelves in the rock kept private by a hanging blanket. There were scores of small tasks that Jorvig could not dedicate any dwarf to exclusively, but which needed completed: the tanning of hides, the making of buckets, casks, barrels, cookware, mugs, bowls, crocks, handles, barrows, the maintenance of sluices, pumps. Each dwarf was responsible for their own personal kit, clothes, tools, and the like, though the mine smith kept tools sharpened and in fit shape. And when anything was missing or in short supply, Jorvig would hear of it and be expected to reassign some labor to rectify it. If it was for any of the skilled dwarves' workshops, he told them that they were responsible for making their own equipment. Sometimes he did odd jobs himself, but he was pulled in too many directions throughout the days to accomplish much of his own labor. Then one day, when the buds had burst and opened wide and the riversides looked dense with green, Jorvig felt unusually frustrated and decided he wanted to go for a hunt, get out of the mine, and possibly walk in the uplands again. Tonkel was planning an expedition. Jorvig foresaw, or convinced himself he foresaw, nothing that needed his attention for a few days, and it might be the last chance before they had to start seriously expecting the herds and flocks to arrive. Despite Sledgefist's protest, he gave what few directions might be needed in his absence. Then he took his crossbow and his walking hammer Treadfoot from his private chamber, trying not to think about how Onyx's handcraft was all over them. With his now rather ragged pack upon his back, he scratched behind Striper's ears as she purred and rubbed against his legs, and left to follow Tonkel and his 4 hunters out of the mine before dawn. The bridge was raised after them, and they climbed down the tower in silence. They crossed the bridge in the dark, cold, rushing water misting up around them. He could feel the tread of the others vibrating through the wood planks. They plunged into the dark forests to begin working their way up the opposite ridge. By the hour of dawn, Jorvig could already look back through the trees and see the dell far below, stripped bare of trees and left open and obvious like a bowl inset into the mountain, thin tendrils of smoke rising from the cliff face, the tailings pond dark and still. The hunter dwarves had already taken on a silent, grim demeanor in the past months, and Jorvig wasn't sure if that was because they were the sort who volunteered to hunt, or if the hunting had weathered them so. Regardless, he found the silence refreshing. As they ascended, the wind grew stronger, rocking the treetops and breaking through to them, rustling their beards. By midday, they reached the top of the ridge. Just to the north was an upthrust helm of rock crowded around with firs, but the ridge continued southward for some way in a long, narrow crest. Tonkel led them south along it, seeming to know where he was going. Jorvig knew that the hunters had ranged over many miles of country thereabouts. This time they traversed 2 miles south, to a place where only scraggly hemlock and pine clung to mossy broken rock atop the mostly exposed ridge. Ahead, a wide granite slab jutted upward and eastward, as if the weaker sandstone around it had weathered away until it had leaned over and nearly toppled, only its root buried in the ridge. It jutted out over empty air, where the granite met the ridge. A copse of tall pines huddled together. Tonkel led them beneath the pines, and there was a ring of cobbles with charred ashes in a shallow pit. It was obvious this was a camp they had established before. Tonkel turned to Jorvig. "We've used this spot a couple times. This time we're hunting west." He pointed opposite the granite outcrop. "But I thought you might like to see this." Jorvig followed him to the granite slab, which at this distance he could see was more of a matrix for myriad quartz crystals the size of sand grains. The slab itself was nearly 20 feet wide, worn smooth on top. Tonkel stepped up onto the stone and followed it out, for its slope was not too steep to easily walk. With the aid of Treadfoot, Jorvig followed. They emerged from the trees and came to the end of the slab, 20 yards into the open air far above the slope below. Jorvig looked back toward the dell. The sight of the expanse of space, sky, and mountains was like being in a different world from the close confines of mine and dell. He could see the fold of the mountain, the southern arm of the dell, but he could not see below the far side. From where they stood, the world looked untouched, undulating and green, broken by the rocky outcrops and the glinting line of the river winding far below them. Then Tonkel pointed south down into the valley. A thin line of smoke as from a campfire rose from the trees along the river. Maybe a half-mile further, Jorvig saw another. At first he thought the flocks and herds were arriving, but that would be far sooner than he expected. He frowned. "Prospectors," Tonkel said. "Why have fires this time of day?" "They might be searching there," he said. Your claim stretches only from that rise and the ridges running down from it, not south to here. Jorvig noted how he said your claim, but then the rest of them weren't owners, so it might mean nothing. I wonder if they'll find anything, Jorvig said. They will, whether it's as rich as Glintridge I can't say. You're calling it that too. That's what everyone calls it. Really, Glintridge? Do you not like it? We had called it Quartzdell. Ah yes, but Sledgefist told all of Deep Cut that the rock of the ridge glints with gold like the eyes of a Rundle maid. Jorvig shook his head. Of course he did. It could be worse. How so? He also said the mountain lusted to be mined. 7 fires. You sent him and here we are. Jorvig stared south toward the curling trails of smoke. This river could become crowded. I have not seen so many promising veins so close together as I have seen in this country, Tonkel said, and I have traveled much, the others and I. We have seen loads that might rival Glintridge. Jorvig thought about it. I expect then we might lose your aid after the year is out. There is a vein of gold-bearing quartz under this outcrop, Tonkel said. Maybe one day I will actually stay put and mine it, don't tell. He put his finger against his nose and grinned. In truth, I'm surprised you haven't lost more already. But it isn't so easy to make a foothold here. You've done well. Jorvig smelled smoke and glanced behind. The others already had a fire burning and they were heating water over it for soup. How much harder is it than the western red ridges? He asked. No comparison. The foothills of the western ridges are less than 2 weeks to Deep Cut. The biggest claims are little more than 3 weeks away, even East Spire. You could resupply your claim with a foot cart for months on end. If you run out of food, you could make it back before you starve to death. Jorvig stared out at the beautiful yet hostile country. What was it like in the Long Downs? More like this in some ways. At least when the Uasi came, but you could still get to Deep Cut in a couple weeks. This is the furthest any claim has been established that I know. That's one reason I wanted to see it. It was brave, if nothing else. That was Sledgefist, Jorvig said, and Hobblefoot. They kept thinking there was something better just a bit further upriver. You should have seen them before. They couldn't think of anything but finding a load. If it weren't for the runes they carved for me, I would never have come so far. But you did. Did the jackals aid you? Jorvig asked. When the Uasi attacked the Long Downs, the deep-cut jackals were the contingent of warriors that patrolled the waste and its borders for the council. They were secretive and few in number, but they had a fearsome reputation. Every gilk in Deep Cut stared in mixed awe and fear at the gruesome war masks of the jackals of the waste. Jorvig knew their claim was much farther than the Long Downs, but he did not know if there was any hope of requesting protection or aid, if only to encourage trade. The jackals, Tonkel snorted. Do not trust the jackals or their masters to aid you. The council will not lift a hand if it threatens their finger. They did nothing when the Long Downs called except to tax the trade. They gazed out for a time in silence as Jorvig thought on all this. The dwarves had come hundreds of miles through rough country to reach the claim. Any road that could support wagons would be even longer, having to wind through valleys and gaps, adding countless more miles. It took 2 months to make the trek to Deep Cut, and that was with what a dwarf could carry on his back. For heavier loads, it would take much longer. Pack trains of donkeys were all they could hope for. Tonkel sighed. I fear that many may come unprepared. With a shrug, he turned and headed back down to the camp. Jorvig stayed for a while longer, breathing deep of the high air as he stood upon hard mountain stone, mountains of opportunity, mountains of death, mountains that had complicated his life beyond reckoning but had filled it as well. Ever his mind went to Onyx and to the many dwarves now struggling their way toward him. Chapter 49, Tonkel's Rock. For the remainder of the first day, they split into twos and hunted the eastern slope of the ridge with no success, camping behind the granite outcrop at their firing that night. The next day, Tonkel led the hunters in one group down into the valley west of the ridge. It was territory Jorvig had never seen before, but it looked much the same mix of conifers, birches, and shrubs for which he had no names, the same protruding stone. The hunters watched the ground for tracks and moved with silence, hunched over to make their already low profiles even less. What the dwarves lacked in speed they made up for in steady patience. They came upon a game trail running north and south along the ridge, with tracks that looked fresh and new spring shoots trampled in the narrow line of packed leaves, pine needles, and loam. Taking cover behind some rocks 20-odd yards above the trail, they waited in silence as hours upon hours passed. The sun westered and then sank and dusk came on. Jorvig kept expecting Tonkel to rise and lead them back to camp, but instead the old dwarf whispered to keep watches in the order that they lay behind the stone. Then he turned over, folded his arms, and closed his eyes. Jorvig would be second watch, so he simply stayed awake and thought, then took his watch. He saw nothing and heard nothing except distant hoots and calls of night birds, and once the crackling of twigs telling of the passing of a small creature nearby. After his watch he slept for a time but still awoke before the arrival of dawn. He could see by the glint of Tonkel's eyes that the old dwarf was awake too, lying on his back and staring up through the trees. Jorvig looked up through the branches and saw the brightness of the stars above. There were some in deep cut who would climb to the surface at night just to gaze upon the jewels of the heavens. Jorvig had never done so, but they did shine with vibrancy. They seemed so much closer and more impending here in the mountains, and somehow terrible as well, the exact opposite of safe, honest stone overhead. There was a cut of gemstone the dwarves prized, quite difficult to execute because of the number and complexity of facets, which they called the star cut. Gem cutters were not called masters if they could not execute a star cut, among many others. The breeze was in their faces, blowing from the west across the valley and pressing against the mountainside. No sunshine would reach the western slope until midday, and the dawn came slowly, just pale hints, the gradual distinction of furthest trees and the growth of color. It crept so languorously that from one moment to the next there seemed no difference, all just a world cast in early gray. There was a stir. The hunter on watch was motioning north. Along the ridge, picking their way along the trail, was a herd of the great beasts that Tonkel called elk. Jorvig realized the others had somehow readied their crossbows already, all aimed down at the gravelly dirt beneath them. Jorvig tried to load as quietly as he could, keeping behind the rocks. The dwarves waited in silence. Tonkel leaned over to whisper to Jorvig. "Shoot together but aim in order, the first at the first, the second at the second." He made an "so-on" motion with his hand and then a minor signal that meant wait. Jorvig grasped the concept. The elk came nearer. Tonkel peered, his eyes just over the rock as the rest of them waited below the level of the stone. Jorvig had his crossbow cocked and he quietly loaded a bolt. He realized he had never really shot one at anything before, always giving that responsibility to others. Tonkel raised his hand. Jorvig held his breath without meaning to, crouched and ready. The signal came and 6 dwarves rose above the stones and fired. They couldn't have hoped for a better opportunity. The execution was not perfect. Jorvig missed his elk, the bolt passing between its front and rear legs just under the belly. Another one of the dwarves sliced the flesh of an elk's shoulder and chest open, but the bolt passed through. The beasts fled with snorts of fear, and at first Jorvig thought they had all missed. But he saw a bolt protruding from the side of a beast as it fled, and he knew that at least one was struck. Tonkel made them wait for a fair while before they pursued. 4 of the elk were mortally struck, but they had broken away from each other and had to be separately tracked by the trails of blood they left. A 5th, the one with the sliced shoulder, escaped. Tonkel would not let them pursue it far. There had been 9 elk in all. Tonkel wasted no time. The hunters had carried sacks of salt in their packs. When they came upon one of the downed beasts, they put it swiftly out of its misery if it yet lived, opened its hide, gutted it, and reduced the carcass to usable parts, haunches, ribs, organs, and the greater marrow-bearing bones. They put the cuts back into the hide mixed with ample salt, piercing little holes in the bottoms of the hides before tying them closed. "This is the last of the salt," Tonkel said as they finished the last beast. "I hope the herders bring more." Jorvig knew it. They had brought the last of the mine's supply. It went so fast. The dwarves hung the 4 bags on stout tree limbs, 2 to a limb. They took turns carrying them back up the ridge. Fluid drained through the punctures in the bottoms of the hides as the salt already began its work of drawing out the juices and preserving the meat. Hauling the great kill back up the ridge was difficult, and Jorvig felt the strain on his leg as he tried to hold up the limb with one arm and manage treadfoot with the other. He felt the blood and whinges of pain pounding through his calf, but he refused to act the invalid. He would suffer it. The hunting party was in good spirits, for they had never taken so many beasts at once before. The hunters spoke more together on that breathless climb than Jorvig had yet heard, and when at last they reached their camp atop the ridge, they roasted salted organs on spits and ate their fill, the champion's portion. All the while, the hide sacks of meat hung from the trees, dripping as the salt preserved the meat from rotting. After they had eaten and their stomachs were full, Tonkel looked to one of the hunters. "Elkhorn, how about the skin?" Elkhorn looked at Tonkel with a questioning expression. "Have you run out of water, Tonkel?" he asked. Jorvig wondered if Elkhorn had earned his name recently. "The other skin," Tonkel said. Elkhorn hesitated, then lifted his hands as if to say, "Your choice," and pulled a water skin out of his pack. He passed it to the dwarf on his right. "It's what you brought it for, isn't it?" Tonkel asked. The skin reached Tonkel and he took a long swig, then handed it to Jorvig. He had smelled the sap whiskey as soon as Tonkel unstoppered the skin. Jorvig too took a long swig, letting the liquor burn down slowly. It was good. All the others watched him. He hesitated a moment, then passed it on to the dwarf on his right, who himself took a snort. "So what did you trade the brewer for it, Elkhorn?" Jorvig asked, leaning back against a tree trunk with his feet toward the fire. Elkhorn looked at Tonkel with raised eyebrows. The other dwarves also gave Tonkel expressions that meant "see" as much as if they spoke it. Tonkel grinned and turned to Jorvig. It was a dear heart. "The brewer is a glutton and he trades for food. We are days away from the claim at a time." Such things were not meant to be happening in the mine. All the liquor was supposed to be rationed. If he couldn't trust the brewer. The skin of sap whiskey came around again to Jorvig, and he took another swig and passed it on to Tonkel. He noticed the other hunters giving him careful glances. "Tastes good after a kill," Jorvig said. That seemed to relax Elkhorn and the others. "That makes the Rinlin one of us," Tonkel said. "I'll drink to that," said one of the hunters, taking his swig. Jorvig knew that Tonkel was right. The hunters spent many days from the claim, but it put Jorvig in mind of yet more problems. No doubt, Tonkel had wished to apprise him of the situation, possibly also earning tacit approval for the hunters' bargaining. Honestly, there would be trade happening without Jorvig's knowledge. That was unavoidable. And while the brewer had no right to make private stock of that which was brewed from the food stores of the mine, the other dwarves would want more even than the portions they were daily given. It was not as dire when it came to sap as to meat. Sap was more plentiful. What other arrangements were being made? If they were willing to create a black market of liquor and food, they would be willing to do so with gems and gold. How could the owners know besides searches? Searches were simply not done in deep cut, but then coal was weighed in tons and gold in yath, a subdivision of ounces or pounds. There were an idiosyncratic 111 yath in a pound, mostly because dwarves of ages past used a shorthand of measurement based on ones and threes. A few lumps of coal meant nothing next to the trouble of searches. So it was with salt as well, which was worth little inside deep cut but was traded to human caravans from the inland duchies for hefty sums. The miners were entitled to sums of gold as wages in proportion to the total mined weight. The gardeners expected gold, as did the brewer and the rest of them, whether or not they were digging at the gold. Since they were all paid Culhin wages, shouldn't what they produced belong to the claim? But it would be difficult to enforce honesty and not drive all the Culhin away. They emptied the skin in 4 passes, ending where it began with Elkhorn, who lifted up the sagging bag and shook and patted the last drops out. "We'll be going back to Glintridge before dawn, Kaigs," Tonkel said. Kaig meant something like comrade but more familiar, so sleep it off. There were still a couple hours before nightfall, so Tonkel's directive to sleep was not urgent. Mostly they leaned near the fire, staring at the flames, arms slung over full bellies or propping up heads. The weather was pleasant as evening approached. Jorvig went to empty his bladder, but on his return trip he glanced out at Tonkel's slab of granite and decided to climb out on it again. Tipsy though he might be, not as used to the drink as he once was, it was no problem walking down the middle of the stone and sinking into a cross-legged sit. Close to the ground and stocky as a general rule, dwarves rarely had much issue with balance. From the end of the granite protrusion he could watch the evening advance across the mountains. He straightened his bad leg out in front of him. It was still uncomfortable after the day's exertions, a dull throb. He rubbed it absently as he looked across the valley. "How's the leg?" Tonkel asked. Jorvig hadn't noticed him approach. The older dwarf settled down cross-legged next to him. He asked, looking over. "Fine. It's good there is a hobblefoot already, or you might have a new name." Tonkel smirked. It was obvious he too was feeling the effects of the liquor. Jorvig gave a huff of breath. He'd been blankly staring and he was finding it hard to redirect to a new topic. Hobblefoot has had that name since before his rundle, and for many years he hated it. His foot healed long ago. Jorvig had started to give up any hope that his own leg would regain its previous strength. The wound had closed, but something was not knitted right within. "I mean no offense," Tonkel said. "That is not how folk talk of it." Tonkel nodded towards Jorvig's leg. "You make no excuse of it. I did not know folk talked of it. They are battle wounds. You are wielder of Treadfoot and slayer of Uasi. We Culhin will talk of such things." "Do you mock me?" Jorvig said, looking over at him. "Not at all. Besides myself, none of these Culhin have ever seen an Uasi up close, let alone fought one. Yet you have time and again. The stories are told and told with honor. It is nothing to be ashamed of." Jorvig thought back to the horrifying moments of that first Uasi attack upriver, alone and far from help. Mostly it was an image of the beasts' faces coming at him, their fangs and suppurated gray skin. For a moment he thought he smelled them again and he puffed breath out through his nose. If that was honor. I'm sorry to remind you, Tonkel said, I know. At least folk still call me Chargrim, Jorvig frowned. They do, don't they? Mostly they call you Rinlin, but in stories, yes, Chargrim Uasi Hammer. Well, except. Ugh. Jorvig raised his eyebrow. There are some who still think the Uasi a fabrication, a deterrent. Jorvig shook his head but did not reply. The name Chargrim suits you anyway, Tonkel continued. You can be a bit dour, he snorted at Jorvig's blank expression. I'm just teasing, let an old dwarf tease. Names are strange things, Jorvig offered. He wasn't upset. Somehow Tonkel put him at ease, as did the drink. To put it mildly. And what have you to say of yours? Is it so folk will fear what is strange? Jorvig had been curious for quite some time. Tonkel pulled on his gray beard, twisting it between his fingers. It is my true name, he said at length. My uncle was the only other who knew it. He died in the flight from the Long Downs. We had spoken to each other in true names for years, alone in our claim. Many have given me other names. Even here there are those who refuse to call me Tonkel. This is what I call myself. This is how I choose to be in the world. It was an odd thing how a dwarf clung to his true name all the days of his life, carrying it since his parents whispered it in his ears as a young gilk still clinging at his mother's skirts, even though he so rarely ever spoke it or heard it spoken. Tonkel's name must be old, for Jorvig did not know the meaning. It felt too strange to ask. Why do you think folk should know you fully? I'm not afraid of them or of the world. Not all fear is foolish. Is it not? Tonkel asked. Jorvig thought about that. For a moment he wasn't sure. Fear had kept him from preparations and it had caused preparations. It seemed more how one responded to it. So you are named of strength? I take no such creed, he said. When I left Deep Cut the first time I had never heard of that sect. But there is much that I agree with, I admit. The old ways of thinking are not always the best. And yet Jorvig thought, no matter how much the named of strength wanted to set themselves apart from the older way of thinking, their ideas were still a reaction to them. The old philosophy remained their foundation. In a sense they were just etching separate sides of the same blade, whether to go join their forebeards or to delve their own hall beyond the veil. Jorvig thought it strange, for what did it matter for a dwarf's deeds to count against their dead forebeards, or how was that fair? In his mind, Jorvig heard his old mine master say again, a mine is not about fair. What was the purpose of attributing the deeds of the younger to the halls of the elder, other than to force elders to take responsibility for the young? Jorvig had always felt that was the reason for it, that the older generation could not look at the new and pretend they'd sprung from the rock unshaped. Tonkel glanced at Jorvig. I don't hold to all of it, the named of strength belief, he said, and as if he saw the struggle in Jorvig's mind. I do not worry about whether I dig my own hall or go to my forebeards. I simply wish to go bearing the true name of my heart. Jorvig was still rubbing his legs slowly and thoughtfully. He could relate to Tonkel's words, though he had no desire to announce his true name. Whether to dig their own holds or to go to their forebeards, their deeds would follow them. Their folk did not sit in halls of crystal drinking and eating in plenty. They carried spears and faced constant death. They must wage lives of strife. There was beauty in battling against the foe, wearisome though it was. Who did they laud in their stories and call great except those who overcame and led their folk onward? How could they have been great without tribulation? Fire, hammer, and anvil forged a dwarf of metal. There was beauty in labor and not always sitting at ease. There was beauty in uprightness. With a belly full of food and spirit, sitting high above the valleys, he could recognize the goodness of fine craft, warm mead, hot food, and fellowship as well. He could even ignore the ache in his leg. That much Jorvig could understand. But which choice before Jorvig led to goodness? What victory did he wish from life? As he sat there above the world, he did not think of gold or authority. He thought of a future in a warm hold with Gilk and Gilna upon a woven rug. He knew then that the traditions were not wrong. Children would add legacy and riches to his hall. So it would always be for those blessed with offspring and children's children. It made sense. Their folk was a chain back to the beginning. He wanted to be a link. He did not deserve it. Nor did Saviarm deserve what he got, and he knew who he wanted to share it with. He had never wanted all this, not truly. He'd wanted to save himself and his companions. It had all become so much more. "What is that?" Tonkel pointed. Far down in the valley, small shapes of varied hues moved upon the far riverbank in the shadows of evening. Jorvig squinted and leaned forward. Other shapes appeared among the smaller, walking upright, dwarves. The realization hit them both at the same time. It was a herd and herders. They were watering at a low point in the riverbank. They sprang to their feet, the dull sensation of liquor gone. "I must be back before they arrive," Jorvig said. Chapter 50: Herders and Engineers. The hunters were in a sour mood when Tonkel and Jorvig rushed into the camp and harried them into action, shaking awake two who had dropped off in warm dreams by the fire. After reminding them that there could be maids among the newcomers, the dwarves rose a little more readily, though still grumbling. Taking up the hides of meat again, they headed north along the ridge as night fell. Jorvig suspected that the herders would camp along the river where they had easy water, still a couple miles south of the claim. That might give them a chance to reach the mine and prepare. Yet again, the newcomers had made better time than he expected. It was the middle of the next day when the flocks and herds arrived. Jorvig stood with the other owners near the bridge, waiting as they approached. It was the closest he'd been to Onyx, and he wished he could speak with her, but there was no opportunity, not in the group. He had not yet found words anyway. When he glanced at her, she was looking away. As she had when the first expedition of newcomers arrived, she wore no veil and her braided hair was piled in a great sheaf on her head, well-oiled. Shineboot and K.H. were at the fore of the newcomers with wide grins as they hurried up to them. Greel and K.H. embraced, and Shineboot clasped hands with each of them in turn, except for Onyx. To her he nodded only, still smiling. Jorvig was truly pleased to see Shineboot. He had missed the level-headed dwarf. "You are here in good time," Jorvig said. "I know," he answered. "We pushed out of Deep Cut at the earliest possible, and in truth we have had an easy enough way. The herders know their business." Baaing and squealing began to fill the air as scores of sheep, pigs, and goats were pushed along the riverbank by herders wielding long crooks. There was also a cluster of dwarves carrying axes, but they no longer looked for trees to cut and mark. They had arrived and they looked glad of it. There were families too. He saw a few whiffs with their dark cloth and maids that could have been Gilna or Rundilla. It was difficult to tell. There were a few younger Gilk and Gilni that might only be 10 years. It felt strange to see children after so long, and it gave him a thrill of nervousness to think of them there in the wilds. "Come," Jorvig said to K.H. and Shineboot. "There is much to tell, no doubt, and in the meantime we have prepared a feast in the dell for the new arrivals." Indeed, they had prepared a feast of the salted elk, radishes, cabbage, and pitchers of sap beer upon trestle tables of hewn wood set up in long rows, with a head table for the claim owners. 2 whole herder families had come, along with the whiffs and children of 2 of the gardeners. It was quickly circulated among the dwarves of the claim that there were not 1, but 2 young maids who had just reached Rundle, one just during the trip there. Beyond the 2 herders with their families, 5 single herders had come, though some were brothers and cousins, and 7 hailed dwarves in the path-making cadre. In all, 28 more dwarves were joining them, not including a small group of prospectors who had followed for safety and guidance. The lower dell crawled with pigs and goats and sheep grazing on the green growth that had sprung up with vigor after the clearing of the trees. A couple pigs spooked and crashed into one of the trestle tables, and the dwarves there just managed to hold it steady and save most of the food from falling. Just over 100 head of combined stock had finished the journey. In Deep Cut, the few herds were penned at the bottom of the ravines and fed upon turnips and radishes grown on the terraces. More herds grazed the western slopes of the red ridges, where at least some coarse grass grew in season. Now they grazed upon the vibrant green growth of the dell with zeal. Even as Jorvig chewed his elk and herd without listening the chatter and joy of the dwarves of the claim around him, he was doing sums. 88 dwarves in the mine eating daily. That was close to 100,000 pounds of food in a year. Even if they ate every animal that had come, it wouldn't last them a third of the year, and they would have to keep many for breeding. The gardeners, who alone of the dwarves gobbled down some food and hurried to keep erecting strong fences around the gardens to keep the stock out, had assured him that the harvest would support hundreds. He hoped they spoke the truth. "Why are we feeding them?" Sledgefist asked. Jorvig looked up. His brother was staring at a group of dwarves near the end of a trestle table. They were the prospectors who had joined in with the herders for safety on the last leg of the journey, but who did not intend to stay on at the claim. At the moment, Tonkel was leaned over speaking with one of them. "Have we forgotten all rules of hospitality?" Jorvig asked. "These are the wilds and we were here first. Let's hope for their sakes that we aren't here last." "What do you mean?" Jorvig shrugged. "Just talking," he said. That was partly true. But there was a deeper fear there, a sense that they had to be prepared. Maybe it was the lingering horror of the siege. Maybe those days had gotten into his bones. Jorvig hoped that was all it was. One of Striper's kittens, now a mature cat, darted underneath one of the trestle tables. Onyx sat at the end of the owner's table between her brothers, bare-faced with shining hair. It was distracting, but unlike last time, all eyes were not on her. At least not all the time. The dwarves in the dell were also sharing ample glances at the other two unmarried maids and sometimes back and forth between them as if sizing them up. The two newcome maids wore half-veils, though they left their hair unwrapped. Tonkel approached Jorvig at the table. The old dwarf looked uncomfortable around so many. The prospectors saw no Uasi either, he said, but a bare-mauled one. The fool had harried her young. That's what led his companions to join the herders. Did the dwarf die? No, Tonkel said, but his brother took him down to East Spire instead. It was a relief to Jorvig. Thank you. He had asked Tonkel to inquire of every prospector he met. He'd also told him to make sure they knew to come to them for aid in need, though most did not take it seriously. Someone caught Jorvig's eye as they passed by the end of the trestle tables. Oi, Jorvig called. The dwarf stopped and looked, cowing a little as if he were a caught gilk. At the same moment, Jorvig realized he'd forgotten the dwarf's name. He had made special inquiries about the names of all the skilled dwarves, and he'd known this one's name, but it had fled. It was the young beekeeper. He motioned him over. He'd been meaning to speak with him but had not had the chance. Have you met Tonkel? Jorvig asked the beekeeper. No, though I've seen him, the dwarf said, then turning to Tonkel he added with a half-bow, I am called Bombhand Uncle. Tonkel nodded to him. Bombhand is trapping our bees, Jorvig said, relieved that the tactic had worked to reveal the dwarf's name. I see. How fares the process? Jorvig asked. Slowly, we have 2 colonies this summer. Just 2. It will take great care to grow them and split them into more. For now, we focus on keeping these well and thriving and hope for more next year. And how many pounds of honey can we expect from these? Perhaps 20 pounds each. So little. We cannot risk taking too much. The winters here are much harsher than Deep Cut. I had noticed, Jorvig said. He saw the dwarf's expression fall and he felt sorry for it. Jorvig waved his hand to the side as if to say, worry not, tell me more. If we take too much, we risk that they will not have enough to last them to spring. And how much mead might a pound of honey produce? A pound, the brewer would know more than I. There are different recipes. Venture a guess. 2 pounds for a dry. For how much mead? A gallon. A gallon. No wonder mead was costly. He wasn't sure if it was better to brew the honey or to save it for flavoring or preservation. Thank you. He paused for a frightening moment but then had it. Bombhand. Bombhand nodded, backed away from the table and hurried on to wherever he was going. Tonkel smirked, gave a half-bow and left to go sit among the hunters again. That night and the next day were busy. Oaths were sworn at the end of the feast. The new drifts were long enough for the newcomers to have 10s and the families their 25s, but Jorvig had Warmcoat divvy them up as he aided the herders in preparing pens and paddocks for the swine and sheep and goats. The dell was transformed by nightfall. The herders had asked for miners to help with the cutting of a sheepfold into the bottom of the cliff face, to allow them to shelter the stock inside during poor weather or from wild predators. Jorvig assured them he had seen no jackals, but he kept from mentioning worse. He gave orders to the cadres to send miners to aid the herders. Hobblefoot grumbled that so many dwarves were detached to work on terraces and now the sheepfold, but it was nothing more than grumbling, and Jorvig reminded him that they had 7 new Hale Cullen who had come as axe dwarves. They would be added to the cadres and 2 of them had completed apprenticeships. The detachment for the sheepfold was sent. He was just heading to his private chamber to sleep when he met Onyx at the door to the owner's drift. Well worked, Jorvig said with a smile, using the customary greeting or farewell for after the completion of labors. She seemed startled by his sudden appearance at the door. I'm sure, she said, keeping her head low. She brushed past him without word or glance, not even stopping. He turned and watched her go, confused. In Deep Cut, no one would have responded with anything but well worked in return to the greeting, and certainly not brushed by so curtly unless willing to make their coldness known. The warmth drained from his face. She did not turn and look back once before she reached the smithy. What was she doing there? Was she going to see someone? He wanted to follow her, but no, he would not stoop to such indignity. Turning, he continued to his private chamber and slammed the door, breathing hard as if he'd exerted himself. Nothing about the maid made sense. Did she want him or not, or was she merely cruel, playing with him like a cat with a mouse to be discarded when no longer amusing? There was a scratching at the door. Jorvig opened it. Striper was on the other side. She seemed to have a sense for when he would sleep, but she refused to look eager. So he stood there with the door open as she stretched and yawned languorously before finally taking a few ginger steps across the threshold. Jorvig shook his head and closed the door once more, like a maid, always dictating the terms. Even if they want inside, they do not make it simple. Jorvig reached deep, looking for anger to replace his confusion and hurt, but just as he started to find it, he realized he didn't want it, or maybe he found fatigue instead, though he had worked no harder than normal. Sleep would be his friend that night to let him forget for a time. We've struck more hematite and more amethyst of middling quality, Sledgefist said. And there are granite intrusions, Warmcoat added. That is slowing us somewhat. It's all bent together, it's one massive fold and twist of seams, Hobblefoot added, and the veins are branching too much for single stopes. They were together, all the original miners of their number, Sledgefist, Hobblefoot, Warmcoat, Shineboot, and KH-Lift 2, save one. Jorvig thought of Saviarm. He wished that Dwarf was there with them with his friendly and cheerful way. Jorvig could have used a good long drink with him and so much talk about nothing in particular. Then it's room and pillar now, Jorvig said. It was a method of mining where a whole level plane was mined out, leaving pillars at intervals sufficient to hold up the mine back the roof. They'd already joined the new delvings to the low adit drifts that Hobblefoot and Sledgefist had first mined. It must be, Hobblefoot agreed. The question is at what depth and what height, Shineboot said. Depth meant what plane they would begin digging at, but what height meant how high the rooms would be dug from that plane. Let it be a stacked room and pillar. Begin with 3 by 1. Let it be 3 stacks of 20. It meant that they would cut a 300-foot-long and 100-foot-wide section of rock at 20 feet high, and once cleared would cut the next 20 feet down and the next 20 after that. You've got deep cut on the mind. That's more common for salt, Sledgefist said. This way we know we've gotten what we want from that stone, and we control the drifts better than pursuing every seam and every lode in every direction. Aye, that's true, Warmcoat said. We can always change course as needed, Jorvig added. But let's begin as if that is the plan. Aye, all right, Sledgefist rubbed his calloused hands together. Anything else? The dwarves looked at each other. All right then, Jorvig said, let's begin, but not Hobblefoot's cadre. What, why not? Hobblefoot asked, throwing up his hands. You're needed elsewhere. Jorvig's cousin Hobblefoot had completed additional apprenticeship as a mine engineer, and it was time to make use of it. They had built a water wheel well before it was truly needed, and the rudimentary lift Jorvig had made had been disassembled before they'd trapped the Uasi. Now it was time to put the wheel to good use. You're going to take your cadre and build rock crushers and hammer mills with fine sluices, and get the old sluices operational again. The lines on Hobblefoot's forehead slowly smoothed, and his mouth turned in a smile. And I get my whole cadre? He asked. Aye, but keep them working. If you have too many during the finer tasks, have them move rock from the high adit. They will build a second berm across the entire mouth of the dell 90 feet below the current tailings pond. They had thrown so much rock outside the high adit that the piles were over halfway up the cliff face again, rolling down in slopes. It risked blocking the ladder to the tower. They had kept all the ore separate or any rock worth crushing, but they needed equipment. Using water to power a crusher and a hammer mill would save incredible amounts of time crushing ore. The crusher would grind it into gravel and the hammer mill would smash the gravel into a powder. Then it could be stratified, sluiced, and smelted. You're building a second tailings pond? Shineboot asked. We need to move the rock anyway, he said, and we may be able to stock it with fish. They weren't short on fish, not with the new weirs in the river that they had completed after the thaw and spring floods. One small weir had taken Jorvig many days. 20 Culhin had weired nearly the whole span in two, yet stocking a massive pond would not be a poor idea, especially come winter. But in Jorvig's mind, it was just another barrier to anything coming up the dell. They would have more and more rock to manage. They may as well use it for defenses until they could be sure they didn't need them. Don't worry, Hobblefoot said, still alight with the possibility of the water engines. No doubt he was already dreaming of steam. We'll keep them busy. Are we not forgetting something? Sledgefist asked. It was a tactful way of suggesting that Jorvig was forgetting something. We have many dwarves now and we are digging deep. Room and pillar mining creates high ceilings for gas and vapor to collect. Should we not consider vents first? So soon, Warmcoat asked. I am sure if we cut the drift high, it will pose no trouble yet. The draw is still strong to the adits. It's fine when the adit doors are open so far, Shineboot said, but there is already an air suck when the doors are closed, they howl at night. Then let us not hide from work that must be done anyway, Jorvig said. We're going to need ventilation pumps, Hobblefoot said, looking at the ceiling as he planned. Good air pumps were constructed of oiled wood and leather, driven by water and sometimes coal-fired steam back in deep cut. Like large bellows, the pumps could move a wind through the mines when well planned. The dwarves often carved vents in order for the passing air and gases to make a low howl or singing note as they passed out of the channel. This low hum formed a backdrop to their delving. It was ignored, fading into the far back of consciousness, until it stopped. Can we use the stream for the pumps also? Jorvig asked. There is not enough head on the artesian well to operate all these things. We can dam it for more, it would still not support the hammer and the pumps. Head meant the difference between the height of the source water and the location of the wheel workings. The more head and the more volume of water, the greater the power to be harnessed. Could we mine the source further? It may elevate, Shineboot suggested, or recede. It is a risk. We would need many more feet of head. If we cut a test drift above the well, say 20 feet, and strike the water, it would tell us. We should not cut below. Do it then, Jorvig said. We'll want sets of intake and exhaust vents below the high adit and more sets above on the cliff face, Hobblefoot went on. It meant more subdivision of labor for Hobblefoot's cadre, but the tasks were to his liking and they could be done with time. It is in your hands, cousin, Jorvig said. Just make sure it can all be brought beneath the stone at need. Chapter 51, Hold and Fold. The sheep huddled together in tight little clumps, moving as if they were a single creature of diverse parts. The pigs were already tearing up the ground of the dell. Goats stood atop boulders and piles of rock. The day's sunshine had just reached the bottom of the dell. We will be moving the flocks to find forage, the herder said. He was a mature dwarf, perhaps 90 years in age. He called himself Crookleg and was the patriarch of one of the herder families. Jorvig had not yet figured out which of the Gilna and Gilk were his, for the herder children seemed to keep together as much as the sheep. And when will they lamb? Next spring. No lambs this year, Jorvig asked. That was not good news. They would have lambed on the journey, the lambs would not have prospered. We traded our bread ewes for hoggets. Hoggets, for some reason, Jorvig blushed. He was ignorant about flocks and beasts, as were most dwarves reared beneath the stone and not in the canyons or mountain slopes. Herders were not held in high esteem, even less than cultivators, for the beasts were thought unclean. Was that why Jorvig hated to show his ignorance to Crookleg? It didn't matter, he had to learn. Herders may be the butt of snide remarks, but they had sold their meat and milk and cheese dear to other dwarves and were not poor for it. Like the cultivators, they were growing fat in deep cut before the council regulated the prices and even threatened confiscation of whole flocks. Yearlings, they were not exposed to rams in the fall, but they will be this year. I see. One of the herder Gilk jogged past, carrying a small, long-legged creature looking for all the world like a lamb. I thought there were no lambs, Jorvig said, watching him go. That is a goat kid, Crookleg said. We bred the goats. They are a hardier stock, and we carried the weaker. Jorvig knew there were sheep and goats, but he could not recall seeing their offspring before. And besides pasture, what do you need? Folds, Crookleg said. Lend us some miners to dig a fold in the rock. Jorvig sighed. Always he was spreading out the miners. A few, he said. But you will need to dig with them. Crookleg pressed his lips together. When we are not watching the flocks, until we have a fold, we must stay with them both day and night. Hobblefoot's cadre of engineers was busy down near the tailings pond, but two of the dwarves were measuring along the cliff and marking distances for vents. A herder with a staff guided a small group of sheep and goats by them, and the engineers put their backs to the stone and watched with crinkled noses until the beasts had passed. I will spare you what I can. Though he knew the others would not like it, the truth was that the flock should take precedence. Up until the arrival of the families, Jorvig had assigned the duty of cooking to a rotation of the unskilled Culhin, but the results had been decidedly mixed. This practice continued for a week after the arrival of the herders, when a delegation of the 4 newcome whiffs cornered Jorvig, stating with a matter-of-fact resolve that they would take over the preparation of meals. Jorvig did not want to impose duties on them, as they had their own babes and holds to keep, and their dwarves were already laboring for pay. Whiffs did not swear Culhin oaths. Somehow, he managed to offend them, and when the meeting ended, the cooking and its logistics had been put into the hands of the whiffs. How it had been put there or by whom, Jorvig was unsure. Nevertheless, the results had greatly improved their fare, and so it remained. The whiffs took over an as-yet unused cliffside workshop, had forced Hobblefoot to have his dwarves drill vents. That done, the whiffs constructed their own ovens and cookforges. So when Jorvig stepped into the brewer's hold, behind him walked two dwarf whiffs carrying platters of food. The brewer turned around from his preparations with a confused furrow of the brow. The chamber smelled of mash and fermentation, and it was lined with casks and the snaking tubes of a distillery. The whiffs set the two platters of food down on the floor opposite each other, then left as Jorvig had directed them beforehand. When the whiffs were well gone, he spoke. "You look hungry, friend. Have a seat and eat with me." Jorvig sat cross-legged by his platter. The brewer had no way of reasonably denying this, though his face made it clear he sensed something more than unusual, and he sat slowly. Jorvig lifted a baked radish and took a bite, and the brewer, who was fittingly known as Masher, followed suit. He was a hefty dwarf, grown heftier still since his arrival. They ate in silence for a time as Jorvig let the discomfort continue. At last, he wiped his beard and spoke. "I can feed you more than anyone else in this mine," Jorvig said. "And I can cut rations as well. I know you are making secret stock for trade. I will overlook it so long as it stays reasonable. But if I find you are trading with dwarves from outside the claim, you will leave here with nothing, even if it be the dead of winter. I promise that." Jorvig had spoken when Masher had a mouthful of food, and now the dwarf forced himself to chew and swallow. He nodded. "I understand." Jorvig smiled. "Good," he said. "I have duties to attend to. Go ahead and finish mine as well. Return the platters to the kitchen." If Jorvig's plans were to succeed, prospectors who needed supplies of food and drink and whatever other necessities would have to come deal with the claim directly, and so they stood to absorb some of what the newly arriving gold seekers gained. They might not be able to claim the entirety of the eastern ridges, but they could become the hub of all trade, so long as they could control their own Culhin. In the coming days, he had similar conversations with the gardeners, the herders, and all the rest who had reason to handle the claimed supplies or foodstuffs, and judging by the redness of some of their faces, it was not undue. The hardest conversation was with Crookleg, who listened to Jorvig with a flat demeanor and said next to nothing. The early summer arrived. More and more prospectors streamed by the claim, often stopping for a day or two before branching out in whatever direction seemed best to them. Tonkel tried to speak with as many as he could. They all reported no sightings of Uasi, and most believed it a tale to keep them away. The stories of the Uasi attacks might have had the opposite effect on them than Jorvig had expected, tales to keep them from their share of the wealth. Jorvig was eating a meal of mashed radish and drinking watered-down sap beer in the old stope that served as a gathering hall. These days, he rarely even ate without attending to some matter or another. Tonkel must have seen Jorvig frowning as he related yet another conversation with prospectors. "You are uneasy." "I simply do not like to be called a liar, both inside my mine and out." "Cunning, perhaps. The Culhin fear too much to call you liar. Respect of a Rinlin oft ends with the oath." "It's not just the oath. Uasi or no, you are youngest of the owners, and yet they made you Rinlin. That is strange. Folk fear what is strange. There must be stories of why. The more stories, the more uncertainty." Jorvig hesitated. "You need not tell me, Rinlin. Wisdom would tell no one, let the fear remain." "I thought fear was foolish. I never said it wasn't useful." Tonkel made the slightest grin, the deep lines of his face hardly moving. "Well," Jorvig said, "keep talking with them as they come." Tonkel nodded. "I know what the Uasi are," he said. "I will warn them." With that, the old dwarf headed toward the stair to the drift, out to yet another hunt. They were hunting every day, returning when they had a kill. Often they went to camps as much as 5 miles away, then split up. Jorvig had assigned another 2 dwarves to the hunting despite not having volunteers. Tonkel had not argued about it, though Jorvig suspected he wanted to. There were problems, as there always were. They were hitting running water in the mine, a spreading trailing damp down the rock as of yet, but there were concerns of breaking into a more substantial pocket of water or of weakened stone above. They struck a cleft of decomposed iron, another sign that water and air were making their way into the ridge. Caution needed exercising, but these were normal problems and nothing unique to the wilds. More and more terraces stood out against the cliff face. The sheepfold took shape, and new storerooms for garden produce were cut in the low adit. More radishes, lettuces, and cabbages than Jorvig thought possible were daily added to the sums, and for the first time he started to believe the gardener's predictions. They had so staggered their plantings as to produce a nearly continuous harvest of radishes and leafy greens. Turnips were starting to ripen as well. The gardeners assured him that the greatest supply would come at the end of the summer, in the fall when the great gourds and grains and mangelwurzels would be ready for harvest. The mushrooms long ago planted in the old storeroom of the low adit now added extra savor to their food. And the same chamber where the dwarves had first kept their stores long ago was full of tracing lines of miner's eye. The luminescent fungus must have spored from their first seeding and begun spreading through the chamber with its blue-green glow. In deep cut, they had the red-orange variety too, but it was much more difficult to propagate and did not grow well near the dust of a working mine or near damp. Jorvik had calculated the meat that the flocks and herds represented, but he had not calculated the goat milk. The herder whiffs made cheese and cream and butter and whey and curds, which tasted to Jorvik like something out of a dream after years without. Nor had he anticipated the profligacy of the swine. 3 sows gave birth to massive litters. They had to toss the pigs some of their produce and allow the swine to root up the dell in areas along the river, turning them into lumpy brown messes. The gardeners made it clear to Jorvik that they could be making much better use of the produce with salt. With salt, they could ferment the cabbage in stone crocks, keeping it for long periods of time. They had already asked Jorvik to send an expedition back to Deep Cut for salt. He was considering it, but without a wagon road they would have to rely on the strength of donkeys, which would have to be purchased or hired at significant expense, or use sleds during the wintertime, which was itself a strenuous labor. The kitchen had grown full of hanging bundles of dried herbs and seasonings like rosemary, thyme, chicory, sage. These now flavored their meats and blessed their nostrils. The hunters found a massive old honey tree in the next valley. It was smoked, and hundreds of pounds of bee gold were brought to the mine. That night they ate elk roasted with a glaze of honey and rosemary over a bed of cabbage and roasted radish. It was better than anything Jorvik could remember. Looking at the dell now, Jorvik would not have believed it the same spot. The memory of trekking up along the dry creek and seeing the standing timber rise from the beginnings of the tailings pond was yet fresh. Now the dell was full of many dwarves and much busy labor. They had accomplished so much. He should have reveled in it, he knew that. Every night, Jorvik returned to his chamber. Somehow, Striper always seemed to rush up at just that moment, leaping up into the sleeping alcove. He lay with the cat purring beside him and thought of Onyx. He had built so much there, but did they need him now? Should he throw away what he'd become for a maid? Not just a maid, but the possibility of a maid. He could go to Deep Cut and have his choosing. Hope and despair roiled, and all the while he knew that he had no joy and peace as Rinlin, not with this choice before him. It had to be made, it had to be dealt with. And yet how? When he looked at the newcomer maids he felt nothing. They were not ugly. What maid was not lovely, a promise for her folk? One had hair like spun gold, another was dark as night, one with eyes like sapphire and the other jasper. Jorvik had nearly run into one of them as he strode through the mine, treadfoot tapping along with his own footfalls. He'd been heading to the terraces to speak with Foundstock about the mangelwurzels growing in the dell. Crookleg of the herders had asked Jorvik to settle a matter about how many were destined to feed the flocks in winter and how many were destined for dwarven stomachs. Jorvik hated being between them in such matters, but neither the cultivators nor the herders wanted to relinquish any claim on the crops, and neither group would be satisfied with his decision, made to please no one. As Jorvik stepped through the mine, one of the new maids rushed out of the terrace stairwell carrying water buckets, talking over her shoulder at a gilk and not watching where she was going. She nearly collided with Jorvik and one of her buckets slammed against Treadfoot. Her eyes went wide as she saw him, and then she lowered her head and stood straight, squaring her shoulders. "I am sorry, Rinlin," she said. Jorvik had been startled, but he wasn't angry. He squinted at her. Obviously she was the maid who had come with the gardener's family. "What are you called?" he asked. "I am called Aster," she said, not meeting his eyes. Jorvik didn't know what the name meant. He knew her family was not named of strength, and it didn't sound like a true name, but it wasn't the usual jewel name so often given to dwarf maids. Next to her, the gilk, probably not yet 20, stared at him with unbroken gaze. "This is my daughter," a voice called. Jorvik saw Foundstock rush into the drift from the terrace. He must have seen the conversation. "I am happy to introduce you," he said. Jorvik tilted his head. Dwarves did not introduce themselves to maids. They approached the maid's kin first, as a rule. It was the kin who made the introduction. Jorvik had already made free asking her name. "Please," Jorvik said. "Aster is not yet a year past Rundel," Foundstock said. She is a fine hand at the working of flax into thread and knows the fine ways of our folks' cooking." Still, Aster did not raise her eyes, looking to the ground. There was a blush on her face. "Those are fine skills," Jorvig said, seeking for some response. "Tell me, Aster, what would you put your hand to of your own?" "Whatever you say, Rinlin," she answered. Jorvig nodded. She still did not meet his gaze. Foundstock smiled. "It is an honor to be introduced," Jorvig said. "I do need to speak with your father. You may continue." Aster left down the drift, carrying her buckets and walking in a far more elegant manner. Jorvig turned to Foundstock. It was time to erase the gardener's smile. "Now let us speak about the Mangelwurzels." Everyone in the claim thought twice before they spoke around him now, even the other owners, even his brother. More and more their debates were couched in questions and not challenges. There was respect or fear in the Culhans' gazes and voices, or hesitancy at the very least. Aster and the other maid were no different. He was a position and authority. Of all those in the mine, it was the unoathed, already married whiffs who spoke to Jorvig with the greatest ease. When he walked into the kitchen chamber, he felt a sense of subservience to them as they harangued him for unwashed hands or told him to hold a platter while they loaded it with roasted vegetables. It felt good, though he had little time or purpose there. It mattered little how he felt about the new maids, for before a month had passed, one had accepted Warmcoat and the other had accepted Shineboot. It did not matter to Jorvig. Greel had already said he would return to Deep Cut in another year and choose brides for himself and Khlif. They would have more choice in the matter there, he said. Khlif said little as ever. Their wealth would be such that it would not be hard to win acceptance. Warmcoat and Shineboot did not seem disappointed in their choices, judging from their red faces and broad smiles. Their small company of owners celebrated them with beer and whiskey and a small feast down the owner's drift. Jorvig watched Hobblefoot and Sledgefist. They looked pleased but reserved. Jorvig wondered if they'd even made proposals, at least to anyone other than Onyx. But then Shineboot was Hobblefoot's younger brother and would never have gone against his elder brother if he had wanted the maid. Onyx herself was little seen in the heart of summer. Even the reports on the gardens came from Foundstock. Jorvig prepared to go find Onyx and inquire why she was not reporting herself, but then he realized with horror that she had not been seen for at least a week, and that she might be secluded for her triad. Dwarven whiffs and maids secluded thrice a year for their triad, for what amounted to about 2 weeks. Jorvig was not clear on the details. The dwarves studiously acted as if the whiff or maid did not exist for that time, which made everyone's life easier. If such was the case, he could not go looking for her, and no one would answer him if he did. In the days of high summer, Warmcoat and Shineboot set to work furiously on their own stoneholds. They would not wed before the holds were prepared. When he wasn't occupied with the running of the claim, Jorvig aided them, as did the others. Warmcoat and Shineboot's current chambers would serve only as reception ways for the familial dwellings they now envisioned. It was a time of excitement, and as much as Jorvig wished to join wholeheartedly in their joy, he found his nights full of doubt. When he helped Warmcoat and Shineboot, he felt miserable. He wanted to dig his own family hold, yet hours and hours again he helped them dig. They were his kith. Survival was less and less a concern as the summer wore on. Verse 9, then 15, then 21 garden terraces opened in the cliff, perfectly symmetrical and full of life, not counting the terraces of the upper dell. The vines from the squash plants Onyx had found hung down the rock faces, yellow gourds growing upon them in midair. The dell was full of stock and vegetable. Tonkel and his hunters kept bringing in kill, and storerooms grew. They had to create 2 more smoke closets, bereft of salt as they were. They were digging more storerooms for the gardens in dry rock where the cool air would preserve the produce. The cultivators also explained to Jorvig that ice could be cut from the river during the winter and stored for many months in deep closed storerooms to keep food fresh. It was a revelation to Jorvig. Over the winters they had survived with smoked meat, though some bits had grown rank and suspicious over time. He had never considered ice. Ever he was learning how ignorant he truly had been and still was. And while Jorvig made decisions and aided in this work and that, his fear lessened that if he did not take charge, his friends might perish in their single-minded pursuit of ore. The claim had come to life. He had taken on being Rinlin to prevent their deaths, but he also did not want anyone else to die for his orders. But who was he to have the joy and privilege of marriage and family when Saviarm was eaten by Uasi on a trip Jorvig had ordered? Yellow Kettle, he had repeated the name over and over until committed to memory, mouldered in a shallow depression of rock with a slab atop it, awaiting the time his family could claim him, a time that might never come. Even as the mine grew and prospered, he felt a growing sense of dread. His nights were disturbed and his eyes bleary red. Whatever he wanted, it was not this. If he could go back to being a simple apprentice miner in Deep Cut, he would. But then he would have no chance at a whiff. Now he could barely mine. The days were filled with managing the frustrations and wants of scores of dwarves, and all the blood of all their foolishness would always fall to his account. The rest would grow rich while he carried the shame. He'd come to his brother's claim to work in the wild hope of establishing their lines. He'd become Rinlin just to try to keep them alive. Maybe his dread was ill-founded. The mine did not truly need him now. He could make peace with it. Any of the other owners could take his place. They could vote again and he could recuse himself. He would still be a wealthy dwarf, and surely Hobblefoot or Sledgefist would heed his advice now if needed. Maybe he could talk to them instead. Maybe they would relent and release him from the oath. Or no, they would not relent until they gave up hope, and even so it would embitter them if he asked. Just asking felt like a betrayal of the oath. One thing at least was sure: Onyx had challenged him that day upon the terrace. He would not be at peace unless he took that challenge or denied it. He could not live in indecision. An evening came when Jorvig found himself before Onyx's private chamber door, whether because of the 2 mugs of whiskey he'd taken that night with his brother, or whether he simply could not tolerate it anymore, he didn't think to question. Part of him hoped she was not present within, but it was late. He might be disturbing her from sleep, but she had avoided him for weeks, and there was no opportunity to speak with her alone, not since she had brushed by him at the entrance of the owner's drift long ago. Always he was in the presence of dwarves. He needed to speak with her one more time before he did anything rash. After checking up and down the drift to ensure no one would see him knocking at the maid's chamber, he rapped on the stone, just loud enough to trust it carried within. "Who knocks?" came Onyx's voice. "Chargrim," he said lowly, "this is not proper." "Then don't open the door." He leaned in, his face nearly against the stone near the air channel. "What do you want?" He checked the drift again. Her stonehold was closest to the door of the owner's drift. Hopefully he couldn't be heard by anyone. "Did you mean what you said?" "I mean what I say." She sounded exasperated already. I wasn't sure. You have not spoken with me." "What more is there to say?" "You are. This is no game." "What kind of maid do you take me for?" I don't know." "Then why would you seek my vow?" "No, I mean I don't know what to think." "If you don't know what to think, what does it matter what I say? Can you give me no promise?" "Do not forget your oath. I have said what I have said. Do what you will do." "Onyx," he said, searching for more words. "Leave before someone sees you." Jorvig was just making things worse, he knew. He left with sweat on his forehead. Chapter 52, Renunciation. Jorvig lay awake on his pelts. Striper leapt down and scratched at the door for him to let her out of the chamber, not able to get comfortable with his tossing and turning. He yanked at his beard and sweated. At last he swung his legs free of the alcove and stood up. He would make his decision. Despite the thought, he felt sick to his stomach, not better. Either despair or joy awaited him, but for his part he would have courage come what may. He could do no more. It came down to this: could he live with it if, having stepped down as Rinlin to pursue her, he failed to win her? There was no safe decision for him, but he knew one choice was cowardly, and as that certainty grew he felt there truly was no choice. If it was cowardice that kept him back, that shame would follow him. If she did not truly matter to him, he could find another maid and meet her challenge by refusing her. He did not want that either. For hours more he paced his chamber, but he had made up his mind already. There was only preparation left. He could not write the speaking runes nor read them, so he rehearsed in his mind what he had to do to say and the arguments he would make. Often he questioned if it was all madness. Maybe it was, but if so, it was not madness from which he could think his way clear. Maybe no madness was. Waiting was the most misery, so after washing his face in cold water as early as could be reasonable, he left his chamber and gathered the other owners together. Jorvig had ordered the delving of a small private chamber at the end of the owner's drift near the hoard. Inside was a 9-sided stone table carved of the living rock. It represented the owners, including Savyarm. He sat down at his seat across from the door. It had been a long night and he still felt pangs of nausea. The others looked at him with only routine expectation. If they noticed he was more red of eye and pale of face than normal, they did not show it. Such early meetings were not unusual for them in the running of the claim, though most of the time Jorvig met with them individually or in small groups. "I'm renouncing my authority as Rinlin," he said. There was no use delaying it, better to say it plain. If there was anything positive in the whole business, it was watching the shifting gradations of expressions on their faces, blank, then confused, then shocked. But it was Onyx's expression that he relished most. She was wearing a fine purple veil he had not seen before, embroidered with gold, and her hair was wrapped tight in a scarf. Her brow rose. He locked eyes with her. "What?" Shineboot asked. I'm stepping down as Rinlin. I have accomplished my task. The mine is amply supplied. Whoever takes over as Rinlin has but to stay the course. Chargrim Sledgefist said, "What is this about? I did not come to this claim seeking to be Rinlin." "Shut up, Char," Sledgefist said, slipping into the familiar as he got angry. Jorvig had expected anger before they reached acceptance. Sledgefist was leading the pack. He had also expected that. "This is foolishness. We decline your renunciation. As owners we decline it. Rinlin can step down. It is so in Deep Cut as well. It just wasn't common unless a dwarf wished to go elsewhere or turn his authority over to a younger generation. I still don't understand. Why?" Warmcoat said. Onyx sat at the table, her eyes fixed on Jorvig sitting erect and motionless. "What is this about? Has something happened?" Shineboot asked. "I feel I have fulfilled my duty to the safety and prosperity of the claim. Now you can run the mine unimpeded." "Unimpeded my ass?" Sledgefist shouted, then looked sheepishly at Onyx. "Sorry," he muttered and then yelled again. "You've barely mined all summer. Rinlin of the mine is one thing, Rinlin of this whole claim is another. Who wants that? Prospectors are already coming to trade. This was all your idea," Warmcoat said. "I have ensured our survival," he said, "and now I am stepping down." "What are we supposed to do now?" Shineboot asked. It was Hobblefoot who followed Jorvig's gaze to Onyx. Onyx stared back at Jorvig with eyes like polished granite and amethyst. He looked from one to the other for a few moments, then sat back in his chair, shaking his head. "So that's it," he muttered. "Do not be angry," Jorvig said to him quietly. "I beg you, cousin." "Don't be angry," Sledgefist yelled, standing up. He looked like he wanted to throttle Jorvig. He found no more words but stood there, red of face. Hobblefoot sighed, raised his hand's palm, and shook his head again. "Is that all?" he asked. "I have prepared instructions to whoever will take my place," Jorvig said. "Save them for when someone is chosen." Hobblefoot rose and left the chamber. Sledgefist stared after him and then to Jorvig, his face a bright red. "I will not take part in the choosing," Jorvig said, rising to his feet as well. "That is for you all to decide. Do so soon, for I will not continue the duties." At that, Jorvig left. Hobblefoot was just stepping into his own private chamber. The door closed behind him. That had gone better than it might have. He had prepared all sorts of arguments. Hobblefoot had deduced the truth, he was sure. The others, Jorvig couldn't tell. But he was not about to put Onyx on display by speaking it. It would have been indecent. One thing Jorvig hadn't decided before, and that was what he was going to do or where he was going to go once he left the meeting chamber. He strode to the main drift of the claim, turning to the stair to the terraces. He walked to the third level. It was the terrace where she had set him the challenge. He had rightly guessed it would be empty. The gardeners worked the beds in rotations and they were down in the dell. This terrace was full of the squash plants Onyx had found, plus more of a similar kind the gardeners had brought from Deep Cut. They had a sweet, musty odor. Jorvig stared out across the dell, Chargrim. He turned, it was Onyx. His stomach leapt at the sight of her and he gave a wavering smile. When he raised his hand in greeting, he realized it was shaking. "You actually did it," she said. Yes. I'm not sure I believe it after this time. There were a few things left to do, but it is done. Now I can pursue you. I did not promise you." "I know. What promises could be made anyway here in the Red Ridges except to venture and to risk, to keep an oath or not?" She stepped toward him, and as she did so, she unhooked the corner of her veil and let it fall away. Now she smiled, and for the first time she seemed afraid to meet his gaze. "Tell me, Chargrim," she said. "Why, there are more beautiful maids than I. You could save your gold and pick from 60 Rundilla in Deep Cut. Why do this for me? You are more than a beautiful maid," he said. "Your work." "My work?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. Jorvig felt he was on the wrong track, but he persisted. "It wasn't that, it was a lie. I've seen your work, it is fine, and though not yet the work of a master, it is elegant with a clear sense of balance and scale. There are maids of greater skill in Deep Cut." Jorvig paused, feeling frustrated and scared once more, like he was on unsteady scaffolding and only a small misstep could bring him from the brink of joy to absolute ruin. "I have known few maids, it is true." He turned and looked back out at the dell, his face hot and hammering with his pulse. "But," she asked quietly, "but I don't want to," he said with surprising force. I have seen you in the face of Uasi and in the trials of the wilds. I have walked through fear of death with you and seen your mettle. You cannot say I do not know you," he raised his hand. I don't know everything, but of what maid in deep cut could I say the same? You could find out. It doesn't matter. Yes, I could go and find a maid of deep cut to rule over. Who would gainsay me? But no one speaks to me like you do. To be Rinlin is to be alone. I can't explain it, but it's you, it's you. Onyx stepped up beside him. Gently she placed her open palm on his chest and turned him toward her. She leaned her head forward and he placed his forehead against hers. Tears welled in his eyes. I only sought to know that you wanted me and not just my womb, she said. That I was not merely a jewel in the setting of your accomplishments. I needed to know. I hope you do now. I think so. Will you accept me then? At least I know life with you will not be dull. Yes, I will. They stood there on the terrace overlooking the dell, their foreheads pressed together. Jorvig went looking for Greel and Khlif. They weren't among the miners or in the workshop Greel had taken for his lapidary art, so Jorvig returned to the owner's drift. Greel's stonehold was nearest, but no one responded to his knock. He proceeded to Khlif's and heard voices even before he arrived. Greel and Khlif were within, their loud speech carrying out into the drift. Jorvig ignored them and knocked. Khlif opened the door. What is it, Chargrim? Greel asked over his brother's shoulder, obviously upset. I have made a proposal to Onyx and she has accepted. As her brothers, I am informing you first. The Hardfell brothers both looked stunned. It was Khlif who spoke first. Now I understand, he said quietly. And you didn't speak to us beforehand? Greel snapped. Onyx is a mine owner, has her own stonehold and is not beholden to the keeping of anyone. To whom should I petition? Greel didn't respond. Jorvig was correct by custom. I wish you joy, Chargrim, Khlif said after a few moments. Thank you, Jorvig said. Is there anything else? Greel asked, sounding more tired now than angry. Jorvig shook his head, gave a respectful nod and left them alone. It was still far from acceptable for Jorvig and Onyx to spend time together before the wedding. Oftentimes a maid had only 1 or 2 interviews with a proposing dwarf to make a decision. Her relatives would serve to evaluate the character and reputation of any potential suitors, but Onyx's situation was far from the norm. Still, he did not wish her to be spoken of in ignorance by the Culhin or even the other owners. So, he stayed to himself in his private chamber for the rest of the day, despite the boredom. He did not know what took place in the mine or in the minds of the other owners. No doubt with Greel and Khlif aware, news of his proposal to Onyx would spread quickly. In what must have been the evening, Jorvig ventured out his door in search of some food to eat, but no sooner had he started down the owner's drift than the door to the main drift opened and Sledgefist barged through. He saw Jorvig and only hurried faster, stopping in front of him. Jorvig could smell the beer and liquor. You abandon us, you take the maid we wanted. Sledgefist pointed his finger at Jorvig's face, a gesture that could have started a brawl in deep cut all by itself. Jorvig prepared himself for a blow. He would not raise a fist against his brother. Despite his anger, Sledgefist must have felt the same way. He waited for Jorvig to react, his finger raised, but there was no reaction. With a snarl, Sledgefist brushed past and stormed down the drift to his own chamber. When the door slammed, Jorvig continued on his way and saw Onyx standing in front of her own door at the end of the drift. She was veiled and she was watching with furrowed brow. He approached her. I feel we may need to part ways with the claim, he said. Better to leave than to live in conflict, he figured. I am not sure it was a good idea, she said. I wanted you to pursue me and yet not break oath, I only half thought. But I worry about them. I never wanted Rinlin, not truly, not like I want you. I am happy to be free of it if they cannot survive now. Must I set aside myself to tend them forever? We can go back to Deep Cut wealthy. I do not wish to return to Deep Cut. I have tasted the mountain air, Onyx said, a note of sadness in her voice though her words showed she accepted the situation. Nor do I wish to stay here with ill will among kin, he answered. We could go to East Spire, begin our own stonehold somewhere in the ridges near there. We are already wealthy by our share. Even if an owner was not present, the Rinlin running the mine owed them their portion and portions could be sold. So be it, he said. The following morning, Jorvig found Shineboot working a section of the Rumen Pillar mine. When he saw Jorvig standing near, he stopped swinging his sledge and motioned for the dwarves handling the drill bit to step away. Onyx and I will be taking our tenths of the current weight and leaving for East Spire, he said. 2/10 of the claim's proceeds went to the Culhin and the rest was split between the owners. What, you're leaving? I do not think there can be peace now. Look, Chargrim, they'll get over it, you don't have to go. Have you selected a new Rinlin? No, they won't even meet to discuss it. Jorvig shrugged. On his way to find Shineboot, Jorvig had turned away to Kulhin-seeking direction. There was a sense of confusion and uncertainty in the mine. Jorvig had calmly explained he was leaving to go marry and a new Rinlin would be appointed. The statements did not seem to relieve the confusion. A Rinlin could marry without stepping down. Rumors would fly as everyone would know something else was involved. They can't even pick a new Rinlin and you expect us to live here in fellowship? It will make it easier on them if I leave. I or we? Shineboot asked. We. He nodded. You've done right by your oath, Shineboot muttered. But the oath has not done right by us. In a louder voice he added, they just need time, we didn't see it coming. No, Jorvig said, I've done what I could for you, we're going to leave in 2 days. We'll reach East Spire before the weather turns. You're traveling with her before you marry. We're asking you to hear our oaths and wrap the chain, with Warmcoat if he'll be present. It was a simple ceremony, the chaining, where a dwarfen maid had their forearms bound together with a silver chain before their kith and kin and swore oaths to each other and the mine. But all their kith and kin were here. They would have to use an iron chain. Silver was traditional, thrice refined for purity, but iron was stronger and it would do. They were still in the wilds after all, no matter how different the dell looked. Shineboot looked down at the rock, his brow furrowed. My friend, Jorvig said, say you will hear our oaths. I will, he said, I just wish it were different. What else could I do? You could have asked to be free of the oath. Is that what you would have done? I would not have had need. And you think they would have freed me? You didn't give them that chance. Jorvig shook his head. It is past, tomorrow night we marry. So it is, Shineboot said. Jorvig tried to smile, but it came out as more of a grimace. Shineboot took his hammer back up and yelled over at the dwarves with the drill. Come on. We've got time to make up. Jorvig headed to the brewery the next day to speak about a drink for the ceremony. Oaths were made over a shared cup when he met Tonkel. The old dwarf was leaving the brewer's workshop carrying a flask. He grinned and hefted it as he saw Jorvig approach. Well, I suppose I need neither hide this from you but also drink to your fortune. I see news is in the mine, you needn't have hid it anyway. They say it was all for the maid, the old dwarf said. Jorvig nodded, it was. Even you as Renland. Even that. Tonkel put a hand on Jorvig's shoulder. Don't feel too low, take it from me, there are plenty of claims in the world. I'm guessing you won't last long without rock to shape. I would have told you there are plenty of maids in the world too, but you did not ask me in time, he chuckled. In honesty, beyond going somewhere near East Spire, Jorvig hadn't thought much of what he would do. Maybe he'd use the gold to set up as a merchant. Onyx could come with him. There were still mountains to see. You heard I'm leaving. I figured you would. No good to be a former Rinlin. We're heading out to the Marsh River Flats to hunt. Be back by high sun tomorrow. Maybe there'll be a Rinlin then. 3 of the Kulhin ran when you stepped down, said their oaths were to you. Jorvig nodded. He hadn't considered that, but it wasn't surprising that some dwarves would use it as an excuse. Any news of Uasi? Jorvig didn't mean to ask as Rinlin, he was just thinking of his trip to East Spire. None, Tonkel said, maybe we have truly driven them out of their home. This isn't their home, Tonkel said, squinting, they do not delve like we do. They must live somewhere. The Long Downs were their spring hunting grounds, we rarely saw them any other time, in the end they only stayed to starve us. Jorvig frowned. He thought back over the few years he'd been in the Red Ridges, they had never seen Uasi in the springtime. I thought they did not come to the Long Downs until the claims had been there for years, he said. Not in force, Tonkel said, at first it was just a few. Then in tribes, then, he shrugged. After it all happened, I figured it took them time to rouse their kind together, had to find some nasty Kulker to lead them, I suspect. Jorvig frowned. Tonkel saw the worry on his brow. Don't worry over much, the old dwarf said. Plenty of prospectors coming still and no word of Uasi. The Long Downs are far, far and East Spire is between here and there. We will keep an eye out. Right. Safe hunting, Jorvig's words belied his worry. Safe marrying, Tonkel said with a smirk and headed down the adit. Jorvig returned to his private chamber with a bowl of mushroom and elk stew when he realized he should have invited Tonkel to the marriage. His friends should be there, and especially now that he'd stepped down as Rinlin, he thought of Tonkel as a friend. Hopefully, he could find the hunter in the afternoon when he returned from the hunt. He should tell the others what Tonkel had said. Before he and Onyx left, he would tell the others just to be safe. Chapter 53, The Mine Lord. Jorvig was woken from a deep sleep by hammering at his door. First, he suspected that someone was drunk and angry. His dwarvish sense of time told him he had only been asleep for a couple of hours. He swung his legs out from his bed alcove, sending Striper hissing and leaping. The hammering continued and someone shouted his name. He didn't recognize the voice. He cracked open his door. Beyond it stood a dwarf he recognized as one of the hunters. His clothes were dark with damp and there was a gash above his eyebrow that had bled down into his beard. A little behind him stood two other Kulhin, one holding a lit lantern. "What is it?" "Uasi," the hunter said. His name was Hilmain. Jorvig knew all the hunters' names now and remembered their faces well. He'd made sure of it. Hilmain's eyes were so wide they looked startlingly white. Other doors in the owner's drift were opening. Sledgefist stepped into the hall. "What's going on?" he called. "Uasi," the hunter yelled again. He was shouting on the tower, the dwarf with the lantern said. "We heard him. The Uasi attacked us." "Where?" Jorvig said. "Upstream, the flats." "Where is Tonkel?" The hunter shook his head. I got away. I jumped in the river." Sledgefist and Shineboot arrived. Hobblefoot and the rest were on their way down the drift. Even Onyx stood outside her door. "You jumped in the river?" Sledgefist said, as if the act was suicidal madness, which for most dwarves it would have been. "It was a shallows. I got in among the driftwood and the rocks. I blew up my water skin and floated downstream before the Uasi found me." The hunter was trembling and he kept raking his hands through his beard. He was too distressed to be lying. "What became of the others?" Jorvig asked. The hunter shook his head. Jorvig put a hand on his shoulder. "Listen to me, how many Uasi were there?" "It was too sudden. They hit us with javelins and slings. They were all over the riverbank. We were around the fire after a kill, like normal." Jorvig turned to the lantern-bearer. "Go get this dwarf drunk and back to his chamber," Jorvig said. "Keep an eye on him for tonight." The lantern-bearer nodded and the two Kulhin guided the hunter down the drift. After they had passed her, Onyx came to stand with the other owners. They were all there now. Warmcoat looked drunk and bleary-eyed and he stared at Jorvig with a deep frown. Jorvig waited until they were gone. "Shit," he said, "shit." "Where were they?" Shineboot asked. "The marsh flats," Jorvig answered. The marsh flats was a wide valley area rich in game where the river often flooded far beyond its banks, leaving pools of low, reed-choked water and oxbow lakes when it receded. He knew the hunters had headed that way. "Where's that?" "About 5 miles upstream," Jorvig said. "What should we do?" Hobblefoot asked. Everyone instinctively looked at Jorvig, but he did not answer. Silence hung for a time. "Chargrim," Shineboot said. Jorvig said nothing. "Chargrim, this is not the time." "What do you think we should do?" Jorvig asked his brother. "Even if I were a mine Rinlin, that wouldn't make me a war Rinlin." "This isn't about Rinlin right now," Shineboot snapped. "What should we do?" "We should set a guard on the adit doors," Greel said. "What about the herds, the gardens? There are herders out there," Shineboot said. "There are herders outside now," Khlif asked. "Aren't there?" "I don't know." "Well, we can't exactly ring the whole dell every hour of the night," Greel said. Jorvig knew that the herds would be huddled together in a fold carved in the mountain behind a shut door with at least 2 herders watching over them. But there was no access to the fold direct from the mine, even though it was carved into the cliff. They should be safe for the moment, but with their new Rinlin, whoever it would be, keep them safe. The attack was 5 miles away, Warmcoat said, a bit of a slur to his speech. He'd been drinking. "They surely can't have the numbers to attack us here. They cannot hope to take the mine. The prospectors will be most at risk," Hobblefoot said. "So what, we set a few guards inside the doors and that's it?" Sledgefist asked. There was silence again. Jorvig saw that Onyx was watching him. Jorvig was already forming a list of the things they needed to do. He couldn't help it, but it was no longer his authority. "Pick a new Rinlin and let them decide," Jorvig said, feeling Onyx's eyes on him. An impulse to escape gripped him and he turned, stepped back into his chamber and closed the door. He laid back down in his alcove and put his hands over his ears to block out the angry voices that erupted outside the door. It didn't block out the thoughts, though. His friend was dead. Countless prospectors might be as well. They might be dying right now. Tonkel had told him of 4 claims within 10 miles south, more to the west and north. The hunters had ventured little east, but more claims could be expected in that direction if the Uasi were raiding and in unknown numbers. How could he take Onyx away now? He couldn't. All those years of mountains, claims, lands, and caravans had led Tonkel to one marshy riverbank. Silent tears of mingled grief and frustration rolled down his face, not just for Tonkel but for Elkhorn and the others with whom he had shared drink behind Tonkel's rock, and the new hunters he had forced to join them. After time, his grief stilled and he was left in the silence of his chamber. The others had moved away from outside his door. It was quiet now. No longer could Jorvig pretend that leaving would be safe either for Onyx or the many dwarves he had lured to the ridges. Refusing to lead would not make him any less culpable for their deaths, so much he had wanted to believe it. He might not be Rinlin now, but he was an owner. More than that, he was at fault for so many things and so many lives. He could not walk away from that, not now. Not and live with himself. He could either accept the guilt and weight of all those lives upon his shoulders or what? Run. He rose and headed to the adit. He would warn the herders. They might be out watching their flocks and the others might neglect to tell them. The owner's drift was empty as he went. Soon it would be dawn of the day he was supposed to marry. It would not be the day he expected. His mind sped, planning. Early the next morning, a group of 5 prospectors arrived at the claim. Jorvig was at the adit to meet them. They were not from the same claims as each other. They were spread from 3 different claims in the area and they had harrowing tales to tell. They had only survived because they had been under stone. Some of their companions had not been so fortunate. The Uasi came swiftly, attacking and dragging off the bodies of the fallen dwarves, but the beasts had not stayed long or else the dwarves would not have made it to the dell. One prospector's partner had simply vanished, not returning from an effort to check snares for small game. Only a great swath of blood in the pine needles and tracks of Uasi were to be found. The prospectors were shaken, clinging to their axes and picks even once they entered the adit. News ran through the claim. All labor ceased as the Kulhin, perhaps just Yaugen now, gathered to talk and demanded to know what was to be done. Jorvig left the other owners to handle the question, hating that all eyes kept turning to him. Sledgefist was doing most of the talking. The dwarves Sledgefist had brought from Deep Cut were familiar with him at least. They had not yet had an oath-taking and some of the Yaugen were threatening to leave, although Jorvig didn't expect anyone to go far while Uasi were raiding, not unless they all went together. The herders demanded to know how they would be protected when they took the herds to graze along the river. In the confusion, Jorvig left and sought out the surviving hunter from the night before, finding him snoring in a blanket-covered alcove, smelling of beer. His brow was wrapped and his beard cleaned of the blood at least. Despite snoring, the dwarf's sleep looked untroubled, merely the stupor of drink. Jorvig went and brought a pitcher of beer and a mash of radish and some of the cave bread that the whiffs had fried from the fungus growing in the low adit storeroom. The whiffs were propagating it in some of the older workings now. He set these on the stone so that the dwarf would see them when he awoke. The hunter was now likely the dwarf who knew where the most claims were in the area. Satisfied at least for the time being, Jorvig went back to the high adit drift, but the owners were gone. The Yaugen turned to look at him as he came up, but he ignored them, heading to the terraces. There he found that Sledgefist had at least put lookouts to watch. So he turned to the owner's drift. Jorvig needed to speak with Onyx. Would they still marry? There was too much happening to answer all his questions at once. He stopped there, preparing to knock. The door to Sledgefist's chamber opened and Sledgefist stepped into the drift. He turned toward Jorvig's chamber, but Shineboot followed Sledgefist out and saw Jorvig. "Chargrim," he said. Sledgefist stopped and looked back. "Brother," he called, "we must speak." Sledgefist motioned to his chamber. Jorvig sighed and joined them. He found Hobblefoot, Greel, Warmcoat, and Khlif inside the small chamber as well. Why they weren't using the meeting chamber, Jorvig didn't know. Onyx was notably missing. "What have you decided?" Jorvig asked. "The prospectors are fleeing here," Shineboot said. "The Uasi have been killing in all directions." "I know," Jorvig answered. It was past noon and he had spoken with a number of the refugees before they even reached the adit, trying to learn more. "More will be holed up in claims if they've had enough time to dig," Hobblefoot said, "but they won't last long." Jorvig figured that would be the case. Tonkel was right about the Uasi. It made sense now. The more of a thorn the dwarves became to them, the more they would band together and push back. He'd had time to think about it. They were always around in late summer and fall. They moved quickly and the prospectors were many but scattered. The death that must come to the unwary had kept Jorvig up through the night and this day also. Would it have mattered if Jorvig had not stepped down? Would anything have changed for Tonkel and the others? He didn't know. He hadn't wanted more blood on his hands. What if renouncing Rinlin had merely stained them more? Yes, he had come to the ridges in the wild hope of establishing his own line. But he had also come for his friend's cousin's brother. So what have you decided? Jorvig asked again. We're releasing you from your oath, Sledgefist answered, and then leaning in he added, You are the one to do this, Char, not me, not any of us. Jorvig looked over his shoulder, half expecting to see Onyx at the door. Chargrim, this isn't about a maid anymore, Shineboot said as if reading his mind. Folk are going to die. They are dying, Sledgefist said, I know. Then Lead, his brother, raised his voice to a shout. Shit on Rinlin, I don't care. Do it without a title if you must. If Onyx doesn't understand this, Shineboot said, then she isn't the maid you think she is. At first the statement made Jorvig angry, but it rang true. If you marry, you'll have 2 shares of the mine between you, Hobblefoot said. We don't need a mining Rinlin, Char, Sledgefist added, sticking with the familiar shortened name. We need an Iracruel. Jorvig laughed. The phrase meant Mine Lord, a title in old stories from back in the days of the Carindal and the ancient kings and queens whose Iracruel governed the outmines. These were fireside tales for Gilk and Gilna, nothing more, but the others didn't laugh. This is no Carindal, Jorvig said, trying to brush it off. They did not chorus. This isn't a mine anymore, Shineboot said. No mining Rinlin in deep cut grows their own food or hunts or brews. Go speak with the maid if you must, Hobblefoot said. He didn't look happy nor sound it, but he said it nonetheless. Greel nodded his agreement. You will have our blessings, all of us. It's the right thing, Char, Sledgefist added. It's the only thing. Without replying, Jorvig turned and walked down the drift toward Onyx's door. She might have been anywhere in the claim, but somehow he felt confident she was within, waiting. He knocked and the door opened. She wore no veil. He was still not used to seeing her without it. Her skin was smooth as marble and her hair shone with new oil. It was like leaving the dark of a mine and stepping out into the sunlight. He let his eyes drift lower, not caring that she saw him, taking in the fineness of her shoulders, carved like cast bronze, rising to the slope of her neck like a cavern pillar smoothed by master masons. Somehow, even within the iron of his purpose, he felt a flutter. I must lead them, he said. I know why you laid it down and I know why you take it up again. Will you still have me? Would you do it anyway? I must. We marry tonight, she said. No. She frowned. Why not? I must go out. If I marry you and if I die, you will be a widow. I cannot do that to you. You could have died from a rockfall or a bleeding ulcer or anything. Marrying is always a risk for a maid, Onyx snapped, stepping back, her brow darkening with furrows. I know that, and you know that this is different. What care I for widowhood? Am I not wealthy? If we cannot survive this, then none of us are wealthy. I must lead this folk in a bloody business. These are our folk now. We brought them here, even the fools who didn't believe us, and they're dying. I cannot lead as I ought if I know I would leave you a widow. If you fell, I would marry a trade. But you want children. If you didn't, you would have taken a trade years ago. You will live yet hundreds of years. What makes it your decision? I gave up my work with no certainty you would have me. I did it for the hope of joy, but I have a duty beyond joy. Then so do I, and I will march along with you. I will not allow it. You renounced Rinlin, and I will not swear oath to you as Rinlin again, only as husband. You have no right to command me. I will take up hammer to fight the Uasi myself. Unless you leave me here as whiff. Her eyes locked on his, resolute. He had no doubt she meant it, and by it he was overcome. She read it in his expression, and she smirked. My name is Uhlveren, she said. Jorvig gaped. That was a true name. It meant the glow of a flame in the darkness. She was supposed to tell him that when they consummated their marriage. I am Jorvig, he said. It meant settled like layers of sedimentary rock. Get the chain, Jorvig. They said their marriage oaths before the others in the owner's drift, and Greel bound their arms in the iron chain. Khlif ran for a mug of whiskey and the couple shared it together. They had little time together. In another hour, shouting echoed down the drifts of the claim. Within his chamber, Onyx handed Treadfoot to Jorvig. They pressed their foreheads together and he stepped out of the door. When he strode toward the crowd in the high adit drift, the steel cap of Treadfoot sounding against the stone with each stride, the dwarves hushed and parted. Behind him followed the other mine owners. When he reached the center of their mass, he stopped. Sledgefist shouted for all to hear. Chargrim is Iracruel, chosen and sworn by the owners. We heed him. Listen. The time for formal oaths would come again. For now, Jorvig spoke just loud enough that he knew it would carry, but quiet enough that they must attend. Bring me every blowing horn in the claim. Tell Brownfoot to make hand bells in the smithy and let there be no delay. Jorvig hadn't seen him there in the crowd before, but the movement of Brownfoot pushing his way toward the smithy caught his eye. The mining cadres will present to their chiefs in the dell as armed as able, prepared to march, each carrying a water skin and 9 pounds of rations from the stores, he continued. All others will remain on guard here and prepare for assault. Greel and Khlif will have further orders for you. There was a hesitation in the crowd. Go, he said, and they went. Chapter 54, Rescue and Skirmish. Jorvig proceeded outside, followed by the 3 cadre chiefs, Hobblefoot, Warmcoat, and Sledgefist, as well as Shineboot. He hadn't seen any of the herders within. As he expected, he found them standing around the opening of the sheepfold, keeping their flocks beneath the stone. Crookleg was there. Can you keep them within for 3 days? Jorvig asked. Aye, if we feed them on turnips and radishes. Else they begin to starve. This time of year we should be flushing their weight up for breeding. How much a day? For the whole lot. Make it strict. Crookleg frowned and thought, 1/4 ton of roughage a day. Now it was Jorvig's turn to frown. That is too dear. Lead them out in rotations or cut them forage from the riverside. Go together and go armed. Tell Greel to lend you more Yaugen. The herders always guarded the flocks and brought them in at night, but they could be overwhelmed in a daytime attack. The outlying claims had acted as a cushion between Glint and the approaching Uasi, but it felt wrong to be thankful for it. Crookleg nodded and glanced between Sledgefist and Jorvig. Are you Rinlin again? He's Iracruel, Sledgefist said. The herder's eyes widened in surprise and he pursed his lips. It will be as you say, he answered. Jorvig started to leave but turned back. If it comes to it, he said, stay out of the fighting. Save yourselves in the flocks. With that, he walked to the center of the dell to await the new militia. Behind him, the herders began to make their plans. They were a stout lot, though perhaps they cared for their beasts a bit too dearly. Maybe that is what it took. Gardeners and herders were essential. Every dwarf in Deep Cut knew that. It didn't change how folk thought of them, though. Jorvig had come to feel otherwise after his time in the wild. The lot who'd come to the claim were stout dwarves and keen, and they couldn't survive without them. Bombhand and another dwarf were carefully carrying a beeskep toward the low adit. At least they had the sense to bring them close. Jorvig hadn't thought about the bees in all this. One of Striper's offspring came tearing up the dell in long leaps, grabbed the post of the high adit tower in its claws and pulled itself upward. Jorvig squinted at the cat and then looked up at the ridges. Were they watching already? Within an hour, 43 dwarves stood on the slope of the dell with an odd mismatch of spears, axes, picks, and a handful of crossbows. Jorvig had no doubt that in a close-quarters brawl with the Uasi they would do admirably. But the Uasi were not likely to get into such a fight with them, not unless they could gain some advantage. The dwarves had no armor. Javelins and slingstones could slay them as well as a close blow. They had the 8 crossbows Onyx had made, which had up till then remained in the owner's possession, plus the 2 heavier ones that they had first fashioned. Early in the summer, Jorvig had ordered the minesmith to forge more crossbows on Onyx's pattern for the hunters. But the loss of the hunting party meant the loss of the crossbows. That was a terrible blow of itself. The forge had been lit continuously, seeing to the needs of picks, hammers, chisels, drills, pots, pans, cauldrons, latches, hooks, and dozens of other things the mine needed to function. There was only so much time and iron was short. Still, he should have found a way to make more somehow. Every day was an argument of priority and every decision came upon his shoulders. If he had to carry the weight of every failure until the day he died, so be it. He could not let it distract him now. His folk needed him. In addition to the crossbows, they had 8 signal horns, some made of actual horn, others of metal. Most came from the herders. The smith had only managed to forge a single bell in the short time, a crude thing of iron, but Jorvig told him to keep working until he had 10 at least. They would pass back by on their way south. What's the plan? Sledgefist asked. The owners present stood around Jorvig in a not a little way from the Kulhin. We'll head north first, keep your cadres together but put about 10 yards of space between them, and follow me. At that moment, Jorvig saw the hunter coming toward them, squinting hard in the light. You can stay here, Hilmain, Jorvig said. No, I know where the other claims are, I know the country better. The dwarf was obviously suffering the effects of drink, but Jorvig could tell he would not be deterred. Besides, the hunter's presence would be an asset without doubt. Decency would make him stay, but Jorvig could not allow for decency. They moved out. 3 groups of dwarves clustered together, letting loose with horn blasts that echoed between the great ridges. There was no way they could know where all the other claims were, even with the ones the hunter could locate. Hilmain knew of at least 9 claims. Survivors had already come from 2 of them. As they moved upriver, they blew the horns, rang the bell, and called out at close intervals, hoping that any dwarves sheltering near would hear the sound and join them. The noise echoed between the ridges. Jorvig knew that any Uasi would likely know of their movements anyway, so there was no point in stealth. The first claim was 4 miles upriver, nestled against a descending branch of the East Ridge. When they arrived, they found only struggle-scuffed dirt and bloodstains on the ground. The supplies and tools were gone. The prospectors had sunk an adit 20 yards into the ridge along a seam in the rock, but they had no door. There was blood inside the drift as well. The hole would have been nothing more than a death trap. The Uasi could have simply thrown javelins or slung stones down the straight adit drift without ever approaching the dwarves. Jorvig knew that it could have easily happened to them the same way in the beginning. Hilmain was quiet the whole march, and Jorvig kept him close. As they reached the marsh flats and the remains of the hunter's camp, he pointed. It was there. There were scattered remains of a fire, more bloodstains on the ground, and the trampling of Uasi tracks. None of them were able enough trackers to tell just how many, for it looked like the area had been crossed and recrossed. Jorvig hoped it had been quick for Tonkel and the others. They did not linger there. Hilmain led them to another claim. Everything was taken except the blood and the broken rock and ore piles. There was gold-bearing quartz there as well, crushed and ready for the sluicing. The dwarves who had worked this claim must have numbered 5 or more to accomplish so much, and yet they had not seen to their defenses. The mine was open, and it seemed they had still been sleeping in a lean-to shelter against the hillside made of logs and pine branches. It had been toppled onto a cookfire and partially burnt. Hilmain felt the coals. They were still warm. He suspected the attacks there had taken place during the night, the same as the attack on the hunters. How many Uasi to attack so many in the span of one night? Hobblefoot said. Jorvig shrugged. How many would it truly take? They moved on, heading toward the next claim, still sounding the horns and ringing the bell at intervals when they heard voices calling in Dwarvish. Jorvig stopped the march and they returned the calls. Soon, a band of 4 dwarves came through the woods, clinging to axes and burdened with heavy prospector packs of tools and supplies. One of them limped, using a tree branch as a crutch. They hit us 2 evenings ago, the limping dwarf told them. 2 evenings, that meant the Uasi had started raiding before they'd attacked Tonkel. How did you survive? Jorvig asked. We smelled 'em just in time and closed our door, the red-bearded dwarf said, pointing over his shoulder with his thumb. Still got a sling stone in my leg. We've been holed up, but we heard you. Only one other of the northern claims was still populated. The 3 dwarves there joined them as well. Their adit drift had a sharp ascent and a stair that they had managed to hold. Those were all the claims that Hilmain knew in the north, but the other prospectors told of even more in the vicinity. It seemed the different claims had already started to form loose relationships, and the prospectors knew many by name. There were too many to reach, sometimes miles apart. Jorvig feared splitting up their small host, but if they wanted to try to save as many as they could, they needed to split up. There were more claims in the south. While they stopped for a rest and a drink on the riverbank, 5 more dwarves came, lured by the noise of the march in the river valley. The safest thing was to stay in one host, but the longer they waited, the easier for the foe to slay more of the isolated prospectors. Jorvig inquired of all the refugees, but none of them had seen more than 10 or 12 Uasi at a time. Still, that didn't mean they'd seen the same ones. The attacks had come quickly and all within a short span. Warm coat, Jorvig said. Take your cadre and all the prospectors and gather the dwarves from all the claims they know and any who hear you. That would give Warmcoat 24 dwarves. Jorvig hoped it was enough to hold his own should they be attacked. He made sure they had half the horns. In trying to save the prospectors, was he just sending more to their deaths? How could he know? He felt responsible both for the dwarves of their own claim and the many they had lured so far from home. Reach as many as you can, Jorvig said to him, but keep your head about you. The Bluechip claim has nearly 10 prospectors who joined together, the wounded prospector said. They must have made it. Go there first and add to your number, Jorvig said. Don't get into a fight you can't win, and be mindful of ambushes. Aye, Warmcoat answered with a nod. They parted ways and Jorvig backtracked south. They had already spent most of the day, and while it would be well after nightfall, Jorvig hoped to reach the dell again before they halted. They were tired and had covered at least 15 miles already, but this was no time to go easy on themselves. 2 miles north of the dell, while walking along the riverside with the glint of the moon on the rising water, Jorvig heard a scream from among the dwarves, then a ruckus of shouting and another yell of pain. It was chaos as Jorvig tried to figure out what was going on. It wasn't until something sped so close to his own head as to hear it that Jorvig knew, slingers in the dark. The wind was against them, blowing from the west, and they hadn't smelt the uasi. They needed cover. He looked around. It was late summer and the river was low. Get below the riverbank, Jorvig shouted. Get below the riverbank. Dwarves began sliding down, sloshing their ankles into the water at the edge of the river. The bank was only about 3 feet from water to top there, but the edge was shallow, full of loose cobbles. More stones whizzed and skipped off the top of the bank as the dwarves slid down and crouched low, their backs exposed to the river but at least under cover toward the woods. Sledgefist, Hobblefoot. Aye, they each shouted, injured. Jorvig peeked over the bank but ducked as a rock skimmed off the dirt near his face. He looked around, trying to find some way they could defend themselves. The bright moonlight shone down on them and dazzled their eyes, making it harder to pick out movement in the shadowed trees further from the river. I've got 5 injured, but they'll make it, Sledgefist called. 6 hit, 1 dead, Hobblefoot called. Dead? Jorvig splashed down toward Hobblefoot, keeping his head down, and crouched beside him in the water. Dead? He asked. Through the head, Hobblefoot said, motioning over the riverbank. He's still up there. Shit, Jorvig said. A few other dwarves poked their heads up, only to have stones come whizzing past. Keep your heads down, he shouted. Jorvig hoped Warmcoat was faring better. There was cursing and grunting from the injured dwarves. A slung stone could embed deep like a crossbow bolt. Sledgefist sloshed over in the water at a crouch. How are we getting out of here? He asked. Jorvig saw one of the crossbow bearers spring up, loose a bolt into the trees, and duck down. Save your bolts, Jorvig said, until you know you'll hit. The dwarf looked over, obviously annoyed, but he held his tongue. Hilmain, Jorvig shouted. The dwarf came sloshing through the ankle-deep water. Aye. How deep is the river here? Jorvig asked. The river was wide and stones stuck up nearly the whole way across. Still, the dark water moved quickly toward the center. We've forded it a bit further north, the hunter said, but I can't say here it's treacherous. Jorvig pursed his lips together, thinking. Crossbows here to the center, make room for them, make room. The crossbow dwarves arrived quickly, huddling together with their heads down. There were 6 of them, the rest had gone with Warmcoat. Jorvig risked a peek up and he saw an uasi moving closer through the trees. Another of the beasts yanked its arm up to sling a stone, but Jorvig ducked. I think they're moving closer. How many? I can't tell. Should we just keep our heads down and wait for daylight? Sledgefist asked. They don't like daylight. I worry it will give them time to bring help. There are 30 of us, Hobblefoot said. Would they truly attack? Just at that moment, an uasi ran up to the riverbank a few yards down, slung a stone hard down at one of the dwarves, and bounded away. One of the crossbow dwarves lurched up to shoot, but before he could take aim, a rock glanced off the stock of his crossbow and he ducked back down. Now the uasi broke forth in hideous shrieks and howls that rose into the night and echoed in the narrow valley. It was difficult to tell how many there were from the discordant cries, but he didn't think they were many. The dwarf who'd been hit had fallen back into the river and was struggling up. Others nearby helped him. Are you all right, Cavebender? Hobblefoot called. Shit, Kulker broke my shoulder, Cavebender shouted in anger. They needed to do something before the uasi could take any greater toll. He risked a glance above the riverbank. He could see only a few forms in the trees. They kept shrieking. Were they calling for more? Listen up, Jorvig shouted. Crossbows, stay on the riverbank and ready yourselves. On my call, the rest rush out into the river after me, but don't go further than 15 yards. We'll be wide open out there, one of the dwarves said. This is not the time for questions, Jorvig snapped. Crossbows, keep your heads down when we go, count 5 seconds and rise up. Don't rush it, make sure of your mark before you fire, understood? There were 6 crossbows among them. Hilmain had taken one as the hunters were practiced in their use. There was a chorus of mutterings and nodding heads. Ready to follow me? Jorvig asked, looking up and down the line. He saw the dwarves turning, ready to spring up and run. Now, Jorvig yelled, springing up and splashing into the river, his feet sending cascades of water up around him. He could hear others following him, but the river grew deeper far faster than he anticipated. He was up to his waist well before 10 yards were through. He waited for a rock to hit him from behind or for his life to snuffed out with a stone through his skull, but it didn't come. A fresh shriek and cry rose from the Uasi behind as the water reached his chest. "Hold!" Jorvig shouted. They could not risk being swept away. He spun around in the water, feeling the current pulling at him. The crossbow dwarves were frantically reloading. Back to the shore. The dwarves turned and rushed back. When they reached the bank, Jorvig shouted them on. "Up, attack!" He rose over the berm of gravel and soil, using Treadfoot to aid him, and he rushed forward toward the trees. There were bodies on the ground. He saw a few low forms flitting in the woods, but as the dwarves rushed forward they fled. If it weren't for the blinding moonlight, the fight would have been easier. "Hold now," Jorvig shouted, keeping the dwarves from pursuing. He turned back. 5 bodies lay on the ground, one of them the dwarf who'd been killed at the outset. "Crossbows!" he shouted. The 6 dwarves came forward up the bank. "Forward and take trees," Jorvig ordered them, and they obeyed. Hilmain. The hunter was there in moments. "Where is the best shelter?" Jorvig asked. "Either up the ridge or to the dell," he said, "or the rocks half a mile back." Jorvig didn't want to try to force his way further up the ridge, being harried all the while, only to put another ridge between them and the dell, nor did he want to backtrack. He looked up. A long cloud bank was rolling in from the south, and in minutes the moon would be hid. Good, they would see much further into the trees then. Shouting hurried orders, Jorvig had the dwarves form up. They carried the body of the fallen dwarf, and the injured had to walk. They kept the crossbows to fore and rear and along the side of the column, and headed at as quick a pace south as the wounded could manage. A few times they saw the Uasi stalking them, and rocks harassed them, but the trees grew thick up to the riverside, and the Uasi had to get close to have a clear throw. With the fresh cloud cover, the crossbows could give what they received. One more dwarf was injured by stone, but at least one Uasi was grievously wounded as well. The foe held back. At last they pushed up into the dell. "Get the wounded within," Jorvig ordered. He was surprised when nearly a third of their number dispersed into the low attic door. "Why not all within?" Hobblefoot asked. "We must watch the gardens," he said. "We can't lose them." Just last week, Foundstock had assured him that in another month the bulk of the harvest would be in storerooms, but until then they risked losing a great source of food that they could not replace. More than ever, they would have to depend on what they raised in the dell. They could not send out hunters as long as the Uasi remained. For the next hours of the night, the dwarves took broken mullock-pile rock from around the high adit and built fortifications for themselves around the gardens, just enough to keep themselves from the effects of slingstones and javelins. Then Jorvig let them sleep for a couple hours in shifts upon the ground behind their hasty dry stone walls. Once again he had survived. Once again at least one dwarf had died following his orders. His thoughts were with Wormcoat. Chapter 55, Fort and Foray. Jorvig stayed in the dell until the gray dawn came, and then he went under stone to inquire after the wounded. The injuries included deep lacerations and broken bones. It took tremendous force to break dwarven bone, but a sling could whip a rock at screaming speed. Cavebender had indeed suffered a broken collarbone, and when Jorvig found him he was already deep in whiskey. Someone had bound and poulticed him decently enough, and now Cavebender drank and cursed. 4 of the wounded dwarves insisted they were well enough to continue their duties, but one Jorvig refused. He'd suffered a gash on his face that opened his cheek up into his mouth. One of his friends was sewing it up with boiled gut thread and bone needle, and the dwarf was bearing it with greater stamina than Jorvig suspected he would have had himself. "You'll serve us better guarding the dell," Jorvig said to the grimacing dwarf. Jorvig was informed that 2 other prospectors had made their way to the dell the previous afternoon, this time from eastward overtop the ridge. The Uasi were raiding in the next valleys as well. Jorvig recruited them to the expedition. He was still determined to move south to try to rescue as many from the claims there as he could. Doing so risked the lives of his dwarves, but it might result in gathering even more. Doing sums with lives felt wrong, but that was the role he had accepted. Time was their enemy. He allowed the tired dwarves only 2 hours of sleep, while he himself slept none. He had only a few moments alone with Onyx to assure her he was well. She was busy enough in the mine, working with the gardeners to bring in and preserve what they could and to arrange for rationing the stores. After leaving more guards over the gardens and flocks, a weaker party moved south than had moved north, Hilmain guiding them to the nearest claims. Though Jorvig had been afraid of what they would find, fewer in the south seemed to be so severely assaulted, though they still found 2 claims with the occupants obviously slaughtered and carried away. More dwarves came down from the hills at the sound of horns, and the new bells Brownfoot the smith had crafted. Soon their numbers swelled to over 40. 7 miles south of the dell, they made camp for the night at a claim in a sheltered cove of rock where nothing could easily assault them. They heard the cries of Uasi far off in the hills and south along the river through the night, coming at times from multiple directions at once. This only seemed to confirm Jorvig's fears. Their foe had returned in great numbers, but they were raiding and attacking in small groups, hunting the dwarves through the valleys and ridges. Even a great number of dwarves were vulnerable to harassing attacks, as they had found out during the previous night's skirmish. A few solitary dwarves stood next to no chance of survival. Thankfully, they suffered no attack that night. They continued their attempts at rescue the next day, moving further south and even venturing into a narrow gap, using the knowledge of the rescued prospectors to guide them to other claims. That day their numbers swelled to over 50, but nearly 10 miles from the dell, Hobblefoot and Sledgefist asked Jorvig how far they could really go on. Jorvig's leg ached from days of walking, but he tried to ignore the pain clinging to Treadfoot. "We cannot seek out every claim in the ridges," Hobblefoot said. "I know, tomorrow we return." He hoped that all was well with Warmcoat. The Uasi had not scrupled to attack them on their way back from the north, and they'd had a larger group than Warmcoat. Jorvig should have given him more of the crossbows. He tried not to dwell on the should-haves. They set out in the gray pre-dawn, pushing north to reach the dell. Part of him cried out to go further south and east, to try to find more of the dwarves who must be spread out for scores of miles. But was that realistic? He had to agree with Sledgefist and Hobblefoot. They must preserve the dell, the flocks, and the gardens, or else they would all die. The ground along the river showed the tracks of Uasi, but they had not seen the creatures themselves since the attack to the north. Still, they could be heard far and near, especially at night. It was midday and they were making good time north when they came to a place where the valley was narrow. They approached a curve in the river when the wind shifted and the smell of Uasi hit them. They stopped and crouched low without Jorvig even issuing a command. Once smelled, no dwarf forgot the stink of Uasi. The trees were dense. Any fight must be close as a result, which favored the dwarves. "Are there any clearings up ahead or wide places?" Jorvig asked Hilmain. Jorvig had been along the river before, but it was difficult to remember each turning and bend. If anyone knew, it was one of the hunters. They must be 6 miles south of the dell now. "There is a rise beyond the bend with a bald rock escarpment," Hilmain said. The description brought it to Jorvig's mind. The escarpment itself was more like the end of a low ridge, the top of which was too rocky and barren for tree growth. Its blonde sandstone was shot through with quartz and shone in the light. Trees did grow up its sides, and it was within a slinger's throw from the river. While the top of the escarpment was bare, it would be nearly impossible for a dwarf with a crossbow to shoot up through trees and at such a sharp angle. "We cut inland then," Jorvig said. "Come down to it from above." Hilmain nodded. The dwarves moved away from the river and up the ridge before turning north again. It might be a waste of time, but Jorvig didn't want to be caught beneath that strong place. The further they moved inland, the more the smell of Uasi faded. They climbed above the height of the escarpment. They could have passed it by from above, but Jorvig wanted to see what they could. No doubt, with so many of them moving through the trees together, the Uasi would know exactly what they were doing. He left the main host behind while he took 10 with him and crept down the ridge. It was only a few dozen yards before he could see the top of the escarpment through the trees. Standing there on the bare rock was an Uasi wearing a yellow feather ruff. It reminded Jorvig of the chief Uasi who had worn the old mail during the siege, but this Uasi was not large as it had been. Surrounding the feather-mantled Uasi was a knot of warriors wielding javelins and long serrated clubs. Jorvig wanted a better view, and there was a gap in the trees just ahead. It would be a difficult slingshot uphill, so Jorvig stepped out from behind the trees to look down. The Uasi with the feather mantle stared straight up at him, a wide belt brimming with knives draped diagonally across its chest and a spiked club hanging at his side. Even from 100 yards away, their eyes locked. Jorvig felt a sinking in his stomach. The Uasi captain was missing an ear. If any of their hideous visages could be recognized, Jorvig recognized that one. It was one ear. The Uasi reached down to his club and lifted it up into the air, pointing at Jorvig with his other hand. Hilmain stepped up next to Jorvig. "Why are they just standing there?" he asked. There were 7 Uasi clustered around one ear, but Jorvig did not doubt many more were sheltered in the trees below. The dwarves had not fallen into their ambush, and yet one ear had waited there. He must have known the dwarves were higher up the ridge. "He wants us to see him," Jorvig said. "Why?" Jorvig didn't answer. He suspected he knew why. One ear was responsible for this assault. One Ear had coordinated it, possibly with other tribes of Uasi. He would not give up. The beast lowered his club, still staring up at Jorvig. One Ear did not move from the escarpment. It was Jorvig who turned away, heading back to rejoin the main host and continue north. As soon as he turned, the Uasi on the escarpment released a chorus of shrieks and gibberings, but they did not pursue. Before evening, the dwarves marched up the dell. Jorvig was relieved to find Warmcoat and the others already there, though Warmcoat reported his own ambush and the loss of 3 dwarves with more injured. Still, he had returned with 39, while Jorvig's host numbered 54. What was more, an additional 2 groups of dwarves had made it to the dell on their own, bearing harrowing tales. In all, Jorvig summed a total of 147 dwarves in the dell. Their number had nearly doubled. But the sum was also disturbing. Hundreds of dwarves must still remain scattered in the ridges or had already met their doom. The wounded Jorvig sent into the mine, but the able-bodied miners and prospectors he kept in the dell. He went to Brownfoot with the order that the making of crossbows and bolts and spears should not cease, but he knew they had little iron, as Brownfoot made sure to remind him. Those wounded who could work he ordered to mine for any hints of limonite or hematite they could find. There may yet be some limonite to be had in the old lower workings at least. It would need heated, hammered, and smelted. They had enough coal for now. He told Brownfoot to make the most of what he had. For spears, long thin spikes on the ends of hafts would do. Jorvig was exhausted, having only slept in snatches over the past days, but they could not waste time. The northern side of the dell was still buried beneath mullock piles of broken rock from the mining. It was time to put it to use. Hobblefoot had already begun the building of the lower embankment in the summer. It had begun to flood behind it, and there was the beginnings of a causeway. "What are we doing now?" Shineboot asked. He, Sledgefist, Warmcoat, and Hobblefoot were gathered around Jorvig again. "We protect the flocks." He explained the details of what he had in mind. The Uasi would not be able to take the mine by force, there was no question of that. Even if they had a steel ram that could somehow break through stone doors, they could not take the high at it, nor dislodge the dwarves from their chambers of stone by force. The greatest fear was starvation. They had to preserve the dell, the gardens first. Where the dwarves had burned and cut away the forest, grasses and undergrowth had grown up, drinking in the sunlight. It was still not enough to sustain the flocks and herds. Since arriving at the claim, the herders had been cutting the trees further up and downstream, feeding the leaves and branches to the goats and sheep while letting the pigs root and eat the forest mast. Such efforts were now far too dangerous without a significant guard. Even with the expansive gardens of manglewurzels and turnips that the herders and gardeners had planted in the cliff terraces and in the upper dell, it would be difficult to keep the flocks through the winter until they could establish more extensive grassy pastures. Those worries were for the future. They had labored all summer to have enough food to survive starvation. It was their chief defense. Without food, nothing else they could do would matter. Jorvig set nearly 80 dwarves to the raising of dry stone walls and towered fortifications to stretch from the cliff face above the dell gardens, curving south and down to the embankment of the original tailings pond. From there it would turn again to join the cliff face near the low adit door. All in all, the wall would need to be nearly half a mile in length, but they had extensive store of rock in the mullock piles. 100 dwarves working with a mission, weapons at their sides at all times for fear of the foe, could labor to the extreme. Even so, it felt futile. Walls would not keep the Uasi out, they were too long. By Jorvig's sum, standing shoulder to shoulder, every dwarf in the dell could barely make a line 300 feet long. Walls wouldn't even protect the flocks, because Uasi on the ridges could sling stones down into the dell. But dry stone walls might make it more difficult to stage a sudden assault, and the labor would occupy Yaugen. If they needed to be outside to watch over the livestock, they may as well be building something. In rotations under heavy guard, the flocks and herds went into the forest close by to graze, but by the third day, the smell of Uasi clung to the wind along with the first chill of autumn, and the gray-skinned beasts were seen lurking in the trees. No more dwarves arrived. Even as they worked on the wall, they saw Uasi on the ridges above the dell, occasionally sending stones spinning at them from their slings. Jorvig kept dwarves with crossbows always on watch to keep the Uasi at bay and set lookouts in the terraces of the rock face. In all things they operated as under siege. Mining had stopped except for the quest for limonite. Everything but tending the flocks, bringing in the harvest, and preparation for war ceased. He thought of the guards in deep cut. They had steel bucklers, helms of enameled steel, warmasks, greaves, vambraces, coats of plates, all that was out of their reach. Perhaps they could fashion screens from river reeds or build some form of shields from wood. But the reeds were better for livestock forage and how to make the shields. They had trees but no sawmill, not even any long crosscut saws. They could rough plank wood with axes, chisels, and draw knife. They certainly couldn't slot the joints fine enough for plank shields. Jorvig didn't know of any joiners present to do that kind of work, certainly not on the large scale. Maybe they could split tree trunks by axe thin enough to carry, but that would be along the grain, and planks of any width would likely sunder at a blow. They could cross the slats, then drill holes and bind them with cordage or drive wooden pegs smeared with pine tar. There was not enough iron to spare for nails and little leather to use for straps. Some rope they might spare. Such shields would be bulky, messy things, but perhaps better than nothing. Most of the hides they'd got hunting had to go for clothes or rough slippers or bellows or any other number of uses just to keep the claim functioning. They barely kept the rags on their back with patches. Nothing went to waste. As awful as it was, the dwarves who died would have their clothes cut to pieces so others could mend. What other resources did they have? Nothing that could account for so many dwarves. Still, Jorvig set 15 of the prospectors to begin laboring on the cutting of spear hafts and fashioning any kind of shield they could, even squared walls that could be set upright on the ground and moved. At least they could cut some timber under guard. Jorvig spent precious few hours in Onyx's company. When they did meet, it was difficult to think of anything other than sleep, wrapping their arms around each other for brief moments before exhaustion granted them short respite. She for her part worked like the rest, and Jorvig drove himself until his head and leg throbbed. He stamped around the dell with treadfoot, working when he could and answering twice 100 questions. The walls rose, first to 3 feet and then by the 7th day to 5 feet. The Uasi watched, often standing in the open at dawn or dusk, but so long as the dwarves stayed close behind the walls, they were safe from stones. From time to time, Jorvig saw One Ear with his guard high above the dell on the south ridge, looking down on their labors. Twice the Uasi tried to harry the dwarves at their labors, coming close with wide barricades of their own made of bound sticks, using them to block the crossbow bolts as they launched stones at the workers with their slings. Twice Jorvig led assaults against them using their own newly made shields and wooden screens, but the Uasi merely retreated, carrying their barricades with them. As soon as the dwarves turned back, the Uasi followed after so that the dwarves worked under constant harassment, and the herders could no longer take their flocks and herds out of shelter regardless of how many guards went with them, for the Uasi sought to wound the livestock with darts or stones. A full score of dwarves were wounded as they built the wall and a handful of those severely. One died when a sharp stone pierced his eye socket. It was a gruesome death. It was doubtful the dry stone wall was worth it at all, for the Uasi had already realized that while they could not hit the dwarves who hid behind the wall with their slings, neither could the dwarves hit Uasi close on the other side with crossbow bolts without climbing into exposure. Some daring of the beasts loped in safety mere feet from the working dwarves. Jorvig sat at the 9-sided table with the owners around him. "What will be our rations if we have to feed the breeding livestock from the vegetable stores?" Jorvig asked Onyx. She was acting as the go-between for the gardeners. "No more than 4 months," she said. "And that with tight belts." Tight belts, Jorvig knew, was the half rations he had told them to calculate by. With half rations, the dwarves would be losing weight and condition through the winter. It was slow starvation. But the alternative was to run out of food far before any hope of spring. He had told the gardeners to work toward a goal of supporting 200 dwarves, but that was when they didn't have to calculate the flocks among the 200. Without the herders able to forage with the flocks, they had to rely only on garden produce. Without hunters bringing in meat and losing access to the weir once the river froze, the situation was even worse. Besides, he knew now that the Uasi were poaching the fish from the weir. That must be the only reason they had not tried to destroy it. "We could slaughter the beasts," Sledgefist said. "They would see us through to the summer. And then we are without flocks," Jorvig answered. He had already calculated how far such an action would take them in terms of food. The sums were always in his mind. Even eating the flocks, they could consume 2 sheep a day and still feel the press of hunger. There were pigs born in the summer that would be slaughtered and smoked rather than fed, though they were not yet full grown. But the other animals must be bred if the dwarves wished to remain in the Red Ridges. "Better alive without flocks than starved with," Sledgefist mumbled. "You are right in that," Jorvig said, mostly as a peace offering. "We have the cave-bred culture on the rock of the low adit chambers," Onyx said, "but it would barely suffice for a family as yet." Cave-bread was the most nutritious of the fungi, able to be ground into a powder and used like meal to thicken stews and fry a kind of flatbread in grease. It was a common meal among dwarves, but to supply any significant number it took vast surfaces of rock. That was of little account in deep cut where worked-out mines could be put to its cultivation. Even so, that took time. It would be no help in the siege. "Surely they will leave," Griel said. "The last siege did not last. They cannot stay here through the winter." "How many of them are there really?" Hobblefoot asked. "I have not seen more than 40 at a time." Jorvig feared that 1,000 could be hiding or hunting within a mile and they'd never know it. The Uasi had no reason to show themselves in force, if One Ear hoped to lure them out. Jorvig often wondered how clever the Uasi was. He also hoped Greel was right and that the Uasi would not tolerate a protracted siege. But his mind went continually back to Tonkel. The Uasi had sieged the Longdowns claims for many months on end until the miners had to make their disastrous retreat back to Deep Cut. "I wish they would fight us," Warmcoat said. A few of the others grumbled agreement. The Uasi would not meet the dwarves in close combat, harrying always from a distance with darts and stones. Jorvig had commanded the building of 3 great crossbows using thick wooden limbs and twisted rope for torsion. One of the dwarves had seen such things near the gate of Deep Cut and had drawn its working with charcoal. Affixed to a stock, they would hurl darts far beyond anything the smaller crossbows could manage in theory. With these they hoped to keep the Uasi and their blasted barricades further back. At half rations it would be 4 months before they had to begin butchering the breeding flocks. Until then they had little need to show themselves. Much could happen in 4 months. Chapter 56, Storm Gifts. Not as much happened in the first 2 months as Jorvig anticipated. The Uasi harried them, but it became harder and harder as the walls grew and the dwarves launched bolts from the new crossbows. By the end of the 2nd month the walls were wider and 2 yards high. The Uasi drew further back into the trees or up the ridges, rarely coming out to trade projectiles, although one night a few Uasi were found sneaking over the corner of the wall, only to be seen by dwarven sentries watching from the terraces. Horns sounded, and 2 of the interlopers were killed as they attempted to scramble back up the wall to escape. As the weather worsened, Jorvig often looked down on the dell from the terraces, and many times he observed One Ear doing the same from the southern ridge. Within the onset of the winter cold, the Uasi constructed some kind of huts upon the height there, made with shells of bark upon a framework of woven branches. Smoke rose from holes in the domed roofs. The largest of these sat prominently at the top of the ridge and was striped yellow, perhaps with an ochre pigment. It was the same color as One Ear's mantle of feathers, and the maimed Uasi often stood in front of it, especially if Jorvig was in the terraces. To construct their hovels in sight of the claim was a statement of defiance, a taunt. Jorvig had no doubt of that. Other hovels were constructed around the dell on the heights to the east and along the river to the west, and now the dwarves could watch the Uasi coming and going. The dwarves had to accept that there were not scores but hundreds, and trails of smoke further downriver and beyond the south ridge indicated that more remained out of sight. Beyond duties of guarding and preparation, Jorvig allowed the dwarves to expand their own stoneholds and to mine and smelt and do what they could to occupy themselves. The prospectors who had joined them were divided into new cadres formed under Shineboot and K.H. Liff. Jorvig did not make them swear oaths, but since they were sheltering with them they would work with them. No one complained, at least openly, or thought this unfair. By letting them work, Jorvig knew he would be increasing their hunger. But boredom is a fell thing to a dwarf, and through boredom foolishness and conflict could easily arise. It was better to keep the Culhin and prospectors occupied. He forbid the forays and attacks that Sledgefist constantly requested. There was no reason to risk lives for now. With the wall built and heavy detachments of sentries guarding them by systematic rotations, Jorvig finally got to spend more time with Onyx. It felt strange to know bliss in the midst of such circumstances. They spent any hours hidden away in their private chamber. He had moved to her stonehold as it was more spacious than his narrow chamber, even though Onyx had moved her tools and a simple workbench inside so she could practice her trade away from prying eyes. Now that the gardening and harvesting was through for the year, she bent her will to the fine working of gold lace and chain and wire, either in their chamber or at the forge in the smithy. At night she and Jorvig lay side by side in the dark, Striper complaining from a shelf because Onyx would not tolerate her in the sleeping alcove. Far through the rock above, the storms of winter rocked the trees, sleet and snow in full measure. Sometimes at night, Jorvig would hear Striper knock some of Onyx's tools from the table, and he would slip out from under the wool blanket and put them back while Onyx slept. "You foolish one," he whispered to Striper. "Do not press your luck against her." The owners sat at the 9-sided table again. "They think they've got us cornered," Sledgefist practically snarled. "We could dig a tunnel out the back of this ridge if we wanted, and they'd be none the wiser until we were on them. We could come upon their village by surprise and burn them out," Hobblefoot said, nodding. "Give them battle." "They haven't fought us toe-to-toe yet," Shineboot said. "Why think they will stand and fight now?" Every time the dwarves had sought to close with the Uasi, both during their expeditions to the surrounding claims and skirmishes near the dell, The Uasi had simply retreated into the trees, peppering them with darts and stones. They were weaker than the dwarves but also faster, and they knew it. To defend their things, Sledgefist said, waving a hand vaguely toward the Uasi encampment on the ridge. We could burn them if they don't. Jorvig listened, his head in his hands, his elbows on the stone of the nine-sided table. He had debated all the same points in his own mind for weeks on end. If they were worried about that, do you think they would have encamped so close? Shineboot asked. We can't survive forever locked away in the dell, Sledgefist said. I say we burn them out. They don't care about the huts, Jorvig said, staring down at the table. They just want to make sure we can't forage. The Uasi know they cannot match us up close even with their greater numbers. And they don't need to. They need only to starve us, and when we flee, they'll harry us and pick us off one by one. Each dwarf in the claim now had at least something serving as a shield and a spear, although they did not have the reserves of iron to forge anything by way of armor. Jorvig imagined their own flight, but it looked in his mind just as it must have looked in the Long Downs a century and more before. It would be a dwarf hunt. They must avoid that fate. You speak of when, Hobblefoot said. Do you think there is no hope? We cannot share the ridges with the Uasi. Our only hope is to drive them out and keep them out. I simply do not yet know how. The others were silent. The statement had brought a heaviness into the chamber. Onyx looked over at Jorvig, and he met her eyes, giving a grimace in lieu of a smile. He was starting to be able to imagine her face beneath the veil, but only sometimes. He couldn't tell what she was feeling at that moment. Mostly those eyes remained inscrutable to him. I could have sworn they would leave by now. They must have hunted out these valleys for miles, Greel said. What are they eating? Besides having thousands of square miles to hunt, Jorvig did not want to mention that the Uasi had also killed scores of dwarves. If they had any way of preserving meat, their initial attack had provided abundantly. Who knows the mind of an Uasi? Warmcoat asked. Jorvig thought about that question. To some degree, he felt that he did know One Ear's mind. At least a part of it, the part he had helped forge. Jorvig wasn't sure that the others appreciated what One Ear was. Perhaps they did not want to remember what they had done to him in the dark of the old delving, and Jorvig did not speak of it. They fought each other last time, Hobblefoot said. Some kind of coup. Then we should kill their leader. Cause chaos? Our one-eared kulker with the yellow feathers on him, Sledgefist said. I reckon we kill him and it'll cause some problems. We could dig a tunnel up right beneath him, Hobblefoot said, nodding. Only if they're deaf. There's a lot of granite in that far ridge. You'll make noise digging up through that, Shineboot said. We can hope they're too stupid to know what's making the sound. Jorvig frowned. They're smart enough to put us in this bind, and they're doing it on purpose. I wouldn't call them stupid, foul as they are. They're just wild beasts. Vicious when cornered, sure, but beasts just the same, Sledgefist said. I think we're the ones who are cornered, Shineboot said, and took another swig of beer from his mug. At least the brewer had put up enough sap beer to last them the winter on close ration, though it had been watered down since the prospectors arrived. Jorvig glanced at Onyx. She was sitting back in her chair, her lovely shoulders squared as she looked up at the polished quartz in the chamber dome. Where were the Uasi females? Surely they must reproduce. If this was the Uasi's true homeland, then their females would be here. They would have young. Tonkel must be right. Must have been right. The males migrated to hunt, returning at certain times of the year to the dens of their females. They had seen no sign of such dens here in the ridges, or perhaps the males and females looked the same and migrated together, and Jorvig's theory was groundless. Either way, by being here, the dwarves threatened the Uasi's hunting pattern. They, like the dwarves, must be caught between the human kingdoms. But unlike the dwarves, the Uasi kept what they could by fierce aggression, whereas the dwarves kept it by hiding themselves under stone. Jorvig wondered if the Uasi told stories too and knew how they had driven the dwarves out of the Long Downs. If they survived this, Jorvig determined to learn all he could about this foe. If we could just get them into one place and keep them there, Sledgefist said, slapping the table with his palm. Ah yes, if only. Another month slipped by and Jorvig ordered the smelters to cease before all the charcoal was used. They would at least be able to eat warm food and drink warm tea for the rest of the winter. What came after that no one knew. The stores of fodder for the animals were low. Likely they had 2, maybe 3 weeks before the animals began to starve. They could have halved the animals' rations, but even if they made it to spring, they would be scrawny beasts, not worthy of butchering by then and likely to miscarry their young. Jorvig would have tried to stretch the rations more if they had any reason to believe the spring would bring relief. The Uasi remained in their hovels on the ridges. Their shrieks and yabberings punctuated the nights. Active conflict had all but ceased, but for the occasional attempt by the Uasi to catch the dwarves off guard. Once, a dwarf standing watch was wounded in a sudden sortie, but most of the time the Uasi were seen before they could do any mischief. They could do little besides damage the walls or tower anyway. Even the Uasi seemed to realize there was no need to risk themselves or that it was too costly. Time was their ally and the dwarves' foe. Most resources in the claim were strictly rationed, including oil and fir candles. As a result, Jorvig sat in the dark in their private chamber as he often did for long hours, thinking in silence. He could smell Onyx's scent even though she was not within the chamber. It was comforting. He heard footsteps in the drift and then the door swung outward and light shone in, making him squint. Onyx entered, carrying an oil lamp in one hand and something bulky beneath her arm. She set the light down on their small table, then grasped her other burden with both hands. It was wrapped in raw, unfelted wool. "I know you're going to do something stupid," she said. "Oh," Jorvig asked with a smirk. Even before marriage, he had come to value the way she spoke to him as no others would. Yes. "And you're going to try to stop me, I take it. Can I stop the river flowing?" Jorvig laughed. Onyx was wearing her veil, but Jorvig saw the slight squint that indicated she was smirking. She shrugged and set the bundle down in his lap. It'd weight, and he felt instantly that there was metal under the covering. Onyx nodded for him to look, and he parted the rough wool. A spangenhelm sat upon a breastplate, each forged of steel with stratified etchings of gold. In a setting upon the brow of the helm was an actual onyx. It was finely cut, no doubt by Greel, and meshed upon the stone in delicately worked wire was a flame of copper-alloyed gold, flashing red. He understood its meaning immediately. Uhlveren, the flame in the darkness would shine on his brow. Jorvig stared, speechless. So this had occupied her these weeks and months, and he had not known. He felt both overwhelmed at the gift and guilty for the fact he had not observed her labor. "The iron," he said at last. "I had kept some store and I waylaid some from Brownfoot." "I'm sure he grumbled," Jorvig said, thinking of the surly smith. "He wouldn't dare," Onyx said with a laugh. "At least not to my face. That I should be so arrayed when—" "Do not be a fool," Onyx said. "What do you think would happen to them if you died? Besides, I have my rights as an owner too." Jorvig set the gift aside, rose, and wrapped his whiff in his arms. "They are magnificent," he said. He tried not to think about how no one else would have such protection. "I know. Magnificent and timely." 3 days after the gift, Onyx and Jorvig stood together in the terraces looking out over the dell. The Uasi camps marred the view. A bank of gray cloud approached slowly from the southeast, piled layer upon layer many miles into the sky. It rose so high that no ridge could fully obscure its march from view. "A southeastern storm in the winter," Onyx said. "That will bring thick and heavy snow." The only chance of rain that Deep Cut ever saw was from a fast southeasterly wind. Even then, little rain made it to the waste. The red ridges were different, especially this far east. Jorvig said, "that it will." The winter before, he'd seen such storms riding on the damp southeast winds, wallowing over the ridges for days and feet of snow. In the whipping bluster, one could hardly see a yard ahead by day or by night. It was the perfect time to stay inside in the safety and comfort of the stone. Without shelter, such weather made the red ridges a fierce foe in itself. He could already smell the snow. It was refreshing, dampening the smell of the Uasi that was always present now. The idea came whole. "We must prepare," he said, and turned toward the stair. "Prepare for what?" Onyx asked, following. "I'll explain when we're all together." Bundled and armed, lines of dwarves waited in the drift of the low adit, filling up the side chambers as well. "Are you sure they won't be expecting us?" Hobblefoot asked. "He might expect us," Jorvig said, "but it doesn't matter." "How does that not matter?" Greel asked. "Because by the time they see us we'll be upon them. We all know our roles. May you meet success." Jorvig signaled to the sentry. The adit door swung outward. Wind and snow struck their beards and made them squint. "First cadre away," Jorvig said. Sledgefist hesitated at the door. "May we drink together again, brother," he offered. "May we." Sledgefist dipped his head and pressed out against the fury of the blizzard. His cadre filed after him, hoods pulled and drawn tight, spears forward to fit through the door, shields at their sides. "Second cadre," Jorvig said, motioning forward. Hobblefoot saluted him as he passed, leading his dwarves into the blizzard. While Sledgefist would head down the dell as fast as he could to reach the river and circle behind the south ridge, Hobblefoot would lead his dwarves north up the dell in an attempt to circle down on the south ridge from above, killing as they went. Jorvig held the third cadre back for a time, giving Hobblefoot and Sledgefist the lead. At last, he released them. Where Sledgefist's cadre meant to push past any Uasi along the river to try to get behind the south ridge, the third cadre would attack any hovels at the river and hold the river trail. Warmcoat led them out, with K.H. bringing up the rear. K.H. had asked to go on the attack, but Greel was to stay behind and see to the guarding of the claim. The high adit door was shut fast, but a few of the previously wounded dwarves would remain to hold the low adit, leaving the door ajar for quick escape into the mountain if needed. Jorvig hoped that the adit guard would see nothing of interest that day. The storm that struck the previous evening had intensified through the night, so that day came only as a weak haze in the blowing white. The wind reached even down into the dell with fury. Jorvig looked back at his own cadre, the smallest. There were only 17 dwarves, a grim-faced lot. They had the shortest distance to travel. Shineboot was there right at his back. "You know, Char," Shineboot said in a whisper, "I've been thinking this might be a little like the Cariandal after all." Jorvig grinned at him, raised Treadfoot in signal, and stepped out the door. Onyx had wanted to see them off, but Jorvig had asked her to remain in the high adit. Thankfully, she had conceded the point. He tried to push her out of his mind as he squinted against the sting of the fine ice crystals blowing into his face. He wore gray felted wool over helm and breastplate and half a heavy wool blanket wrapped around his shoulders. The frayed edges of the blanket snapped in the wind. Chapter 57, Battle of the Blizzard. The noise of the storm was so loud they would have had to yell to be heard, but as yet there was no need. They all knew the plan. Each cadre had only one purpose. Theirs was to ascend the south ridge and strike for One Ear. They couldn't see the ridge through the whipping snow, but dwarves could keep their directions upside down in the dark beneath 1,000 feet of stone. They had stared out at the ridges for months, and they knew the distances and directions to guide them whether in pitch black or snow white. Each cadre was committed without reference to the others. 112 dwarves had poured out of the mine. They could no more know what was happening with the other cadres as the rear of the line could know about the front. Jorvig led straight across the dell. He knew when the ground would rise. He knew where the ladder on the dell wall would be. They handed up the second ladder without need for command, and Jorvig lowered it over the far side, swinging over and descending. Shineboot landed behind him in the snow, and Jorvig pressed on, going slow enough at first for the others to make it over the wall without losing sight of the next in line. The ridge rose rough and treacherous in front of them. The snow had already fallen 8 or 9 inches. It was heavy and damp, giving them some purchase on the ascent. The hut of One Ear was a few hundred yards upward beyond the wall. All the time Jorvig wondered how the others fared, but all he could hear was the wind and the crunching of snow beneath and behind him. It felt like they moved so slowly. How long would it take the Uasi to stir? Though his leg complained, he fought it with clenched teeth. At last, Jorvig used the beak of his walking hammer to pull himself upward the last few feet, and then he saw the first hovels loom out of the blowing snow. He ignored them, checking back to make sure that Shineboot was still behind him and the others were making it up the steep final push. 1, 2, 3, 4. They were still coming. He turned and stalked between the first hovels. They didn't matter. There was no sign of Uasi outside in the bluster. The rush mats that covered the hut openings were pinned closed with rows of bone toggles. Then color shone out of the snow ahead, yellow stripes of ochre paint on peeled birch bark. He raised a hand in signal. Other dwarves passed it back and broke off in groups of 3s to the openings of the other nearby huts, while he, Shineboot, and 2 others moved ahead toward the striped hut. They reached the opening. The entrance cover was secured with the same bone toggles. Even through the pressing wind and the freezing hairs of his beard and mustache, Jorvig smelled Uasi. He waited a few moments, then hefted Treadfoot and motioned to the door. Shineboot stabbed the mat with a long knife and tried to draw down, but the rushes just bent. Even as he yanked, a javelin blade thrust outward, nicking Shineboot's hand. He nearly dropped his dagger, but one of the other dwarves returned the thrust with his spike-ended spear. The javelin retreated. The third dwarf used the blade of his spear to slash at the side of the hut, this time horizontally. Chunks of bark tore away. They saw movement within, a flash of yellow. The others stabbed with their spears through the bark, pressing the Uasi back from the entry. Jorvig hooked the mat with Treadfoot's beak and ripped it open, bursting through the gap and nearly stepping into a blazing fire pit. There were 4 Uasi there, shoulder to shoulder, and in the middle was the feather mantle. An Uasi swung a serrate club, but Jorvig knocked it aside with Treadfoot. A javelin thrust at his chest from mere feet away, but he let it skid against his breastplate rather than parry. stabbing back with Treadfoot's spike into the Uasi's gut even as he stepped aside to evade a blow from One Ear's club. Then Shineboot was there, and the other dwarves leaning into the hut through slashed walls, pressing their long spears forward. One of the Uasi tore at the back of the hut with a knife to make an escape, but Shineboot's spear drove home into its back. One Ear leapt forward with a shriek and a flash of ochre, only to be spitted by another dwarven spear. Jorvig didn't get a chance to land another blow. Spears punched and drove until the bodies were still. Shineboot spit on One Ear's body, but as Jorvig looked down at the fallen Uasi, he saw that the beast was wearing a headdress fashioned out of an elk skull, black wiry hair hanging from beneath it. He had never seen One Ear wear that before. He kicked at it, knocking the headdress away from the Uasi's head. "Shit," Jorvig said, "shit on him." "We did it," Shineboot said, not realizing the reason for the outburst. "We killed the Kulker." Jorvig knelt down, actually grabbing the Uasi's head in his hand and turning it side to side, as if somehow his eyes betrayed him. The Uasi had 2 ears. "What are you doing, Chargrim?" "This isn't him." Shineboot stared. "That's the feathers." "It's not him?" Jorvig rose to his feet. For the first time, he took in the contents of the hut. There were a few filthy hides on the ground, stone grinders, scrapers, and little holes dug full of nuts and roots, but hanging from the domed ceiling near the wall was a dangling leg. It was completely coated in some kind of black tarry substance, and it had pieces carved from it, the tarred bone projecting from the end. There were other scraps of blackened meat hanging with it, but he barely noticed anything but that leg. As if the sight restored his sense of smell, the vile reek of the hut struck him at once. He felt bile rising. "Keep looking." He pressed back through the opening, gasping for the roaring winter wind. Shineboot following behind. "I can't see a blasted thing out here," Shineboot yelled. An Uasi fled past so quickly they didn't even have time to react. They saw dwarves stabbing into hovels and now they could hear shrieks. "Don't spread too wide," Jorvig shouted. He couldn't tell if anyone besides those few clustered next to him could hear the words. There atop the ridge, the wind was so fierce they had to squint against the side-flying snow. Shineboot pointed as an Uasi head poked out of a nearby hovel. They attacked. Another group of 3 dwarves arrived at the same moment, and together they ringed the hut and pierced and slashed with spears so the bark hung ragged and the occupants lay in their blood in the middle. One of the bodies had fallen onto the embers and smoked. The largest of the huts were barely 12 feet in diameter, leaving precious little room to avoid the spears. Now Uasi were rushing to and fro among the huts, but they acted confused and disordered, no more than 3 or 4 holding together at a time, others running headlong in all directions. The snow eased just enough to extend their sight 5 or 6 more yards, and the fighting began in earnest. The dwarves were few, and the Uasi that kept their heads noticed. If it weren't for their shields, the dwarves could not have stood. Stones and javelins flew, yet the dwarves fought in small clusters between the huts, pushing toward any Uasi that held against them. Shrieks and howls mingled with the wind. About 10 dwarves rallied around Jorvig as he called, voice cracking to rise above the storm. Where the others of the cadre had gone in the confusion and snow there was no telling, but they pressed forward along the ridge, tearing open huts and moving with shields raised. He tried to be as methodical as could be in the confusion of huts and snow and fighting. They slashed through hut after hut, but most were empty now. One of the dwarves next to Jorvig fell. He turned to look, but there was a javelin pierced through the dwarf's throat. Where had it even come from? He counted the dwarves around him. 7. When had it become 7? A cluster of Uasi burst out of a hut ahead, threw a few errant javelins and fled away into the snow, watching over their shoulders at Jorvig and the others. The fleeing Uasi never saw the spears onto which they plunged. Emerging from the blowing snow ahead was a cluster of dwarves. Jorvig squinted at them. He didn't recognize them, couldn't make out their faces beneath their hoods and through the snow that clung to their beards. He rushed forward. "What cadre are you?" Jorvig yelled. "First. Where is Sledgefist?" The dwarf raised his shoulders and looked around as if to say, "Where is anything?" Jorvig still knew where they were. They had pressed over the crest of the south ridge and were on its downward slope, but they had not gone too far in their descent. This new group had pressed up along the ridge from the direction of the river. It wasn't exactly the plan for the first cadre, but now was not the time to worry about plans made before battle. "Hold with me," Jorvig said, angling southeast, away from the river and toward the foot of the ridge. He had spent long hours standing in the terraces studying the smoke rising from beyond sight, and he knew that there were Uasi fires in that direction. Sure enough, as they reached the base of the ridge, they came upon a score or more huts clustered beneath pines. The Uasi there were already outside, aware of danger but apparently unsure of what to do or where it might appear. As the dwarves emerged from the trees into the clearing, the Uasi loosed a scattered volley of darts and stones. Some of the foe charged, but some of them retreated. Jorvik heard dwarvish cursing, but he could not stop to look as an Uasi rushed at him. He brought down Treadfoot in an overhand blow. The Uasi parried up with a short stabbing blade, and Jorvik pulled down with the beak of the hammer, hooking the Uasi's weapon and drawing the beast's arm down with it. He stabbed forward with Treadfoot's spike, ramming it into the beast's throat. It fell back, wheezing dark blood onto the snow. The dwarves advanced, and once again they slashed and thrust their way through the huts as Uasi threw their darts and fled. Few rushed at the dwarves to fight at close quarters, only those cornered or caught unprepared, and those died, staining the snow. The score of huts turned out to be at least 2 score, more emerging from the blizzard as they advanced, and Jorvik could not tell how long the fighting went on. At last a pale light strengthened through the easing snow, already past noon by the angle. Even with the increased visibility, all he saw beyond the huts were pines and spruces, their branches laden with snow. There were no foes left in sight, just mangled huts and bodies. He gathered his dwarves about him. There were 19 present. "What cadres were you with?" he asked. A few from his own fourth remained yet with him, including Shineboot, who had stayed close by his side, his beard and blade stained with dark blood. Most of the rest called out first cadre, but a few also said second. Jorvik knew they had wounded or dead left behind, and he was unwilling to leave them in this weather. Dwarves did not suffer heat or cold like humans did, but they could still freeze if left weak and exposed. Maybe he should have tried to tend to the wounded as they fell. Jorvik tried to shake off the thought. This was a time of action. Doubts could come in the dark after the doing was done. He knew they would. The wind seemed to lessen and the blowing snow lightened yet more. It was then that Jorvik heard horn blasts on the mountain. To the west, single blasts repeated at intervals, and to the northeast, double blasts. The first and second cadres. "Stay with me," Jorvik said to all those present. "We will search for the wounded together." And so began the process of backtracking up the hill as the storm acted as if it would blow itself out. If they had waited an hour or 2 later, the attack may never have happened. It was the snow that had aided them. Still, they could not relax. It was far from clear if the Uasi were defeated or merely scattered. Jorvik tried to retrace his steps, but others of the dwarves had joined him from other directions and recalled wounded there as well. He was unwilling to sunder the group. He was exhausted, his leg throbbing. Twice it buckled and took him to his knees, Shineboot and Treadfoot alone helping him regain his feet. The others were hard-pressed as well, struggling back up the ridge through the trampled snow and searching among the ruined huts for wounded. A few huts smoldered with fire where the structure had collapsed on embers. By the time they reached the top of the ridge, they had found 5 wounded. Some they carried and others helped with an arm or shoulder. Jorvik picked out one of the less damaged hovels with a fire still burning, and though it stank of Uasi, they sheltered the wounded there under guard and continued the search. They were still searching among the huts atop the ridge when dwarves descended from the east and Jorvik saw Hobblefoot leading them. His elder cousins smiled as they clasped hands. "I am relieved," he said. "Relieved to find you. Have we won the day?" "We have survived it so far," Jorvik said. "Did you kill their chief?" "I have not found him." Hobblefoot cursed, but it was a passing darkness, for with grim satisfaction he said, "We have made slaughter on the heights. I have sent wounded back to the claim, but I still have half my strength." "We are searching for our wounded," Jorvik said. Even as he said it, the wind picked up again, whipping the fresh snow up from the ground and stinging their eyes. "We have searched the ridge from above," Hobblefoot said. Jorvik gave orders for a detachment of his dwarves to move the wounded back to the claim. Joining with Hobblefoot, he continued on down the ridge slope toward the river. On the way, a grisly scene met them. 5 dwarves fallen amidst a heap of slain Uasi, their bodies pierced by javelin and crushed by stone. Jorvik recognized them from his own cadre, some of those separated in the fighting atop the ridge. He had no time to mourn or energy to be spent on the dead. They bowed their heads as they passed and raised their weapons in honor, though Jorvik could barely walk without leaning on Treadfoot. Little enough fighting had taken place on the lower part of the ridge by the look of it. What hovels they found there were empty. As they neared, Jorvik heard again the sporadic horn blasts of the first cadre from below and a little downriver. Letting the sound guide them, they soon found their comrades of the first cadre. Sledgefist came stamping through the snow, his face bright red and his beard laden with icicles. He grabbed Jorvik in his arms while still clutching his mired shield and spear. "We have rooted them," he said. "Rooted them?" Ahead, Jorvik saw many ruined hovels in the woods along the river, smoke still trailing upwards. "How are your wounded?" Jorvik asked. "We have them under guard in the rear." "Is there any more fighting?" Jorvik asked. Sledgefist shook his head. "We were fighting here when more came flooding down the ridge from your direction. I feared for you. If they weren't surprised to see us, it may have gone ill." we cut many down. Jorvig could tell that by the bodies littering the ground. We drove them off the heights, Jorvig said. Let us return with our wounded. The storm was intensifying again, and even had they the energy, they would not see the dead further than a few feet away. Bodies would soon be covered by the drifting snow. In another half an hour they met the third cadre holding the mouth of the dell near the end of the bridge. There were plentiful Uasi huts there too, and the already half-covered bodies of Uasi protruded stiff-limbed from the snow. They clasped hands with Warmcoat. "Where is Khlif?" Jorvig asked. "Hurt, but I hope not unto death," Warmcoat said. "I have sent him back with the other wounded." Jorvig tried to gauge the numbers of dwarves still standing around Warmcoat. It was fewer than he would have expected. Warmcoat saw his searching eyes. "There are many hurt," he said. "We were pressed upon from the north even before we finished with these." He motioned toward the broken hovels. "You have held," Jorvig said. "You have all done great deeds this day. Let us return under stone." "And out of this foul weather," Sledgefist said. "Foul weather a fair friend," Shineboot replied. "That it was," Jorvig said, "that it was for those who live." Under stone was little rest for Jorvig. Sums would never leave him. He stomped back and forth through the drifts on throbbing leg, from chamber to chamber full of wounded, counting and numbering. They had no surgeons among their numbers, but those who could help as they might. At the very least, wounds were cleansed with the last of the whiskey, poulticed with lamb's ear and other garden herbs, and wrapped with clean felted wool. Hot tea was brewed twice and thrice, and beards thawed, and for the first time in months no charcoal was counted as the dwarves of Glintrich thawed. Greel and Onyx hovered over their brother. Khlif was pierced through the thigh by a sharp javelin. He had lost much blood, but it seemed staunched now, and though pale of face, he grinned when Jorvig approached with treadfoot. "Sister, fashion me one of those," he said, pointing at the walking hammer. "Shut up, you'll be fine," Onyx said. She had already shared her greeting with Jorvig. She had waited for him just inside the adit, ignoring his request to stay above as soon as reports of wounded had reached her. If it wasn't for the breastplate she'd forged, her embrace may have crushed him. Later, he would find the breastplate scraped and dented from blade and stones, though he could not remember the blows. Though he was relieved for Khlif, the sums weighed heavily on him. Maybe he should have given more dwarves to the third cadre. They had been grievously hurt when the Uasi from upriver rushed down. In all, 23 dwarves were missing, 23 dwarves who had followed Jorvig's command. Jorvig had little hope for them, even if wounded and not dead. The weather was too bitter and turning more so every moment. It was far too dark for the time of day. Another 30 dwarves were wounded, though most not grievously. 3 Jorvig feared would not survive the night. One of the 3 did survive the night, and to Jorvig's greater amazement, 4 other dwarves arrived limping at the low adit door the morning after the battle, arms around each other for support. All of them were wounded, but they had sheltered in an Uasi hut, kept a fire, and survived the stormy night. Staying the night out in one of those vile huts must have been a horror, wounded and not knowing if the foe would return. Their backs were often and hardly slapped for many a day after. That morning dawned bright with a high blue dome in the heavens. It had snowed another 6 inches or more through the night with deep drifting, and apart from the slouching walls of the hovels sticking up above the snow, all signs of the battle were covered. Jorvig stood in the terrace watching through most of the day as Onyx brought him mugs of hot tea. He leaned on treadfoot and waited. At night he went inside, but he returned the next day again, staring out over that undulating white landscape pierced by the deep green of the pines that shook off their burdens on the ridgesides. He had to squint to look out into the glare, so bright was the post-storm sun on the surface of the snow. Onyx tempted him down to eat a warm meal in the middle of the day, and then he toured among the wounded, trying to encourage them. Most didn't need encouraging. Morale in the claim was higher than it had been in months, wounds and all. They grieved their losses but reveled in the blows they had struck. Jorvig said a thanksgiving that there would be no more empty spots at the 9-sided table as Khlif's flush of blood returned to his face. In the evening, Jorvig climbed on his stiff leg to the terraces once again, squinting out toward the south ridge. Memories of the fight flashed in his mind, and fatigue burdened him. He stood there for a time, eyes closed, tired, remembering. As if startled, he opened his eyes. There he was, his shoulders laden with yellow feathers, one ear, his head bare, and his disfigurement on display. He descended the slope of the south and stood alone at a level with Jorvig. The 2 sole enemies stared at each other across the dell as they often had over the past months. The Uasi raised an arm, wielding a short punching javelin. He pointed at Jorvig with his other hand. "Shit on you," Jorvig muttered. At last, the one ear lowered his weapon, turned, and climbed up the slope. Looking back once more, the Uasi disappeared over the ridge. Chapter 58, Hope of Spring. A thaw came, enough for the dwarves to retrieve their dead and raise a cairn for them in the center of the dell. Another storm struck after the thaw, then another thaw melted that snow. And with this one the first lying sense of spring rose from the slush and mud, only to be followed by a freeze without snow that hardened the mud and covered the river in dark ice. No fresh signs of uasi were seen. Under guard, the herders sallied and stripped pine branches and tree bark and dug beneath remnants of drifted snow for dried reeds and river grasses to keep the herds alive until the tender shoots of spring could rise from the soil. Jorvig squinted as he approached the high adit door. It was 3 months since the siege. The bridge was down, but it led to nowhere. The high adit tower was being rebuilt with stone. Jorvig stood on the ledge and surveyed the progress. It would take a month, but instead of an increasingly rickety post and beam tower of split logs, they would have a sturdy fortification with stair and a treadwheel crane elevator. The tower might not be absolutely necessary yet, but the labor was. At least the tower provided more security rather than more ore piled to await smelting. Another cadre was charcoaling, and until then the smelters were cold. Jorvig would have happily thrown all their efforts into preparing for conflict. The problem was, these dwarves did not come here for that. The Culhans swore oaths as miners and they were paid on a share of what was mined in the claim. If they weren't mining, they weren't getting paid and they knew it. These dwarves had come for wealth, not war. Jorvig could anticipate nothing other than rightful desertion if he pushed it too far. But how far was too far? He had to rely on the Culhan's sense of urgency, but he knew from experience that not everyone agreed on such things. He could not stop the workings of the gold mine if they wanted to survive, any more than he could stop the gardening or shepherding or the hundreds of other tasks. They had to be all things. Time, labor, and everything they had were pulled between competing priorities. The wind was brisk and they were all hungry. The Culhan spoke of the dreams they had in the night, and all the dreams were of food. Jorvig was accustomed to the hunger as much as one could be, but he saw the familiar pallor on the faces of many of the Culhan. This was a time of learning for them, learning the reality of the wilds. They would never forget it. The newcomers still did not know the struggles the few had faced at the beginning. Jorvig felt a strange sense of loss for those days, as awful as they had been. It was an effort to get the original dwarves together even to meet or eat. So busy they all were with labors, and in the case of Warmcoat and Shineboot, preparation for marriage. They were trying to finish their holds by spring, but much had drawn their attention away. Jorvig was helping them as much as he could, but time was short. Armed dwarves still paced the curtain wall around the dell. The snow was brown and trodden within from sheep and dwarves. The smell of manure and urine was strong. It was not the dell it had once been. But spring would come, and with it the sap would flow, and they would brew beer again, and the weddings would take place. Warmcoat and Shineboot were holding out for the sap. If food was short for their marriage feasts, they would ensure that intoxication was not. Jorvig smirked at the thought. Movement at the bottom of the dell caught his attention. Dwarves were being let in at the gate and directed toward the low adit. Even from there, he could see how wearily they trudged. Another group of 3. They'd trickled in since the battle. Those who had managed to dig deep enough or find food enough to survive the uasi were making their way to the dell, their cheekbones nearly pressing through their skin. They were stretching the meager supplies even further. What was the number now? Jorvig had been having that problem more and more lately, remembering the sums. It wasn't that his mind was flagging, it was that the numbers were increasing. At least 20 more dwarves since the siege anyway. They would turn none away, but even prospectors who had fled to the dell earlier in a similar state grumbled now when they saw new faces. If only they could eat gold. He'd thought it before, and likely he'd think it again. Shineboot was overseeing the tower construction, and so Jorvig felt confident that nothing would go too terribly wrong. The angles looked properly set as the next level rose. They had all inspected the foundations together. It was set upon the solid living rock. Within the mine, Sledgefist continued with a skeleton crew of miners working for the gold ore. Hobblefoot was busy and suitably distracted with his engineers, expanding the water-powered ventilation bellows and overseeing the sluices. Soon, Hobblefoot would build a treadwheel lift at the top of the new tower. Jorvig drifted in thought as he stared out until a voice behind brought him back. Iracruel. It was Thrushbeard, who Jorvig had placed in oversight of the sentries and the dell gate. No one had seen uasi since the battle. But when Jorvig called for volunteers to hunt, no one stepped forward except Thrushbeard, and only once he saw no one else volunteer. They all knew what had happened to Tonkel and the others. For the foolishness of volunteering, Jorvig had made Thrushbeard hunt captain and chief sentry. Hilmain, the last of Tonkel's hunters, had packed meager supplies and left the claim without a word, taking a crossbow without permission. Whether he was returning to Deep Cut or heading elsewhere, no one knew. To try to raise confidence, Jorvig picked hunters by command and led a 3-day expedition himself. They saw nothing, barely even any fresh tracks. No doubt the Uasi had depleted game for miles. Aye, Jorvig asked. 3 more, Thrushbeard said. Prospectors all. I saw them. Any news? They knew of one other claim, but it is one we knew as well, downriver. Thrushbeard made a slight shake of his head to indicate that the second claim had been wiped out. That brings it to 24 since the fight, Thrushbeard said. Jorvig nodded. It was a small remnant of survivors. He pitied the nightmare the winter must have been for them so far. Anything else? He turned and actually looked at Thrushbeard. The dwarf had a light complexion and a nearly colorless beard, but it was his clothes that caught Jorvig's attention. One sleeve was rent from shoulder to wrist, hanging open and flapping in the breeze that came in at the adit. Thrushbeard saw Jorvig's glance and shrugged. No. There was nothing for it. They were out of cloth and out of thread. The flocks could be shorn in the spring and the wool felted, but that would only go so far. The making of clothes from scratch was brutally time-consuming, to go from wool to washing to carding to spinning to weaving or knitting, not to speak of sewing. Continue on, Jorvig said, nodding and giving an apologetic smile to Thrushbeard. He felt responsible for the fact that they were as ragged as they were, but what could he do? It was night. The second shift of dwarves was working. The labor was divided into 2 shifts throughout the claim to keep it going at all times. This provided the room to work more effectively and also allowed the sharing of limited tools. It also meant that Jorvig needed to be aware of the goings-on of both shifts, and so his sleep pattern had been disrupted. Now he returned to his chamber and sat on a stool. He had a stone dish of glowing wood coals he had carried back with him, thinking he may heat some water to drink. The warm water masked the hunger. Onyx slept upon the alcove beneath a ragged wool blanket. He watched her chest rising and falling in sleep. He was so tired that he lacked the motivation even to strip and lie down, and Onyx was near the edge of the alcove bed. He'd have to climb over to the wall and it would certainly wake her. He didn't want to do that. So he sat on the stool and stared in the dark and tried to think. Whether he somehow slept sitting up or whether all thought simply fled him, he was startled when Onyx spoke. "What are you working on?" she asked. She had sat up and was sitting on the edge of the bed. The coals had dimmed. She wore only her long shirt, leaving her calves bare as they hung over the rock. If Jorvig had not been so tired, but he was so tired. "I'm making a list," he answered, though he was struggling to remember what the list was about. "You need a scribe, someone who can write things for you. You cannot keep track of all things now. I'll put that on the list." "What list are you making?" "I plan to send to Deep Cut with orders for supplies and maybe to find another blacksmith or engineer who may come. We need many bolts of cloth as well. Buying whole clothes would be too dear, and to send news of the victory. News of an Uasi defeat will embolden others. More prospectors may flood to the ridges. Word will go out as soon as anyone gets back to Deep Cut. Besides, we need more dwarves, we need more everything. How many more mouths can we feed? I don't know." He had already caused the deaths of many, but if they would survive here, they needed more Yaugen to labor, and that meant more mouths to feed. He was past the point where he could afford decisions made in cowardice or even regret. He must choose by calculation. He would not lie about the danger. All who came to the Red Ridges took their lives in their own hands. "You will need to send gold for supplies. Who can you trust to send it?" Onyx asked. Jorvig had thought of that, but it kept bringing him up short. Handing a large sum of precious gold to a dwarf and sending them off to Deep Cut might easily go awry. They must either have loyalty, such as one of the owners, or integrity, or fear of reprisal. If such betrayal happened once, how could Jorvig punish it? Could he make the folk fear him? Jorvig must have drifted off again. "Enough for tonight," Onyx said. "There is time before spring." She reached out for him. "Sleep." They all grew thin that spring. Yet the gardeners had done more than Jorvig had asked of them. Slaughtering a few weaker beasts in the flocks and those that had miscarried, they would not starve unto death. A few of the bolder prospectors who had come for refuge in the fall decided to leave again, but more stayed. It was often said among the folk, not the gold in the hoard but the beards at the table. It meant that hospitality showed true wealth, or the number of culhin at least. The problem was that you still needed something to feed them. Some of the dwarves were more susceptible to the low rations than others. A few had bleeding gums and were showing signs of easy bruising. Jorvig put sentries on the meager stores. "And who will watch the sentries?" Hobblefoot asked. And like salvation, the true thaws came, and the dwarves ranged up and down the river in armed parties, tapping the trees and collecting the plentiful flowing sap. With so many taps, they often drank it raw as it came from the tree, and light returned to many an eye. Thousands of gallons of the sweet birch and maple sap flowed into their ewers and buckets. Other labor within the dell ground to a halt as they slushed through the melting snow, collecting, hauling, and emptying the vessels. Multiple fires burned in the dell night and day beneath hanging kettles, boiling down the sap to a thicker consistency, and the brewer ran back and forth and begged for more casks to be made. A contingent of dwarves cut cedars across the river for just that purpose. One of the empty stopes in the mine was converted to a store chamber just for the barrels. At the same time, the herders were busy. The flock began lambing, and bleating was heard as the shepherds separated nursing ewes into special partitions in the fold to be looked after and kept from the elements. Jorvig would have expected this to be a harbinger of good things, but instead the shepherds were more stressed than ever, beseeching him for vegetables from the few stores they had left and combing the river valley for fodder. Jorvig had to ensure that they did not strip any birch or maple trees of bark to feed to the sheep. Lately, the herders had been cutting down sheaves of dried reeds from north in the marsh flats where Tonkel had died. Apparently, nursing ewes needed far more to eat than usual. The herders complained that the lambs and kids were already underweight. Quite a number of them were born with goiters too. Some didn't make it, unable to keep their body heat. They died shivering in the bosoms of the herders, too weak to bleat. The shepherds' faces were dark, but they did not waste the tiny carcasses. They went into the pot. Even their bones were soft enough to boil down. For weeks this labor continued. A late blizzard struck for a day, but the sun shone afterward and the temperatures rose even more. The river swelled and burst its banks and the vernal streams roared from the heights. They found that the last of the squash, brown and rotting and suspicious, still made a meal mashed and boiled in reduced birch sap. The buds swelled and burst. Green things broke the soil. It was spring. The hunters brought in little enough meat, but they did find fresh prospectors moving up the ridges from the south. The newcomers hadn't even heard of the Uasi siege. By that, Jorvig knew that word had not reached Deep Cut. He had hoped that perhaps some of the prospectors had fled back there and survived. Now he knew they hadn't. These newcomers were the beginning of a continued stream of prospectors, who either passed by the dell along the river or stopped in to gain news or beg further supplies, depending on their need. Jorvig had no food to spare those who would not stay, and mostly the determined went off into the wilds without help. A few even came expecting to find established claims where they could simply offer their labor, and they arrived with little more than a few mining tools. These were the poorest of Deep Cut, Rundilla, who had not managed to gain an apprenticeship and who did piecework for whoever would take their labor for a day. They had not the means to bring sufficient supplies, and they arrived hungry and lean, more mouths to feed and hands to put to work. Some were angry when Jorvig forced them into hunting parties and sent them ranging far under Thrushbeard's command, but he had little patience left. If they would leave, they could leave. It was spring, perhaps the safest time of the year, but Jorvig bid Thrushbeard be wary in all things. Somehow over the winter the dwarves of Deep Cut had stopped calling it Glintridge and had shortened it to Glint alone, judging by the way the new prospectors spoke. They also had a name for the river and the ridges around it, the Gold River Range. The names caught in the claim almost before Jorvig knew. There was something irritating about it. They did not even get to name their own claim, but then he had not chosen the name Chargrim either. It was not possible to bottle the wind. Chapter 59, The Council of Glint. Jorvig sat eating a breakfast of mashed radishes and leeks. Onyx was already up and at her labor in the smithy. Jorvig's sleeping pattern was still off-kilter. A knock came at the door. It was not too unwelcome a distraction. Some of the radishes used in the mash had turned, but they couldn't be wasted. "One moment," Jorvig said, taking another bite. He'd learned to make eating mechanical when it could not be pleasurable. Chewing, he walked to the door and cracked it to see Thrushbeard standing outside. There was a stranger with him. Jorvig stepped out into the drift. He would not bring any into the chamber where he had his marriage bed. "Rule," Thrushbeard said. "A newcomer begs to speak with you." Just like the name Glint, the dwarves had taken little time in shortening his title from Iracrul to simply Rule for everyday use. Just behind Thrushbeard stood a young dwarf who looked like he must be barely past his rundel. His clothes were stained by the road, but they were of indisputable quality. The fabric was heavy, the seams straight and fine, and the colors had once been fair. The shirt a uniform in deep blue, now marred by a few weather stains. Besides his clothes, Jorvig immediately noted that the dwarf had no visible tools besides a camp knife at his belt. His pack was of fine leather, but it lacked loops and ties for hanging tools. "What is?" Jorvig began, but remembered to make some show of hospitality. "Welcome," he said, "from Deep Cut." "Ah yes," the young dwarf answered. "How goes it there?" The same, he said. Grain is dearer than last year as the humans. Jorvig nodded and waved his hand. In truth, he had little interest in the goings-on of Deep Cut anymore. In Deep Cut, meeting an unknown dwarf like this would have necessitated 2 or 3 formal niceties, at least some genealogical rehearsal, and talk about some uninteresting commonplace like the price of grain. None of that mattered in Glint. Thrushbeard can get you settled in if you're planning to stay, Jorvig answered, then looked at the dwarf's pack again. What do you do? I am called Lopleat, a clothier, he said, youngest son of the pointed bone-hold descendant of Halfshoe who came with Tourmalin. Jorvig laughed, interrupting and discomfiting the newcomer both. A clothier was one of the crafters Jorvig was hoping to bring from Deep Cut. This was a welcome surprise, though he had no interest in the dwarf's genealogy. Of a certainty, they would not be related or know the same folk. Jorvig's kin were all from the poorer sort of miners, established enough to gain apprenticeship for the sake of heredity, but not much more. Even Jorvig had heard of that family of deep-cut clothiers, though. Their name originally derived from the use of bone needles for some tasks, though he had no idea why a bone would be preferable. He was surprised that one of their members would come to the claim. He suspected that the dwarf failed to mention he was the youngest son of a youngest son, however far removed. Maybe he would have gotten to it if Jorvig had let him. What is your request? I wish to be granted a hold so I can practice my trade. Jorvig pursed his lips. Welcome as the crafter was, there was a dearth of cloth, and until they could get some, he was another mouth. And where will you get your supplies? I have brought some, I will trade for more. Trade from whom? I already put in an order. Jorvig stared. An order? The pack train master said he would be departing 2 weeks after I left. I suspect it will take them longer to arrive than that. I was able to move quickly. Jorvig shouldn't have been surprised. Any trader worth their salt would know they needed supplies and had gold to pay for them, probably at a steep price. If they didn't yet know about the Uasi attack, there was no reason not to come. He wondered what they might bring. I suppose if your tools are light you could, Jorvig said absently. Did the master say what else the pack train was bringing? No, I did not ask. The fool didn't ask. Jorvig caught himself being unfair. What did this clothier know of the reality here? He was going to learn quickly. I see. Jorvig stared at the dwarf until he noticed the clothier's eyebrow twitch upward, and he remembered that there had been a request. A hold. You don't require flame. Jorvig let that statement hang a moment in case the dwarf objected. He really didn't know much about the clothier's craft. You can have an inner 10 on the 4th drift. They were cutting a new drift, not parallel with the cliff like the others but straight into the ridge. It was to accommodate the newcomers who wished to stay on. Jorvig was about to tell the dwarf to go talk to someone about which section he could have, but then he realized he had told Thrushbeard to divvy it up for newcomers. Why had Thrushbeard just given the dwarf a hold? Thank you, but I was hoping for something more. I need. Do you have a family? No, not yet at least, Lopleat said. But I need a large space for inventory, a workshop, and a private hold. I was hoping for a 50. A 50? Are you going to dig a 50? Jorvig asked. That would take a skilled miner months to complete. How was this dwarf to eat in the meantime? No one ate for free at Glint. And the last thing they needed was another inexperienced dwarf crushed by falling rock. Well, the clothier looked taken aback. I was hoping you would order it cut. I have the design ready. I'm sure you're aware the dwarves here are quite ragged. You will need a clothier. Jorvig was well aware that his trousers were more patch than original cloth. Still. You want us to dig it for you? Perhaps the clan of the pointed bone were used to different ways of doing things. Only in the interest of time, Lopleat said. Jorvig could tell that he was doing his best to appear calm and confident, but there was an unnatural rigidity to his arms. I could spend a year digging, but I'm afraid some of your dwarves will be going naked by then, and if I may suggest, he went on, I'd prepare more 50s. I know a cobbler who is planning to arrive this summer as well. Jorvig curled his toes in the hide slippers he wore. It made sense. The youngest dwarves of a family who knew the craft but had none of the authority or honor would see a place like Glint as an opportunity to establish themselves apart. Demand was higher than anywhere else, and where gold was more plentiful than decent clothing, prices could also be high. Are you intending to swear an oath as Culhin and work for the claim? Jorvig asked. He already knew the answer, but this had turned into barter. No, I did not come here to be Kulhin, I seek only to practice my craft, my needed craft. Kulhin or not, this is our claim by rights. I understand and I submit to your authority here, I only ask to be allowed to follow my trade in freedom. All your supplies will have to be purchased, Jorvig countered, not even your food and drink will come free. If it was to be a battle of supply and demand, that could go both ways. I am here for business. Jorvig nodded. Will you dig the hold? Lopleat asked. We will dig the hold, Jorvig answered. At a cost, you will make 8 sets of clothing to show the quality of your work. 7 for dwarves and 1 for a whiff. You will measure for them. They will be done first of all your craft. These are the price of the mining. You will do the same once every year or the value in gold in exchange for the right of trade here. Honestly, Jorvig did not know exactly how long it took for a clothier to make a simple set of work clothes, but he had purchased clothes before in deep cut. He did not expect anything fancy or embroidered, they needed hardy stuff. 8 per year is too high, Lopleat said, let it be 4. 4, but the sets have cloaks. That is too much fabric. Movement caught Jorvig's eye and he saw Onyx enter the owner's drift and head toward them. And what if I outbid you for the fabric? Jorvig asked, his voice a shade quieter. It was a rude question, but this was deep cut. The clothier tensed. I have an arrangement already. This time, Jorvig said, let the first 8 sets for the mining be without cloaks, but the 4 per year thereafter have cloaks. I will agree to this, Lopleat said, frowning, but I ask that you do not gouge me for my other needs. If I cannot make it worth the privations, I will leave and you will be naked. I pity us all if that should happen, Onyx said, arriving. They were blocking the door to her and Jorvig's chamber, so she came to a stop. Lopleat made a half bow to her while Jorvig turned to Thrushbeard. I will speak with the Rinlin and we will determine where these 50s will be. Please settle our friend until it is decided. Thrushbeard nodded, giving Jorvig a slight smirk. Jorvig turned back to Lopleat. Welcome. Lopleat gave another half bow and left following Thrushbeard. Onyx waited until they were gone. Negotiating in the drift, she said with a slight shake of her head. She still wore her veil while about in the claim. You need a reception chamber. It would be useful, but I don't have the time to dig it. Onyx rolled her eyes. Obviously you don't have the time, that is why you will order miners to dig it according to my plans. And while they dig the reception chamber, they will out the rest of our 50. You have plans. Of course I have, and you won't give me difficulty over assigning the miners either. It's just. It felt wrong. A dwarf normally dug their own family hold. Then again, Lopleat didn't intend to do so, but Lopleat wasn't a miner. You have dug the whole claim, Onyx said, heading him off, and you have better things to do than argue with your whiff. Or a fellow claim owner, so I will go tell Khlif to handle the mining with some of the unsworn Yaugan. He is kin, after all. He is, but I will talk to him about it. It may as well be Khlif to dig the clothier's 50 as well, he thought, so long as it is to my design. It will be to your design. Onyx nodded, then lifted her head to him. He pressed his forehead against hers. This was going to be the way of things. Jorvig couldn't deny it. The prospectors were here, and any dwarf who could turn a profit from them would come too. The claim would turn to trade rather than all having their needs provided by the mine. They had to provide too much that they couldn't rely on deep cut to supply. They were too far away, and few skilled crafters would take oaths as Kulhin, not when they could set up for themselves. The Kulhin would then spend wages for what the unoathed crafters could supply. The problem was how to maintain control and keep the wealth flowing to the claim and not away from it. The herders thankfully had sworn on as Kulhin too, and Sledgefist had paid outright for the flocks in deep cut. Herders would never have survived here otherwise, and apparently some still thought it a worthwhile endeavor. Jorvig wasn't sure he entirely understood the bargain for the herders. The gardeners were Kulhin too, growing food on claim dirt. They had to pay their Kulhin gold and supply them food. All others would have to buy food from the claim. For now, the mine controlled life, but he couldn't be there every time there was trade for food. It was at risk of being skimmed by unscrupulous Kulhin or secret deals made. They needed ledgers, tallies, and strict inventory, yet Jorvig couldn't even read speaking runes. Onyx had spoken the truth about needing someone to write for him, but he would have to trust them. The owners sat at the 9-sided table. Next to Jorvig was Saviarm's empty chair. Jorvig touched the edge of the seat with his fingertips as he thought. A single dish-style oil lamp gave off a steady light. Jorvig listened to the banter around the table, sipping on his hot tea flavored with birch syrup. Salt is the main thing, Sledgefist was saying. What I wouldn't give for a salt spring. We'll be able to trade for salt enough. It is cheap in Deep Cut and we are rich, Hobblefoot said. I'm not making the trip. Warmcoat folded his arms. No one is making you, Hobblefoot said. We can pay someone to do it. Jorvig smiled absently, but it was a smile of the moment. Already his mind had searched far ahead. They had won the siege. But if Tonkel's stories of the Long Downs had taught Jorvig anything, it was that a single mind could not resist forever. And in his gut he felt a certainty they would see One Ear again. He leaned forward and the others stopped talking, recognizing the signal. I have an idea. What sort of idea? Sledgefist asked. We'll need to start by discussing trade routes. That's what we've been talking about, Greel said. And then what? Shineboot asked, ignoring Greel. Jorvig smiled, something that might turn this claim into a colony. A colony? Hobblefoot asked, hesitant. What do you mean? You want more Yaugan? What will we feed them? Not just Yaugan. I want their families too, and not just here but all through this range. More claims to be dependent on us? Shineboot asked. And more we have to protect, Sledgefist added. And if we are to protect all these claims, then we should gain the benefit, Jorvig said. We should control it. No self-respecting dwarf will come to the Red Ridges and stake a claim only to give up its wealth to another, Hobblefoot said. We have no right to call this whole territory ours. Even if we tried to enforce it, there would be bloodshed. We don't have to claim the whole territory as our own, Jorvig answered. At least that wasn't possible. A dwarf could only keep the rights to a claim if they or their Kulhin could actually work or inhabit it. Empty claims were no claims at all. Then how are we to control it? Sledgefist asked. What have we been doing since we came here? Mining? Asked Khlif. Jorvig stopped himself from dropping his head into his hands. We've been trying to survive, hunting. Cultivating, making charcoal, building forges and workshops, fighting Uasi. Every dwarf who comes here will have to do the same. Unless they come to us for their needs, Onyx said. We know this already, Sledgefist said. That has been the plan. And we must expand it. These dwarves are gold-hungry just as we were. Jorvig felt gracious by saying we, so we buy donkeys. We establish pack trains. We create a supply post at the South Gap. We make sure all the nearby claims get their provisions through us. And pay for it, Hobblefoot said, clasping his hands. We could set the prices. We're just establishing more trade pack trains from Deep Cut and East Spire. The wealth of the ridges will flow through, Jorvig pointed at the stone table. Here. That is ambition, Shineboot said, his eyes narrow. Is it just to seek such control? It is not an end in itself, it is merely the first part, the foundation for the second. And that is protection. We have already made it known that the prospectors should come here if in danger, Sledgefist said. I do not mean that. You know how Deep Cut has the jackals of the waste. Oh, you cannot be serious, Greel said. Onyx shot him a sharp glance, but that only made Greel frown with annoyance. The Deep Cut guards only concerned themselves with the protection of Deep Cut itself, but the jackals moved about the waste, making sure caravans were not harried by beasts or the human robbers who sometimes lurked near the borders of Lathe and Senland. Such a contingent could travel the ridges, map the claims, share news, guide pack trains, and above all scout for Uasi. We cannot be surprised like this again. We must have a method of warning. That we must accomplish above all. We have defeated the Uasi, Sledgefist said. They migrate here in the fall and into the winter they will return. Maybe they did, but if they can remember anything, they'll remember losing. Do you honestly think they will return after such a defeat? Shineboot asked, but not in the agitated tone of Sledgefist. Where else will they go? Jorvig replied. The humans have pushed them out of the west and pressed them in the north, Greel offered with a conciliatory tone. Lathe and Senland might even take the Long Downs from what I heard before we left Deep Cut. And in the south the steppes go on for hundreds of miles with little to speak of, they say, Jorvig added. The humans are always taking land, Hobblefoot grumbled. What is to the east? Shineboot asked. A sea, eventually. Jorvig had sought that knowledge before he came to the ridges. So far as he knew, no dwarves had ever seen it or even been east of the ridges, but the human traders brought maps. The human world was thin and broad like metal beaten nearly through. The dwarves about the table looked thoughtful. It was obvious nothing would go into a sea if it had any sense, not even Uasi. How many? Hobblefoot asked. How many seas? Seas are bigger than lakes, Sledgefist said. I'm sure there's only one. How many for this contingent or whatever they are to be called? Hobblefoot said, not looking at Sledgefist. It will take a great number if you are right about the Uasi. Jorvik had already thought of a name, the Ridge Wardens. He felt nervous to say it though, it felt grandiose. 30 to start if we can find them. They can move in groups of 15 to start, armed and ready, eventually more. Many hands lost to work, Hobblefoot said. With promise of reward, I hope some of the prospectors who came to us for shelter might be persuaded. Some of them have already left to go back to their claims. The boldest at least, Shineboot said. We will do the best we can. I think some may be persuaded. There will be gold in serving in this way. Maybe more. There was a time when Jorvik might have been tempted by such a role, yet he could not. Great exertion was hard on his leg and now he had a whiff. The idea of going off on such expeditions would mean being parted from her. He'd been married such a short time. That was the last thing he wanted. They will be most exposed on the surface, Shineboot said, most at risk of ambush from the Uasi. We must establish regular strong places in the rock. We should not go a day or even half in any direction without some hope of shelter. Do the prospectors trade for this protection as well? Hobblefoot asked. Jorvik paused, thinking. He'd thought about it before, but it was still tempting. Not with gold, he would keep to the decision he made in the night. We are one folk, we protect our own, but no one eats for free, whether by labor or gold. Only we can guard the pack trains and bring them here. Or stop others? Hobblefoot asked. Jorvik squinted. He had wondered about that himself, but it did not feel right. Such heavy-handedness might turn folk against them, and they had no natural right to impede trade. That is not befitting a free dwarf, cousin, Sledgefist said, an edge in his voice. It was a question, Hobblefoot snapped. I am not the one trying to raise a war host. Easy, Jorvik said, raising his hand. I will take whatever trade comes this way, at least as far ahead as I can see. There is one other thing, Onyx said. Jorvik looked over at her. She had not spoken to him about anything else beforehand. Disputes between dwarves and between claims, they will need arbitration. There was a pause. Arbitration was not a duty that Jorvik wanted. In Deep Cut, arbitration could go on for years, and the more arbiters, the more complex the arguments became. In the end, the Deep Cut Council held the right to settle any disputes that the arbiters could not, but that did not keep them from endless arguments and deflections. Most dwarves lived their lives away from any serious matters of claim law, keeping to the simple traditions. That could not be said for the mighty. Perhaps there won't be a great need, he said. Onyx arched an eyebrow. There is great wealth involved and many claims. Jorvik sighed. This burden I do not want. I do not wish to sit in judgment over the matters of other claims. No one said it had to be you, she answered. The muscles around her eyes flexed and relaxed. He'd seen that look before. There was challenge there. What makes us think folk will heed our arbitration in their own claims? Greel asked. Even the council does not arbitrate outside of Deep Cut, or the Waste at least. For safety, she answered. I don't follow you, Sledgefist said. Safety from what? I remember you and Hobblefoot nearly coming to blows if I had not stopped you, Onyx said. A hush followed that. Jorvik tried to break it. There might be need, he acknowledged. He didn't want to encourage Onyx in the matter, but he also felt obligated to aid her. Besides, he knew it was better to be prepared for trouble than to be surprised. There has always been risk of murder among new claims, Onyx continued. Think of Copperbitter in the Long Downs or Yellowshank when East Spire was young. Sledgefist fake spat at the names. Foul deeds, he said. I hope we see nothing like it. Onyx's examples were a century and more old, and yet it was true they had been committed in the dividing of new territory. Murder was not without precedent, but it was rare enough to cause a great stir, and one murder had a horrid way of leading to reprisals of one kind or another. Hope is soft, Onyx intoned. They all knew the rest of the saying, hope is soft, rock is hard. Things didn't always go how you wanted. Would we let it go unpunished, she asked. If it occurred in these ridges, who else could enforce a judgment? To enforce a judgment like that by strength of arm, Greel said, looking back to Jorvig, you're talking about, that would make you like a shul. It was the old word for king. Don't use that word, Jorvig said. That word belongs in stories. Let there be only the crippled king in the Red Ridges. These are dangerous matters, Sledgefist said. This is far beyond mining or fighting either. If we dig the drift aright, what we do will provide safety for these ridges and wealth for ourselves. Wealth and power, Hobblefoot said. They all sat in silence for a time. Chapter 60, Eldenhall. The sap slowed and they pulled the taps to let the trees scab over. Lambing slowed as well. It was a poor lambing year with many losses, but they still had 72 lambs and kids alive and growing. Crookleg promised that next year would be better so long as the Uasi kept away. Jorvig was encouraged by that promise, not so much for the flock as for a demonstration of a spirit he had noticed among most of the dwarves that spring. They had set their jaws in determination, tightened their belts and mended their clothes many times over. Few left to return to Deep Cut. Few even spoke of it. It was the hardy and ambitious who ventured out to the wilds, and they were showing their mettle. The clothier was wrong about the pack train being more than 2 weeks behind him. But then, what did a clothier know about making good time on the surface? The pack train arrived only 8 days behind him. Jorvig was working with Shineboot on the 3rd tier of the new tower when Thrushbeard came puffing up the dell waving an arm and calling. They're just turning up from the river, Thrushbeard yelled. It took a minute before Jorvig understood from him who was turning up from the river. Shineboot and he hurried together to the edge of the causeway across the tailings pond. 50 donkeys rocked their way to the dell gate under heavy burdens, attended by 17 armed dwarves. Word ran through the claim and soon over 150 dwarves, many newly awoken, crowded to watch the pack train cross the causeway. One older dwarf, stout of frame but gray of beard, strode ahead of the pack train and Jorvig met him at the causeway. The trader bowed with a flourish of his arm. He wore fine, unstained clothes. No doubt he and the rest of his dwarves had changed out of their travel stuffs when they knew they approached the claim. I am Eldenhall, chief of traders on all the routes of the Red Ridges, he said loud enough for everyone to hear. Something about the self-assertion made Jorvig doubt whether all the other traders would agree, but then he didn't know for sure how many traders there were in the Red Ridges. I am pleased to add your noble claim as a destination. I bring goods of need. May I ask to be introduced to the Rinlin? The Iracrul stands before you, Shineboot said, nodding to Jorvig. Eldenhall made the quickest of glances at Jorvig from toes to the top of his head, and Jorvig knew he had been more appraised by that quick glance than by many another dwarf who had lingered to stare. Ah, Eldenhall said, bowing again, so it is. The trader couldn't help but show a glimmer of surprise, but Jorvig suspected it was more at the title than himself. Dwarves from the dell were now approaching the pack train in throng, and Eldenhall glanced at them, the slightest knit of worry on his brow. If I may request, he said, that we be allowed to unload and see to our beasts and wares somewhat apart, there will be time to trade. Jorvig nodded, turned, and held up his hands to the dwarves. Hold, he shouted, let them unload. You will have your chance, back to labors or rest for now. Many were the disappointed looks, but Hobblefoot, Sledgefist, Khlif, Shineboot, and Warmcoat were all present now, and they yelled the dwarves who were on their work shifts back into activity, and those who were not on duty at least kept their distance. Thank you, Eldenhall said. He motioned to one of his dwarves who started to lead the pack train across the causeway. Eldenhall's gaze crisscrossed the dell, taking in the flocks, the armed dwarves looking down from the wall, the tower construction. It wouldn't take a genius to know that the claim had defense on the mind. I find that most Rinlin or Iracrul, he added, after the customary welcome repast, prefer to meet with me and discuss the disposition of my wares before letting the Kulhin make their trades. But I am of course your servant and will accommodate your direction. The other owners now stood behind Jorvig, including Onyx. They all looked like what they were, dwarves who had patched and mended and made do for years, not wealthy mine owners. It is well, Jorvig said. He turned to Thrushbeard. Bring out a cask of sap beer as a gift for our guests. That was all he was going to offer. They didn't have food to feed an extra 17 dwarves. The traders were here to grow rich from them, not join them. They could survive on their own stores. Shit on custom, these were the wilds. He turned back to Eldenhall. When you are ready to speak, you may have Thrushbeard here bring you to us. Eldenhall nodded. Some of his exuberance had drained away with fewer eyes on him. Jorvig turned and left, and the other owners followed. It was at least 5 hours later when Thrushbeard brought Eldenhall to the chamber of the nine-sided table. With his reception chamber not yet finished, Jorvig had opted to use the meeting chamber. He studiously ensured that Savierm's chair be left open, himself and Onyx to one side of it and Greel and Shineboot on the other. Hobblefoot, Sledgefist, and K.H. he had ordered to continue the labor of the mine. He could tell from their expressions they were disappointed, but they didn't argue. Too many mouths and tempers were not desirable for a negotiation. He had chosen Greel and Onyx because they had the most experience in the trading and appraising precious metals and gems, considering their crafts. Shineboot was merely another set of eyes and ears on the trader, and Jorvig felt he would keep his wits. They served the trader hot tea. If Eldenhall had partaken of the birch beer, he didn't show the slightest hint of intoxication. The graybeard carried a leather satchel and he opened it and drew out a piece of parchment, a valuable commodity of itself, and offered it to Thrushbeard. Thrushbeard took it delicately and brought it to Jorvig. Jorvig motioned for him to set the parchment on the table before him, which he did. Jorvig glanced down at the lines of speaking runes divided into sections. He knew this was some kind of bill of lading, but there was no way he could read it. There was also no way for him to hide that he couldn't read speaking runes. It would be obvious to Eldenhall no matter what he did. Whether this was customary or an attempt to establish that deficiency right away, Jorvig didn't know. At that moment Jorvig realized that if he did ever come by a scribe, he would have to trust them more than he trusted anyone but perhaps the owners. A scribe could manipulate the whole mine with a simple press of a stencil. As for the present, Jorvig had no reason to trust Eldenhall, but at least the distrust was plain. They both wanted to make the best deal they could. The problem was that Eldenhall had probably been doing this for over 100 years and Jorvig had never done it a single time. He motioned for Eldenhall to sit, which he did. The graybeard smiled across the table. "I am deeply impressed," he said. "I have been to many claims, but none with such a dramatic tale as this. I have heard much of your battles in the past few hours. You have my respect and congratulations." "Thank you," Jorvig said. "And you have our thanks for venturing so far." He wondered how much the delay had been to allow Eldenhall to assess the claim before meeting. "Nothing ventured, nothing gained," Eldenhall replied with a smirk, "and I hope we each have much to gain." "I hope so too. Now if you would be so kind as to relate to us your goods, we can begin." "Of course," Eldenhall said with another faint smile. He did not need the parchment to remember it any more than Jorvig could read it. "I have 500 poundels of cloth bolts in delivery to a certain clothier who has already claimed it," Eldenhall said. "I have 200 more pounds which he was eager also to claim at a very reasonable price. Of course I deferred until we were able to speak. I have 500 pounds of salt, 75 gallons of lamp oil, 10 mine drills and 2 gauges, 50 hammers, 50 picks, 50 shovels, heads only of course. I have 50 pounds of flux powder, a case of tongs, punches, and other smithy tools. Draw knives, axe heads, saws, carpentry drills as well. Let's see. 10 casks of hill smoke, 50 pounds each." Jorvig saw Greel and Shineboot stir at that. 2 case vessels of miner's eye alive, 10 pounds each of radish seeds, mangel wurzel, beetroot, and so on. "I have 5 whole Lathan pigs in salt as well, 5 barrels deep cut beet brandy." "Clothing, did you only bring fabric?" Jorvig interrupted. "I was under the impression you would have the services of a clothier." "Was that impression paid for?" Eldenhall leaned back in his chair and held up his palms in a pacifying gesture. "Everything is paid for," he said. "Go on." "Leather for bootmaking, 25 sheaves. But no boots." "I was also under the impression," Eldenhall stopped and shrugged. "Go on." It seemed the clothier and the expected cobbler were clever as well as bold. "I have 2 cases of tinware. I have 2,000 foot of rope in 300-foot coils. Do you have flour or meal?" Eldenhall's brow showed the faintest furrow at that. "No, there is no profit in that right now. I would pay for it." "I wouldn't," he said. Maybe Jorvig should have given more attention to Lopleat's small talk about prices in deep cut. "And 2 bags of candied dates," Eldenhall smiled. "It was 3. I have a sweet tooth." "Is that it?" Greel asked. "I assure you," Eldenhall said, "if I could load any more onto my poor beasts I would." Jorvig knew what a set of miner's tools cost in deep cut. He also knew what salt, hill smoke, and many of the other basic tools should cost. That at least could form a basis. For the 500 pounds of salt, 5 yath of gold. 12 yath, Eldenhall replied calmly. "That is far too dear for salt," Greel interjected. "Salt, the name of our dear forebeard," Eldenhall said. "It isn't the salt that is expensive, it is the moving of the salt from deep cut to your venerable claim that costs. You understand of course that it arrived by donkey, not wagon." Jorvig had not expected Eldenhall to accept the 5 yath. It would have cost 3 in deep cut. He had intentionally started low, though not so as to insult, at least at his best guess. That said, 12 was far too high. 7, Jorvig countered. Eldenhall placed his hands flat on the stone table. I must insist on the 12. For salt? Griel asked, exasperated. 8, Jorvig said, knowing it showed weakness. 12, Eldenhall answered, then held up his hands as if he were relenting out of reasonableness. Say 11 and 1/2. So this was how it was going to be. The mine was rich, but they wouldn't stay that way if they dealt like this. Not if they kept worrying more about food and defenses than actual mining. Look at me, Jorvig said, pushing himself up from a seated position into a stand. He wished he had his walking hammer with him. He felt stronger with it, but this was a civilized negotiation or should be not a fight. Eldenhall looked up at Jorvig, calm and unfrazzled. I wear rags, my body has been torn. I have known hunger and thirst and danger and toil. To you I must look like a beggar, I am used to privation. Jorvig's speech seemed to have no effect on Eldenhall whatsoever. It has been difficult for you all, I have no doubt, the trader said, but you have overcome. Your story will be sung. The second labor is light, Jorvig answered. It was a maxim that Eldenhall was sure to know. All things done once were easier the second time. We have paid the Culhin according to their oaths, we will release them to trade with you. When they have done, you may leave. We wish you safe travels, you may go. It was traditional to pay Culhin 3/4 of their wages once every 6 months, with the other quarters held contingent upon their fulfilling the time of their oaths. This allowed them to survive while also encouraging them to stay. They had already paid their Culhin for the first 6 months. Jorvig sat down. For the first time he saw confusion on Eldenhall's face, but it was followed quickly by annoyance. You dismiss me, he said, rising now himself. You are starving. We will live and be stronger for it, Jorvig said. I will send my agents for supplies. It will take most of a year to receive them, but I will buy the donkeys for these prices. It may be a better decision to establish our own trade through the Red Ridges. You may go. Griel leaned forward like he was going to speak, but Jorvig held up his hand to him and shook his head. Eldenhall slammed his hand down flat upon the stone table and sat back down, frowning. The muscles of his face slowly began to relax and his apparent anger dissipated. Finally, a hint of a smile tugged at the corners of Eldenhall's mouth and he met eyes with Jorvig. What I should do, he said, is walk out and see if you'll go through with it, see which of us will cave in first, test our stubbornness. He shook a fist for emphasis. Up until then, they had all neglected their cooling tea, but now Eldenhall picked up his mug and took a long sip. He smacked his lips at the bitter brew. Tell me, how does one of the youngest dwarves in Acclaim become Rinlin and then some Iracrul-like in a story? It was Shineboot who answered in a tone that betrayed no amusement. Our Iracrul has a peculiar ability to keep us alive. That means a lot in a place where death comes so easy. Eldenhall pursed his lips and squinted, then waved the statement away. I like you, he said. You are youthful and bold. 9. 8 1/2, Jorvig answered. Done, Eldenhall said with sigh, then he clapped his hands. What next? Jorvig let Griel and Onyx do much of the rest of the negotiating, interjecting at times when he felt Eldenhall was being recalcitrant. But the old trader had known well what to bring them. The seeds they did not need due to the proficiency of their gardeners, except for the hill smoke seeds. Most of the rest of Eldenhall's supplies they took. The old dwarf held some of the hill smoke and all of the brandy back in hopes of greater gain in trade with the individual Culhin. In the end, Jorvig dealt on behalf of Warmcoat and Shineboot for the salt pork, and one lone cask of brandy for the sake of their wedding feasts. It took close to 2 hours to fix upon the final cost of all. That is 413 yath, Eldenhall said at last. It came dear, a significant loss to their hoard but not beyond all reason. A month of mining and sluicing would make it back if they could ever dedicate the effort. It would be necessary in future to establish their own pack trains of donkeys, but this supply let Jorvig put off that need until he could identify trustworthy hands with which to entrust their gold, or send one of the owners back to Deep Cut. He thought of Hobblefoot and Sledgefist. That day may come sooner than later. So be it, he said. Of course, we can compare our weights if you like, Eldenhall said. That simple offer struck Jorvig harder than anything else in the negotiation. He knew for a fact that none of them had brought a set of formal weights with them to the claim. They could estimate closely enough and the Culhin were satisfied, but it was not without risk of error. Trade was more precise. In the beginning they had expected to go back to Deep Cut with whatever they found, where weights could be more easily verified. The need for proper scales had simply never come to the forefront of Jorvig's problems. Without their own set of weights, they would have to rely entirely on Eldenhall's truthfulness at the scales. What we have mined so far, Jorvig said, is merely the beginning. Do you wish trade here for years to come? Of course. Then I trust you with the scales. Eldenhall nodded and smiled. As it happens, he said, I keep 2 or 3 sets of deep-cut standard weights with me wherever I go. I will make you a gift of a set. Thank you, that is generous. I would hate to think that a trader less fair than old Eldenhall might take advantage. Jorvig smiled. Indeed, by the third day Eldenhall's panniers were nearly empty. Jorvig invited Eldenhall to a private meal using his old rough private chamber he had abandoned after marriage, for nothing else was empty and finished for such a purpose. It must have seemed uncouth to Eldenhall, the stone rough still bearing the marks of chisel and pick. The meal was rabbit stew, the prize of one of Thrushbeard's snare lines along the river. While Jorvig did not trust Eldenhall, he did not especially dislike him. The meal was no attempt for friendship, though. The trader was a valuable source of knowledge about the Red Ridges and trade in Deep Cut, and it was not too hard to get him talking. Eldenhall made sure to make it seem like his own prices and trade were superior to all others in the ridges, but the old dwarf spoke such propaganda in a tone Jorvig had begun to recognize. As they ate and drank, Jorvig made special care to inquire about East Spire, what trade they might gain from that claim, truly a cluster of mines close together by Eldenhall's description, and the family who held it by rights. At last, Jorvig asked a question that had weighed on him. How long does it take to learn the ways of speaking runes? The trader widened his eyes as if surprised and leaned back, but it was feigned for courtesy. He was not a dullard and would have seen that Jorvig could not read the bill of lading. It could be done in a year of hard study, the trader said, but some never learn even though they try. It is like a locked door to them. Jorvig had heard something similar once. I will give 15 yath to the dwarf who teaches me the speaking runes, Jorvig said. I want you to make that known. The trader hesitated for a few moments, glancing sideways. It isn't my place, he said, but are you sure you want to announce that, to have it widely known? You know what you have here, vultures will come. Will they? Jorvig asked. They will also question setting yourself up as an Iracruel. It is grand. You can announce this with it if you will, Jorvig went on. Say that we did not survive by reading, we survived by killing. The trader laughed once and shook his head. That is quite a tale, he said. He must have seen Jorvig's expression because he raised his hands. I am sure it has been difficult. I have heard you've dealt with a few Uasi too, yet if you seek to deal with Deep Cut and East Spire on level rock, you'd best learn that sometimes boasts do not go as far as discretion. Even deceit. Jorvig rapped his fingers on the table. He knew he was blushing, but it was not in embarrassment. I am not your enemy, I merely advise, the trader said, raising his palms. There is one other thing, Jorvig said. What is that? Mine runners, I want mine runners, many of them. Jorvig had seen kittens, which meant at least 2 of Striper's offspring had survived the winter and reproduced, but they needed more. Cats. Ah yes. Eldenhall looked more puzzled now than ever. I admit. I am at a loss, why? Let all under stone wonder, just bring them. It was a foggy morning 2 days later, and Eldenhall's dwarves led their beasts across the causeway and back into the wilds. They were heading to East Spire first to take on goods bound for Deep Cut. I will tell of your progress and of the load you have found, Eldenhall said when the owners had gathered to see him away. It will cause a stir, I'm sure. Look for me again before spring is out next year. In a few hundred yards, an unsettling sight would present itself that hadn't been there when they arrived. A heap of bones sloping up to nearly twice the height of a dwarf, the remains of scores of Uasi. Months ago during the brief thaw, Jorvig had taken dwarves out onto the ridge and along the river to gather up the frozen dead Uasi before they could begin to stink and defile the air. Many had already been gnawed by animals. It was a foul task. They hauled them on sleds through the slush, piling the carcasses on a slope a mile away. There they left them for the carrion. When Jorvig returned to the carcasses with a detachment of Kulhin the day after his private meal with Eldenhall, there was nothing left but bones. Even the smell had dissipated. The bones had been dragged about, scattered and gnawed, but they still collected a great heap of them. They moved and piled the bones atop a rise above the flood plain and along the river path. They made sure to set the fanged Uasi skulls at the top of the heap. Even though they were just bones, it was a gruesome labor, more like something Sledgefist would have suggested than Jorvig. It brought to memory the awful battle of the blizzard. Maybe it was foolishness. Maybe the traitor was right about boasts. It was too late now to do anything about it. As Eldenhall left, he would pass under the glare of all those leering skulls. Chapter 61, Weddings and Wardens. The old stope near the high Addit Drift, now called the Hall of Assembly, was festooned with fragrant new-cut cedar boughs. Oil lamps glowed, filling the hall with flickering light. Salted pork sizzled over coal braziers and stews of spring vegetables steamed. The hall was filled with trestle tables, as was the next nearest stope, enough to feast the entire mine. Warmcoat and Shineboot sat at a table upon a dais, sporting new sets of clothes. Both of their faces were flushed. Next to them sat their brides with hands folded upon their laps despite the food before them, too demure on such a solemn occasion to lift their veils to actually eat. One wore a fine new blue dress and scarlet veils, the other in reverse color. Jorvig had made sure that Lopely had attended to the needs of the bridal couples despite the long list of orders he acquired as soon as he announced himself. Double weddings were unheard of in Deep Cut. A groom would seek to demonstrate his ability to provide with a lavish feast for relatives, friends, and business partners, and no one wanted to divide the glory of such a thing. But in Glint, providing for more than one feast was hardly possible, especially since they had decided to make it an occasion for the whole claim, so much as they could. Ample drink would compensate for limited meat. Jorvig sat with Onyx to the side of the hall, sipping fiery brandy and chewing on salt pork. Greel and Khlif sat with them, as did Thrushbeard. Hobblefoot and Sledgefist sat with the dwarves of their mining cadres, still not keen to keep each other's company. That pained Jorvig, for he had hoped that with the question of Onyx settled and each now acting as Rinlin of their respective endeavors, they would rediscover the conviviality they had once known. It had not yet come to pass. The herders, as it turned out, were a musical folk. The sound of pipes, whistles, horns, and stone flutes pulsed and blared in the hall, often overpowered by the lively talk of the assembled dwarves. The heavy downbeat was never quite lost. Most dwarves sang songs were effective at coordinating the rhythms of group labor, but it was pleasant to hear the instruments in the hall, reminding of the stew halls and celebrations of their former home. This was Glint's first such occasion. The fathers of the brides, Crookleg and Foundstock, rose together and the music and speech stopped. Jorvig looked up as the hush descended. It was time. Each of the two fathers held a cloth-wrapped object in their hands as they approached the dais. When they reached the tables, they bid the brides and grooms to rise. The fathers set the cloths down on the table and slid them away, revealing two fine-worked chains of delicate gold. There was a whisper of muttering in the hall. Chains of gold, they were Onyx's delicate work, and even though she wore her veil, Jorvig knew by the fine wrinkles that formed at the corner of her eyes that she was smiling. Chains of silver were used by tradition. Gold was too rare a thing in Deep Cut, but not here. It was a goodly portion of Warmcoat and Shineboot's personal hoards, but they had accepted Onyx's offer to fashion it into chains. Jorvig was thankful that the fathers of the brides did not make long speeches. Normally they would expound on the metaphor of the silver chain. Marriage bonds could grow tarnished, so they must be polished afresh and not neglected, and other such. They refrained from those sayings. Pure gold does not tarnish, and while everyone knew there was some amount of alloy in their gold, mostly copper from its slightly reddish color, no one was going to make a metaphor of it. In parallel, each bridal father solemnly wrapped the chain around the arm of their daughter and the respective groom, binding the couple together. So they would remain for the rest of the evening until the brides were led away to their groom's stonehold. "So you are bound," said Foundstock. "And so you shall remain," said Crookleg. "We all bear it witness and we all hold you to it until you go to the halls of the crippled king, so it shall be." Such oaths were not idle, nor did they dampen spirits. The hall broke into cheers and shouted toasts as the dwarves rose to their feet, slapped the tables, stomped and banged their mugs. The noise did not die away, only calming somewhat back to a lively chatter. The music once again throbbed atop the din, and that was it. They were married, almost. The rest would come later and alone after the procession of bride and groom to their stoneholds. After that, the tables in the hall would be pushed aside, and the plodding group dances of the dwarves would form the old circles and patterns through the stopes and down the drifts. The dwarves had separate dances from the maids and whiffs, but all joined together at times. For those dances, dwarves and maids held opposite ends of a scarf rather than hands together. Onyx glanced at Jorvig and he blushed. It was still so strange to him to be married. It was such a private thing on such public display. He stood, raised his mug to the dais, smiled at his friends whose blushes were much deeper than his, and finished off his brandy. It was good brandy. He wondered when next they'd have so fine a liquor. The next glass would be birch beer. The table pitcher was low, so he took it and headed to the keg. It was warm in the deep stope hall. It was good to celebrate again. Jorvig sat in his newly excavated reception hall. It was situated just off the main high adit drift near the entrance to the owner's drift, and it had a narrow second passage that connected with his and Onyx's private hold. Onyx had overseen KH Lift's cadre in its digging, as well as the transformation of their 50. There was a new greeting chamber at the front, a larder, a kitchen, storeroom, workshop, and 6 other chambers, one of them their own bed chamber. It was like something from Deep Cut in size and design, much bigger than Jorvig's family hold growing up. The stone of Deep Cut was claimed for many miles by mining companies, and the pillared mines they often left behind were too vast and open for habitation. To live close to the heart of Deep Cut often meant to live small. Jorvig's family only had a 20 in Deep Cut, and that by long inheritance alone. Technically, they still had it, though it was empty and unused. Left uninhabited for 20 years, it would be sold by the council. Someone knocked at the door. "Come in." It was Thrushbeard, precisely who Jorvig had been expecting, mostly because he'd sent for him. "You summoned." Yes, have a seat," Jorvig said. There was a single piece of parchment on Jorvig's table, the freight manifest from Eldenhall, which the old dwarf had apparently given him to keep. He hadn't asked for it back. Jorvig sometimes looked at it, thinking about the runes. Thrushbeard sat in the chair across the table. The dwarf was probably about 50 years of age, not overly young but still in early prime. Dwarves as a rule didn't inquire of someone's specific age, as it could easily be considered a slight. Dwarves hated to be considered too old for labor, and they hated to be thought too young for consideration. Neither was a threat to Thrushbeard, but questioning was still impolite. The dwarf had apparently gotten his name from his curly beard, tangled much like the cliff-hugging nest of a thrush. "I have kept you long on the wall," Jorvig said. Thrushbeard nodded, waiting. He could sense this was an unusual meeting. "Do you grow bored?" Thrushbeard opened his mouth, but he faltered. Jorvig realized he thought it a trap, so he asked something safer. "Why did you come to the Red Ridges?" Jorvig knew Thrushbeard had come as a prospector seeking to stake his own claim, but had fled to Glint when the Uasi attacked. Like many, he had stayed on rather than return to his old claim, to prospect. To gain wealth. Yes. And if you could have gained the same wealth in Deep Cut or here, would you have still come? Thrushbeard hesitated again. "I feel a fool saying it, but I like it here better," he said at length. "Why is that?" Something about the question resonated with Thrushbeard because when he spoke, the hesitation had fled. "Even stationed at the gate, I feel that a dwarf's deeds matter here. Here there are stakes in Deep Cut." It all felt the same. Jorvig nodded. He knew the sentiment. He could have said the same words about Deep Cut himself. "Would you like a more active role in this endeavor?" That I would. "We are going to form a contingent of dwarves. They will be called the Ridge Wardens. They will map this region, they will travel the claims, they will scout for Uasi, they will warn of danger, and they will protect trade." "How many?" That was the hardest question. Jorvig wanted at least 30 to start, but it would be difficult to find volunteers. He would not order Culhyn to venture at such risk of their lives. "That you must help me discover. They must be volunteers. Are you willing to lead them?" "Lead them?" Thrushbeard thought for a moment. "I would lead them, but I fear not many will risk it. I know a few stout Yaugen who might, but everyone knows what happened to Tonkel's rangers. That is why they will be paid double and you triple." It was a costly choice, but Jorvig had settled on it as the only option. He had found that Griel had a mind for meticulous work, a trait that aided him in the faceting of gems. It also meant he was good with numbers. The claim was heavier in ore than in gems, so Jorvig had put Griel in charge of portioning out the wages of the dwarves, among other details. Griel had complained more than the other owners at the expense of the Ridge Wardens, but Jorvig had carried the argument. It helped that Griel did not truly believe many would volunteer for such a dangerous role, even with the incentive. Thrushbeard kept his face blank, but Jorvig knew the offer carried weight. "I can think of 5 who would join me," he said. "Then take those 5 and set them to convincing others. From today, you are Rinlin of the Ridge Wardens. Update me within the week. Find me 30 or as many as you can." "There are only 200 in the claim," Thrushbeard said, surprised. 207 in truth, but Jorvig didn't say it. They had picked up more of the poor of Deep Cut who had not come well enough equipped to stake their own claims. Far more were trying to make a go of it in the valleys and ridges of the region. "Do your best," Jorvig said. "I will." Thrushbeard looked to the side and his brow furrowed. "What is it?" "Even with 30. If the Uasi do come back, we will be far from safe should they ambush us." Yes, it is a dangerous task, but we will equip you as best we can, and we will make it harder for them to come at you unaware." "How?" You will have mine runners.
Kazu.
Jorvig nodded.
Kazu.
Chapter 62, The Disturbance. The tower was progressing and the weather had warmed. Spring was ending. The sun shone down at midday and Jorvig sweated on the final tier of the new tower. Nearby, Hobblefoot's great treadwheel crane creaked as it turned. It was a wheel of wood built to fit 2 dwarves within it, and as they walked forward, it reeled the rope that hoisted rubble from the mullock piles or dressed stone from the masons for the outer and inner walls. When the tower was completed, the crane would lift whatever goods needed raised to the level of the high adit. Over the previous weeks, construction had reached the height of the adit and exceeded it. They had designed the tower with Uasi in mind. The last part of the plan devised was the bridge and the roof. The roof would be peaked and spiked to prevent anything from easily breaching it from the ridge above. There would be no access to the inside from the top, except the roof be ripped apart. The roof itself would extend above a stone-enclosed walkway to the high adit. 2 arches supported the walkway, suspended far above the ground of the dell. Within the walkway, the floor would be fashioned of wood, and at the working of a mechanism, the planks could collapse, plunging anything within to death or maiming below. The tower and its narrow loopholes for the plying of crossbows would give the dwarves the ability to dominate anything within the outer walls. The dell was hardly recognizable from that first time Jorvig had seen it, yet food remained the greatest challenge. Even if they could protect the flocks within the walls and in the fold, it didn't solve the problem of feeding them. Without pasture or the ability to forage, the mangelwurzels could be diced or mashed and fed to the flocks for a time, but only for a time. While they had significant beds for gardens terraced up the back of the dell and inset into the cliff, they would have to clear-cut the riversides and plant whole fields of mangelwurzels to truly support the flocks through the winter on vegetables alone. All would be different were it not for the Uasi. Some believed they had bested them, taught them a lesson, and were safe. Jorvig could not hope for that. "It's coming along," Shineboot said, as he had said for days now. He could practically smell the end of the job. "What'll be next for my dwarves?" Jorvig had a number of ideas, it was just a matter of priority. "Well," Jorvig started, but he didn't get the chance to continue. There was yelling down in the dell. It was coming from a group of dwarves near the tailings pond. He couldn't make out what was happening, but there was jostling and others were running toward the group from among Hobblefoot's engineers at the low adit. Besides that, about 10 sheep and a number of lambs fleeing up the dell. "What is it?" Shineboot asked. Jorvig shrugged. Thrushbeard and 2 of the dwarves on guard duty were heading toward the confusion at a quick pace. They arrived, pushing toward the center of the knot. "We'll know soon enough." Jorvig looked up and squinted at the bright sky. "But I'd rather be under stone to deal with it. Tell them I'm waiting in my reception chamber." With that, he climbed down the stone stair to the level of the high adit bridge, hopped over the narrow gap where they'd had to cut away the end of the old bridge to make room, and walked into the rock. Cool air flowed over him, and he felt the tension of the daylight fall away in the dimness of the adit. A year ago, Jorvig would have rushed into the thick of the disturbance, but with over 200 dwarves at the claim now, he could not attend to every such matter. If Hobblefoot's engineers had an issue, they would go to Hobblefoot first, and if necessary, Hobblefoot would come to him. The same was true of those in rotation for guard duty under Thrushbeard. If the herders had a problem, well, they would come straight to Jorvig. They did not have a Rinlin. The families looking after the sheep and goats and pigs had done so for generations and knew their business. Still, Crookleg most commonly spoke for them. As Jorvig reached his reception chamber, he was pondering over whether herders in Deep Cut had Rinlin. He, never heard of a herder Rinlin. Did they order themselves in some other way? Some meager flocks were kept down in the canyons, mostly for dairy. More sizable flocks grazed on the eastern edge of the waste, beneath the western slopes of the red ridges where sparse grasses grew. The council had once threatened to confiscate flocks, but so far as he knew, the families owned their own. He'd never thought to ask the herders much about their ways beyond what needed attention in the claim. It did not take long before the knock came at Jorvig's door. He sighed. So it had come quickly to him. Part of his reasoning for going out of sight was to encourage the Rinlin to handle it themselves. It had not worked this time. "Enter." Thrushbeard opened and came through the door, followed by one of the dwarves on guard duty who still carried his spear. He had to dip the spear to get it through the door. With his other hand, the guard clasped onto the arm of a herder. Jorvig knew him by face, but it was also plain that he was a herder because of the long mantles with deep hoods they wore to keep the sun from their faces, being outdoors so often to watch the flocks. The herder's nose was bloody, clotting in his mustache. Behind the guard and the herder came another dwarf, red-faced but apparently unhurt. Last of all, Hobblefoot entered. Whatever it was, it involved altogether too many folk. This herder struck Boltring, Thrushbeard said, wasting no time. He gestured to the bloodied herder who squinted at Jorvig, Boltring. That was the name of the dwarf with Hobblefoot, one of the engineers. Jorvig was secretly thankful Thrushbeard had called the engineer by name because he wouldn't have remembered it. At that moment, Crookleg rushed into the chamber unbidden. "I won't have this dwarf hauled off like a criminal," Crookleg shouted. Hobblefoot turned on him. "Then he should learn not to strike one of my engineers." "Enough," Jorvig yelled, moving to stand too quickly and sending a spasm up his leg. Crookleg and Hobblefoot stared each other down. "Who here witnessed the events?" Boltring raised his hand. "Anyone who was not directly involved," Jorvig asked. No one spoke. The bloodied herder stared straight ahead. The guard kept a tight grip on his arm, hitching up the herder's shoulder. "Let him go," Jorvig said to the guard, "and you can wait outside." The guard looked reluctant, but he let go of the herder, dipped his spear again, and stepped through the door. "Shut the door, Thrushbeard." Thrushbeard obeyed and stood with his back to the closed door. "So I understand that no one here saw it but the two involved." "I did not," Hobblefoot said, "but Boltring is a trustworthy fellow." "As is Farstock," Crookleg said. "Blows were serious business to dwarves. Such things caused reprisals, a blow for a blow. But it was hard to keep it at just one. Things had a way of escalating and causing feuds. In mines, a Rinlin had the right to punish miners harshly. Beating with a rod was not uncommon, so long as it caused no permanent injury. Most miners knew better than to start trouble. How was it with the herders?" "As the only apparently injured dwarf here," Jorvig said, looking at Farstock, "tell me what happened." "We let the ewes and lambs out to graze today. I was leading my nursing ewes to the pond to drink." Farstock didn't make eye contact, but by the set of his jaw and the tone of his voice he was still hot from whatever had happened. He jutted a thumb at Boltring, "were hammering and I told them to stop. It was spooking the ewes and they can trample the lambs. We were fitting a new vent bellows and we were using the water to test for leaks," Hobblefoot said. "Outside the adit." "Go on," Jorvig said to Farstock. "I told him to wait until I was done or take it somewhere else," Farstock said, motioning to Boltring. "I don't take orders from herders," Boltring said. "He told me drink piss somewhere else," Farstock snapped. Boltring smirked at that and Farstock looked like he might lunge, but Jorvig motioned for his attention again. "Keep talking." "I ignored the worthless shit and brought the ewes down as best I could." "He drove them at me," Boltring said. "You were at the waterside." "I was working." Farstock looked straight at Jorvig. "He kicked a lamb." The herder was trembling now. Jorvig was glad there didn't appear to be any weapons in the chamber. Boltring folded his arms and pressed his lips together. "Should have known to keep away from me." "I hit him and I'd do it again," Farstock said. "I will not have a herder striking one of my dwarves," Hobblefoot growled. "He needs punished." "And I will not have our flocks abused," Crookleg interjected, staring straight at Hobblefoot. "We will strike any dwarf who does as much." "I am an owner of this claim. We bought those herds." "And I can leave," Crookleg said. "So can all the herders. Oaths are forfeit before injustice." Jorvig flinched at the threat. Family and friendship aside, he could replace Hobblefoot easier than Crookleg and the herders. "It was a beast," Hobblefoot said. "Do you think that striking a beast is the same as striking a dwarf? We eat the culker." "Enough," Jorvig said. "Why does it look like Farstock took the worst of the exchange?" "He had friends," Farstock said, "or it would be different." Jorvig held up his hand before Boltring could retort. He glanced at Thrushbeard. He liked the dwarf, but he highly doubted Thrushbeard had gotten to the bottom of the story. Too little time had passed. Instead, he'd hauled up the herder under guard, leaving the engineer free. Hobblefoot may have had something to do with that as well. This was not merely a problem of two dwarves coming to blows. That could be solved easily enough. The bigger problem was ensuring the herders did nothing rash that could jeopardize them all. "Crookleg," Jorvig said, "I spoke to you a week ago. You said something about shearing. Has that been done?" "No," he said. "We had planned the spring keeping for 3 days hence." That was the name, Jorvig remembered once Crookleg said it. They waited until the end of spring to be sure the cold weather had passed before they sheared the wool. What all is involved in the spring keeping? Many things: shearing, trimming hooves, worming. I confess I know little about herding. Does it take much labor? Much. Will it take many days? 2 for the bulk. I suppose you could use help. We could, Crookleg squinted as if unsure what was happening. Can it be started tomorrow? Tomorrow. Is there any reason not? No, if the weather holds, it could begin tomorrow at dawn. Jorvig stood up, placing both hands on the stone table. It was still bare except for the parchment from Eldenhall. Tomorrow, he said, I will work with you. As will Hobblefoot, Thrushbeard and Boltring. What? Hobblefoot asked. Will the lamb die? Jorvig asked Farstock, ignoring Hobblefoot. He did not want to argue with an owner in front of Culhyn. I don't know. It ran away, Boltring said. A dying sheep will run, Crookleg said. Time will tell if it is injured inside. The flocks belong to the claim, Jorvig said. I do not expect our possessions to be kicked. If the lamb dies, Boltring, it will come from your pay or your food, whichever is dearest to us. From now on, I wish to hear of any interference with the flocks directly so I can take personal interest in the discipline. He turned to Farstock. As to the strikes, it looks like they have been returned thrice over. Leave it there. If I hear of further reprisals from this, I will be angrier than I already am. He let that judgment sit for a moment before proceeding. Now everyone go except Hobblefoot. I need his advice about a situation. Jorvig didn't want Hobblefoot's advice about anything in particular. It was said in courtesy. When the door closed behind the others, he spoke before Hobblefoot could manage it first. We could lose every dwarf in your cadre, but if the herders go, we will starve this winter. We are engineers, Hobblefoot said. We should not take disrespect from shit shovelers who lounge about all day watching beasts chew their cud, and I am not working with them. Coddle them all you like, but don't involve me. Your brother is married to Crookleg's daughter. I advised him against it, but even so, seniority matters not in this claim anymore. Even so, a maid might be a herder, but a whiff is a whiff. I need acknowledge no relation. Jorvig sat back down heavily in his chair. He was tired. For a long while he just leaned back, picking at the table between his thumb and forefinger. He didn't even have the energy to be annoyed at Hobblefoot. The dwarves of Deep Cut did not think highly of those who lived out in the canyons or spent their days on the surface. But Jorvig had learned that survival mattered more than whatever this was. Sighing, he spoke. I have declared before the Culhyn that my Rinlin will join me in this labor. Do you wish to undermine me in front of our Culhyn? Sometimes you go too far. Maybe you went too far, Jorvig said, too far from Deep Cut. Too far from East Spire, too far from anything, and I followed. Maybe we are the fools gathering more fools to ourselves. Hobblefoot looked up at the chamber ceiling. I have wondered, he said, shrugging. I have wondered if we have not made a mistake. Jorvig noticed the hesitation and the choice of the word we instead of you. He didn't think Hobblefoot was referring to the same mistake. You can go back to Deep Cut and find a bride, Jorvig said. Do whatever you will, there is nothing to hinder you. The gold will open any door. I know, Hobblefoot turned his body away, looking at the blank stone wall. But without hindrances, what is there to do? What do I do now? Jorvig was shocked at the tone in Hobblefoot's voice. He had never heard him speak like this, rarely saw anything but certainty in that face. It felt like hunting wild game, as if at any moment Hobblefoot might spook and flee back into his usual demeanor. Do you not enjoy your labor? Jorvig asked cautiously. It is not that, Hobblefoot shook his head. Why not go find a maid and win her? There was a maid I wanted, Hobblefoot said, then held up his hands as if to ward off argument. It doesn't matter. I am sorry for how it was, Jorvig said, but did not linger. I am looking for someone to establish trade with East Spire or Deep Cut. Or to dig a southern supply claim. Maybe I will go to East Spire. There are maids there, they say. You could be back by fall if you meet success. Hobblefoot nodded, maybe. And tomorrow, Jorvig said. Hobblefoot met his eyes. We will meet in the dell at dawn. Consider it a hindrance. You little shit, Hobblefoot said, shaking his head. Jorvig straightened in his chair. Cousin. I will on one condition, Hobblefoot interrupted. Your brother joins us. I will not be open to ridicule. Jorvig wished Hobblefoot had phrased that differently. Even a Rinlin could not give him a condition to obedience any more than a Culhyn to a Rinlin. To acquiesce was a weakness in authority, and that would be a seed best left unplanted. Who knew what the future could bring? The claim was far from stable. At the same time, it did not feel right to Jorvig to treat Hobblefoot as strictly subservient either. They were more than that. Hobblefoot seemed to misinterpret Jorvig's hesitation. Or is your brother better than we are? Let all the owners join us, Jorvig said. Let them. Shineboot merely frowned when Jorvig told him that he would be assisting his whiff's father with the other owners in the morning. Warmcoat gave no more than a muttered complaint when he told him that all the owners would be present. Greel squinted but did not argue as there were Culhin nearby. Khlif he sent to bed early as the dwarf normally would not be awake in the morning. His cadre worked the opposite shift. Jorvig found his brother eating. You want me to what? Sledgefist asked, shocked when Jorvig told him. Ah yes, unless you are daintier than Hobblefoot and are not prepared to make an example for the claim like he is. Jorvig hated to play into their conflict, but a tool was a tool. Sledgefist frowned. I did not say that. Dawn tomorrow, Jorvig said and left him. It was evening when Jorvig returned to their private hold and found Onyx within, seated at her private workshop table, delicately working a bit of gold wire lace with tiny pincers of steel. Jorvig was always amazed at how delicately and uniformly she could draw out the wire so that it looked almost like thread. She had ensured their new hold had a workshop where she could see to her craft in privacy and without distraction. She did not look up as Jorvig entered. Striper lay atop a shelf watching Onyx's hands. When not hunting, Striper could typically be found in Onyx's workshop now. Jorvig had made sure Khlif's dwarves had cut an access into the hold for her. The owners are seeing to a duty tomorrow, he said, but you do not have to come. She swiveled on her stool and glared at him. He laughed. I jest. I know you do not like being left out of labors, so I'll expect you to join us. He held out his hands in conciliation and stepped toward her, but she swiveled back to her bench. Branna, she muttered, I am an owner, so I will join in the labors of the owners. What is it? She did not wear her veil in their hold except when hosting, and her dark hair was uncovered and unbound. We go to aid the herders in tending the flocks. We what? She asked, turning back to face him again. It is necessary. There is trouble with the herders, and we must make example. Tend flocks? What do I know about tending flocks? Little less than I. You laid a trap for me. Ah yes. She rolled her eyes and sighed. Branna, she said again. He reached a hand toward her hair and she swatted it away with a pair of jeweler's tongs. There is not hope for you tonight. Chapter 63 With the Flock. The next morning the dell was full of dwarves. The miners were rotating shifts, which meant that some were off duty, but Jorvig sent all the on-duty miners and engineers to work on the tower under the guidance of one of Shineboot's trusted cadre dwarves. Shineboot was up early making sure they had proper direction. Jorvig too was in the dell before daylight. What am I to do with so many hands? Shineboot asked. They'll just be stepping on each other. Have them fracturing rock for roof slating, Jorvig said. They'll be done by evening and you'll have enough to cover the tower roof. Shineboot squinted. Don't you think they'll know that you're trying to make a point? That should help them understand it, Jorvig said, smiling. And so that morning there were just over 100 dwarves around the tower, many of them with lighter labor than they were used to, observing the strange meeting in the dell. Jorvig, each of the other owners, Thrushbeard and Boltring, all stood face to face with Crookleg and a few other herders. The herders had already done much preparation. There was a pen erected of stripped branches in front of the door to the sheep fold. It narrowed into a long double-gated chute. The herder Whiffs and Gilna had fires burning in the dell with water heating in cauldrons atop them. The herders ran the flock out of the fold and into the pen, guiding them down the chute until it was full. Then one of the shepherds slipped between the rails and closed the back gate of the chute, pinning the sheep inside the narrow passage. The owners watched the beasts pressed close and baaing, goats and sheep together. We've already prepared the drench, Crookleg said. What is the drench? Jorvig asked. For worming, an herb slurry, mostly garlic. What do you do with it? Why do we care about worms? Sledgefist asked at the same time. The garlic helps kill the worms in their guts, Crookleg said. Wait, there are worms in their guts? Sledgefist asked. Jorvig felt just as surprised. Aye, they pick them up from grazing. The closer they're kept together, the more they get. We've had them penned in here most of the winter. Do the worms hurt them? Onyx asked. They make them skinny, Crookleg said. If it gets too bad, they die here. He slipped between the rails as the flock pressed to get away and deftly snagged the leg of one of the ewes with his crook. The ewe tried to leap free, but he held her fast, grabbed her fleece and flipped her over onto her rump. As soon as he had her in that position, she stopped fighting and looked more mystified than upset. Crookleg pulled down the lower lid of her eye. See, he asked. She's too pale here, that should be nice and red. I see, Jorvik said. This was an entirely different world. What are the whiffs doing? Onyx asked. Crookleg turned the sheep back over and she scurried away, preparing to boil the wool. To clean it. To harvest the lanolin. Lanolin was much beloved by dwarves. It was an oily wax that softened and soothed chapped hands and skin. Jorvik looked down at his own hands. They had softened of late just from not being able to spend the time he was used to in hard labor. I want to go with the whiffs, Onyx said to him under her breath. Afraid? Jorvik asked. They are better company. Stay at least until we send them wool. The work began and the herders divided up their help as best they could, but it quickly became apparent that it was not as easy as they made it appear. Varstock flipped a sheep on its haunches and began demonstrating the shearing, using only 2 sharpened blades connected by a half-loop of springy steel. He showed them how to hold the sheep's skin taut, warned them against trying to cut against loose flesh and harming the sheep, and how to watch for the nipples of the ewes. We will do the rams, Crookleg added. There were only a handful and they were impressive specimens. Which of you first? He held out the shears. Jorvik had to suppress a smile. Now that he saw it, he felt even less confident, but he knew he should make an example, so he ducked between the rails. He had handled slaughtered animals, but he had a strange hesitation in handling the living stock. There was nothing for it, though. Over the course of the day, they all tried their hand more than once at shearing under the watchful eyes of the herders, nicking the sheep more often than Jorvik could count, so they had to go back after themselves and smear salve on the wounds. The sheep struggled and kicked until the novice dwarves got the hang of sitting them on their rumps correctly, keeping their heads turned and switching them from side to side. Jorvik thought himself strong with the exception of his leg, but there was something especially demanding about staying bent over for so long at a time, rather than standing more upright to swing pick or hammer. On top of that, his leg ached. Thankfully, the herders did not truly expect them to keep up. They not only sheared each sheep or goat, but they trimmed excess growth off of their cloven hooves and stuck a pipe down into their mouths until they seemed to gag. Down the pipe the herders poured the garlic slurry. Slowly they fed more sheep into the chutes, and the shorn ewes were released with their lambs into the dell to crop at the sparse vegetation, looking markedly smaller than they had. Jorvik noticed a few of the ewes headbutting each other. Why are they doing that? Varstag looked over. Oh, he said, they don't recognize each other with the wool off. They'll figure it out soon. There were fleeces of black, of white, of brown, of mixed grays, and spotted fleeces, too. For each the shepherds seemed to have terminology and commented on quality. This is the crimp, Crookleg told him at noon as they carried more fleeces over to the whiffs watching over the steaming pots. Crookleg pulled on a little curlicue of wool. The tighter the crimp, the finer the wool, the upper back and neck are finest. You could swaddle a babe in this fleece. This ewe carries that fine crimp from my great-grandfather's ram. Old Blackhorn had the finest. Jorvik wasn't entirely sure if Old Blackhorn was the great-grandfather or the ram. The spirits of the herders grew lighter as the day went on and they laughed and sang songs. They could hardly even count the sheep without singing songs. Jorvik's hands were greasy and dirty from the lanolin and soil, and his boots had dung on them. Whether the dwarves working around the tower watched them through the hours, he had lost track, engrossed in the labor. He glanced over at Onyx. She leaned over a great fleece, carting out bits of twigs and leaves using what looked like a board with hundreds of fine wires embedded into it. One of the herders' whiffs leaned over her, pointing and talking and running her hands through the wool. Jorvik wasn't sure if either veiled whiff was pleased or angry or merely deep in their labor. They only made it through half of the flock that day. The herders had prepared forage of fresh rushes which they piled on either side of the pen fence so the sheep could eat in proximity to each other. The herders would stand watches through the night over the divided flock, but they did so in a convivial spirit, the fires burning to reduce the lanolin in the hanging kettles now heated herb tea and stewed spring radishes, leeks, and garlic. The singing and music continued late into the night. The next day the sky was grayer and the novelty had worn off, leaving only the repetitive hard labor. He sent Shineboot and the other Rinlin back to keep the Kulhin occupied. He hoped he'd made his point. He kept Boltring with him though, and Onyx arrived again unasked to rejoin the herder whiffs. Jorvik noted that Boltring began to converse a little with one or two herders, though he and Farstock kept their distance. Crookleg watched the sky, fearful of rain as the gray pall deepened, but they pressed hard and finished the last of the herd as evening approached, only a short time before the clouds unleashed. What will the whiffs do? Jorvik asked as the rain damped his shoulders. It didn't look like they had gotten through even a small portion of the fleeces. That work will continue for months, Crookleg said, but the flocks are tended and that is most important. Jorvig nodded as he watched Onyx help the whiffs shuttle the fleeces into the low adit and carry the still-hot kettles hung on poles. There were young Gilk and Gilna among the herders, and they helped move the precious wool inside. "How many are yours?" he asked, knowing Crookleg was a father of more than just Shineboot's new whiff. "7 in all," he said, "and in only 35 years of marriage. My father said, give a whiff a hold and she will fill it with babes." "Isn't that the point?" "I'm sure there's a point or two to go along with it," Crookleg said with a grin. Jorvig stared at him, starting to blush. "We trust you'll know about babes soon," Crookleg said, and then turned to face Jorvig. His tone changed. "I thank you for today," he added. Jorvig knew what he meant but decided to deflect. "I do not think we sped you along. You may have finished sooner without us." Crookleg squinted but smiled. "Maybe," he said. "When the next caravan comes, if you will pay for the dictation of a letter, I will send word to my brothers and cousins. Give them more than they make on the slopes and they will come." "How much is that?" "In gold, not much. I would think that owning your herds, you could do better than Kulhin wages." "We could if we were allowed to set our prices, but the council sets the prices." "Do we really own them if we cannot sell them for what we wish?" "What about East Spire?" "There the herders must pay hardai for grazing rights." "Couldn't you refuse the council's prices?" "Then we can't sell to Deep Cut." "Then Deep Cut starves." "Then Deep Cut sends jackals to confiscate herds." Jorvig stared at Crookleg, mouth open. The herder saw his expression. "If you think it hasn't happened before, you are mistaken. We herders know it." "Have they killed?" "There is much they can do to make our lives untenable short of killing us, but I would not trust the council to refrain even of that if it came to it." Jorvig had been ignorant of this. He'd never paid attention to matters of flocks before coming to the wilds. It did answer some questions, though. "I will pay for the dictation." He looked up at the sky. "And I will get out of this rain." Jorvig limped into his private hold and trudged to their own chamber, where they kept a keg of fresh water with wash basins. When he opened the door, he found Onyx already within, an oil lamp burning. Her dress was let down and she was scrubbing her arms. Her face was flushed from scouring. Jorvig forgot his purpose as he watched and stepped near to draw her close. "I am still disgusting," she said. "Don't touch me. You are finer than thrice-refined gold." She sighed. "You wouldn't notice the difference." She tossed one of the wet rags at him. "You're even more disgusting." Jorvig washed beside her, and when next he drew her close, she did not object. Chapter 64: Many Labors. The next week the tower was finished. Hobblefoot and Shineboot permanently mounted the treadwheel just beneath the roofline. Jorvig and Shineboot watched the first turns of the mounted treadwheel while sitting on a rock and eating curds that Shineboot's whiff had brought them. The herders were providing milk and cheese from the nursing ewes, even those who had lost lambs. After so long without, they shut their eyes as they tasted the curds. As soon as it was done, Hobblefoot announced his plans to journey to East Spire. Thrushbeard had so far recruited 17 dwarves into the Ridge Wardens thanks to the lure of the high wage, and Jorvig determined their first expedition would be to see Hobblefoot at least part on the way. Jorvig just wished the few kittens born that spring were mature enough to send leashed or caged. A few of the prospectors who had attached themselves to the claim expressed a desire to go to East Spire as well, life in the wilds not agreeing with them. "Do not trust them," Jorvig told Hobblefoot about the prospectors. "You will have gold on you." "I will tell Shineboot their family names and holds," he answered. "If anything happens to me, he will avenge. I will let them know as much." Jorvig raised his eyebrows. It didn't make him feel safe, and he didn't like resorting to the threat of violence. Yet perhaps the threat of violence was necessary now. They were too wealthy. What did surprise him was that as soon as Sledgefist learned of Hobblefoot's plans, he decided to go as well. He had mentioned to Jorvig he might seek a bride in a few years once the mine had worked further into the ridge, but Hobblefoot's declaration changed that. "Do not venture back alone," Jorvig told them. In addition to what portion of the personal hoard they took, he ensured they left with enough gold to purchase donkeys and supplies and to hire some dwarves. The Ridge Wardens would only go the first 50 miles. At that point they would make their way back slowly, dividing into 2 groups and surveying the ridgelines. Jorvig told Thrushbeard to keep an eye out for a good location for a southern supply post. The traveling dwarves departed on a rainy morning, heading downriver. There was no guarantee of safety in these wilds, but at least his cousin and brother would have protection much of the way. He had considered sending the wardens all the way to East Spire, but it was just too far. It could take months for them to return, yet every time one of his friends left the claim, he worried. Sledgefist told him not to even send the wardens as far as he was. "We came here on our own, and we can find East Spire on our own." Jorvig ignored him. He would worry. If anything happened to Sledgefist and Hobblefoot after the wardens left, he would not forgive himself. He agonized over the decision, but sending the wardens all the way to East Spire would keep them from other use for the rest of the summer. In times of such decisions, he wished again that he was not Iracruel. But he was the Iracruel, so he redirected some of Sledgefist's dwarves to work at elevating the outer walls another 5 feet and deepening the trench beyond it. They would also drive sharpened stakes into the embankment. Jorvig was sure that somewhere One Ear was preparing, thinking about the dwarves, and Jorvig was thinking about him. Shineboot pressed his lips as he listened to Jorvig's plans. "The Culhin grumble," he said, "the less they mine, the less they are paid." "I know," Jorvig said, "then the owners will take less of the gold that is mined just for this season." "Why should we take less?" Griel said. "Many of those prospectors would have died if not for us. We took them in. And they have shed their blood with us in battle," Jorvig answered. "We cannot survive without the Culhin." "If we make less, so do they," Griel said. "Brother," Onyx said, "he is rule. That doesn't change the rights of owners, and Hobblefoot and Sledgefist are not here to object." "Fine," Jorvig said. "Then I will share my own portion with the Culhin for this 6 months. You can tell them that, Shineboot." "That is easy for you," Griel said. "You will still have a share with Onyx." "And when you pay out the Culhin," Jorvig looked at Griel, who managed the payments, "tell them who is paying it." Griel leaned back, squinting and folding his hands. He made a slight shrug, but he said nothing. Shineboot carried out Jorvig's command in the defensive work, and he had plenty to deal with managing Sledgefist's cadre and his own in separate labors. Lif had taken on Hobblefoot's cadre as well. Jorvig knew the Culhin thought he was paranoid about the defenses. At least he suspected they thought so. They were still boastful of their victory at the Battle of the Blizzard, the heroes of the winter. The heroes of the summer were the gardeners who brought forth early crops of radishes and turnips, and the herders with their milk and cheese and curds. They still did not eat to their satisfaction by any stretch. Their flocks needed more years of growth. The herders cut trees and cleared undergrowth along the river banks, seeking to promote tender vegetation for the goats and sheep to browse. These trees were in turn reduced to charcoal in great mound kilns. Only the maples and birches did Jorvig forbid them to cut. Fish stews from the weir gave savor, and as the summer wore on, Jorvig led a few more hunting expeditions. One trip to the west they killed elk, camping in the pines again behind Tonkel's Rock. It was only when they were leaving that they met a pair of annoyed prospectors and found that the vein running up the ridge beneath the rock had been claimed. It wasn't even Hilmain, who had not been seen since he'd fled. The prospectors had begun an adit on the west face of the ridge well below and a little north of the crest, and they had started following the seam upward. Jorvig hoped they would not disturb Tonkel's Rock itself. He was fond of the spot despite its hard memories, but he had no right to stop them. The hunting party moved along and left the irritated prospectors alone. So Glint eked by. A few times, prospectors came looking to trade rough gems or flakes of gold for food. Jorvig traded what they could, hoping for a good harvest in the fall. Now and then the prospectors simply came as beggars and swore on his Culhin, looking ragged and defeated. In order to ward against theft and diversion, Jorvig and Griel began to regularly assay the qualities of the ore in different stopes. They would carefully test samples with the help of the smelters, separating the elements such as copper or lead and determining the ratio of gold to ore. This gave them an idea of how much gold they should receive from the ore being smelted, even if they weren't present at all times. They told the smelters it was to determine where best to dig, but the truth was that there were far more faces than Jorvig could easily remember, now, and certainly more than he could trust. During one of their assays of a stope that Shineboot was mining, they found that a particularly rich bit of ore-bearing quartz running down into a massive granite intrusion, but the granite was merciless to the edges of the iron picks. With iron in such short supply, simply breaking the granite was a costly and brutal labor. "Better leave this for now," Jorvig told Shineboot. "We can come back to it someday." "We are below the level of the low adit," Shineboot said, "and we have good ventilation here so close to Hobblefoot's pumps." "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking we fracture it with fire and water." Jorvig frowned. He knew of the method, but he had never seen it done. In Deep Cut, the method was used to open up the granite bedrock with coal and the water of the aquifer lakes. "Do you think you could?" "Let me try." Jorvig shrugged. "Be safe." Digging out the sandstone around the intrusion, Shineboot's dwarves piled timber and charcoal over the granite and lit it. With the air sucking in through the low adit and the pump working hard, they heated the granite as hot as they could manage, the working dwarves bundled and wearing wet rags over their faces against the heat. Then with the granite radiating heat they loosed cold water on it, redirected and backed up from the low adit spring in carved wooden troughs. As the frigid water poured in, Jorvig and Shineboot listened from outside the stope. The granite snapped and popped and fractured, whole faces falling away. When the noises tailed off, Shineboot stopped the flow of water. It had taken surprisingly little. The water cooled the outer stone so quickly that it burst away from the inner stone that remained hot. They repeated this process 3 times, but the gold was theirs. The work inside the mine progressed at a rapid pace as well. They had to dig out space for additional smelting and forging, but even with all the other work, the mine hoard grew faster than Jorvig had anticipated. The rock was rich. He'd known it, but it was another thing to see the ingots. With nearly 200 dwarves, they could mine gold and attend to other matters, at least to a degree. The problem was, with more dwarves there were more other matters to attend to. Yet even without Jorvig's promise of his own portion, it looked like the Culhane would do better in the 6 months than they ever would at Deep Cut. Such wage shares would change the fortunes of any deep-cut dwarf. Little good it did sitting in the locked rock vault, though. What was wealth if you couldn't spend it? In midsummer, a second caravan arrived by way of East Spire. They had passed Sledgefist and Hobblefoot on the way, and so Jorvig knew the two were most likely safe in East Spire already. The caravan brought salt pork in barrels, soap, more cloth, and other welcome goods. A second bill of lading on parchment graced Jorvig's table. He drove a harder bargain than before, not as desperate as he was in the spring. As important as the supplies were, the pack train left carrying a letter for Crookleg's relatives, and the letter interested Jorvig more. After paying the Culhane for the second time and paying the second trader, the mine hoard looked smaller, but new gold glowed bright in the smeltery. The expected cobbler arrived with the second pack train, and Jorvig made him the same bargain he had with Lopleat. Soon the owners wore both new clothes and new boots, though Jorvig did not throw away his old hide slippers or his work clothes so mended that they were more patched than original cloth. He folded and tucked them onto a shelf in his hold, though Onyx called him silly for it. Through the summer she kept more and more to herself in the hold, working at her bench, with the mercenary Striper curled on her feet much of the time. Jorvig caught sight of the kittens in the mine now and then, the grandkits of his pioneer cat. One day he awoke to find Onyx gilding Treadfoot in fine gold leaf, an extravagance he would never have requested. Thrushbeard and the Ridge Wardens returned at last, having surveyed the ridges in a swath 10 miles wide on their way back. Inside Jorvig's reception chamber, Thrushbeard spread piles of colored rocks and notched sticks onto the stone, as well as a tanned hide marked with some concoction of blood, soot, and tar. "These are claims," he said, pointing to markings upon the hide. "We found 38 claims," he pointed to a pile of small barrel pebbles, "and over 300 dwarves." Jorvig stared at the map, following with his fingers the turns and coves of the ridges that Thrushbeard, or one of his wardens, had marked out. Already, the column of territory was well populated, with little enough room for more claims by dwarven tradition. Do that many thrive? Thrive? No, I do not think more than half will endure. They'll leave before winter if they don't wish to starve. I told a few of them as much. You told them to come here if they need. How much food do we have? The gardeners hope for a good harvest. They have already laid in good stock of roots. Enough for a siege. I fear we cannot tolerate another siege. Not yet. We must grow the flocks, not eat them, if half of the dwarves you say flee to us for safety. Eh? Thrushbeard nodded and they stared at the map. How many have struck? Jorvig asked. 12 claims have struck gold, a few more have signs. And did you notice a good place for a southern outpost? Anything with clear sign of gold was claimed. And without? Jorvig stared at the map. Around 40 miles to the south, there was what appeared to be a gap in the ridges both east and west, where a stream from the west joined the river as it turned southeast. Here is there good rock at the end of this ridge. Sandstone, traces of iron with beryl in the streams, as most of this range. Can you see well from there, across the valley? Yes, if you climbed it. And is there a peak? Not so tall as some, but there is a granite knob. Jorvig nodded and leaned back. What else did you find? Thrushbeard proceeded to give as much of an account of the rock, streams, and claims of the territory as he could, while Jorvig asked questions, trying to picture all in his mind. He had Thrushbeard leave the map with him when he left, and he stared at it long, idly rolling barrel pebbles between his fingers. Jorvig gave the wardens a week of rest and sent them north upriver. Go no more than 30 miles and do the same, he told them. When they came back, he would send them hunting for a time. The report they brought was much the same, though the claims were sparser to the north. As summer waned, the air tasted of coming cool as he walked the walls in the evening, staring out at the ridges and down toward the river, thinking what else may come besides the cold. He sent half the ridge wardens 10 miles to the south to an overlook Thrushbeard had marked on his map. They would rotate weeks there, keeping watch as the weather changed. Chapter 65, Iron and Arbitration. Jorvig had fallen asleep in a chair again while Onyx worked in silence at her bench. A knock at the door roused him. When he'd risen and opened it, he found one of the hunters standing outside. Jorvig had detached some of the prospectors to aid Thrushbeard and the wardens in hunting and trapping. "Rule, Thrushbeard has sent me. There is a fight, he is holding them separate. What do you want him to do?" Jorvig blinked, still feeling half asleep. A fight? If there was a fight, Thrushbeard should know very well to break it up and let the Rinlin deal with it first. "Where is it?" "Little more than 4 miles west and south," the hunter said. "Miles? What are the hunters fighting?" "No, Rule, we came upon a fight between claims." "What over?" Onyx asked, stepping beside Jorvig. "A theft." "How many are involved?" 9 altogether, and Thrushbeard is there with 4 of ours." "We will be there," she said. "Wait for us at the tower. Find Khlif and tell him to send us a detachment of 10 of his cadre." The hunter glanced from Onyx to Jorvig, unsure if he should obey. "Do it!" Jorvig waved the hunter away with a hand and waited for the footsteps to withdraw. "Why should we get involved?" he asked, turning to Onyx. He was exhausted, and the idea of a 4-mile hike was unpleasant to say the least. The only reason he had fallen asleep in the chair was because he had been too tired to walk to the bed. Besides that, it was difficult enough to settle matters for those who had sworn oaths. This was an entirely different situation. Thrushbeard is already involved, and it will cement our authority. "We talked about it in council. You need rest. It's all right, I will go." "It won't be all right if the prospectors decide to fight anyway with ours involved," Jorvig said. "I have half a mind to forbid it." "If we do not go and blood is shed, how will you feel having done nothing? Arbitration spares bloodshed." "You need not speak, you need not come, I will handle it, just send the dwarves with me." "I will come at least." In a few minutes they stepped out of the stonehold wearing matching yellow ochre cloaks from Lopleat. The familiar tap of Treadfoot's steel butt cap followed along. It was night as they left the high adit. They had to wait in the dell a few more minutes for the contingent of dwarves from Khlif to arrive, all bearing spears. The hunter led them all across the bridge and up the western ridge using the same route that Tonkel used to take, but instead of turning south at the crest toward Tonkel's Rock, they continued down the far side and into the valley. There was a narrow foot trail there, likely a game trail originally but now used by passing dwarves. They followed it across the next valley as a gray morning dawned. The hunter followed an even more scraggly trail south across the sloping ascent of the next ridge, and turning a bend, they arrived at a claim. There was a low adit in the ridge, dug through loam and leaves and pine needles and into the sandstone. A cluster of 5 dwarves stood together a short distance from the adit armed with stone-tipped spears, hammers and handaxes tucked into thick belts, their clothes stained. They looked exactly how Jorvig and the others had looked when first they came to the ridges. Thrushbeard and his 4 dwarves stood across the opening of the adit, a couple of them watching the drift and a couple of them watching the group of 5. Thrushbeard looked relieved as he saw the glint dwarves coming around the bend. "What is the dispute?" Onyx asked in a loud, clear voice, pulling her yellow hood back from her head. She had chosen a black veil. "Nothing is disputed," one of the 5 prospectors said. "We killed a boar and they stole it." "Stole it as it hung at our adit," another said. "And you know it was them?" Onyx asked. "I saw them running." "And you couldn't catch them carrying a whole boar?" "It was quartered and there were 4 of them and I had to get the others from down the shaft. We caught up but they'd already fled under stone." "Will you accept our arbitration?" "What is there to arbitrate?" one of the prospectors asked. "We know what they have done." "Then rather than shedding dwarven blood, accept my arbitration for justice." "Why should we accept Glint's arbitration?" "Because if you do not," Onyx said, "and you harm these dwarves." "These thieves," one of the prospectors challenged. "Then word may travel back to their kin, and who will believe that their kin was rightfully murdered?" "Do you have kin in Deep Cut?" That reduced the cluster of prospectors to something like reflection. "But," Onyx went on, "if you accept our arbitration, it will be Glint who bears the responsibility." This was part of why Jorvig was hesitant. Authority was fine until it was contested, then it was a danger. At the same time, Onyx was right, this could have devolved into bloodshed. Fine, said the most vocal of the prospectors, we accept, but they must accept it too. As this was unfolding, Jorvig had moved toward the adit, coming to stand with Thrushbeard. He wondered what he would have done or Sledgefist if they had been starving far from authority and came upon a quartered boar. Not stealing, surely. Where are the others? He asked, looking into the dim adit. They're in there, Thrushbeard said. They're half-starved. We saw them run past with the meat and then these ones arrived in chase. He nodded toward the 5. It'd be foolish of them to try to storm the adit regardless, Jorvig said. Not so foolish, Thrushbeard replied. They don't even have spears in there, it would have been a slaughter if we hadn't stopped them. With the matter settled with the injured party, Onyx joined Jorvig and Thrushbeard at the adit. It was easier to see down the adit now in the strengthening eastern light. While there was a shallow vein of quartz near the surface, further in Jorvig saw the bright yellow of weathered sulfides along with dark hematite. It was clear why they thought the vein might pay from the surface, but they should have stopped sooner. Nevertheless, one of the veins of hematite looked to be nearly 10 inches thick, and the mullock pile nearby was full of hematite ore. If the claim had been close to deep cut, they might have made a living. As Jorvig's eyes adjusted, he saw movement at the back of the drift. It was only 30 yards deep and 4 dwarves were huddled at the back, clutching picks and hammers, their eyes reflecting the morning light at the adit. You inside, Onyx yelled down the adit. 4 at the back, 30 yards in, Jorvig whispered so she could hear. I am Onyx of Glint, she called. I am here to arbitrate this dispute, accept my word and come out. There was no answer, the dwarves at the back of the adit crouched down further. You have no choice, Onyx said. If you accept arbitration, you are dwarves. If not, you are thieves, only we have kept them from murdering you. Who made you arbiter? One of them called. If you come out, Onyx said, Glint will vouch for your life, you will not die. If you do not come out, we will do our duty and aid these others in punishing thieves. Jorvig grimaced. It wasn't wrong, but he did not want to shed dwarven blood. There was an uncomfortable pause. We will come out, a voice said at last. Onyx looked over to the prospectors waiting outside. Drop your weapons and step away. She turned to the adit and called in, leave your weapons and come out. Both groups agreed. A few moments later, the thieves emerged. All 4 had sunken faces, their eyes looked unnaturally large, their skin lax. Jorvig felt pity for them. Why had they not come to Glint for help? He wondered if any prospectors had starved to death of their own stubbornness. At Onyx's direction, Thrushbeard and a ridge warden led the thieves to the side, leaving 2 of the crossbow-wielding hunters on guard in front of the adit. Onyx took up her place between the 2 parties. Lift's dwarves remained close to Onyx, grasping their spears and watching the opposing groups warily. Go examine the adit, Onyx said, pointing to 2 of them. They returned after a few minutes. The meat is inside, one said. Onyx turned to the thieves. You were seen fleeing from your accuser's claim carrying the meat. What do you have to say? We offered to pay, one of the dwarves said. We don't want your iron, retorted one of the accusers. So you do not deny that you stole the meat? Onyx asked. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for you, one of the thieves said, looking at Jorvig. We found no gold. You could have worked for us, Jorvig answered. We would have fed you as Culhin. We didn't come here to be your Culhin, you're no better than we are. One of the other thieves elbowed the loudmouth in the ribs, muttering for him to shut up. What restitution do you desire? Onyx asked the accusers. We demand restitution in kind with the surplus in kind. It was their right. Even Jorvig knew that restitution for thievery was not just the return of what was stolen, but the payment of a surplus in damages. The thief must be poorer for the theft and the victim must be richer. In deep cut, kin would usually make up any difference that the thief could not to save face for the family. It would not prevent the shaming of the thief, though. That is your right, Onyx said. It was also impossible. Thieves who took meat to survive did not have meat to give in surplus. There was no kin available to make it right either. Everyone knew that, and by demanding restitution in kind, the accusers were requesting physical punishment far in excess of the traditional stripes. Can you pay it? Onyx asked the thieves. They remained silent. Or do you have a redeemer? You know we have no redeemer, snapped the loud thief. Get on with it. Onyx stared hard at the thieves. Jorvig knew she had to apply a severe enough measure that the accusers were satisfied but also leave these frail dwarves alive. It would be brutal, without a doubt, face branding, maybe the loss of fingers. He glanced once more at the addit. Then, in addition to the 13 stripes you will each receive. I will be their redeemer, Jorvig interjected, cutting Onyx off. She looked over at him in obvious surprise, as did everyone else, the thieves included. Jorvig turned to the accusing dwarves. I will pay you twice the weight of meat, smoked, or 3 yath of gold if you prefer. They hesitated at first, but it was a fair offer. They must still have their stripes. They will have them. Then we accept. Onyx watched in silence as Jorvig turned to the thieves. Your claim will be forfeit to me by rights, and you will be bond labor for 1 year and Culhin with rights for 4 more. You will eat as such. Do you agree? I agree, said the youngest of the thieves. One by one they agreed, even the loudmouth. Jorvig nodded to Onyx. Then let them be striped, she said, Thrushbeard. Jorvig watched in grim silence as the thieves were stripped to the waist. Thrushbeard found a suitable branch of maple and split it with a hatchet into a long, bendable strip. He tested the lash against a tree. It gave a resounding crack. Satisfied, he had the first thief kneel and hug the tree. Jorvig looked away as each of the thieves were given the 13 stripes. They were getting off easy, and the stripes would leave no lasting damage. Its intent was humiliation. Jorvig walked over to the accusers. Your payment will be brought to your claim, he said. Will it be the meat or the gold? There was some hesitation, but the prospectors settled on meat. Jorvig might have done the same. Do you know the thieves by name? We do, said one of the prospectors. By family. They're from the Westendelf, one of them answered, referring to a warren of small stoneholds on the outskirts of Deep Cut. Good. The matter is done, Onyx announced as the last thief climbed to his feet. If any seeks to reawaken this feud, may his own blood be upon him. We stand witness. Jorvig looked at Onyx, trying to figure out if she was mad. He knew she was not to be trifled with, but he had not seen her try to exercise authority like this before. Her words and her tone were strong. He was married to her, and yet she struck him once again as a completely foreign being, a mysterious entity that he could not comprehend. Sometimes she was soft as new-shorn wool, and other times hard as iron. There was much he did not yet know about his whiff. As the thieves gingerly let their long shirts fall over their wounds, their gazes cast down, Jorvig approached them. He pitied them, but they had still become thieves out of stubbornness. Now was not the time to coddle. You are my debtors and your claim is mine, he said. If you fail to keep this oath, I will make sure all Deep Cut knows the disgrace of your families. If you flee back there, I will make sure you are found. I will make your names odious. Stay, and you will be cared for as Culhin. Do you understand? Yes, a couple of them muttered. Now I am going home, Jorvig said. I will get my tools, the youngest of the thieves said. No, Jorvig answered. You all stay here to work this claim. There is no gold here, just iron. We could have mined it in the Brown Hills rather than come all the way here, said the loudmouth. I know, I'm not blind, Jorvig snapped. Go eat some of that boar you stole and get to work. If you cannot do good work here, I will split you up into the worst duties I can find. Thrushbeard will be checking on your progress often. Thrushbeard stood nearby, and he gave them a hard stare. Jorvig looked over his shoulder. The accusers were turning to make their way down the trail. Onyx had been speaking with them, and now she approached. Jorvig turned and left the thieves behind without another word. Even if the sorry lot ran, he still had the claim, and if they could not keep such a merciful judgment, he didn't want them in Glint. They were back under stone in Glint by afternoon, and Jorvig went straight to their sleeping chamber. He needed to get at least a couple hours of rest. I would not have shown mercy, Onyx said, following him into the chamber. I suspected that. So did they. They were thieves. You aren't responsible for every dwarf in these ridges. Sending a message to the other prospectors that there are consequences might stop more harm. The mantle of authority is the mantle of responsibility. That was another saying from his old mining master. The master had judged wrong about a particular stope, but instead of making excuses, he had merely said that. Jorvig pulled off his shirt and sat on the edge of the sleeping alcove, stripped to the waist. He unlaced his boots and pulled them off, feeling the cold stone beneath his bare feet. The foot on his bad side still had a much paler hue. Was it just for mercy? Or was it guilt, she asked. It was iron, he said, lying down. It might have been those other things too. Iron. Did you not see their drift? It is full of hematite. One of the veins is 10 inches thick. It would make no dwarf rich so far into the wilds, but it was another keystone for Glint. Hematite, she said and shook her head. There is no reason that Mercy can't be clever. Now let me sleep, please. There was a pause. Are you sure you want to sleep? Jorvig sat back up. With plentiful iron from his new claim, the forges burned in the preparation of crossbows, spears, nails and rims for shields and even helms. 100 dwarves with crossbows should make one ear think twice before venturing near, or rob him of the opportunity. Yet despite Jorvig's dread, the Uasi did not come that fall. At least there was no siege at Glint. Prospectors disappeared, and along with terrified dwarves, reports arrived of Uasi along streams and river both to north and south. One prospector came to Deep Cut raving about how a group of Uasi had caught his partner outside their claim and devoured him as he helplessly watched from the adit. Most knew better than to doubt such stories. 63 dwarves fled to Glint and begged to work the winter. It was less than Jorvig and Thrushbeard had feared, but more than enough to put a strain on their stores. They could not afford to stop hunting despite the danger. They sucked marrow bones and chewed hide between their meager meals. Yet as they would come to learn, Jorvig's tower of Uasi bones had left an impression on Eldenhall. The stories he carried back sent a tremor through Deep Cut. The gold Eldenhall brought from their claim was assayed again and again with growing consternation in Deep Cut from those who had disbelieved the tales. There was proof. The small amount of copper alloy did not prove the stories false. There was true gold in the red ridges. Traders who had not risked it before now kicked themselves. Along with that, Crookleg's letter reached his kin on the western slopes where they grazed their stock. Jorvig didn't know it, but the name Chargrim was often spoken in the richest holds of Deep Cut and the simplest folds of the western slopes that winter. Well before the thaws reached the dell, abundance ventured on its way to Glint. Their survival was almost guaranteed. Almost. They had greater foes than winter. Over the next years, many felt they had left the struggles of the early days behind. Jorvig never believed those hopes. Chapter 66, 12 years later. 12 years later. 17 years since the staking of the claim. The reception chamber was full of parchments stacked on inset shelves in the rock, parchments in ordered rows along the tables, ledgers in cubbies. Jorvig dipped the nib of his steel point and stared down at the figures, rubbing his eyes. All these sums would change in a month anyway. Their third pack train would arrive in that time, bringing yet another load of salt. Salt for meat, salt for seasoning, salt for brining and fermenting and pickling in great stone crocks. Salt was one of the perennial expenditures, and the deep-cut merchants sold it to Glint at a higher price than to any other, even the humans. They had all banded together to do it too. Jorvig had even tried to purchase a salt mine in Deep Cut, but the council had forbidden it. They wouldn't even let him buy shares. Shit on them. He slid his chair back and rose. That was enough for tonight. He blew out the oil lamp, leaving only the glow of the miner's eye. The fungus had taken strong hold of the upper workings, now that the dust and disturbance of active mining was so far away. He left his reception chamber and headed to the spiral stair. Instead of leaving the stair to go to the terraces, nearly the whole cliff was carved now. He continued up. In the evenings, Jorvig often climbed the winding stair to the top of the ridge, emerging in the fortification he'd ordered built 3 years before. It was the latest of his fortifications, protecting the top of the cliff and overlooking the dell, the surrounding valleys and the course of the river running south. The evening was clear, the smell of damp spring earth rising high above the valley floors. Jorvig's leg ached, but he stubbornly refused to let it stop him. The exercise was good for it, he told himself. He stomped up the tower to the top chamber, where a massive iron bell hung suspended from great wooden trusses. A clapper the size of his head was wrapped in cloth to keep the wind from sending alarm through the ridges. The sound of the bell could carry for miles. They were his fortifications because the Kulhin grumbled when they were sent into the sun to build, just like they grumbled when they underwent their mandatory martial exercises. At least Shineboot, Warmcoat and K.H. had given up complaining about so much labor being redirected. The labor shortage was not what it once was anyway. There were 1,307 dwarves in Glint. He'd done the figure that morning, scratching on parchment. From there, Jorvig watched evening descending. No longer were the ridges covered in trees, at least not for a mile north and south. In the river valley, protected stands of maples and birches stood like islands, surrounded by split-rail fences to keep the sheep away. Even the eastern ridge was bare of trees over halfway up its slope, growing grasses and moss instead. He could see the wool of the white sheep standing out in the falling evening, knowing the black and gray and brown ones would be there, too, hidden in shadows for miles. The herders had expanded far beyond the protective wall of the dell, digging new sheepfolds at regular intervals. Jorvig had wanted to continue expanding the walls, but Crookleg talked him out of it. There was simply no way to pasture all the flocks behind walls in case of a siege, nor could the dwarves hold all those walls. Crookleg had reported close to 7,000 head of stock now ranging the ridges and valleys along the river: sheep, goats, and pigs. In the case of a siege, the flocks could all be brought either within the dell walls or into folds, many of which were connected by tunnels to Glint itself. That wouldn't solve their problem for more than a month before they would need to start slaughtering the beasts. Most of those that could be herded into sheep folds in the rock would end up being butchered there and salted or smoked. There was no way around it. It was a vulnerability that nagged at Jorvig constantly. Jorvig glanced up to the top of the east ridge. There was no way to see the Ridge Warden redoubt there on the crest thousands of feet above the river, but he knew it was there. Within it, Ridge Wardens watched to the east, to the source of their true threat. Thankfully, summer had not yet fully bloomed and the fall raids were yet months away. Glint was less a single mine and more the hub of a wheel of claims and outposts, but they could only keep what they had: the warriors and food to defend. Walking back to the western window, he looked down at the flowing river. There, movement coming up the river. He saw perhaps a dozen dwarves on foot with only 3 donkeys between them. More migrants, no doubt. They would stream to Glint in their family groups through the summer as they had for years. Jorvig was still in the tower, staring absently into the distance and thinking, when one of the sentries reached him at a run, his face streaming with sweat, hair matted. He had obviously raced up the entire stair. "Rule," he said, "Hobblefoot has come." Jorvig wanted to run down the stairs, but he forced himself to walk. He knew his leg might give way if he hurried, and he valued his teeth more and more. The sentry slowed his pace to let Jorvig keep up with him. When they reached the high adit drift, Hobblefoot was already there. Jorvig was surprised how glad he was to see his older cousin. It had been 12 summers. He looked much the same, and when he saw Jorvig, he stepped from the head of the cluster of dwarves and rushed to his cousin with arms wide. They embraced, laughing. Warmcoat was already there, but Shineboot was deep in the delvings and it would take him time to return. "Cousin, it does my heart good to see you," Hobblefoot said. In his broad smile there was none of that conflict that Jorvig had known before. He put one arm over Warmcoat's shoulders and one arm over Jorvig's, drawing them close against both sides. "And mine to see you," Jorvig said. He was looking at the group of dwarves who had come with Hobblefoot. There were 4 whiffs among them and some Gilk and Gilna, but near the 4 was a veiled and scarfed whiff wearing a gray travel cloak over her dress. The fabric was dense and of finest quality. In her arms she held a Gilk who could not yet be 3 years old. "Here," Hobblefoot said, "may I introduce to you my whiff Spinel and my son, my son." Jorvig bowed. A pang of jealousy struck him. A babe in just 7 years, he masked his face with joy. "It is my utmost honor," he said. Spinel inclined her head in typical whiffish fashion and held up the face of the Gilk for him to see. "And these are my kin," Hobblefoot said, motioning. He proceeded to name and introduce his father-in-law, mother-in-law, 5 of Spinel's brothers, 1 Gilna sister, 2 of her brothers' whiffs, and a few of their Gilna and Gilk as well. Jorvig smiled and nodded and bowed, knowing he did not hope to remember so many names so quickly introduced. "You must be weary from your journey," he said. "We will feast you and I will have your hold prepared." Years ago, Jorvig had all of the absent owner's 50s excavated in fine style along the owner's drift, on the hope that perhaps one day they all might return. He'd even excavated a 50 for Saviarm, thinking that maybe one of his relatives might someday come. They never had. "By all means, please fate my kin," Hobblefoot said, turning to Jorvig. It was then that his brow darkened, folding in familiar lines that Jorvig remembered well. "But we must talk, and we must talk soon. I have come here wasting no time." Jorvig believed he had wasted no time, because if he had stopped at the southern outpost, word would have reached Jorvig ahead of him. "Go get second Cyprine," Jorvig said to the sentry who still stood in the drift. The whiff was called second Cyprine merely because there was another Cyprine who had been there first. "Tell her to see to our guests in Hobblefoot's hold." Hobblefoot tilted his head. "I'm afraid they won't all fit in my old chamber," he said. "Don't worry," Jorvig grinned. "Your hold will fit them, at least until we can delve and settle your brothers in their own holds." It took Hobblefoot a few moments to catch that gesture, but he smiled. "Where can we talk?" he asked. Jorvig led him not to the reception chamber but to the feasting chamber in his own stonehold, where there were chairs awaiting them covered with lambskins. It was hardly ever used, but it was more fitting for kin. When they entered, Onyx heard the voices and emerged from her workshop. Hobblefoot, she said. Hobblefoot bowed. Onyx. Welcome back, I had no idea you were coming. I apologize for the surprise, but haste was necessary. Hobblefoot's family is here too, Jorvig said. They are to be fed and welcomed in Hobblefoot's hold. Then why aren't we going there? Onyx asked. There is news I must share in private, Hobblefoot said. Onyx looked from Hobblefoot to Jorvig for a moment, then sighed. Tell me later, she said. I will go and make the guests welcome. With that, she stepped into their private chamber. Jorvig was a little surprised that she would choose to go to Hobblefoot's family after how poorly she had gotten on with Sledgefist's whiff, but Onyx had been a little strange of late. Sit, Jorvig said. There was a samovar sitting on a table nearby, but it was cold and empty, hardly ever used. One thing he did have was mead in the larder, so he returned in moments carrying 3 mugs. He passed Onyx on her way out of the hold in a fine dress and veil. Jorvig handed drinks to Warmcoat and Hobblefoot, only for Shineboot to rush in almost as soon as Onyx had closed the door behind her. Jorvig returned with a 4th mug while Hobblefoot and Shineboot embraced and laughed. Shineboot had visited Hobblefoot a few times over the years, but Hobblefoot had never returned to Glint since he'd married. Settling into chairs, the 4 dwarves raised their mugs and took a drink together. Striper appeared now that Onyx had gone. She rubbed her fur against Jorvig's leg, rolled on her side and batted at his pants. Still with your mine runners, Hobblefoot said. You know they'd eat you if they were big enough. It was a good-natured jibe, but Jorvig ignored it. All right, he said. What news? He was happy to see Hobblefoot truly, but he was certain that the circumstances were ill. Well, Hobblefoot said, looking at each of them in turn, the council has annexed East Spire. Jorvig stared at him. What does that mean? Warmcoat asked. It means that the council has put a representative in place as Iracruel. Hardeye is rule of East Spire, Jorvig said. Hardeye was senior of the owning family there, and he'd taken on the title of Iracruel almost as soon as he'd heard that Jorvig had done so. They had had dealings many times over the past few years especially. Hardeye was a hard bargainer but had a reputation for being fair with his own. He refused to rule in the name of the council. They offered him to stay rule in name, even to continue duties, but the wealth would go to Deep Cut. That's absurd, Shineboot said, even as Jorvig said. They have no right. Deep Cut is hungry, Hobblefoot said. That has been true for some time, Warmcoat said. They have grown too many. They had to rely on imports of food for the past 2 years. That doesn't give them the right to usurp a dwarf's claim, Shineboot snapped. You cannot tell me that Hardeye gave in, Jorvig said. No. As I said, he refused, but Deep Cut sent jackals not in their kit but as if they were guests or traders. No one noticed them come in. They arrested Hardeye in the night and brought in the council's dwarf. By the time it was known, the jackals held the mine. There would have been bloodshed, but there was no one to lead against them. Jorvig's hand tightened on his mug even more, his knuckles whitening. There were 2 warrior groups of Deep Cut. The Deep Cut guard kept only to the caverns and canyons while the jackals patrolled the waste, keeping watch on caravans and scouting the borders. In all, there couldn't be more than 500 warriors between both the jackals and the guard, though Deep Cut itself numbered in the tens of thousands. I couldn't believe it happened, Hobblefoot said. But there was no one to stand. East Spire had been settled 2 generations ago. It numbered 1,500 dwarves, but they were miners, cultivators, and herders, not warriors. Jorvig had sent warnings to Hardeye telling him to prepare, but that was against Uasi, not fellow dwarves. This is outrageous, Shineboot said. This is against law. The council said it was necessary for the safety of the folk. They blamed the humans. They said we could not stand as so many separate claims. So they decide to steal the wealth of East Spire. They said it will not matter to the Kulhin and others living within the claim, only to one family of owners who had made their hoards there. They said the wealth must be for the folk, not for a few. East Spire was a galena mine dealing most in lead and silver and flocks that grazed on cleared pasture in the valleys. It had only a fraction of the wealth of Glint. When did this happen? Jorvig asked. 13 days. I could not get here faster with my family. I had to leave through a side adit and traverse east to make it away. I feared the jackals would hinder us. You should have sent word, Jorvig thought, but he didn't say it aloud. For once, the fact that East Spire had so many adits did not strike Jorvig as foolish. The jackals, they might be close behind, Warmcoat said. I fear so, Hobblefoot answered. I wish our reunion was a happier one. Jorvig stood. Warmcoat, get me Thrushbeard as fast as you can run. By now, Warmcoat knew Jorvig's tones and faces, and he ran without question. If the jackals were wise enough to head to both claims at the same time, they would already be there, but maybe they didn't have the numbers. Jorvig thought back. How many new dwarves had arrived so far that spring? He knew there were some. He had a tally on parchment in his reception chamber. Enough for a coup? He doubted that. But if they struck the owners at once in the night, would Thrushbeard and the wardens put up a fight against jackals of Deep Cut? If ever their great distance from Deep Cut had favored them, let it do so now. Chapter 67, Hostages. After a time, Jorvig, Hobblefoot, Warmcoat, and Shineboot joined the feast in Hobblefoot's hold. Warmcoat and Shineboot sent for their whiffs. Warmcoat had a gilk of 2 years as well. Liff had been asleep when Hobblefoot arrived as he oversaw the mining on the opposing shift, but Onyx had told Greel and Greel had gone to rouse him. They returned with their spouses as well. Soon the hold that Jorvig had dug for Hobblefoot was full of the squeals of babes and the laughter and speech of old friends. Warmcoat's gilk climbed up on Onyx's lap and kept pulling at her necklaces. Hobblefoot, Greel, and Warmcoat were blessed that the wombs of their whiffs had already opened. They were doted on, those 3 gilk. The chamber filled with hill smoke as the dwarves lit pipes, the fragrant smoke mixing with smells of meat and mead. It had been too long since they had all been together, even those who remained at Glint. Jorvig missed Sledgefist, but he was glad that Onyx was sitting next to Hobblefoot's whiff Spinel, talking about something in friendly tones at least. Sledgefist had stayed with his whiff in Glint for 3 seasons after marriage. Onyx and Sledgefist's whiff could hardly be in the same chamber, and in the end Sledgefist had gone to establish the southern outpost. That might explain why Hobblefoot had not stopped in there first on his way. Those had been lonely years for Jorvig, cooped up in his chamber, listening to reports from Rinlin of mines, herders, gardeners, cooks, smiths, and a score of other dwarves who moved throughout the honeycombed ridge. Gold mining had sunk half a mile east, deep into the rock. They had cut through to the back of the ridge as they mined out the veins, but the bulk of the ore led them deeper east and down. Now the back of the ridge was cut with new terraces of crops, and a fortified adit there let the gardeners and herders come and go. Jorvig looked up from his meal and saw Thrushbeard leaning into the packed feasting chamber. He nodded toward the drift when he caught Jorvig's eye. Jorvig excused himself, but the conversation barely faltered as he stepped into the drift and the low glow of the blue-green miner's eye. There were 4 ridge wardens flanking the chamber door, helm and mail donned, rectangular shields and spears ready. "There is a double guard on all 3 adits," Thrushbeard said, "and at the river gate. And the new arrivals. 5 we have yet to find, the others we have brought to Wardenhold. We are questioning them." "No violence," Jorvig said, "of course. I was thinking, look at their hands, see if their calluses match their trades. Your wardens have different calluses than miners, we should expect it to be the same for jackals." "A wise thought," Thrushbeard said. "We will check. Did these 5 missing come together?" "By 3 and 2, they claim to be miners. We are searching the deep delvings now. Check for any who have not been working or haven't sworn as Culhin but have been trading for food. Also see if any of the newcomers have seemed incompetent at their labor." "It will be done. Do you wish to see them?" "Not tonight. Keep them together, feed them, and give them my apologies." Thrushbeard nodded. The ridge wardens found 2 of the missing newcomers in the upper workings, camped at a little-used stope. They had ample rations of dried meats and fruits with them. The 3 others were found by Liff's miners. None of the 5 were miners, that was apparent right away. Their hands felt wrong and they had not sought out any Rinlin or any craft since they had arrived around 2 weeks prior. Within their packs they had daggers and hand axes with blue-black blades. The rest of the newcomers, numbering 19, had already thrown themselves either into the working of a craft or mining, mostly mining as only 2 were skilled, being tanners from Deep Cut. That was good, they could use more tanners, and one of the tanners already present in the claim was able to confirm their knowledge of the craft. They had sought him out their first day at the claim. As for the miners, they had all sworn on as Culhin among the cadres and had been at work already. Jorvig approached the ridge Wardenhold with Thrushbeard and 6 of the wardens. The stonehold door was flanked by guards who slammed the butts of their spears against the stone at their approach by way of salute. Thrushbeard opened the door and led Jorvig inside. On the far side of the room, the 5 dwarves were seated against a wall and bound with iron manacles, more armed wardens standing watch over them. Thrushbeard moved a chair about 10 feet away from the prisoners and Jorvig sat down. He looked at the interlopers for a while and they looked back. They put on a great show of unconcern which in itself proved their guilt. They had refused to speak to anyone and Jorvig had yet to permit their torture, although they deserved it. They looked unusually pale, but not from nervousness or fear. Where are your masks? Jorvig asked. Don't jackals always wear war masks, rusty, twisted ones? I've seen jackals before in deep cut. They didn't respond. Jorvig looked over at Thrushbeard. There was nothing unusual in a dwarven warrior wearing a war mask. The deep cut guards did as well. Even some of the ridge wardens had fashioned themselves war masks. Soon they'd all probably have them. What set the jackals apart was that their masks and other kit were blackened, twisted, and made in the snarling visages of animals. More than that, the jackal masks always looked neglected, as if polishing or cleaning the metal was a sin. What little I know of the jackals is that they never go unmasked on duty or on the surface. He looked at Thrushbeard, speaking to him now. That may mean they didn't bring their kit in with them. Maybe it's hidden inside the claim. Maybe their friends were to bring it or they hid it outside the claim. We have extra patrols searching and we've manned the fall lookouts, Thrushbeard said. Jorvig knew all this already. He turned back to the jackals. So I take it there weren't enough of you to try your coup in both claims at once. I'm surprised they chose East Spire first, but it is much closer. I still would have done it the other way around or at least made greater haste. This feels sloppy. And that made Jorvig suspicious. He pointed at a captive on the end of the line. So you're the leader then. The eyes of the captives turned toward the dwarf Jorvig signaled, but before they could stop themselves their eyes flickered back, one to the right and three to the left. Jorvig smiled at the dwarf in between. That makes it you, he said. The captive said nothing. Jorvig shrugged and stood, nodding to Thrushbeard. They left the chamber. Put them in a chamber, bar the door and keep them under heavy guard, he said. They are dangerous. Jorvig had not expected to get any information from them. He simply wanted to see them, and having seen them he felt they were snakes ready to strike. They were not built like miners, they were slighter but hard. The jackals had one purpose, and that was to fight and watch. He did not doubt that dwarf for dwarf they would slay any of the ridge wardens. Hobblefoot did not know how many jackals were in East Spire. He said he had seen 20 marching together at one point. From everyone he had asked, there should be around 200 jackals in total, and they could not leave East Spire without a garrison, or else loyal Culhin there might bar them out on their return. Hobblefoot didn't know what they'd done with Hardeye. Call up half the reserves, Jorvig added. Keep the gates and adits closed day round and admit only those who belong. And newcomers. It felt wrong to block out newcomers who had journeyed so long to reach Glint. They trickled in through summer and fall every year, but for the time being, wisdom said to bar them. Find somewhere they can shelter outside for now, but once they arrive let none leave, and make it known what the council has done. 7 owners sat at the 9-sided table. It was the most that had sat there since Sledgefist departed 9 years ago. Saviarm's chair was forever empty. The place of his death was now marked with a memorial cairn topped with a granite inscription. They were missing only Sledgefist of the living. Jorvig had decided against sending him a message for fear that a runner would be intercepted by approaching jackals. As much as he wanted to warn Sledgefist, taking the southern outpost would achieve little for the jackals. Jorvig didn't think they would bother. The scant pyrite and copper Sledgefist mined there were incidental to the outpost's purpose as a way station for pack trains, and a defense against southern Usi raids moving through the eastern pass into the Gold River Range. Sledgefist traded supplies to the miners nearby, helping to consolidate their wealth, giving them gold from claims they did not own. Jorvig still did most of the administration from afar, while Sledgefist gathered other hot-headed dwarves to himself who wished to test their mettle in the fall raids. If we know they are coming, no host of Deep Cut could force entry against us. I do not care how well-trained the jackals may be, and if they harry the flocks let them face our 1,000 spears, Hobblefoot said. They have lost surprise, Warmcoat said. Do you think they will come at all now? They might not know, Hobblefoot said. That was the prime reason Jorvig did not want to risk the capture of a messenger. If the council wishes to take the wealth of the Red Ridges for themselves, Onyx said, then they will come for us. They don't have to come this year, they could come in 5 years, in 10, if they fail once they may try again. It's not lawful, Hobblefoot slammed his palm on the table. I know, Jorvig said. But let us not rehash that, we are speaking of what we are to do. Law in this case had more to do with tradition, old traditions. Jorvig knew that if the council chose this course of action it was either from desperation or overreaching greed. Either way they had already set it in motion. He had barely slept the night before. His mind hadn't raced like this in years. Sure, he was always counting and planning and assessing the workings of the claims, but they had a system and it was working. Their hoard had grown steadily for a decade. It was possible they would soon be or already were the richest dwarves alive. It gave Jorvig little pleasure. He had fine clothes, fine food at least sometimes. He ruled over the wealthiest claim in the world, and by and large it had been a lonely and drudging life for some time. He loved Onyx, but she shut herself in her workshop most days and never emerged, trying to fashion finer and finer creations of gold wire and mesh studded with beryls and amethysts. It seemed only arbitrations could draw her out. They continued as conjugal dwarf and whiff, and yet they had no babe. He reminded himself they were still young, but now, after all this time, his blood flowed again. "What else can we do?" Greel asked. "We have set a guard. We cannot keep all the Culhin posted as sentries. We don't even know if the jackals will come now." "We could use the ones we've captured as hostages," Hobblefoot said. "Slice their throats if they will not withdraw." Jorvig frowned. He knew it made sense, but he did not like it. And he suspected the jackals may be the sorts to hold deep grudges. The last thing they needed was a blood feud with 200 trained killers. "It may come to that," Onyx said. Jorvig looked over at her, surprised. She had said it in such a matter-of-fact tone. He was more inclined to release the hostages if a peace could be negotiated. The problem was, the council had shown itself untrustworthy. A failure may just enrage them more. "I need to talk to someone with authority," Jorvig said, "someone who can actually make decisions." "They tried talking to Hardeye first," Hobblefoot said. "Maybe they will try the same with you." "I doubt it," Shineboot interjected. "If talking didn't work in East Spire, I doubt they'll expect it to work here. We have a reputation, you know." Jorvig grinned. The mound of Uasi skulls was now over 15 feet high, dominating a rise along the river road south of the claim. Each fall and winter, the Uasi moved into the ridges from the south and east, raiding the smaller claims. The ridge wardens hunted them. Jorvig went along sometimes, but he found it difficult to keep up. The raids were minor incursions. More Uasi skirted the northern claims to hunt. Jorvig stubbornly held that a bigger assault was brewing. "I agree," Greel said. "Hold the hostages over their heads. If they push us, we kill them one by one." Jorvig listened to them, but he would do what he would do. The next morning, Jorvig returned to Wardenhold. "Take the leader out and put him in a different chamber," Jorvig told Thrushbeard. "Keep him separate, then bring me one of the others." In minutes, one of the jackals stood before Jorvig, held on each side by ridge wardens. "I'm letting you go," he said. "I want you to go back to your leaders and tell them that if they want the rest of your comrades, they can come here and ask for them, but if they come seeking violence, they will find it." Jorvig turned and left, knowing that Thrushbeard would follow his orders and push the jackal out of the gate with a bag of provisions and send him on his way. Thrushbeard had already pleaded with him not to release any of the jackals. They were too valuable as hostages, he argued. Jorvig only hoped the rest of the jackals agreed to their value. Either way, Thrushbeard would obey. "It's done," Thrushbeard said when he came to Jorvig's reception chamber an hour later. "Good," Jorvig said. He was running his fingers through his beard, staring at a parchment. Back in Deep Cut, he'd always thought of salt as a cheap, plentiful, and rather unimportant mining product. Now it was a constant need. There was nothing else so badly needed that Glint could not produce on its own. They could produce their own wool cloth, their own tools, their own charcoal. But salt let them preserve meat quickly and keep it dry, and it let them brine and pickle and ferment. They smoked as much meat as they could in great smoking closets, and smoked meat they could hang in the cool stone for years. But if they wanted to make the most of their food, they needed salt. If there was any way to cut themselves off from Deep Cut salt, he would jump at it. "I still think we should follow him," Thrushbeard said. "We can catch up." Jorvig jerked his head up. He had gotten distracted thinking about salt. "Meeting the jackals in the open country takes away our advantages," Jorvig said. "They would almost certainly suspect the hostage was followed, and they might use the opportunity to strike back." "I do not want a hostage trade. But if the southern outpost was taken, it might come to that. Everything was a gamble. I could send few and fast and order them to keep their distance. We cannot be sure that they would not fall into an ambush themselves. It is still no. Make sure the approaches are watched with all vigilance, but do not strike. If they approach, fall back to the walls." Thrushbeard nodded. All this was already spoken, Jorvig knew. He just wanted to pad the refusal to tail the hostage. It was of the utmost importance to avoid the spilling of blood. Once the blood of dwarves was spilled, he did not know if peace could again be restored. It took 3 weeks before the jackals arrived. At that time, Glint had over 20 more newcomers held in a kind of quarantine on the surface. Jorvig was certain that almost all were honest migrants, but he would not take chances. He was in the deep workings with Shineboot and Khlif, examining traces of ore on a new cut hanging wall. In the background, Hobblefoot could be heard shouting with the Rinlin of engineering about ventilation. Jorvig would have to find something to keep Hobblefoot occupied soon before he caused trouble out of boredom. For the past years, Hobblefoot had been using his wealth to experiment with different steam engines in East Spire, and he had even imported oil from Deep Cut for experimentation. Jorvig knew he was partnered with others in Deep Cut more experienced in that area, and that Hobblefoot, while involved, was providing the means for the experiments more than the innovations. The dwarves of Deep Cut were always experimenting, from alchemy to engineering to new techniques for forging, casting, and smelting. They had made advances and discoveries far beyond what they had figured out how to put to use. Hobblefoot hoped to have the mines of the Red Ridges using steam and oil within the next decade or two. Jorvig always replied to the letters with respect and encouragement, but it was not viable to his mind. It just meant relying on coal or oil from Deep Cut. Further reliance on Deep Cut was the last thing they needed, but Hobblefoot loved his machines. Rule. They all turned and looked. A ridge warden was running down the stope. They approach. They headed back to the upper delvings without hesitation. How many? Jorvig asked. 40, seen 3 miles south of Bearstone. Chapter 68, At Table with the Enemy. Jorvig had the walls of the dell expanded all the way down to the river some years before, and now there was a gatehouse that lead out onto the bridge on one side and up and down the river road on 2 others. Anyone approaching the dell would know immediately that this was not just a claim, it was a fortress. Only 3 jackals approached the river gate the next day. Word had already reached Jorvig that the rest of the jackals had halted and taken up a position on the very same rockslide stones where they had rescued the Hardfells and Warmcoat many years before. They were being watched there. The 3 that approached the gate were fully armed, wearing brown clothing and leather-covered armor. Any metal they carried, spearheads, bucklers, axe blades, knife hilts, were blued, and their war masks were like the rusted visages of twisted beasts. These were the jackals of the waste who hunted the human bandits that preyed upon caravans and kept the borders of Deep Cut. They had never been known so far from home. Arrayed on the gatehouse and along the wall were enough ridge wardens with crossbows to ensure the jackals would bleed like sieves in the space of a breath. Carrying only his walking hammer, Jorvig ordered the gate open and stepped out, Thrushbeard beside him. "Who is it that approaches Glint?" Thrushbeard asked. Whereas Jorvig was dressed in trousers and long shirt, Thrushbeard wore hauberk, breastplate, greaves, vambraces, and helm. He bore his axe and shield as well. Thrushbeard's kit was enameled and gilt with gold, as befitted a Rinlin of the richest claim of the dwarves. Despite this, and though he would never have said it to Thrushbeard, Jorvig was certain any of the 3 jackals standing there could have killed Thrushbeard with little trouble. These were dwarves who had trained at nothing else for decades. "I am Remer, Rinlin of the 3rd Cadre, Jackal of the Waste." It was the center jackal who spoke, and Jorvig was surprised at the voice. It was neither angry nor haughty. If anything, it sounded tired. "Greetings, Remer, Rinlin of the 3rd Cadre, Jackal of the Waste, and what brings you to Glint?" The jackal glanced to the side, but not at anything in particular. It was impossible to see an expression. "You know why I'm here?" A return of the head showed that the jackal now regarded Jorvig. "I take it you are Chargrim." "I am." "I do not know your intent, but I am here for my jackals." "I know why you're here. I was asking to be polite," Jorvig said, smirking. The jackal tilted his head. Jorvig continued, "There are traditions of courtesy, you know. I want you to eat with me. I am sure my fare is better than what you've had on the road. You want to add to your hostages? I could have you killed right now if I wanted, or captured, though I know you would put up a fight. I'm surprised you brought so few. I promise only that if you harm a jackal, the jackals will harm you. If not today, then someday. No siege would be necessary." "I expect no less," Jorvig said. "And that's why you should eat with me and trust your safety. I would speak with you in private. Maybe there was a message from Deep Cut they meant you to give me. I in turn have a proposition. If you eat with me and we talk, you may leave with all your dwarves. If you will not, you may leave with these 2 you brought." Jorvig led the jackal up the high adit tower and across the bridge. There was nothing the jackal Rinlin could see in the claim that he couldn't learn from speaking with 1,000 dwarves. Secrecy had never been part of their concern at Glint. They had always focused their defenses on Uasi, not dwarves. Because theirs were some of the first holds dug in the claim, the owner's holds were close to the adit, as was Jorvig's reception chamber. The reception chamber now served for a meal with the jackal Rinlin. Everything had been prepared in advance. When Jorvig opened the door, the smells of roast honeyed lamb poured out. Inside, the manuscripts and ledgers had been moved from the table, and it was laden with pitchers and platters and 2 settings of utensils. "Please sit," Jorvig said, motioning to one of the chairs. Remer waited and sat in unison with Jorvig. Steam still rose off the food and drink. He'd have to thank Second Cyprian for her timing. Picking up his flagon, Jorvig took a long drink of the mulled mead. "Please forgive me," Jorvig said, taking his knife in one hand and tearing into the shank in front of him. "I'm hungry and it's honest food." He really was hungry. There were days when he got so caught up in his work that he didn't eat. Sometimes Onyx would bring him food and sit with him until he ate it, but other times she was too engrossed in her own work. The gold was valuable, but a pound of her golden lace or chain was worth many times the value of the gold alone. Whiffs and maids in deep cut wore it over their skirts and veils, glinting in the miner's eye. After watching Jorvig for a few moments, Remer seemed to come to a decision. He reached up, undid 2 buckles, and slid his warmask and helm off in a smooth motion. Picking up the knife next to his plate, he started to eat, and for a time there was silence. Jorvig had cleared most of his own plate before he leaned back, picked up his flagon, and drank again. Remer saw the movement and set his own knife down. It was difficult to gauge Remer's age. He was certainly older than Jorvig, but by how many decades? If he had to guess, Jorvig thought he must be around 80 or 90. His beard was still deep brown. Heavy pouches hung beneath otherwise clear eyes, and his forehead was lined prematurely. By his bearing and posture, he looked like a fit and active dwarf whose heaviest burdens were immaterial. Jorvig felt he'd gotten rather good at judging such burdens. "Why do you trust for your safety?" Remer asked. "We are alone. I could kill you now, I do not need a weapon. I don't believe you are unarmed just because I cannot see a blade, yet just because you could kill me doesn't mean you could escape. Do jackals not care for their lives? Not like some. And do jackals show so little respect for hospitality as to murder their host? Such things are sentiment. Many of the best things are." Remer did not respond to that, taking another drink of his mead instead. His eyes flickered to the golden liquid as he set the flagon down. "The honey is better here, I think," Jorvig said. "More wildflowers maybe, I don't know, but it's better." "Are you trying to irritate me?" Remer asked. "I have no desire to be your friend, I am here for my jackals only." Jorvig grinned. It was hard not to like the dwarf in some ways, honestly. "Given the situation, I think the best I can hope is that you're a dwarf who follows orders even when those orders are objectionable, but that you are also a dwarf who values life, at least the lives of your own." Remer tilted his head a little to the side and let out a deep breath. His face showed the resignation of one bound to listen to tedium. Kindness was not going to mean anything to this dwarf. "You should have known we would search for your spies as soon as we heard what you'd done at East Spire. It was stupid of you. I've been wondering why such stumbling and ineptitude from the famed jackals of the waste. I'm no warrior, I'm a miner by apprenticeship. No Rinlin in a mine would accept such poor planning." A muscle on the side of Remer's face flexed, and he pressed his teeth together. Perhaps wearing a mask all the time made him unused to hiding expressions, or maybe he didn't care. "I was following orders, council orders, East Spire. It was not supposed to happen like that. The council thought Hardeye would capitulate. We were supposed to proceed here directly, but it was not so easy." Jorvig laughed. "That just shows they didn't know Hardeye. I'm glad to hear that the incompetence cannot be laid at your feet." "We took his whiff," Remer said, shaking his head. But he still wouldn't. Now it was Jorvig's turn to feel a rush of rage. It was tainted with fear. "Now I see you wear your masks to reflect your true nature and not to hide it. Sentiment is a hindrance. My lord commanded me to succeed." "Sentiment, is that what you call a sense of honor? Of duty to your folk?" "Our duty is to preserve the safety of Deep Cut." And here I thought it was greed. What endangers Deep Cut? Our folk are always in danger. Our folk are greater than Deep Cut now. Remer narrowed his eyes. "How many of the council do you think have ever left Deep Cut? Then they are wicked and ignorant, and you know it and serve them." "I had never left the waste either. I did not know these Red Ridges folk, not like I do now." The jackal waved his hand. "It doesn't matter, you are worried about Glint. The council is worried about all our folk." Jorvig wondered if perhaps the jackals had encountered more trouble in East Spire since Hobblefoot's departure. Certainly news of what had taken place must reach them eventually. He leaned back again in his chair. That is merely an excuse for what you know to be wrong. I am not here to be right or wrong, I am here to accomplish my task, and you should capitulate, go along with the council and you can remain here as their representative, we know. Reamer hesitated, then steeled himself. We know you also have a whiff, you have kin. Jorvig tried to control his breathing to not clutch the arms of the chair. For a heartbeat, he considered shouting an order and having the jackals skinned like the vermin they were. Reaching to his flagon, he forced himself to take a drink. There was no way Reamer had not seen the effect his words had, but he couldn't let his anger take over and destroy his plan. Somehow he had to get through to this dwarf. We would not need to harm them though, Reamer said. You cannot remain on guard for long, you depend on caravans from Deep Cut. Dwarves come and go throughout the year, it would only take one jackal. Did you know, when you became a jackal, what you would become? Jorvig asked. I wonder what some sorry Rundilla thinks it will be. When I was young, I sometimes imagined joining the guard or the jackals, becoming a warrior. I never imagined something like this. I am wearied by your moralisms. And I buy you, so I will make my offer. I am a dwarf of some honor, regardless of my enemies. You will leave here safe with your jackals. My proposal is this: come on a journey with us 30 miles to the east.
What?
Come with us 30 miles east.
Why?
I want to show you something.
Show us what?
Something interesting, Jorvig said. It's only 30 miles, bring your dwarves with you, I will bring mine. We will march together for 2 days, and then we can part ways. What would we be going to see? I will obviously be risking my neck going anywhere with you, Jorvig said. But I will have far more dwarves with me, so even if you could win, it would be ugly. So we politely go together, see what I have to show you, and then you do whatever it is you do with that knowledge. What are we going to see? Reamer snapped, slapping his hand on the table. I'm not going to tell you, only show you. You are an irritating dwarf.
So my whiff says.
Why would I do anything of the sort? It could be a trap.
This meal was not a trap.
I am going to let my hostages leave with you even if you don't agree. Like a fool I will do that, but you should come with me. Reamer stared at him with an intensity that Jorvig hoped he never had to face in combat. Or, Jorvig said, you could go back and report to your superior, either in East Spire or Deep Cut, and let them also wonder what I wanted to show you. I could easily send scouts east without going myself. I wouldn't for their safety. Are you threatening now?
No.
My wardens could waylay them certainly, they know the terrain, but that's not why. And you're not going to tell me at all, I'd be a fool to go. All right, Jorvig said, I didn't want to do this, but I will send you with 500 yath of gold as tribute to Deep Cut if you come with me. You 500. Oh, Jorvig said, just for marching 30 miles, but only if you come with me. Would your masters care if you left it on the table for the sake of so short a walk? Reamer was squinting. They didn't tell me you were mad. Jorvig smiled, I'm glad to hear my whiff is no informant. Chapter 69, Gold as a Weapon. What was the point of being one of the wealthiest dwarves in the world if he could not use it for his ends? It did him no good otherwise. Jorvig marched at the head of 250 dwarves, all of the ridge wardens as well as the cadres of reserve warriors drawn from miners, herders and gardeners who trained monthly in Glint. They did not compare to the discipline of the knot of 44 jackals who marched in stolid silence behind them, but Jorvig had learned that if you point enough crossbow bolts, skill matters less and less. Thrushbeard was taciturn and quiet, which Jorvig had expected, considering how strongly he had opposed this course of action. They have to believe we are strong, not that we're in danger, he'd said. We're all in danger, Jorvig had replied. They had marched through a misting rain for 5 miles and it was still morning. The path they were taking was well-trodden but far from easy. The ridge wardens used it regularly to move to and from Plainview, their easternmost watchpost. There were a number of other posts on heights and promontories in between, each with a large iron bell, a platform for viewing distances and a stone tunnel that could be securely blocked, each stocked with food enough to keep the few wardens on duty fed for a year. There were also mine runners kept at each post. They did not have enough wardens to garrison enough watchposts that a bell signal could go all the way, but with a mixture of bells and runners, Glint would know of movement before the foe was within 20 miles. At night, they camped around the wooden tower of Crowspeak, rain hissing into campfires. A dwarf could get a fire burning in bad conditions, especially when there was birch bark to be had. Jorvik had invited Remer to eat with him, but the jackal Rinlin had refused. The jackals remained together in a tight group, eating their own dried rations by tilting up their war masks to take bites. It seemed they would even sleep in those masks, but Jorvik didn't blame them. His own dwarves would sleep in their kit as well. Jorvik had forbidden anyone from Glint to speak to the jackals. He did not want them to learn of their destination or purpose. Only a small group of ridge wardens had ever seen their destination. Jorvik had tried to keep the knowledge hidden, but rumors spread in a mine. That was one thing no Iracrul could prevent. There was still a difference between hearing and seeing, though. It had been the same for Jorvik when Thrushbeard had brought him. The weather was better the second day, which was a relief. Mists would have hindered Jorvik's purpose. His leg ached. It had been 2 years since Jorvik had come so far, and the path was mostly steep ascent or descent. They traversed streams on wooden footbridges in the few narrow valleys. In the afternoon, they crossed a ridge and looked beyond to see one more lower ridge and then a pale blue-green country stretching toward a haze of gray in the distance. The gray haze strangely reflected the light, almost like metal. It had looked wrong when Jorvik first beheld it, and it still did. Jorvik hurried the dwarves along. He did not wish anyone to look too hard at that plain yet. It was another 5 miles to the cove against the near side of the lower ridge. There they camped. "Why are we stopping already?" Remer asked after approaching Jorvik. "We could make more time today. You and I will climb to the crest in the morning before light. We have a fastness there where we will have a view. Bring a few of your jackals if you wish for witnesses." Remer looked past Jorvik to where Thrushbeard was setting sentries in place around the edges of the cove, far more sentries than they had the night before. Besides that, ridge wardens were securing leashed cats around the perimeter. "Cats?" Remer asked. "Cats," Jorvik replied with a smirk. "They are good watchers." "You fear something." "Because there is something to fear. Let us keep quiet and burn no fires tonight." Behind the mask, it was difficult to guess at Remer's reaction, but he nodded and returned to his dwarves. They spent a dark night with cold drink and dry rations, and 2 hours before daylight Jorvik approached the circle of jackals with Thrushbeard at his side. Remer had posted his own sentries around his own dwarves, and one of the jackal sentries hailed them as they approached. "It's time," Jorvik said. Remer stood up and approached before the sentry could call for him. "Go get me Mender, Smokeface, and Ironfill." They waited in silence as the sentry woke 3 of the jackals. It seemed all the jackals needed was a low word, and they rose as if they had been lying awake. They'd worn their masks even in sleep, and each mask was different. Jorvik was sure the jackals could distinguish who was who by mask and carriage, but to an outsider they were merely variations of a single principle. "Lead the way," Remer said, his tone flat. Jorvik took only Thrushbeard with him. The 4 jackals followed behind as they climbed the steep cutbacks up the river, leaving the encampment in the cove below. The moon was only 2 days from its zenith, and it was plenty bright for their eyes to see color at close distances. It was less than 1,000 feet from where they'd camped to the top of the ridge, but just before they reached the peak, they came to exposed rock. Thrushbeard led the way in between 2 shelves. There, hidden from wind and nearly rain, was a carved stone door just wide enough to allow a dwarf to pass without turning sideways. Thrushbeard knocked on the door. The ridge wardens at the post already knew of their coming. The door swung inward without challenge. They passed beneath the stone, beyond a ridge warden standing in an alcove beside the door. A drift stretched straight east into the ridge, and a few doors led to side chambers. Thrushbeard ignored the chambers and continued far down the drift through the ridge to another door at the end. This time he pulled the door open himself. The brighter pre-dawn darkness beyond flowed through the door. Beyond the door was a curious chamber carved beneath the rock. On its eastern wall was a gap 6 inches high with intermittent support pillars of dressed stone. A ridge warden stood near the wall looking out the gap. They had passed straight through the ridge crest. From the lookout, the whole eastern slope of the ridge and beyond could be surveyed. Jorvik motioned for Remer to follow him to the gap. The opening was at head height, allowing them to stare out easily. The ridge sloping down toward the plain was unremarkable. It was what lay beyond that could not fail to capture Remer's attention. A narrow plain, perhaps 25 miles wide, extended to a great dark swath that Jorvik knew to be a sea. It was that sea that had reflected the sunlight like metal from the higher peak they had crossed in the afternoon. Between that sea and the ridge hundreds of fires burned, their points of light distinct in the darkness. The fires were scattered across the plain from shore to near the ridge itself, and they continued north and south. Jorvig waited for Remer to survey the scene. The other jackals lined up to look out of the gap as well. The ridge warden's sentry backed away to give them space. Thrushbeard held back at the door. "Many fires," Remer said. "I wanted you to see it in the dark first," Jorvig said. "We will watch until light." "Thrushbeard, perhaps your wardens will prepare our guests some breakfast." Thrushbeard barely nodded and the sentry disappeared into the drift. Already, the sky was paling in the east above the sea horizon. Jorvig had watched the sunrise from this ridge before, though it had been years. Such a strange thing, a sea, so much water, so much wasted space. He would have felt differently about it if he could have set up a salt operation there, boiling or evaporating the water. He knew humans did the same in the far west, for what salt the dwarves didn't supply them. It would have been easier than bringing pack trains from Deep Cut. As dawn came, they sat cross-legged and ate a warm mash of root vegetables and tubers and drank hot tea brewed in a communal kettle. It was a silent meal. Twice Jorvig caught one or the other jackals regarding him, but they looked away when he tried to meet their gaze. There was little to no likelihood that any would speak apart from Remer. One of the outpost cats walked in, brushed against one of the jackals and flopped down on its side, swishing its tail. "Well, I think the light is strong enough," Jorvig said. They rose and stepped back up to the observation gap. He let Remer take in the sight. After a first glance, Jorvig watched Remer rather than the landscape, trying to gauge any reaction. After a while, the jackal spoke. "I see ruins of villages, but there are fires within, rising smoke from many ruins. They are like the human villages near the borders of Leith. There are also many small domes and much movement. What is this that you find so important?" "5 years ago," Jorvig said, "the humans who made those villages came to us. Those who could escape at any rate, women, children, and some men, hungry and destitute. We let them shelter behind the walls, fed them, and sent them west above the brown hills to their own folk. Some seemed too weak to make the journey, but they went. They distrusted us as much as we them. As well you should. I heard reports that came from prospectors on the north side of the brown hills of some small bands of humans migrating, but they were few and gone when we arrived. A few of them spoke the Lathan tongue, as did 2 of our own traders. From them we learned. They were weak, mostly fisher folk on the sea, with small farms between the ridges and the water. The land is rocky and the soil shallow. The Uasi who hunted in the mountains would sometimes raid their cattle, so the humans would drive a few swine up into the ridges each fall, hoping to appease them. But we came, and the Uasi could not hunt as freely in the ridges anymore. They came upon the humans without warning, led by a chieftain we call One Ear. He ravaged the plains and drove the humans out." "Does he stay in the plain?" "He sends raiders and hunters into the ridges each fall. We believe they hunt southward in the springtime into the steppes, maybe to the long downs. One day he will come back to the ridges in force. He has before." "Glyn has walls. How many do you think are in the plain now?" Jorvig asked. Remer stared out, considering. The sun was rising higher above the water and he squinted down. "A human camp with that many fires," he shrugged. "Thousands. These ridges were their hunting grounds once. We drove them into the human plain, but they have filled it now. There is nowhere left to drive them. He will come with tens of thousands. If we fall, the red ridges fall. They will drive Deep Cut's herds from the western slopes, and then what?" "Tens of thousands?" Remer asked, sounding skeptical. "Can there be so many?" "Near the fires dwell the Shiwasi. Fiercer and stronger than their males, with rows of teats like a sow. Each dam nurses a litter in the spring. The Uasi hunters go far in search of game, and they spit out their bile upon the meat to preserve it and bring it back to feed the young. It is that which stinks, but the meat lasts long. This much we have learned, though it cost us. Surely they cannot feed their tens of thousands by hunting alone. The males are sent to hunt, and those who fail die. We have found them starved or frozen in the ridges, but even if half-starved, their number grows." Remer shook his head. "I have heard of hordes in the north, beyond the heathlands. I had no idea they had such numbers so far south. They have been driven east by Leith and Senland for centuries. They overtook the Long Downs. This I know." Remer turned to the other jackals. "And now the Senish covet the Long Downs for grazing their cattle." He turned to his dwarves. "Ironfill, you and the others go into the drift until I call." The three jackals moved away from the gap and into the drift without question. When Remer spoke next, it was with a lower tone. I cannot believe you wanted me to see this merely for my education, and I am not inclined to believe this threat is as grave as you make it out to be. Tell me, why are there only 200 jackals? In truth, warriors eat but produce nothing but killing. That is my thought on the matter. That is a wise answer, Jorvig said. I have faced that difficulty as well. Yet we, a small hold compared to deep cuts tens of thousands, field as many warriors and more train monthly as reserves. We pay the ridge wardens thrice the Culhin price, and the reserves are also compensated. We feed them, we pay them. This does not grow our horde. Why do we do it? Because you live next to that, Remer said. That is right, and if we didn't, that would live next to you. It may yet, sooner or later, should we fail. One ear will attack us again. Will your council protect the red ridges? Can they? They did not keep the long downs. Will you hold the ridges? Remer did not reply for some time. The human merchants gain more and more power in Leith and Senland, and they don't want to pay our prices, he said at last, his voice only a little above a whisper. They field their own soldiers. Deep Cut cannot feed itself or withstand a long siege. The council needs food or the wealth to buy it in great store. Without Deep Cut between you and the humans, how long do you think the ridges would last? Then it seems Deep Cut and Glint must agree to depend on each other. I am a Kadri Rinlin. I do not sit on the council. Your jackal lord does. He is an old dwarf and a greedy one. He has not walked the waste in many years, and he relies on us to lead the jackals in any true duties. Are you in charge of this expedition to East Spire and Glint?
Yes.
Then you must be highly esteemed, or the opposite. Which is it? I was trusted with this mission. I have the Jackal Lord's favor for what it's worth. But failing to take Glint. We have built something in these ridges not with the council's help but with our blood and the blood of our friends and kin. We are not accustomed to the bondage you offer. As I told you, I will send you back with gold, some for the council as a gift for peace. But more for your Jackal Lord. I will write a letter to go with it. Will you deliver it? I will. I'm not sure it will make a difference. You said yourself that your Jackal Lord is old and greedy. Jorvig paused for a moment, trying to choose his next words carefully. I could offer you gold, Remer. But I have learned that gold is a greater weapon than a spear, and I do not wish to wield it against you. Jorvig watched Remer's eyes carefully, the only part of his face he could see. With your help, I will wield that weapon against the council and your Jackal Lord. Remer stared at Jorvig hard. Of course, Jorvig added, I will not be in Deep Cut to count it when it arrives. Stop, Remer said, holding up his hand. Shit on you. Is that a sentiment? Jorvig asked. It will be a history if you don't let me think. Jorvig smirked. A few minutes passed as they stared out to the east, watching a multitude of thin gray smoke trails rise into the clear sky over the plains. You might believe you can stay free of Deep Cut for now, but the world is going to change. Deep Cut may fear a siege, but there are secrets there that won't be hidden forever. Do not think the council has no power. And no gold will buy that knowledge, not even from the Jackal Lord. When the council and its secrets are ready to deal with that, Jorvig motioned to the plain, let me know, I'll invite them. Someday what is in Deep Cut will alter this world, and neither Uasi nor human will stop it. Jorvig squinted. Were these veiled words mere artifice to put him off balance? Until then, I will look to the defense of my folk. The jackal met Jorvig's gaze and held it. Mender, Smokeface, Ironfile, Remer called in a tone of command loud enough to carry into the drift. There were hurried footsteps and the other jackals appeared. I, Rinlin, they responded in unison. You have seen nothing here today, not unless the Jackal Lord himself questions you, understood?
Yes.
Since you had such hospitality from Chargrim during your captivity in Glint, he is graciously paying you restitution in the amount of 20 yath of gold each. You will also be carrying a great burden of gold back to Deep Cut for the Jackal Lord and the Council. You will say nothing of it, or else you will lose your 20 yath, understood?
Yes.
Remer turned back. Jorvig couldn't help but smile. Extortion or not, he smelled cooperation. Remer was quick to wield the weapon too, it seemed. No reason to linger, I think, Jorvig said. None. Talking and buying, this had been Jorvig's life for years. At least this time he had an excuse to leave the claim. Even when he left his ledgers and went down to the lower workings to join the miners in breaking stone, they fell silent at his approach. From Shineboot he could still feel some camaraderie, but it was not like in the early days when the few did all things together. 2 days later the jackals took their way south laden with gold, and Jorvig walked up the dell toward the high adit. "Do you think that's it?" Thrushbeard asked as they climbed the tower, Jorvig leaning on Treadfoot. "No," Jorvig said. "That isn't it. Tomorrow might change all, who knows? In the meantime, let us keep our guard and interview all newcomers. We won't be able to keep them out if they grow clever in their stories. All it would take is one actual miner with loyalties to the council." "Then we hope." "You mean wait." "Hope and prepare," Jorvig corrected. They parted ways in the drift. There was more than one way that the deep-cut council could strike at him. Did he pay Thrushbeard enough? The other ridge wardens, he hoped so. The other owners had long complained. He knew of no Rinlin or Culhin who could boast of more anywhere else. Thrushbeard and many of the wardens had married from it. Reamer spoke truth about the jackals eating and not producing, but he spoke as the belly and not the hand. Jorvig had come to realize that warriors were a liability and an asset both. He had never thought of it as a young dwarf in deep cut, only concerned with the next meal and dreams of wealth, but the reason the council divided their warriors between guards and jackals under different lords could not be from expediency. There was fear there. They divided their own strength so that no single dwarf commanded them, just like Jorvig had named a different Rinlin over the reserves. Jorvig heard the voices of laughter and a familiar drinking song as he entered the owner's drift. Warmcoat's baritone carried the melody. It brought a smile to Jorvig's face. He reached the door to Hobblefoot's hold and thought of knocking, but he was tired and his leg was aching so that he wanted to lie down. It was the furthest he had gone in years. With a sigh he kept on to his own hold. The samovar was lit. That was unusual. The smell of mulled mint tea filled the air. Instead of proceeding straight to their private chamber, Jorvig stopped at Onyx's workshop. She was sitting in a tall chair with her feet up on a stool, and old Striper was nestled on her lap. "I'm back," he said. She smiled at him, holding a stone mug with both hands and letting the steam drift to her face. "I would stand, but I just sat. Come here." Jorvig approached and pressed his forehead to hers for some time. Striper rubbed her head against Onyx's belly and meowed. "Striper the traitor." "Traitor?" Onyx asked. "I had a cat once, now my wife has a cat. She is old and does not like to roam, we feed her too well." "Oh, is that all? Fine, I cannot help that she loves me more. Besides, I need a good midwife now and she has borne many. She has not had a litter since." Jorvig paused. Onyx's smile slowly widened as she watched his expression change. "I was going to see how long it took you to notice, but I am impatient." When next the time of deeds usurped the time of words, it would find Jorvig with more to fight for than ever. Chapter 70, 31 years later. 31 years later. 48 years since the staking of the claim. The bells rang up and down the Gold River Range for 4 days, but one by one they fell silent. At last, Jorvig called for the bells of Glint to cease as well. They had no purpose now. Over 700 dwarves had fled to Glint from surrounding claims and holds, swelling their population beyond 5,000. Others Jorvig knew would be held fast in their claims and mines, hoping that the hordes of Uasi would bypass them or that Glint would be victorious before their food stores ran out. Jorvig was standing at the river gate, awaiting his brother. Runners had brought word of the approach of Sledgefist's party days ago. He had left the southern outpost, called Sledge Rock by all, when the Uasi first began pouring through the gaps in such numbers that the ridge wardens could do nothing but fly before them. Sledgefist's troop came into view around the riverbend. A few score dwarves arrayed in heavy armor and wielding spiked warhammers tramped on either side of a cluster of whiffs and maids, Gilna and Gilk. Their shields bore the stone fist, the mark of Sledgefist's hammers. As Jorvig watched them approach, he saw a second group of dwarves coming a few hundred yards behind at a quicker pace, 4 ridge wardens. Jorvig met Sledgefist inside the gate with a hug, though it was more a hug of Sledgefist's armor than the dwarf himself. The years had turned Jorvig's brother into a formidable warrior, and he wore the finest faceted plate that gold could procure. "They have come as you predicted, brother," Sledgefist said, skipping other greetings. "They are without number, we barely stopped in our flight." Sledgefist's face was unclouded by fear, but it was also unclouded by shame. That told Jorvig he had not even considered giving the foe battle. The year had come. "Have you seen the mark?" "I did not stay to watch for it." Jorvig nodded. Your hold is prepared for you, and your dwarves will be seen to with honor. Sledgefist hugged him again, then called to his column, Come. Of all the owners, Sledgefist had turned the most warlike in the fighting of the past decades. The Uasi had raided more and more fiercely, further and further into the ridges over the past 20 or so years, but until now they had not approached Glynn en masse. Sledgefist and his hammers had held the southern gap with great slaughter against the Uasi for the past 3 autumns, so that his own name had gone out beyond the red ridges in song, the Fist of Sledge Rock. Some of Jorvig's gold may have encouraged the composition of the song and its dissemination, but he would not tell Sledgefist that. His brother deserved it regardless. Despite the victories, though, the toll in dwarven lives had been severe. It was hard to replace veteran warriors. Jorvig was glad Sledgefist had not attempted to hold the rock this time but had obeyed Jorvig's order to fall back against hopeless odds. Jorvig smiled and bowed as Sledgefist's whiff and children passed. There was no love for him in that whiff, but she was kin. She didn't look at him as she passed. Hopefully she and Onyx avoided each other. Moments after Sledgefist's column had gone, the wardens came jogging in, breathing hard. Rule, they are no more than 2 miles behind. Jorvig turned to one of the runners who always trailed with him now. Let's sound the horn and bar all the gates and adits. He turned to a second runner. Bring me Crookleg, I will be at the top. He turned, heading to the tower on top of the ridge above the high adit. He wanted to watch One Ear's arrival. Of course, he didn't go alone. More dwarves tailed him, waiting for orders. He hadn't been alone in weeks. Thrushbeard caught up to him as he climbed the stair. Are they all in? Jorvig asked. They are. The High Ridge garrison just came down. The Uasi come from the east as well. Jorvig knew that a couple of the eastern watch posts had been overrun. Whether the wardens had closed themselves in or been caught unawares, Jorvig did not know. Her orders, the wardens were to shut fast their doors and wait if the Uasi came too quickly for escape. Their stock of food must hopefully last. When Jorvig reached the top of his tower, leaning on Treadfoot and wincing at the pain in his leg, the Uasi were already streaming around the walls of Glint, circumventing the walls further up the east ridge. To the north, Uasi ranged over the valley in groups of 20s or 30s, sniffing at the closed sheep folds that had shut their doors of stone. A network of tunnels joined them to the claim. But sheep were no cave dwellers, they belonged on the pastures. From this moment, the sums of fodder and store began to decline. Jorvig could almost feel the reverse in his gut. They have come from north, south, and east at once, Thrushbeard said. It was true, and it was not a good sign. That took coordination. It was not likely to be a happenstance. I need you at the high adit tower, Jorvig said. Thrushbeard nodded and left. A few Uasi ventured too close to the walls and wardens fired scattered bolts. As the next hour passed, the greater part of the Uasi host came up along the river from the south. He tried to estimate, but it was difficult. There were too many, thousands. Tens of thousands? Chargrim, Crookleg said, climbing up the last of the stairs. Crookleg was one dwarf who never called him rule and was one of the only dwarves who could get away with it. The flocks? We estimate 11,000 beneath the stone. They are crammed and will grow sick ere long. 2 days ago, Jorvig had ordered the gathering and slaughter. How many in salt? 900 in salt, perhaps 300 more smoking. We ran out of salt. Cursed salt? And the latest on the fodder? Jorvig had brought in a store of expensive human grains months ago, but the humans had made him bleed gold for it. The whole for about 4 months. Half we could see through to spring, we could not get a quarter through next year. This is what Jorvig and Crookleg had expected. They had consulted multiple times over the past month. It was the perpetual problem of living in these narrow mountain valleys. The dwarves could eat so long as they could graze the sheep and goats on the hillsides, but they could not survive for long if kept beneath the stone. The Uasi didn't have to meet them in pitched battle in order to destroy them. All these years and only the sums had changed, not the principle. The more the dwarves established themselves and put pressure on the Uasi, the faster the beasts bred, throwing themselves at the dwarves with even more wanton abandon. Even hundreds of dwarven warriors could not patrol or protect thousands of square miles of rough country. And it took at least 2 Kulhin miners, 3 head of livestock, and many other necessities to support the cost of a single warrior for the year. So the Uasi hunted the red ridges while the dwarves focused on guarding their flocks in a few narrow vales. The promontory where One Ear had set up his hut so many years ago was now within the walls of Glint, for the wall topped that opposing ridge. Yet it was impossible to enclose the great ridge to the east that rose thousands of feet. If the Uasi wanted higher ground, the dwarves could not stop them. The 30-foot walls were enclosed with a sturdy roof above an enclosed hallway, with loopholes in the walls for crossbows. The roof was steep-sloped and covered with many iron spikes. Dwarves could patrol the walls out of the light in almost complete safety. Jorvig watched throughout the afternoon as more and more Uasi flowed across the ridges and valleys. Wayward sheep and goats left wandering on the high ridges fled, looking like racing white and black specks as the Uasi hunted them down. There were many hundreds of sheep and goats still grazing the high ridge slopes. They could not herd them all down in time. Vast numbers of pigs rooted on the mast of the forest in the next valleys, waiting to be herded for slaughter, but this year their slaughter would come at the mercy of the Uasi. Jorvig was staring up at the high eastern ridge when a ridge warden runner spoke. "Rule," he said, pointing. Jorvig followed and saw a stream of Uasi coming up the river road. They carried tall trees stripped of their branches and notched at close intervals. There were up to 40 Uasi per tree, and Jorvig could already see 5 of the clusters moving toward the claim. Ladders. Did One Ear truly mean to stage an assault on their defenses? They had enough numbers to cross the curtain wall, but they would find death within, and they must take huge losses in order to actually breach any of the strong barred doors if they could at all. Despite the yearly raids on the flocks, it had been 42 years since One Ear had last sieged Glint. The threat was never that One Ear could actually storm the mine. It was simply that he could wait them out. It was always the same. Evening was turning to night when Jorvig took the stairs down into the ridge, relying on Treadfoot to help him. Runners had come and gone from him throughout the day, carrying reports or taking orders. No Uasi had made an assault, though a pile of notched ladder trees beyond crossbow range now numbered at least 30. They could have kept them out of sight, but instead they were piled in plain sight near the river's edge. Thrushbeard had already sent to Jorvig, asking if he could sally to burn them. Jorvig had refused. They might be nothing more than bait. Over the years of waiting for One Ear, Jorvig had often wondered just how clever the Uasi had grown. Certainly, his raids over the years had instilled an almost supernatural fear in many of the dwarves of the Red Ridges. Many had died. When Jorvig stepped into his hold, Onyx was waiting for him in the greeting chamber. She stepped to him and grabbed his arms. She was once again great with child, their 7th now. Somehow she continued to ply her trade for much of each day. Her gold lace and chain had grown so fine, it was highly prized by dwarf maids and whiffs of deep cut who wore it as hair nets. Many of the wealthiest now wore golden mesh draped over their heads and faces in place of veils. A yath of gold in Onyx's hands was now worth 7. Already she was teaching their 2 Gilna the trade. Onyx walked with Jorvig into the feasting hall of the hold where food had cooled on the table. It was the only part of their hold where the floor was not covered in thick rugs but bright tapestries still hung on the walls, some all the way from deep cut. Onyx had commissioned one hanging that depicted the view of the dell from the cliff terraces, a fond place for them. It hung on the far side of the feasting hall. Jorvig's older children, Rytodger and Peridot, were sitting at the table. Rytodger burnished his warhammer and Peridot was drinking tea. They rose as he entered. "Father," they said. Peridot sat back down, but Rytodger remained standing, clutching his thrice-polished warhammer with its gold filigree and burnished head. "I wish to join the Ridge Wardens now. I know we said 2 years if I still wished it, but the siege is now." "Not now," Jorvig said, walking to the head of the table where the food awaited. He noticed the samovar steaming. "But you can get me some tea, or better, hot mead." "When else if not now?" Rytodger asked, but he was moving to the samovar. "This is tea," he said, looking inside. "I mean, let's not talk about it now." "Peridot," Onyx said, sitting next to Jorvig, "heat some mead for your father." Peridot rose without a word. "No," Jorvig said, lifting his hand to Peridot, "have Rytodger go." "I asked him first." "Rytodger has been waiting to speak with you," Onyx said. "Go ahead, Peridot." Peridot made to move once more. "No," Jorvig said, "I'll have tea." "You will not," Onyx said. Peridot had given up and just headed to the larder. Jorvig sighed. He would have preferred to not have to listen to Rytodger at the moment, but it seemed Onyx was intent on it. Perhaps she had simply tired of it herself. "I am past Rundel," Rytodger said. "By rights I am free to choose my trade." "You are free to seek any apprenticeship you choose," Jorvig corrected. "But you are irrecruel, and no one will give me apprenticeship except by your leave." Jorvig had to admit his son was keeping his voice calmer than usual. "You may apprentice with one of Shineboot's masters or Hobblefoot's engineers or any of the trades within the mountain." "I wish to join the Ridge Wardens." Jorvig knew that Rytodger had become fast friends with Thrushbeard's Gilk, both Rundila now. Thrushbeard's son had joined the Ridge Wardens last year, though Jorvig couldn't comprehend why Thrushbeard had given his blessing to it. Well, Jorvig said, the Ridge Wardens have no time to train right now. After the siege there may be. Not after the siege, Rytodger said. You were not a trained warrior when you faced the Uasi for the first time. There wasn't a trained warrior for 300 miles, Jorvig said, and I am in pain every day for it. Peridot returned carrying a second pot for the top of the samovar. She switched it with the pot that contained the tea, opened the slide and blew upon the coals. Then, taking one look at Rytodger and Jorvig, she pressed her lips and left the chamber. I was also 10 years older than you, Jorvig added, and no one limited you, there was no one here to give you commands. No, Jorvig said, there was not. There was also no one to give me food and clothing and gold when I wanted, or to arrange for an apprenticeship in any trade with any master. There was nothing but rock and death. If you want that, there is still a wide world. Jorvig stood up. He knew he was losing his temper. Chargrim, Onyx said, but he ignored her. If you want to go off and start your own claim like we did, go ahead. I just recommend you wait until the horde of Uasi is gone. Jorvig left, heading toward his private chamber, more irritated because he had not gotten to drink any of the mead, but he had no intention of going back out for it now. He hated getting angry at Rytodger, but this pestering had continued for months, and whoever thought now was the time. See, Rytodger said in a low tone, presumably to Onyx as Jorvig was closing the door. It was nearly enough to send him back out, but he didn't. Over the decades, he had grown used to respect and fear. He did not want his children to see him angry, but this pestering was making his own hold a burden. Now Onyx was assisting in it. All these years, and yet she still seemed like a mystery. He had learned to move and speak and act around her for the most part, but he would never truly know what she was experiencing. Not like he might know what his brother thought of a poorly cut stope, for example. It wasn't that she was inconsistent, he could anticipate much. Yet there was something so other about her, it was a big part of what drew him to her and yet added an edge of fear. At first he thought the feeling might dissipate in time, it hadn't. Not entirely. Jorvig leaned treadfoot against the wall and lay down on the lambskins of his sleeping alcove, stretching his leg out. He sighed. He was still hungry and now he was in his chamber. Getting away from them had been more important in the moment, but his mind was too busy for sleep and his stomach too empty for comfort. It was not long before Onyx entered the chamber carrying a platter of food and a tall tankard. She set them down on the little stone table carved into the wall. Thank you, Jorvig said, slowly turning his legs out and standing up. At least she waited until he had seated and begun to eat and drink before she started. The more you say no, the more he will want it, and the more bitter it will become. It's true, Jorvig said, trying to keep his voice calm. I know you do not want him in danger. It's more than that, Jorvig turned toward her. I have to command the Ridge Wardens, I have to send them to their deaths if need be, I already know many of them. I cannot be wondering where he is or if he will be with this cadre or that. I will not give the order that kills my son. It is bad enough I have killed many other sons. You have not killed them. Have I not? I took that responsibility and with it the authority. I will not be questioned on this. Onyx looked at him for a time with that irritating expression in which Jorvig saw pity. I will try to encourage his patience until after the siege, but it will be hard for him. It was hard for us, Jorvig answered. Should I pity him for having to wait with his needs met? He did not speak what else was on his mind, that whether or not there was an after seemed to depend entirely on one year's patience. He had sent a runner west as soon as it became clear that this year's invasion was no simple start to the hunting and raiding season. Onyx came close and pressed her forehead to his, and then she left. All this had been argued before. Jorvig sat for a time neglecting his food and drink. His thoughts had flown to the runner he'd sent west, to Deep Cut and to Reamer. Standing, he walked across the small chamber to a cubby shelf, uncapped one of the drilled holes and drew out parchments stuffed within. These he kept in his own private chamber, not in his reception chamber with the charts and lists and ledgers of the mine. Returning to the table, Jorvig moved aside his platter and unrolled the parchments. After so long and so much of his life spent with runes, it seemed strange he had ever not been able to read them. The earliest letters dated back to when Reamer was still Rinlin. Then 17 or 18 years ago, the Jackal Rinlin had become Jackal Lord and took a seat on the Deep Cut Council. Jorvig liked to think that was in no small part to Jorvig's considerable and frequent contributions to the prior Jackal Lord, though Remer was a capable sort by all accounts, and perhaps less of a zealot than some jackals. Jorvig had learned all he could about their ways. For years he had feared the jackals would return and depose him or murder him in his sleep. So Jorvig made sure that course of actions would have made the jackal leaders poorer. In the end though, One Ear had saved him from that fear, oddly enough. The raids had grown so severe they had finally reached East Spire. Jorvig had sent warnings, but the council rule there did almost nothing without approval from Deep Cut, and the council had been siphoning food back to Deep Cut. East Spire was simply not prepared to bring their flocks inside. The Uasi did not assault the mines, but they hunted until spring, carrying off whole flocks. The Uasi were too many in number even for the jackals to clear out when they finally came. Starvation had already taken a toll. That spring, when the last of the Uasi returned to the plain, half the population of East Spire fled west and the rest, many of them the poorest, suffered again each following year. That was 10 years ago and Jorvig did not fear the jackals like he used to. There it was, the letter he was looking for, dated 5 years ago from the hand of Remer. He scanned down the runes crossing the page. I fear no help will come to you from Deep Cut, not in numbers that matter. The council fears even our own folk now, not to mention Lathan and Senish arms. The hope we have I cannot commit to runes. If the worst comes I will try what I might. There is no other promise I can make. Jorvig picked up his now lukewarm mead and drank it down. If he failed, then the lives of over 5,000 dwarves, whiffs, maids, Gilk and Gilna were to his account. What a deposit that would be into the hoard of his forebeards. Rytodger should be joining the named of strength and not the Ridge Wardens so that he could start over. Brother, Sledgefist yelled from out in the feasting chamber. Come out, brother, it is time for a council of war. Jorvig sighed, resting his head in his hands. It had been a long day, it would be a long night. Chapter 71, A Recruit for the Reserves. Most of the Uasi withdrew from sight or at least easy reach, back into the forests on the outskirts of the pastures that spread on either side of the river. Their domed huts rose quickly in small clusters and smoke hazed the valley from the fires. They made no move to assault the walls. The pile of ladders lay untouched. Jorvig spent many hours atop the ridge tower, surveying the valleys and ridges using a spyglass crafted by the finest glassmakers and lens grinders of Deep Cut, sent to him as a gift from Remer. But there was no sign of One Ear, though he heard from Thrushbeard that Ridge Wardens had seen the mark on some Uasi shields, the mark of a single ear. Jorvig sometimes tried to believe it was a coincidence. Did the Uasi really know that the dwarves called him One Ear? Was One Ear even still alive? Was there another reason they had chosen the sigil? The mark had emerged decades ago, carried by raiding Uasi, and it was scratched into trees and rocks wherever they went. Did Uasi live so long? He had lost his ear to Sledgefist over 40 years ago, but it was Jorvig who had trapped him and fed him in the darkness of the mine. The last rat now become king, all thanks to Jorvig. The other owners had never spoken of releasing One Ear in front of Jorvig, and he had heard no one else speak of it either. But Jorvig knew, brother, Sledgefist said, stamping up the stairs to the high chamber of the tower. The great iron bell hung lifeless, its clapper wrapped in wool. Jorvig lowered his spyglass. I don't know what you stare at for so long. They're there, they haven't left. I'm looking for One Ear. Looking for one Uasi out of 10,000 is a difficult task, Sledgefist said. They're all ugly. Jorvig wished there were only 10,000. Jorvig had estimated 4 or 5 times higher in the first days, but now it was not easy to say. Many had scattered to raid and hunt. How many were left near at hand or in the next valleys? How did one drive off an enemy that could so easily disperse before a sally, only to descend again the moment they let the flocks loose? The Kulker could move much faster than the dwarves, running for scores of miles while barely tiring. One Ear would have his hunters spread out over thousands of square miles of the ridges, bringing in game to those who remained, the meat preserved in their foul bile. An Uasi could out-hunt a dwarf any day or night, and while many of Jorvig's folk saw herding or farming as an unwelcome necessity, the foe lived only to hunt and gather roots, nuts, fish, and whatever rancid things could fill their gullets and the gullets of their females. If Jorvig had such a pack of hunters in the early days, Glint's beginnings would have been far different. Yet if the male Uasi's purpose was to scavenge and carry food across long distances for the She-Uasi, surely the siege redirected that effort. What consequence would it have for the dams? Such a siege, if it failed, might set the Uasi population back for years. If it succeeded, it would open up their hunting grounds. One Ear took a great risk. Over the decades, Jorvig had come to grudgingly admire Uasi tenacity and drive. He still hated the Kulker, but One Ear was more than a mindless brute to organize and rule such a host. So what is your strategy this time? Jorvig asked, thinking his brother was come to propose another sortie. It was easy for the dwarves to emerge out of the sheepfolds across the valley and on either side of the river. Sledgefist and Thrushbeard had carried out a number of raids, and a few dwarves had died. They found the Uasi were good at pinpointing the tunnels the dwarves had used and watching them after. They even dug ditches and set up rows of sharpened stakes. Little of any real value had come from the sorties, and it went against Jorvig's instincts to risk dwarves without hope of decisive victory or advantage. The foe easily rebuilt the few burned huts. If anything, the Uasi seemed more excited by the emergence of the dwarves than fearful, and the hammers and wardens could not go far without hundreds of slingers encircling them. Dead dwarves meant fewer mouths to feed, but Jorvig felt appalled at himself for even thinking such a thing. Besides, they needed all their strength. Actually, Sledgefist said, his forehead wrinkling, I came to discuss Reitudger.
What? Why?
Sledgefist had Gilk and Gilna of his own. His eldest was past Rundle and had apprenticed in Warmcoat's cadre. Sledgefist might be Reitudger's uncle, but accounting for the owner's children, there were over 50 Gilna and Gilk now. He came and spoke to me last night, asked me to take him on as one of my hammers. Jorvig sighed and shook his head. War all around them, and he had to be distracted by this. And what did you say? I asked if he had spoken with you about joining me, and he said no. He is no liar, at least. That he is not, and when I said I would not take him on without your permission, he said he was Rundilla and could make his own choices. Jorvig waited. Sledgefist took the silence for what it was and continued. I told him I would not go behind your back. He said it wasn't fair. Sledgefist laughed. Do you remember the old mine master? Jorvig nodded. Yes, I do. A mine is not about fair. He said that you would not listen, that you oppose him being a warrior, and some other choice descriptions for which I assure you I cuffed him upside the head. Sledgefist shrugged. I promise to speak with you, though. I consider myself spoken to, Jorvig said. He is Rundilla, though. You probably shouldn't cuff him. He's still my nephew and stupid enough to speak so of the era cruel. I don't know where these Gilk get their fire. The impetuosity may be hereditary, Jorvig thought but didn't say. He stared out over the dell. It was so different now. There were wide flagstone steps leading down from the high adit tower all the way to the causeway over the tailings ponds, and the rest of the space was given to gardens and terraces. There were actual grapes and raspberries growing there. Sometimes he missed it as it was wild. These Gilk of ours, Sledgefist continued, pretending to look out over the dell as well, their lives are nothing like ours were. I have wondered if they would have been better off.
Less well off.
Your eldest has a head on his shoulders. It is not Reitudger's fault his father is rule. If he was no kin, you would have put a spear in his hand at the first asking. I cannot afford to play at games of fault, Jorvig said. He did, though, constantly. No. Nor I. I never thought when I came to the Red Ridges that I would end a warrior, but... Sledgefist lifted his arms and motioned to his gilded mail and plate. He went about in it everywhere now. Jorvig wondered when the last time was that his brother had mined. There was little surprise in it, though. He'd gotten the name Sledgefist for a reason. Look, brother, Sledgefist said, why not let him join the wardens? He will be a rank apprentice. You could have Thrushbeard keep him busy for a year just burnishing arms in the hold. And if he found out I had made it so? How long did we shovel coal before they put picks in our hands? Sledgefist asked. We shouldn't coddle them either. That was a fair point. At any rate, I will consider this. Sledgefist nodded. Well, the duty of my unclehood is accomplished then. He grinned, setting a hand on Jorvig's shoulder. At least we have our Gilna. Jorvig chuckled. Yes, at least we have them. For whatever reason, Peridot had the opposite effect on Jorvig as her brother. The same was true of Iolite, who had inherited her mother's purple-rimmed eyes and dark hair. No dwarf complained about daughters, jewels each one. Jorvig didn't worry they would do something foolish, though he hoped they wed decent dwarves and gave him grandbabes. Neither of them showed signs of wanting to be warriors, not that he would ever allow it. Jorvig sat down at the table in his family's feasting chamber. His littlest Gilk sat on a stool eating mashed radish, his bristly face smeared with something dark and sticky. The others were there eating as well, except for Iolite and Peridot, who were preparing him a platter and flagon. Jorvig had offered to hire Culhn for such tasks, but Onyx refused to have strangers in the hole. He assured her they would not stay strangers, but he'd gotten nowhere. Despite that, their wealth and power meant she had more time to devote to her craft than most whiffs ever got. She did not have to worry about sewing clothing or cultivating her own cave bread or many other tasks that they merely had supplied for them. So her skill had increased with her dedication. Iolite and Peridot set his fare before him and then returned to their seats. Where is Reitodger? Jorvig asked. I have not seen him since yesterday, Onyx said, raising her eyebrows a bit. It was an expression that meant he should consider himself somehow at fault. He'd learned that over the years. Does anyone know where he might be? Peridot shook her head. The others continued to eat without response except for the littlest, who was twirling his spoon in the mashed radish. They ate the rest of their meal in relative silence. It was plain fare, even they would ration now. Afterward he went to the sentries outside of the owner's drift. All was awash in the upper delvings with the glow of Miner's eye, and the owner's drift even glowed with hints of orange and red. Find my son Reitodger, he said to them. One of the wardens saluted and headed down the tunnel toward Wardenhold, probably to relate his order to Thrushbeard or one of the lesser Rinlin. It took 4 hours before a different ridge warden found Jorvig in his reception chamber. We have found Reitodger, Rule. Where is he? He is sitting by the river gate and he refuses to move. We would have brought him by force, but he's the Iracruel's son, Jorvig filled in silently. He sighed and rose from his chair, taking Treadfoot in hand. The ridge warden followed him down the high adit drift, down the tower stairs and down the long flagstone steps. Wait here, Jorvig said, and proceeded alone. When he approached the river gate, at first he didn't see his son and figured that Reitodger had left once he knew he was discovered, but then he saw him sitting cross-legged in the corner between the tower and the wall. He had a shield leaning across his knees. Reitodger's brow furrowed as Jorvig approached, but he met his father's gaze and held it. Well, he is no coward at least, though his willingness to challenge might have more to do with his elevated birth than with true courage. How was Jorvig to know? The shield leaning against his knees was still unpainted, no device of allegiance to show. Across his lap lay the same warhammer he had been doting on the other night. Where did you get that hammer anyway? Jorvig asked as he approached. I made it. Did you? That was a bit of a surprise. It was finer work than Jorvig would have managed, but he had ensured his Gilk received instruction in the forge far more than he ever had. Even if Jorvig took his gold and spent the rest of his life trying to become a master smith, he would never surpass those who had apprenticed after Rundel. He had lost too many years. He would never even be a master miner though he had apprenticed. And here was his son who could choose any craft, and he wanted to be a warrior and get himself killed. Why don't you do that? He asked. Smithing is a noble craft. Reitodger didn't reply. What are you doing out here? Jorvig asked. Waiting for an attack. The Uasi may get over the walls, but they will not get into them. It would be a death trap out here for them and you. The wardens wouldn't let me inside. I will stay and be of use if they attack. Why don't you come and eat? Many things were running through Jorvig's head. He could starve Reitodger out of this terrible idea easily, or the wardens could drag him inside on his command if he wished. He could also ignore him entirely. None of these choices would endear Reitodger to his father, nor did Jorvig wish to lose in a battle of wills. The first lesson any dwarf needed to learn was to submit or strike on one's own. Neither was ignoble. What favor would he be showing his son if he couldn't even teach him that? What was ignoble was allowing disrespect to stand. I will not be fat and useless, Reitodger said. Many useful dwarves had died obeying Jorvig's commands over the years. Others were maimed. Jorvig understood why marriage was so discouraged among the jackals. Younger sons they were, as a rule, with little to mourn and few to mourn them. Jorvig had never given great consideration to whether he would pass on the position of Iracruel and to whom. There were few precedents, and part of Jorvig had never fully believed the claim would truly last. Maybe this was all for nothing. Maybe they were doomed already. I will put you in the reserves during the siege, Jorvig said. They are training. The ridge wardens are too busy to train you now, and without training you would only be in the way. I want more than to be in the reserves. If you cannot handle the reserves, you cannot handle the ridge wardens. Do well, and after the siege you can apprentice with the wardens or with Sledgefist's hammers. I suggest you accept this, or else I will have you dragged beneath the stone and punished for insubordination like any other dwarf of the claim. I could keep up with them, Reitodger said. No, you couldn't. You would learn that quickly if you did apprentice. Regardless of the craft, the first thing every apprentice learned was their own ignorance. All are born not knowing. Now will you obey, or will I have you dragged? Reitodger looked at the stone wall beside him. Fine, he said, I will send ahead report to Hookir. An hour later, Hookir the reserve Rinlin announced himself at the door of Jorvig's reception chamber. Jorvig was in a meeting with Second Spinel and Crookleg about the rate of ration consumption as well as settling a matter of the division of charcoal between the smithies and the smoke chambers. "You wish to see me?" Hookier asked. "Ah, yes," Jorvig said, looking up from the lists before him. "My son Reitodger is coming to join the reserves. I expect it not to go easy for him. Keep him busy. Menial tasks. Drudgery, hard lessons, and hard knocks. As you say, Rule. I am trusting you with this, Hookier. Do you wish him excluded from watches?" "Let such duties depend on seniority and training," Jorvig said. "Those who are not ready are not ready." Hookier nodded. "Thank you," Jorvig said, nodding. Hookier turned and left. "We were on the dispensations, yes?" Jorvig asked, returning to his list. "He will know what you are about," Crookleg said. Jorvig looked up. The older dwarf regarded him astutely. His beard had turned gray over the years, but his eyes were still keen and he was not yet old for a dwarf. "So be it," Jorvig said. "Is it our duty as fathers to be liked by our children, or do we have greater responsibilities?" Crookleg held up his palms. "Who am I to say?" he asked. "My eldest left the claim 20 years ago. There is no shame in that. No shame." The winter snows came. The Uasi encampments grew and joined and swelled to something of a town. Despite the cold, the air outside was foul, and the stench of the Uasi worked its way into the mine through the vents, so that wafts of the stink served as a reminder of the siege when walking through the drifts. Sledgefist begged to attack, but Jorvig could not see evidence of where One Ear might be, or if it was One Ear, where the chief of the Uasi hid himself. He feared that any serious attack into that encampment, even given a blizzard, would merely result in the deaths of hundreds of dwarves and no change. The Uasi had been raiding the Red Ridges with greater and greater numbers for years, coming in their thousands but spreading out to hunt or harry flocks. Just the previous year, Glint had to bring in flocks twice and send out cadres of ridge wardens to skirmish with Uasi who drew near to the edges of the claim, but the Kulker had not forced a siege. The Uasi had not even encamped altogether, rather making small villages scattered here and there across scores of miles that the wardens burned when they could. This year, something was holding these Uasi here. A will held and directed them. It was that will which Jorvig felt as he stared out over the surrounding country from the tower. If they could not strike the will, then any attack would merely send dwarves into the open country where the Uasi could shower stones and darts upon them like hail. Jorvig had thought much about will. It was no supernatural thing, but there was something ineffable about his own rule over the mine. He'd realized long ago that if once the ridge wardens wanted to depose him, they could have taken him and tossed him from the cliff at their leisure, but they hadn't. There was stability. Folk continued to follow his commands. It was something of a mystery, and whatever did that, whether custom or fear or the familiarity of order, the same must be true for One Ear and the horde of Uasi. It was strange to feel any sense of kinship with that foul beast, but he did. The horde of Uasi were held there. If that will did not waver and if the dwarves could not strike it, then they would die. The dwarves did not have the numbers to eradicate the Uasi. Maybe if they could lure them into pitched battle and every dwarf in the mountains slew 5 or 10. But they had learned that the Uasi were more than able to withdraw before the dwarves, circling and pelting with rocks and befouled javelins. Or they could disperse when the dwarves sallied out, only to return when they left the surface. They could not defeat a foe who would not stand against them. As the months wore on, Jorvig kept the miners mining, making sure that everything beneath the stone went on as much as possible as it always had. They mined ore. They smelted it. The fine craft dwarves fashioned it for trade to deep cut, whether or not trade would return. There were never packed trains in the winter anyway. Apart from the wardens who watched from towers and walls with unending vigilance, it was the flocks and herders who knew the most disturbance to their ways. Instead of gathering fodder from river reeds and rotation grazing the sheep and goats on fields of turnips, radishes, and mangelwurzels planted for winter forage, they slowly slaughtered the older ewes, trying to preserve the best of the flocks with what stored fodder and expensive grains they had laid in store. Jorvig had always tried to ensure that the flocks and gardens were expanding, but more dwarves kept coming. Now, a generation was reaching Rundle that had been born in Glint and knew no other home. Perhaps in the fertile human lands where they grew bread grains, it was possible to store enough food to survive a whole growing season without planting, but not in the narrow rocky valleys of the Red Ridges. There was deep enough soil right along the river, but on the slopes the loam was thin upon bedrock, and it had to be scraped together to grow root vegetables. Glint had grown, but the Uasi had grown faster. Springtime would tell. If no opportunity presented itself, then in springtime they would know how dire their plight was and whether they must take desperate action. The Usi normally left the red ridges in the spring, heading south or returning to the plains in their summer lodgings. If they didn't go, then Glint would collapse. The dwarves could not bring the flocks to the surface to graze, plant crops along the river, or trade via pack trains. Already the Usi had cut down most of the sap maple and birch groves for spite or firewood. The land was clear for a mile up and down both riversides. The exposed folds of rock were hidden beneath crusted snow, and the bottomland fields were trodden by Usi. Reitudger did not return much to the family hold, though Jorvig received reports from the reserves on his activity. He ensured that Hookir kept a watch on him from dwarves not among Reitudger's peers and comrades. Few times Reitudger stood watch with others on the walls, but little more. The reserves trained regularly, but they worked other jobs within the mine for the bulk of the days, but those not working trained now constantly. Their primary purpose was to be prepared and to give the ridge wardens relief from time to time. Training gave them just enough discipline not to be an unwieldy rabble in case of need. Reitudger most often stayed with companions. It grieved Onyx, but she did not trouble Jorvig about it much, at least. On hands and knees, as was custom, she birthed their seventh, a gilk late in the winter just when the sap would have started to run. Jorvig smiled as he held the babe, but all the while he wondered what the spring would bring and if this babe could live. When he stood upon the tower, he could smell the hint of soil and thaw in the air, befouled by the rot of the foe. There was no sign of the Uisi breaking camp. Chapter 72, Into the Walls. Jorvig woke to shouting, the kind of shouting that spoke danger even before the words could sink in. He swung his feet from the alcove. He always slept on the outside and Onyx on the inside with the babe, and grasped Treadfoot even as he rose. He wore only his long shirt but stamped toward the door of the hold. Someone was pounding and shouting for him. "What is it, father?" Jorvig glanced over, seeing Iolite in her nightshirt. "Go back to sleep, Bejeweled," he said, "all is well." It was, he knew it was, but it would do her no good to know it. Outside the door stood two ridge wardens, eyes wide behind their helms. "They're coming over the walls," the first one said. Without a word, Jorvig stepped over the threshold. "Wait," Onyx called from behind him. The two ridge wardens glanced up and abruptly spun on their heels to show their backs. Jorvig turned. Onyx was striding through the hold behind him, holding a pair of trousers and boots with one hand and cradling the babe to her bare bosom with the other. She looked angry. "Peridot," she yelled. "Peridot!" Onyx flung the trousers and boots at Jorvig's feet. "You'll go when you're armed." Peridot rushed from her side chamber, also in her nightshirt. Onyx spun on her. "Get your father's harness." Iolite, Onyx commanded, "Your father's arms now." In moments, Jorvig had his trousers and boots on, and he stood arms outstretched as his Gilna strapped on his armor, handaxe, and daggers. The ridge wardens kept their backs turned all the while. Jorvig was dressed and armed in moments. He pressed his helmed forehead into the Gilnas, then looked at Onyx and stretched out his hand to her. She came and pressed her forehead to his. With no further words, Jorvig turned and left, slamming the door behind him. The ridge wardens spun back their heels. "Should we call out the reserves?" "No," Jorvig snapped, then caught himself. Yes, call them, go." The warden went off at a run. Jorvig had no fear the Usi would breach the mine itself, but if they came into the dell, it was a chance at slaughter that they needed to take. He rushed down the drift with the remaining warden when he heard a bellow behind him. Sledgefist burst from his hold, fully geared and flanked by two hammers who most likely had come to fetch him as well. He barreled down the drift, and together they rushed to the high adit tower as fast as Jorvig could manage. Thrushbeard was there. "They are coming over the walls by the score," Thrushbeard said. The night air was full of the twang of crossbows. "They're using the ladders." The shriek of Uisi made it difficult to hear, so that they yelled to speak. The stench was strong too. "Stupid beasts," Sledgefist shouted. "They're just coming in to be slaughtered." A nearby warden loosed a bolt through a loophole, and Jorvig glanced out as the warden stepped back. Uisi swarmed down the inside of the wall, apparently using ropes. He watched one after another fall as they were struck by bolts. What did they hope to achieve? Hookir came running across the bridge to the high adit tower. "What are your orders?" he yelled. Sounding faint, a horn blew from the river gate. "Get your crossbows into the walls," Jorvig said. "I've given that order, but they're still rousing." No doubt the runners were still rushing to wake up sleeping dwarves and reach the ones working in the mines. It took time to rouse the reserves, even though they practiced. Jorvig wondered if Reitudger was being roused at that moment. "When they come, split your spears between the low adit," and Jorvig was interrupted by a resounding crash to the east that he felt as much as heard. He strode across the tower, pushed a warden away from a loophole, and looked out. A huge shadow came hurtling down the eastern ridge slope and slammed into the wall with another crushing blow. "What was that?" Thrushbeard said. Then came another and another, massive shapes 50 feet long and 20 feet thick careening down the mountainside. What happened next felt slow. Jorvig saw one coming, spinning and turning sideways as it tore down the uneven ridge. It planted one end against a boulder and flipped up toward the wall. It tore the roof away in an instant, shattering the walls of the enclosed hallway before landing in the dell, spinning once more and clipping the high adit tower, most of its energy exhausted. Jorvig had seen it clearly, a great bundle of trees lashed tight together like a bundle of firewood sent rolling down the mountainside. It had torn open a 30-foot swathe in the top of the wall and opened the hallway. Helpless, they watched in quick succession as another 7 monstrous bundles flipped down the east ridge. One did not make it to the wall, lodged among stones. Another leapt entirely over the wall end to end and came to rest floating in the tailings pond with a mighty wave. The others slammed into the wall, one tearing another breach in the roof and hallway and buckling the foundation. There was no time for dust to settle before the Uasi swarmed anew, climbing up the bundles of trees, scrabbling along the roof to drop down into the breached hallway, and continuing to crawl over the rest of the walls and slide down ropes. They were running in the midst of the dell now. "Get spears into the wall," Jorvig shouted to Hookir, pointing at the breach. Ladders landed against the breaches and Uasi poured into the hallway. The wardens inside were armed primarily with crossbows and handaxes. They were not ready for such a surge. "We need spears in the walls." "There are Uasi at the door," a ridge warden shouted up from below. A slingstone rattled against the roof of the chamber and fell to the ground spinning, thrown in through a loophole window. "Come on," Jorvig shouted and hurried across the bridge and into the adit. To the east, the end of the wall abutted the cliff and there was a doorway into the wall there. He heard the footsteps of others following him, but he didn't turn to look. He hated that the others held back to keep pace with him. They took the stair down to the wall level, then rushed down the drift. When he turned the corner, he saw ridge wardens barring the stone door. One saw him arrive and shouted, "The Uasi are outside." A wounded warden leaned against the stone, clutching the stub of a dart protruding from his side. It had pierced the mail behind his breastplate. They could hear the scrabbling and hammering of Uasi on the other side of the thick stone door. It would take a heavy ram to break that stone. "Get reserves to reinforce this adit," Thrushbeard shouted to one of his aides. The dwarf went running. Jorvig turned to his brother. There were still only 2 of his dwarves with him. "Rouse the rest of your hammers." Sledgefist turned and shouted at the 2 dwarves as he ran back down the drift. At least his voice had no trouble carrying. Jorvig turned and followed the same drift, but he did not turn back to the stoneholds. The fighting would be taking place to the west now, but there was no way to make it there without running half a mile west through drifts, above the old lower adit and to the far end of the wall. As they hurried, they passed reservists hurrying to join their cadres running in both directions. By the time Jorvig got to the door, his heart was pounding and his leg was shaky. Hookir was already there. Reserve dwarves with spears and shields clogged the drift behind the door. They pressed back against the walls to let Jorvig and Thrushbeard through. "What is going on?" Jorvig asked. "How far have they gotten?" Hookir shook his head. "I have runners checking. I sent in 2 cadres already. I just heard the Uasi are at the ridge tower too." Jorvig looked around. He needed to get into the wall to find out what the situation was there. "Send a cadre to the top," Jorvig said, then paused. "Put a guard at each adit." Hookir nodded and started shouting orders. Reservists turned and rushed back up the drift, their Rinlin repeating orders and keeping their cadres together. There were only 5 working adits and the 2 doors to the walls. The low adit, the high adit, the door to the terraces, the shepherd's adit on the far side of the ridge, and the ridge tower adit at the top of the spiral stairway on crest of the cliff above them. There were sentries at all of them, but nothing felt safe to him right now. He had never imagined hurdling bundles of logs. Who knew what else Wonder might devise? Jorvig watched as scores of dwarves melted away, slowly emptying the crammed drift. Jorvig couldn't help but look for Rytudger, but he did not see him. "Keep a guard here," Jorvig said, motioning to the entry. Then he and Thrushbeard rushed into the wall. The warden and reservist crossbow dwarves were scattered along the loopholes, firing. The wall was stocked with thousands of bolts kept in niches, but at the rate they were firing, they must use them all. Thrushbeard and Jorvig reached the river gatehouse, and one of the warden Rinlin flagged them down. "They have rams." "How far have they gotten the wall?" Jorvig shouted back. It was unlikely that trees would break the stone doors even if used as rams. Then he heard the high-pitched sound of striking again and again and again. That was not wood on stone, that was iron on stone. "They've got a ram at the high adit tower too." another warden shouted. Jorvig looked out a loophole and cursed. The dell was full of Uasi and the ram was slamming against the door to the tower. The river gatehouse had outside doors on the north, south, and west sides, and the walls came to a point there. Any traffic across the bridge or up and down the river must pass through the gatehouse. The sound of a second ram joined the first. "They're at the north door," someone shouted from below. "Come on," Jorvig shouted. The wall rose toward the south ridge from there, heading up from the river. Jorvig struggled up the stairs, using Treadfoot to push himself forward. Something slammed into his side, knocking him off balance. He looked over. An Uasi hung to the side of the wall and it had rammed a short javelin through a loophole. It hadn't pierced his mail. Thrushbeard grabbed the Uasi by the arm and punched through the loophole with his punch dagger. The stench of Uasi blood flooded inside. Thrushbeard let go and the Uasi fell away. They kept on, passing wardens and reservists firing through loopholes. The edges of the hallway barely overhung the outer aspect of the wall below, and there were loopholes allowing the defenders to shoot down to the wall's base as well. Barely 20 yards further, they came to a halt. There was a cluster of dwarves standing there, staring up. The sound of tools striking slate and sandstone sounded from just above them. "They're trying to come through the roof," one of the wardens said. "Stay here," Thrushbeard ordered, then followed as Jorvig pressed further. They reached the top of the south ridge, and Jorvig was startled to see the hallway clogged with dwarves ahead. They were only halfway up the dell, but he could hear the melee. The Uasi must have scoured the wall all the way to there, overwhelming the wardens or sending them running. He could not let himself think about the toll. Jorvig and Thrushbeard marched to the rear of the dwarves. The hallway was wide enough for 4 dwarves to stand shoulder to shoulder. There were at least 60 dwarves crammed ahead, and it was difficult to see what was going on beyond. The hall was full of shouts and shrieks. Up ahead, a wounded dwarf was trying to make his way backward through the throng. "Give him room," Thrushbeard shouted, but there was little room to give. "We're holding them," a dwarf nearby said. Jorvig could tell by the rune on his helm that he was a Cadre Rinlin in the reserves. He wore a helm, hauberk, and breastplate, but he was barefoot and trouserless, no doubt roused from sleep like Jorvig. It would be nearly impossible for the Uasi to force the spear dwarves back by brute force, but there were always darts and slingstones to contend with. Jorvig took a moment to try to think. He walked back a few feet to a loophole and looked toward the high adit tower. A 30-foot iron-capped ram was slamming into the tower door, and the Uasi all around had formed a roof of shields held over their heads. Crossbow bolts still punched down into their midst. 40-odd years ago, when he had first encountered 2 Uasi hunters upriver and gained his leg wound, he had never imagined a scene like this could be possible. It struck him as absurd. He watched as the Uasi smashed the ram into the doorway again and again. Maybe they should have forged solid steel doors rather than stone. Stone was more brittle than steel, but hinges were a weak point. "Rule," someone shouted. Jorvig turned, looking back down the hallway toward the river gate. A warden came running alone. "They're getting through the roof, they're going to come down on us." "If they get through, we'll be trapped here," Thrushbeard said. "We have to fall back." "The reserves may break," Jorvig said. He looked at the reserve Rinlin who had spoken to him. "Send them back line by line to the river gate," Jorvig said. "Now." The Rinlin spoke hurriedly to 4 dwarves, and after a moment's confusion they went running. Then the next 4. "You should go," Thrushbeard said to Jorvig. Jorvig looked back and forth. He couldn't see the spot where the Uasi were breaking the roof because of the stairway down the ridge. This wasn't going fast enough. They could be cut off. He did need to go. He looked back at the spear dwarves. There were reserves here. Where was Reitodger? Was he there? Was he one sent into the walls? A flush of heat came over him and he felt disoriented, like he was thinking through ale. His heart was hammering at the forge. More dwarves fell back, running. Further up, some others had noticed and were looking back in confusion. The Cadre Rinlin was shouting orders. "They're coming through," the warden shouted from the top of the stairs. "We're all going now," Jorvig said. "Everyone stay together, fall back together, don't turn." A few of the reserve dwarves fled backward without order, but the rest held. "Form with spears out," Jorvig shouted. Creeping one step at a time, the mass of roughly 40 dwarves moved back down the hallway, stepping toward the stairs on one side and falling back from the foe on the other. Mere yards from the first stair, an Uasi rushed to the top step from below, only to be sent falling back by the bolt from a warden's crossbow. "We have to hurry," Thrushbeard said. "Double step," Jorvig shouted, quickening the pace. As they crested the stairs and headed down the ridge, he saw the gap in the roof. They had torn it apart so quickly. Uasi were leaping down into the hallway. There were bodies on the ground, and beyond the hole a knot of spear dwarves and wardens held them back. "They're going to come down on us," Jorvig said. "Shields up, spears up in the middle ranks." Jorvig had no spear or shield, but he jutted the spike of Treadfoot into the air as they reached the gap and limped forward. A hail of darts came down from above. Jorvig stumbled on something and went down hard on his knees. He groped and saw a dwarven pick clutched in the hands of a dead Uasi. They had dwarven tools, but of course they did. They had killed many unwary prospectors over the years. He tried to rise, but his leg would not obey him. Strong arms grabbed him beneath the armpits and hauled him forward. There was a dwarf on either side of him, a warden on one hand and a reservist on the other. They carried him through, Treadfoot dragging in his hand. Ahead, Uasi were trapped between the two groups of dwarves, and the front ranks drove their spears home. They stumbled forward across the slippery bodies. Jorvig twisted to look back. The group who had made it through were fewer. Beneath the gap in the roof, Uasi were leaping down behind them. He saw wounded dwarves with beasts setting upon them. There were reservists there. Where was Reitudger? Jorvig struggled to get his feet under him and shrugged off the two dwarves. The warden turned back to the fighting, but the reservist grabbed his arm again as Jorvig faltered. The dwarf wore a steel face mask covered in Uasi blood, and his beard was wet and matted. Uasi's stench was thick in the hallway. Where was Thrushbeard? For a moment Jorvig feared his friend had fallen, but then he saw him at the rear, moving backward with the ranks to withstand the press of Uasi. "To the river gate," Jorvig said. He tried to step down the stair, but his leg was spasming and he nearly fell again. He put his arm around the reservist's shoulder and motioned forward. Leading the others back, they headed to the river gate. There was shouting from that direction too. They saw the door to the river gatehouse ahead. "Rule!" It was the warden Rinlin shouting out into the hallway. "They're breaking through the roof between here and the rock." It meant between the river gatehouse and the safety of the mine. "Shit. And the south door hinges are cracking," the warden shouted again as they reached the door. The shrieks of the Uasi were so loud that he had to shout even so close. "Shit. We are going back under stone, all of us," Jorvig said. "Prepare your dwarves for the withdrawal." "Ready to shoot," someone shouted. A group of wardens with crossbows stood to either side of the gatehouse door where loopholes opened into the hallway. Thrushbeard and the last rank retreated through the door, and the wardens loosed a volley into the hallway as others shut the door. This door was of iron-banded wood. It would not hold for too long against dwarven tools. "Get these dwarves back into the stone," Jorvig shouted. Some were already running for it, others held together. Jorvig waited until all the wardens were up from the ground floor of the gatehouse. They shut a hatch over the stair and bolted it into place. The Uasi were hacking at the hallway door already. "Let's go," Thrushbeard said. There was blood in the dwarf's beard, but Jorvig didn't think it was his. Keeping his hand on the reservist's shoulder, Jorvig used Treadfoot for support as they made their way down the hallway with the last of the wardens. His leg continued to spasm, but the pain only enraged him. He should be standing to fight with his dwarves, not being carried. A knot of wardens waited with readied crossbows as stone loosened in the roof ahead. As they passed, Thrushbeard commanded them to follow. The wall was abandoned. In 2 minutes more they shut the hallway door to the mine and barred it. It was stone a foot thick, braced within. Jorvig noticed the floor of the sentry chamber. There was blood smeared on the rock leading down the drift. Hookir was there. "How?" he asked, staring in bewilderment. "They tore through the roof," Thrushbeard said. "The high adit tower is breached and the ground floor is lost," Hookir said. "We have closed the adit to the ridge tower. The ridgetop is lost." Jorvig could hardly believe it. What could One Ear gain from such an assault? They had slain countless Uasi. How many dwarves had fallen? He thought of the terraces. The door to the terraces was shut fast and under guard as well. There was nothing planted this time of year. "We can hold the upper floors of the high adit tower easily," Thrushbeard said. "Sledgefist is there," Hookir added. "They will not take it." "Bring them in," Jorvig said. "Abandon the tower." "But it gives us vantage for crossbows." "The Uasi hold the ridge above it," Jorvig said. "They crushed our wall from above." Thrushbeard chose that moment to recite a litany of curses. Jorvig held up his hand. "Leave cadres at all the adits," he said. "Send all the wounded to Wardenhold. Have your Rinlin bring me account." Thrushbeard nodded, still looking on the verge of a tirade. He spoke to a warden who headed down the drift at a run. "Same for you, Hookir." "I want account." Hookir nodded. "Where to? Where will you be?" "I will see the wounded first," he said. Chapter 73, Foray or Flight. It was known beforehand that in any conflict, wounded were to be taken to Wardenhold, where there was a spacious hall for training that could double as an infirmary. Jorvig was still leaning on the reservist by the time he reached it. "You may go back to your cadre," he said to the dwarf. The reservist bowed and left. It was Thrushbeard who brought Jorvig a stool. "Sit," he said. "I will stand," Jorvig said stubbornly. "Would you rather sit or be seen to fall?" Thrushbeard asked. Jorvig clenched his jaw but sat after a moment. Already wounded lay in the hall upon padded wool pallets, and the bone dwarves were moving among them as well as whiffs with pitchers of beer. The smell of oozy blood was strong, but Jorvig knew nothing would help that for the time, as noxious as it was. More wounded were coming in now, trudging in dripping blood or carried by comrades. A warden approached Thrushbeard. "The tower is abandoned, the bridge is dropped, the adits are all barred." "So we are under stone," Jorvig said. "They cannot hope to take the mine," Thrushbeard replied, as if Jorvig doubted it. He didn't doubt it, even though he hadn't thought they could take the walls or towers, and they had. No number of Usi could hope to push the dwarves out of their own tunnels, not against long spears and shield walls, murder holes, fire, water, and crossbow bolts to contend with. If they hadn't come through the roof, not even the walls would have fallen. He realized now that he had blundered. The ridgetop was far more important. He should have put more dwarves there, they should have held it. He did not yet know how the tower had fallen, but there were openings on all sides of the bell chamber to let out the sound, wide enough for Usi crawl through. Was that it, or was it a ram? Hookir hurried in and found Jorvig and Thrushbeard. "I have 23 missing, 42 wounded," he said. Jorvig grimaced. To be missing now meant they were almost certainly dead. There would be no traces left. "Reitodger?" Jorvig asked. Hookir flinched. "I do not know names," he said. "The runners have just sent the numbers. Go to his cadre and find out." Hookir bowed and left without another word. Thrushbeard's count was almost as dire, more so, considering the ridge wardens were fewer and better trained. 17 missing and 28 wounded. It turned out that most of the ridge warden dead and wounded were from two cadres, those posted on the east and south walls. Jorvig thought of those giant bundles of trees flipping down the ridge, of the Usi pouring through the breach. Runners came and went, and the hall filled with the last of the lightly wounded who had stayed until they were sure the fighting was over. The adits were shut, and as of yet nothing assailed the stone doors. The shepherd's adit also guarded, by way of a double door, a series of tunnels communicating to sheepfolds and herder stoneholds out in the valley, even running beneath the river and beyond. But the herders too reported no assaults against their heavy doors. Hookir stepped back into the hall, and as soon as Jorvig saw his face, his stomach turned. The dwarf seemed to drag himself forward, his face pale. "Where is Reitodger?" "He is not with his cadre." "Where was his cadre in the fighting?"
"In the walls."
"In the wall," Jorvig shouted, rising from his stool and clutching Treadfoot. "You put him on the wall," his voice echoed in the hall. Wounded and hale alike looked over. Hookir quailed back. "They were there in need, we will keep looking for him," Hookir said. Jorvig felt like he could have murdered Hookir then and there, but the dwarf's horrified expression was too much. He looked around at all those in the hall who stared, and he set Treadfoot back on the stone and limped to the door. He had to get away from them. Just beyond the door, he pressed his back against the stone and slid down to his buttocks, putting his face in his hand. Hot tears blurred his vision. Jorvig had called out the reserves. He had called for spears on the wall. He had made the right decision for the claim, but not for his family. Not for his son. What was he thinking, that he would choose the claim over his family? He could not pick and choose cadres in the moment. Neither could Hookir rule. Jorvig looked up. Two reservists approached. One had the rune of a Rinlin on his helm, and the other, he wore a war mask stained with blood and his beard was matted. The same dwarf Jorvig had leaned on. "Rule, we have Reitodger." Jorvig struggled to his feet, not bothering to wipe his face. "Where?" he asked. The Rinlin looked a little startled but pointed to the other reservist. "Here," he said. Jorvig stared. Did Reitodger have a war mask? The reservist's beard was plaited and matted with blood. He had never seen Reitodger wear his beard like that, though it was popular among the warriors. Through the stench of the Uasi, he could not smell him either. The reservist wore a full kit of armor that Jorvig had never seen, also besmirched and soiled, but there, hanging at his belt, a warhammer with gold filigree. "Father," the reservist said. The voice took away all doubt. Jorvig grabbed and clutched him and wept again. Jorvig bathed 3 times, twice with fresh water and once with birch beer. He even scrubbed out his nose and at Onyx's advice dabbed honey in his nostrils. He still smelled the oozy with every breath. At last he collapsed on the lamb's skins in his sleeping alcove. When he had stumbled into the family hold, Onyx and Peridot had rushed to him, but they had stopped short. He couldn't even realize how bespattered with oozy blood he had become. Since the attack, a whole day and part of another night had passed before he had gone home. He was woken from sleep far sooner than he would have wished. He dressed and proceeded to his reception chamber. He asked an aide for a pot of hot tea. He knew he should be hungry. He hadn't taken time to eat at all since the battle, but he was. He took a second to consider the time. It must be evening of the second day since the fight. Jorvig had barely sat down and his tea was not yet brought when Thrushbeard and Hookyr arrived, their faces puffy and dark. They both looked freshly woken. "Rule, there is activity at the adits," Thrushbeard said. "Which ones?"
All of them. Rams.
Thrushbeard hesitated. "No," he said, "it sounds like they are throwing rocks." Jorvig stared at Thrushbeard.
Throwing rocks.
"Piling them, I think, by the sound." Jorvig actually laughed. "He's trying to block us in." "Then he's a fool. You cannot trap us under the stone. We can dig free in a day," Thrushbeard said. "Ah yes," Jorvig said absently. "Was one ear being ironic?" He shook his head. "Should we wake Sledgefist?" Hookyr asked. "No," Jorvig said. "Let him sleep. You both go back to rest. Until they try to breach the mountain, we can let our warriors recover." Thrushbeard and Hookyr left and Jorvig's teapot arrived. After it was set upon the table, Jorvig waved the aide away. They had to institute the use of runners and aides years ago during oozy season, and it worked, but Jorvig did not like being waited upon either. Maybe he was a hypocrite trying to get Onyx to take on help in their hold when he was loath to accept help. He looked at the bottom of a mug sitting on his table. It wasn't too dirty, so he poured some tea and held it up beneath his nose. He shook his head again. One ear, surely he couldn't be that foolish, to think he could trap the dwarves under stone like he had been trapped. Jorvig waffled from thinking of the oozy as absolute mindless brutes to considering One Ear something of a mastermind. On the one hand, if the oozy thought they could trap the dwarves by piling rocks, perhaps they would leave once it was done. It would explain how they had been willing to sacrifice hundreds upon hundreds in the assault on the walls. If that was the case, the dwarves might be saved. Or One Ear was taunting him. Would One Ear sacrifice so many of his horde just for a symbolic victory, just to taunt him? Did the lives lost matter to One Ear? He thought of the oozy numbers. They could only have lost the merest fraction. They would be fewer mouths to feed, maybe. What would Jorvig do in One Ear's place? He would starve them. Just like he starved One Ear. A horrifying sense of certainty gripped Jorvig and he felt himself flushing as sweat broke on his forehead. That was what One Ear was telling him. He would do to them what they did to him. Jorvig shook his head as if he could shake away the belief. Jorvig still didn't know if One Ear was there or still alive, or if he was simply a ghost foe to haunt Jorvig. Still, his heart pounded in his chest. What a fool he had been not to kill the vile creature all those years ago. But then, if he hadn't, would they even be there now? He needed the ability to see what took place on the surface. There were other ways out of the mine. Certainly the oozy were not blocking all the sheep folds, and then there was the underway, a tunnel Shineboots Kadri had dug below the river to connect the folds there. Jorvig had a secret drift dug up into the West Ridge 5 years ago as a way to get behind the oozy if need arose. They had told the miners it was to sample the rock there. It was well concealed and blocked by heavy doors. He had forbidden Sledgefist to use it during the siege, because it was not worth risking a sally only to be overwhelmed by oozy, if they did not even know where One Ear was. The sounds fell silent outside the adits after 2 nights. Even the high adit and the terrace doors were blocked by the oozy piles of rock and rubble. Jorvig ordered the digging of a short drift near the top of the cliff with a hole bored through the rock only 4 inches wide, enough to peer out at the dell, and beyond the lower ridge. It told him all he needed to know. Oozy had taken up residence inside the walls, and it looked like their encampment stretching miles downriver had actually swelled, smoke trailing up from hundreds of domed huts and paling the sky. But then they'd had all winter to hunt the vast red ridges in freedom. The last of the snow was melting away and the small bit of air that came through hinted of springtime. The oozy had not left. "If we do not plant soon and get the flocks on pasture, we will not survive," Jorvig said. It had been decades since the last siege, but somehow he always felt like he faced the same problem. The cave-bred grown in the abandoned stopes, never enough to sustain a dwarf alone, only slowed their starvation. The vats of tallow from mutton suet could do little for so many. They had missed the flowing sap, if only they had bile like the foe. The 8 owners sat around the 9-sided table, Onyx to his left and the empty chair to his right. It had been decades since Saviarm's death, Many others had died since then following Jorvig's commands, and yet they were all summed up in the memory of Savierm's face, always seated in the empty space at the table, always present for the decisions. To Jorvig it was the loudest seat in the Council of Owners. "How much time do we have?" Scheinboot asked. "For planting, a month at most for the longer growth crops," Onyx said. "Even so it will be difficult, the fields and beds need worked first." All these years, and she had kept an interest in the reports of the gardeners. Maybe not even that long for the flocks. "They are beginning to starve," Jorvig added. "If we do not preserve enough." He lifted a hand in sign of futility. "Then we have no choice but to strike," Sledgefist said. His expression was intent and grim. Even he knew the difficulty of any true victory in surface warfare against a foe who would disperse and lure, ambush and harry. They had given up on sorties months ago, as the cost of losing trained warriors far outweighed the benefit of the few Uasi slain. "I do not think we could win," Hobblefoot said. He looked at his cousin. "You have become a great warrior, Sledgefist. Your name is known beyond the Red Ridges. It is an honor, but even with you and your hammers the Uasi would overwhelm us." Sledgefist looked at Hobblefoot as if startled. "It is an honor to sit with such a great engineer," he said after a moment. "Your machines are displayed in deep cut. I only wish we could have worked these ridges without our foes." Jorvig watched stupidly as the two complimented each other. He wasn't alone in staring. "We are family," Warmcoat said, "kin by labor and trials if not by blood." "Maybe kin by blood before long," Greel said. "We have enough Gilk and Gilna to make formal the ties." They would all be lying if they denied matching their children together in their minds, or even in open conversation. In a generation they would have been one family, a clan, but Jorvig's hope was wavering. What was more important than kin? He should have taken his family away years ago. They could have lived anywhere and still been rich. Or was that true? Where was safe for the dwarves if they did not stand their ground? Deep cut. Beneath an inhospitable land, unwanted even by their foes, unable to sustain the dwarven population any longer. It was no Cariandal, but perhaps Onyx and their children could be safe there, aided by their wealth. Yet many would starve in Deep Cut if the Red Ridges fell. "We still haven't decided what to do," Onyx said. "There are two choices," Jorvig replied, even while a third formed itself in the secret of his mind. "We attempt to flee, keeping the whiffs and maids and children in the center and trying to march out of the ridges, or we sally with the greatest strength we can muster and attempt to fight it out." They were all silent as they thought. No doubt they'd all been thinking of both options. Both options had problems. In order to plant and pasture, they had to protect far more territory than they had the numbers, even if they stayed on the surface night and day, so the foe must be broken. But Jorvig didn't find it likely the Uasi would meet them in a pitched battle, and they could not take the foe by surprise. There were many ways to emerge, but 5,000 dwarves did not emerge unnoticed. The Battle of the Blizzard was told in song as far away as Deep Cut, but it was fought over ground now partly inside the walls. In this war it would be counted a mere skirmish. The Uasi were spread for miles. The alternative was for the dwarves to flee hundreds of miles, Uasi swarming around them like bees and harrying their waking and sleeping. 10,000 slings day and night would throw a hail of death. That is how Jorvig would defeat them in 1 year's place. It was all happening just like it happened in the Long Downs. But the dwarves of the Long Downs were far, far closer to safety. Jorvig's pulse was racing and he tried to take deep breaths without showing it. "Shit," Greel said after a few moments. He slammed a hand against the table. "Shit. Surely the Uasi must hunger as well," Khlif said. "They have 10,000 square miles to hunt and more," Sledgefist replied. "And I dare say they're better at hunting than we ever were." "I never did understand that," Scheinboot said. "They stink so, I'd rather not die with that stench in my nostrils." "Begin preparations for your dwarves," Jorvig said, "all of them. I will send word to the herders, the crafters, the gardeners. Prepare to sally within the week, every dwarf who can strike a blow." "And maids and whiffs?" Onyx asked. "Should we be destroyed, they may hold out long with the food that is left. What difference in the end?" "I would rather my progeny starve beneath the stone than feed the Uasi," Sledgefist answered, his tone and brow as dark as his words. "You do not think they will try to breach the mine, eventually?" "Prepare the whiffs and children," Jorvig said. "If we aren't destroyed outright, or if they do not give us battle, we will seek an exodus to Deep Cut south along the river path." As Onyx and Jorvig stepped back into their hold after the council, he took her hand and led her to their private chamber. Closing the door behind them, he placed his hands on both her shoulders. There was sweat on his forehead. "If ever you have heeded me, you will heed me in this," he said. "I will have packs of provisions assembled for you and the children. You will go to the end of the underway when the battle begins. If it turns against us, you will flee. If we march south, I believe One Ear will bend all his strength toward harrying us. Wait a few days, then flee west. Do not follow the rivers. Stay atop the ridges as much as you can. I will send Reitodger with you." Jorvig would make him go. "Peridot can wield a spear too." What about the others, Sledgefist's family and... "There is no hope, except maybe for a few while the Uasi are distracted. Don't go to East Spire, go west to the Brown Hills. There are dwarves there, iron miners far nearer than Deep Cut. Keeping it a secret among more would also be impossible. You want us to abandon our folk? I want you to survive. What about the others? They could flee west with us. Then the Uasi would know and hunt you like beasts. And it could not be kept secret. Order would cease. There must be order beneath the stone. A small group has the greatest chance. You will come with us, Jorvig." She used his true name. He raised his hand to stop her. "I can hardly walk 5 miles in a day anymore. I cannot make it hundreds, and you cannot carry me." Even if he could make the journey, could he live with himself if he sent his family away to safety while keeping the rest of the claim to die? No, he could not. So he would send them without him. If he couldn't live with it, he could die with it. "No," she said, "I will not go without you. Surely if we must flee, 5,000 dwarves can march out. I cannot make the journey. You will be safer without me. I will stay with the folk. I cannot abandon them." "Abandon them? What about us? What about Sledgefist's children? What about the others? Why should I have to live with it?" "Because by living with it, you give our children a chance to live. I will draw the Uasi away down the river." "No," Onyx said. Jorvig pulled her into his arms. "I wish you had never come," he said. "That you were some jeweler's whiff in Deep Cut, safe and far from here. Or that the Uasi had killed me instead of just maiming my leg, and none of these souls would be here to die." "Shut up," she said, grabbing the front of his long shirt in her fists. "Shut up, this is fool's talk." "You will do what I say, Uhlveren," Jorvig said. "You will obey it. You will not be snuffed out. Guide our children west." The cry of the babe reached their ears, coming closer. "Mother," Peridot's voice called through the door, "he is hungry." Chapter 74, Jackal of the Waste. It was not difficult to hide the preparations for his family's flight amidst of all the other unusual goings-on. He had yet to inform Reitodger of the plan, but he would wait until the time approached. Reitodger would heed his father's last wish, or so Jorvig hoped. 2 days after the owners met, Jorvig, Sledgefist and 2 of Sledgefist's trusted hammers took the underway beneath the river, across the valley, and up the stair over 500 feet beneath the slope of the ascending ridge. They trod in silence and lamplight until they reached the outer door. It was just wide enough that a dwarf could fit through sideways. The door opened into a cleft in the rock sheltered by dense rhododendron and spruce, as the dwarves had not cleared the ridge so high. The slope was steep and rocky there, and when he could still survey the country from atop the tower, he had seen no signs of Uasi encampment this high. But things could have changed. Jorvig knew there was a point 10 or so yards from the door where he could get a glimpse of the valley while remaining sheltered in the shadows and fractured bedrock. He had made this trip to ensure his family would not emerge into a trap or the midst of an Uasi camp. He had told Sledgefist it was merely to get a good look of the valley to prepare for the sortie. "Stay here," he told the 2 hammers. Sledgefist would argue if Jorvig told him to stay, so he didn't bother. The 2 brothers crept down through the rhododendron as quietly as they could. They felt the warm spring breeze searching through the branches, and the sun shone. It should be a time of planting and lambing and the drinking of fresh sap beer. There was no joy in this spring. Sledgefist grabbed Jorvig's shoulder and hunched down. Jorvig followed his gaze through the last of the rhododendron. There was a shape ahead, sheltering in the rock overlooking the valley in the shade of a spruce, just as Jorvig had intended to do. The figure wore brown clothes and a hood, and he was built like a dwarf. He was a dwarf. The figure turned slightly to look south along the river, and they caught a glimpse of a matted beard falling below a gnarled and rusted war mask. "A jackal of the waste? Do not be afraid," Jorvig said in a quiet and even voice. He saw the jackal's whole body tense. "Do not be afraid, we are dwarves." It was obvious, considering he was speaking their language. The jackal rolled over and stared at them, then he lurched toward them in a crouch. A long blackened steel tube cased in carved wood hung from a strap over his shoulder. At the end of the tube, a narrow blade curved like some kind of spear sickle. In his belt was a dagger and an axe. "Who are you?" he said. "Are you from Glint?" As soon as his words reached them, so did his smell. Sledgefist and Jorvig recoiled. "Shit," Sledgefist said, gripping his hammer. At first the jackal hesitated, and then he seemed to realize what was the matter. "It is only their smell," he said, coming to crouch next to them. The smell made Jorvig's whole body tense. The dwarf looked like he had bathed in oozy blood, and maybe more than just blood. His clothes and leathers were stained, his beard was braided and the braids clung matted together. "Did you do this on purpose?" Sledgefist asked, aghast. "How could you defile yourself like this?" "I did what I had to. Everything else is sentiment." "A jackal indeed," Jorvig thought. "It is defilement," Sledgefist said. Jorvig raised his hand to stop Sledgefist. "Are there more of you?" Jorvig asked. "Are you from Glint?" the jackal asked again. "Where did you come from?" "Ah yes, and there is a tunnel." "Then let's get under stone, talk then." They hurried back through the rhododendron. Sledgefist's 2 hammers looked shocked when 3 returned instead of 2, and then repulsed when the stench hit them. They stared at the filthy jackal, but a command from Jorvig sent them slipping back under stone. Once they were all through, they shut the door behind them. "What are you doing here?" Sledgefist asked. "I am a jackal," he said. "Of course you're a jackal, I'm not blind. What are you doing here?" "I need to get to Glint. Can you take me?" "Why do you need to get to Glint?" Jorvig asked. "I can only speak to Chargrim." "On whose authority?" "I come from the council." "The council sent you?" Jorvig asked. "I will only speak with Chargrim." "Are there more of you that need to come in?" "There are." He hesitated. "There are others 2 miles west of here taking refuge in a claim." "Should we go get them?" Sledgefist asked Jorvig. "Do the Usi know where they are?" "I fear they must. We must send them aid, and I must speak with Chargrim." "No one speaks to Chargrim without us knowing why," Sledgefist said. He wore his full kit of steel beneath a dark cloak, and he looked an imposing figure. It was clear he was no mere prospector at an outlying claim. "I told you, I come on behalf of the council." "The council has not proven itself a friend of the Red Ridges," Jorvig said. That seemed to put the jackal off balance. He glanced at the 2 hammers to either side. "The jackal lord sent me," he said. "Reamer?" Jorvig asked. The jackal nodded. "I am Chargrim," Jorvig said. "You?" Jorvig knew he must make an unusual impression, dressed in plain clothing and holding his odd walking hammer. There was little to mark him as the ruler of a colony. The jackal hesitated, obviously distrustful of the statement. "It is true, Jackal," Sledgefist said. "Your mission has fallen on unusual fortune." "What cadre are you from?" Jorvig asked. "I am of the 3rd. "That is Reamer's old cadre as well." Though hard as ever to tell behind the mask, that familiar knowledge seemed to reassure the jackal. "Are your others safe for now?" Jorvig asked. The jackal nodded. "They are for a time." Jorvig, Sledgefist, and the 2 hammers led the jackal back down the stairs and through the drift, running to the sheepfolds. As they opened the last stone door, the smell of manure, lanolin, sheep, and goats poured into the drift, even though the actual pens were 100 yards away down another drift with a closed stone door. Sledgefist shook his head. "I don't know how they can stand this," he muttered. Jorvig thought the smell was actually a bit of a relief from the rankness of the jackal. He also knew that things had been hard for the herders. "It's not normally like this," he said. "The sheep do not normally spend many months on end cramped in the fold." Sledgefist shrugged as they started down the drift. A young herder dwarf stuck his head out of a chamber, curious at who was in the drift. Jorvig stopped. "I need a private chamber," Jorvig said. "Is there one here?" The herder looked startled to be so unexpectedly addressed by the Iracruel. "Use this one, Rule," he said, stepping out and motioning inward with his hand. The dwarf's face contorted as he smelled the jackal, but he tried to hide his repulsion. Jorvig was glad the dwarf had addressed him so, for the jackal must have caught the use of the title. "Wait here," Jorvig told the 2 hammer dwarves as he led Sledgefist and the jackal within. It was a tight chamber with only a sleeping alcove and an inset bench and table cut into the stone, and barely enough room for the 3 to stand comfortably. It was obviously a bachelor herder's private chamber. Jorvig felt a tiny twinge of guilt for bringing the stench inside. "Why are we stopping here?" Sledgefist asked. "I do not wish to cause a stir in the mine by bringing in a jackal covered in filth until I know what this business is about." They looked at the jackal. "What is your name?" Jorvig asked. I am Roth Stonefoot of the 3rd Cadre of the Jackals of the Waste. Sledgefist frowned. Jorvig knew why. Another named of strength fanatic, Sledgefist would be thinking. Jorvig had come to consider the jackals even stranger than the named of strength, but this dwarf had merged the two. It was also strange for a named of strength or anyone else to use both their true name and a common name together. Not even a Rinlin comes to me, Jorvig asked. He didn't care, but he wanted to put the jackal off balance. There were more senior jackals at the outset, Roth said. But Deep Cut is under siege. They sent only 6. 6, Sledgefist said. What are we to do with 6 jackals? Jorvig held up his hand to Sledgefist, who has besieged Deep Cut. Lath and Senland. Impossible, Sledgefist said. The humans wouldn't attack over the waste. They'd have no hope of storming Deep Cut. We believe it is to extort us for trade or tribute. Food is short. That is the same story here, Sledgefist said. The food at least. Why would Remer send 6 dwarves to Glint when the Uasi are attacking and Deep Cut is under siege? What is your purpose? The jackal hesitated for a moment. Jorvig hated those masks keeping him from judging the dwarf's face. We were to bring weapons. We have weapons, Sledgefist said. These weapons they are not like yours and they are secret for the ears of Chargrim only. You speak with Sledgefist, Jorvig answered. First warrior of the Red Ridges, my brother and an owner of the claim. Roth looked at Sledgefist, apparently sizing him up. I have heard of you, he said, and fished for something at his side. He pulled out a leather cylinder capped and sealed. These are dispatches meant for you. Are these your weapons? Jorvig asked, raising an eyebrow. The weapons are lost, all save what I carry now. And now you want us to save the rest of you jackal cowards, Sledgefist said. The jackal bristled and Jorvig raised his voice to head off a fight. Enough, Sledgefist. He glanced again at the strange weapon the jackal carried, the wood-cased steel tube and its hooked blade. Remer had alluded to secret weapons. Jorvig had anticipated something. Big, maybe a steam engine of some kind put to warlike use. But if Remer had sent 6 jackals all this way while under such duress at home, the weapons must be worth something. Jorvig looked down at the leather tube he held in his hand. There was little light here to read by, just bits of blue-green miner's eye giving shape to the chamber. Jorvig opened the door and looked at the hammers beyond. Relight the lamp, he said. I need light. As one hammer prepared his flint and steel, Jorvig heard hurried footsteps in the drift. Crookleg and the herder who had given them the chamber came rushing down the drift. Rule, Crookleg said. I can take you to a more spacious chamber if you need. Welcome, but is there something wrong? Jorvig could understand why Crookleg would be confused at his behavior. I need somewhere with light, he said, allowing Crookleg to be hospitable, even though Jorvig was impatient. We could go to my own hold, Crookleg began, but Jorvig shook his head. Crookleg's hold was across the river in a much more populated fold. I do not want attention drawn, just light. The hammers ignited some tinder and lit the wick of the lamp. Crookleg looked truly distressed. He could have no idea why Jorvig had made a surprise visit to the sheepfolds and had taken over a lowly herder's chamber. Bring the lamp, Crookleg, Jorvig told him. Crookleg was something of a patriarch among the herders, and he had always been reliable ever since the early days. 7 fires, Crookleg muttered under his breath as he entered the chamber, but he held the lamp high while Jorvig broke open the seal on the end of the leather tube. He slid out the rolled parchment. There was damp at the edges, but they were still legible as he unrolled them. He read for a time, his lips moving. What is it? Sledgefist asked. Jorvig shook his head and kept reading. He had learned long ago and paid good gold for the teaching of the speaking runes, but he had never gotten particularly fast at it. Chargrim, if you read this, it is the last resort. This is the recipe for the black fire. It is the best aid I can give. Either we fall or we conquer. Remer. Jorvig raised an eyebrow. What is black fire? It is a powder that ignites. Jorvig squinted. A powder. Here, the jackal pulled the strange weapon off his shoulder, into the drift. They followed him out and back to the stone door that led to the stairway up the ridge. Roth asked for the door and Jorvig nodded for the hammers to oblige. As it was unbolted and hauled wide, Roth set the carved butt of the wood-cased tube down on the ground, poured something into the end from a metal cylinder. He did something else with the cylinder and a mechanism close to the butt of the weapon. Lifting the whole device, he placed the butt against his shoulder and pointed it out through the door into the ascending drift beyond. Light and flame blinded them even as a crack rang their ears and thundered in their skulls. Smoke plumed around the jackal. "Shit!" Sledgefist yelled, covering his ears and backing away. There was a litany of curses from the others as well. A smell like sulfur filled the air. Jorvig's ears still rang. Roth turned to them. "It is loudest under stone," he said. "What was that?" Sledgefist asked. "What is it supposed to do other than deafen us?" "The explosion can throw a piece of lead faster than eye can see and further than arm can throw." "What does this have to do with the recipe?" Jorvig said, lifting the parchment. "It is the powder that ignites, giving it power." Jorvig opened his mouth wide and closed it again, trying to ease the ringing. "No one speaks of this to anyone," he said, looking around at all those present. "It will be ill if you do." As the hammers closed and barred the door again, Jorvig headed back to the small chamber. He made sure the door was closed behind them before he spoke. "How quickly do they shoot?" Jorvig asked. "Twice or thrice a minute." "That is little better than a crossbow." "The lighter hand-drawn ones at least, and they killed Uasi readily enough. It will pierce all mail and most plate." "That might serve for humans, but the Uasi hardly wear armor," Sledgefist said. "The noise may frighten them, but not for long, I think." "That is not all," Roth said. "The powder packed together it can blast rock. Put in a heavy ceramic jar and packed with bits of scrap metal it can blow apart, sending fragments and fire and devastation around it." "So it is alchemy," Sledgefist said. That gave even him pause. "And Reamer sent you to give me this recipe," Jorvig said, trying to draw out more. "Ah yes," Roth said, but he hesitated just long enough for Jorvig to suspect a lie. He knew that jackals could not be trusted like other dwarves, even though he had come to value Reamer over the years. "Reamer is a friend of mine," Jorvig said, overstating the truth. "He came here himself many years ago. He is an able and wise dwarf. If he gave you any other purpose, it was not without reason." Roth seemed to consider it for a time. "We were sent to slay the Uasi they call One Ear. That was our first task." That sounded more like jackal work to Jorvig, but killing One Ear was not so easy. Were these weapons so powerful that Reamer thought 6 jackals could serve? Sledgefist laughed, but it was tainted with bitterness. "And you think 6 jackals could do what the hosts of Glint have not? You say the other jackals are 2 miles away. How many are left?" Roth shook his head. "No," he said, "they are not jackals. My companions did not even make it to the ridges. Horsemen were scouring the waste and the borderlands." "Then who are the others you mentioned?" Sledgefist asked. "Refugees." "You brought refugees here? From where?" Jorvig asked. "I used them to carry the weapons and black fire, but our burden was lost in a flood," Roth said, and there was an edge in his voice. "They are safe where they are for a time, in a claim with a shut door, but we must send them aid soon." There was something wrong with this jackal's story and he withheld. Perhaps it would come out in time, but trust was in short supply for this jackal. Reamer had a purpose and he was no fool. Jorvig looked back at the parchment. There wasn't even a note of explanation from Reamer, just the recipe. "I would have attempted to assassinate One Ear myself," Jorvig said, "but I do not know where he is." "I think I might." Jorvig looked up from the parchment. "What?" "Where?" "About a mile south of here. On the crest of the ridge there is a stand of trees behind a great shelf of rock that juts out to the east." "I know the place," Jorvig said. He had vivid memories of sitting there with Tonkel, looking down over the river valley. Those had felt like complicated circumstances at the time, but now he knew they were. "Did you see One Ear?" "No, but there are huts there with Uasi wearing dwarven mail and bits of plate, and wielding dwarven weapons, and other Uasi come and go like runners." During the entire siege, Jorvig had noticed a dearth of chiefs. Where were the yellow feathers? The taller Uasi? They were conspicuously missing. But if One Ear had set up his own huts in the trees behind Tonkel's rock, Jorvig would not have been able to see them at all. He tried to remember if he had seen smoke rising from that ridge, but there was smoke rising everywhere from the Uasi fires. From Tonkel's rock, One Ear could see the river gate and the wall on the south ridge of the dell. The Kulkar must have learned not to get near enough to the dwarves to let them strike. "How many were there?" Jorvig asked. "I don't know for sure, at least 30. "And this is how to make this black fire?" Jorvig asked again, looking back at the recipe. The others watched him read. Shit, he shouted. Saltpeter of all the. Jorvig let loose an uncharacteristic string of curses. Roth's eyes widened behind his mask and even Sledgefist looked startled. Saltpeter is common, Roth said. Not here, we have to import all our salts from Deep Cut to preserve food, but we have used our whole stock, we have none left. How much saltpeter does it require? Crookleg asked, still holding the lamp so Jorvig could read. From the look of it, it depends on how much of this powder we wish to make. This formula is for a 1,000-pound result. It would take 750 pounds of saltpeter if only we had known last summer. Shit. There may be a way, Crookleg said. Jorvig looked at the herder. What are you talking about? The cultivators have saltpeter. I don't know how much, but they will have prepared it for the spring. What are you talking about? I have no record of unused saltpeter in the mine. Well, we do not use it for food, Crookleg said. I don't understand. It is unclean. Jorvig stared. Crookleg saw the look. When we compost the manure and bedding of the sheep and goats in the folds, we pile it in compost chambers for the purpose. The urine from beneath the pens drains through channels and we pour it there as well. We cover it all with wood ash to keep down the smell. They used lime back west, but there is no dolomite here. Jorvig didn't say a word, so Crookleg continued. Crystals of saltpeter form on the top and down in the decayed manure. It is too much to be used directly, so the gardeners leach it from the compost and reapply it as fertilizer as they want. Jorvig's mouth was open. How did he not know this? He knew the gardeners used the composted dung of the sheep and goats for fertilizer, but he did not know the process in its depth. They had brought forth harvests year after year without him inquiring into the details of the compost. Crookleg may have misinterpreted Jorvig's expression. It was not to keep it from you, he said. As I said, it would be unclean to use it on meat. How much? How much do we have? We would have to ask the gardeners. They were collecting the compost throughout the winter, but they have not been able to plant. You will go to them yourself and find out how much they have. Make sure none is used for anything. Crookleg nodded. What else is needed? Sledgefist asked, besides the saltpeter. Jorvig looked back at the parchment. He laughed. Sulfur and charcoal. Sledgefist frowned. And that is all. These things do that. Jorvig looked at Roth. Is it true? It is. Charcoal they had in store by the tons, even after the winter. Before the siege, the smoke of charcoal kilns never ceased to rise as the woodcutters pushed back the forest. They had found no seams of coal yet in the red ridges, and sulfur they had in plenty as well, a byproduct from smelting pyrite and galena which they struck from time to time. They only used it for ointments for wounds and skin troubles, and in treating the same on the sheep and goats, they had learned its use from the herders. The herders may just prove the salvation of Glint once again. Jorvig needed to get back to his reception chamber. In a ledger there he had a list of Glint's stores including sulfur and charcoal. Come, Jorvig said, back to the mine. Chapter 75, Blackfire. 2 hours later, Jorvig stared down at a freshly inked line in his ledger. Saltpeter fertilizer, 3.5 tons. Of sulfur they had just over 500 pounds. They kept that much in store at all times. The rest they had always treated as refuse, but it was not as dear in the recipe. Of charcoal they had many tons. They needed cauldrons or vats for mixing, which they had already. And you can demonstrate this recipe? Jorvig asked Roth, who stood in the chamber still wearing his mask. Thrushbeard, Sledgefist, and Crookleg were also present. Jorvig had made the young herder and the 2 hammers who had witnessed Roth's demonstration swear oaths of secrecy. He hoped it would work at least for a short time. The last thing he wanted was false hope, for if this black fire turned to no account, the loss of hope would be worse than never having it. No, Roth said, I have never made it. Our weaponsmiths make it. It has been kept a secret for decades. While our folk were dying, Sledgefist said. While we were dying, Roth snapped back. Many jackals died not using this weapon. Why? Sledgefist asked, his anger turned to confusion. So that the humans would not expect it. Jorvig sighed. It made sense. Much would rest on surprise in Glint as well. If we made 1,000 pounds of this powder, how much destruction would that cause? It would depend on how it is contained. What do you mean by contained? Sledgefist asked. The powder will burn bright and fast if open on the ground, but its greatest force comes when packed inside something. So like your steel tubes, Jorvig said. Or in a borehole in rock, that much powder could blow your cliffside wide open. Sledgefist raised his eyebrows. From a powder, I find that hard to believe.
Roth shrugged.
I have demonstrated what I could. I find it hard to believe that Reamer would have risked his dwarves otherwise. Not now, Jorvig said. Does this recipe scale if we make, say, 1,000th part as a trial? Do the proportions hold? I do not know, Roth answered. Then we will find out. With the others in tow, Jorvig stepped outside the reception chamber. One of the Ridge Warden aides stood waiting. Jorvig ordered him to bring a pound of sulfur, charcoal, and saltpeter to his private hold, along with a mortar and pestle from the kitchens. If this went poorly, he did not want his documents and ledgers going up in flames, so he led the small retinue to his own hold. He opened the door and announced their presence in case his whiff or Gilna needed to veil or seclude. No one responded, so he led the others through the warm glow of fiery miner's eye to Onyx's workshop. She was within with both peridot and iolite. It appeared they had been in the process of forming some fine chain links, but now they were standing and veiled after Jorvig's announcement. They did not work in veils. He was surprised to find that Onyx's tools showed no sign of packing. What is it? She asked, looking at Jorvig's retinue with a squint, especially the jackal. Peridot, iolite, you two go elsewhere for a time. We have need of the workshop. As the Gilna left, casting glances at Roth's back as they closed the door, Onyx arched her eyebrow. Over the years she had come to expect that she would receive an explanation for such a strange occurrence, at least eventually. Jorvig didn't keep her waiting. She did not read many speaking runes, but he held out the recipe parchment to her and gave as succinct an explanation as he could. From her seat at the worktable, she appraised the jackal still in his mask. And you have not called a meeting of the owners? She asked. Not until I verify the recipe.
In my workshop.
I could do it on the feasting table, he said. She sighed and began clearing her tools from the bench. And you are using the saltpeter from the gardeners? Jorvig snorted. He had not mentioned where he got the saltpeter. So Onyx knew about that. Of course she likely would. Yes. It was a spacious workshop, more than enough room for the 6 dwarves present. It took less than half an hour before all the elements were arrayed on the table. The shelves and workspaces were meticulously arranged and maintained, especially now that their Gilna served as apprentices in all but oath. It was always part of apprentice work to learn proper maintenance and order of tools and other supplies. Onyx produced some ceramic bowls and Jorvig began to pulverize the sulfur crystals with the mortar and pestle. How fine does it need to be? She asked. As fine as possible, he answered. Here. She tapped his shoulder, motioning for him to move from the stool. Let me do it. Jorvig wasn't sure how much differently she would manage the pestle, but he scooted away and let her have her way. In the meantime, he set up her balance scale. I would wipe the pestle in between elements, Sledgefist suggested. Does that matter? Jorvig asked Roth. Roth merely shrugged. They cleaned the pestle between elements just to be safe. Onyx pulverized the charcoal next and then the saltpeter. What are the part weights and the standard? She asked. Let's make it a standard of 1 pound, 15 parts charcoal. He waited as Onyx arranged the weights and parted out the charcoal. Satisfied, she poured the fine powder into one of the ceramic bowls. 10 parts sulfur, 75 of saltpeter. She measured and poured them together. Mix to uniform, he said. Onyx took a narrow bit of steel she used to size chain rings, but Roth raised a hand. Do you have anything of wood to stir with? Roth asked. Jorvig looked down at the recipe parchment. I do not see anything mentioning what to mix it with. You want to avoid sparks, he said. If it sparks, it will burn. Onyx set down the steel rod. Is this powder truly that dangerous? Yes, if packed and contained. Open, it will flame high. Jorvig was trying to think of something made from wood that they could use, but Onyx stood and moved to a shelf. She unwrapped a case and slipped a long piece of brass from a sleeve. It was a tapered punch of some kind. Brass was useless at sparking. She sat back down and stirred. That is as uniform as you could wish, she said after a time. She took a cloth and wiped off her brass punch. It is ugly and a foul-smelling concoction. What is it called again? Black fire, Roth said. Jorvig looked at the jackal. Give us a demonstration. Onyx left the workbench and Roth approached. He took an empty ceramic bowl and poured a small amount of the mixture within. Then he handed Jorvig the bowl containing the rest. Keep that covered. Roth reached into a pouch at his side and pulled out a fire starter. He tested a couple punches pointed at the stone floor, spraying sparks. Holding it above the smaller sample, he pushed the plunger. Sparks flashed into the bowl, nothing happened. Roth punched the starter again, it flared, shooting tall and narrow flames. There was a hiss and a smoke, and it was over. Is that what it was supposed to do? Sledgefist asked. Yes, Roth said, that is correct. So, Sledgefist turned to Jorvig. It scales, why did you want it to scale? To see if it would work, Jorvig said. We need as much of this made as we can resource. I will help, Onyx said. I don't want you anywhere near 1,000 pounds of that. I dare say it is safer than running across Uasi-infested ridges, she answered, a bite in her tone. But she moved on. We cannot make 1,000-pound batches, even 100 would be difficult. I suggest we do 50s at most. We will need bigger mortars and pestles. We can use one of the empty stopes for the final mixing. How should it be packed? Jorvig looked at Roth. How should it be packed? He echoed. What do you have in mind for it? Roth asked. I want to kill One Ear. If he is truly on that ridge, Sledgefist said, then the trick will be getting this powder near enough to matter. We will also need to carry it, Thrushbeard said, so it cannot be too heavy. If this does what you say, Onyx said, how will you ignite it without dying yourself? Fuse, Roth said. Cloth finely rolled and sewn, packed with powder. If One Ear was closer or if we had time we could tunnel under him, Sledgefist said. But neither is true, whatever we do it must be done soon. Shit, if we'd had this last fall we could have dug right under him by now. Maybe not, Jorvig thought. Tonkel's rock was both far and high. We should get to work, Onyx said. You can plan while we make the powder, send for Lopleat, the jackal can explain this fuse to him. Jorvig nodded, so be it. There were far too many aware of the goings-on now to keep from having an owners' meeting. Each of the owners had already heard at least some version of the events. Once they were all present at the nine-sided table, the miner's eye sufficient for light as it was throughout most of the old workings. Jorvig filled in any gaps and corrected plenty of misunderstandings and assumptions. At last he hoped all present understood the circumstances. Why not just raid the camp? Charge, Hobblefoot asked. Because he will not stand to fight us. He has everything to lose fighting us himself and nothing to gain. I do not know why the Uasi follow such a craven. I do not believe they care about the same things we do, Jorvig answered, at least not in the same way. What do they care about then? Jorvig thought back to his first encounter with the Uasi. He had stumbled upon them and the idea to do anything but kill had not entered his mind, nor had it seemed to enter theirs. The question of what they cared about was one Jorvig had pondered for years. He'd even kept notes in a ledger and sent the ridge wardens out on missions to observe them. A few wardens had died. Once they had observed an Uasi chief batter the brains out of an Uasi hunter, and while they did not understand what code the hunter had broken, Jorvig knew that their society was rigid. It seemed the entire purpose of the males was to hunt food and carry it back to their dams in exchange for the right to mate. An individual Uasi was a small thing. To survive, they banded together and some Uasi rose to influence. Jorvig had come to believe that this was accomplished through killing or challenging somehow. Uasi did not cultivate or herd, though they did eat a wider array of plants than the dwarves. Still, in order to propagate themselves, they must hunt, and when they grew in numbers they needed more hunting grounds. To an Uasi this territory was food and propagation, the right to mate and survive. The irony was not lost on Jorvig that he and his companions had come here hoping to one day earn a bride price. But there was more than survival at play here. Jorvig had released the last rat back into the tribe, an unusually vicious predator with a special hatred of dwarves. That rat had killed his way to the top. After all these years, many of the Uasi besieging them must be One Ear's own offspring. He did not fight for just his ilk, but for hatred. If he took this hunting ground, the Uasi would only continue to increase until they spilled out of the red ridges. Killing One Ear might break their cohesion, at least until a new leader arose. That might give them time. Always Glint needed time. Without the red ridges they will starve, Jorvig answered. I say we go ahead with the sally, Sledgefist said. A battle will distract him at least. Draw eyes away. Or it will cause him to move, come closer maybe to watch, then we'll lose the opportunity and many dwarves will die, Shineboot said. A distraction is not a terrible idea, Jorvig said, hoping to pacify Sledgefist some. Though there is risk, as Shineboot says. I still don't see how we can be sure One Ear is up there or whoever is leading the horde. Greel sat with his arms folded, always skeptical. We can't be sure, Jorvig said. Then why not bury this powder somewhere beneath the dell or in the valley and see if we can draw the Uasi above it, Hobblefoot suggested. It may break them. How much could we make? Shineboot asked. A little over 4 tons, Jorvig answered, but I have the gardeners leaching more compost. They promise at least another 400 pounds of saltpeter once it is boiled down. They paused, each thinking on that number. Even Jorvig had little understanding of just how much destruction that amount could wreak or how best to use it. He did know one thing. One Ear has to be our priority. If we fail to kill him, then we could try something else. What did the jackal suggest? How do we get it there? Shineboot asked. He suggested kegs, Sledgefist said, banded and bound with iron, and some in small ceramic jars for throwing with bits of scrap inside. Are we sure we can trust the jackal? Greel asked. We have never trusted them before. I say he comes with us, Sledgefist said. Let him stake his beard on it too. And who is us? Onyx asked, looking at Jorvig. Who are you sending? Jorvig knew exactly what she meant, and he knew she would not like what he had to say. I am bringing the jackal and willing volunteers from among the ridge wardens and hammers. You cannot go, Sledgefist said. Onyx glanced at Sledgefist appreciatively and nodded her head in agreement as he continued. If it fails, you must remain to lead in the next plan. I will lead this expedition. And if we keep the attempt secret, it will not dishearten the folk if it fails. Let them think we make the preparations for a larger assault. I am the Mine Lord, Jorvig said. I have brought these folk here. It is my responsibility, and One Ear is my enemy. I will lead the attempt. You have led with wisdom for many years, Shineboot said. As a friend I beg, do not fall into prideful foolishness now. Brother, your leg cannot tolerate climbing a ridge with a heavy burden. I do not have to carry. Then you are of no use. What does One Ear look like? Jorvig asked. Sledgefist frowned. Like Kulker with one ear. And if he wears a helm or a headdress? We'll kill everything on the ridge. Do you honestly think you can recognize his face, Chargrim? Shineboot asked. It's been decades since you've seen him, cousin, Hobblefoot added. Since anyone has. I have seen his face many times since then, Jorvig snapped. The sight of the hunched creature cowering at the end of the drift often visited his nights or hovered just in front of columns in a ledger. Hobblefoot speaks true, Greel said. We don't even know if he is still alive, let alone leading this horde. We have seen his mark every fall when they raid. We don't know for sure what that means, K.H. said. It could be a tradition or a taunt for all we know. Jorvig knew they were all arrayed against him if even K.H. was speaking up. Certainly, the mark of the ear was a taunt, but Jorvig was sure it was also meant as a reminder. A promise, just like piling boulders before the adits. One Ear was sending his messages. Their survival was never certain so long as One Ear remained. The foundations of Glint could only be laid upon his bones. He glanced at Onyx. Looking at her was a mistake. She was staring him down, her forehead flushed. Under the table his hands were curled into fists. He may have died of old age, K.H. added. Uasi do not die, Jorvig said, his voice low, even, and laced with anger. They are only killed. The others shifted, glancing around the table with uncertainty. Was it true? It was better to think so. Jorvig went on. The preparations are already underway. The work will go on night and day. I expect that in 4 days we will make our attempt. We will set out at dawn from the underway, cross to the back of the ridge, and move to the adit beneath Tonkel's rock. Jorvig was irritated years ago when he heard that prospectors had claimed the ore beneath Tonkel's rock, but it turned out to be just a single vein. It was worked out soon. Thrushbeard said they had not disturbed Tonkel's rock itself or the spruces behind it. The prospectors had run a drift up under the granite outcrop from an adit down the slope, but the vein had played out and they had not broken into the hard granite above. The ridges were cut with such adits, many proving false or shallow, the failed hopes of the dream-driven Rundilla whom Jorvig had lured to the red ridges. The others stayed quiet for a while. Finally, Sledgefist spoke. How will we keep them from knowing? We will be few, just enough to pack the powder in the drift. We must hope for the best. The others around the table exchanged more glances. Jorvig knew they did not like the plan. He also knew that if it failed, nothing would change. The dwarves of Glint would sally. Onyx would have to attempt the flight west. But how could he tell her to leave behind their nieces, nephews, and the children of brothers, cousins, and friends? Together, they would be a slow-moving target for every Uasi in the Red Ridges. He would go on this expedition because nothing else mattered as much. It had been like this for his folk since the ancient days. They had to fight for their survival. They had to take it with strength and blood and flame. They had built this claim from nothing into a colony, but none of it mattered, none of it had any significance. In the end, it was not about building a mine or being Rinlin or Iracruel. It could all burn and collapse and let it was about his folk. It was about his companions. It was about his family. If there was any chance to save them, he would lead the fight, and he would rather die before he knew he had failed them all. Chapter 76, The Betrayal. That evening, Jorvik sat at his table staring down into a small bowl of mashed beans when a knock came at the door. He sighed and rose. The meeting had been tiring. When he opened the stone, he was surprised to see Reitodger there. "Do you knock now, son?" Jorvik asked. "This is still your home." "Father, I would speak with you." Jorvik knew by the tone and demeanor that Reitodger meant privately. "Come," he said. He led the way down the back passage to his reception chamber and motioned Reitodger to sit at the other side of the parchment-strewn table. He missed the years when Reitodger was a young gilk who used to play or nap beneath the table when Jorvik worked. Those had been days of peace beneath the stone. Together they had gone to the mines, and he had taught his firstborn gilk to wield pick and shovel, to identify the minerals running through the rock. He had watched as Reitodger first plied hammer to hot steel under Onyx's tutelage, and he had taken him panning along the creek when Reitodger had asked how the dell was found. In those days, Reitodger had been his shadow. "What is it, son?" "I wish to go with you on the expedition." "You won't be going with the Sally," Jorvik said. Probably Reitodger thought Jorvik would have let him sally since he had yet to forbid it. "But not because you are not able. I have another purpose in mind, but I will tell you closer to the time." That was partially a lie. Jorvik had prepared a letter in case he did not return. It had instructions to Reitodger about helping his mother and siblings escape. Perhaps it was foolish, but Jorvik thought such a formal command from a dead father might bear more weight than a spoken word from a live one. "I'm not speaking of the Sally," Reitodger said. "I am speaking of the expedition to strike at One Eye with this alchemy you are making, unless that is the other purpose you have in mind." For a moment, the young dwarf looked hopeful. Jorvik sighed. They had yet to call for volunteers or even announce the existence of this plan. They had just finished debating it less than an hour ago. Yet here was his son come to ask for permission to join. News of their strange preparations was all over the colony, but Jorvik wasn't sure whether to feel despair at how poorly secrets were kept in Glint, or impressed that Reitodger had managed to suss it out so soon. "That is not possible," Jorvik said. "You are needed elsewhere, as I have said." "Did I not prove myself in the assault?" Reitodger asked. Jorvik stiffened. He was beyond relieved that his son had survived, but he did not relish the memory of Reitodger picking him up and carrying him through the fighting. They had hardly spoken since, barely even seen each other. There was plenty to occupy Jorvik anyway. "Many proved themselves in the assault," Jorvik said. "I am glad you were one of them. This is my home, I have a right to defend it." "Rights? You have as much right as Oneir has to kill us all. You never saw these wilds as they were. Rights are taken by force. Claims are ruled by force or the threat of it. I am rule, do not kick stone, son. The expedition is not for you. I promise I have a far more important duty in mind for you." "What is it?" Jorvik shook his head. "I will not say until I know for sure it is needed. Tomorrow we will call for volunteers. You are not to be among them." "My word as rule is done." He cut the air with his hand. "Now I beseech you as a father, please Curumd heed me." Curumd was his true name, rarely ever spoken. It meant arm of the future. Reitodger sat back in his chair, sliding his teeth back and forth. He had the exact same color of beard and hair as Sledgefist, but everyone said he had Jorvik's nose and shoulders. Jorvik thought he resembled Onyx and her brothers far more than his own side. It was probably good that he reminded Jorvik of his mother. It cooled Jorvik's temper somewhat. How could Reitodger know that his safety was more important to Jorvik than his son's glory, wealth, or even his courage? No one had ever said such a thing to Jorvik, and his throat seemed to close even at the thought of speaking it aloud. Of course he wanted his son to be great. More than that, he didn't want him to have to be great, but that was not the choice of a father, nor was it normal for a father to send his son on a mission likely to get him killed. "What was right? Is that all then?" Reitodger asked. The question took Jorvik off guard. He was normally the one to ask that. "That is all." Reitudger nodded, rose, and left the chamber. Sometimes it had been too much, Reitudger's constant attentions when he was a young gilk, and in haste and frustration Jorvig had given him harsh words. Then to assuage the guilt, Jorvig would bring him a treat like a sugared date from Deep Cut or a new tool. But the past years had been dark ones as the Usi raids grew fiercer and the traders came less. Reitudger too had changed as he neared Rundle. He wanted less his father's presence and more the joys of his own companions. Jorvig had been the same, though his father had never doted on him. He had been raised much harder. Reitudger inspired a kind of fervent admiration in his companions, an ability that Jorvig felt he himself lacked. He knew folk respected him as rule. He certainly made them uncomfortable or fearful, judging by the expressions he often saw. Even the other owners acted that way, and their respect had come grudgingly all those years ago. Reitudger was different. But then Jorvig had not had the luxury of winsome ways, nor did Reitudger have to make hard decisions that would please no one. He had led one life so his son could lead another, but it seemed to put a gulf between them. Jorvig had sat in silence for some time when there was a knock.
Enter.
One of the Ridge Warden guards stuck his head in through the door. Pardon, Rule, you weren't in your hold, so I came here. The jackal wishes to speak with you. It is well, send him. The warden stepped away, and Roth Stonefoot entered the chamber. Jorvig was tired and didn't motion for him to sit. I need to send aid to the refugees at the claim, the jackal said, not waiting for greeting or command. They have little food. The best thing for them is for us to kill One Ear. If we cannot do that, they are safer where they are. But I believe the Usi know where they are. And soon the Usi will have better prey. It was clear that Roth was not satisfied, but he did not seem to know what to say. He had finally taken off that abhorrent mask, but it was tucked into his belt. He had also taken all the cloth and leather from his armor, burned, Jorvig hoped, and had thoroughly cleaned his kit. They had made a gift of new clothes to him. The jackal's face was forgettable, if anything, with flushed skin and tawny brown hair and beard that hung straight. I am responsible for their lives, Roth said at last. I know the feeling. Jorvig chuckled, but it was joyless. I do not wish any to die. There will come a time where we all must do as we think right. He was so tired in a way that physical labor could never make a dwarf. Have you eaten? Eaten, no. I was eating. Something, there may be some left, let us see. Jorvig rose and led the way. They could not hope to carry all the weight of black powder they had prepared and still hope to move secretly to the adit in the ridge. They weren't sure of how much they needed either. Jorvig had settled upon a best guess, balancing competing problems as best he could. The call for volunteers went out the next day. In less than half an hour, the 25 positions were filled, with many more clamoring for a spot. Sledgefists, Hammers, and the Ridge Wardens had been waiting for an opportunity to whet their blades for months. Even though Jorvig informed them that the risk was dire, they had to turn away over 50 more dwarves. They accepted a mixture of Ridge Wardens and Hammers. The Ridge Wardens were skillful in crossing rough terrain and in the use of crossbows, while the Hammers were known as vicious fighters in close quarters. Preparations continued. The gardeners came through with nearly 600 pounds more saltpeter. Onyx had taken a special hand in overseeing the mixing of the powder, though it caused Jorvig great stress to think of her around such volatile stuff. He tried to dissuade her. And yet you're fine going on this expedition or sending me fleeing across the ridges, she'd snapped, storming out of their stonehold to continue the preparations. The afternoon before the raid, Sledgefist came to their private hold. Jorvig didn't let him speak before he'd poured 2 flagons of hot mead. He already knew what was coming, but he'd much rather share a drink with his brother than argue. As expected, Sledgefist tried once more to talk Jorvig out of going, to let him lead the expedition instead, or at least allow him to accompany. If we fail, you will need to sally, Jorvig said. You are a greater warrior than I. The dwarves will follow you to battle. But this mission, the plan is liable to change. Suddenly you know this. Do you honestly think you will reach the adit in secret with nearly 30 dwarves? Jorvig shrugged. We will try. Please see reason, Sledgefist said, holding up his palms. Jorvig smiled at his brother and ignored the question. Drink, Jorvig said. Sledgefist hadn't even touched his flagon. Jorvig took a long drink from his own flagon, tasting the hot, sweet liquid soothing his throat. He let out a satisfied sigh. Do you remember the steam engine you and Hobblefoot tried to make? Sledgefist tilted his head. I have hardly wait. Do you mean when we were gilk? Ah, yes. You must have been what, 27 or 28? More like 25, Sledgefist said. You can't have been 10 yet. It's one of the first things I remember clearly. Hobblefoot had seen a steam engine at the exhibition hall, and he was certain the two of you could make one. It was only 2 feet long and it had a boiler of brass heated by the base of an old samovar. Sledgefist smirked. You played with it when we were gone but didn't open the valve.
You were lucky.
I think I still have a bit of brass in my arm, but it was nothing to the bruises Hobblefoot put on my ass. Jorvig laughed. Sledgefist couldn't help but grin. How in blazes did you let me be Rinlin? Jorvig asked. Sledgefist shook his head. I suppose we forgot. I hope you make it through this and that you will make peace with Hobblefoot. Sledgefist's smile slowly faded, and he stared at Jorvig for a time before glancing down at his flagon. He picked it up and took a long drink. So be it, it is all stone long mined anyway.
That it is.
Will you not relent, brothers? I have decided what I have decided. Jorvig rolled into his sleeping alcove, hoping to rest for a few hours before he must wake to prepare. The expedition would assemble before dawn at the entrance to the underway. The black fire was being transported there even as Jorvig closed his eyes. It was only fatigue that let him sleep. An old friend, Hans, grabbed Jorvig. He tried to sit up but they had his arms and legs. He tried to strike as they pulled him from beneath the lamb pelts but they pinned his arms. He called out for Onyx but she was not there in bed. Easy, easy, said a voice. He knew the voice. Blinking, he looked at the faces around him and he ceased his struggle. What are you doing? He shouted. Easy, brother, Sledgefist said. Hobblefoot, Shineboot, Warmcoat and Greel each had a limb while K.H.Liff held his waist. Onyx stood with her back to the closed door. What is this? Set him in the chair, Onyx said. They set him bodily down in the chair. Jorvig had to fight not to fight. He would not struggle and show indignity. This was an outrage, but he could not match their strength. His face flushed red and no one would meet his eye. I am the Iracruel, he growled. Then he looked at Onyx. I am your husband. Even Sledgefist looked away. We have never broken oath before, Shineboot said. Though by the bedrock there have been times we've wanted to, but this we do not do for ourselves but for you. The expedition must go. It will, Sledgefist said. I will lead it. Sledgefist had a rope and he began to loop it around Jorvig's waist and arms. The chair was of heavy carven stone. Jorvig couldn't believe this was happening. Do not make it too tight, Onyx said, raising a hand. I will make it tight enough to hold. Onyx will release you in the evening, Shineboot said. By then, it will be no use following the expedition. You can do to us what you wish when you're free, although it may be best if you do not tell anyone about this.
Is that a threat?
No, Shineboot said. But we will tell no one about this. The children are already at Sledgefist's hold to keep his children company while he's gone, Onyx said. Even in his anger, Jorvig grasped their logic. This indignity, if known, must be answered in the harshest measure or else it would undermine his authority. By hiding it, they were giving Jorvig the option to forgive if not forget. It took little time for them to truss Jorvig fast to the chair. He could move nothing but his head and his feet below the ankles. Sledgefist carefully kept Jorvig's beard from being bound beneath the rope, letting it drape down atop the bonds. Please understand, his brother said. Do not be wroth with them, Onyx said. This is my doing. She's a liar, Sledgefist retorted. We're all here. Jorvig did not respond. Onyx will see to your needs, Shineboot said. Please do not yell. She has sent the guards out of the owner's drift on your orders. With that, all but Onyx left, red-faced and silent. Onyx tried to feed Jorvig breakfast, but he refused. Only after a few hours did he accept a drink. When she left with the empty mug, one of the cats slipped into the chamber. It circled Jorvig twice and thrice, then jumped onto his lap. The cat was a big mine runner, barely able to fit in his lap. It rubbed itself against his bound torso, purring, asking to be petted. It was one of the black ones with white paws. Old Striper would have spurned him for this betrayal. That brought the memory back to him. It was not long after he found out that Onyx was pregnant with Reitodger. He had come home, smiling to see his wife great with child, but the look on her face gave him pause. She spoke before he could ask.
I'm sorry. I found Striper.
He knew instantly what she meant. Where is she? Onyx led him to her workshop. There Striper was, curled up on a shelf amidst Onyx's tools. She had knocked a couple of pincers down onto the stone and she was curled just as if she were sleeping. But she wasn't sleeping. It was clear at a glance her spirit had fled. She had the unnatural stillness of death. I'm sorry, Onyx said. At that time he had not wept in many years, but fool that he was, he wept for Striper. The Iracrul cried for a cat. The cat kept rubbing against the ropes, purring. Go away, he said, waving his beard at it. The cat lay down, tail hanging close to the ground, still purring. He tried to gauge the time. They had set upon him with enough time left for Sledgefist to meet the expedition, but the time approached when they would depart from the underway. Jorvig's misery increased with every minute. There was nothing he could do. The dwarves of the expedition would be lined up waiting for daylight on the narrow stair beneath the west ridge, their burdens at their feet. He was not such a slave to anger that he did not understand why his friends had done it. It was a great indignity, but that frustration did not take pride of place. When he had planned the expedition, he knew it was dangerous. He knew it was as likely to fail as succeed or worse, but he had been willing to risk himself and volunteers from among the warriors. He would not have risked Sledgefist. How did that make any sense, considering he had commanded Onyx to flee if he failed to return? Apparently, Sledgefist felt the same way about risking Jorvig. But what Jorvig had never explained in council was that he also thought assassinating One Ear was a gambit with only a slim chance of success. Yet it might serve a purpose even in failure. Surely he would try to kill the beast if he had the chance. It was their best hope. But if not, they would lure as many of the Kulker, hopefully some of the chiefs, near as they could, right on top of them, even if it meant letting themselves be overrun. All they needed was to light the powder at the last moment. Escaping was always a secondary consideration. There would still be enough black fire left for the dwarves left behind at Glint to use in the sally or for other traps. Someone knocked on the stonehold door. The sound was faint in the private chamber, but he could hear it. The cat leapt down and meowed at the door. Should he yell? It might be one of the sentries or a runner or one of their children. Or it could be one of the owners who had done this to him in the first place. If it was a sentry, his situation would be revealed if he was heard, but did Jorvig want that? More than anything, he wanted to itch his nose, but he would not call to ask Onyx. How he felt about her involvement and betrayal, he was afraid even to think about. Many years ago, he had promised himself not to let fear hinder his planning, but how could one plan feelings? The knock came again. He strained to hear if Onyx answered. He couldn't. The knocking did not recur. A few minutes passed and Onyx opened the door to the private chamber. The cat fled. Jorvig tried not to look at Onyx, but he could see immediately that her walk and posture were off. When he glanced at her face, he knew something had gone wrong. Had the expedition met Uasi at the underway at it, they could hardly have been gone long. What is it? A runner from Hookir. Hookir wasn't involved in the plans. What about? Rytodger was not at his duties this morning. Hookir hoped he was here. Jorvig frowned. He knew Rytodger was angry, but he never expected he would grow petulant and shirk his duty. That isn't like Rytodger, Onyx said. He is devoted. What of his cadre? Did they question them? His companions on the detail did not report it. One of them confessed Rytodger had made them promise to say nothing about his absence. Of course they showed Rytodger loyalty. Those who knew him loved him. But Jorvig had ensured that Hookir kept eyes on Rytodger, eyes that were not part of his son's cadre or companions, and over whom he could not easily gain the influence of friendship and loyalty. Rytodger obviously had not accounted for that when he had decided to cover his absence. The realization hit Jorvig in a wave of fear like icy waters. Let me go, Jorvig shouted. I have to go after him. What do you mean? He's gone with the expedition. That's impossible, those were picked dwarves. There is no time, let me go. Sledgefist would have noticed. Others would have noticed as well. Sledgefist would not have allowed it. Except that some of the wardens and hammers wore war masks. Sledgefist would notice something unusual with his own hammers, but there were hundreds of ridge wardens. He has convinced a warden to let him take his place, Jorvig said. He will have worn their mask, their entire kit. Do you think Sledgefist was checking, let me go? Onyx hesitated. Jorvig's heart was beating, but unless he could convince Onyx that he was right, he could do nothing. Nothing. Send a ridge warden to the stew halls, he shouted. Look for a warden drinking off duty, someone acting unusual. Use threats if you need. You're an owner. Go. It would not be hard to know if one of the wardens had stayed behind to drink away a hefty bribe. As the son of the Iracrul, no doubt Rytodger could be abnormally convincing. Onyx ran from the chamber. There were only 2 stew halls in Glint. Chapter 77, War on the Ridge. It was not half an hour later when Onyx rushed into the chamber holding a knife. She attacked the ropes that bound Jorvig, and in her hurry she nicked him. Ah, careful. Onyx hesitated. He could see the distress on her face, but it wasn't from the nick. Finish, hurry. But if I do, I might lose both of you. What could you do now anyway? You have stolen from me the right of a rule, Jorvig said. Do not steal from me the right of a father. She met his gaze and that broke her. She started to cut again. Jorvig threw the sliced ropes away. My armor, he said.
Treadfoot.
Working together, he was arrayed within minutes. He strode to the chamber door but stopped and looked back at Onyx. Her stomach and breasts were still freshly swollen from bearing the babe. Nevertheless, standing there, she looked frail and frightened. It was so strange to see her that way. He wanted to be angry, but he couldn't. He could not blame her. He reached out his hand. She came to him and he pressed his helmed forehead to her bare forehead. It was the helm she had made him, bearing the onyx stone, flame in the darkness. And then he left. The owner's drift was deserted, but when he stormed through the drift door arrayed for battle, the sentries flinched in surprise. Rule, one said, but Jorvig didn't pause. Slamming the butt of Treadfoot against the stone with each step, he hurried down the drift. He wanted to run, but he knew that he could not run all the way. Sledgefist had a head start on him by miles. This might be useless. It didn't change anything. He ignored the questions of the sentries who kept a brisk pace beside him. One ran off, no doubt seeking help. Jorvig was stomping in the drift beneath the river when a familiar voice called from behind. Rule. Jorvig glanced back over his shoulder. Thrushbeard was rushing to catch up, followed by a detachment of ridge wardens. Rule, he shouted again. Jorvig did not stop and Thrushbeard had to come up at a jog. What is it? He asked. Jorvig talked as he walked. I am going to the expedition. They have already left. I know. I thought you wanted Sledgefist to lead it. Jorvig ignored that. I have decided I must join. Alone. Come if you will. Thrushbeard breathed heavily after his rush. He leaned in, trying to speak low. It's madness, Chargrim. What are you thinking? Reitodger went with them against my command.
Shit.
I must go. No, Thrushbeard said. It was unlikely one cadre could go in secret, but two, you're more likely to get him killed than save him. Jorvig stopped. Did he really think the Uasi would not notice dwarves on the ridge? Maybe. There was a chance of crossing the backside of the ridge undiscovered. He wouldn't have entertained the plan if he didn't think reaching the adit was possible at all. He had refused the idea of sending a sally from the mine during the expedition because he did not want to spook One Ear. Now, he'd rather spook One Ear and draw his attention away from Reitodger, even if it meant risking the chance to kill the Uasi. Was he choosing his son over all the other folk in the mountain? Would saving Reitodger matter if they could not destroy One Ear? Maybe he was wrong about the sally. Maybe it would help. For a horrible moment, he stood in indecision. Go back, Thrushbeard, he said. Assemble the wardens and hammers, retake the terraces and the ridge tower and fire down on the walls. That might draw away attention and risk the fewest. They would have to retake the terraces and tower if they needed to sally anyway. Right now. Now.
Make haste.
And what about you? I will go to the end of the stair and await their return. Thrushbeard looked disturbed, as well he might. I will leave you these dwarves, he motioned to the wardens. I can find my way. They will go with you. Jorvig did not have time for an argument. So be it, now go. After a moment's hesitation, Thrushbeard nodded and turned. Make noise, Jorvig added. Draw their attention, make no delay. Thrushbeard fled back down the drift. Jorvig led the wardens on along the underway, through the far sheepfolds and up the stair beyond. His leg throbbed and trembled from the pace he'd set, but he leaned hard on Treadfoot. He would have done this anyway to go on the expedition. His leg would not stop him. Facing his own death was easier than facing the death of his son. His family's lives had been at risk for a long time, but he had not been ready for final decisions. How does one get ready for that? 2 ridge warden sentries had been left at the adit door atop the stairway, guarding for the return of the expedition. They were surprised to see Jorvig and his contingent, but they asked no questions when he commanded them to open the door. It was nearly 2 hours past dawn when Jorvig emerged from the stair and out onto the ridge where he so recently met a filthy jackal. It would take the expedition at least 3 hours to reach the old claim adit after leaving the stair, but they would be moving slowly, cautiously, and heavily burdened. They had not intended to leave until full daylight when the Uasi were least active. The dwarves of the expedition would have waited on the stair as the sun rose. 25 volunteers plus Sledgefist and Roth. They had at least an hour head start. Jorvig couldn't have reached them before they left no matter how fast he'd walked. From experience, Jorvig knew that the Usi tended to congregate in low areas near water, and they only ranged up the ridges to hunt. That was why it was unusual for a group of Usi chiefs to have made camp behind Tonkel's rock. It also meant that moving along ridges was safest, even though difficult, for there were screes of broken rock, gouges carved by water, and sometimes the slopes were simply too steep to traverse. But this ridge was close to home and well known. They had charted the best route in their preparations. The Uasi would have hunted out these ridges early in the fall, making it unlikely to encounter hunters now. Despite being so close to the horde, Jorvig suspected that the greatest danger would come nearer to One Ear's encampment, when Uasi runners or sentries might spot the expedition or smell them. Jorvig stepped out of the door. "Rule?" asked one of the wardens behind him. "I merely go to look out from the ridge." The wardens followed him to the spot where he'd found Roth Stonefoot. From there he could see over the naked valley, the river, and across to the dell. It was strange, looking at it from here and seeing the broken roof of the wall and the encampments of Uasi. The huts ranged up and down the river valley by the thousands, and he knew for each hut there was a cluster of Uasi. He could smell them. How he hated that stench. The rest of the ridge wardens and hammers would be rushing beneath the stone over there, arming and preparing. It would take a little while to open the doors and move the piled rock away, but then the killing would start. Perhaps he should go back and join it. He may be of more worth there. A sound echoed in the distance, a crack like the sudden splitting of a rock from the expansion of ice in the winter. It was followed by faint shrieking and yipping from southward along the ridge. The yipping spread down into the valley, an uncertain noise as if the Uasi were repeating a message they didn't understand. It wasn't a stone cracking. Jorvig had heard the oddly hollow sound before, but the last time it had been beneath the stone and close by, deafening. This time it was far, but it was the same sound. It was Roth firing his weapon, his Shugglenew. The only reason to fire it was if the expedition had been set upon by the foe and hope of secrecy was gone. Jorvig looked out over the valley to the dell beyond the river. How different it all was. The other owners knew the plan he had dictated should he fail to return. Last night he had given Onyx private directions as well should he die on the expedition. She hadn't wanted to listen, and looking back he saw that it was because she knew he wouldn't be going. At the time he had attributed it to her perennial stubbornness, but she would remember what he said. He thought of Onyx standing there as he'd left her. Death and pain was coming to the mountain. He was at the height of his achievement and power, and he felt helpless. He was out of ideas. Was all the joy of his life still worth it if it all came to a brutal end? He still had a family under that stone, a Whiff and Gilna and Gilk. Was going to Rytodger the same as abandoning Onyx, Peridot, and the others, or would he do the same for each and every one of them if faced with it? He let out a long moan. "Rule?" one of the wardens asked. He turned to them, tears running down his face. "I am going to the expedition," he said. "Choose for yourselves. I put no burden on you. Go fight with Thrushbeard, or come with me, or seek some other end as you will. I go." Jorvig couldn't move quickly, but he had little patience for caution now. He headed up the ridge, following the path he knew the expedition had taken. They crested the ridge with no sign of foe and headed down the backside. Down in the valley and south along the ridge there was a chatter of shrieking and barking. Partway down the western slope they abandoned the path and turned south. The ridge wardens formed a loose knot around him, with two rushing ahead about 30 yards as an advanced guard. 7, he realized they had all come. It didn't take a talented hunter to see the disturbed pine needles and wet loam that the 27 dwarves of the expedition had left behind. No snow remained on the ridge, and the smells of spring were strong. The sound of the Shugglenew had not come from all the way to Tonkel's rock, he was sure of it. They couldn't have made it so far yet anyway. He gritted his teeth as he felt the knotted muscles of his leg pull. 100 yards south turned to half a mile. "Rule, we are getting close," one of the wardens whispered. He was one of the advanced guard, but they had halted to let the others catch up. "Then keep going," Jorvig said, striding past with treadfoot. Never had he so resented the old injury. The wardens followed, hunched with crossbows nestled close, gathering around Jorvig again like a shield. He didn't know the wardens' names. He didn't want to know. He couldn't think about how he was likely leading them to their deaths, and they were following. An Uasi shriek rose ahead, nearer than the others. The wardens crouched again and raised their crossbows. A second shriek and then a cackle, still a ways off. Keep moving, Jorvig said. They're too near, the warden said. Jorvig recognized a Rinland mark on his war mask. They're between us and the expedition. Then go back. They struck a game trail. It looked like the expedition had taken it too. Jorvig pushed his pace even harder. A few more shrieks showed that whatever Uasi ranged ahead were also heading south. Then, Jorvig saw movement to his right down the slope. A group of Uasi climbing up the ridge at a southward angle. All were converging on the same spot. The noise ahead had risen into the familiar sound of an Uasi battle, full of shrieking and gibbering. Jorvig and his wardens had not yet been spotted. They were not yet near the adit that lead beneath Tonkel's rock. The expedition had been discovered at least half a mile short of their goal. With so few dwarves, it might already be over. Then a blast shook the pine trees ahead. Even Jorvig ducked this time. Was that it? Surely not. That could not have been the whole blast. He kept moving, willing his leg to hold. They passed an old abandoned mullock pile and a shallow adit not 5 yards deep. 30-odd yards beyond it he saw smoke and licking flames. The acrid smell of black fire was in the air. As they passed they saw debris and what looked like charred meat and metal. The bodies of a few Uasi lay on the outskirts of the ring, smoking and scorched, their charred flesh adding another horror to Jorvig's memory horde of smells. Another blast and then a third shook the woods further on. Shrieks and gibbers broke out afresh, and through the trees Uasi rushed back towards them, head as well as lower and higher along the ridge. Ready, the warden Rinland said. The others raised their crossbows as the Uasi came on in a blind panic. Shoot straight ahead in order. They loosed and Uasi fell, but more streamed past on the slope above and below. Jorvig heard another crack that sounded like the Shugglenew. Hurry, he said, starting off at what he intended for a run but was more of a lurching hop with the aid of Treadfoot. It was at least faster than his walking pace. They crossed a vernal flow of water over loose cobbles, crested a narrow rise, and saw smoke rising below them among spruce trees. Another small blast shook the branches and sent more Uasi shrieking back up the ridge. They were using the fused ceramic jars that Roth had directed them to fashion. Each of the dwarves in the expedition had carried a satchel with 5 or 6. They must be throwing them. Jorvig rushed down the slope and into the copse of smoking spruce. The warden Rinland had the presence of mind to shout "Friends!" as they came through the smoke. Friends, friends! The smell of sulfur hung heavy on the morning air. Huddled in a rough circle amidst trees and exposed boulders were the dwarves of the expedition, wardens with their crossbows raised, hammers with shields forward in the crouch, and Roth on a knee in the middle, Sledgefist standing beside him. They all stared agape as Jorvig and his small cadre emerged. They had set down the kegs with the carrying straps. Jorvig tried to count them. 25. There were 25 alive, but 2 were wounded. Another warden lay still, blood running from his neck. Uasi javelins were lodged in trees or lay upon the slope. "Reitodger," Jorvig shouted. "Show yourself, Reitodger."
Jib.
"What in 7 flames are you doing here?" Sledgefist shouted, rushing over as Jorvig went from warden to warden. "Reitodger is here." "What?" Sledgefist grabbed Jorvig by the shoulders and held him. "Are you mad?" "On the south slope?" Roth yelled, raising his Shugglenew. He fired again, a sharp crack ringing the ears so close. Yips and shrieks responded as the Uasi moved back again. On the rock next to Roth sat a canister drilled with holes. In it burned hot coals flaring red. A light chain was fixed to the top so it could be carried easily. Roth had insisted on just such a design for the lighting of the bombs. Jorvig pushed Sledgefist back and looked around. Many of the masked faces were turned to him. He looked at their beards, searching. "I am here," someone said. Jorvig spun around. A dwarf had stepped from behind a tree, wearing a full war mask and helm covered with the red-stained leather of the Ridge Wardens. His beard was plaited and black, the wrong color, yet his build. "Reitodger is not here, Chargrim," Sledgefist said, but Jorvig stormed over to the dwarf with Treadfoot for support. As he got near, the dwarf flinched, then caught himself and stood square. As soon as Jorvig reached him, he saw the beard was stained to look dark, and he gained a clear sight of the eyes and threw his arms around him. "My gilk." Reitodger, Sledgefist asked, mystified. "Ah, yes." "Shit, 7 fires of shit, this is not the place to be, Rundilla." "They're circling again," Roth yelled. Jorvig looked up and stepped away from his son. He had found him, now there was business. "Be quick and tell me the story." "I wanted to do my part for." Jorvig waved a hand in Reitodger's face. "Not you, Sledgefist. We hit a hunting party. At first they held off, but more came from up and down. They took one of my hammers above both greaves with a javelin. He was bleeding badly. Roth lit his keg and we ran. We tried to make it to the adit, but more came on us. Roth had made certain each keg had a long length of fuse, the easier to tie them together when they prepared the main blast, or to be lit separately in need. A stone slapped into Sledgefist's breastplate, leaving a dent. More tore through the copse, cracking on the trees and the armor. One dwarf cried out. Roth fired again up the ridge where Uasi slingers popped out from behind trees just long enough to loose stones down upon them. They are terrified of the blasts. They run, but they come back. Jorvig squinted up the slope. Behind the slingers he caught the barest glimpse of yellow in the pines. There are chiefs directing them, Jorvig said, even as more stones slammed into shields. One nicked Jorvig's helm. He wished suddenly for a war mask. He had never gotten used to them. That was an error. Can't you put bolts in the culker? Sledgefist shouted at one of the wardens. The warden raised his crossbow, took high aim, but the Uasi worked the trees so well that it was difficult even to find a target for long enough for the bolt to travel. We must take the ridge, Jorvig said. Now. Roth fired, smoke pluming, and one of the Uasi slingers dropped and rolled down, lodging behind a tree. A couple others fled up the slope. Jorvig was impressed. The Shugglenew's range might not be much greater than the crossbow, but it struck in an instant and that shot was uphill. More behind, a hammer yelled from the back of the ring. Reitodger raised his buckler in front of Jorvig. Keep it for yourself, Jorvig said to him. Your mother made me this breastplate, burdens on. Pick up the kegs, Sledgefist ordered in a shout much louder than Jorvig's. Hammers in line, up the ridge. Wardens keep the rear. The dwarves acted quickly, shouldering their heavy burdens with gritted teeth. Up. Chapter 78, Back to the Rock. It was impossible to charge up such a steep slope burdened as they were. The added wardens that Jorvig had brought kept their crossbows trained on any Uasi who threatened to get too close. The ridge all around was crawling with them. Roth climbed with his Shugglenew hung from his shoulder. In one hand he held a ceramic pot with a wick fuse and in the other the hanging canister of coals. He watched all around as they ascended the hill. Sling stones peppered around them, barking trees and thumping against plate. One of the hammers fell backward, going stiff. He would have tumbled down the ridge except he slammed into a warden behind and they crumpled together. Jorvig rushed over and helped the warden struggle back to his feet. Roth approached as well and glanced at the prone hammer. Blood trickled from under the fallen dwarf's mask. Through the eye, Roth said, grabbing the hammer's satchel of ceramic pot bombs and slipping it over his shoulder. Hurry, he shouted, lifting the fuse from the hammer's keg of black fire. He folded the fuse in the middle and lit it at the fold with the hot coals he carried. It fizzed into life. Go. Jorvig struggled up the hill, eager shrieks erupted behind them. Hurry, Roth shouted again. Jorvig wheezed, trying to catch his breath. His legs burned, his bad foot was numb, and he held Treadfoot in both hands. Reitodger grabbed him under the arm, pulling him along. Yet again, Jorvig glanced back. Uasi closed in on the downed hammer from three sides, eager to reach their kill. There was a flash and a thunder, debris flew in all directions. Jorvig stumbled and fell, his ears popped and rang. Reitodger was lifting him up. Roth kept shouting, "Go, go!" in a strangely muted voice. They kept on. The light grew stronger and Jorvig knew they neared the ridge crest. Push them, Sledgefist shouted, and with a shout as much of pain as of anger, the hammers in the front mustered vestiges of strength and rushed at a few Uasi who waited atop the crest. The trees and ferns were sparse, bare, and twisted along the thin crest, only 10 yards from one slope to the other. A narrow trail ran down the middle. Tonkel had first brought Jorvig along that route many years ago. Only a few hundred yards further he saw Tonkel's rock, and behind it in the trees a village of domed Uasi huts stretching back south, hidden behind the rock from anyone who might have looked from Glint. Then he heard bells. At first he thought it just the ringing in his ears, but there on the crest it was unmistakable. "The bells," someone said. "Who rings the bells?" Jorvig looked toward the dell. He could see the ridge tower above the cliff. There was movement around it, too far to make out. But the bell was ringing. "Thrushbeard has taken the tower," he said. "He is drawing them off." It was true. Down in the river valley the Uasi were in an uproar, some streaming toward the dell, others back toward them. Still others scattered and huddled in what looked like confusion. Roth fired his Shugglenew, sending up a plume of smoke and bringing Jorvig back to the ridge. The wardens were leaning toward the slopes on either side with their crossbow raised, alternating shots to cover for those reloading. Sledgefist strode back and forth looking down the slopes. "Swarming," he said, shaking his head. "They'll have us on both sides." Jorvig was looking elsewhere, down the ridge toward the Uasi camp. There were Uasi there too, and he saw yellow feathers on more than one set of shoulders. "To the camp," Jorvig said, starting to walk. Reitodger still had him under the arm, his buckler raised and his crossbow slung behind his back. Roth slung his shovelnu again and fished another pot out of the satchel. "They'll try to rush us," he shouted and lit the fuse. He waited a moment, then lobbed the pot down the eastern slope. Still walking, he grabbed another, lit it, and tossed it down the west side before the first even blew. Uasi shrieked to each side. It was hard to tell what the dwarves in the warmasks felt, but they strode on down the ridge, bent beneath the heavy loads, wardens on either side walking sideways, taking shots down the slopes. By the sound of it, there were more than enough Uasi to overwhelm them if they rushed. "Let them not rush." Roth walked with another pot in hand, ready to light. "The Uasi must be dumbfounded by the blasts. That might be the only reason the dwarves yet lived. Tonkel's rock may protect them for a time if they could reach it, but more Uasi were summiting the ridge near the camp and behind them. Slingstones battered them again. If it weren't for their shields and plate, they would have all fallen there." A hammer took a stone to the back of his knee, crying out as he went down. One of Jorvig's wardens grabbed and lifted him, but that took two out of the fight and they couldn't manage the heavy keg the hammer carried. The Uasi slingers saw their trouble and aimed for them. "Drop it," Roth shouted, coming up beside and pulling the straps from the hammer's shoulders. Glad to be rid, the dwarf obeyed. Roth waited until the others had passed, crouching down next to the keg with his head down. A stone glanced off his helm. Then he lit the fuse at the very end and ran to catch up. "Hurry," he said. Stones hailed at them from behind, bruising or breaking where they hit mail or leather instead of plate. Jorvig caught a rock on the back of his helm and it jerked his head forward and dazed him for a moment. The Uasi following behind hung back from the keg this time, shrieking and gibbering as the small trail of smoke rose from the fuse. The dwarves tried to trot away. The blast shook Jorvig's innards. Ahead, the Uasi who had formed between them and the camp broke and scattered while chiefs in feathered ruffs gesticulated and shrieked and chased them. Then Jorvig saw it, an Uasi with one ear. "There," Sledgefist shouted, grabbing Jorvig by the shoulder. "There he is." Jorvig followed Sledgefist's pointing finger. There was another Uasi chief there, also with one ear. As they drew nearer the camp, Jorvig realized that all of the Uasi with the ruffs, he could see at least 5 near the huts, had one ear sliced off. Shit. The chiefs were trying to shriek and batter their underlings toward the dwarves. Jorvig looked from one to the other, but nothing indicated to him that it was him, one ear. 30 yards away now, the dwarves' pace had slowed. All were breathing hard, sides heaving and sweat dampening their beards. 5 of the hammers moved in front with their heavier rectangular shields joined in line. "Hold this," Roth shouted to Sledgefist, handing him the hanging canister of coals. From his satchel, Roth pulled a second pot and lit them both, then rushed toward the few dozen Uasi the chiefs had managed to gather in front of the huts. The Uasi released a barrage of slingstones and Roth stumbled to his knees under the hail. The hammers tried to reach him, but before they could he rose up again and threw first one pot and then the second. He fell back to his knees as the hammers arrived to shield him. Uasi scattered even before the pots landed, but few were in time. The bombs went off one after the other. Jorvig wasn't sure if it was the powder or the heavy shards of ceramic that felled so many. Many of those that fled looked injured. Roth sat with his legs folded under him, staring ahead, hands on his thighs when Jorvig got to him. "Brave but stupid jackal," Sledgefist snapped, perturbed. "We could have shielded you." One of the hammers grabbed Roth and tried to raise him up, but Roth's legs wouldn't hold his weight. Instead, the hammer tucked his warbeak into his belt, grabbed him by the back of his harness and dragged him forward with one arm. Roth's legs slid across the rock behind. His eyes were open and his hands were clenched against his belly below his breastplate. Reitodger let go of Jorvig for a moment and leaned, grabbing the shovelnu that had slipped from Roth's shoulder. As they closed on the huts, the other hammers rushed forward while the wardens kept watch on the slopes and crest behind. "Watch out for inside the huts," Jorvig shouted, all the while looking around for any sign of an Uasi that might truly be one ear. He gazed down at the body of a slain chief. It looked like a piece of fractured ceramic had taken off its jaw, but even so, Jorvig felt certain it could not be one ear. He didn't know exactly how he knew, but he expected to somehow know. "Clear the huts closest to the rock," Sledgefist shouted as the group moved toward the base of the granite outcrop known as Tonkel's Rock. It was a protrusion from the ridge that hung far out beyond the slope. It would be impossible for Uasi to come up that way, not without building something. With open air at their backs and the trees and huts on the western side, they had shelter from 2 directions at least. The hammers sliced open the sides of huts and peered inside as the wardens kneeled with their crossbows, ready to keep Uasi at bay. One of the wardens glanced down at his quiver. There were only a few bolts left. It looked the same for the others. They had been shooting rapidly to ward off the foe. Jorvig walked up onto Tonkel's rock. Reitodger followed. When Jorvig reached the edge, he had a grand vista of the river valley far below. A couple sling stones flew past him, wide and weak. The Uasi hesitated to come closer. The bells were still ringing, what he wouldn't give to see further into the dell. All he could see was the outer ridge wall, the river gate, and the ridge tower above the cliff. He squinted across the miles. It was too far to make out what was happening at the walls or tower beyond movement, but there was a ring of Uasi massed together enough to see, away from the walls on the near side of the east ridge. Had Thrushbeard taken the river gate? Jorvig laughed. He hadn't told him to retake the dell, had he? Jorvig wasn't sure what good it would do in the end, but Thrushbeard certainly had drawn their attention. The Uasi milled about in great crowds beyond crossbow range of the walls, and the whole river valley looked like a trodden anthill from all the movement. Nearer, shrieks rose from both slopes, and Uasi lurked and flitted in the trees on the ridge slope both north and south. At times he heard snarling in the woods, almost like mine runners hissing and fighting. Father Reitodger said, "I know you're angry, Jorvig raised his hand. "If we survive, consider it forgiven and forgotten. Let's focus on surviving." He turned and laid a hand on his son's shoulder. "Thank you for your aid." Their eyes met and held for a moment, and then Jorvig turned and headed back down Tonkel's rock. Reitodger stayed beside him. "We have to get ready, they will come again." "They are afraid," Reitodger said. "They cannot help but hunt, it is what they are." "And they hunt at night?" The sky was clear and the sun shone down warm and brazen overhead. The dwarves squinted as they watched for attack. At the bottom of the rock, Sledgefist knelt next to Roth's Stonefoot. One of the wardens had pulled up the short hauberk that protected below Roth's leather-cased breastplate. His hands were bloody as he prodded a wound just to the right of Roth's groin. "It's against the bone," the warden said. "Right through the mail." Sledgefist shook his head. Jorvig looked at the other wounded. He saw 5 lying or leaning at the base of the rock. The wounds were mostly in exposed portions of limbs, though one maskless warden had his cheek pierced by a stone. His whole neck and shoulder were matted in blood, and he held a piece of a shirt against his face. The wounded were passing a skin of water, but the warden waved it away. Jorvig licked his teeth inside his mouth, thankful he had not suffered the same. He realized he was thirsty and that he had not brought so much as a flask with him in his rush out of the mountain. Reitodger must have seen his expression because he held up his own water skin and Jorvig took a sparing drink, realizing that there was no water on the ridgetop. That was another reason such places were unnatural for camps. Perhaps the Uasi had some unfouled water in the huts. "That's enough, leave it," Roth shouted. "It's best if it comes out soon," Sledgefist said. "Worry about it if we live the night," Roth snapped back. Sledgefist held out a silver flask to Roth, who took a swig of the liquid, grimacing. It was not water, or survive until night, Jorvig thought. There was no promise the Uasi would wait after all. Jorvig's head pounded. Many of the hammers and wardens limped, but those who could stand had formed a loose ring among the huts. It was clear they were nervous and they had a noticeable dearth of spears, mostly hammers and axes apart from the crossbows. It wasn't ideal for a defensive fight. Then again, Sledgefist had never favored defensive fighting with his hammers. Even the big rectangular shields served the purpose of covering their advance. If the Uasi overcame their fear and swarmed the dwarves, then only the black fire might delay their deaths. It was new and frightening to them. He wasn't sure how quickly they might adapt or if One Ear could force them despite the fear, if One Ear still lived and not merely those chieftains who had sliced ears. The shrieking and yipping had settled some, and though they saw the foe moving further up and down the ridge, none had yet shown themselves near. Then again, untold numbers could be lurking just down the slope. "What is the best way to use the powder?" Jorvig asked Roth. The jackal looked around at the copse of tall pine, Red Ridge's pine they called them. "Take some of the kegs outside the circle." On the edges, he waved at the village. "Make a pile?" Sledgefist asked. "No," Roth said, still clutching his thigh. "Not together, put them around." He motioned vaguely at the huts again. "Put them around the edges if they rush." "If they rush, the fuses won't burn from here in time," Jorvig said. "Not if we put them far enough away that we don't die with them." Maybe that was what Roth intended. It would be a better end than Uasi teeth if it came to it. The The Kulker might trample the fuses as well, Sledgefist said. No, use the pots to ignite them, only use some, 3 kegs in the huts, maybe 3 huts, 1 to each side. Jorvig remembered how strong the explosion of a single keg had been. He grimaced to think of what 3 would be like spaced through the village, or 9 at once. The dwarves had set down their burdens of black fire in a cluster near the granite outcrop. Many of the kegs had been pierced by stones and they had trailed small amounts of powder. The smell was strong. They had 22 of the iron-bound kegs left. That meant they had over 4,000 pounds of powder sitting together, not including the satchels of ceramic pots. The dwarves who had hauled it so far were strong but clearly exhausted. Do as he says, Jorvig said. He motioned to the wardens who had come with him and had not borne the burdens. Put 3 kegs in a hut to each side as far away as we can be sure to throw. Make sure to mark which, then he spoke to the rest, and tear down some of these other huts. We need a barricade halfway up this rock and fell these trees. Should we not try to make it back to the adit? Sledgefist asked quietly. We made it here. And Thrushbeard gives a distraction. We made it here when they did not know we were coming. The bolts are nearly spent. Sledgefist released a long breath, then nodded. I would have wished a song could be made, he said, and then turned and shouted, get the axes ringing. It was still barely midday. It was hard to believe that all had happened so quickly. Jorvig made sure a few of the more exhausted and wounded dwarves stood by, ready to light and throw the ceramic pots if need be, while those who were more able set about the labor. Jorvig aided as well, standing in place with a handaxe and bringing down a pine. Rytudger worked with him, chopping at the opposite side. The sporadic cackle of Uasi kept up on the ridges around them, but they seemed to have retreated further. Few even showed themselves up and down the crest now. It did not make him feel safer. Falling back could also mean gathering. Jorvig hoped they would wait for nightfall to attack. He wondered if Thrushbeard or the others back in the dell had heard the blasts. What did they think must have happened? Would they sally to attempt a rescue, or did they think the expedition already overrun and slain? Jorvig sent a warden up to the top of Tonkel's rock to use a bit of burnished silver to flash sunlight toward the ridge tower. The Uasi typically had no polished metals, and the wardens used patterns to communicate across ridges. The distance was too far to clearly make out details with the naked eye, but the signal might give Thrushbeard the knowledge that they yet lived. What was Onyx thinking right now? That her husband and son were dead? Jorvig pushed the thought from his mind. He had to focus. The axe sent chunks of pine flying. Crack! Jorvig stopped his swing and spun around, but Roth still leaned against the rock, clutching his thigh. That was the sound of the Shugglenew, but it had come from down the western slope. Roth also stared, though his expression was hidden by the mask. New shrieks rose from the slope, but there was a shout as well, and it sounded distinctly dwarven. Were there more jackals? His chest fluttered with hope. Crossbows to the edge, Jorvig said, grabbing Treadfoot and stamping through the huts. The wardens had few bolts left, but they hurried ahead of Jorvig and stared down. One of them raised and loosed a bolt. Ha, shit on him. There are dwarves coming up. Dwarves from the west, Sledgefist asked as he hurried to look down the slope. Cover them, Jorvig said, coming to the edge, and then he realized there were no Uasi left to cover from. Pushing up the slope with strong strides were 3 ragged, unarmored dwarves, but one of them carried a Shugglenew. They looked up at Jorvig and the other dwarves waiting on the crest, their eyes wide with the fear and elation of danger. Who are you? Sledgefist asked as they reached the crest, breathing hard. I am Darksheik, said the one with the Shugglenew, which answered the question for no one. Where is Stonefoot? This way, Jorvig said. He led them back through the huts to where Roth lay. Roth saw them coming and struggled to stand, using his Shugglenew as a cane. Darksheik. You're wounded, one of the newcomers said. Roth waved it away. How did you get here? We heard the blasts and knew you were coming for us. Who else could it be? Darksheik said. I take it these are your refugees, Roth Stonefoot? Jorvig asked. 3 of them, Darksheik, Orun, and Slagbitter. Roth motioned to each. Where are the others? Still under stone, but we would not sit by and let you fight alone. As they spoke, Jorvig was assessing the dwarves. They were dressed as miners, though their clothes had seen better days. Beside the Shugglenew they had only knives and sharpened tree branches. Without armor they were more likely to simply die as soon as stones started flying than to be any help. It was incredible they had made it at all, but then the Uasi were distracted and must be massing somewhere. How could you hear? Roth asked. You should have been shut below. We were considering trying to reach Glint. Roth shook his head. Foolish to come as well. How did you get through the Uasi? Jorvig interjected. We saw none until we had nearly reached the top of the ridge, Darkcheek said. All their attention was up here, but the blasts had stopped and we weren't sure where you were or if it was over. Then the Uasi moved south along the ridge, one of the others said. There were only a few left hiding and watching. When we heard the axes, we knew you were still here, so we rushed them from behind. When I fired the Shuggelnu, they fled. Well, you can fire it after all, Roth said. I hit the Kulker too. Jorvig turned to the dwarves standing around. Get everyone back to work. He looked back to the newcomers. You better help too. A breastwork is the only thing that might keep you alive when they come. Chapter 79, The Final Stand. During the afternoon, Roth helped to take stock of the ceramic pots, but he was having difficulty walking. Will you be able to ply that Shuggelnu tonight? Jorvig asked. I will, Roth answered, but Jorvig was doubtful. This is my son, Reitodger. Show him the way of it should you fall. I have taught these dwarves already, Roth said, gesturing to the refugees who kept near him. Jorvig glanced at them. He had little hope they would last an hour without armor. He looked at the wounded, but he would not take their armor, for even they would rise and fight to the last as they could. Teach him anyway. Roth inclined his head. In a quieter voice, Jorvig spoke to the refugees. Keep down, and as soon as someone falls, put on their kit. No one will doubt your courage now, Roth said to the youngest of the refugees. The young dwarf looked stricken. Only his sense, Jorvig thought, but he did not say it. After all, Jorvig was there too and more responsible for it than any. By evening, the dwarves huddled behind a breastwork of fresh-cut pines, their protruding branches sharpened into stakes. They had built it part way out onto the granite protrusion so that there was empty air to the sides. The corners turned anyway to protect against sling stones. They had a goodly stack of firewood and a small campfire as far away from the remaining kegs as they could manage. It would ruin their night eyes, but ensure they could light fuses. As an added precaution, they had lain fresh green pine boughs atop the kegs. Jorvig knew that those kegs were their last protection against ending up as an Uasi meal, but he also didn't want them to ignite unintentionally. The stuff was too dangerous for comfort. The sun descended in yet another forge-like display in the west. He couldn't help but think back to that evening with Tonkel, sitting on the end of that very outcrop and dreaming of one day having a family and a legacy. Of stepping down as Rinlin. Now, as Iracruel, he was here again with his son, preparing for an onslaught with all of that in the balance and more. As shadow deepened in the valley, the bells of Glint rang again, 3 long peals. What was Thrushbeard saying? No one had returned their signals of light flashes, which meant it must not have been seen. As dusk came to the Tonkel's rock, the dwarves were subdued. The wardens had shared their last bolts amongst themselves and waited with weapons drawn. Many watched the first stars appearing overhead. Jorvig looked out over the valley toward the dell, Sledgefist beside him. The earlier chaos in the river valley had settled. The crowds of Uasi had dispersed. It was hard to tell that anything had disturbed them except for the noise. For as night fell, the sounds of Uasi only increased, both along the ridge and down in the valley, echoing between the mountains in an unceasing cacophony. Tens of thousands of Uasi voices raised in horrific din. Jorvig clenched his teeth without realizing it. One of the hammers began to hum an old ballad, a song sung to the cradle and the gilk about a brave and ancient king. A few others joined in with snatches of half-forgotten words, and of that fearless company who strode into the north. Alone with greatest treasure returned Spinner to the hearth. The melody was deep, and it was both comforting and sobering, that song. Jorvig had never been much for singing apart from as needed for work, but he was glad of it now. They were dwarves upon that mountain. They had overcome their enemies for thousands of years, for time beyond memory in the deep and high places of the world, or at least, as a folk, they had survived. Darkness fell. Even with the fire kept as a low bed of embers, it hindered their ability to see far. The vile shrieks only increased. 2 hours passed in that din when a hush fell along the ridge around them. Down in the valley, the shrieks continued. Without command, the injured dwarves struggled to their feet, some holding onto the breastwork for support. The few who could not stand, Jorvig had already told to watch the back edge of the rock in case by some supreme effort or design the Uasi managed to climb up. Roth also rose to his feet, his Shuggelnu in hand. He limped unsteadily toward the fire, carrying a satchel of pots. He had already sent the refugees to kneel behind the breastwork despite their protests. Jorvig leaned on Treadfoot, standing beside Sledgefist at the barricade. Make them earn it, Sledgefist said so that all could hear, and then he chuckled. It's no Karain Dal. Before the rest could reply, Jorvig answered. It's better. It's ours so long as we stand. Shit on them, someone muttered, and there was a chorus of curses sent out toward the foe. The dwarves behind the breastwork made a thin line of defense. He could have wished a second or a third line, but he hoped they made the Uasi pay a dear price. The silence deepened. Jorvig noticed the light sough of the wind. The dwarves tensed. Down, someone shouted. Javelins fell like a hail of porcupine quills, slashing through the pine boughs, glancing off steel. He heard a cry. Crossbow strings twanged. Gray figures rushed up the slopes and across the crest, wave of Uasi swarming against the logs and sharpened boughs. Jorvig jabbed forward with treadfoot spike. The chorus of shrieks and gibbers broke out all across the ridge, a din of thousands that he felt in his chest. The Uasi in the front were pressed so tight against the breastwork by those behind that they did not fall when they were stabbed. Others came crawling over top. The right side of the fortification slid back a foot behind the weight. There was a blast and a flash of light showing the gray leering visages and fanged snouts of the Uasi. Another flash erupted with a crack as Roth tossed another pot. He was merely lobbing them into the midst of the swarm. "Roth!" Jorvig shouted. "Blow the kegs." "Not yet," Roth shouted back. "They might take the kegs." Roth looked out at the huts, then bent to light another pot. He wound up and threw this one far, the light of the fuse spinning into the dark. It blew as it landed among the Uasi packed in the village, but the keg did not erupt. Jorvig didn't see if it had struck the hut. He was too busy stabbing and stabbing across the breastwork. A head pushed through the boughs near his knee, but Reitodger brought his hammer down and smashed it apart. Roth lit another pot, this time aiming for the hut to the right. The wardens had cut away the top of the bark roofs on the huts that contained the kegs so that they only had to land a pot inside. Roth drew back and threw. The whole mountain erupted with light and sound. Debris peppered the breastwork and Jorvig's armor, but some of it was soft. The Uasi quailed, but they were too packed at the front to move. Flames leapt up and danced, and then Jorvig realized they were Uasi alive yet burning like candlewicks. The Uasi in the fore turned and tried to push back, but the press was too severe. Only one of the huts had blown. "Blow the others!" Jorvig yelled. Roth attempted to land the pot in hut on the left, and this time he succeeded. Jorvig squeezed his eyes shut for this blast. He felt it in the rock beneath his feet and heard the echoes bounce off the next ridges so that it sounded like multiple blasts. Where once had been a lovely copse of pines, there was now flame and carnage. A tree they had not cut next to the second hut cracked and fell, fire licking up its trunk. Jorvig saw some Uasi at the fore fling themselves off the edge of the rock, a drop of many yards. Others, driven by desperation or fear, attacked the dwarves again. Whatever pressed them from behind terrified them more, or maybe the dwarves seemed less horrible than the arcane fire that leapt behind. The dwarves stabbed and slew. The wardens abandoned their useless crossbows and hacked and stabbed with axe and dagger until the bodies started to form a ramp up the breastwork. The third hut blew. Jorvig wasn't sure whether Roth had done it or if the fires had spread. He staggered back behind the strange force of the blast. It was strangely quiet after, or his ears were ringing too loudly. To the right, he saw Uasi coming over the breastwork and dwarves grappling for their lives. Smaller blasts popped like cracking stone as Roth threw more pots. Where was Sledgefist? He'd been on Jorvig's right. Looking back even as he plunged the spike into an Uasi's gut, he saw Sledgefist running toward the kegs with a lit brand from the fire. There was an Uasi chasing him. Had it come to that? Was it the end? Sledgefist slammed an elbow into the Uasi's face as he came to the pile of kegs, threw them off the covering boughs. He lit a fuse and tossed the brand aside, then grabbed the 200-pound keg of black fire and raised it over his head with both hands. A javelin glanced off his breastplate. Another Uasi fled from before him, terrified as Sledgefist roared and rushed forward. Reaching the barricade, he threw the keg over into the press of Uasi on the other side. It landed so close. Jorvig dove to the ground and covered his head. The shock of the blast churned his insides. He found himself sitting, blinking. The world was quiet again, forms crawled all around and his vision was full of sparks. Someone was dragging him backward. He looked, it was Reitodger crawling, dragging him further up the rock. Jorvig tried to crawl too, and he realized he did not have treadfoot. He was empty-handed during a battle. That was stupid. One of Sledgefist's hammers ran by, a lit keg over his head. The barricade was burning. There was another blast. There were bodies all over the stone, moving like worms after a rain. The night glowed orange. There were other dwarves too, crawling up to the end of Tonkel's rock. Flaming sparks fell, landing amidst the last few kegs. Roth was there on his hands and knees, scraping them away. Where was Sledgefist? Jorvig's wits slowly returned to him. Reitadger was forcing a water skin to his lips. He drank some, but more spilled down his beard. He saw Sledgefist at last, leaning on his arms a few yards behind the barricade, staring at the flames like a gilk at the forge. Then Reitadger was moving, helping others back to the end of the rock. He helped Sledgefist to his feet. A few others rolled the last kegs away from the burning breastwork. For once, Jorvig did not do sums. He did not know how many were left. The huts in the village were burning, and the pines they had not cut roared like giant candles on the mountainside. The heat pressed against him. A few hammers set the rectangle shields up in a wall to guard against it. Slowly, his mind settled. Would the Uasi press in again when the fire died away? Roth lay on his belly on the stone beside Jorvig. He was breathing. Reitadger returned and sat next to him. They shared the last of the waterskin together. Over the next 2 hours, the fires burned down, falling into beds of ember spread across what once was the sheltered copse where Jorvig and Tonkel's hunters had feasted upon their kills. 11. There were 11 of them huddled on the edge of the rock. Jorvig looked down at the river valley and frowned. The Uasi were burning great bonfires. He stared for a time before he realized he was mistaken. The Uasi encampments were burning. Chapter 80. Is this the future? They watched the embers fade until the sky in the east lightened. Jorvig struggled to his feet, and with Reitadger and a few others they went in among the bodies, but they found no more living. If it weren't for Reitadger dragging the wounded back during the fighting, the toll would have been worse. From Reitadger's shoulder hung Roth's shovelnu. He must have taken it from the wounded jackal at some point in the night. The fires would not hold the Uasi now. The heat was dissipating in the morning air, and the fire had not continued down the springtime slopes. Jorvig's nose burned, all smells had fled. The blaze of the emerging sun behind the eastern ridge sent a plume of color into the sky. A dwarf nearby looked strange, and it took a moment for Jorvig to realize that it was the youngest of the refugees in mismatched hauberk and helm. The young dwarf's left arm hung useless at his side. Looking around, Jorvig didn't see the other refugees among the living. Sledgefist was staring at something to the west. Jorvig turned to follow his gaze. South along the crest, just beyond the burnt remains of the village, an Uasi stood alone. It was large, far larger than One Ear had ever been. It did not shriek. It did not move for a time. When it had approached or how long it had stood there, Jorvig wasn't sure. It wore no ruff of feathers. It was stripped to its gray skin, wearing only a kind of breech clout, and in one hand it held a club with a long iron spike run through it. It had one ear. Slowly it raised a hand and pointed at Jorvig, lifting its club with the other. The dwarves stared at it in silence. After a time, the Uasi lowered its arms. It waited, then raised them again in the same way, lifting its weapon and pointing with its other hand. It was pointing at Jorvig. "What's it doing?" Sledgefist asked. His voice was like the rasp of a file on poor iron. "Look behind it," one of the wardens croaked. The crest was clear-cut for about 100 yards beyond the huts, and at the edge of a cluster of pines the growing light revealed the shine of yellow in the shadows. There were Uasi there, perhaps a score, all wearing yellow ruffs about their shoulders. The solitary Uasi made the gesture again, raising its weapon and pointing at Jorvig. "Why don't they finish us?" Sledgefist asked. The pointing Uasi shook his hands in what looked like a gesture of frustration. Jorvig looked down at the rock, searching for Treadfoot, but if he had dropped it next to the barricade, it had burned. He reached behind his back, grasping his punch dagger. "What are you doing?" "It's One Ear, he's challenging me," Jorvig said. For that is what it was, Jorvig realized. That is what it had always been. The Uasi was much bigger than the last time they'd met, but there was no mistaking the face. It was One Ear. "Let him," Sledgefist said. "Don't be a fool." Jorvig ignored Sledgefist and stepped forward. Sledgefist grabbed his arm. "This is what we came for," Jorvig said. "I command you by every oath you ever swore, unhand me." Whether Sledgefist was weakened or whether he relented, Jorvig twisted his arm away and stepped forward, walking across the embers of the barricade and through the spiraling smoke of the burnt camp and charred trees. One Ear watched him come and lowered his arms. Jorvig stopped a few yards away. One Ear's upper body was clawed and lacerated and bleeding. Once more he pointed at Jorvig and raised his club in his other hand. So near, Jorvig heard a wet clicking in the Uasi's throat, like half-submerged gears turning. There was an old scarred wound on One Ear's shoulder and many other places on his sinewy body. This Uasi had killed dwarves, had eaten Saviarm, but to Jorvig's surprise he did not feel hatred. He stared at the last rat, any vestige of childhood horror gone. He felt calm. One Ear had crafted Jorvig into who he was, and Jorvig had crafted One Ear. They fought for the survival of their folk, they were equals, they were the same, they knew each other, it changed nothing. Slowly, Jorvig raised his dagger with one hand and pointed at One Ear with the other. One Ear's remaining ear perked forward and a tremor ran through his body. He crouched, his sinews taut like ropes of steel wire. Jorvig crouched as well, gripping his dagger. Crack. One Ear grunted and crumpled, collapsing onto the rocky path. Jorvig twisted to look back. Reitadger stood in the ashes with the Shuggelnu against his shoulder, a plume of smoke billowing away in the morning breeze. A chorus of shrieks rose from the trees where the Uasi chieftains watched, but they did not move. Why did they not come? One Ear struggled to look down at his chest. Blood bubbled up and ran down his side. Resting his head back on the stone, the fallen Uasi stared up at the morning sky. A horn blasted from the north. Emerging down the crest trail a short way off were cadres of ridge wardens. Thrushbeard had come. The Uasi chiefs dispersed into the trees. Dark blood pooled on the rock at One Ear's side and his breath came in rasps and gasps. He spasmed and his fanged jaw slowly opened. He was still, eyes yet gazing skyward. Ilton F. Cyrillicletter 4D3 are in Dal, Jorvig whispered. The mountains are ours, many months later. The trials with the blasting powder have been successful, but they destabilize the rock far more than drills and chisels, Shineboot said. It may not be worth the risk of life, Jorvig replied. We can mitigate it, I think. The speed it offers us is. Shineboot shook his head. Is this the future, that we will mine with powder and wage war with fire? Sledgefist asked. And engines of coal and oil, Hobblefoot added, clasping his hands, a grin playing at the corners of his mouth. I do not know the future, Jorvig said. We will use anything to defend our folk, but I am still concerned with the fracturing in the blasts. What if the humans learn to wield this stuff? Sledgefist asked. We must keep the knowledge from them, Hobblefoot answered. That is all. It is easier to sluice gold than knowledge, Jorvig said. I don't like it. Sledgefist's arms had been folded tight during the whole discussion. There is much you don't like, Hobblefoot said, but I will talk you to your senses over a hot cup of mead, my cousin, he grinned. It may take 2 or 3. So be it. There is more than one cousin here, Shineboot added. And in-laws? Greel pointed at himself and Khlif. And Warmcoat said. There was laughter and the conversation drifted to friendly chatter. Jorvig looked down at the letter spread on the stone in front of him. The seal on the leather cylinder lying beside it was freshly broken. News had already reached him from Deep Cut, but this letter had only arrived that morning. Chargrim. My heartfelt congratulations on your victory and your liberation of East Spire. The siege of Deep Cut is also broken and the council is no more. I suspect you have already heard this. All trade with the humans is cut off. I have sent my negotiators to discuss trade agreements with you and agreements of arms. The humans want gold more than salt and coal. They will come for you one day, even if they cannot take the waste. They know no satiety, but we are one folk, are we not? Reamer, Iracruel of Deep Cut. I was thankful for your praise of Stonefoot's role in your victory, but though your message arrived, he did not. The Rinlin of the pack train said he was simply gone one morning. Mender, your erstwhile guest, humbly requests that word be sent if you hear news of him.